Chapter 202, Teasing. As Zhao held the final results and stood before the crowd, everyone awaited with bated breath. Under the gaze of eyes filled with enthusiasm, tension, or despondency, Yu Zhao's expression remained serene as she began to announce the list of those who had passed the assessment. Sun Yinxin. The moment the first name was called, Sun Yinxin, whose palms were nearly perforated from anxiety, let out a sigh of relief. Observing the others still in quiet anticipation, she suppressed her urge to cheer aloud, her face betraying an unmistakable smile. Yu Zhao continued, Ku Xian, Meng Tianxiong, Wang Yufeng. Upon hearing his name, Wang Yufeng clenched his fists tightly. Zhou Qijuan, Wang Yujun, Gu Cheng, Niu Dashan. When Wang Yujun heard his elder brother's name, he was overwhelmed with excitement, and by the time he heard both his and his cousin's names, he was rendered speechless with exhilaration. The three of them were all set to become factory workers. Oh, as for Gu Cheng at that moment, if not for the presence of others, he would have rushed forward to embrace and kiss his younger brother. It happened. He truly succeeded. After announcing the names of all 8 individuals, Yu Zhao stepped aside, and the others could easily discern that those not mentioned had no hope left. Some began to weep on the spot. Woo-woo, for the past 2 months, I have struggled to eat and sleep well, only to find out that I still did not succeed. The cries of the burly man seemed to cast a spell, prompting a portion of the crowd to join in tears. Ooh, hiccup, who says otherwise? My mother is still waiting for me to become a worker and marry a wife. Witnessing the disheartened expressions of comrades with whom they had toiled for so long, the joy of those who passed the assessment felt somewhat diminished, and inexplicable bitterness surged within them. Noticing the heightened emotions among these individuals, Gu Zhao refrained from urging them to disperse. Soon, it would be time to clock out, and he instructed those who had passed to bring their materials to the department for reporting the next day before he left. Initially, Gu Zhao contemplated celebrating with Gu Cheng and the others, but upon reflection, he realized they were likely more eager to return home and share the good news with their families. Indeed, as he anticipated, the three intended to speak briefly with Gu Zhao before leaving the textile factory, but could not find him. Thus, they set off homeward, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Along the way, the once familiar scenery appeared exceptionally enchanting today. After parting ways with his 2 cousins at a fork in the road, Gu Cheng returned home first. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Wang Hohat and her husband just returning from the fields. Seeing him, the couple hesitated, wishing to inquire but fearing that their son's heart might be crushed if he had not passed. However, when their eyes caught the smile on Gu Cheng's face, their hearts settled. Gu Cheng did not keep them waiting long before revealing the answer. Mom, Dad, your son is now a factory worker in the city. Even though they had guessed, Wang Hohat was still overwhelmed with joy, springing to her feet. Really? I knew our eldest could do it. Beside her, Gu Jianjun, also smiling with crow's feet forming at the corners of his eyes, refrained from exposing the identity of the person who had spent sleepless nights worrying. No, such good news must be celebrated today. With that, Wang Hohat returned to the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets. A similar scene unfolded in the Wang household. Throughout the journey home, Wang Yujun was practically bouncing with joy. Upon reaching the doorstep, he suddenly grasped Wang Yufeng's hand, leaning closer to whisper, Elder brother, let's do it this way, and then that way. Wang Yufeng displayed hesitation. Isn't that inappropriate? Oh, come on, elder brother, Wang Yujun insisted, refusing to let go. Just listen to me today. Considering the significance of the day, Wang Yufeng did not wish to upset his younger brother, reluctantly acquiescing. All right then. Wang Yujun cheered. You're the best, elder brother. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yujun's expression shifted to one of disappointment. He pushed open the gate to his home, disregarding Wang Yufeng behind him. Hearing the door open, Su Hong and her husband glanced up and noticed the forlorn expressions on the brothers' faces, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. This was a sign that the assessment had not been passed. Su Hong signaled to Wang Yongye to go forward and offer some words of comfort. Wang Yongye patted his chest, assuring that he would take care of the matter, and then he stepped forward. Have my 2 fine sons returned? How was the journey? Were you tired along the way? Are you hungry now? Let your mother prepare some boiled eggs for you. He placed his hand on his 2 brothers' shoulders and led them inside. Upon hearing about the eggs, Wang Yujun's eyes brightened momentarily, but he quickly lowered his head. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. Witnessing his younger brother's demeanor, Wang Yufeng felt an acute pang of frustration. He was at a loss for words, so he chose to maintain an expressionless visage. In Su Hong's eyes, The brother's behavior seemed to reflect a profound sense of defeat, which tugged at her heartstrings. What eggs? We have leftover salted meat at home. I'll cook that instead. Tonight, you both shall have a hearty meal. At her words, Wang Yufeng's heart skipped a beat, realizing that they had crossed a significant line. Before he could intervene, Su Hong had already entered the kitchen to start cooking the meat. Meanwhile, Wang Yujun remained blissfully unaware. Upon hearing that they would be having meat for dinner, he nearly drooled at the corner of his mouth. Su Hong was quick in her movements, and within half an hour, the dishes were served, with a plate of salted meat stir-fried with green beans placed before the brothers. Noticing that no one had taken the initiative to use their chopsticks, she served each brother a helping, "Hurry and eat." "Thank you, Mom." Wang Yujun's eyes fixed on the meat in the bowl, and after expressing his gratitude, he eagerly popped the meat into his mouth. The rich, fatty flavor mingled with the savory aroma of the meat filled his mouth, and thinking about the successful assessment and the delightful dish before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. He. Wang Yufeng, feeling exasperated, face-palmed, and discreetly kicked him under the table. It was only then that Wang Yujun snapped back to reality, his gaze locking onto the couple sitting across from him, instinctively avoiding their eyes. The couple's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss, very amiss. Wang Yongye snatched away the chopsticks Wang Yujun had intended to use for more meat. "You little rascal, are you hiding something from us?" No way." Wang Yujun attempted to feign ignorance. Su Hong turned her gaze to Wang Yufeng. "Eldest, you speak." Faced with his younger brother's pleading eyes and fully aware that their parents were suspicious, Wang Yufeng did not hesitate to completely betray his brother. The next moment, Wang Yujun, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the courtyard. Su Hong grabbed a broom, ready to charge forward, but was stopped by Wang Yongye. "Wife, let me handle this." Having said that, he directed a sharp glare toward his youngest son, who had long been hiding in the corner, advancing menacingly. "You little rascal! How dare you toy with your parents?" "Dad, Mom, I was wrong," Wang Yujun pleaded, rubbing his hands together. Wang Yongye's face twisted in fury as he lunged forward. "It's over." The sounds of continuous screams filled the air, and as he watched his brother jumping around in the courtyard, a smile crept across his lips. Chapter 203. A token of gratitude after giving their youngest son a thorough reprimand. Su Hong and her husband finally felt a sense of relief. Once they regained their composure, they realized both of their sons were set to become workers in the city, and they could hardly contain their excitement as they paced back and forth in the courtyard. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Yongye rushed to the entrance and began to howl at the moon, his voice echoing through the still night. Howl! Howl! His cacophony pierced the silence, eliciting curses from the neighbors. However, Wang Yongye remained unfazed, returning to the courtyard with a beaming smile and twirling his son, Wang Yujun, who was still sulking from the earlier scolding. Witnessing his brother's dejected demeanor only further lifted Wang Yufeng's spirits. Suddenly, Su Hong appeared to have an epiphany. "Oh no! We must send something to your cousin to express our gratitude." With that, she dashed into the house, rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Hearing her, Wang Yongye and their sons followed suit. Wang Yujun took on the task of illuminating their search with a flashlight, while Su Hong and the others scoured for items. After unearthing a few items that they deemed presentable, Su Hong still felt unsatisfied. At that moment, a thought struck her. "What if we took something your grandmother left behind for me to give to a Zhao?" Wang Yongye's eyes brightened, yet he hesitated. "But that was a keepsake from your mother." Su Hong shot him a glance. "I have kept all that my parents left for me. The items in that box are merely gifts from the landlord when my mother served them. They hold no sentimental value." With that, Wang Yongye ceased to object. He stepped outside, retrieved a hoe, and began to dig in the corner of the room. Upon hearing a distinct clank as the hoe struck something solid, he tossed it aside and began to excavate with his hands. Curious, Wang Yufeng and his brother moved closer, their eyes widening as they watched a wooden box emerge from the ground. The box, impervious to decay despite its burial, emanated a faint scent of wood. Wang Yongye carefully wiped away the dirt and gently opened the box. Under the dim light of the flashlight, the jewelry inside gleamed resplendently. The contents were modest: a jade hairpin, a gold necklace, a pair of silver earrings, and a gold-inlaid jade bracelet. The bracelet, with its exquisite white jade, featured a central gold ornament adorned with a pattern of auspicious symbols, harmonizing beautifully with the jade. Its grand design made it suitable for both men and women. Phew! Wang Yujun gasped, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at his parents. "Dad, Mom, you've been hiding such treasures." Su Hong shot him a reproachful glance. "What? Am I obliged to disclose everything to you?" Wang Yujun, feeling aggrieved, protested. "No, I'm just surprised." He fell silent, prompting Su Hong to further elaborate. This is a keepsake from your grandmother. I intended to pass it down to you brothers or save it for your future wives. Since your cousin has lent us such significant help, we must express our heartfelt gratitude. Only the items in this box are worthy of such a gesture. Wang Yufeng interjected. Mom, you don't need to explain so much. We understand. It was, in fact, the brothers who should feel ashamed. Having grown into young men, yet relying on their grandmother's possessions to offer favors. Indeed, Mom, whatever you say goes, Wang Yujun agreed. With enthusiasm, he began to examine the jewelry, exclaiming his fondness for various pieces. Ultimately, he settled on the gold-inlaid jade bracelet. How about we give this to cousin? Wang Yongya hesitated, suggesting instead the gold necklace, believing it to be more valuable. But Su Hong shook her head. The bracelet is more suitable. A Zhao can wear it in the future. And the necklace doesn't seem befitting for a man. Besides, my mother once mentioned that the bracelet is worth more than the gold necklace. So if we're to give a gift, it should be something of value. Wang Yufeng offered no dissent. Both the necklace and bracelet were equally appealing to him. Thus, after much deliberation, the bracelet was chosen. As the night deepened, they entrusted the bracelet to the brothers, instructing them to safeguard it and present it to Gu Zhao the following day before retiring for the night. In the days that followed, although they did not actively broadcast the news, the word about Wang Yufeng and the others becoming workers in the county city spread rapidly. Suddenly, they became the talk of the town. Except for Wang Yujun, who was still too young, the others found their doorsteps nearly besieged by matchmakers. And even Gu Zhao received numerous visits from families eager to introduce eligible young women. However, they were blissfully unaware of the challenges that awaited them. On their first official day on the job, the 8 arrived early at the textile factory. Yu Zhao collected their submitted documents to facilitate the transfer of their grain ration status and to oversee the arrangements for their future work. Since they were all novices, they would require extensive training before they could perform independently. Thus, it was necessary for her to provide them with a word of caution. Do not assume that entering here guarantees everything will be smooth sailing. Our establishment is different from others. If your performance remains mediocre by the time you become official workers, there may be consequences. Though she did not voice it bluntly, her meaning was clear, and none of the attendees displayed discontent. Rather, determination shone on their faces. Having made it this far, they were resolute in their decision to stay. Yu Jiao observed their confident expressions and smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly how it should be. Pressure breeds motivation. The day passed in a whirlwind of learning, and as the shift concluded, Wang Yufeng and his brother promptly made their way to Gu Zhao's office. Upon entering, the brothers peered cautiously around the office, and once they confirmed it was empty, Wang Yujun stood guard at the door while Wang Yufeng pulled something from his pocket and extended it toward Gu Zhao. The furtive actions of the brothers made Gu Zhao feel a bit tense as he received the item. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a gold-inlaid jade bracelet. He looked at them, puzzled. What is this? Wang Yufeng explained. Cousin, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for helping us secure our positions here. This is a token of our family's appreciation. You must accept it. Gu Zhao was taken aback, quickly retorting. First of all, you got in through your own hard work. And secondly, didn't we already send chickens to the family last time? Why this again? Wang Yufeng waved his hand dismissively. Cousin, don't play coy with me. If you hadn't come to notify us about the training, we would have been oblivious in the countryside. We might not even have caught wind of it in time. Moreover, if it weren't for your extra support during training, my brother and I might not have passed the assessment. Just think about it. A single worker position in the county city could cost 400 to 500. We are truly fortunate. With no one around to overhear, Wang Yujun chimed in. Exactly, cousin. Just accept it. If you refuse, I might end up with a sore backside from my parents. He winced, recalling the sting of yesterday's punishment. Su Hong and her husband would never resort to violence over such matters, and Gu Zhao understood this was merely banter. However, seeing the brother's stubborn expressions, he realized that refusing the gesture might prevent him from leaving the office that day. All right, I will accept it. He casually slipped the bracelet into his pocket, effectively placing it into a spatial storage, treating it as if he were merely safeguarding it for the time being, until such a moment when these items could be revealed to the world and returned. Chapter 204, A Meeting with Yongli. After Gu Zhao finally managed to see off the Wang brothers, Gu Cheng arrived once more. He patted his jacket pocket as he entered the office. Zhao. He continued speaking, but Gu Zhao interrupted him. Brother, there's no need for you to thank me. Let us skip that formality. Realizing that his younger brother had guessed his intentions, Gu Cheng ceased to conceal them. He pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, which Gu Zhao estimated to be over 100. Clutching the money, Gu Cheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Little brother, this is my savings from the past years. It's not much, so please don't look down on it. With that, he attempted to press it into Gu Zhao's hands. The money included the share from their parents after the division of assets, along with the earnings he had accumulated from working in the fields over the years. Gu Zhao evaded the offer, his expression serious. Brother, if you persist, I might get angry. Gu Cheng momentarily became flustered. But I can't let you take advantage of me. What do you mean by taking advantage? When I first returned home and secretly asked you for money behind our parents' backs, you never refused, did you? Initially, Gu Cheng was unaware of his brother's character, and he had treated him quite amicably. The fact that he still retained a 70% favorability rating even after discovering Gu Zhao's true nature indicated his fondness for him. Gu Cheng shook his head. That's different. Besides, what I'm offering pales in comparison to a worker's salary. To me, it's all the same. I refuse to accept the money. But if you insist on giving something, why not make a few more toys for your niece? She adores them. At the thought of the little girl at home who could now call out daddy and walk while holding onto the wall, Gu Zhao's eyes softened. Seeing Gu Zhao's firm refusal, Gu Cheng, fearing to upset him, had no choice but to tuck the money back into his pocket. He then patted his chest and assured him, rest assured, I'll take care of the toys for little Tang Yuan. There were already 2 toys prepared for the little one at home, and he planned to modify and create a couple more tonight to deliver them all together the next day. After Gu Cheng left, Gu Zhao recalled the favorability ratings he hadn't checked in a while. Upon inspection, he found that many people's favorability had unknowingly increased, especially that of his uncle's family and his elder brother. He was surprised to find that both favorability and trust levels had surprisingly reached 90. Currently, his total favorability stood at over 1,600, yet the system mall had yet to refresh with the items he desired. Gu Zhao could only helplessly watch as his favorability fluctuated, but he was unable to spend it. For 38, are you incapable? Warning, the host has made derogatory remarks towards the system. Alright, let me rephrase that. Is your system mall ineffective? Why does it only refresh with useless items? The mall refreshes randomly and may be influenced by the host's luck. Are you implying that my luck is poor? It could also mean the individual is lacking. Gu Zhao was momentarily speechless. What is this? The system can resort to personal attacks? Quite vengeful, aren't you? Unable to extract any useful information, Gu Zhao decided to tidy up his belongings and head home. Once again, after collecting his final exam results with Su Ran, Gu Zhao was called to a halt midway. He turned around. Principal, is there something you need? Throughout the year, Gu Zhao's exam results had consistently affirmed the words he had confidently spoken in front of Li Datsai. With the upcoming college entrance examination, the principal couldn't help but call out to him as he passed by. The examination is on the 20th of this month. You haven't forgotten, have you? Gu Zhao shook his head. I remember. There was no way he could forget this. As high school was a 2-year program, this would be his final term exam. That's good. Li Datsai nodded before turning to leave. On the ox cart journey back to the countryside, Su Ran remained silent, gazing out at the roadside. Noticing her lost in thought, Gu Zhao gently nudged her. What's wrong? Su Ran pursed her lips, not hiding her thoughts. I was thinking that when you go to the city for your studies, we might only see each other twice a month, even without the exams yet. Su Ran was confident that Gu Zhao would surely be accepted into a university. Gu Zhao chuckled. What? Can't bear to part with me? Hearing this, Su Ran looked around to ensure that her second sister and elder Su hadn't overheard. She playfully punched Gu Zhao in the chest. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just worried that the child will forget you if you're away for too long. Oh, is that so? Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow. I thought. Before he could finish, Su Ran quickly covered his mouth. No, you mustn't say that. Seeing his wife in a fluster, Gu Zhao smiled and nodded, signaling her to let go. Hesitantly, Su Ran released her grip, but her hand remained ready to cover his mouth again at a moment's notice. Gu Zhao took her hand in his, their fingers intertwined, and with a serious tone, he reassured her, don't worry, the city isn't far from our county. I'll make sure to return every weekend, so our daughter won't forget me. The last sentence was tinged with a hint of playful teasing. Understanding the implication in his words, Su Ran tightened her grip on their joined hands, glancing at the roadside, her lips curling upward. Upon returning home, after tidying up the house, Su Ran took the little one to visit neighbors, primarily because the child, who could now walk, was restless at home. She supported the little one from behind, gently guiding her forward step by step until they arrived at the neighboring Yang family. Just as Su Ran approached the door, a plump woman in her 30s or 40s emerged from the Yang household. All right, it's settled then. I will ensure this child is well matched. I guarantee it will be perfect, the matchmaker, Wang, assured Yu Zhaodi, admiring Yang Li's beautiful face and healthy stature. Yu Zhaodi smiled. That would be a great help, Mrs. Wang. Of course, of course. After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Wang departed from the Yang household. Su Ran, who was not far away, accidentally overheard bits of their conversation and suddenly realized that Yang Li had reached the age for matchmaking. Chapter 205. Zhang Anyang was not joking. After sending the matchmaker off, Yu Zhaodi turned to Su Ran. Ran, you're back? Yes, Su Ran nodded. I just got home. As the two engaged in small talk, Yang Li approached Su Ran and scooped the little one into her arms. The soft, tender face of the child made her instinctively lean in closer, so soft. The little one, suddenly embraced by a somewhat familiar stranger, squirmed and began to fuss, prompting Yang Li to release her. Su Ran and Yang Li then left the Yang household, walking along the village path. Su Ran focused primarily on the little one, yet she didn't neglect to observe Yang Li, noticing that her mood seemed somewhat subdued, prompting her to inquire, "What is the matter? Are you troubled?" Yang Li snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "Sister Su, do you think if I told my parents I wanted to stay home for a couple more years, they would agree? What's wrong? Do you miss your parents? Or are you afraid of going to someone else's home?" Su Ran speculated. Some matters. Even when faced with Su Ran, who was generally close to her, Yang Li found difficult to articulate. She vaguely replied, "Both, I suppose." Su Ran could see that she was not being entirely truthful, but recognizing that everyone has their secrets, she refrained from pressing further and instead addressed Yang Li's earlier question. "According to the dispositions of Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang, if you speak honestly, they are unlikely to impose any pressure on you." With her affirmation, Yang Li felt considerably relieved and shifted the conversation to other topics. The two wandered around the village twice and noticed a considerable gathering of people at the foot of the mountain. Su Ran couldn't help but gaze for a moment longer. Observing this, Yang Li explained that the village was currently engaged in the cultivation of medicinal herbs, a suggestion purportedly made by the educated youth from the neighboring village. It was said that once the herbs matured and were sold, every household in the village would receive a substantial share of the profits. She spoke of this matter with a buoyant tone, for opportunities to earn in the village were scarce. Though the initiative for herb cultivation was just commencing, it at least represented a chance for prosperity. Su Ran nodded, aware of this endeavor, as Gu Zhao had informed her. Was there no opposition in the village? Yang Li shrugged, claiming that dissent was minimal, with the majority yielding to the minority. Initially, most villagers expressed skepticism, as they were unfamiliar with the subject. However, after Gu Jianjun provided them with a detailed explanation and assured them that they wouldn't have to worry about the sale of the herbs or any potential issues, specialized personnel would be available to assist, the majority became intrigued. Once Gu Jianjun secured approval from the county leaders, the subsequent arrangements became considerably easier. During this period, aside from attending to their usual agricultural tasks, the villagers devoted their energies to the cultivation of medicinal herbs, tending to them with utmost care to avoid any mishaps. After circling around once more, the little one began to feel drowsy, murmuring in Su Ran's arms, prompting her to head home with the child. Once she had washed the child's tiny hands and feet and laid them on the kong, she entered the kitchen, where Su Xia was already preparing lunch. "Sister, what are you making?" In the sweltering heat of July, Su Xia wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, mentioning that she had just dug up some wild amaranth by the roadside, intending to make a cold salad once the tide cooled, along with a stir-fry of minced meat and sour green beans. "That sounds perfect. Both will go splendidly with porridge, refreshing and appetizing." Seeing the amaranth still caked in dirt in the basket, Su Ran filled a basin with clean water to wash it. Meanwhile, once the minced meat and sour green beans were ready, Su Xia cleaned the pot, adding a splash of water to it, which would boil just as the amaranth was washed clean. Su Ran was about to step outside to call Gu Zhao for lunch when she saw him returning. A hoe slung over his shoulder. She stood up, fetched a basin of cool water, and asked, "How did it go? Were you able to dig out that ditch?" Gu Zhao accepted the towel, wiping his neck to alleviate some of the heat. "I managed to dig it out." A heavy rain had fallen a couple of days prior, causing a portion of the sloped land at the edge of the field to wash down, burying not only the drainage ditch, but also a patch of newly sprouted crops. Gu Zhao had been tasked with clearing the ditch and replanting seedlings. "It's time to eat," Su Xia called from inside. Gu Zhao hung up the towel, and the two made their way into the house. At the dining table, Su Ran brought up Yang Li's matter of matchmaking, causing Gu Zhao to pause mid-bite. "Do others in the village know about this?" Su Ran shook her head, then nodded slightly, indicating that perhaps only a few were aware. Until the arrangement was finalized, Yu Zhaodi would certainly refrain from spreading the news, though the presence of the matchmaker in the village would likely raise suspicions. Gu Zhao nodded, choosing not to comment further. After they finished their meal, he headed to the Zhang family. Zhang Anyang was sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze after his meal. As soon as Gu Zhao approached the gate, Zhang Anyang, with keen eyes, recognized him and immediately stood up, calling out, "Zhao Gu." Gu Zhao accepted the chair he offered and sat down, asking about the situation at the glass factory. Zhang Anyang scooted his chair closer, replying, "It's going well. My master praises my diligence and encourages me to keep it up, having been a formal employee for several months now." His salary after confirmation was 28 yuan and 80 cents, amounting to over 300 yuan annually. The night he calculated his yearly earnings, his entire family had trouble sleeping. as it surpassed the sum they could have saved from 2 years of honest labor in the fields. Consequently, their gratitude towards Gu Zhao was beyond words, praising Zhang Anyang for having befriended the right person, as he was genuinely helpful. Zhang Anyang recalled his mother likening him to a chicken or dog, saying that Zhao Gu was akin to an enlightened immortal, and he couldn't help but smile at the thought. However, just as his grin emerged, Gu Zhao's next words caused it to freeze on his face. I heard Aunt Yang is arranging a match for that girl Yangli. Do you know about this? Gu Zhao casually mentioned this matter, observing Zhang Anyang's reaction, which instantly shifted from jovial to serious. It appeared that this news had yet to circulate in the village. Zhang Anyang quickly resolved to head to the Yang household, only to be restrained by Gu Zhao's grip on his shoulder. What do you intend to do by going there now? I want to inquire, Zhang Anyang replied, his brow furrowed as if trying to squish a fly. Gu Zhao shot him a glance and asked, what do you wish to ask? Why does Aunt Yang want Yang Li to meet potential suitors? You didn't seize the opportunity to visit before they engaged a matchmaker, and now you're suddenly in a hurry? Realizing Gu Zhao had seen through his intentions, Zhang Anyang sighed deeply and plopped back down on the bench. After some hesitation, he finally spoke softly. I was just afraid that girl would dislike me. Given her usual disdainful demeanor towards him, he lacked confidence. Gu Zhao snorted, and you're not afraid now? Zhang Anyang clenched his fists, reflecting that soon she might be married to someone else, carrying another man's child, which only tightened his grip further. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he turned to Gu Zhao. Zhao Gu, you must help me. Gu Zhao shook off his hand. What can I do for you? Seeking a wife requires assistance. It's rather unmanly. Unmanly or not, it doesn't matter, Zhang Anyang replied without a hint of argument. As a favor to our years of brotherhood, please help me mediate, gauge Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang's sentiments, and if possible, ascertain my standing in Yang Li's heart. If I were to bring my mother along, brimming with excitement, and it ultimately fails, I'd be a grown man with nothing to show for it. And I dread the thought of the Yang family becoming fodder for gossip. Of course, he would never admit that this last concern weighed heavily on his mind. Noticing Gu Zhao remained silent, Zhang Anyang squeezed closer, insisting on sharing a bench. Zhao Gu, please help me. Gu Zhao reluctantly shot him a glance. Do your parents know about this? If it's solely your decision and things go well with the Yangs, but Zhang Shanhe and his wife disagree, that could lead to trouble. Zhang Anyang thumped his chest. Do I seem like such an unreliable person? Ever since I developed feelings, I've been transparent with my parents. At my age, still unmarried? If I hadn't held back, my mother would have surely rushed to the Yang household by now. Given this, Gu Zhao nodded. I will inquire with Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang, but as for Yang Li, that's a matter for your sister-in-law to handle. Thank you, Zhao Gu, and thank you. Sister-in-law, Zhang Anyang exclaimed, overjoyed as he hugged Gu Zhao tightly. Sandwiched between two solid chests, Gu Zhao began to question whether he should have acquiesced to this young man. After the excitement subsided, Zhang Anyang urged Gu Zhao, Zhao Gu, let us go, hurry up. Gu Zhao, nudged by him, left the door and, seeing his eagerness, did not delay in returning home to inform Su Ran of the situation. Su Ran was taken aback. You mean, a Yang likes Ali? Gu Zhao nodded. Su Ran was genuinely taken aback. Typically, the two would engage in playful banter, each seemingly disdainful of the other. She had never anticipated that Zhang and Yang harbored such sentiments. Gu Zhao chuckled, suggesting, how about we play matchmaker today? Su Ran, more than willing to assist, cherished her close relationship with Yang Li and hoped for her to find a good match. In her eyes, Zhang and Yang, now a worker in the county, was already a step above many other men, and his character was commendable. Having known each other since childhood, their families lived in close proximity, making visits home convenient and ensuring they stayed well informed about each other's affairs. With a resolve to act, they enlisted Su Xia to look after the children and ventured next door. As fate would have it, the Yang family had just finished lunch and were resting at home. Upon seeing Gu Zhao and his spouse arrive together, Yu Zhaodi expressed momentary surprise before hastily fetching a stool for them. Su Ran, however, did not take a seat but scanned the room for Yang Li. Auntie, where's Li? She inquired. Yu Zhaodi gestured towards the inner room. She sighed, tidying up her clothes. You can go right in. After Su Ran entered, Yang Kaihua turned to Gu Zhao. Ah Zhao, what brings you here? Gu Zhao, eschewing any pretense, responded earnestly, Uncle Yang. And you, what is your opinion of Zhang and Yang? The couple exchanged glances, unsure of the intent behind Gu Zhao's inquiry, but answered truthfully. Aside from you, he is undoubtedly the most promising young man in the village. After all, he is a worker in the county, and few from the neighboring villages can compare. What if he were to become your son-in-law? Gu Zhao proposed. Yang Kaihua almost choked on his tea, exclaiming, what did you just say? Beside him, Yu Zhaodi wore a look of astonishment. Ah Zhao, you cannot be jesting. Gu Zhao shook his head. Do I seem like someone who jokes? This matter is at Zhang's behest, and if you are amenable, Then it shall be Zhang uncle and auntie who will come to discuss it further. Yang Kaihua stammered. Do Zhang Shanha and his wife know about this? Or is this merely the young man's own thought? He did not underestimate his daughter. After all, Zhang and Yang was, at the end of the day, merely a worker. And as a parent, he might not want his son marrying a village girl. Rest assured, both Zhang uncle and auntie are well aware of this matter, Gu Zhao affirmed. Yu Zhaodi suddenly recalled how particularly close Zhou Liping had been to her during this time. It seemed she had developed feelings for their daughter. Meanwhile, the conversation outside continued while silence enveloped the room. After Su Ran posed her question, Yang Li bowed her head and remained silent. Just as Su Ran contemplated repeating her inquiry, Yang Li lifted her gaze, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Did he ask you to inquire about this? She asked, both knowing precisely who was being referred to. Noticing Yang Li's hesitation to reject the proposal outright, Su Ran sensed potential. Of course, had it not been for his request for us to come, I would not have broached this subject. So, do you have any reservations? Yang Li bit her lip, her mind racing. Initially, she had no thoughts on the matter, but since her mother mentioned finding a matchmaker, she could not help but envision that face she often found unappealing. After several days of reflection, Yang Li began to understand her own feelings. But he is a worker. She felt an overwhelming contrast between herself, an ordinary village girl, and the fashionable girls in the city, clad in stylish outfits. Su Ran grasped her hand. So, is this the reason you mentioned wanting to wait for a couple of years this morning? It became clear that she was hesitant to voice her feelings due to their differing statuses and was unwilling to settle for just anyone, thus concocting this delaying tactic. Su Ran had not anticipated that this seemingly small girl harbored such profound thoughts. Since the other party has already expressed interest and you share the sentiment, what is there to hesitate about? Su Ran encouraged. Yang Li nibbled her lip, finally confessing her fears. I'm afraid he might regret it. In the initial throes of affection, everything seemed splendid, but if feelings waned, would he come to regret marrying a rural woman like her? If Su Ran had faced this dilemma previously, she might have shared Yang Li's concerns. However, recalling Gu Zhao's previous words, she thought, regardless of what the future holds, savor the sweetness you have now. As for whether it may turn sour later, that is a matter for another time. At least you have experienced it. Besides, if you decline, do you wish to see Zhang and Yang courting someone else? Chapter 207. The former sister-in-law pays a visit. No. At Su Ran's words, Yang Li instinctively rejected the idea, but as she noticed the teasing glances from those beside her, her cheeks flushed. Su Ran understood now. It seemed that her first endeavor as a matchmaker had successfully forged a promising union. Outside, Gu Zhao was also inquiring about Yu Zhaodi's and her husband's opinions. They exchanged knowing glances, and Yu Zhaodi finally spoke. Zhang's boy is quite good, but ultimately, it depends on our daughter's feelings. Just as Su Ran had surmised, Zhang and Yang was a county worker capable of providing for a family, and since both were from the same village, Yang Li would be close to home, allowing for mutual support. The couple was pleased with the prospect, but were not the sort to arrange a marriage without considering their daughter's wishes. At that moment, Su Ran emerged from the inner room, declaring, no need to ask, Yang Li has agreed. Yu Zhaodi's eyes widened in disbelief. She truly agrees? Yes, Mom and Dad. I agree, came a voice from behind, as Yang Li appeared at the door. Having clarified her own feelings, she decided to be forthright. Noticing the flush in their daughter's ears, her parents exchanged glances, understanding without further questioning. They turned to Gu Zhao. Zhao, our family consents to this union. Gu Zhao was not surprised by the outcome, but felt a genuine happiness for his brother. In that case, I shall notify the Zhang family shortly, and see when they will come to discuss the matter. Agreed. With the arrangement settled, Gu Zhao wasted no time. After leaving the Yang household, Su Ran returned home while he made his way to the Zhang residence. Before even reaching the gate, he spotted a figure pacing at the entrance. After Gu Zhao's departure, Zhang and Yang had immediately relayed the news to Zhang Shanha and his wife. Zhou Liping was so elated that she could hardly wait to rush to the Yang home to propose. Her son had finally come to his senses. The couple chose not to work in the fields, opting instead to wait in the yard, while Zhang and Yang, unable to remain still, went to the gate, eager to catch the first glimpse of his brother. As soon as Gu Zhao appeared, Zhang and Yang rushed over, his face a mix of eagerness and apprehension. Brother Zhao, how did it go? Did Uncle Yang and Auntie Yu agree? And what does she think? His nervousness was palpable, fearing the worst. In the yard, Zhang Shanha and his wife heard the commotion and stepped out, seeing Gu Zhao still standing outside, while their son eagerly pressed for answers. They waved him aside. Go on. This is not your concern. Then, turning back to Gu Zhao with smiles. Zhao, thank you for your efforts. Come inside and let us talk. Once seated inside, Gu Zhao accepted a cup of water from Zhou Liping, taking a sip before placing it down to find 3 pairs of expectant eyes upon him. He nodded. It's settled. Zhang and Yang's eyes widened in shock, as he grasped Gu Zhao's hand. Brother Zhao, is it true? The Yang family has agreed? Indeed. And that includes Yang Li, Gu Zhao confirmed once more. All parties are in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Anyang could no longer contain his excitement, leaping and bounding through the courtyard in a fervor of exuberance. Once he had expended his excessive energy, he began to boast, raising his chin with a self-satisfied air, convinced that the girl must indeed harbor feelings for him as well. What do we call this? Childhood sweethearts, innocent companionship, a match made in heaven. He employed every word he had learned throughout his life to extol the virtues of this beautiful romance. Indeed, it was love. The three individuals beside him, witnessing his exuberance, chose to ignore him. Since the girl's family had consented, it was time for them to begin preparations as well. Zhou Liping suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Quite right. Zhang Shanha concurred. Although the country now advocated for simpler weddings, they still needed to provide the girl's family with the respect they deserved. Gu Zhao, sensing that they required some space for internal discussions regarding the specifics, decided not to linger. A day later, on the third day, with everything adequately prepared, Zhang Shanha and his wife brought Zhang Anyang to their door, and soon the news of the two families intending to form a marriage alliance spread throughout the village. Upon hearing this, many of the village women lamented and slapped their thighs, regretting their missed opportunity. In truth, ever since Zhang Anyang joined the glass factory, numerous individuals had approached, wishing to introduce potential partners. However, knowing her son's sentiments, Zhou Liping had dismissed them all with flimsy excuses. Now, those who had previously expressed interest were acutely aware of the situation. Clearly, the boy had already set his sights on a particular girl. 2 days later, Wang Hohat invited Gu Zhao and her companions to her home for a meal, claiming it was to celebrate Gu Cheng's new job. At the dinner table, Gu Jianjun poured a glass of wine from the last time Gu Zhao had given him, raising a toast to the brothers. Our family's fortunes are improving, and seeing you both thriving brings comfort to your father. With that, he downed his drink in one go. Observing his boisterous manner of drinking, Wang Hohat shot him an exasperated glance. What are you doing drinking so much in broad daylight? It's merely joy, he replied. Joy or not, it doesn't matter. The family shared knowing smiles as they witnessed the couple bickering, choosing to ignore the exchange and instead focusing on their own meals. After dinner, the family lounged leisurely beneath the large tree in the courtyard, silence enveloping them as they listened to the sporadic chirping of birds from the nearby mountains and the incessant calls of cicadas, slowly succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as a small stone was kicked and struck the corner of the wall. The occupants of the courtyard were jolted from their stupor, all eyes turning towards the entrance. Li Fun, accompanied by her parents, stepped into the courtyard, met with a unified gaze. She had not anticipated such a gathering, but as realization dawned, a smile broke across her face. Dad, Mom, Achung, I've come to check on the children. As she spoke, she made her way inside, seemingly carrying something in her hands. Her parents followed closely behind her. Their arrival was unexpected for the Gu family. After all, since her separation from Gu Cheng, she had not visited, not even once, to see the children. The two little ones, nestled in their grandparents' embrace and nearly asleep, were startled awake by her voice. In unison, they rubbed their eyes and sat up, turning towards the source of the sound. Mama. Gu Dangan's eyes widened as he struggled to leap from Gu Jianjun's arms to run towards Li Fun. In contrast, Gu Dangtian stared blankly at Li Fun, remaining still in Wang Hohat's lap. Li Fun bent down and scooped her son into her arms. Nian Nian, after such a long time, do you miss Mama? Gu Dangan nodded without hesitation. Yes, I do. Li Fun ruffled his hair. Mama misses you too. She then turned her attention to Gu Dangtian, extending her hand. Sway sway. Come here, let Mama see you. The others followed her gaze towards the small child in Wang Hohat's arms, only to find that the little one had buried her face in Wang Hohat's embrace, silent as a mouse. Li Fun was taken aback by this response, yet undeterred. She continued to call out, Sway sway, do you not recognize me? I am your mama. Gu Dangan, emerging from her embrace, assumed his sister had forgotten their mother and chimed in, Sister, this is Mama. Feeling the little hands gripping her clothing, Wang Hohat frowned. Enough. What exactly are you all here for today? If it is merely to see the children, then as their grandmother, I have no reason to object. However, if it is for other motives, Li Fun's face stiffened at her reprimand. Before she could respond, the elderly Li, standing behind her, interjected, In-laws, let us not exhibit such hostility. My daughter simply wishes to see her children. Her words may have sounded harsh, but what did she mean by hostility? After such a long absence from the children, arriving at the doorstep so soon after the elder brother secured a job, did she truly think everyone else was a fool? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing she was not the only one who could piece together the situation. Furthermore, such matters should not be addressed by her. Huh. Wang Hohat scoffed. See the children? Very well, do so, But once you're done, leave immediately. Li Fan had anticipated that things would not unfold so smoothly. Facing Wang Hohat's frosty demeanor, she forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Ma. Don't mention it." Wang Hohat raised her hand to stop her. "Just address me as auntie, so that my future daughter-in-law doesn't feel uncomfortable upon entering the household." "What? Gu Cheng is to marry?" the previously silent elderly exclaimed. Gu Jianjun shot him a glance. "What's the matter? Can't a divorced person remarry? Aren't you also looking for a match for your daughter?" Elderly chuckled awkwardly. "In-laws, I believe you misunderstood. We have not arranged a match for our daughter. Besides, the discord between the two children likely stems from some misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, even an outsider like Su Xia could discern the intentions behind the three. They had come seeking reconciliation. Gu Cheng, who had been lost in thought since the Li family's arrival, finally raised his head, speaking with conviction. "There is no misunderstanding. Since I chose to leave, I never intended to return. How can there not be a misunderstanding?" The old womanly retorted, "It is perfectly normal for young couples to have occasional frictions. After all, there are two children involved. It cannot be so easily severed." "Yes, indeed, you must consider the children," elderly chimed in. Gu Zhao, observing the back and forth, had lost interest in the conversation. It was evident they were attempting to force a reconciliation, and his elder brother was the unwilling party. Understanding their intentions, Wang Hohat, now impatient with the three, bluntly stated, "My eldest son will not be with your daughter. There is no need for you to waste your efforts." Li Fan's already sour expression darkened further upon hearing this. In truth, shortly after returning to her family, her parents had begun seeking a new match for her. She had no objections, being still quite young. However, after evaluating several potential suitors, she remained dissatisfied. Either they were divorced with children or their parents were difficult to deal with. She had no desire to step into the role of a stepmother, laboring under the thumb of a new family. Over time, word of her discerning nature spread, and others whispered about her being a remarried woman, yet still picky. Some said she should be grateful for any offers, and even her own parents urged her to settle. This infuriated Li Fan, and just then, she heard that Gu Cheng had become a worker in the county seat, sparking her interest once more. Why had she made such a fuss initially? It was simply because Gu Cheng had missed his chance to become a worker. Why did Gu Zhao choose to assist someone from the same village, who bore no relation to her, instead of lending a hand to her own brother? Upon receiving this revelation, she realized her mistake. A brother is, after all, a brother. However, she did not anticipate that her mother-in-law would be unyielding even after she brought her parents to apologize. Yet, this matter was not solely at the behest of her mother-in-law. Her gaze shifted towards Gu Cheng, her eyes unusually gentle. "Brother Cheng, I acknowledge my past foolishness, but I shall change henceforth. I will heed your every word. For the sake of our children, let us reconcile." Gu Cheng turned to her, glancing at the child nestled in her embrace, a flicker of something passing through his eyes. Li Fan sensed a glimmer of hope and tightened her hold on the child. But the next moment, Gu Cheng's words struck her like a slap to the face. "No, you will not change. You are merely aware of my employment as a worker and wish to return to this household, thus feigning humility. Once your goal is achieved, your true nature will undoubtedly be revealed." Gu Cheng, having been with her for several years, possessed a keen understanding of her character. Li Fan's face flushed with indignation as she made one last effort. "How could you perceive me this way?" She wore a look of grievance, as though Gu Cheng's words were utterly unfounded. "And look how much the child relies on me. His mother, he needs me." She pulled Gu Dangan from her embrace, oblivious to the frown creasing the little one's brow. Before Gu Cheng could respond, a wail erupted from in front of Li Fan. Gu Dangan cried, tears streaming down his face. Mommy, my hand hurts." Li Fan looked down and noticed the area where she had grasped his wrist had turned a fiery red. Before she could examine it further, Gu Cheng rushed forward, taking the child into his arms. He hesitated to touch the child's hand, softly comforting him. "Do not cry. Tell Daddy where it hurts." Gu Dangan, feeling wronged, extended his small hand, pointing with his left to the spot on his right wrist. He was delighted to see his mother, but her embrace had been too tight. After enduring the pain for so long, he could no longer suppress his tears. With this in mind, he stole a cautious glance at Li Fan, wondering, will Mommy be angry? Others, hearing the child's cries, quickly gathered around. After Gu Cheng carefully rolled up the sleeve of the child's wrist, everyone could see the distinct imprint of fingers on the small arm. Wang Hohat, seething with anger, thrust Gu Dangtian into Gu Jianjun's arms and stepped forward with a broom to shoo them away. "Get out. Today, I declare that our families shall sever all ties. Talk of reconciliation is but a fool's dream." Dodging the broom swung by Wang Hohat, the three elders could not comprehend how their initial intention of seeking peace had escalated to a point of total estrangement. Li Laotu continued to plead, "Mother-in-law, please calm down. My daughter did not intend to hurt him. The child's skin is too tender. He will be fine shortly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hohot dismissed her entirely. Her broom relentlessly aimed at the three. With no other option, Li Fun and her companions retreated from the courtyard. As they departed, Li Laotu called out, "Mother-in-law, we will come again to see the child." Of course, the child's well-being was not the crux of the matter. The key was not to let the son-in-law, now a worker, slip away. This thought repulsed Wang Hohot, who hurled the broom at them. Leave. In the courtyard, after coaxing the two children to sleep, Gu Cheng emerged with a look of guilt. "Mom, Dad, I am sorry." Gu Jianjun sighed. "What is there to apologize for? When Li Fun first came into the family, it was I and your mother who agreed to it." Wang Hohot returned with the broom, exhaling deeply as she sat down, casting an irritated glance at her eldest son. "Now they think of you as someone desirable, and you still speak of apologies. Let me warn you, if you dare to become entangled with that Li Fun again, I shall break your legs." Gu Cheng shook his head vehemently. "I certainly will not. You had better not." When Li Fun and her companions had come knocking earlier, Su Xia discreetly left. Such matters were not suitable for an outsider's presence. Currently, Gu Zhao and Su Ran stood opposite Gu Cheng, observing his resolute demeanor. Unsure of what to say, seeing that no further discussion was forthcoming, they bid farewell to Wang Hohot and turned towards home. On the way back, Su Ran recalled the brazen manner of Li Laota's family, unable to suppress her concern. It seemed unlikely that they would relinquish their pursuits so easily. If they could not find an opening with the adults, they might resort to targeting the children instead. Gu Zhao wrapped her arm around her shoulder. "Do not worry. After today, our parents will be prepared. Besides, one hand cannot clap alone, as long as Gu Cheng is unwilling. How could the Li family force him to register for marriage in the county? People are naturally drawn to profit, and over time, Li Laotu and his wife would realize that they could gain nothing from Gu Cheng, and thus would cease their entanglement. As for Li Fun, alone, she would wield little influence." A few days later, the school notified Gu Zhao to come and fill out her college application. As soon as she entered the classroom, Bao Zhenggang pulled her aside to discuss which school to apply to. Unlike in later years, college applications were submitted before the entrance exams. The options were generally categorized into three types: engineering, liberal arts, and medical agriculture, with a limited selection of schools. Given the uncertainty of final exam scores, many students found themselves in a quandary, fearing that if they applied too low, they would regret it, yet if they aimed too high, they risked not qualifying at all. However, Bao Zhenggang was untroubled by such dilemmas. His family had some connections in this regard and had already inquired about several schools based on his performance. His current concern was which one to choose. Should I apply to a school in our province or one in the capital? He furrowed his brow, unable to make a decision. Gu Zhao could not provide him with a definitive answer, suggesting that he weigh the pros and cons before making a choice. Bao Zhenggang slumped over his desk in silence, troubled. Not only the two of them, but the small classroom buzzed with discussions, as other students also grappled with the application process. Parents of that era struggled to offer substantial advice, leaving the responsibility of choosing schools solely to the students. Lacking internet access, they could only glean information about schools from newspapers, and not all schools advertised in this manner, leaving students largely in the dark during the application process. Just as they were mired in their worries, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with the application forms. He approached the podium, tapped the desk, and waited for everyone to quiet down before speaking. "Today is the day to fill out your applications, a significant event for all of you. I hope you will take it seriously. Class monitor, please come up and distribute the forms." Once the students had their application forms, the teacher began to outline important points. Notably, there was an option at the back of the form regarding allocation and adjustment, which he urged everyone to check off. After listening to the homeroom teacher's address, Gu Zhao wasted no time and filled in the school she had initially decided on, subsequently completing her personal information. Bao Zhenggang, still indecisive with his form in hand, admired Gu Zhao's decisiveness and gave her a thumbs up, then turned to see which school she had chosen. "Qingyang Industrial University? You opted for a school in our province?" Gu Zhao nodded. Bao Zhenggang appeared somewhat regretful. "What a pity. If my scores were just a bit better, I might have been able to attend the same school as you." Gu Zhao shot him a glance. "What? Are you still torn between the capital and staying in our province?" Bao Zhenggang straightened up, slapping the desk. "Of course. If there were a chance to attend the same school as you, why would I still be debating?" After speaking, he slumped onto the table as if his bones had turned to jelly, lamenting the absence of what-ifs. Gu Zhao lingered for a moment, the persistent sound of the class monitor's anxious voice echoing in his ears. Noticing that the students around the homeroom teacher had diminished, he took a step forward, clutching his application form. The homeroom teacher accepted the form, intrigued by this student who scarcely attended school, yet consistently ranked first in exams. Glancing down, he noted the bold letters declaring Qingyang University of Technology, Mechanical Engineering. "Have you made your choice?" "Yes," Gu Zhao nodded, affirming a goal he had set long ago. Other classmates, drawn by the commotion, turned to look, and upon seeing the conspicuous name of Qingyang University, they sighed in dismay. Qingyang University? Isn't that the school I aspire to attend but cannot? It was evident that they were worlds apart, while they fretted over which school to apply to. Gu Zhao could apply to any institution he desired. You're talking nonsense. If your grades match Gu Zhao's, you could choose any school, even those in the capital. Uninterested in the sour remarks from some, Gu Zhao squeezed through the crowd and returned home. A week passed, and the day before the college entrance examination arrived. The examination venue was set at Gu Zhao's high school. After receiving his admission ticket and assisting in arranging the examination room, Gu Zhao returned to his small courtyard. To facilitate matters, Su Ran accompanied him to the county town. She would take charge of cooking for the next few days, allowing Gu Zhao more time to rest and rejuvenate. Initially, Wang Hohot had expressed a desire to come, but Gu Zhao declined, deeming the situation not significant enough to warrant such an elaborate arrangement. Observing Su Ran busily bustling about in the kitchen, Gu Zhao remarked, honestly, I could have eaten at the state-run restaurant these past couple of days. That's out of the question, Su Ran retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. This is a crucial moment. What if you fall ill from eating outside? It's far safer to eat at home. Sensing that any further protest might provoke her into action, Gu Zhao playfully grinned. Ah, my wife truly cares for me. Su Ran huffed in silence, her expression unyielding. The following day, Su Ran rose early to prepare breakfast. She opted for a simple meal of steamed buns and eggs, avoiding anything greasy. Once their stomachs were filled, Gu Zhao checked his belongings before preparing to leave for school. Su Ran, still anxious, double-checked his items, ensuring nothing was forgotten. And then they rode their bicycles to school together. The official examination commenced at 9 o'clock, requiring students to arrive half an hour earlier. Gu Zhao arrived at 8:20 and, after bidding farewell to Su Ran, stepped into the classroom under the scrutiny of the proctor. Many students had arrived before him, most of whom he did not recognize, save for one or two familiar faces. Finding his designated seat, he settled in, only to hear a vibrating sound emanating from beside him. Turning his head, he noticed a male student seated across the aisle, his teeth chattering incessantly, his legs trembling, and his complexion pale as if he had just emerged from the depths of a watery grave. Startled, Gu Zhao inquired, "Are you all right?" The student, in a daze, looked up with a blank expression, muttering, "I'm fine," before turning away, though his trembling persisted. Could this be some kind of examination syndrome? Gu Zhao speculated. However, since the student insisted he was fine, Gu Zhao chose not to pry further. At 9 o'clock, the examination papers were distributed punctually. Gu Zhao first scanned the Chinese language paper from beginning to end, gaining confidence as he did so. After filling in his personal information, he began to write with swift strokes. Aside from a couple of trick questions in the reading comprehension section, the remainder seemed relatively straightforward. As for the essay, he focused on the central theme, aligning it with the spirit of perseverance and resilience characteristic of this era. Such flattering rhetoric flowed effortlessly from his pen. An hour and a half later, after reviewing his answers twice to ensure accuracy, Gu Zhao set down his pen, wiping the sweat from his brow. July was sweltering, and with dozens of students crammed into a single classroom devoid of air conditioning or fans, it felt akin to being trapped in a steamer. Just as he contemplated the heat, a loud crash startled him, causing his hand to tremble with the examination paper. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the male student he had spoken to earlier had collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Before Gu Zhao could alert the proctor, a voice from behind exclaimed, "Teacher, this person has fainted." The other candidates shifted their gazes, murmuring among themselves. "Silence, focus on your exam," the proctor commanded, tapping her ruler on the desk. Once she confirmed that the students had lowered their heads, she hurried to the side of the fallen student. Unsure of what to do, she feared he might bite his tongue and hastily grabbed a pen from the desk to place in his mouth. However, as she was unable to leave the classroom, Gu Zhao stood up and offered, "Let me go get help, teacher." The proctor glanced at him. "Have you finished your exam?" "Yes," Gu Zhao replied, handing her the completed paper. After a quick glance confirming that all sections were filled, she instructed him to hurry and fetch 2 security personnel. In the brief moments from the student's collapse to Gu Zhao submitting his exam, he wasted no time, snatching his belongings and sprinting out. He dashed to the security office, relayed the situation, and then headed toward the school gate. As he exited, he spotted Su Ran waiting by her bicycle. He smiled. Striding over, "Didn't you say to wait for me at home?" Su Ran handed him a thermos filled with water. "I was worried." Gu Zhao refrained from uttering any mundane comments about her concerns, taking a few sips and savoring the sweetness of the water she had brought. "Don't start." Su Ran shot him a glare. She was no longer the girl who would blush and flutter at his casual remarks. Gu Zhao smirked, remaining silent as he passed the thermos back to her, then mounted his bicycle, gesturing for her to hop on. She swung her leg over, wrapping one arm around his waist and holding the cup with the other. They arrived home in less than 10 minutes, where Su Ran had already warmed the dishes she had prepared in advance. After Gu Zhao finished eating, Su Ran hurriedly urged him to rest. The second examination was scheduled for 1:30 in the afternoon, and arriving half an hour early would allow him to enjoy a bit more rest. Rubbing his full belly, Gu Zhao complied with Su Ran's insistence, lying down on the bed. It took him a while of tossing and turning before he finally fell asleep. When he regained consciousness, he felt a cool breeze wafting over him. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Ran fanning him with a hand fan. He grasped her hand, which had been fanning him for who knows how long, and said, "I'm not that fragile." Yet Su Ran was unyielding to her. The college entrance examination was one of the most critical moments in a person's life, allowing no room for error. Gu Zhao did not argue, silently accepting her kindness. The following 2 days unfolded in a similar manner, with the school courtyard serving as the route between classes. After the final exam concluded, Gu Zhao exhaled in relief. The tests had not been difficult, but enduring the heat in a confined space with so many others had been quite uncomfortable. With his portion of the examinations complete, he now awaited the results. During this time, college entrance examinations did not merely hinge on scores, they also required a political review of the students. Gu Zhao, hailing from a lineage of impoverished farmers, with a father who is a retired soldier and himself an exemplary worker in the county, boasts the backing of a textile factory, rendering him quite remarkable. Thus, he harbored no worries whatsoever and returned to the countryside with Su Ran after the examination. Upon his return, Wang Hohot and others, like Su Ran, refrained from inquiring about Gu Zhao's exam results, fearing it might impose undue pressure on him. Their manner of speaking was tinged with caution, as they were wary of uttering anything amiss. Yet, the individual under such meticulous scrutiny remained oblivious, his attention wholly captivated by one particular matter, the wedding of Zhang Anyang and Yang Li. At this juncture, weddings were conducted with utmost simplicity. The Zhang family only invited a few close acquaintances for a meal. Setting aside the relationship between Gu Zhao and Zhang Anyang as a mediator, it was inevitable that a place would be reserved for both him and Su Ran at the main table. Observing Zhang Anyang pacing restlessly, as if his posterior were affixed to a nail, Gu Zhao found amusement in the spectacle. He recalled someone once saying that one should seek a wife who listens to one's every word, someone gentle and demure. Under his teasing gaze, Zhang Anyang suddenly recalled his earlier fervent declaration, stammering that he had not meant it seriously. Oh, Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow. It seems there was someone who spoke with utmost sincerity back then. Zhang Anyang's face flushed crimson. Unable to refute his past indiscretions, he resorted to playful denial, insisting he could not recall making such a statement. Well, I shall occasionally remind Yang Li of your words. No. Zhang Anyang immediately lunged at Gu Zhao, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao? You are my own brother." With his hands hanging at his sides being vigorously shaken, Gu Zhao, having had his fill of jesting, patted the head of the dog beside him and conceded, "All right, I shall keep it under wraps for now." Chapter 211, Awaiting the Admission Notice. Temporarily, Zhang Anyang's face fell. However, the next moment, a shout from outside invigorated him. It was time to fetch the bride from her home. Shortly thereafter, someone entered to inform him, and a lively group made their way to the bride's residence. Meanwhile, at the Yang household, Su Ran had arrived early to keep Yang Li company. The modest room was packed with people, all young women from the village who shared a close bond with Yang Li, showering her with compliments as they admired her in her brand new attire, her brows delicately drawn and her lips notably more vibrant than usual. "Ali looks stunning today. Just look at those rosy lips. One cannot help but wish to steal a kiss." Indeed, when the groom sees her, he will surely be unable to tear his eyes away. Yang Li, flustered by their banter, exclaimed, "Stop it, you all. Oh dear, someone is shy?" It was her special day, and they were not about to let her off easily, mimicking her tone and teasingly echoing her bashfulness, inciting peals of laughter from the crowd. Eldest sister, second sister, Sister Su, look at them. Unable to bear the jesting any longer, Yang Li sought refuge with the only three who had not teased her. Sister Su stepped forward to admonish them, though her expression clearly betrayed her amusement. "All right, no more. If you make my sister cry, I shall not let you off lightly." Su Ran chimed in with a playful remark, "Keep it up, and when the groom arrives, he will have a score to settle with you." Yang Li widened her eyes, astonished that her plea for help had only garnered more teasing. She turned to her eldest sister, "Sister, look," realizing that if they continued, her sister's face might rival that of a monkey's backside in hue. Sister Su cleared her throat, saying, "Ahem, let us tone it down a bit." At this, the room erupted in laughter, the joyous sounds carrying far outside, drawing the attention of passers-by. In the courtyard, as they entertained guests, Yu Zhaodi and her husband, upon hearing the laughter, could not help but beam even more broadly. "The groom has arrived," someone shouted. Everyone flocked to the courtyard to peer into the distance, and indeed, the moment was upon them. The inside of the house heard the commotion, and Yang Li, feeling the sudden flutter of nerves, grasped the hem of her dress tightly. "Sister, I'm scared." Before she could finish her sentence, her hand was clasped firmly by someone who understood her apprehension. Sister Su, having come over at this moment, reassured her. "Do not fear. Marriage is not your only option. Your family remains your refuge." Sister is right. If they do not treat you well, you may return directly. Your sisters and parents will stand by you, but do not suffer in silence. Sister Air chimed in, aware of her sister's nature. Fearing she would bottle up her feelings like she had. Yang Li nodded earnestly. As they spoke, a cacophony of jubilant sounds echoed into the courtyard. The groom had arrived. Moments later, there was a knock on the door. Amidst the uproar, Zhang Anyang, his face flushed, shouted into the house, "Li Li, I've come to fetch you. Open the door." Wow. Without waiting for a response from within, the crowd outside joined in the raucous cheer, mimicking Zhang Anyang's call, "Li Li." This caused Yang Li, already blushing, to stomp her foot in embarrassment. Inside, her friends stifled giggles at her flustered state before approaching the door and saying, "If you keep teasing the bride, we will not open the door." Upon hearing this, Zhang Anyang grew anxious, gesturing frantically to the group, "If this delays my wedding, you shall all have to answer for it." However, the crowd was undeterred, continuing their playful taunts. "Oh dear, he is getting anxious. Ha ha, let us see some excitement." The elderly onlookers, amused by the antics of the young men, laughed heartily. Yet, some were mindful of the time, and as the auspicious moment approached, they urged, "The time has come. Hurry, we must send the bride out." No sooner had the words left their lips than the door swung open, and Zhang Anyang's eyes fell upon Yang Li, rendering him speechless. Under his gaze, Yang Li's ears turned crimson, her eyes instinctively darting away. It was only upon Gu Zhao's reminder that Zhang Anyang withdrew his penetrating stare, and amidst the warm wishes of the crowd, the newlyweds bid farewell to Wang Hohat and her husband, stepping out of the courtyard side by side. Watching her daughter depart, Wang Hohat could no longer hold back her tears, while Yang Kaihua beside her felt his eyes welling with emotion. Amidst the throng, Zhang Anyang and Su Ran meandered through the village before heading towards the Zhang household, the faint fragrance wafting from beside him, coupled with the warmth from their shoulders brushing against one another, rendered Zhang Anyang momentarily stiff, nearly forgetting how to walk. Noticing the man inadvertently swaying to one side, Yang Li, who had initially felt tense, burst into laughter. Observing his bewildered expression, she subtly tilted her chin, following her line of sight. Zhang Anyang realized his unintentional gait and hurriedly corrected himself. When he glanced up again, he found Yang Li had already turned her head away, her gaze fixed ahead. Yet the smile curving her lips lingered, prompting Zhang Anyang to inexplicably smile in return. The lively atmosphere accompanied them all the way back to the Zhang household, where yet another flurry of activity awaited. Once the festivities concluded, the village returned to its tranquil routine. By early August, Wang Hohat grew increasingly restless, tossing and turning at night, and during the day, she often found herself waiting beneath the large tree at the village entrance, observing her daily watchfulness. The village aunties could not help but inquire, "Hohat, what is it that you are looking for day after day?" Wang Hohat withdrew her gaze from the entrance of the village and shook her head, dismissing any concerns. "Oh, it's nothing, just looking around." "Humph. It's not like I'm waiting for the postman to deliver the university acceptance letter for your third son." Sitting across from her, Neo Alan couldn't tolerate the evasive glance and snorted coldly, "What? A university acceptance letter?" The aunts nearby, who had been gossiping and enjoying the evening breeze, immediately ceased their chatter and crowded closer. "Hohat, what acceptance letter? Is your Zhao going to university?" It was no wonder they were unaware. Only 2 individuals in the village had ever attended high school, and those were the Gu family. Naturally, the rest of the families, with no one having pursued education, were indifferent to matters of college entrance exams. Now that Neo Alan had exposed her, Wang Hohat ceased to hide the truth. "Yes, Zhao just finished her college entrance exam not long ago, and I am awaiting news." Chapter 212, Opinions Vary. Initially, she had no intention of revealing this news before receiving the acceptance letter. She had only heard her daughter-in-law mention that Zhao had performed exceptionally well. Yet she was unaware of the specifics. Had she disclosed the information prematurely and Zhao failed to gain admission, certain villagers would surely revel in her misfortune. "Oh my, why didn't you mention such wonderful news earlier?" Wang Hohat tugged at the corner of her mouth. "It's uncertain whether she will be accepted. It's premature to discuss this now." "Oh, Hohat, you are being modest. Just look at our village and the surrounding areas. Is there anyone more outstanding than Gu Zhao? If she cannot gain admission, who else could?" The aunt who spoke sincerely. Countless villagers secretly envied the couple, Wang Hohat and her husband. They had 3 children. The eldest, Gu Cheng was honest and diligent, now a worker in the county, destined for a life of prosperity. The second, Gu Yan, a girl from the countryside, had skillfully married into the county, now working as a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. The youngest, Gu Zhao, was even more remarkable. Having grown up apart from them, they had only recently reconnected. Not only did she work as a laborer, but she also managed to bring her brothers along, and now she had quietly participated in the college entrance exam, potentially returning as a university student. If she succeeded, it would be a first for their village. Listening to the praises from those around her, Wang Hohat felt a profound sense of joy, though she displayed none outwardly. It was still too early to celebrate. Results would speak for themselves. Moreover, what use was talent without filial piety? I noticed your eldest caught a fish by the river the other day, eagerly saying he would take it home to make you nourishing soup. And your daughter picked 2 wild fruits at the foot of the mountain, intending to bring them home to sweeten your palate. Your children are clearly thinking of you. You must be secretly delighted. Wang Hohat's words brought comfort to those present. Indeed, while her children might not be exceptionally accomplished, they were dutiful and respectful. Seeing Wang Hohat effortlessly lift the spirits of those around her, Niu Ailan curled her lips in disdain. She had learned about the college entrance exam from a distant nephew, and, in her moment of irrepressible candor, had inadvertently revealed Wang Hohat's secret. However, once she regained her composure, she silently closed her mouth. After all, she had no desire to oppose the Gu family, who were currently thriving. Observing her old friend's quiet demeanor since the incident, she wished to avoid following in her footsteps. Despite Wang Hohat's efforts to uplift the crowd, news of Gu Zhao's examination swiftly spread, with many villagers quietly observing, eager to see whether the girl would achieve further success. Simultaneously, the educated youth in the village also caught wind of this news. Having spent over a year in the village, they had lost the youthful vitality they once possessed. Both men and women were now tanned and their hands rough, making them appear as if they were born and bred villagers. Listening to the fervent discussions among the villagers, Sun Tinger tossed aside the weeds she had pulled and scoffed. Country folk are truly naive, believing that university admission is so easy. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in. Chen Xiaoping, who was weeding nearby, instinctively glanced around to ensure no one was listening before softly admonishing her. Keep your voice down. They already don't look favorably upon us. If they hear us, it could lead to trouble. Furthermore, in her opinion, if Gu Zhao was indeed as talented as the villagers claimed, gaining admission to university was not entirely implausible. However, not all universities were equal. She did not expect anything from the prestigious ones, but perhaps a lesser institution was within reach. What are you two doing just sitting there gossiping? The nearby Jiang Xinjing and Song Hongtao approached. Seeking validation, Sun Tinger recounted the situation. Do you all think these villagers are delusional? After pondering for a moment, Song Hongtao nodded in agreement. You're right. These people have never even attended school. How could they possibly understand the challenges of college admission? It's not something that can be achieved with mere words. At least he could not believe it. If he, who had received an urban education, could not accomplish it, how could a rural person? Exactly, Jiang Xinjing chimed in. Not far away, Jiang Lianding faintly overheard their conversation, but did not approach. He had been living at the Zhang family's home for over a year, often hearing from Zhang Anyang about Gu Zhao's exploits, which had become almost tiresome. Setting aside the truth of those claims, he had witnessed Gu Zhao managing to bring those around her to the county as workers, indicating that she was no ordinary individual. He firmly believed Gu Zhao would be admitted to university and that her grades would be commendable. What are you doing, just dawdling? As his thoughts wandered, a sharp voice startled Song Hongtao and the others into scattering. Xing Jian, observing the group of educated youth idly weeding, felt a headache coming on. You won't be allowed to leave until you finish weeding this field. Hearing this, Sun Tinger pouted, ready to protest, but Chen Xiaoping quickly pulled her back. Rather than waste time arguing, it was better to work quickly and finish earlier. As time passed, the acceptance letters remained elusive. Many villagers began to speculate whether Gu Zhao had failed to pass, as the delay seemed unusual. Sun Tinger felt a sense of triumph. I told you so. Gaining admission to university isn't that simple. Amidst the murmurs, the sound of bells accompanied the creaking of bicycle wheels over dry twigs as they slowly rolled into Yonglu village. Moments later, 2 middle-aged men dressed in military green short-sleeve shirts and leather shoes rode their bicycles towards the entrance of the village. Arriving beneath the large tree at the entrance, one man stopped and inquired of the curious villagers nearby. Comrades, could you please tell us where Comrade Gu Zhao's home is? Having already been drawn to the commotion, one aunt, hesitant due to their formal attire, stood up and offered directions. Follow this road to the end. The last house at the village's edge is Gu Zhao's. Thank you, comrade, the man replied gratefully. Seeing that this man, likely a leader, seemed particularly amiable, the aunt couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Are you looking for Gu Zhao for some reason? The village elders seated beneath the tree immediately perked up their ears. Chapter 213, Visitors from the Province. This was undoubtedly excellent news, and there was no reason to conceal it. The inquiring man wore a broad smile. In your village, Gu Zhao has achieved remarkable success. He has emerged as the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. Consequently, provincial officials have made a special visit to present him with his university admission letter and a reward. As he spoke, he gestured towards a man a few steps away. Fearing to linger and waste time, he disregarded the villagers' reactions and proceeded alongside the man in the direction indicated by the villagers. Behind him, those who initially heard his words stood frozen in place, and as reality sank in, an elderly woman among them smacked her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens! Gu Zhao has truly been accepted into university." Without further ado, she urged the others to inform the village chief's family. Upon her words, the crowd dispersed in an instant. With some rushing to inform Wang Hohat's household, others sharing the news with fellow villagers, while many more trailed behind the two officials, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Hohat. This is extraordinary. Wang Hohat had been preparing to catch and slaughter an aging hen that had ceased laying eggs, deeming it a waste of resources, when the distant sounds approaching her yard startled the chicken into flight. Ignoring the commotion, she turned towards the entrance, where she encountered Jiang Shufan. Shufan, why are you running so fast? Jiang Shufan, dripping with sweat, seized her hand and urged her forward. Don't ask so many questions. Your son Gu Zhao has been accepted into university. Even the provincial leaders have taken notice, and they are on their way to your home right now. What? Wang Hohat stood in shock, and as the realization struck, her joy erupted, pulling Jiang Shufan along as they dashed towards the village's end. By the time they arrived, Jiang Shufan was nearly exhausted, while Wang Hohat appeared unfazed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if imbued with boundless energy. Just as they arrived, Gu Jianjun, who had been working in the fields, was called back by others. The couple exchanged a glance before they began to weave their way into the crowd. Noticing their arrival, someone shouted, "Make way! The village chief and his wife are here." Villagers gathered at Gu Zhao's yard turned to see Wang Hohat and Jiang Shufan, promptly stepping aside. Inside the yard, Gu Zhao was engaged in conversation with two middle-aged men, one a provincial leader and the other from the county, who had come to commend him for his remarkable achievement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Hohat and Jiang Shufan entered. Gu Zhao rose to greet them, "Dad, Mom," while Gu Jianjun maintained a composed demeanor. Nodding towards the leaders, Wang Hohat was visibly more animated. She grasped Gu Zhao's hand tightly. "Is it true that you've been accepted into university?" Before Gu Zhao could respond, the provincial leader, smiling broadly, interjected, "Indeed. This young man is not only going to university, but has also secured the title of provincial top scorer." Wang Hohat, who had two children pursuing education, understood the significance of being the provincial top scorer. At this revelation, she stumbled back in disbelief, nearly losing her balance, but was steadied by Su Ran's keen eye. Trembling, she questioned, "Is this true, leader? My son is truly the provincial top scorer?" The provincial leader, recognizing her emotional state, assured her with a nod, "Absolutely." At this moment, Wang Hohat felt as if a rabbit were thrumming in her chest, her emotions overwhelming her. Gu Jianjun, too, was unable to conceal his elation. He had only heard that their son had been accepted into university, unaware of the magnitude of his achievement. Observing his mother's distress, Gu Zhao quickly helped her to a seat. "Mom, let us remain calm. We mustn't get overly excited. It would be disastrous if you faint on such a joyous occasion." Wang Hohat, whose heart raced, took several deep breaths, gradually regaining her composure. Gazing into her son's concerned face, she reached out, her eyes misty with tears. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for not being present in his life during his struggles, yet here he was, thriving beyond her expectations, which made her reflect on the hardships he had endured in her absence. As Gu Zhao noticed the tears threatening to spill from his mother's eyes, he felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. Such a joyous occasion should not be marred by tears. "You rascal!" Wang Hohat playfully swatted him, her earlier sorrow dissipating with the light-hearted gesture. Satisfied that his wife was now composed, Gu Jianjun turned to engage with the leaders. Having served as a soldier for over a decade and now the village chief, Gu Jianjun's insights surpassed those of ordinary villagers, and the leaders were more than willing to converse with him, hoping to glean wisdom on parenting from someone who had raised a provincial top scorer. When asked about his approach to parenting, Gu Jianjun's expression faltered, mirroring Wang Hohat's feelings of regret. Faced with the leader's expectant gazes, he forced a smile and candidly replied, "Perhaps it is merely his innate talent." The leaders exchanged glances, their expressions growing stiff. Sensing their discomfort, Gu Jianjun hastily shifted the topic. While they engaged in lively conversation, the onlooking villagers debated the significance of the provincial top scorer. What does it mean to be a provincial top scorer? Is it the same as being a university student? Questioned a villager. Old Wang, I've told you many times to read more. How can you not even know what a provincial top scorer is? The inquirer rebutted. What do you mean by provincial top scorer? Old Wang retorted. The top scorer is simply the best. The provincial top scorer is undoubtedly the best in the province. The others listening gasped in amazement. Is Gu Zhao really that impressive? One asked. Of course. What do you think? The explainer replied, raising his chin. If you didn't know better, one might think you were the top scorer yourself. Even less able to fathom the news were the hastily arrived educated youth. Sun Ting and her companions stood at the entrance, their eyes wide with disbelief at the villagers' discussions. Recalling her earlier boastfulness, Sun Ting felt a burning shame wash over her, as if she had been slapped. This can't be true, right? Song Hongtao still struggled to accept the reality. If any villager could become the provincial top scorer, what would that make of my years of effort? Just diligent? Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Xin remained silent, merely observing. Jiang Lianding, catching sight of their incredulous expressions, couldn't he help but smirk. Do you really think being from the city makes you superior? Noting Song Hongtao's lingering disbelief, he pointedly reminded him. Are you suggesting that Gu Zhao possesses such extraordinary talent that he could orchestrate an elaborate charade with the provincial and county leaders? Who can determine whether these leaders are genuine or not? Song Hongtao muttered under his breath. In any case, I don't know them. Then let us confront them directly. If they are imposters, perhaps you could earn some merit. Jiang Lianding feigned a grip on Song Hongtao's arm, ready to advance. Chapter 214, The Interview. Gu Zhao, unaware of the thoughts swirling among the educated youth, observed as the provincial leader produced two items. One was an admission letter from Qingyang Industrial University, and the other was a reward from the province, neatly encased within an envelope. This is a cash reward of 300 yuan provided by the provincial government. Please accept it. Gu Zhao was taken aback, astonished that in this day and age, cash rewards still existed. However, since it was offered, he graciously accepted it without hesitation. Expressing his gratitude to the nation and the provincial government for their benevolence, he vowed that he would not disappoint the expectations of the provincial leaders, dedicating himself to his studies and striving to contribute to the country at the earliest opportunity. The slogan rolled off his tongue effortlessly, without a moment's thought. In truth, he was correct. During this era, cash rewards for college entrance examinations were virtually unheard of, particularly after emerging from a period of unprecedented hardship. Yet the nation had a pressing need for individuals, especially those endowed with higher education. Being left behind meant facing consequences, and they were currently subjected to the relentless scrutiny of foreign powers in technology, economy, and education. Thus, it became imperative to foster education. At this opportune moment, the province encountered a talent like Gu Zhao. Following extensive discussions, the province decided to showcase him as a model representative, widely promoting the benefits of education. Hence the introduction of cash rewards. If the province had made such an announcement, it was only natural for the county to follow suit. The county leaders, witnessing their superiors bestowing rewards from the provincial level, hastily pulled out another envelope and presented it to Gu Zhao. This is the county's recognition of your achievements. 200 yuan in cash. While it pales in comparison to the provincial reward, we hope you will continue to embody your current spirit of learning during your university years and earn further glory for our county. Gu Zhao promptly accepted, thanking the leaders and expressing his gratitude for the county's trust. He received the money with remarkable efficiency, leaving onlookers nearly faint from disbelief. No one had informed them that attending university could yield 500 yuan. Quick, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. In the next moment, a sharp cry of pain echoed. It was indeed no dream. My goodness, why didn't anyone tell me that there were such benefits to pursuing higher education? Otherwise, I would have sold everything to send my children to school. TCH, have you even considered whether your children are academically inclined? Exactly, besides, this isn't a reward given simply for gaining university admission. Didn't the leaders clarify that this is a prize for the provincial top scholar? One must place first in the province to receive it. Bah, your words are so harsh. If my son isn't capable, then I'll send my grandchildren to school. Who knows, maybe one of them will bring home the title of top scholar. If that's the case, I shall send my grandson as well. He is clever from a young age, and not pursuing education would be a waste. As the villagers engaged in their discussions, the provincial leaders nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their decision to raise the reward from 200 to 300. Yet, this was still insufficient. He beckoned to a young man, a stranger who had appeared outside, and once the man entered with food, he turned his attention back to Gu Zhao. Comrade Gu, how about we take a photo and conduct an interview? With 500 yuan on the table, Gu Zhao readily agreed. Once the reporter set up the camera, Gu Zhao sat calmly in a chair, the previously fervent discussions around him gradually quieting down. "Comrade Gu, if you are prepared, shall we begin?" the reporter inquired. Gu Zhao nodded, affirmatively responding. "May I ask, Comrade Gu, what drives you to relentlessly pursue your studies and achieve the title of provincial top scholar?" Gu Zhao knew precisely how to respond to such inquiries. No contemplation was necessary as he spoke without hesitation. "Because my country needs me, and I fervently desire to contribute to the nation and its people. Is there a secret to your success as the provincial top scholar? I firmly believe that ultimate achievement is composed of 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. As long as we possess a heart dedicated to diligent learning and persist in our efforts, we will ultimately achieve the outcomes we desire. I understand that you have chosen mechanical engineering as your major. Could you share why you selected this field? What significance does it hold for you?" The application of mechanics constitutes a substantial portion of our country's development. However, due to our temporary lag behind other nations, we have remained in a state of restraint. I aspire, along with countless others who share my vision, to lift the weight that presses upon us, even if we can only raise it by 1%. It would grant our country a moment of respite. Throughout Gu Zhao's dialogue with the reporter, the provincial leaders wore expressions of satisfaction. This was precisely the kind of response they sought. Meanwhile, the villagers, who had unconsciously softened their breathing, gazed at the young man navigating the questions with such eloquence, almost failing to recognize him. Gu Zhao had never presented himself as aloof or superior in their presence. He greeted everyone with a smile, appearing just as he always had. Yet now, they realized that the disparity between some individuals and themselves was not merely visible to the naked eye. The depth of knowledge and perspective was something they might never grasp in their lifetimes. Noticing the villagers' expressions, Wang Hohot exchanged a glance with Gu Jianjun, both eyes brimming with pride. Su Ran stared at the radiant figure, unwilling to blink. Su Xiao, observing her sister's infatuation, nudged her arm, her eyes glimmering with teasing. However, it must be acknowledged that her brother-in-law truly was remarkable, and her sister's fortune surpassed that of her and their elder sister. When the reporter finally ceased questioning, 40 minutes had elapsed, yet not a single person in attendance chose to leave. The news article was nearing its conclusion, followed by the cover photo. The reporter requested that Gu Zhao pose with the two leaders for a photograph to be published in the newspaper. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Zhao naturally positioned himself in the center, flanked by the two leaders, and thoughtfully held his admission letter and reward. With a click, the image of the three smiling individuals was captured. Once Gu Zhao and the leaders departed, the villagers finally realized that Gu Zhao would be featured in the newspaper. Chapter 215, The Arrival of Relatives. No, that's not right. It's that he is going to be in the newspaper again. Upon this realization, the villagers of Yanglu were buzzing, their gazes directed at Wang Hohot and her husband filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Particularly the sight of Wang Hohot's belly, which many aunts scrutinized repeatedly. How is it that all of us are women, yet none of our bellies bore a child who could bring such honor as Gu Zhao? As this thought arose, the peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the foolishly grinning individual beside them, prompting the aunts to contemplate applying their maternal authority. Still smiling here, spending each day merely eating and sleeping, or hiding idly in the lavatory, what use are you? The young man, caught by the ear, looked utterly innocent. He hadn't done anything wrong today. The pain from his ear made him bend down, his eyes darting around as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen the eggs from Nyo this morning." "What?" The aunt, clutching his ear, shouted in outrage, her grip tightening. "You dare steal eggs from your 3-year-old nephew?" The young man was momentarily baffled by his mother's counter-question. Wasn't he that the reason for her anger? After pondering further, he added, "Then I shouldn't have framed Nyo for the chick I accidentally stepped on yesterday?" The aunt's eyes widened in disbelief, and in the next moment, she slapped him across the face. "Oh, you. Not only did you step on the chick, but you also dared to pin the blame on your nephew. I'll teach you a lesson for your disgrace." The young man, covering his face, was utterly bewildered. He had lost interest in discerning the original cause of his mother's anger, as the subsequent barrage of slaps left him defenseless. This scene is but a microcosm of Yanglu village. From this moment onward, countless young people would find themselves subjected to similar parental reprimands. Whenever they dared to retort, their parents would inevitably reference the esteemed Gu family member. Should they exhibit any resistance, their parents would have ample counterarguments at the ready. For instance, if you were dissatisfied, why not venture to the county town and take up the mantle of a laborer? Alternatively, you could participate in the college entrance examination and return as the top scholar, bringing glory to your parents. Upon hearing such words, the young men would instinctively fall silent. Consequently, unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, the elders of the village had conspired behind his back, inciting a wave of resentment against him. However, these events transpired later. Once the villagers had departed, Wang Hohot cradled Gu Zhao's face, inspecting it from side to side. Gu Zhao playfully bent down, teasing, "What? Has mother forgotten her son?" At that moment, Wang Hohot was in high spirits and did not take offense at his jest. "I merely want to see if such an outstanding child could possibly be my own." This was the first time Wang Hohot had publicly praised Gu Zhao in front of others. In the era of Huagua, parents often felt a sense of embarrassment when it came to complimenting their children. Her willingness to utter such words was a testament to her immense joy. Gu Jianjun, standing nearby, pretended to cough, saying, "Enough, you've made the child's face all red." Wang Hohot, noticing this, indeed realized that her hands, weathered from a lifetime of labor, had left marks on Gu Zhao's face. After releasing his face, she shot Gu Jianjun a knowing glance. "What are you pretending for? It's not as if I didn't mention you. Isn't it just that the ancestral grave of the Gu family is thriving? Is that not enough?" After decades of being by her side, she could certainly discern his thoughts. Gu Jianjun, caught in his own intentions, replied nonchalantly, "What does that have to do with the ancestral grave? Any connection would be with me, Gu Jianjun." Su Ran, standing by, smiled as she witnessed her in-laws bickering. Suddenly, Wang Hohot clapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Zhao has been accepted into university. We must celebrate. Come to our home for dinner tonight." With that, she hurried off. It seemed that the hen that had escaped could not evade its destined fate. After her departure, Gu Jianjun was called away as well, leaving the yard in silence. Watching them leave, Su Ran turned to Gu Zhao. "I'll go help mother in a bit." Gu Zhao nodded. "Take over the 3 gene of meat I mentioned yesterday. Prepare it all." "All right." With roughly an hour until dusk, the Gu family's dining table was already laden with an array of dishes. There was a mushroom soup made with the old hen, crispy fried lean meat, twice-cooked pork with a perfect balance of fat and lean, a plate of cold cucumber salad, and stir-fried leafy greens. The 3 small children, drawn by the enticing aromas, gazed hungrily at the meat, with the youngest one in Su Ran's arms stretching out his tiny hands to grab at it. Unfortunately, Wang Hohot had strategically placed the soups and hot dishes out of reach, rendering it impossible for the little one to grasp anything, no matter how much he tried. "Little brother, congratulations." Upon returning to the village, Gu Cheng encountered numerous acquaintances who greeted him with smiles, praising him for having such a commendable younger brother. He initially thought they were referring to his entry into the textile factory and happily engaged in boasting about his brother. It was quite a task for this usually taciturn man, but when it came to his brother, he managed to draw compliments from the villagers for over 10 minutes, until they found an excuse to escape the scene. It was only when Gu Cheng returned home that he realized the villagers were celebrating his brother's acceptance into university. Indeed, as the provincial top scholar, he was momentarily stunned, but once he regained his composure, a wave of joy surged through him. Had Gu Zhao been absent, he might have spun around in circles out of excitement. He had always believed in Gu Zhao's capabilities. Gu Zhao raised a bowl of water towards him, clinking it in a toast. "Thank you, elder brother." They both tilted their heads back and drank deeply, leaving an onlooker to believe they were savoring some exquisite wine. "Enough. We are brothers. What need for formality? Let us eat." Wang Hohot, noticing the little ones nearly drooling, interrupted the two. The family then gathered joyfully for a meal. The following day, others who had heard the news began to arrive one after another. Just as Gu Zhao had seen off Zhang Anyang and Yang Li, 2 uncles arrived with their wives. "Zhao, well done," Su Hong praised, giving a thumbs up. "They say nephews resemble their uncles. It certainly holds true." Wang Yongye swaggered into the room with an exaggerated gait, only to stumble and land awkwardly, nearly kneeling before Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao steadied him, grinning, "Uncle. Isn't it improper for an uncle to pay New Year's greetings to his nephew? Besides, it's neither New Year nor a festival. I have no red envelope for you." "You little rascal, teasing your uncle now?" Once steady, Wang Yongye pushed Gu Zhao's hand away, pretending to swat at him. But Gu Zhao stepped back to evade. In contrast to the familiar banter among the 3, Wang Yongyu, who had joined them, appeared considerably more reserved. Gu Zhao noticed his discomfort and ceased the playful exchange with his uncle, inviting everyone inside. "Eldest uncle, younger uncle, and aunt, let us retreat indoors." As for Daiwan, who accompanied Wang Yongyu, Gu Zhao chose to ignore her presence. However, she, undeterred, trailed behind Wang Yongyu into the house. Wang Yongyu also noticed his nephew's attitude towards his partner, but refrained from commenting. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked, "Zhao, which university did you enroll in?" "Xinyang Industrial University in our province." "That's good. It's close to home, making it convenient for visits," Wang Yongyu replied awkwardly. Though he had no idea what Xinyang Industrial University entailed, only understanding that it was within the province. Gu Zhao nodded, affirming its convenience. "I heard that their essay reward for you being accepted into university, several hundred yuan. Is that true?" Daiwan's question broke the silence in the room. Gu Zhao, appearing unfazed, took a sip of tea, seemingly oblivious to her inquiry. Wang Yongyu shot Dai-wan a disapproving glance, muttering under his breath, "If you keep acting up, just go home." Then, turning to Gu Zhao with a smile, he added, "Don't mind your aunt. She often speaks without thinking." Gu Zhao merely smiled in response. Remaining silent, Dai-wan pouted, recalling that Gu Zhao was now the provincial top scholar, and his future achievements might be significant. She could not afford to lose this familial connection, so she wisely refrained from further comments. "I heard that Yuda's wife is pregnant. We haven't congratulated your elder brother yet," Wang Yongya interjected, sensing the atmosphere had become tense. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongyo's expression lightened. "Yes. She has just passed 3 months. That means the household will become even livelier, unlike ours, where the 2 children are still rather clueless," Su Hong chimed in. "It's all a matter of time. There's no rush," Wang Yongyu replied. As the conversation continued, Su Hong turned to Gu Zhao. "Little Tangyuan has grown so much. Have you and your wife considered when to have a second child?" Gu Zhao shook his head. "My wife and I are currently focused on our studies, so we have no plans for that at the moment." In truth, he had no intention of having a second child. However, revealing this to his uncles and aunts might be somewhat shocking, especially since it was rare for couples to have just one child unless there were health issues. A family with 4 or 5 children was still the norm. Moreover, he had yet to discuss this matter with Su Ran. Everything remained uncertain. Su Hong was merely expressing casual concern and did not intend to meddle in the couple's affairs. Furthermore, Gu Zhao's reasoning made sense. One was preparing for the crucial year of the college entrance examination, while the other had just begun university and was busy with studies. There was little time or energy to devote to children. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, primarily centered around Gu Zhao's university journey, Su Hong went to check on the little one next door and chatted with Su Ran for a while. Upon returning, she suggested it was time to leave, as the day was growing late. As soon as they departed from Yonglu village and noticed the road was deserted, Wang Yongyo's expression darkened significantly. He fixed his gaze intensely on Dai-wan and demanded, "What did you mean by what you just said? You claimed you wouldn't cause trouble, which was why I brought you to a Zhao's house." Dai-wan averted her eyes momentarily, but upon recalling that she had done nothing wrong, she regained her confidence. "I haven't done anything. Is it forbidden to ask questions? Moreover, you saw how Gu Zhao treated me. He certainly doesn't regard me as an aunt. Ask questions?" Wang Yongyu scoffed, his disbelief palpable. "I warn you, stop coveting other people's wealth. The only reason Zhao allowed you in today was out of respect for me as your uncle. From now on, you are not to wander around Yonglu village with the eldest and second." "On what grounds?" Dai-wan retorted defiantly. She had only intended to mend her relationship with Gu Zhao, for how could she possibly let go of such a capable nephew, should their families become close? Once Gu Zhao achieved success, a mere nod from him would likely spare her children, Yuda and Yu Tao, from toiling in the fields. Having shared a bed and a life for over 20 years, Wang Yongyu was acutely aware of her intentions. Had it not been for the previous incident, had a Zhao visited her with a warm demeanor, their families would not be so estranged. "With your superficiality, stinginess, and penchant for petty advantages, is that enough?" Dai-wan found herself at a loss for words. "But that was in the past. I can change, can I?" "You can change? You must first be worthy of their regard. You admire a Zhao for his capabilities, believing he can elevate your 2 children. But have you considered what you have to offer in return? Why should anyone assist you?" Dai-wan's mind momentarily blanked. Upon reflection, she realized she had little to offer. "But aren't I his aunt? And aren't you his uncle? Why should he help his younger brother's family and not ours?" Meanwhile, Wang Yongya and his wife, who had been eavesdropping, hastily quickened their pace upon being mentioned, disappearing from Wang Yongyu and his wife's view in the blink of an eye. However, the couple was too engrossed in their argument to notice. Wang Yongyu, incensed, laughed bitterly. "Aunt, uncle, what do I amount to, and what do you signify? That child has only been back for a few years. Having grown up apart, there is little affection between us. As his uncle, I've never provided him with sustenance, while you, as his aunt, constantly treat him with disdain. Even my second sister wouldn't dare expect such entitlement from you, an outsider." Dai-wan was left speechless by his words. Seeing her at a loss, Wang Yongyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, his uncle's slightly assertive demeanor would have repercussions. The following day, upon his arrival at the textile factory, he was met with congratulations from everyone he encountered. It turned out that after Gu Zhao achieved the highest score in the provincial college entrance examination, the provincial authorities contacted Yu Zerong to inquire about matters related to Gu Zhao, including his family background and work performance, as part of a political review. Yu Zerong was immediately invigorated upon hearing of Gu Zhao's accomplishments, extolling him to the skies and nearly divulging every detail. Even how many bowls of rice Gu Zhao consumed at each meal. After 2 minutes, the person on the other end of the line could no longer contain himself and interrupted, leading to a series of questions and answers. As a result, Yu Zirong learned of Gu Zhao's remarkable exam results, and after the call ended, he remained in a state of disbelief for quite some time. Once he regained his composure, he paced his office several times before summoning Tan Tianwei to share the thrilling news. Upon hearing it, Tan Tianwei was so excited that he paced the office. And even after Yu Zirong urged him to leave, he couldn't contain his joy and spread the news to those with whom he was close at the factory. Thus, the news spread like wildfire, and by the time Gu Zhao returned to the factory, nearly everyone was already aware of his achievement. As Gu Zhao entered the office, before Zhao Xian and the others had a chance to speak, Yu Zirong approached him. He strode confidently to Gu Zhao, grasping his shoulders, and exclaimed, Zhao, you have truly brought honor to the factory this time. Yu Zirong himself found the words familiar. Since Gu Zhao joined the factory, his contributions had been numerous. From the engine modifications previously to this latest achievement of being the provincial top scorer, he refrained from listing all his other contributions, but in his eyes, recruiting Gu Zhao was one of the wisest decisions he had made in recent years. With Yu Zirong leading the way, Zhao Xian and the others also began to praise Gu Zhao. Although Zhao Xian had long set aside any sense of competition upon joining this department, over the past nearly year of working together, Gu Zhao had generously shared his knowledge and displayed a humble disposition. His repeated acts of brilliance and the accolades from those around him served as constant reminders of how right his decision was. He could hardly fathom how one individual could excel in two distinctly different arenas, were it not for the presence of others. He would have risked the chance of being scolded by Gu Zhao to examine him more closely. The 8 newcomers, apart from Gu Cheng and a few familiar faces, were just learning that their leader, Gu Zhao, had recently been a high school student. This revelation astonished them. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's references to Gu Zhao, they had assumed he was a university graduate, slightly older than Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao. They never imagined he had just completed his college entrance exams. And even more astonishingly, that he was the provincial top scorer. Damn it. Why does it seem like all the good fortune in this world is monopolized by a single person? Are we merely here to fill in the gaps? They mused, while their faces wore smiles as they congratulated Gu Zhao on his acceptance to university. Gu Zhao, indifferent to their sincerity or insincerity, graciously accepted their well wishes. In truth, since learning of his achievement as the provincial top scorer, those around him appeared far more excited than he felt himself, making him seem almost overly composed. Just as he contemplated this, someone asked, Zhao Gu, why do you seem so unenthusiastic? Normally, anyone achieving such a distinction would be elated, expressing gratitude to their ancestors, or at least wearing a radiant smile. Yet Gu Zhao appeared to alternate between a slight smile in company and a frown in solitude. Had Gu Zhao been aware of this person's thoughts, he would have assured them that enduring several days of forced cheerfulness would likely leave anyone looking as he did. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he managed to smile and replied lightly, I'm not unhappy, I'm just used to it. A simple statement, yet it struck an awkward chord with those present. If they had lived in a later era, perhaps they would have been informed that this was a typical representation of strong brother, an unintentional yet striking display of arrogance. Once the crowd dispersed, Yu Zirong took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Gu Zhao. Surprised, Gu Zhao asked, Uncle Yu, what is this? Hearing the term Uncle Yu, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Yu Zirong's eyes. Since both the provincial and county authorities had acknowledged Gu Zhao's achievements, the factory could not be left out. You have accomplished a great deal for the factory this past year and have brought me much pride. Accept this. His tone was firm. When Gu Zhao hesitated to take it, he simply pressed it into Gu Zhao's hands and turned to leave. Gu Zhao held the envelope. Watching as Yu Zirong's figure disappeared through the door, he smiled and finally accepted the gesture. The excitement surrounding the provincial top scorer's news lingered in the factory for 2 full days before Gu Zhao's life returned to its usual tranquility. After breakfast at home, Gu Yan stepped out of the house. As was customary, upon exiting the family compound, she heard the newspaper vendor calling out from a distance. She walked forward, maintaining an unwavering focus ahead. Good news, good news. The provincial top scorer of this year's college entrance examination hails from our Qingtian County. If you happen to pass by, do not miss it. What? Just like Gu Yan, many people paused upon hearing this, all of whom were hurrying to work. Child, what did you say? Are you saying that the provincial top scorer of this exam is from our county? A well-dressed lady stopped the newspaper-selling boy. Yes, sister. Would you like to buy a copy to take a look? Thinking that a newspaper wouldn't cost much, the lady took out some money and bought one. Realizing time was running out, she hurriedly stuffed the newspaper into her bag and rushed ahead, thwarting the plans of many who wanted to catch a glimpse of the news to save money. Gu Yan was quite curious about this matter as well. After all, it was the provincial top scorer, and he was from their county. She had never heard of such a thing before. Seeing others quickly gathering around, fearing a rush of buyers would delay her, she decided to purchase a copy before anyone else could. Upon acquiring the newspaper, she didn't have the time to read it, thinking she could peruse it during her lunch break instead. Thus, she clutched the newspaper and walked briskly to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon arrival, she hadn't even caught her breath before a colleague called her over for assistance. She casually placed the newspaper on her workstation and turned to leave. She remained busy until noon, and it was only after lunch that she found the leisure to pick up the newspaper and read it. Skimming past the other articles, she went straight to the piece about the provincial top scorers. The first thing that caught her eye was an illustration on the right side of the article. 3 men standing side by side, smiling at the camera. She glanced over it, but was about to look away when her gaze locked onto the young man in the center of the black and white photograph. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and shifted her focus to the adjacent text, hastily extracting the information she sought to ensure she was not dreaming. The provincial top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, Qingtian County, Yang Luchun, Gu Zhao. Upon reading this, Gu Yin could not continue. Her hand holding the newspaper began to tremble. A colleague at the nearby counter noticed her distress and rushed over with concern. Gu Yin, are you all right? I'm fine, came the low, muffled reply. Gu Yin took a moment to steady herself before raising her head. Her reddened eyes startled her colleague, who pressed on. What's wrong? Were you bullied? As she spoke, her voice inadvertently grew louder, drawing the attention of those nearby who had initially paid no heed to the situation. Friends of Gu Yin gathered around, noticing her unusual pallor, and expressed their concern. What is going on? The colleague shook her head. I don't know. She was like this when I got here. Not wanting to leave others to speculate, Gu Yin cleared her throat forcefully to ensure her voice would not sound hoarse. I'm fine. It's just that something good has happened at home. I'm too excited, that's all. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, those who were concerned let out a sigh of relief, only to be filled with curiosity about the good news. Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Gu Yin did not keep them in suspense. With a broad smile, she announced, it's my younger brother. He has been accepted into university. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the room. This was remarkable. In an era where education was scarce, the significance of a university degree was profound. Really, Yin Jia, congratulations. Gu Yin, your brother is truly impressive. He has brought honor to your family. Indeed, if it were my brother, I would surely support him through thick and thin. Not just her, even her parents would likely go to great lengths. After all, he was a university student. However, thinking of her own brother, who spent his days aimlessly wandering the streets, the speaker quickly quelled any fantasies. So what if he is a university student? What is so remarkable about that? At that moment, amidst a chorus of praise, someone scoffed, deriding the sentiments expressed by the crowd. Chapter 218, A Face Slap. Unfazed by the peculiar looks from the crowd, Huang Min remained indifferent. What? Am I mistaken? There are certainly many people from our county who have been accepted into university, so what is so special about Gu Zhao? Upon hearing that the very Gu Zhao who had once humiliated her had actually been accepted into university, her first reaction was disbelief. With his delinquent demeanor, how could he possibly have passed? Yet, knowing Gu Yin was not the type to joke about such matters, she buried her doubts deep within. Nonetheless, she could not bear to see Gu Yin basking in the attention of others, which prompted her to speak out. Gu Yin pushed past those in front of her and faced Huang Min, saying, with your lofty demeanor and disdainful attitude, I presume you must be a university student as well? How did you end up working with us? A ripple of laughter erupted from the crowd. Gu Yin was right. In this era, university graduates were precious. Once they graduated, they were typically assigned jobs by the state, leaving little reason to work as a mere salesperson in a supply and marketing cooperative. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao, who had their own aspirations. Huang Min felt her face flush with embarrassment from the laughter of the crowd. She was certainly no university student. In fact, she hadn't even graduated from elementary school. Her position at the cooperative was merely due to family connections. However, knowing the truth and admitting it were two different things. Under the scrutinizing gazes of many, she stubbornly retorted, regardless of whether I'm a university student or not, I simply cannot stand your arrogant demeanor. Just because your family has a university student doesn't make you special. I see other families with university students who don't act like you. Gu Yin, in a good mood, found Huang Min's obstinacy amusing. After she finished speaking, Gu Yin crossed her arms and stepped closer. Inheriting her father's stature, Gu Yin stood at over 7 meters tall, towering over the diminutive Huang Min. Before Gu Yin even spoke, Huang Min instinctively took a step back, stammering. What do you want? I want nothing, Gu Yin replied, shaking her head. I simply wish to correct you on a couple of points. First, I am not feeling proud because my younger brother has been accepted into university. Your jealousy has led you to falsely accuse me. Second, having a family member accepted into university is indeed a joyous occasion. If sharing this good news is considered bragging, Then when your mother gave birth to your brother last month and you boasted about it at the cooperative, would that also be considered boasting? Adjusting Huang Min's words slightly, Gu Yan countered. However, it seemed Huang Min was more fixated on the term jealousy than the argument itself. Jealous? Me? Huang Min pointed at herself, and under Gu Yan's penetrating gaze, she couldn't help but raise her voice in protest. What do I have to be jealous of? Your brother merely got into university. He.s. not even the provincial top scorer. Why should I be jealous of you? The more she spoke, the more convinced she felt she was in the right, and her previously slightly hunched posture straightened with determination as she locked eyes with Gu Yan, trying to prove her lack of jealousy. The moment her words fell, Gu Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huang Min, puzzled, snapped back. What are you laughing at? Gu Yan composed herself, clearing her throat. Didn't I mention that my brother is the provincial top scorer of this year's college entrance examination? What? Huang Min's eyes widened in shock. Not only she, but the others around her reacted similarly. Yinjia, didn't you just say your brother got into university? How did one suddenly become the provincial champion? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Gu Yan feigned indifference, asserting that the provincial champion was merely a university student, no different from anyone else, and that this was a personal matter she hadn't intended to disclose. However, her unuttered thoughts lingered uncomfortably in her throat as she glanced at Huang Min. The remainder of her thoughts were filled in by the others silently. Yet, someone unexpectedly emerged as a jester, compelling her to divulge the matter. Impossible. Huang Min's sharp denial cut through the air. You expect me to believe that Gu Yan, with just a few words, has claimed the provincial champion as a member of your family? Then I might as well declare my nephew as the provincial champion. No matter how one looked at it, Huang Min could not fathom that the once unruly man could have risen to such heights. Indeed, without concrete evidence, no one could be trusted. It seemed that everyone present possessed an internal scale, swaying back and forth with the dialogue between Huang Min and Gu Yan. Before Gu Yan could retrieve the newspaper, an onlooker broke the tension. Oh dear, don't you youngsters read the newspaper? This morning's edition has already reported on the provincial champion. Surely, you can ascertain the truth. The elderly customer, around 70 or 80 years old, with graying hair and a stooped back, had longed to study in her youth but lacked the means. Now, in her twilight years, with failing eyesight and memory, she had no choice but to buy a newspaper every morning for her young great-grandson to read to her. Unfortunately, the little boy struggled with his reading, often leaving her with fragmented information, including the champion's name, which she failed to remember. Otherwise, she would have settled the dispute between Gu Yan and Huang Min right then and there. Upon hearing her words, the crowd quickly began scanning for the newspaper. Who bought today's paper? I did. Gu Yan raised the newspaper in her hand and offered Huang Min a slight smile. Instantly, Huang Min's heart sank as she observed Gu Yan unhesitatingly pass the newspaper to a nearby person for inspection, her expression growing grim. The person receiving the newspaper scrutinized the section Gu Yan had indicated, reading each word carefully, fearful of missing any detail. Once finished, they promptly passed it to others who were eagerly awaiting their turn. As the newspaper circulated among the attendees, silence enveloped them, each person casting a gaze filled with unspoken words at Huang Min. The heat of the moment became overwhelming for her, and unable to withstand the strange looks, Huang Min snatched the newspaper. Chapter 219, A Child Born is Not Bad. Yanglu Village, Guzhou. Huang Min, in a daze after finishing the article, let the newspaper slip from her fingers, only for Gu Yan to catch it deftly and fold it carefully into her pocket. She shot a glance at Huang Min, silently advising her to think before speaking next time to avoid slapping her own face. Huang Min's face flushed crimson, and though she wished to protest, Gu Yan was already surrounded by inquisitive onlookers, leaving no one interested in her nonsensical rebuttals. Yinjia, I never imagined your brother would become the provincial champion. How remarkable. Indeed, I heard he was working at a textile factory. How does he manage to excel in his studies as well? Is there some secret to it that you can share with us? In the county town, families with children in school were numerous, all eager to learn about effective study methods. They did not expect to produce a provincial champion, but even a university student would be a source of pride. Even customers who had initially come to shop began to gather around. As the crowd engaged in lively chatter, Gu Yan found herself with no opportunity to interject. When they finally finished speaking, she seized the moment to address them. Everyone, let me clarify. The provincial champion is my brother, not me. I am not familiar with the study techniques you inquire about, but if the opportunity arises, I will certainly ask him. Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their inquiries. All right then, we appreciate your assistance. Not a bother at all. Gu Yan smiled, bidding them farewell. At long last, when the workday came to an end, Gu Yan hummed a tune as she made her way home. The twins were now 5 years old and did not require constant supervision from Wang Jiangshan. Upon Gu Yan's return, She found her mother-in-law cooking in the corridor while the children played inside. Curious about her daughter-in-law's cheerful demeanor, Wang Jiangjin asked, "What has you in such high spirits today?" Gu Yan had planned to share the news with her in-laws, as having a successful family member would bring her honor within the household. Thus, when Wang Jiangjin posed her question, it struck a chord in Gu Yan's heart. She retrieved the newspaper from her pocket and handed it to her mother-in-law. "Mother, my younger brother has become the provincial champion in the college entrance examination. And he's even in the newspaper." "What?" Wang Jiangjin dropped her spatula with a clatter, hastily wiping her hands before eagerly seizing the newspaper from Gu Yan. After reading the article word for word, she was overjoyed, truly astonished. She had never expected that the young man who had brought her such delight upon their first meeting possessed such remarkable capabilities. At that moment, a neighbor who had also come out to cook noticed the two women sharing a laugh and approached them. "Jiangjin, what has you so cheerful?" Upon seeing someone approach, Wang Jiangjin's smile dimmed slightly. Clearing her throat, she explained, "This is about my daughter-in-law's brother, the young man named Gu Zhao who visited us last time. He took the college entrance examination and came back as the provincial champion. We are all quite thrilled." "What?" The neighbor reacted with the same astonishment as Wang Jiangjin, her voice booming loudly enough for the entire building to hear. Instantly, everyone, whether in the corridor or inside their homes, emerged to see what the commotion was about. "Xiadashao, must you be so loud? You've woken my grandson." An elderly woman scolded as she emerged, cradling a wailing infant. "Indeed. You have the loudest voice in the building. Must you always make such a racket?" The assembled crowd chastised Xiadashao, who protested, "You don't understand. I've discovered monumental news." Skeptical glances were exchanged among the crowd. "What monumental news could you possibly have? Just wait, you'll be astonished." Xiadashao feigned mystery. "Come on. We don't have time for theatrics. Just spill it." After witnessing the crowd's impatience, Xiadashao finally revealed, "You all know that country girl who married into the Yang family, right? Her brother has become the provincial champion this year." In her excitement, she completely forgot that the country girl she referenced stood right behind her. Only after the words escaped her lips did she realize her faux pas, turning to Gu Yan with an awkward smile. "Yanzi, I didn't mean it like that." Gu Yan shook her head, conveying that she was unperturbed. After all, she had heard such remarks since marrying into the Yang family, and she came from humble beginnings herself. On the contrary, Wang Jiangjin shot Xiadashao a cold glare. "How dare you look down on country folk when you still eat rice grown by them? Oh, by the way, that country girl you mentioned is now a provincial champion." "Oh dear. That was just an expression," Xiadashao stammered, feeling a bit ashamed, as she usually only referred to them in private. The onlookers exchanged odd glances. As they had often discussed the Yang family behind their backs, Gu Yan felt warmth in her heart as she witnessed her mother-in-law standing up for her. But it was also unnecessary to offend the neighbors over something trivial. She tugged gently at Wang Jiangjin's sleeve. "It's all right, mother." Wang Jiangjin shot her a glance before turning back to Xiadashao. "On account of my daughter-in-law, I won't hold it against you." "That's good. That's good," Xiadashao chuckled, the tense atmosphere easing as the crowd suddenly recalled her earlier announcement, and the excitement resumed. "Jiangjun, was what Dasa said earlier true? Did Yanzi's younger brother really get into university, and was he the provincial champion?" Wang Jiangjun, her previously expressionless face now blooming with joy, replied, "Indeed. It is true. It was even reported in the newspapers." After saying this, she handed over the newspaper she was holding. The person closest to her swiftly took the paper and began to read it intently. After a moment, she looked up with an awkward smile and admitted, "I can't read." "Step aside. Let me," another individual exclaimed, snatching the newspaper from her hands and reading aloud. The report states that, according to the admissions office of the college entrance examination, Gu Zhao from Qingtian County Middle School achieved a total score of 598, ranking first in our province. As she read, those around her listened intently, not making a sound. Once she finished, a cacophony of excited chatter erupted. "My heavens, 598 points? If I recall correctly, the total score for the college entrance examination is 600, right?" "Yes, indeed. It's 600. Goodness, what brilliance must reside in that mind to score so high. I dare say, any children born to him will surely be exceptional." The incessant talk of childbearing among the Chinese people could be triggered at any moment. Unintentionally, a woman in the crowd with a mole at the corner of her eye turned her gaze toward Gu Yan. "Yanzi, you're so young. And your brother must be just over 20. Has the family found him a partner? Would you like me to introduce someone for him?" Chapter 220. The rural bride transforms into the provincial champion's sister. It had been quite some time since Gu Zhao brought Su Ran to the tube building, and those who had seen the couple were long forgotten. The aunt's words triggered a reminder for others, and before Gu Yan could respond, someone eagerly interjected, "Indeed, I can help with introductions too. I have a niece who is not only beautiful but also thrifty and capable." Marrying her would guarantee a prosperous life for the couple. Oh, spare me. Your niece was here last time, and I don't think anyone would mistake her for beautiful. She's only marginally better than a hag. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's talking nonsense? As the two aunts began to bicker, Guyen quickly intervened. Aunties, thank you for your concern. But my brother is already married. Upon hearing this, the two aunts, who were on the verge of fighting, immediately separated without needing to be pulled apart. Well, that's truly unfortunate, one remarked. Indeed, the other agreed, both of them adjusting their clothes, attempting to appear more refined. Just then, Wang Jiangjun suddenly caught a whiff of something burnt. Oh no, my soup. She hurriedly lifted the pot lid, only to find the vegetables at the bottom charred. Consequently, when Yang Zhenliang and his son returned, they were met with a table exuding the smell of burnt food, but at that moment, no one seemed to care. Upon hearing that Gu Zhao had become the provincial champion, both father and son wore identical expressions of disbelief as they stared at Wang Jiangjun and Gu Yan. When they saw Gu Yan nodding, they fell silent for a moment, processing the news. Yang Mingyong smacked his lips in admiration, exclaiming, "That lad is truly remarkable. Indeed, how did we not see this potential in Zhao before?" Yang Zhenliang echoed. He still felt somewhat bewildered. He was aware that Gu Zhao occasionally came to his wife for things, but he merely thought the boy was still maturing and had not held it against him. Later, hearing that he secured a position at a textile factory through his own efforts and had matured considerably, he had only briefly marveled at the development. Little did he expect that his brother-in-law's achievements would astonish him even further. After all, being the provincial champion, first in the entire province, was no small feat. Thinking this over, he shifted his gaze to his own two children, stroking his chin, pondering whether his offspring might inherit their uncle's intelligence and capabilities. Even inheriting half would be a boon. The remaining three also directed their attention to the two small children, their faces smeared with rice. What my son says is true, Yang Mingyong concurred. He had no expectation that his two grandsons, bearing the Yang surname, would inherit intelligence and abilities from an outsider. For 3 generations and counting, none of the Yang family had excelled academically, had their ancestors not seized opportunities to establish themselves in the county. He would likely be toiling in the fields with his son. Thus, he held a particular fondness for educated individuals, and at that moment, he truly understood why his wife regarded Gu Zhao with such esteem. He is indeed a fine lad. Wang Jiangjun pinched the rice from her grandchildren's faces and placed it into their mouths, noticing that the father and son had resumed their conversation. One expressed that inheriting half the intelligence would suffice, while the other insisted that it should be at least 80%. How wonderful it would be if our family could produce a provincial champion too. I say you two ought to be careful. Do you genuinely believe that merely speaking will make things unfold as you wish? She shot them a disapproving glance. The father and son exchanged glances, recognizing the truth in her words, and their shoulders sagged in defeat. Gu Yan, witnessing their demeanor, couldn't help but smile to herself. From that day forward, in the tube building, Gu Yan was no longer merely regarded as the rural bride of the Yang family, but rather as the sister of the provincial champion. On occasion, when she overheard this, she chuckled. She did not care about the prefix attached to her name, for in her eyes, she was simply Gu Zhao's elder sister. A fact that could never be altered. Moreover, regardless of who it was, anyone hearing the title of provincial champion would regard her with newfound respect. And the benefits and prestige this brought her were tangible. There was no need to be bogged down by trivialities. The following day was a well-deserved break. Knowing that her younger brother's family was currently in the countryside, Gu Yan ensured that no one was in the small courtyard before she and her husband made their way back to Yanglu village, carrying various items. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were greeted by friendly faces. Yinzi, you're back? Visiting your parents, I presume? Hello, uncle. Yes. I'm here to see my parents and my brother. Oh, I see. You must have come back because of his university news, right? How fortuitous. I just saw him heading to your parents' house. Thank you, uncle. The couple walked toward their home, and before they could enter, they heard the lively sounds of laughter from inside. The older children were competing to help the youngest learn to walk. All right. Wait until you are a bit older to assist your sister. You're still too small, so be careful not to drop her. Wang Ho-hot, seeing the siblings stubbornly refusing to yield to one another, laughed as she scooped up the little dumpling from their midst. Humph. The object of their competition being taken away, the siblings exchanged glances, huffed, and turned their backs on each other, provoking laughter from those around them. Mom. At that moment, a voice called from outside the courtyard. It was Gu Yan and Yang Zhenliang. Oh, you two are back today? Upon seeing her daughter, Wang Ho-hot's smile widened even further. Gu Yan handed the items to her elder brother, signaling him to take them inside, and only after sitting down did she respond to Wang Ho-hot. Just came back to check on you. Noticing Gu Cheng obediently carrying items into the house, Wang Ho-hot said with concern, You and Zhenliang only need to come back to see me and your father. There's no need to bring anything. We have 2 children at home. Leave food for them. We don't lack anything. Your mother is right. Just seeing you is enough, Gu Jianjun agreed. Hearing this, Gu Qing paused, unsure whether to keep the items or not. Oh, I'm not a frequent visitor bringing things back. It's not anything precious, just a bit of food. Please accept it, or I want to come back next time. Gu Yan feigned a threat. You can't reason with this daughter of mine, who has always had a mind of her own, Wang Hohat remarked. Seeing her eldest son standing there looking foolish, waving him to take the items inside. Only then did Gu Zhao carry the things into the house. As everyone settled in the courtyard, Gu Yan finally articulated the crux of the matter. Mom, Dad, why didn't you inform me about such a significant event as Zhao's acceptance into university? Do you truly believe that a married daughter is akin to spilled water, rendering me oblivious to family affairs? Gu Yan was indeed somewhat aggrieved. It was disheartening to learn about her younger brother's admission to university through the newspaper rather than from her family. No, second sister, please don't be upset. I asked our parents not to tell you right away to avoid any unnecessary fuss, Gu Zhao interjected, attempting to clarify to Gu Yan. He had initially intended to inform her in a couple of days, considering the close ties between their families. However, he anticipated that Gu Yan would come seeking answers first. Chapter 221, An Uninvited Return. Understanding her family's character. Gu Yan was aware that they had not intentionally concealed this news from her. Upon hearing her younger brother's explanation, she feigned a frown, which soon transformed into a smile. Well, at least you have a conscience, remembering your elder sister. Seeing her still holding on to her stubbornness, Gu Zhao quickly reassured her. Oh, sister, you are my dear sister. I could forget anyone but you. Gu Yan remained non-committal, merely huffing in response. Wang Hohat, observing the camaraderie between the siblings, felt a wave of contentment wash over her. She recalled how, after Gu Zhao returned, he frequently visited the supply and marketing cooperative to see the daughter. Both she and her husband were aware of this. Yet, out of guilt, they could only ask their daughter to endure the situation. They could see that the relationship between the siblings, which had not been particularly strong, had become even more strained due to this. Although their daughter refrained from speaking ill of Gu Zhao out of respect for her parents, she likely harbored resentment deep down. Now, witnessing her children, who had previously grown distant, engaged in playful banter before her, Wang Hohat's heart brimmed with joy. Yang Zhengliang sat quietly nearby, listening as his wife caught up with her family. Once the conversation had reached a natural pause, he spoke up. Zhao, which university are you attending? At this, Gu Yan turned to Gu Zhao, realizing she had forgotten to inquire about such a vital detail amidst their chatter. I'm studying mechanical engineering at Qingyang University, Gu Zhao replied. Unlike older generations, Gu Yan and her husband were somewhat familiar with universities in their province, especially Qingyang University, renowned as one of the best in the nation. That's splendid. The school is in the city, close to home, making visits convenient. Yang Zhengliang nodded approvingly. Gu Yan concurred, adding, indeed, little Tang Yuan is still young. She mustn't be deprived of her father for long. What if she forgets you? She then produced a tin toy frog she had prepared for the little one, who was eagerly trying to leap forward from her mother's embrace. This toy had been procured with the help of a colleague from a well-known children's store in the city, ensuring each of the 5 children in the family had one. The green tin frog immediately captivated the little girl's attention, causing her to settle down and hug the toy tightly. The other 2 children, who had been sulking with their backs to each other, noticed their sister's new toy and, in unison, shuffled closer, watching with eager eyes. Gu Yan chuckled and drew the 2 little ones closer, extending her hand from behind. Tada! What is this? Wow! It's a little frog. The siblings exclaimed in unison. Gu Yan held the toy forward. Here, take it. The siblings turned to their father, who nodded in approval. Before reaching out to accept it, thank you, Annie. You're welcome, Gu Yan replied, ruffling their hair. In her heart, she thought the best decision her ex-sister-in-law had made was to bless their family with such adorable children. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the courtyard entrance. Oh, what perfect timing, everyone is here. Li Fen announced as she entered, carrying some items. This time, she had come alone. Wang Hohat exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Jianjun, signaling him to take the 3 children inside. Gu Dangan cast a reluctant glance at Li Fen, a mixture of fear and joy in his eyes as he slowly followed his grandfather inside. The other 2 children, one oblivious and the other compliant to their grandmother's wishes, followed suit, seemingly ignoring their mother. Gu Zhao noticed Gu Dangtian's demeanor and frowned. This was not the first time. The last time Li Fen visited, the children had also displayed a similar aversion. Normally, at their age, children would not react this way upon seeing a long-missed parent. It seemed prudent to remind his elder brother to pay attention to the children's emotional state. Once the children were taken inside, Wang Hohat turned to Li Fen. What brings you here again? Li Fen, unbothered, made herself comfortable. Mom, what are you saying? I heard that Zhao got into university, so I came to see. At this point, Li Fan genuinely regretted her decision. Initially, her conflict with Gu Zhao stemmed from the fallout concerning the grain issue in the county. Little did she know that shortly after divorcing Gu Cheng, she would become a worker in the county, while Gu Zhao, the person she had always disdained, had achieved remarkable success, becoming the provincial top scorer. Recalling the ridicule from their neighbors about her family's futile efforts, Li Fan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Whether they succeeded was entirely her prerogative. Ha! Guyan scoffed. Li Fan, since you and my brother have separated, it would be wise to limit your interactions and focus on your own lives, rather than pining for a second chance. She had never particularly liked her former sister-in-law. Before entering the house, she had managed a polite facade, thinking perhaps she was a decent person. However, once inside, Li Fan often spoke behind Gu Cheng's back about matters such as the importance of marriage and the need for women to not rely on their families, but to marry off early. After Gu Yan's marriage, she rarely returned to her parental home, opting not to inform her parents and brother to avoid disturbing the household's peace. However, some individuals do not appreciate such concessions. While Gu Yan sought to maintain family harmony, others were indifferent. Upon hearing the news of the divorce, Gu Yan had felt a surge of elation and now wished to prevent Li Fan from further disrupting her maternal family. Li Fan's face stiffened at Gu Yan's blunt remarks, and she forced a smile. Yanzi, as a sister, I only want what's best for my brother. No matter what, your elder brother and I are still married. And I am the mother of 2 children. I am better than many women out there, wouldn't you agree? Gu Yan understood her insinuation, suggesting that she did not wish for her brother's well-being. Very well, brother, you decide. Do you still want this woman? She turned to Gu Cheng, who, along with Li Fan, awaited his response. Under the scrutiny of all present, Gu Cheng raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Li Fan, this is the last time I will say this. I, Gu Cheng, will never be with you again, unless I am dead. Even in death, I will not entertain the thought of reconciliation. You should abandon any hopes of returning, and do not come back. Li Fan stood frozen, the weight of his words hitting her profoundly. She had assumed that Gu Cheng's harsh words during their last encounter stemmed from lingering anger. After all, she knew he had often indulged her during their time together, so his anger was justified. However, she now understood that he was utterly serious. Chapter 222, Li Fan's Resignation. You truly are so heartless? Li Fan asked, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Gu Cheng. Gu Zhao observed his elder brother's anxious and impatient demeanor, akin to witnessing an honest man pushed to his limits. Sister-in-law, I interjected, my brother's sentiments are abundantly clear. I advise you to preserve some dignity for both parties. Li Fan turned her gaze toward him, her eyes bewildered as she took a couple of steps forward. As the others warily anticipated her next move, she suddenly dropped to her knees. Zhao, she pleaded, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. It was my greed that led me to regard the money in our parents' hands as my own, fearing they would spend even a penny on you. I was miserly. Despite your generous contributions of meat and grain to the household, I still worried you might take undue advantage. I was blind. It was your elder brother who failed the exam and didn't secure a position at the glass factory, yet I foolishly placed the blame on you. I recognize my faults, and I implore you to speak to your brother on my behalf and allow me to return. As she knelt, she inched forward, reaching for Gu Zhao's sleeve. Gu Zhao, having turned away the moment she knelt, swiftly evaded her grasp. What are you doing? Get up at once. Wang Hohat, noticing her kneeling posture, hurried forward to assist her. Don't make it seem as though our family is bullying you. Li Fan refused to rise, clinging to Wang Hohat's hand. Mother, I truly regret my actions. Please, let me come back. Seeing Wang Hohat's stern silence, she turned to Gu Yan. Sister, I promise never to utter those nonsensical remarks again, nor will I scowl at you. Please, intercede with your brother for me. Gu Yan, witnessing her tearful and snotty visage, sighed inwardly, pondering the futility of past actions. She averted her gaze, offering no reply. As Li Fan seemed poised to speak again, Gu Cheng, his fists clenched, shouted, Enough? His booming voice stunned everyone present. They were accustomed to Gu Cheng's amiable demeanor, and this was the first time they had seen him so fierce. Li Fan, too, was taken aback, her words caught in her throat as she stared at Gu Cheng. He regarded her solemnly, his expression inscrutable. Our matters concern no one else. Your pleas to them are futile. There can be no reconciliation between us. With that, he turned and departed. The others exchanged glances, no longer paying heed to Li Fan, oblivious to her departure. Inside the house, Wang Hohat inquired of Gu Yan regarding Li Fan's earlier remarks. What did she mean by giving you the cold shoulder and saying nonsensical things? Gu Yan grimaced. What else could it mean but her disdain for me as a sister-in-law, urging me to marry hastily? She refrained from elaborating, but Wang Hohat, familiar with Li Fan, could surmise the general idea. She frowned, Why didn't you inform us at the time? Gu Yan, appearing indifferent, replied, what good would it have done? It would only have caused discord within the family, and you and father would have worried. Seeing that Wang Hohat was about to respond, she quickly interrupted, oh, mother, please. Let it go. Those matters are in the past. She won't be living with us anymore, and there's no need to dwell on them and incite our own anger. Wang Hohat, observing her daughter's impatience, fell silent, but during mealtime, she continuously served her food, anxious that she might not have enough. After lunch, Yang Zhengliang called Gu Zhao to a corner. Ah Zhao, this is a token from me and your second sister. It's not much, but please accept it. As he attempted to slip money into Gu Zhao's pocket, Gu Zhao promptly declined. Brother-in-law, we are family. You and my sister are unaware of my circumstances, and there is no need for money. Yang Zhengliang was aware of Gu Zhao's financial situation, yet emphasized, you must accept this. Securing a university education is a significant milestone. The two engaged in a prolonged exchange of refusals, ultimately resulting in Gu Zhao's triumph. He had previously turned down money from Yang Zhengliang, Wang Hohat, and her husband, Gu Cheng, and both uncles, but he consistently declined. If he were truly in need, he might have accepted with the intent of repaying later. The crux of the matter was that he did not lack funds. He could not justify holding on to money while accepting the hard-earned savings of others. Upon returning home, the family engaged in light conversation for a while. Eventually, Gu Yin and her husband prepared to leave with the dried food and mushrooms that Wang Hohat had packed for them. Meanwhile, Li Datsai remained silent, staring at the young Gu Zhao. Principal, please say something. Your gaze is unnerving. Just as he had begun to admire the young man for bringing the school's name to prominence alongside his provincial champion title, Gu Zhao's first words shattered Li Datsai's admiration, prompting an irritated glare. Am I going to devour you or something? Gu Zhao retorted, your smile is too benevolent. It frightens me. Li Datsai snorted, well, you shouldn't be afraid of this then. He pulled out an envelope from his drawer and placed it before Gu Zhao. Upon seeing the familiar envelope, Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled. Who would ever complain about receiving money? He eagerly took it in hand, grinning widely, suddenly unafraid. Li Datsai, witnessing his exuberance, felt a pang of discomfort and urged, go on, hurry up and leave. Am I going now? Gu Zhao stood, inching away from the chair, eyeing Li Datsai cautiously. Without uttering another word, Li Datsai waved him off. Gu Zhao bounded out, elated at the unexpected reward, wishing he had sought out the principal sooner. Li Datsai watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As night fell, Gu Zhao lay in bed, tallying the rewards from the city, county, textile factory, and school, amounting to an impressive 800 yuan, a substantial sum. He turned to Su Ran, who was fanning their child, and announced the figure. Su Ran's eyes widened in surprise. So much. Indeed, Gu Zhao affirmed, handing her the envelope filled with money. Su Ran withdrew 200 yuan for herself, returning the rest to Gu Zhao. You keep this. I trust you. Unexpected expenses occasionally arose at home, and although she never inquired about them, she knew Gu Zhao must have a secret stash, making it more reassuring for her to entrust the money to him. Gu Zhao cast her a glance, amusement flickering in his eyes. Since his wife had such faith in him, he would accept it. After securely hiding the 200, Su Ran rose to cover his mouth. Not murder your husband. Gu Zhao pretended to struggle. The couple engaged in playful banter for a time, unknowingly leaning closer until their shadows converged on the floor. Chapter 223. Off to school. The university semester commenced on September 1st, and with merely 2 days left before the start, Gu Zhao packed his belongings and boarded the train to school. At the train station, the Gu family, accompanied by Zhang Anyang and his wife, gathered to bid farewell. Ah Zhao, should anything arise at school, do not hesitate to call the factory. Your brother will relay messages home, Wang Hohat instructed, handing him pancakes and boiled eggs she had prepared that morning. You can also reach the Supply and Marketing Cooperative Office, Gu Yan added. Gu Zhao accepted the items with a smile, nodding. Yes, mother, second sister, I will. Avoid provoking trouble, adhere to national regulations, and refrain from unlawful conduct. Focus your energies on your studies, Gu Jianjun admonished solemnly. However, should anyone instigate conflict, do not fear. We are always here for you. Gu Cheng flexed his muscles, asserting, father is right. Little brother, if anyone bullies you, inform me. I possess plenty of strength. And me too. Zhang Anyang chimed in, raising his hand, his tone tinged with reluctance. Zhao Gu, you must not forget me. I will miss you. He realized that this time was different from the past. After all, he was going to school, and with his studies at stake, Gu Zhao would probably not have the energy to come back often. Su Ran stood to one side, cradling the child, gazing at the reluctant man before her, feeling as if she were intruding. Yang Li glanced at Su Jia and then at the man whose tears threatened to spill over, feeling a pang of annoyance. With a firm tug, she pulled the man, who was disrupting the couple's farewell, aside. When Zhang Anyang attempted to speak, she shot him a fierce glare, silently urging him to silence. Then, with a smile, she turned to Su Ran, saying, "Su Jia, you go ahead." After this, she pulled Zhang Anyang a few steps back. Gu Zhao nodded at his father, brother, and Zhang Anyang, signaling that he understood, before turning his attention to Su Ran. Under the gaze of his subtly smiling eyes, Su Ran felt a sudden pang of reluctance. If only there were time, she would visit home more often. Or perhaps once she had time, she would take the child to see him. Gu Zhao reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair, blown askew by the wind, behind her ear, assuring her, "I will." Then, as if recalling something, he smiled and said, "There's a phone in the principal's office. Once I settle in at school, I will call back. If you and the child miss me, just call the office." Hearing this, Su Ran's eyes brightened. "Is that possible?" "Of course," he replied. Gu Zhao had already informed Li Datsai about this arrangement. Recalling the irritated yet helpless expression on the old man's face upon learning that Gu Zhao would use the office phone to maintain family ties, made him smile. "Daddy." The little one, feeling neglected, whined, reaching out her tiny hands toward Gu Zhao. He scooped her into his arms and gently kissed her cheek, saying, "Daddy's good girl. Are you going to miss Daddy?" Gazing at the soft bundle in his arms, he felt as if he might melt. She was simply adorable. Unfortunately, his obedient daughter did not understand what he was saying. Nestled in her familiar embrace, her little hands grasped his hair tightly. Gu Zhao winced, turning his head. "You truly are Daddy's little princess. Now let go." Seeing this, Su Ran stifled a laugh, freeing his hair from the child's grip and taking her back into her arms. "The car should be arriving soon, right?" Gu Zhao glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes left. Noticing the array of bags at Gu Zhao's feet, Wang Hohat remained unconvinced. "Zhao, why don't we let your elder brother accompany you? He can return right after dropping you off at school." "Yes, little brother. Having your elder brother along will help carry some of your luggage," Gu Cheng chimed in. Gu Zhao shook his head. "No need. This isn't my first time going to the city, and besides, it's just a few things. It's fine." The luggage had been packed by Su Ran and Wang Hohat, who, upon seeing anything in the house, thought it might be useful for Gu Zhao, packed everything into bags. If Gu Zhao hadn't intervened, claiming they would be back later, there would likely have been more than just the 2 large bundles by his feet. Seeing his persistence, Wang Hohat ceased her protests. Suddenly, Gu Jianjun seemed to recall something. "What will happen to your job at the textile factory once you leave?" It was a moment of realization for him, a father who had been somewhat neglectful, only now considering this matter as his child prepared to depart. "It's all right. My position will be retained, and for now, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao will manage the department." In truth, this was something Gu Zhao found perplexing. Logically, with him going off to study for several years, there was no necessity to keep the position, especially since he would be of little help in the daily operations. However, when he proactively approached Director Zhang to inquire about the arrangements for subsequent work, he received this answer. Gu Zhao didn't understand much more, and when he pressed for further clarification, the director simply stated that there were plans for him and urged him to focus on his studies without worrying too much. Given this, Gu Zhao decided to let it be. He would go with the flow. Little did he know that before he even became the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination, Zhang Guangji already regarded him as a prized asset, and now, with the added prestige of being the provincial top scorer, losing such talent would be a foolish mistake. Gu Jianjun was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhao's response. But there was no time for reflection as the train had arrived. Amid the reluctant gazes of those around him, Gu Zhao hoisted the 2 large bags and boarded the train. Whether it was due to the start of the school year or not, the train was particularly crowded that day. Once seated, Gu Zhao remained still, as the throngs of passengers made it nearly impossible to shift. His luck was neither particularly good nor bad. Although his seat was not by the window, he was in a row with 2 others. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man seated between 2 burly figures. The man was of average build but appeared somewhat diminutive next to the 2 giants. Their robust arms and thick thighs squeezed him in a way that made him resemble a small chick, and unfortunately, the man's seated height barely reached the armpit level of the 2 hulks beside him. Just imagining the discomfort was enough to make Gu Zhao wince. He turned his head away, only to notice a young woman sitting beside him. She appeared quite young, likely not yet 20, with plump cheeks and fair skin. Unmistakably not from the countryside. After a brief glance, Gu Zhao returned his gaze, opting to close his eyes instead, having risen early with nothing to occupy his time. He soon dozed off amidst the surrounding noise. He was awakened by a gentle nudge. "Young man, wake up." Upon opening his eyes, he found a woman in her 40s or 50s standing before him, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be her son. Both were neatly dressed. Though the frayed cuffs of their sleeves indicated they might not be well off, yet they seemed to belong to one of the better families in their village. Realizing his wandering thoughts, Gu Zhao reined in his musings. It was a professional habit of his to assess people based on their attire to gauge their potential to afford a house or the price range they could manage. He focused on the mother and son before him. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Upon hearing Gu Zhao's response, the woman rubbed her hands together. "Well, you see, there's a gap in your seating arrangement. Would you mind shifting a bit so my son can squeeze in?" Gu Zhao glanced down at the space between himself and the young woman beside him. Indeed, there was a gap the size of a fist, but first, that space was insufficient for another person. Second, the person beside him was a woman, and he couldn't sit too close. And third, accommodating another person wasn't solely his decision, as it was shared seating. If he moved in, he would be encroaching on someone else's spot. However, noticing the young woman's anxious expression upon hearing the mother's request, he felt that the third point was moot. "I'm sorry, but that spot won't accommodate your son." As soon as those words left his mouth, the once smiling expression on Qian Jinhua's face darkened instantly. "What's the matter with you, young man? It's just a matter of shifting a bit. Look at how many people are standing in the aisle. Having one less person standing would make it easier for everyone to pass through. This is about consideration for others. Why is your awareness lower than that of this uneducated countrywoman?" Her voice carried no attempt to conceal her annoyance, drawing the attention of those around them. The weary passengers, suddenly intrigued by the commotion, perked up. Gu Zhao almost felt inclined to applaud this woman, who said people in this era were simple-minded. Here was someone who understood how to amplify her own interests for the benefit of the surrounding crowd. He chuckled softly. "Are you and your son standing here because of me?" Qian Jinhua was perplexed by the purpose of his inquiry, yet the answer to the question was patently obvious. She could not possibly lie in front of so many witnesses, so she simply shook her head in confusion. Gu Zhao pressed on. "So? Did you and your son purchase this seat? What is the point of your question?" Qian Jinhua replied, growing impatient. "Just shift over a bit and comply." Gu Zhao's gaze bore into her, unyielding. "Answer yes or no." The piercing intensity of his stare caused Qian Jinhua's heart to skip a beat, and she instinctively answered, "No." "Then whether you two are standing or sitting is of no concern to me. I paid for my seat. Why should I be compelled to squeeze in with your ineffectual son?" Gu Zhao cast a sidelong glance at the man who had let his mother take the lead while he remained silent, waiting to reap the benefits. Their brief exchange elucidated the situation for the surrounding crowd. The young man had a valid point. Why should one who has purchased a ticket be forced to share their seat? Indeed, look at the narrow gap between the young man and the woman. There is hardly any space for a third person to squeeze in. Perhaps this old woman simply wished for the young man to vacate his seat for her son, which was why she was being so obstinate. Most likely, it was just as one had surmised. Her son stood by quietly, probably waiting for his mother to procure him a seat. The murmurs of the crowd reached the ears of the mother and son, and their expressions darkened in unison. Qian Jinhua's chest heaved as she shot a glare at those around her. "What do you know? My son is a university student, preparing to attend Qingyang Industrial University. What harm is there in him taking a seat? It is his privilege." At this, Qian Jinhua's pride swelled once more as she crossed her arms, looking down at Gu Zhao with a sense of superiority. Li Guangzong, standing beside her, straightened his back as well. The mention of Li Guangzong being a university student immediately diminished the chatter among the onlookers. In this era, university students were a rarity, and in the eyes of many, they were highly esteemed. He is a university student, and from Qingyang Industrial University, no less, a cultured individual. Not everyone aboard the train hailed from the same province, nor were they familiar with the country's prestigious institutions. Thus, upon hearing the incredulous tone, someone inquired, "What about Qingyang Industrial? Is it a good school?" Seeing the attention shift towards him, the previously murmuring uncle cleared his throat and asserted, "Qingyang Industrial is the top university in our Zhao province. Even when compared to the two universities in the capital, it holds its own." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to grasp the significance of Qingyang Industrial University. "So, by your account, this school must be quite competitive. Indeed, it is not comparable to ordinary universities. One must achieve at least 500 points on the college entrance exam to have a chance at admission," the uncle declared, raising 5 fingers, visibly pleased with the astonished expressions of those around him. "Then it seems this young man is quite remarkable." Eyes shifted towards Li Guangzong. "Naturally, given that, it is only fair to offer him a seat. After all, there are only a few hours left until we reach our destination." "Exactly. These educated individuals may not be as robust as the rest of us. Standing for several hours could leave them struggling to walk." The tide of conversation quickly turned, with many gazes now directed at Gu Zhao, hoping he would acquiesce. Li Guangzong and his mother shared a look of smug satisfaction as they regarded Gu Zhao. "Well, you were unwilling to yield before, yet now you are expected to give way. What a waste of time." Unfazed by the collective pressure, Gu Zhao maintained his composure, raising an eyebrow at Li Guangzong. "Qingyang Industrial? Which major?" "As it happens, I am also a student there." I could inquire with your professors to see if being a university student grants the privilege of demanding others to yield their seats. Li Guangzong's expression shifted, scrutinizing Gu Zhao. You two are from Qingyang Industrial? Before Gu Zhao could respond, Qian Jinhua interjected, Son, don't listen to his nonsense. Qingyang Industrial University is a top-tier institution. Do you think just anyone can get in? Madam, that is not quite right. If your son, of such caliber, can gain admission, it would be rather unremarkable for me to do so, Gu Zhao countered. Qian Jinhua was momentarily at a loss for words, pointing at Gu Zhao. You are talking nonsense. What am I? What caliber am I? Li Guangzong was incensed by Gu Zhao's words, pulling his mother aside and challenging. If you're so capable, prove that you are a Qingyang Industrial student. With that, he carefully retrieved his acceptance letter from his bag, showcasing it to the onlookers before finally presenting it to Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao cast a disinterested glance at it, remaining silent. Well, speechless now, are you? You must be an imposter. Qian Jinhua seized upon Gu Zhao's silence as if she had found an opportunity, her confidence surging. The surrounding crowd regarded Gu Zhao with skepticism. After all, they had seen Li Guangzong's acceptance letter, and the legitimacy of his status as a Qingyang Industrial student was undeniable. However, Gu Zhao had yet to produce any credible evidence to support his claim. Chapter 225. This young man clearly is the top scorer. In their eyes, Gu Zhao's reticence was indicative of a guilty conscience, contemplating whether to retrieve his acceptance letter from the depths of his bag. Unlike Li Guangzong, who had delicately presented his letter, Gu Zhao had carelessly stowed his at the very bottom. Retrieving it would require him to dig through the contents above, a cumbersome task. Ultimately, Gu Zhao decided against the effort, realizing he had no obligation to prove himself to this crowd. Furthermore, regardless of his status as a Qingyang Industrial student, he had every right to refuse to yield his seat. There was no need to be coerced by these individuals. Just as he resolved to speak, a woman beside him interjected, You all are being unreasonable. What does being a university student have to do with occupying a seat? If you have the capability, then relinquish your own seat. What gives you the right to pressure others? Hey, young lady, that is not how it works. When out and about, mutual assistance is expected. Besides, your support for this young man suggests there is something between you. Qian Jinhua's words were venomous, unfoundedly tarnishing a woman's reputation. The defending young woman turned pale, stammering. Why you're speaking nonsense? Gu Zhao's expression grew serious, his sharp gaze fixed on Qian Jinhua. Without uttering a word, he gestured for the train officer, who was approaching. Excuse me. Officer, this woman is pressuring me to yield my seat, and now she is instigating trouble, defaming this lady who spoke in my defense, insinuating an inappropriate relationship between us. I kindly request your intervention. The uniformed officer, with a solemn demeanor, turned to Qian Jinhua. Is this true? Qian Jinhua was taken aback that Gu Zhao would summon the police at the slightest provocation and found herself at a loss for words. However, she dared not speak the truth, knowing others would support her. Officer, this gentleman is correct. This lady has been relentless since we boarded, insisting I yield my seat. When this woman spoke up, I was falsely accused. A nearby young girl, who had witnessed the entire incident, stepped forward to clarify, having initially intended to remain uninvolved. However, Qian Jinhua's baseless slander against another woman compelled her to speak out. Indeed, it is all this lady's fault. She preaches mutual assistance, yet only seeks to benefit herself. Does she really believe her son is so precious that a young man should stand for hours? Is he truly so frail? Ha ha ha, if that is the case, how will he manage when he gets married? Surely he won't expect his mother to assist him even then. Upon the utterance of those words, laughter erupted from everyone present, save for a few individuals who had previously defended Qian Jinhua. Ever since the arrival of the train police, these individuals had fallen silent, as mute as chickens, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, the subject of their scorn, Li Guangzong, remained frozen in place, seemingly trembling as if his very teeth were chattering. Exuding a fear that surpassed even that of Qian Jinhua, he did not react to the derogatory comments directed at his masculine dignity by those around him. Gu Zhao cast a glance in his direction, deep in thought. The train police pieced together the truth from the surrounding chatter, and upon observing Li Guangzong and his mother huddled in silence, it became abundantly clear what was unfolding. In another decade or so, Qian Jinhua's behavior today could indeed warrant charges of creating a disturbance and insult, but for now, the train police could only offer a few verbal admonitions before instructing the mother and son to apologize to Gu Zhao and the woman beside him. Apologize to me? Qian Jinhua exclaimed, pointing at herself, clearly unwilling to comply. She had done nothing wrong. Why should she apologize? In that moment, her dissatisfaction suppressed her innate fear of the train police. The officer, evidently accustomed to dealing with such shameless individuals, remained remarkably composed. If you refuse to apologize, then I must ask you to accompany me, he stated calmly. Go ahead. Qian Jinhua's sentence was abruptly cut off by Li Guangzong, who, eyeing Gu Zhao seated comfortably, gritted his teeth and, under the gaze of the onlookers, lowered his head. I'm sorry. My mother shouldn't have coercively demanded you give up your seat. He then turned to the woman beside him, adding, I sincerely apologize. My mother's words were unintentional. Please forgive her. By the time he finished speaking, Li Guangzong's face was flushed crimson, and the stares of those around him felt like needles, making him immensely uncomfortable. Son, why should we apologize? Qian Jinhua persisted obstinately. Be quiet, Li Guangzong snapped, apologized to her. Faced with her son's fierce gaze, Qian Jinhua felt a fleeting chill run down her spine. Ultimately, under his scrutiny, she reluctantly offered a half-hearted apology. Gu Zhao let out a cold snort, seemingly oblivious, as he turned his gaze toward the window, ignoring the mother and son duo. The woman beside them, appearing somewhat bashful, quickly expressed that it was all forgotten, now that the mother and son had apologized in front of everyone. Thus, the matter was set aside, and the train police departed from the carriage to continue their inspection of the train. As the officer's figure receded from view, Qian Jinhua's demeanor immediately returned to normal. She rolled her eyes at Gu Zhao, poised to speak. I know you. Across the aisle, a man who had been frowning in contemplation since Gu Zhao first spoke suddenly straightened his glasses, which had been skewed by the bulk of the two large men beside him. He abruptly stood, pointing at Gu Zhao. His slightly agitated voice drew the attention of those who had turned away, leaving them puzzled as to the source of his excitement. Huh? Gu Zhao responded, equally bewildered. Without waiting for him to inquire further, the man eagerly divulged, You are the top scorer of our province in the college entrance examination, right? Gu Zhao. I've seen you in the newspaper. Though framed as a question, his tone was decidedly assertive. What? The first to voice disbelief was Qian Jinhua, unable to fathom the man's claim. You must still be half asleep. Li Guangzong shared in her skepticism. If Gu Zhao were indeed the provincial top scorer, then his mother's earlier antics would be utterly ridiculous. Comrade, one can jest with food, but not with words, he warned the man. Hey, the man, feeling provoked by the duo's skepticism, squeezed out from between the two large men, rummaging through his luggage. Red shorts? No. Torn tank top? Get lost. After overturning his bag and uncovering a crumpled newspaper at the very bottom, he held it aloft, displaying it to the onlookers. Look, am I speaking nonsense? This young man is clearly the provincial top scorer. As the paper was passed around, those who received it squinted, comparing the image to Gu Zhao. Soon, a crowd gathered, each person glancing between the newspaper and Gu Zhao, and after a thorough examination, it was confirmed. The living likeness matched that of the photograph. My goodness, he really is the provincial top scorer. Mom, I've made it. I'm on the same train as the provincial top scorer. Indeed, what incredible luck today. The crowd buzzed with excitement, some even eager to reach out and touch Gu Zhao's hand, hoping to share in his scholarly aura. Gu Zhao, feeling a sudden jolt of panic, deftly evaded the outstretched hand, as the din of excitement swelled around him, drawing the attention of even the rear of the carriage. The man who had first identified Gu Zhao noticed the commotion escalating and feared a potential incident. He raised his voice to calm the crowd. Everyone, listen to me. Stay composed. The provincial top scorer is right here. He won't run away. Let us not create too much noise, or we might attract unwanted attention. He's right. Let us all keep calm, someone echoed. With this gentle reminder, the crowd gradually regained their composure. They continued to gaze eagerly at Gu Zhao, but refrained from getting any closer. Throughout this, Gu Zhao remained silent, feeling as if he were some sort of talisman under the collective gaze. Listen, what do you mean he won't run away? Is there even space for him to step down? Perhaps sensing something in his understated expression, someone awkwardly scratched their head. Comrade Gu, I apologize. This is our first time encountering a top scorer, so we are a bit overly excited. Yes, Comrade Gu, please don't mind us. We're just a tad curious. After all, it's our first time seeing a living top scorer. Of course, they had never seen a deceased one either. Their faces were all earnest, prompting Gu Zhao to smile and shake his head. It's all right. Due to his profession, his smile radiated warmth, and noticing his amiable demeanor, one person couldn't resist asking, Comrade Gu, do you have any tips for studying? Seeing Gu Zhao look at him with confusion, the questioner felt somewhat taken aback. My child is just starting middle school, but their grades aren't very good, so I thought I'd ask. Li Guangzong, having overheard the other men's inquiries, felt compelled to join in. Yes, nowadays we adults can hardly understand the textbooks our kids are using. Teaching them is quite a headache. Comrade Gu, if it's not too much trouble, could you please share some of your study techniques? Indeed, Comrade Gu, just a few tips would be wonderful. For Gu Zhao, sharing a few study strategies was not a daunting task. Noticing the eager expressions on their faces, he nodded and began to elaborate. Regardless of the subject, rote memorization is always the least efficient method. Different subjects require different focal points. for instance, in language studies. As he spoke, the atmosphere grew quiet. Each person listening intently, hoping to commit his words to memory to share with their children upon returning home. A few individuals with paper and pens hastily pulled them out to jot down notes. After all, these were the study techniques of a provincial top scorer. Had they not been fortunate enough to share this train journey with Gu Zhao, they might never have had the opportunity to hear such insights. While they encircled Gu Zhao, Qian Jinhua seized the newspaper from someone's hands. Despite her and her son's disbelief, the photograph on the paper could not be deceived. Recalling her earlier derision aimed at Gu Zhao, Qian Jinhua felt faint, realizing she had truly embarrassed herself. Li Guangzong's expression was not much better. He pondered the implications of Gu Zhao potentially being a student at Qingyang Industrial. If that were the case, their paths would inevitably cross at school. And should Gu Zhao divulge the events of today, Li would find himself notorious within the academic realm. Contemplating this, he cast a reproachful glance at his mother. Had it not been for her, he would not have suffered such humiliation. The two stood in awkward silence until Gu Zhao's voice faded and the audience remained intrigued. In truth, at least half of those present struggled to comprehend Gu Zhao's explanations, perceiving only that the top scorer's insights were impressive, leaving them with a vague sense of awe. Nevertheless, their inability to grasp the details did not diminish their fervent hopes for their children to excel. In an effort to facilitate understanding, Gu Zhao employed straightforward language, speaking until his throat felt parched. He lifted his canteen, a military water pouch originally brought back by Gu Jianjun from his service, which Gu Zhao had exchanged for a ceramic cup. Observing Gu Zhao drink several times, the onlookers felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Comrade Gu, we are immensely grateful to you. These are pancakes made by my mother. Please have a taste." Yes. We don't know how to express our appreciation. You traveled all this way and still took the time to share this with us. Here are some homegrown eggs for you." Before Gu Zhao could refuse, they insisted on giving him a pancake, and he received a chicken egg in return. By the time he revealed himself from the throng, his arms were filled with their humble offerings. Gu Zhao glanced down and smiled slightly. While none of these items held significant value, they were tokens of sincere goodwill. Indeed, this era still harbored a majority of simple-hearted individuals. At that moment, a timid hand was raised, and Gu Zhao looked up to see the young girl who had first supported him when the conductor intervened. She cast a hesitant glance his way. "Excuse me, Comrade Gu, have you ever been featured in the newspaper for your engine improvements?" Gu Zhao paused, quickly understanding her inquiry. Noticing her nervousness, he smiled and nodded. "Yes." "Ah." The young girl suppressed an almost instinctive gasp. A mechanical enthusiast, she never missed any news related to mechanical technology. Due to her family circumstances, she was acutely aware of the current state of domestic engine development, and when she first read about advancements made to the most cutting-edge engines, she took immediate notice. The names of those involved in the modifications were etched in her memory, with Gu Zhao's name at the forefront. Never did she imagine that the top scorer and the innovator of engine improvements were one and the same. The surrounding audience was left bewildered by their exchange, pondering what this engine improvement entailed. Their curiosity piqued. They wished to inquire further, but felt hesitant to approach Gu Zhao again, opting instead to gather around the young girl. In her excitement, she eagerly shared the details of the story, and as the crowd listened, they cast incredulous glances at Gu Zhao, unable to fathom how one individual could shine both academically and in other domains. What mysteries did fate conceal from this remarkable individual? Chapter 227, Reporting Safety. Oblivious to the murmurs and curious glances, Gu Zhao closed his eyes, lost in thought. As the train approached Qingyang Station, the conductor's voice announced the impending stop, urging passengers to disembark. Gu Zhao opened his eyes, revealing no trace of drowsiness. Nearly half the passengers in his carriage prepared to alight, responding to the conductor's call by gathering their belongings and lining up near the exit. With the screech of the train halting against the tracks, Gu Zhao shouldered his luggage and joined the flow of disembarking passengers. At that moment, the person ahead of him was jostled by another, causing them to instinctively lean back. Gu Zhao reached out to steady them. "Thank you," the person in front said, turning to express gratitude. Gu Zhao recognized her as the young woman who had sat beside him earlier, shaking his head in modesty. "No need for thanks. I should be thanking you for your earlier assistance." She smiled shyly. "It wasn't much help, really." Gu Zhao nodded, choosing silence. Following the throng to the station exit, he spotted Yin Zhengcheng waiting at the entrance, waving. "Master." "Ah, Zhao." Yin Zhengcheng quickly approached, taking a bag of luggage from Gu Zhao. "You must be hungry. Your mistress has prepared a meal at home, just waiting for us to return." Gu Zhao grinned. "It's always so thoughtful of you and mistress. You're quite the smooth talker." Yin Zhengcheng had arrived on a bicycle, and Gu Zhao, having playfully negotiated for the right to ride, took the lead. One bag sat secured on the front of the bicycle, while the other was cradled in Yin Zhengcheng's arms. The bike sped along, nearly leaving sparks in its wake. And they reached home in about 40 minutes. Upon opening the door, the delightful aroma wafted towards them, and seeing the figure bustling in the kitchen, Gu Zhao called out, "Mistress, I'm back. Just in time. The last dish is just finishing up," Wang Xiuzhen said, smiling as she emerged from the kitchen. Gu Zhao set down his luggage and followed her to help with the rice. "You should sit down. There's no need for you to help here," she insisted. Gu Zhao replied, "How can I just sit idly by?" Wang Xiuzhen laughed. "You're not the one eating leftovers. That's for someone else." She shot a playful glance at Yin Zhengcheng, adding, "Even if you were, mistress would be more than happy to accommodate you." It's the thought that counts." Gu Zhao chuckled as they enjoyed their light-hearted banter in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yin Zhengcheng, having just taken a sip of tea in the living room, silently realized he had unwittingly become the one eating leftovers, having been the early riser to fetch groceries. Unaware of his thoughts, the two continued their lively conversation while the food was being served. Noticing no one was calling for him, Yin Zhengcheng slowly made his way to the bench, feigning a cough. However, Wang Xiuzhen and the others were too absorbed in their chatter to notice. With no other options, he seized his bowl and chopsticks. Joining in on the meal, Gu Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with him, a hint of amusement in their eyes as their conversation flowed on. Wang Xiuzhen inquired, "Why didn't Tia Zhao bring his wife and child along this time?" Gu Zhao replied, "My wife will be starting school in a couple of days, and I'm not comfortable with them traveling here alone." Despite having ventured away several times without incident, he understood that a solitary woman with a child could attract unwanted attention. Gu Zhao never underestimated the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Wang Xiuzhen nodded in understanding. "I almost forgot. Your wife is still studying. Education is indeed vital." Their dialogue continued, with Yin Zhengcheng eventually interjecting, "The jerky you sent last time was quite delicious. If you liked it, I can prepare some more for you next time," Gu Zhao offered. The preceding drought had indeed affected the city, prompting Gu Zhao to take the initiative to prepare an ample amount of jerky from the pork stored in his space, even sending a portion to Yin Zhengcheng and his wife. His method was inspired by the contemporary homestyle recipes favored by netizens, utilizing simple yet effective seasonings, resulting in a delectable outcome that, at least in this era, was quite commendable. Wang Xiuzhen cast a sidelong glance at Yin Zhengcheng, admonishing, "Don't listen to your master's ramblings. Just having something to eat each day is already a blessing. What more jerky could you possibly desire?" Such fanciful thinking. Faced with the banter of his apprentice, Yin Zhengcheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Come on, I was merely jesting," he retorted. "Even jesting is too much. If you have nothing to say, then say nothing," Wang replied with a playful scoff. Gu Zhao nearly burst into laughter. His master was indeed quite sincere. Yin Zhengcheng shot him a furtive glare, quickly averting his gaze when Wang Xiuzhen turned to him. Gu Zhao chose not to expose the subtle interaction, and after the three of them shared a light-hearted meal, he inquired with Yin Zhengcheng about where he might make a phone call. "A phone call? Just exit the courtyard. Turn left, and walk straight for about 200 meters. There's a public telephone booth there." "All right." After clarifying the directions, Gu Zhao proceeded to the telephone booth as instructed. Once the person ahead of him departed, he stepped forward, and upon the connection being established by the operator, he conveyed his desired number. After receiving a prompt to wait, he stood at the booth, the receiver held firmly in hand. He did not have to wait long before a familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Is this Zhao Gu?" Su Ran asked eagerly, the receiver pressed to her ear. After Gu Zhao's departure, she had calculated the time to arrive at the school, coinciding with the upcoming start of classes. While Li Datsai was in his office preparing for the new semester, upon learning of her intent, Li Datsai suggested she wander outside for a bit, assuring her he would notify her immediately should a call come through. Having explored every nook and cranny of the school, Su Ran opted not to disturb Li Datsai's work and settled into a chair in the hallway. As soon as the office phone rang, she sprang up without waiting for an invitation, stepping into the office. Faced with Li Datsai's seemingly amused gaze, she disregarded her bashfulness, swiftly taking the phone from his hand. Upon hearing the familiar voice on the other end, her heart finally settled. "Zhao Gu, have you arrived at Master's house?" Hearing the concern in the voice from the other end, Gu Zhao nodded. "Yes, I've just finished eating." "That's good." Gu Zhao's primary reason for calling was to assure them of his safety. They exchanged a few words, with him reminding the mother and daughter duo to be cautious at home and to reach out to him if anything arose. As Su Ran spoke on the phone, Li Datsai instinctively stepped out of the office, granting the young couple a moment of privacy. Listening to the gentle stream of words from the other end, a sweet smile graced Su Ran's face as she responded affirmatively. However, as she regained her composure, she realized that 2 minutes had already slipped by. She was acutely aware of the value of a phone call and felt a pang in her heart, contemplating ending the conversation. The voice on the other end urged her to hurry, prompting Gu Zhao to hastily arrange a specific time for weekly communication. Amused by the beeping sounds echoing from the receiver, he shook his head with a smile before returning home. The following day, bright and early, Gu Zhao intercepted Yin Zhengcheng, who intended to accompany him to school, and made his way alone, carrying 2 bags of belongings. Upon entering the school grounds, he was greeted by the striking contrast of Su-style architecture and utilitarian design. The central teaching building soared high, flanked by symmetrical auxiliary structures, with clear demarcations for teaching and living areas. The red bricks and tiles complemented the cement gray window frames, exuding a sense of understated elegance. Sunlight filtered through towering poplar trees, casting mottled shadows upon the red brick walls, where slogans painted in crimson flickered in the light. In the distance, patches of land overflowed with seasonal vegetables, a testament to practicality. Not far from the school entrance, several wooden tables and chairs were set up, surrounded by a crowd, presumably a team organized by the school to welcome new students. Gu Zhao approached, and as the person ahead of him departed, he stepped forward, without waiting for his inquiry. A friendly male student at the table greeted him. "You must be one of today's new students?" "Yes. Could you tell me where to register? And what procedures are required for living on campus?" "Please follow me." The male student gestured, leading Gu Zhao deeper into the school. Along the way, he learned that this welcoming student, Zhuanghua, was a sophomore who had volunteered to assist with the orientation of newcomers. As they walked, he provided Gu Zhao with a thorough overview of the campus layout, clearly indicating where the classrooms and dormitories were located. Upon arriving at the registration point, the student exchanged polite greetings with the staff before departing to attend to other new arrivals. Gu Zhao presented his admission notice and other necessary documents at the window. "Gu Zhao?" Upon receiving the materials, the teacher, Li Xuefen, exclaimed in surprise, "You are the provincial top scorer from the college entrance examination?" Gu Zhao nodded. "Yes, teacher." Seeing his confirmation, Li Xuefen did not comment further and proceeded to verify the documents, facilitating Gu Zhao's enrollment. Upon hearing that Gu Zhao intended to reside on campus, he cautioned, "The living conditions may not be very satisfactory. Are you certain about this?" This question caused Gu Zhao, who had been resolute, to hesitate. He understood that the accommodation conditions of this era were unlikely to be favorable, but he was still unaware of the specifics. However, he soon learned from Li Xuefen that it was common for 10 to 12 individuals to share a room, with instances of 20 people being crammed into a single space. The smile on Gu Zhao's face momentarily faltered as he contemplated the implications. Men understood men, and the thought of sharing a room with a dozen or more individuals, complete with flying underwear and discarded socks, was daunting. "Have you thought this through?" Li Xuefen inquired, noticing the young man's subtle expression. "Teacher, are there no dormitories with fewer residents?" Gu Zhao asked tentatively. "Just a moment." After which, Li Xuefen flipped through a booklet, the pages rustling. "Ah, here we go. There is an 8-person dormitory available, but there's only 1 bed left. Would you like to take it?" Yes. Gu Zhao nodded vigorously. 8 people were certainly preferable to 18. At that moment, there was no dormitory supervisor present, and the dormitory building operated on an open-door policy. Gu Zhao carried his luggage to the designated dormitory. Inside, he found that 2 lower bunks and 1 upper bunk near the window had already been occupied, and the room was modest in size. Apart from the beds lining the sides, there was only a communal table, approximately 2 meters long, surrounded by a few wooden chairs. The room was empty, so Gu Zhao set his belongings down by the window and opted for the sole remaining upper bunk. He preferred the effort of climbing to the upper bunk over the chance of being disturbed in the lower one. Equipped with a basin and cloth, Gu Zhao made his way to the end of the hallway. Their dormitory building had 3 floors, and Gu Zhao's room was located on the second. Each floor featured a communal washroom and toilet at the end of the corridor. The washroom had a row of faucets for daily washing and fetching water, while the toilet was a squat-style facility with no partitions. Upon witnessing this setup, Gu Zhao felt fortunate that his dormitory was situated a fair distance from the toilet. He could hardly imagine enduring the summer months in proximity to such facilities. After fetching water and returning to his room, Gu Zhao climbed onto his bed to clean it. Once the iron bed was wiped down and dried, he made the bed, covering it with a blanket. Next, he attended to the wooden table and chairs, the windowsill, and the floor, taking the opportunity to tidy everything up, ensuring a comfortable living space. After completing his chores, his stomach began to grumble, prompting Gu Zhao to check the time on his watch. It was time for lunch. As classes had yet to commence officially, the school cafeteria was still closed. After inquiring with the security guard at the entrance, he learned that by exiting the school, turning right, and walking for about 10 minutes, he would come across a state-run restaurant. This establishment appeared to be more than twice the size of the one in the county, bustling with patrons at the moment, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. When it was Gu Zhao's turn to order, uncertain of what to eat, he simply opted for a serving of pork and cabbage dumplings. At this moment, the food was substantial, A single serving consisted of 20 dumplings, generously filled with a mixture of pork and cabbage that not only offered a delightful meaty aroma, but also alleviated the greasiness. Each dumpling was twice the size of those found in contemporary eateries, and by the end of the meal, Gu Zhao felt thoroughly satisfied. After finishing, he strolled along the street to aid digestion, passing by the cinema, the communal barbershop, and the park. Whenever he encountered something intriguing, he would approach to take a closer look. If it failed to pique his interest, he would merely glance before moving on. Only when he felt that his meal had digested sufficiently did he board the bus to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon observing the few remaining apples and autumn pears at the counter, Gu Zhao felt fortunate and beckoned the salesperson to assist him in packaging them. On his way back, in a secluded spot where no one could see, Gu Zhao discreetly added 2 bunches of grapes and several persimmons to his bag, fruits that were in season locally. As he entered the house, Gu Zhao anticipated some remarks, but he was taken aback by how Wang Xiuzhen chattered on for the entire evening. At the dining table, holding his chopsticks and bowl, Gu Zhao quietly consumed his meal while listening to the incessant chatter, not daring to utter a word. Zhao, tell me, why did you stay at Shermu's house for 2 days and spend money on these old fruits? Have you grown distant from us? Wang Xiuzhen lamented, occasionally serving Gu Zhao more dishes. Seeing the child focused solely on his food, without any rebuttal, her heart softened a little. This child is indeed filial. Exactly. He has grown distant from us. Otherwise, why would he buy these? Came a voice from the side, fanning the flames. Gu Zhao glanced up to see his master, Yin Zhengcheng, raising an eyebrow at him, seemingly retaliating for Gu Zhao's earlier indifference. Chapter 228, Dormitory Dispute. Not feeling angered, Gu Zhao's eyes twinkled with mischief as he feigned a tone of grievance. Shermu, he glared at me. What? Wang Xiuzhen set her bowl down and glared at Yin Zhengcheng, only to catch him with a mischievous expression. Look at you. Zhao is so filial to us, and you still dare to glare at him? No, that's not. Yin Zhengcheng's explanation was cut short as Wang Xiuzhen snatched the bowl from his hands. Why don't you just stop eating? She declared, placing the bowl in front of herself. Why? Yin Zhengcheng protested, feeling wronged. That brat set me up. Wang Xiuzhen dismissed him. I don't care. Gu Zhao chuckled softly, meeting Yin Zhengcheng's resentful gaze and shrugging in a gesture of helplessness. In the midst of their playful banter, Yin Zhengcheng eventually yielded and lowered himself to admit fault, allowing everyone to continue eating. Since the school officially commenced the day after tomorrow, Gu Zhao did not return to the dormitory after dinner but stayed at the Yin residence, as Wang Xiuzhen had advised that morning. After a night filled with pleasant dreams, the next morning, as Yin Zhengcheng left for the factory, Gu Zhao accompanied Wang Xiuzhen to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy groceries. After returning and joyfully preparing a meal together, Gu Zhao chatted with Wang Xiuzhen for a while before leisurely making his way back to school. At the entrance, Wang Xiuzhen reluctantly held Gu Zhao's hand. Zhao, if you have time, remember to come and visit me and your master more often. As one ages, the warmth of a bustling home makes it hard to return to the tranquility of the past. Gu Zhao patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, Shermu. I will come often until you find it bothersome. Wang Xiuzhen was delighted by his words. Then I would truly look forward to it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and noticing the time, Gu Zhao waved goodbye. The afternoon sunlight was a soft golden hue, filtering through the towering poplar trees and casting beautiful dappled shadows on the road. The number of pedestrians on campus noticeably increased. They walked either alone or in pairs, their voices hushed even when they occasionally conversed. Gu Zhao paid no heed to others, his gaze fixed ahead as he walked towards the dormitory. As the creaking door swung open, the lively chatter within the room abruptly ceased. Gu Zhao entered, greeted by the peculiar stares of the others. In the midst of this strange silence, a male figure seated near the door was the first to break the ice. Hello, I'm Tong Lu from Mechanical Class 1. Gu Zhao grasped Tong Lu's outstretched hand. Hello, Mechanical Class 1. I'm Gu Zhao. Their exchange seemed to dissolve the previous awkwardness, prompting others to step forward and introduce themselves. Hello, I'm. After several introductions, Gu Zhao's gaze fell upon a person seated by the window who remained silent, a smile that seemed more like a smirk playing on his lips. Li Guangzong had tensed up the moment Gu Zhao walked in. He had not anticipated that the person with whom he had a conflict on the train would not only be at the same school, but also in the same class. Meeting Gu Zhao's gaze, he forced a smile. Mechanical Class 1, Li Guangzong. Gu Zhao nodded without responding. From the earlier introductions, he learned that there were 4 others in the dormitory from his class, a local named Tong Lu, Li Guangzong from a nearby county, Lin Zhu who had come from a village, and a boy named Ma Tianfu who was said to be from a neighboring province, though he was not present at the moment. The remaining 3 were from different majors, named Tianqing, Yang Hao, and He Zhuofan. Seeing that Gu Zhao had not mentioned the incident on the train, Li Guangzong felt a sense of relief. However, A flicker of schadenfreude crossed his eyes as he glanced at the upper bunk across from him. Gu Zhao quickly understood why the others had looked at him so oddly upon entering. Noticing Gu Zhao's impassive gaze fixed on his bed, Tong Lu approached nervously. I'm sorry, Gu Zhao, we tried to stop Ma Tianfu from switching beds, but he wouldn't listen, others chimed in. Feeling the anxious gazes upon him, Gu Zhao smiled. Thank you. Without waiting for further discussion, he climbed the ladder to the upper bunk and yanked the sheets and quilt that did not belong to him, tossing them onto the floor. As he descended, he inadvertently stepped on them a few times. The dirty shoe prints stood out starkly against the clean blue bedding, and upon witnessing this, the others fell silent. Who dares to throw my bedding on the floor? A furious roar erupted from the doorway. Gu Zhao looked up to see a man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly plump build, dressed in a pristine short-sleeved shirt paired with black work trousers, standing at the dormitory entrance. Ma Tianfu, seeing his bedding, which had been perfectly fine before he left, now lying on the ground marked with dirty footprints, felt a surge of anger rise within him. What? No one will admit it? I will, Gu Zhao interrupted, folding his arms and leaning against the bed's edge, with his anger now directed at a target. Ma Tianfu charged towards Gu Zhao. Do you want to die? Gu Zhao replied with a nonchalant, raising an eyebrow at him. Come and try. No one had ever dared to provoke Ma Tianfu like this at home. Upon hearing Gu Zhao's words, he clenched his fists and swung at Gu Zhao. Then I'll grant you that. The others widened their eyes in terror, with Tong Lu standing closest, attempting to intervene but arriving a moment too late. As for Gu Zhao, he stood tall and simply stepped aside. The next moment, a loud crack echoed through the room, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. The others watched in shock as Gu Zhao sidestepped, causing Ma Tianfu's fist to collide directly with the iron bed frame. As Ma Tianfu's anguished cries filled the air, the others felt a collective shiver run down their spines. As Ma Tianfu appeared to be unable to withstand the pain, he crouched down on the ground, clutching his hand, leaving the others momentarily at a loss. It was Tong Lu who reminded them, let us hurry and get him to the hospital. In the brief span of a few minutes, Ma Tianfu's fingers began to swell rapidly. Surely this couldn't be just a sprain. Could it be a fracture? Once the dormitory quieted down, only Gu Zhao and Li Guangzong remained. Upon catching Gu Zhao's glance, Li Guangzong shivered, tremblingly rising to follow suit and exit the dormitory. Gu Zhao paid no heed to his departure, instead tidying the crumpled blanket on the lower bunk to the left of the door and then carrying it back to her original upper bunk to neatly spread it out. Subsequently, she took her toothbrush, towel, and basin to the washroom. After everything was in order, Gu Zhao climbed into bed, closing her eyes to relax. Disregarding the disarray on the floor, when she regained consciousness, a cacophony of noise reached her ears. Chapter 229. Gu Zhao? What wrong has Gu Zhao done? Ma Tianfu held up his hand, meticulously wrapped in layers of gauze, the pain in his fingers akin to a hammer relentlessly striking his nerves. Having suffered such a significant setback right at the start of the semester, he found it impossible to swallow this indignation. With those trailing behind him, he forcefully pushed open the dormitory door, his gaze landing on the figure sprawled on the bed, seemingly asleep. He nearly spat blood in fury. How dare this person sleep after he had endured such agony? Teacher, it's him. Ma Tianfu pointed at Gu Zhao, addressing the middle-aged man behind him. Gu Zhao, awakened by the commotion, blinked the sleep from her eyes and began to regain her senses, further inciting Ma Tianfu's ire. In the teacher's office, Dong Mingji surveyed the group of students who had already caused him trouble at the beginning of the academic year, his head throbbing. So the truth of the matter was that Ma Tianfu had occupied the bed that rightfully belonged to Gu Zhao. Upon discovering this, Gu Zhao sought to reclaim her space, leading to a dispute that resulted in Ma Tianfu's injury. Is that correct? Gu Zhao raised her hand. Initially, Dong Mingji had been pleased to welcome this top-scoring student into his class, but now he found himself in a rather absurd situation. Speak, he prompted. Mr. Dong, I did not lay a finger on Ma Tianfu throughout this incident. His injury has nothing to do with me. You're talking nonsense. Before Dong Mingji could interject, Ma Tianfu erupted, his agitation palpable. Had it not been for Dong Mingji's presence, he might have lunged at Gu Zhao again. Gu Zhao remained composed. Then tell me, did I ever touch you? You didn't touch me, but then that settles it. I didn't touch you, so how could your injury possibly be my fault? Damn it, bang. Dong Mingji slammed his hand on the table, casting a stern glance at the two. Silence. Gu Zhao, perceiving the situation, ceased her retorts. Ma Tianfu wished to protest further, but the look on Dong Mingji's face compelled him to begrudgingly fall silent. This matter involves both of you. Ma Tianfu should not have forcibly occupied another's bed, knowing it was already claimed. As for Gu Zhao, Dong Mingji hesitated mid-sentence. What could he possibly say about Gu Zhao? That she should not have evaded too swiftly when someone was attacking her? Clearing his throat, he concluded, in any case, both of you share responsibility. Each of you will write a 1,000-word reflection and submit it to me. This matter is resolved. Gu Zhao, quick to respond, said, "Thank you, Mr. Dong. I will reflect deeply on my actions and ensure I do not repeat this mistake." Dong Mingji nodded with satisfaction. Ma Tianfu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Even after all this, the true instigator was so easily let off the hook. His dissatisfaction bubbled over, and just as he was about to voice his grievances, Dong Mingji shot him a warning glance. "If you continue to make a scene, I will call your parents." At this, Ma Tianfu's expression fell. If his father learned that he was causing trouble again, he would surely be met with a belt. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Realizing he would gain nothing by arguing with the teacher, he huffed dismissively, leaving the office in a huff without so much as a parting word. Dong Mingji chose not to pursue the matter further, turning to the others. "You may all leave now." "Yes, teacher." Emerging from the office, Tong Lu and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Gu Zhao, sensing their discomfort, took the initiative. "I appreciate your help with today's situation. How about this? After class tomorrow, I will treat you all to dinner at the state-run restaurant." Tong Lu immediately waved his hands in refusal. "No need. It's just a small matter." In his view, this incident had nothing to do with Gu Zhao. It was entirely Ma Tianfu's doing. "Exactly, Gu Zhao. We'll be roommates from now on, so it's only natural we help each other out." The others politely declined as well. Truth be told, they had all been caught in an unfortunate situation today, and while it would be disingenuous to say they bore no resentment, Gu Zhao's words transformed their frustration into a sense of awkwardness. All were adults, and given their admission to Qingyang Industrial, none were lacking in intelligence. They understood that Ma Tianfu had instigated this mess. Thus, they found it even harder to accept Gu Zhao's invitation. Seeing their reluctance, Gu Zhao adopted a firm stance. "It's settled then. We will meet tomorrow at 5 o'clock at the school gate." With that, she turned on her heel, leaving no room for further objections. As Gu Zhao's figure faded from view, the others exchanged glances. It was Tong Lu who broke the silence first. "So are we going? Let us go?" Yang Hao agreed. "We can always find a chance to repay her later." With two voices in support, the others ceased their opposition. The next day, Gu Zhao rose early, carrying her basin out the door, keen to avoid the anticipated crowd in the washroom. Tong Lu, still groggy, sensed someone pass by him and, upon opening his eyes, caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure disappearing at the door. He glanced out the window and noted that dawn had yet to fully break, promptly closing his eyes and drifting back to sleep. 2 minutes later, he jolted upright, vigorously rubbing his head. Once fully awake, he quietly exited the dormitory. After washing her face, Gu Zhao noted the presence of someone standing beside her. "Why are you up so early? Did I wake you?" Tong Lu cupped water in his hands and splashed it on his face, rubbing vigorously before straightening up to answer Gu Zhao's question. "No. I'm just accustomed to waking up at this hour." Once the two completed their morning routines and returned to the dormitory, it seemed the entire building had come to life. Hearing the commotion, Yang Hao and the others, still bleary-eyed, sat up. Upon seeing Gu Zhao and Tong Lu enter, they inquired, "Why are you two up so early?" Gu Zhao placed her basin beneath the table. "I was afraid it would get too crowded later." "Damn." At her words, the others snapped to attention as they heard the noise echoing from the corridor. They hurriedly grabbed their basins and rushed outside. Li Guangzong followed behind, deftly avoiding Gu Zhao. As for Ma Tianfu, he had not returned since leaving the office the previous day, and the others had no intention of searching for him. After all, he was a grown man and unlikely to get lost. While the others busied themselves with their morning routines, Gu Zhao and Tong Lu had already arrived at the cafeteria. The brick-and-mortar building appeared exceedingly simple, its gray exterior adorned with slogans proclaiming the value of grain and urging obedience to commands. Upon entering, they found the hall remarkably spacious. With long wooden tables and chairs marked by the scars of time, there were 5 serving windows. Overhead, a wooden board displayed the menu of the day. Today's breakfast consisted of corn dumplings and a thin porridge that reflected one's image. After taking a bite of the dumpling, Gu Zhao instinctively stretched her neck, swallowing hard to push the morsel down her throat. Having learned from the lesson of the first bite, she ensured that each subsequent mouthful of dumpling was accompanied by a sip of porridge. At that moment, she fully grasped the significance of the porridge's existence. Seated opposite him, Tong Lu was not to be outdone. The two of them laboriously finished their breakfast before hastily making their way to the classroom. In Chapter 230, they found themselves in a predicament, having inadvertently offended someone while drafting their reflections. Thanks to their early arrival, the classroom was still relatively empty when they entered, and they casually selected a seat towards the front. Gu Zhao surveyed the classroom, taking in the antiquated wooden desks and chairs, the pockmarked blackboard, and the peeling window frames, each detail a testament to the harsh conditions of their era. Before long, students began to trickle in. Upon spotting Lin Zhu at the classroom door, Tong Lu waved him over. Here. Lin Ju took the vacant seat beside Tong Lu, offering a sheepish smile to Gu Zhao and Tong Lu. You're here quite early. Tong Lu waved his hand dismissively. Not really, we just sat down. He engaged in lively conversation with Gu Zhao and Lin Ju, seemingly oblivious to Li Guangzhong, who entered the classroom right behind Lin Ju. For reasons he could not articulate, Tong Lu felt a certain dissonance with Li Guangzhong's presence, and thus chose not to force any interaction. Li Guangzhong, noticing the trio's animated camaraderie, cast a brief glance their way before averting his gaze and settling into a corner. Meanwhile, Ma Tianfu, who had been absent since the previous afternoon, strode into the classroom just in time, catching Gu Zhao's eye. With a haughty snort, he swaggered to the front row. Gu Zhao chose not to engage, recognizing that their disputes had not escalated to such a degree that warranted confrontation. After a few more minutes without additional students arriving, Gu Zhao surveyed the room. There were 35 students in total, with 28 of them being male, a rather unexpected ratio. He had anticipated a more balanced gender distribution, particularly considering the prevailing patriarchal attitudes of the time, which favored boys for educational opportunities. Additionally, the mechanical engineering major he was enrolled in typically attracted more male students. As he mused over these observations, Dong Mingji burst into the classroom with great enthusiasm, causing the previously lively chatter to dissipate as everyone turned to him. Acknowledging their attention with a nod, he introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am your counselor, Dong Mingji. You may call me Teacher Dong. Over the next 4 years, I will guide you in your studies. He continued, university differs from high school. You are all adults now. I will not impose strict demands on your studies. It is entirely up to your self-discipline. However, do not take this lightly. There are assessments in university. Failure to meet the standards could result in retakes, warnings, or even expulsion. I hope you will cherish these 4 years, clarify your goals, devise detailed plans to achieve them, and strive diligently. Can you do that? Dong Mingji's blend of sternness and encouragement left the students momentarily stunned, but once they regained their composure, a chorus of affirmations erupted. Satisfied, Dong Mingji nodded. Good. Next, I would like each of you to come up and introduce yourselves. If anyone is interested in running for class representative, please highlight your strengths. His words, while intended to encourage, also hinted at the political dynamics of class committee elections, which would ultimately consider students' backgrounds, political behavior, academic performance, and personal abilities. Merely speaking on stage would not suffice. As anticipated, Ma Tianfu, seated in the front row, stood up promptly as Dong Mingji finished speaking. I'll go first. With no objections from Dong Mingji, he strutted to the podium, his gait reminiscent of a proud rooster. After casting a self-satisfied glance at Gu Zhao, he cleared his throat and began his introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Ma Tianfu, hailing from the neighboring K province. My father is the director of a supply and marketing cooperative, and my mother is a high school teacher. Our meeting is serendipitous. If there is an opportunity in the future, you're all welcome to visit my home, where I promise to be a gracious host. I would like to apply for the position of class monitor. He rambled on for about 6 or 7 minutes, proudly disclosing his family background. As some envious glances were cast his way, a subtle smirk played on Ma Tianfu's lips. However, when he glanced at Gu Zhao, who was busily jotting something down, his expression faltered, and he abruptly descended from the podium, plopping down onto a bench with a scowl. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, who was merely writing a reflection, he had inadvertently offended Ma Tianfu. Out of respect for his classmates, Gu Zhao had initially listened attentively, but as Ma Tianfu's monologue turned into a display of wealth, he lost interest. Recalling that he had yet to start his reflection, he took out paper and pen and began to write. Perhaps due to the familiarity with such tasks from his work, he composed his reflection effortlessly, despite not being entirely sure what he needed to reflect upon. His pen danced across the page, crafting fervent and ideologically sound phrases, and by the time Ma Tianfu concluded his introduction, Gu Zhao had already completed half of his reflection. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Li. The introductions continued. When a new voice filled the air, Gu Zhao lifted his head to listen intently. Ma Tianfu, who had been watching closely, noticed, and his displeasure deepened. Tong Lu, meanwhile, was diligently noting down the names of each speaker, recognizing that these individuals would be his companions for the coming years. At that moment, he heard a stuttering sound beside him and turned to see Lin Ju's teeth chattering. Alarmed, he leaned over and whispered, Lin Ju, are you all right? Lin Ju pinched his thigh, striving to control his trembling jaw. I'm fine, he replied, quickly averting his gaze, seemingly wanting to conceal his current expression. Sensing Lin Ju's discomfort, Tong Lu refrained from pressing further and redirected his attention to the front, allowing Lin Ju his space. Gu Zhao, catching the exchange, noted Lin Ju's quaking leg but chose to remain silent. It was not uncommon for many to feel a surge of anxiety during their first experiences, Such feelings were nothing to be ashamed of. As time passed, it was finally Gu Zhao and his peers' turn to introduce themselves. Tong Lu, seated to the far left, was next in line. "I'll go first," he said, gently resting a hand on Lin Zhu's shoulder as he stepped up to the podium. "Hello, everyone. My name is Tong Lu, with Tong as in child and Lu as in to stay." His radiant smile and robust voice made an excellent first impression. Unlike Ma Tianfu, who appeared eager to flaunt his background, Tong Lu employed witty language and humor, eliciting laughter from the audience. As Lin Zhu watched Tong Lu exude confidence and ease, his own heart, which had felt as though it might leap from his chest, gradually settled into a calmer rhythm. When Tong Lu passed by him on his way back, he simply patted Lin Zhu on the shoulder without a word. As Lin Zhu ascended the stage, his face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to the roots of his ears. Seeing the gaze of the entire audience fixed upon him, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the meticulously organized words he had prepared vanished from his mind in an instant. Suddenly, applause erupted from an unknown corner, quickly followed by a resounding cheer that reverberated through the classroom. Faced with the encouraging looks in the eyes of his peers, he unconsciously clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Memories of Tong Lu's earlier performance flooded his mind, prompting him to take a deep breath before he slowly began to speak. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Zhu, and I hail from the Xiangyang Brigade in Linshan County." Initially, he stammered slightly, but as his self-introduction progressed, his speech became increasingly fluid. Though his nervousness remained evident, it was a marked improvement from his earlier state. Upon concluding, he bowed deeply to express his gratitude and made his way back to his seat. In the next moment, an even more fervent round of applause erupted, accompanied by shouts of encouragement from a few individuals. The approving glances from the two people beside him and the enthusiastic applause from others made Lin Zhu, who had never experienced such a moment before, feel the sting of tears welling in his eyes. He hurriedly wiped them away, his eyelids reddening from the effort, and lowered his head abruptly, fearing that his emotional display had been noticed. He thought to himself that he would never forget the kindness he felt today, not the ridicule and contempt of the past, but genuine goodwill and friendship. Dong Mingji refrained from intervening in the affairs of the students, quietly observing from the side. However, the satisfied curve of his lips betrayed his approval of the performance of those present. Once the applause subsided, he nodded at Gu Zhao, signaling him to continue. In modern times, self-introductions begin in kindergarten and extend throughout one's career. Gu Zhao was intimately familiar with this process. As he took the stage, he spoke with ease. "Hello everyone, my name is Gu Zhao, Gu from 3 Visits to the Thatched Cottage, and Zhao from Bright as the Sun and Moon. I am from Qingtian County, and I am delighted to meet all of you here." He did not elaborate much, simply presenting himself with grace before returning to his seat. The introductions continued, and after more than an hour had passed, Dong Mingji stood from his chair and approached the podium. Just as he was about to speak, a startled voice interrupted him. "I remember now. Gu Zhao, you're the top scorer of this province's college entrance examination, aren't you?" A male student sitting in the back, whose bangs had been furrowed in concentration since Gu Zhao's introduction, exclaimed loudly. "What? The top scorer?" The surrounding students looked at him with confusion. Yu Dehai grew anxious. "What? Haven't you seen the news? It said in the newspaper that the top scorer of this province is Gu Zhao, the very same Gu Zhao." As he spoke, he pointed at Gu Zhao seated in front. Now, everyone understood his implication, following his finger to gaze at Gu Zhao, some expressing disbelief. Really? Could it be a coincidence of names? Well, why not just ask him? Feeling the weight of the attention on him and witnessing the astonished expressions of Lin Zhu and Tong Lu beside him, Gu Zhao felt numb. He had lost count of how many times he had encountered such situations. If it were someone else, they might revel in the attention, basking in the glow of being the center of focus, and indeed, such accomplishments were worthy of pride. Yet, Gu Zhao was no longer a youthful lad in his early 20s. Counting these past 2 years, he had already crossed into his 30s, long past the time of youthful exuberance. Dong Mingji observed the expressions of everyone in the room, noting Gu Zhao's unusual demeanor. Amused, he shook his head and rapped the blackboard to capture the audience's attention. "Indeed, Gu Zhao is the top scorer you speak of." Before he could finish, a lively discussion erupted once more. "No way. My goodness, I'm in the same class as the top scorer. Who would have thought? I assumed the top scorer would definitely go to one of the prestigious schools in the capital. After all, who wouldn't yearn for the capital city? What is wrong with our school? We're not lacking in prestige either." The murmurs among the crowd held no skepticism, especially since the confirmation came from Dong Mingji himself. The only individuals present who remained unfazed by the revelation were Dong Mingji and Li Guangzhou. Li, watching Gu Zhao bask in the attention, felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. He had long kept Gu Zhao's achievements under wraps to prevent him from stealing the spotlight at school, and now it had all come to light. Compared to his own cautious demeanor, Gu Zhao was indeed a source of envy. Ma Tianfu shared a similar expression. Though initially surprised to learn that Gu Zhao was the provincial top scorer, he accidentally bumped his injured hand against the desk in his excitement, wincing in pain. With that, all astonishment faded, replaced only by a sense of resentment towards Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao, you sure know how to keep a secret, Tong Lu said, admiringly giving Gu Zhao a thumbs up. If it were him, he would have proudly worn a badge proclaiming himself the provincial top scorer, relishing the chance to shine. Little did he know that the person beside him managed to suppress such impulses. Lin Ju felt a pang of envy as well. His own college entrance exam score hovered around the 550 mark, a result he had secretly reveled in for quite some time. Who would have thought that a true genius sat beside him? Contemplating this, the pride he had harbored for his university admission quietly diminished. Noticing that if he did not intervene, the students below would continue their chatter indefinitely, Dong Mingji rapped the table. All right, if you have matters to discuss, do so later. For now, let us send some people with me to collect the textbooks. Only then did the others quiet down. A few classmates voluntarily stepping forward to assist in moving the books. Once the books were delivered to the classroom and distributed, Dong Mingji went over the school rules with the students before taking his leave. As soon as he departed, those who had been restless suddenly surrounded Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao, you are incredible. I heard you scored just 2 points shy of full marks on the college entrance exam. Goodness, how did you manage that? Yeah. Why didn't you go to the capital? I've heard it's much more vibrant there, with the Great Wall to climb and the Forbidden City to explore. And what is that famous roast duck? People say it's delicious. The crowd buzzed with excitement, transitioning from discussing exam scores to the allure of the capital and its culinary delights, leaving one speaker nearly hungry by the end. Lin Ju and Tong Lu found themselves squeezed to the side, watching Gu Zhao converse effortlessly amidst the throng of admirers, admiration gleaming in their eyes. Time slipped away, and after a while, as the others began to disperse, Gu Zhao turned to Tong Lu and Lin Ju, raising his head. Let us go eat. As noon approached, the three entered the cafeteria, which was already bustling with students, many of whom exhibited the wide-eyed curiosity typical of newcomers. With his keen eyesight, Gu Zhao quickly spotted the menu for the day: stir-fried cabbage and boiled pumpkin, nothing particularly indulgent. However, this was to be expected. They had just emerged from a drought, and recovery would take time. University students, being primarily engaged in intellectual labor, received a monthly grain allowance lower than that of manual laborers, but higher than the average citizen. A male student typically received about 30 pounds of grain per month, enough to stave off hunger, but insufficient for satisfaction. As the person in front of him collected their meal and left, Gu Zhao handed over his lunchbox. The staple was sorghum rice, which he found rather bland. So he added a bit of pickled vegetables for flavor. After the three of them finished serving their meals and took their seats, Tong Lu finally noticed that Lin Ju's lunchbox contained a woefully inadequate portion of food. Lin Ju, is that enough for you? Lin Ju tightened his grip on the chopsticks and lowered his head, murmuring, it's sufficient. Observing his reticent demeanor, Tong Lu wisely refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao had already started devouring his meal with gusto, relishing the fact that this hearty repast would not only aid in cleansing his digestive system, but also spare him the trouble of washing his lunchbox. Gu Zhao, your lips are sealed tight. After hastily finishing their lunch, the trio returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, Gu Zhao heard a voice directed at him. He looked up to find Yang Hao and his companions staring at him. The words had originated from Yang Hao's lips. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zhao comprehended the implication behind Yang Hao's remark and chuckled, shaking his head. There was little merit in publicizing such matters. He's Hua Fan, however, disagreed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. If it were me, I would have proclaimed it from the rooftops. After all, this is the title of provincial champion. Is that not something to be proud of? Indeed, Tianqin concurred. Yet, within the span of a mere hour, the news of the provincial champion attending Chengyang University had spread throughout the campus. Yang Hao and his companions had overheard a conversation at the adjacent table while they were dining. Initially indifferent, their interest peaked when they heard the familiar name of Gu Zhao, causing them to nearly choke on their food. Unable to contain himself, Yang Hao grabbed his lunchbox and approached the neighboring table, engaging in casual camaraderie until he confirmed that the provincial champion was indeed Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao's Gu. Gu Zhao's Zhao. The group sat in stunned silence for a considerable time, only fully grasping the news once their meals had cooled. They quickly finished their food and eagerly returned to their dormitory, awaiting Gu Zhao's arrival to inquire about the matter. Gu Zhao merely smiled without uttering a word. Gu Zhao is different from you all. He is low-key, humble, and possesses depth, Tong Lu quipped as he plopped down into a chair, resting his chin on his hand. Yang Hao feigned indignation. Hey, are you implying that we are all mundane, that we lack depth? What would you do in his place? If I were in his shoes? Tong Lu mused. The moment I stepped onto campus, I would be ringing a gong while loudly declaring, "I am the provincial champion." The others instinctively imagined this scenario, erupting into laughter. With Yang Hao grinning widely, "You would likely be perceived as a lunatic." Tong Lu retorted, "If it would make me the top scorer in the college entrance exam, then I would gladly embrace the label of madman." Gu Zhao, sitting nearby, observed the playful banter between Yang Hao and Tong Lu and discerned their personalities. Both were exuberant and carefree, capable of jest. Interacting with such individuals certainly felt more relaxed. As for Ma Tianfu and Li Guangzong, they required no introduction. Tianqing and He Fan appeared to be similarly untroublesome. The only exception was Lin Ju, whose personality was somewhat introverted and sensitive, but for the time being, this did not seem to pose a significant issue. After a brief exchange, noticing there was still time left, Gu Zhao decided to take a short nap. Upon awakening, he felt refreshed. Just as Tong Lu was about to call out to him, he saw Gu Zhao's eyes flutter open. "Awake? Hurry up, there's a freshman assembly this afternoon." Gu Zhao rubbed his eyes and, after shaking off the remnants of sleep, began to gather his things. Their first day of school did not involve formal classes. The morning was dedicated to the counselor's speech and the distribution of textbooks, while the afternoon focused on the school's hosted freshman assembly. Having quickly organized his belongings, Gu Zhao followed his dorm mates toward the auditorium. Upon arrival, they lined up according to their classes, and Gu Zhao, along with his two companions, found their designated spot at the rear. Looking around, he saw a sea of heads, the air buzzing with chatter. However, compared to the thousands of freshmen typically seen at a university, this gathering seemed relatively modest, with Gu Zhao estimating the number to be just over 1,000. As he surveyed the scene, it gradually quieted down, his gaze following a middle-aged man who entered through the door and made his way to the podium. Once the man introduced himself, Gu Zhao recognized him as the principal, a balding man with a slight paunch. Following this, without further ado, a series of eloquent speeches ensued, invigorating those around Gu Zhao as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Tong Lu's face flushed with excitement, eager to rush into the classroom and study from dawn till dusk, feeling that anything less would be a disservice to himself, his family, and the nurturing of the nation. Gu Zhao nodded along, reflecting that if he had possessed such persuasive eloquence during his sales days, he would have already paid off his mortgage on that spacious apartment. The lengthy 2-hour address saw Gu Zhao initially attempting to absorb as much knowledge as possible, but by the end, he found himself pinching his arm in an effort to stay awake. When Tong Lu turned to see Gu Zhao with drooping eyelids, he nudged him. "Why do you look like you're about to cry?" "Huh," Gu Zhao replied, bewildered, as he raised a hand to dab at the corner of his eye, where a tear had formed from stifled yawns. The principal spoke so profoundly, it was truly moving. "We ought to strive for the rise of our nation. Right? Right?" Tong Lu's eyes widened in excitement. Observing this, Gu Zhao had little else to add, merely nodding in reluctant agreement. Chapter 233, Treating to Dinner. At long last, the assembly concluded and was declared adjourned. As Gu Zhao stepped out, a thunderous applause erupted, prompting him to retract his foot as he pretended nothing had occurred, joining the others in applauding the principal's departure. Once the crowd dispersed, Gu Zhao instructed Tong Lu and the others to wait for him at the school gate, then headed to the office with his reflection paper in hand. Upon reaching the door, he spotted Dong Mingji inside, accompanied by a few other teachers. Gu Zhao knocked gently before entering. "Mr. Dong, here is my reflection paper." Dong Mingji accepted it, and, upon reading the heartfelt words, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face as he placed it on the desk and turned his attention back to Gu Zhao. "Should you encounter any issues in the future, come seek assistance from your teachers. Do not take matters into your own hands." "Understood, teacher," Gu Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. As for future occurrences, that would depend on the specifics of each situation. With no further matters at hand, Gu Zhao turned to leave, but Dong Mingji called him back. "Do you have any thoughts regarding the selection of class representatives?" Gu Zhao shook his head. He did not wish to expend his energy on such matters. Although Dong Mingji had anticipated this response, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. He was well acquainted with Gu Zhao's background, coming from generations of impoverished farmers, with a father who was a veteran, and of his academic prowess, with the provincial champion title speaking volumes. Moreover, he was aware that Gu Zhao had secured a formal position in their county through sheer merit, earning accolades from both colleagues and superiors alike. If anyone were to be chosen as the class leader, Gu Zhao would be the most fitting candidate. Unfortunately, the individual in question had no such aspirations. With that, Dong Mingji waved his hand, signaling for Gu Zhao to leave. Gu Zhao quickly made his way to the school entrance, where Tong Lu and the others were already waiting for him. Upon seeing Gu Zhao approach, Lin Ju instinctively fidgeted with his sleeves and hesitated before speaking. "Gu Zhao, how about we just eat at the school cafeteria?" Initially, he had assumed that Gu Zhao's invitation to dine was for a meal at school, But he had learned that it was to be at a state-run restaurant, a place he had never visited and heard was quite expensive. Yes, Gu Zhao. Let's just eat at school. To be honest, we already feel quite embarrassed that you offered to treat us. There's no need for such extravagance, Yang Hao chimed in, echoing Lin Zhu's sentiments. Noticing the expressions of his companions, Gu Zhao surmised they shared the same thoughts. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, I insist. It's settled. You need not be so polite. The host's wishes prevail. With his declaration, the others felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. The city's state-run restaurants are not few in number, and perhaps aware of the numerous students at Xinjiang Industrial School, one is conveniently located nearby. Gu Zhao and his companions strolled along the street for about 10 minutes before arriving at their destination. Standing beneath the sign indicating today's menu, Gu Zhao raised his chin, encouraging them to order freely without hesitation. The others exchanged glances, and it was Tong Lu who stepped forward to say, Then I shall have a bowl of yanchen noodles. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao took the initiative to place the order himself without allowing the others to add their requests. In addition to the yanchen noodles, he ordered twice-cooked pork, braised fish, stewed ribs with radish, braised pork with preserved vegetables, glazed sweet potatoes, and a stir-fried vegetable dish. As he named each dish, the group behind him was nearly overwhelmed, with even Tong Lu unable to contain himself, exclaiming, Gu Zhao, that's too much. There are just a few of us. We can't possibly finish all this. Indeed, Gu Zhao, perhaps we should cut back on a couple of dishes, the others chimed in. They had initially thought that a simple bowl of noodles would suffice, never anticipating Gu Zhao's extravagant ordering, which he delivered with unblinking eyes. After all, they had merely accompanied Ma Tianfu to the clinic, and such a lavish meal seemed excessive. Gu Zhao, however, paid no heed to their protests, confidently handing over the cash and leading the group to find a place to sit. Once seated, noticing that they were still eyeing him, particularly Lin Zhu, who was nearly tearing at his sleeve, Gu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. You needn't overthink it. Consider this my gesture of friendship. Enjoy this meal, and that will be the best thanks you can give me. The group was momentarily touched, unsure of what to say. In these times, food was precious, and making friends didn't require such extravagance. However, the matter was settled, and they refrained from voicing any discouraging words. Yang Hao patted his chest, declaring, Gu Zhao, based on what you've just said, I am determined to be your friend. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word. Yes, me too. Count me in. The others eagerly added, with even Lin Zhu timidly raising his hand to express his agreement. Seeing this, Gu Zhao did not shy away, stating, That's settled then. But if trouble arises, none of you can back down. At this, Tong Lu could not help but roll his eyes. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would back down? Exactly. Who do you look down upon? Yang Hao echoed, with just a few exchanged words. It seemed they had drawn closer, beginning to reveal their true selves. When the dishes finally arrived, gazing at the array of meat dishes, someone couldn't help but swallow audibly. Yet, no one laughed, as they were all in a similar state. Gu Zhao, noticing this, promptly picked up his chopsticks and urged, Let us eat before it gets cold. With this encouragement, as if a switch had been flipped, the others joined in eagerly, and soon the table was a flurry of activity. From that meal onward, the relationships among the residents of the dormitory began to warm, no longer marked by the initial awkwardness. As for Li Guangzong and Ma Tianfu, Gu Zhao chose to ignore them completely, having never exchanged a word despite sharing a dorm. Li Guangzong felt indifferent, even wishing Gu Zhao would forget him entirely, hoping he would not recall the incident on the train. Conversely, Ma Tianfu was infuriated. Throughout his life, people had always revered him due to his father's position as the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, and with his mother being a teacher at the same school. No one dared to offend him. How could he tolerate Gu Zhao, who had never regarded him with any respect? Remembering how he had gone to the counselor to submit a self-criticism, only to be told it was insufficiently profound and advised to learn from Gu Zhao, Ma Tianfu felt a surge of indignation. Just then, Gu Zhao and his group returned from the state-run restaurant, their spirits high, prompting Ma Tianfu to sneer, Oh, our provincial champion has already begun forming cliques in the dorm? I wonder what benefits he has offered you to gather around him. I'll double it. His insulting words momentarily silenced Tong Lu and the others, who had been smiling. Yang Hao frowned, retorting, What do you mean forming cliques? We're simply making friends. Exactly. What do you take us for? Even if you offered double, I wouldn't stoop to your level, Tong Lu added emphatically. The others remained silent, but their expressions of solidarity clearly aligned with Yang Hao's sentiments. Ma Tianfu was taken aback by their lack of gratitude, about to unleash a tirade when Gu Zhao interrupted. Feeling a bit restless, are we? Do you want another beating? He raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Ma Tianfu's injured hand. Ma Tianfu, feeling a chill at the intensity of Gu Zhao's stare, instinctively hid his hand behind him, and upon realizing his cowardly reaction, he stiffened. Yet, Confronted with Gu Zhao's serious demeanor and the presence of his companions, he hesitated to escalate matters, merely muttering, "Don't forget what the counselor said yesterday." Gu Zhao feigned ignorance. "What did he say? Speak up." Ma Tianfu was well aware that Gu Zhao was deliberately provoking him, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he lacked the courage to confront him directly. He simply huffed disdainfully and walked past the group. As soon as he left, Li Guangzong in the corner ceased his eavesdropping, pretending as if nothing had occurred. The others followed suit, exchanging casual greetings, returning to their respective activities. Some read, while others attended to their hygiene. The next day unfolded much like the previous one, with Gu Zhao rising a good 10 to 20 minutes earlier than the others. Upon hearing movement from the upper bunk, the lower bunk stirred as well. Gu Zhao, having donned his shoes, noticed Tong Lu and Lin Ju doing the same and raised an eyebrow without speaking. The three exited the dormitory quietly, heading straight for the washroom. After completing their morning routines and returning to the dorm, the others slowly began to rise. Yang Hao, yawning as he sat up, saw that the three were already prepared to leave and asked, "Why do you wake up so early every day?" Gu Zhao was at a loss for words. In this era, there were no nighttime activities, and finding leisure pursuits was nearly impossible. Thus, since arriving here, he had altered his nocturnal habits, retiring to bed around 9 and rising at 6, establishing a remarkably healthy circadian rhythm. As for why he woke up earlier than the others, it was partly because he genuinely could not sleep, and partly to avoid the morning rush for washing up and eating. Before Gu Zhao could respond to Yang Hao, Tong Lu interjected, "Ever since yesterday, after hearing the principal's words, I believe we cannot waste these 4 years. To honor the nation's investment in us and the school's expectations, we shall devote all our time to studying, aside from eating and sleeping." Gu Zhao, don't you agree? He clenched his fists with enthusiasm, turning to Gu Zhao for affirmation. Gu Zhao was puzzled, but seeing Tong Lu's eager eyes, he hesitantly replied, "Sure." Tong Lu then turned to Yang Hao, who was still sluggishly getting out of bed. "See? Even the top scorer agrees." Without waiting for Yang Hao to respond, he hurriedly pushed Gu Zhao toward the door, accompanied by Lin Ju, who was equally supportive of his sentiments. Watching them disappear through the doorway, Yang Hao mechanically turned to the still lagging He Zhuofan. "Shouldn't we learn from them? Even the top scorer is working hard. How can we afford to indulge?" He Zhuofan nodded. "You make a valid point. Then let us go? Let us go?" The two individuals swiftly donned their shoes, dragging the still squirming Tian Qing from the bed, as the trio hurriedly carried a basin outside to wash up. Upon witnessing the crowded scene at the water room, they increasingly felt that Gu Zhao and his companions were indeed correct. In the classroom, students gradually gathered, their curiosity piqued for the first lecture of university life. Before the instructor's arrival, lively discussions filled the air. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached, but the cacophony of voices drowned them out. Gu Zhao inadvertently turned to glance out the window, his eyes widening as he recognized a familiar figure. No wonder that person had recommended him to study at Qingyang Industrial University. As Hu Ziqiang entered the classroom, his gaze immediately fell upon Gu Zhao. Noticing the look of surprise on Gu Zhao's face, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, did you think this would be unexpected?" Even though Lao Yin had beaten him to becoming this lad's instructor, who said that university lecturers weren't teachers, in the past, he had been the one to whom this young man had to pay respect and offer tea. As Hu Ziqiang stepped into the classroom, the murmurs gradually subsided. Seeing that all eyes were on him, he wrote his name on the blackboard and proceeded with a self-introduction. "Hello, classmates, my name is Hu Ziqiang, but you may call me Teacher Hu. I am one of your instructors for the mechanical engineering program, and I will be teaching you moving forward." Hu Ziqiang was not one for verbosity. After a brief introduction, he opened the textbook and began the lesson. His teaching style was not merely a recitation of the textbook, but rather an engaging and relatable approach that made the material easily comprehensible. By the end of the class, students were left wanting more, as evident from the expressions of Tong Lu and Lin Ju beside Gu Zhao. Tong Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The instructors at Qingyang University were indeed exceptional, living up to the reputation of one of the nation's top schools. Lin Ju remained silent, nodding in agreement. After the textbooks were distributed, Gu Zhao skimmed through his, realizing that he had already mastered most of the content. Yet, he could not deny that Hu Ziqiang possessed a remarkable teaching prowess. As Hu Ziqiang gathered his materials to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Gu Zhao. "Gu Zhao, come with me to the office." "All right," Gu Zhao replied, rising to follow him, leaving the others to speculate behind. In this shared faculty office, it was common for many to utilize the space. In Hu Ziqiang's office, there were 10 staff members in total. Upon arriving at the office, Gu Zhao found it empty. Hu Ziqiang took a seat at his desk, lifted a mug to sip from, and gestured for Gu Zhao to bring a spare stool from the corner to sit down. Once Gu Zhao was settled, Hu Ziqiang spoke, How has the transition to university been for you? Any difficulties? Gu Zhao replied, it's all quite good. Especially with someone in the dorm taking the initiative to lighten the mood. Hu Ziqiang, unaware of his thoughts, continued, I've known your master for decades. If you encounter any issues, feel free to come to me, don't hesitate. Gu Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hu Ziqiang finally broached the main topic. Last year, you won the provincial championship in the mechanical assessment competition. This year, the final will be held in the capital. Tentatively scheduled for October 15th. You may need to prepare in advance. Gu Zhao nodded to indicate his understanding. Seeing his confidence, Hu Ziqiang, still somewhat concerned, added a few more reminders. I know the content in the textbooks isn't challenging for you, but do make sure to visit the school library whenever you can. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Understood. Chapter 235. Yang Li's pregnancy upon Gu Zhao's return to the classroom. Tong Lu leaned closer, curiosity evident in his voice. What did teacher Hu want with you? There was no reason to conceal the matter, especially since Gu Zhao planned to request leave, which would inevitably reach the dormitory. He relayed the details of the competition. Tong Lu, along with Lin Ju, who was eavesdropping, widened his eyes in astonishment. Gu Zhao, what else is there about you that I don't know? Although he was unaware of the specifics of the competition, the fact that it required a trip to the capital implied it was no trivial affair. The two regarded Gu Zhao with the eyes of someone observing a rare species, causing him to push Tong Lu's face away. What? Do you want me to strip bare and show you my insides? Tong Lu quipped, if that is possible. Gu Zhao laughed and scolded, get lost, get lost. After their playful banter, the second class of the day commenced. The subsequent days unfolded in tranquility, with Gu Zhao adhering to a routine of alternating between the dormitory, cafeteria, classroom, and library, while he immersed himself in his studies. The small courtyard in Qingtian County was filled with commotion as Xiao Tangyuan learned to walk independently. Previously, when the child was unable to walk or talk, she would merely nestle in someone's arms, cooing and sleeping, with feeding being her only other activity. At that time, Su Ran had hoped that once the child learned to walk, life would become easier for her and her sister. Little did she know that the onset of walking would herald a true calamity. Now that she could walk, Su Ran had to keep a constant watch, fearing a tumble or some mishap. She also had to ensure that the little one didn't stuff strange objects into her mouth. Thus, she found herself bending over, following closely behind the inquisitive child, which proved to be as exhausting as working in the fields, while keeping her eyes on the adventurous little one exploring the courtyard. Su Ran conversed with Su Xia under the eaves. I wonder how it's going for Zhao Gu over there, Su Ran remarked. In the past, when Gu Zhao was around, they would occasionally return to the countryside on weekends, but now that he was gone, carrying the growing child was becoming cumbersome, and Su Ran sometimes felt too lazy to move. Noticing that her brother-in-law had been gone for just a couple of days, Su Xia observed with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Your brother-in-law is quite capable. I'm sure he'll do well wherever he goes. Indeed. Su Ran's gaze followed the little one as she approached the door, and seeing her touching the threshold with a desire to crawl out, she immediately rose to the entrance. Scooping up the little one, she patted her backside, saying, you can't even step over the threshold, and you want to crawl out? After receiving a gentle swat, the little one in her arms showed no sign of anger, extending her tiny hands and insisting, go, go. Su Xia chuckled. I think she's just bored being in the courtyard all day and wants to explore outside. Su Ran laughed in agreement. Probably. With that, she decided to take the child out for a stroll. Su Jia. Before she could cross the threshold, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. Su Ran lifted her gaze, her face lighting up with surprise. Ali, what brings you here? Su Li walked over in a few quick strides. I came to see you all. All right, then let us go inside, Su Ran said, leading her into the house. Ali's here, Su Xia called out, offering a bowl of water. Thirsty? Have some water. Yang Li took the bowl and drank it in one go, exclaiming, Sister Su Xia understands me. As Su Ran set the squirming little one down, she heard Yang Li's words and pretended to be upset. What? Now that you have Sister Su Xia, you don't like me anymore? Yang Li playfully linked her arm with Su Ran's, shaking her head. Not at all. I like you both. Su Xia, witnessing the exchange, chuckled. You better appease your sister Su Ran. Otherwise, she might not sleep well tonight. At this remark, the three of them erupted into laughter. After sitting down and chatting for a few moments, Yang Li feigned mystery. Actually, I came today to tell you something. Her statement piqued the curiosity of Su Ran and Su Xia. What is it? Initially, Yang Li felt no particular embarrassment, but for some reason, under their scrutinizing gazes, she suddenly felt bashful. Well, noticing Yang Li's shyness in her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen, Su Ran's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're pregnant? Yang Li nodded, a smile dancing in her eyes. Oh my, congratulations, Ali. Sitting beside her, Su Xia instantly brightened at the news. Yang Li smiled shyly. Even now, she found it hard to believe that she was to become a mother. It had been several months since her marriage to Zhang Anyang, and during the first 2 months, her mother frequently inquired about any developments. When she learned that her daughter had no news of a pregnancy, she comforted Yang Li, urging her not to worry, though Yang Li herself felt an inexplicable anxiety creeping in. After all, she and Zhang Anyang had taken no precautions, and being young and enthusiastic about intimacy, it seemed improbable that there would be no signs of pregnancy. Her growing anxiety affected Zhang Anyang as well, who lamented his lack of effort and insisted on being intimate with her more frequently. Each time she saw that smug grin on his face post-encounter, she couldn't help but wonder if he was using the pretext of trying for a baby to indulge his own desires. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. A couple of days ago, she realized her menstrual cycle had been absent for over a month. Upon mentioning this to her mother-in-law, the latter immediately speculated that Yang Li might be pregnant and was overjoyed, promptly urging the couple to visit the hospital for a checkup. Today, Yang Li had come to the county seat specifically for this purpose. After a thorough examination at the hospital with Zhang Anyang, it was confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. Nearing 2 months along, at the moment the news was revealed, Zhang Anyang lifted Yang Li in his arms and twirled her around in front of the doctor several times before Yang Li playfully slapped him to restore some decorum. They had also come to see Su Ran, and had Yang Li not shooed him away, Zhang Anyang would have likely followed closely behind, anxious for her well-being. Su Xia and Su Ran quietly listened to Yang Li's grievances towards Zhang Anyang until Su Ran finally remarked, "Some people clearly revel in it, their smiles betraying them." At this, Yang Li instinctively reached for her face, but upon noticing the teasing glances from Su Ran and Su Xia, she redirected her hand, feigning an attempt to swat at them. "How dare you laugh at me when I confide in you, as if you were my older sisters?" Su Xia's words elicited a hearty laugh from her, and the trio engaged in playful banter before diving into a fervent discussion about pregnancy precautions and child-rearing. Su Ran had ample experience with pregnancy, while Su Xia could contribute valuable insights on childcare, having spent a significant amount of time looking after the little one who was often under their watchful eyes. Yang Li listened intently. Although her mother-in-law had shared a multitude of advice upon discovering her pregnancy, each person's experiences varied, and she was eager to gather more perspectives. After chatting with Su Ran for a while, Yang Li decided it was time to take her leave. Noticing the hour was nearing noon, Su Ran firmly insisted that she stay for lunch. Chapter 236, A Journey to the Capital. Yang Li, seeing the two bustling about for her sake, attempted to help in the kitchen but was gently pushed back by Su Ran. "Your task is simply to keep an eye on that little one." Su Ran pointed towards the child squatting in the yard, engrossed in some activity. Yang Li accepted this without objection, returning to her small stool, and called out to the child, "Tang Yuan, come here and let Aunt Li hold you." The little one, seemingly familiar with Yang Li, stood up and waddled over, promptly leaping into her embrace. Holding this soft, squishy little person, Yang Li beamed with joy, her mind wandering to the delightful thought of whether her own baby would be just as adorable. While they played in the courtyard, Su Ran and Su Xia quickly prepared several dishes. After their meal, the four of them chatted for a bit before Yang Li finally rose to depart. Time flew by, and soon it was time for Gu Zhao to head to the capital. Before leaving, he made a phone call home to avoid causing any panic should they be unable to reach him later. Listening to his wife's repeated reminders and their daughter's playful babble on the other end, Gu Zhao dutifully acknowledged each one, and after a moment of reluctant farewells, he ended the call. Upon his return, Wang Xiuzhen emerged from the kitchen with freshly steamed buns. "You're back? Come, try these while they're still warm." These buns were meant for Gu Zhao to take on the train the next day. With the cold weather, they would keep well. Had she not been concerned about the discomfort of him eating cold meat-filled buns, she would have even prepared a few dumplings for him to take along. Gu Zhao accepted the buns with a smile, knowing that nothing made by his teacher's wife could be unpalatable. Wang Xiuzhen chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight. "If only your master had your sweet tongue, he wouldn't have spent the last few decades provoking my ire." "What are you talking about?" Just then, Yin Zhengxing entered, eyeing the two suspiciously. "Are you two talking behind my back?" Wang Xiuzhen shot him a disapproving glance. "Do you think everyone else is like you?" "Hey," Yin Zhengxing retorted. "When have I ever spoken ill of anyone?" Without missing a beat, Wang Xiuzhen replied with a flat tone, "I wonder who it was that, as a child, was so tempted by the idea of eating the family pig that they snuck out at night with a knife to kill it, only to end up being caught and receiving a sound beating, then hiding under the covers, crying and claiming their parents were heartless." Yin Jingqing's face turned crimson, and shooting a glance at Gu Zhao, he quickly defended himself. Why bring up such old, irrelevant stories? Besides, it was just a moment of childish resentment after getting in trouble. Gu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his master's embarrassment. The downside of growing up together was that both parties were well aware of each other's childhood mischief. Noticing Gu Zhao's amused smile, Yan Zhengqing shot him a sidelong glare. This brat found his master's embarrassment amusing. All right, stop glaring at Zhao, and let us eat, Wang Xiuzhen called out, prompting Yan Zhengqing to quickly retract his gaze and hastily serve himself some rice. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Wang Xiuzhen was already busy at work, mixing the dough, letting it rise, rolling it out, and cutting it into strips. By the time Gu Zhao awoke, a bowl of hand-pulled noodles awaited him, topped with a perfectly fried egg and garnished with vibrant green vegetables, all swimming in a rich, savory broth. Gu Zhao, hurry and eat, or you'll miss your train, Wang Xiuzhen urged. Thank you, teacher's wife. I appreciate the effort you put in so early, Gu Zhao replied as he picked up his chopsticks to dig in. Seeing him enjoy the meal brought joy to Wang Xiuzhen as well. Well, I couldn't sleep anyway. It's just a little something I whipped up. Gu Zhao remained silent, knowing full well that there was no such thing as merely a little something. Once he finished eating, Yan Zhengqing was ready as well. Today, he would ride his bicycle to take Gu Zhao to the train station. Wife, are you ready? Almost. Wang Xiuzhen came out of the kitchen, holding a few boiled eggs, placing them alongside the buns, and reminding Gu Zhao not to forget to eat. Gu Zhao nodded. Then I'll be off, teacher's wife. Wang Xiuzhen saw them to the door, waving goodbye to Gu Zhao. Take care out there. Be safe and reach out to the family if you need anything. Okay, Gu Zhao acknowledged. After watching their figures disappear, Wang Xiuzhen turned back into the house, the once lively atmosphere now feeling considerably quieter. As for Gu Zhao, since the last time he rode on the back of Yan Zhengqing's bicycle through the streets, Yan Zhengqing had been eager to redeem himself and insisted on cycling to the train station this time. Sitting on the back, Gu Zhao listened to the increasingly labored breaths from the front, a smile flickering in his eyes. Master, how about I take over? Before responding, Yan Zhengqing took a couple of deep breaths, managing to maintain his composure as he replied, No need, your master isn't old yet. Gu Zhao observed the man with a breathless demeanor, as if he were laboring like an ox, unable to bear the sight of this frail elder enduring such discomfort. He offered him an opportunity to save face. Who says you are old? You are in your prime, the very age to take risks. I merely wish for you to have a chance to showcase your abilities. It cannot be that the master bears all burdens while the disciple enjoys the fruits of labor. What would outsiders think of me? The soreness in Yan Zhengqing's thigh muscles prompted him to abandon his initial stubbornness, conceding to give Gu Zhao an opportunity to shine. When he settled onto the back seat of the bicycle again, feeling the wind against his face, tears of happiness welled in the corners of his eyes. This old fellow was indeed suited to this mode of riding. Waving goodbye to Yan Zhengqing, Gu Zhao boarded the train bound for the capital. The journey from their province to the capital required an entire day and night by train, and this competition represented his province. So Hu Ziqiang had arranged a sleeper ticket for him early that morning. This brought Gu Zhao a sense of relief, as he preferred to lie down rather than endure over 20 hours of sitting upright. Upon locating his designated berth, he placed his luggage at the foot of the bed and settled down. At that moment, sleeper tickets were notoriously difficult to procure. Being able to secure one indicated a certain level of familial affluence or connections. Hu Ziqiang's effort in acquiring the lower berth ticket likely took considerable effort. With this thought in mind, Gu Zhao surveyed the compartment containing his sleeper. There were a total of 6 beds. Gu Zhao occupied the lower bunk, while the upper and middle bunks remained unoccupied, their occupants either yet to arrive or preoccupied with other matters. Chapter 237, Seat Exchange, Mother and Son. Opposite Gu Zhao sat a man in his 50s, distinguished by his glasses and an air of refinement. Besides a cursory glance from Gu Zhao upon his arrival, the man's attention was fixated on the newspaper clutched in his hands. The middle bunk was occupied by a woman of similar age to Gu Zhao, her slightly plump face exuding warmth. She was currently reclining on her bed, snacking on sunflower seeds, and upon noticing Gu Zhao's gaze, she extended her offerings towards him. Young man, would you care for some? Gu Zhao smiled and shook his head. No, thank you, auntie. Thank you for what? I can tell you are a scholar. Us scholars are always so polite, yet you haven't even had a taste of the seeds, she replied, waving her hand dismissively in a carefree manner. Noticing Gu Zhao's amiable demeanor, she seemed eager to converse, and without waiting for him to inquire, she introduced herself. I'm Meng Chaoying, from H Province. My son is an officer in the military, and I am traveling to assist my daughter-in-law during her confinement. She refrained from mentioning her son's rank, but it was evident that his position must be significant, given that his wife could accompany him. After introducing herself, she began to inquire about Gu Zhao's circumstances. Young man, you appear to be just over 20. What brings you here? I'm headed to the capital for a competition. Gu Zhao chose not to divulge further details. Meng Chaoying sensed his reticence, but refrained from probing deeper. As they conversed, a young woman from the upper bunk descended the ladder, and Gu Zhao estimated she was likely 2 years younger than himself. He cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, noticing that the auntie opposite him was still inclined to engage in conversation. Quickly, he lay down, pulled the covers over himself, and closed his eyes, intending to enjoy a moment of peace. To his surprise, he fell asleep almost immediately. Observing this, Meng Qiaoying felt a pang of disappointment and closed her mouth. She hadn't even begun her chatter, yet everyone seemed so reticent. Gu Zhao eventually awoke when someone nudged him. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a face looming close, instantly banishing any remnants of drowsiness. Seeing him awake, the young man stepped back. "Hey, you young folks have robust bodies. Why don't you take the upper bunk and let my mother have the lower one?" Cough, cough. A frail, elderly man behind him coughed into his hand. "Yes, young man, my wife's health is failing. Please be kind." The old man's lips were pale, and his complexion appeared quite poor, suggesting genuine frailty. Under normal circumstances, Gu Zhao would not have hesitated to accommodate such a request, especially if approached politely. However, given that he was surrounded by strangers and the manner in which they had approached him was rather presumptuous, he could not help but smile dryly. "And who might you be?" This question seemed to irk the young man, who responded with irritation, "Don't mind who I am. Just hurry up and pack your things so my mother can sit down." Gu Zhao remained seated on his bed, unmoved. "She is your mother, not mine. Why should I care?" "Hey," the young man retorted, "don't you understand the virtue of respecting your elders?" "Indeed," chimed in the elderly man, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Young man, please have some compassion and switch berths with my wife." At this moment, a young man from the adjacent compartment, who had been secretly listening for quite some time, could no longer restrain himself. "Comrade, it seems this elderly gentleman is indeed in poor health. Why not lend a hand?" Gu Zhao glanced at him. "Since you are so eager to assist, why not switch places with him yourself?" The young man's face flushed crimson, stammering, "Well, I would be willing, but I also have an upper bunk." The mother and son exchanged glances of disappointment, while the young man continued to pressure Gu Zhao. "Come on, just do me a favor and switch with my mother. I'll even kneel for you." He feigned bending his knees, as though he truly intended to kneel. Gu Zhao watched him with a bemused smile, showing no inclination to stop him. The young man's expression faltered as he realized his charade, his knees bending but never touching the ground. "My son, don't do this. I cannot bear to see you like this," the elderly woman lamented. At that moment, a wail erupted, and the elderly man, tears streaming down his face, helped his son rise. The son then turned and embraced his mother, sobbing, "Mother, it's my fault. I'm useless. I can't even switch a berth for you. It pains me to see you suffer at your age." The pair wept openly, drawing the attention of the man who had been quietly reading his newspaper. He adjusted his glasses, wearing a look of exasperation as he regarded the mother and son. In stark contrast, the young man who had been observing the unfolding drama felt compelled to speak. "Comrade, I do not know your circumstances, but if your family were to witness your heartlessness, they would surely be disappointed." He gazed down at Gu Zhao with disdain, while his eyes held a hint of pity for the grieving mother and son. Tired of maintaining the same posture, Gu Zhao shifted, leaning back against the bed with a leisurely air. "I am well aware of whether my family would be disappointed. However, I must confess I am rather disappointed in you." The young man, incredulous, pointed at himself. "Me? What have I done to earn your disappointment?" Gu Zhao replied, "If I were in your position, truly concerned about respecting elders, rather than wasting time lecturing me, I would take it upon myself to inquire in each compartment whether anyone would be willing to switch places with this mother and son. I am certain that, with your efforts, you would find kind-hearted souls willing to accommodate them." The young man's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Well, my luggage is still here. I cannot leave." Gu Zhao smiled affably. "Not to worry. I can keep an eye on it for you. If you're still concerned, I can assist you in bringing it to the conductor, who can help watch over it. Surely, that will put your mind at ease. Comrade Gu is indeed correct. You may rest assured to take this mother and child along, for I shall keep an eye on them." Meng Qiaoying, who had been observing the lively scene for quite some time, also chimed in, and had the middle bunk permitted her more space, she would have confidently patted her chest in assurance. The words of Gu Zhao caused the previously wailing mother and child to gaze at the young man with eyes full of hope. After all, their aim was simply to swap to the lower bunk, whom they exchanged with was of little consequence. Furthermore, they discerned that Gu Zhao was not one to be easily persuaded. Should they find another willing participant to fulfill their desire, they would not object. Now, the young man found himself in a predicament, as he was scrutinized by the mother and child with keen eyes, almost moved to tears. Just as he contemplated how to excuse himself, a voice interjected. "There's no need for such trouble. I inquired earlier. And this kind-hearted gentleman has a bed right next door, and it's a lower bunk." The speaker was the female comrade from the upper bunk, Meng Qiaoying. She too, had been enjoying the spectacle for an indeterminate time, propping her chin on her hand while seated at the edge of the compartment, wearing an expression of amusement. The young man, directly addressed, froze in place. "You don't speak nonsense." The woman, unfazed, replied, "If it's nonsense, why not ask around and find out?" Her gaze drifted toward the mother and child standing nearby, laden with implication. The pair's eyes brightened, and disregarding the young man as protests, they made their way to the adjacent bunk. In mere moments, the sounds of a quarrel erupted from their vicinity, echoing the earlier scene with Gu Zhao, albeit with different protagonists. Meng Qiaoying listened intently, then spat derisively. How shameless. It seems this mother and child believe the young lad's shyness prevents him from refusing, and they persist in their pursuit. Thankfully, young man, you did not acquiesce. She continued her monologue, and through her recounting, Gu Zhao learned that he had inadvertently slumbered for 4 hours. They had just crossed from J province into M province, and the mother and child had boarded at Zhongshan station in M province. Upon reaching their designated bunk, the mother and child had not even glanced at the upper bunks before rudely awakening Gu Zhao, clearly intent on swapping places with him. Gu Zhao remained silent, listening until she concluded, then nodded in gratitude toward her and the female comrade by the window. Meng Qiaoying waved dismissively. "What is there to thank? I've done nothing. You are simply too polite." The female comrade also shook her head in acknowledgement. As their chatter continued, the commotion next door subsided, and shortly thereafter, 2 individuals appeared at Gu Zhao's compartment with luggage, a stranger, a middle-aged man, and the previously generous young man. Noticing Gu Zhao's gaze, the young man's expression was one of indignation. "Are you satisfied now?" Gu Zhao, astonished, retorted, "What do you mean by that? From the beginning, it was your intention to assist that mother and child, was it not? Now that you have achieved your aim, why do you wear such a reluctant facade?" The young man was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhao's words, his countenance darkening. Noticing the attention of others upon him, he shoved his luggage beneath the bed, clambered up to the upper bunk, and buried his face in the blanket, falling silent. Those present exchanged knowing smiles. After this commotion, midday arrived. Gu Zhao fetched some warm water from the connecting compartment and consumed 2 of the eggs and steamed buns prepared by Wang Xiuzhen. Once finished, with nothing to occupy his time, he borrowed the newspaper from the occupant of the lower bunk across from him to pass the time. The journey thereafter was uneventful. Passengers boarded and disembarked, but Gu Zhao encountered no more peculiarities. By 10 o'clock the following morning, with the train rumbling to a halt, Gu Zhao arrived at his destination. Besides Meng Qiaoying, the other 2 occupants of the opposite bunk also disembarked at this station. After exchanging farewells with Meng Qiaoying, Gu Zhao joined the throng of passengers and exited the train. Just outside the station, as he was about to stop a passerby for directions, a loud crash echoed from behind him, and before he could turn around, a somewhat familiar figure strode past him, disappearing from view. Gu Zhao squinted but chose not to pursue, instead flagging down another person to inquire about directions. In this era, devoid of any applications to assist with navigation, reaching his destination relied solely on verbal inquiries. By the time Gu Zhao, burdened with his luggage and having navigated several transfers, arrived at the first machine tool factory, the clock was nearing noon. With the recent deterioration of relations between Huagua and its neighboring nation, which had led to the withdrawal of domestic experts and the stalling of numerous significant projects, Huagua had realized that self-reliance was paramount. Thus, the Ministry of First Machinery organized this competition, aimed at selecting and cultivating talent to bridge the technological gap and swiftly develop a cadre of skilled local technicians to contribute to the nation's technological advancement. The venue for this competition was the very first machine tool factory. Upon locating the venue, Gu Zhao did not rush inside, as the official competition was scheduled for the following day. Instead, he went to the nearest guest house, where he presented a letter of introduction to secure a room. After depositing his belongings, he followed the directions given by the guest house staff to the state-run restaurant. The steamed buns and eggs prepared by Wang Xiuzhen had been consumed that morning, and after the extensive journey from the train station to the restaurant, Gu Zhao was famished. Dining alone, he felt no need for formality and promptly ordered a plate of dumplings, which were served quickly. Once he finished his meal, Gu Zhao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His upper bunk neighbor was quite the snorer, and throughout the night, his thunderous snores likely kept several compartments awake. As the occupant of the lower bunk, Gu Zhao suffered the brunt of it. The sound was like thunder, resonating in his ears and preventing him from sleeping. What was worse, the older gentleman was quite amiable. After being awakened, he apologized profusely, promising to keep his volume down, only to revert to his former noisy self once he fell asleep. What could be done? Gu Zhao knew not the plight of others, but he remained wide awake until dawn. Rubbing his full belly, Gu Zhao returned to the guest house, disregarding any advice about the unhealthiness of sleeping immediately after a meal. and collapsed into bed. When he next opened his eyes, night had fallen. He glanced at his watch. It was 7:30. In winter, darkness descends early. And though he had planned to venture out for a stroll, that idea was now rendered moot. He retrieved the packed meal from earlier and began to eat. Thanks to the preservation function of his storage space, the food remained warm. Not hesitating, he had opted to pack 2 portions of mutton soup, which had been on the menu at lunch. On this chilly night, a sip of steaming mutton soup soon warmed his hands and feet. Having finished his meal, Gu Zhao paced around the room to aid digestion, then proceeded to wash up before lying down on the bed. If there was one aspect of this era that Gu Zhao disliked the most, it was the lack of entertainment to pass the time. In modern times, he could scroll through short videos on his phone, but here he had no choice but to stare blankly at the ceiling. Due to the nap he had taken in the afternoon, Gu Zhao found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, until he eventually lost track of when he finally drifted off. When he opened his eyes again, morning light streamed in, and upon checking his watch, he noted it was 8 o'clock. Only an hour remained until the competition commenced. After spending 20 minutes on grooming and dining, Gu Zhao arrived at the machine tool factory with nearly half an hour remaining before the competition commenced. A gathering of individuals awaited at the factory entrance. Upon verifying Gu Zhao's identity, he was escorted inside. The specifications of the county machine tool factory were incomparable to those of the capital. After navigating numerous twists and turns, Gu Zhao was led to an expansive venue resembling an open-air amphitheater. At the center lay the competition area, encircled by rows of seats presumably set aside for onlookers. A considerable number of spectators had already gathered, with the most striking being a group at the heart of the arena, comprising individuals of various ages and genders, engaged in a lively yet tense atmosphere. Surrounding them was a crowd of approximately 200, and Gu Zhao, standing at the periphery, occasionally overheard discussions that hinted at the speaker's familiarity with mechanics. Additionally, his keen eyes spotted individuals with cameras hanging around their necks, presumably journalists. After surveying the surroundings, Gu Zhao redirected his gaze, noticing that the person who had escorted him had departed. Before he could take a step, another individual, seemingly a receptionist, approached him. After reconfirming his identity, he was guided to the center of the arena. Gu Zhao's arrival attracted the attention of several onlookers. However, upon realizing his youth, many quickly averted their gazes, except for one. Chen Weidong, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, confirming that Gu Zhao was indeed standing before him. He pushed through the crowd to confront him, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Gu Zhao cast a sidelong glance at the man who had acted as a self-proclaimed benefactor on the train, completely disregarding his inquiry. He felt no obligation to respond, especially since this individual had intentionally jostled him at the train station. Seeing Gu Zhao's indifference, Chen Weidong, irritated, insisted, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Gu Zhao scoffed. "Do you expect an answer simply because you ask?" With that, he turned to leave. Chen Weidong, incensed by Gu Zhao's blatant disrespect, glared and prepared to follow him. "What are you still doing here? The competition is about to start." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Chen Weidong, grasping his arm and pulling him into a corner. "So, Weidong, how confident are you about the upcoming competition?" Chen Weidong's uncle's concerned voice momentarily diverted his thoughts from Gu Zhao. "I am 90% confident I can make it to the 3rd round," he declared with assurance. Good. Chen Shihai, his uncle, exclaimed in delight at his nephew's words. As the youngest in the family, Chen Shihai had leveraged connections from his wife's family to carve out a living in the capital. This competition was organized by the Ministry of Machinery, but unlike the prominent figures involved in research and manufacturing, he was merely responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Learning that his nephew would be participating filled him with pride and excitement. Chen Weidong was the only male heir of their generation, and his achievements brought great joy to his uncle. To witness his nephew's moment of glory, he had pulled numerous strings to attend the event and had joined colleagues in maintaining order on site. Upon seeing his uncle's happiness, Chen Weidong hesitated but eventually shared the events from the train and his recent encounter with Gu Zhao. Hearing this, Chen Shihai furrowed his brow, deeming Gu Zhao to be both oblivious and petty. "Are you worried that Gu Zhao will affect your performance?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Weidong nodded. Uncertain why, he felt a sense of unease, even though many in the venue appeared far more capable than Gu Zhao. Chen Shihai, dismissive, patted his nephew's shoulder. "I believe your nerves are simply getting the best of you before the competition. That Gu Zhao, being so young, likely possesses limited capabilities." After pondering for a moment, Chen Weidong's furrowed brow relaxed as he considered his uncle's perspective, deciding to let the matter go. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao, having distanced himself from Chen Weidong, mingled within the crowd to gather insights. The competitors present hailed from various provinces, showcasing an array of exceptional talents. Unlike himself, many were seasoned technicians from major factories or experienced craftsmen, possessing not only reliable political backgrounds, but also formidable technical skills. It became evident that securing victory in this final round would be no simple feat, and the competition's caliber was significantly higher than he had anticipated. Just as Gu Zhao was about to listen in on more conversations, the competition commenced. As the organizers and judges made their entrance, the cacophony of discussions and noise subsided into silence. After a brief introduction devoid of elaborate formalities, the first round officially began. The theoretical assessment was markedly more challenging than previous iterations, encompassing a wide array of topics including mechanical principles, mechanical drafting, and mechanics. For instance, the examination material Gu Zhao received was a mechanical blueprint from a neighboring nation, which had not been publicly disclosed. The question setter had deliberately introduced errors in certain sections of the drawing or completely omitted parts, and Gu Zhao's task was to identify and rectify these discrepancies. Merely glancing at his exam paper, Gu Zhao surmised that the others' questions would be equally complex. However, he was undeterred. After reviewing the entire blueprint twice, he began to write. Concurrently, among the 33 other participants, some had also commenced their work, while others appeared visibly distressed. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the surrounding competitors refraining from making a sound, fearful of disturbing those engrossed in the examination. After reviewing his corrections, Gu Zhao raised his hand to signal completion. He did not wait long. 2 minutes later, an individual came to collect the paper from his hands. A ripple of unease began to spread through the audience. With only half the allotted time elapsed, many competitors had scarcely finished their papers, yet someone had already completed the assessment. How could this not incite anxiety? Chen Weidong, drawn by the commotion, turned to see Gu Zhao had submitted his paper, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? The complexity of the examination had exceeded his expectations. He had barely completed 2/3 of his own paper. So how could Gu Zhao have finished so swiftly? No. It must be that Gu Zhao received an easier question, or perhaps he found the topic too challenging and chose to forfeit early. Chen Weidong reassured himself internally. Silence. Focus on your exam. The person in charge's shout broke the tension in the room, snapping Chen Weidong back to reality. He made a concerted effort to calm himself, directing all his attention back to his own assessment. Chapter 239. The competition continues. As the first completed exam paper was collected, the previously stoic judge, Zhou Yonglin, peaked with interest. Oh, someone has completed the assessment so soon. Let me take a look. He received Gu Zhao's modified blueprint from the person responsible for collecting papers. Zhang Yongxiang leaned in curiously. Let us hope it's not too difficult, or perhaps he simply gave up. The 3 judges had invested considerable effort into crafting these questions and were acutely aware of their difficulty levels. They were not easily surmountable. Let us see. Another head joined the group, as Kai Chungliang squinted at the blueprint. Thus, 3 heads huddled together, their gazes fixated intently on the paper. As the gaze swept across the room, the previously nonchalant expressions of Zhou Yonglin and his companions gradually transformed into solemnity. Zhang Yongxiang inhaled sharply, lamenting. Why did I not conceive of this approach earlier? Extending this area could significantly amplify the machine's kinetic energy. In hindsight, the methods they devised during their research were no less effective than the modifications on this blueprint. Kai Chungliang shot him an exasperated glance before conceding. One must admit, the individual who amended this blueprint possesses considerable skill. Isn't that stating the obvious? Would someone lacking competence even be here? Zhou Yonglin retorted. Despite their banter, an undeniable curiosity about the person responsible for the revisions lingered in their hearts. I wonder how far this individual can go, Zhou Yonglin mused. Zhang Yongxiang chimed in. At any rate, we have cleared the first hurdle. The other 2 exchanged glances, not contesting his assertion. Gu Zhao remained oblivious to the fact that he had passed the initial round of evaluations, but he could surmise it nonetheless. He had completed the intermediate mechanical compendium in the void space, where extensive knowledge and techniques surpassed the contemporary standards of their era. As a prodigious talent, it would be hard to fathom that he would fail this assessment. His mentor would surely emerge from the void space to reprimand him. The original criterion for passing the evaluation mandated a restoration of the blueprint to its original form. Yet Gu Zhao had ingeniously introduced an enhancement that set him apart just enough without being too extravagant. After all, it would be preposterous for a mere freshman to present technology that transcended their time. That would not be a bonus, but an act of recklessness. As the evaluation time concluded, Gu Zhao was pulled from his contemplative reverie by the supervisor's announcement. Aware that the results would be released the following day, he promptly rose and joined the throng exiting the venue. Observing his departing figure, Chen Weidong's countenance soured. He had noticed the 3 judges discussing Gu Zhao's paper, nodding in agreement and displaying satisfied expressions, which stirred an ominous premonition within him. Thus, when his uncle arrived after finishing his duties, he relayed his concerns about the matter. Chen Shihai, puzzled by how his nephew had crossed paths with this Gu Zhao, inquired, "Are you worried he may affect your prospects? Are you afraid?" At this, Chun Weidong's ears flushed crimson, not from anger, but from the unease of having his thoughts laid bare by Qin Shihai. He immediately protested, "How could that be possible? As long as you believe it's impossible, that suffices. For now, focus on the competition. Once it concludes, I will assist you in dealing with that Gu Zhao." Qin Shihai assured him. Chun Weidong's eyes brightened at the promise. "Really? Would your uncle deceive you?" Qin Shihai replied, "Thank you, uncle. No need for such formality. Let's go and have a meal." The uncle and nephew then departed from the machine tool factory to enjoy lunch at home. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, the duo was plotting to confront him after the competition. Upon exiting the machine tool factory, he made his way directly to the state-owned restaurant. Having packed meals the previous night and this morning into his spatial storage, he found the experience lacking warmth and camaraderie. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. After placing his order, he waited a while before finding a seat. Today, he focused on the garlic-flavored yellow flower fish. Being in Jie Province, a landlocked area, fresh seafood was a rare treat. Once the dish arrived, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Savoring a bite that was tender and succulent, the garlic seasoning enhancing the fish's natural sweetness while infusing the flesh with rich flavor. Simply put, it was delicious. Without waiting to finish, he approached the window and requested 2 more servings of yellow flower fish to take with him. After leaving the state-owned restaurant with 2 takeout boxes in hand, he retreated to a secluded corner to store them in his spatial pocket before meandering along the street. Throughout the afternoon, he visited a renowned restaurant famous for its Peking duck, ordering several ducks to take away. The glistening, golden skin, with uniformly sliced meat arranged like a work of art, tempted him. If not for his already full stomach, he would have indulged further. In addition to the roasted ducks, he also ventured into a prominent commercial district to purchase gifts for his family. Following that, he strolled through the Forbidden City, and by the time he returned to the guest house, night had fallen. After a day of exploration, Gu Zhao's appetite had awakened, prompting him to retrieve the Peking duck he had stored earlier. The duck, roasted over fruitwood, boasted a golden amber skin. As he bit into it, the hot, rendered fat mingled with the fruitwood aroma filled his mouth, and as his teeth broke through the crisp skin, the tender, juicy meat followed. Gu Zhao's eyes widened, and he quickened his chewing pace. It was exquisite. He had tasted Peking duck in modern times, but never had he encountered one as delightful as this. After finishing one duck, he still felt a lingering desire for more, yet it was late, and overindulgence was unwise. Once his hunger was satiated, he took a few laps to aid digestion, and when the fullness subsided, he completed his evening routine and lay down to rest. Having expended considerable energy during the day, Gu Zhao retired early that night. The following day, waking up early allowed Gu Zhao to arrive at the machine tool factory much earlier than the previous day. He took the opportunity to observe his surroundings as he entered. The exterior walls of the factory were adorned with various striking slogans, such as exert effort to strive for progress and self-reliance and hard work, all aimed at boosting morale. In the distance, noises emanated from what seemed to be the workshop, the sounds of gears meshing faintly reaching Gu Zhao's ears. The air carried a unique scent of heavy industry, a melange of iron rust, coal smoke, machine oil, and coolant. Gu Zhao merely stole a glance from afar, refraining from approaching recklessly. Upon reaching the venue of yesterday's competition, he discovered that others had already arrived. Chun Weidong, who had been stationed there since early morning, strode purposefully toward Gu Zhao as he entered, declaring, "Do not think that winning the favor of the judges guarantees your success. The championship will ultimately be mine." Gu Zhao was taken aback by this blunt confrontation, as he believed there was no animosity between himself and Chun Weidong. In truth, he had been the one wrong during the train incident. Emotional wounds were wounds nonetheless. Why did Chun Weidong now appear as if he were the aggrieved party? However, Gu Zhao felt compelled to challenge his assertion. While it was undeniable that Chun Weidong possessed talent, Gu Zhao harbored reasonable doubts about his excessive confidence. Among the assembled craftsmen, there were several experienced masters. 2 of them, whom Gu Zhao had heard yesterday, seemed quite esteemed among their peers. Were it not for his systematic knowledge and the 2 years spent studying the mechanical compendium, he would lack the confidence to compete against these seasoned veterans. Yet, Chun Weidong interpreted Gu Zhao's genuine skepticism as an affront to his pride. "You question me? What qualifications do you have to do so? If I were you, I would leave quietly before the competition begins to avoid being humiliated later." Seeing Chun Weidong's unwavering confidence, Gu Zhao could only wonder at the source of his bravado. "Since you are so timid, perhaps you should take your leave now." After speaking, Gu Zhao disregarded him entirely. As Gu Zhao turned to leave, displaying an air of indifference, Chun Weidong's chest rose and fell with agitation. It is worth noting that upon learning of his participation in this competition, countless individuals at school envied him in hushed tones. and even the school authorities had met with him, offering words of encouragement to bring honor to the institution. While Chun Weidong maintained a facade of humility deep within, he harbored a profound sense of pride. He had his own motives for attending. As a fourth-year student on the brink of graduation, although the school would arrange job placements, the quality of those positions varied significantly. Should he excel in this competition and perhaps even clinch the championship, his future would undoubtedly be bright. The mere thought of this brought a smile to his lips. Thus he chose to overlook Gu Zhao's earlier disrespect. As his uncle had advised, this competition was of paramount importance to him, and he would not permit himself any missteps. The opinions of inconsequential individuals were simply not worth his concern. As time passed, the participants and audience gathered, and before the commencement of the second round, the organizer announced the list of those who had successfully advanced from the first round: Li Mao, Zhang Xinguang, and Yu Guoxia. With each name called, those not mentioned grew increasingly anxious, and the audience murmured in speculation about who might advance and what percentage of participants would proceed. Chen Shihai stood in a corner, witnessing that over 10 individuals had already advanced, yet his nephew's name had yet to be announced. Clenching his fists involuntarily, he silently prayed, "Heaven, our Chen family has but this one male heir, please watch over him." Chen Weidong's own tension rivaled that of his uncle. Despite his outward confidence, he too sought divine favor, invoking the names of various deities, from the Jade Emperor to the household gods, even the kitchen god. A fellow contestant standing beside him, overhearing his mutterings about ancestors, cast a curious glance in his direction and discreetly shifted away. In the next instant, when Chen Weidong's name was announced by the organizer, he vowed he had never heard a more melodious sound. The tension in his clenched jaw eased as joy surged within him, and he instinctively scanned the crowd for Gu Zhao's figure. Just as he was absorbed in the results, Gu Zhao felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Turning around, he met Chen Weidong's triumphant expression and could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Truly, what presumption! Unperturbed by the eye roll, Chen Weidong felt no anger. In his view, the first round had proven his superiority over Gu Zhao, placing them on different planes entirely. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, the next name announced was Gu Zhao. His smile froze, rendering him a picture of disbelief. For a fleeting moment, Chen Weidong was taken aback, but he quickly reassured himself. Given the judge's favorable impressions of Gu Zhao the previous day, it was only natural for him to advance. This was merely the first round. The outcome remained uncertain. Once the organizer finished reading the names, it was revealed that out of 34 participants, half had been eliminated, leaving 16 to compete in the second round. The 18 who were eliminated, despite their reluctance, retreated from the center of the arena. While some left immediately, unable to bear the defeat, most chose to stay, eager to witness who would ultimately prevail. Gu Zhao surveyed the remaining contestants, realizing he recognized none of them, for he had no acquaintances among them. However, through inquiries over the past 2 days, he had identified a couple of formidable contenders, such as the 2 8th-level master craftsmen who stood motionless. Once the eliminated participants had departed, the organizer announced the commencement of the second round. If the first round had assessed theoretical knowledge, the second would evaluate practical skills. Gu Zhao turned his attention to a pile of scrap metal. As the competition rules were straightforward, contestants were to demonstrate their manual dexterity. They would utilize the existing components from outdated machines to create parts more precise than the originals or fabricate new tools from the available materials. While there were no stringent demands for complexity or precision, the intricacy of the parts or tools undoubtedly determined whether one could advance to the next round. This competition would reveal the upper limits of an individual's capabilities. Having comprehended the rules, Gu Zhao did not hesitate to approach the heap of discarded materials. As he exerted himself to craft something that would make him shine among the crowd, a significant meeting was underway in Province J, pertinent to the entire province. In Xinjiang City, one of the primary objectives of this assembly was to establish machinery factories in various counties. Do you have any opinions or suggestions regarding this initiative? Seated in the conference room of the municipal government building, Zhang Guangji felt a sudden clarity wash over him. No wonder he had sensed something unusual when the city solicited participants for the competition last year. There had been a plan in place. As Fang Lijun concluded his remarks, individuals from the audience began to voice their thoughts. Mayor, is the funding sufficient for establishing machinery factories in every county? After all, the drought has just passed, and the province has yet to fully recover. Such a significant undertaking warrants careful consideration. Furthermore, establishing factories would necessitate deliberations on site selection, recruitment, and the acquisition of machinery, all of which require financial resources. Fang Lijun nodded, acknowledging the concerns raised. Your point is valid. That is why we will not initiate the establishment of machinery factories in every county simultaneously. We will implement a pilot program first. We can discuss this issue further later. The pressing matter at hand is whether you have suggestions regarding the selection of factory directors. Given the recent rupture in relations with a neighboring country, experts who had previously aided Huagua's projects were evacuated, making it imperative for the nation to become self-reliant and fill production gaps. Thus, upon receiving directives from the central government, he promptly convened the county leaders to formulate a reasonable plan. Upon hearing the mention of selecting factory directors, the county leaders eagerly chimed in. After all, if their proposed candidates were accepted, the likelihood of establishing machinery factories in their respective counties would increase, presenting a golden opportunity to generate revenue and provide employment for the populace. Mayor, I have a candidate in mind, the deputy director of our county's steel mill. He possesses a college degree and is a cultured individual. Having served as deputy director for 7 to 8 years, his leadership skills are unquestionable, and he maintains a close relationship with the community, being receptive to their opinions. At just over 40 years old, he is in the prime of his life. As for his political background, it goes without saying that anyone proposed by those present must be beyond reproach. Mayor, I too have a candidate to recommend. Someone with exceptional political acumen, steadfastly adhering to our party's policies without deviation. With the first enthusiastic recommendation made, the subsequent suggestions from other county leaders were diverse and plentiful. Were it not for the current reverence for science and the prohibition of feudal remnants, one might think that the candidates being endorsed were fantastical beings with 8 eyes and 4 legs. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Guangxi felt a surge of urgency. As soon as the previous speaker finished, he eagerly interjected. Mayor, the individuals they have introduced are quite advanced in age. Even if they were to occupy the position of factory director, their years of service would be limited, and they lack the vitality of youth. The comrade I am introducing, Gu Zhao, is just in his 20s, brimming with energy, and possesses a higher educational qualification than those previously mentioned. Not only did he attend the prestigious Qingyang University of Technology in our province, but he is also this year's provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination. Moreover, he concurrently holds a mechanical maintenance position in our county, where, over the past 2 years, he has rendered invaluable assistance and saved us considerable trouble. Additionally, it is not only our county that has benefited. Several neighboring counties have also received his support. Last year, he was the one who first proposed the idea for the Engine Improvement Initiative. As Zhang Guangxi spoke, he grew increasingly fluent, surprised at how many commendable qualities Gu Zhao possessed. In his discourse, he also managed to undermine the others, which provoked their ire. Gu Zhao truly shone in his narrative, piquing Fang Lijun's interest, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding Zhang Guangxi's self-promotion. He shifted his gaze towards the county leaders Zhang Guangxi had just named. Is what County Chief Zhang said accurate? Has this comrade named Gu Zhao indeed resolved numerous mechanical issues for you? The county leaders, feeling the weight of his inquiring gaze, privately grimaced but had no choice but to nod in agreement. It was indeed a fact that Gu Zhao had assisted them. Thus, they affirmed Zhang Guangxi's assertion that Gu Zhao was indeed exceptional. With this confirmation, Fang Lijun furrowed his brow in contemplation. He harbored no doubts regarding Gu Zhao's status as the provincial top scorer or the engine improvement project, as these were matters of record. However, Gu Zhao's tender age presented a stark contrast to the others. His qualifications were notably shallow, and considering he was still in university, how could he balance the responsibilities of a factory director? Waving his hand, Fang Lijun signaled for the others to continue. Observing his expression, Zhang Guangxi sensed that the prospect of Gu Zhao's appointment as factory director was likely dim, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Meanwhile, as their animated discussion unfolded, Gu Zhao's second round of competition was nearing its conclusion. This time, he was tasked with repairing a machine that had been deemed irreparable. Glancing at the dilapidated machine, Gu Zhao couldn't help but grimace. Rather than a repair, it felt akin to constructing a new one from scratch. The challenges of this second assessment were significantly greater than the first, consuming far more time, with even lunch being taken on site. Watching the worried expressions of the onlookers, Zhou Yonglin's lips curled into a smile. It was precisely this difficulty that made the competition engaging. If it were easy to pass, the purpose of the contest would be rendered meaningless. Old Zhou, you know you look like a villain right now? Remarked Zhang Yongxiang, noting Zhou Yonglin's demeanor. Zhou Yonglin shot him a glance. What do you know? I am merely hoping someone will rise above the rest in this crowd. Zhang Yongxiang shook his head. I don't think that's likely. Not your concern. Just as the two elderly gentlemen, both over 100 years in combined age, were bickering, Kai Chengliang joined the conversation. By the way, do you think that Gu Zhao from yesterday's competition will make it through this time? Gu Zhao had certainly caught the attention of several judges with his self-imposed extra challenge, and now he was the subject of their discussion. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yongxiang shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. A solid theoretical foundation does not guarantee practical skill. Moreover, there were others who performed exceptionally in the first round. I disagree, Zhou Yonglin countered. The design was clearly not something one could create solely from theory. It must have come from countless hands-on experiences. Kai Qingliang, growing impatient with their debate, interjected, "Why not go see for yourselves?" He gestured toward the focused crowd of competitors below. Zhou Yonglin and Zhang Yongxiang exchanged glances. And without hesitation, they rose and made their way toward the participants. Chapter 241, Discussion with the Judges. Feeling a shadow cast over his hand, Chun Weidong turned his head to glance and immediately stiffened. Zhou Yonglin waved cheerfully, "You carry on, don't mind me." Chun Weidong forced a smile, returning to his task, though he couldn't help but divide a sliver of his attention towards Zhou Yonglin. Sensing this, Zhou Yonglin promptly moved away, redirecting his attention to others, internally shaking his head at the young man's need for further refinement. Meanwhile, Zhang Yongxiang approached Gu Zhao's side. Various components danced in his hands, seemingly assembling into a formless machine without a moment's hesitation. A flicker of interest crossed Zhang Yongxiang's eyes. He had not yet realized that the young man before him was the very Gu Zhao they had just discussed. His earlier debate with Zhou Yonglin had merely been idle chatter, not something he had taken to heart. However, as he observed the scattered machinery around Gu Zhao, which appeared to be taking shape under his deft hands, he found it impossible to look away. Gu Zhao, aware of the presence beside him, remained focused on his task, as it was at a critical juncture. After circumnavigating the competition site, Zhou Yonglin and Kai Qingliang noticed Zhang Yongxiang standing motionless before a contestant, prompting their curiosity to lead them over. Seeing Gu Zhao engrossed in his work, they remained silent, absorbed in the same level of seriousness as Zhang Yongxiang. Once they began to watch, their gaze could not be diverted. The once-defunct machine lay in disarray, yet the individual disassembling it showed no sign of concern. Instead, after careful examination, he began to work diligently. As components were assembled one after another, a more intricate machine gradually emerged. The three men instinctively held their breath. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, the onlookers beside him were even more anxious than he was. As he placed the final component into position, a smile slowly spread across his face. "It's complete. Is this a machine you have reconstructed using existing parts to replace the damaged sections?" A voice suddenly broke the silence, reminding Gu Zhao that others were nearby. "Not quite a reconstruction. If I could assemble a machine in a single day, I'd need 8 arms to do it," he explained. "I merely disassembled the machine, replaced the completely unusable parts, and then reassembled it. However, the newly constructed machine should operate more efficiently than the previous one. After all, he had promised to stand out among the crowd. How could he not create a moment of brilliance for himself? In short, it was about showcasing his abilities." Despite Gu Zhao's modest words, the glances from Zhou Yonglin and the others had shifted. "Young man, tell me your name," Zhou Yonglin inquired, astonished that the new machine could outperform the old one. "Is that for real?" Both Zhou Yonglin and Kai Qingliang asked in unison. Zhang Yongxiang remained silent, having not witnessed Gu Zhao's earlier steps, but he had seen enough to believe that if the newly assembled machine indeed operated more efficiently than its predecessor, it was entirely plausible. Responding to Zhou Yonglin and Kai Qingliang's questions, Gu Zhao replied, "My name is Gu Zhao. Yes, it should be more efficient." The model of the parts used in the original machine was. Gu Zhao was well aware of the intricacies of the machine he had assembled, thus, he spoke with conviction and substance. The three individuals beside him did not interrupt. Instead, they listened attentively. Once he finished speaking, they found themselves in agreement with his assertions. Having spent decades in this industry and handled countless machines, they possessed a clear understanding of what was feasible. Nevertheless, as they often remarked, everything hinged on the outcomes of experimentation. If the young man's claims held true, advancing to the third round of the competition would pose no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, gazing at Gu Zhao's youthful visage, the trio's eyes sparkled with excitement. A prodigy indeed. At that moment, Zhou Yonglin recalled something. "What did you just say? Your name is Gu Zhao?" Gu Zhao, somewhat perplexed, nodded in affirmation. The three exchanged glances and retrieved the drawings Gu Zhao had modified in the first round. Delving once more into discussion. "Regarding this blueprint, what was your thought process? Why did you decide to add this particular detail?" Since they were engaged in conversation, Gu Zhao took the drawings and began to elucidate his reasoning. The four of them engaged in a fervent discussion, stirring a commotion among the audience, who noticed the three judges huddled around a single contestant, seemingly engrossed in conversation. "What are Zhou and the others discussing? They seem rather pleased." The distance rendered it impossible to discern their words. "It appears quite intense. Could it possibly be? What could it possibly be? Do enlighten us." I have no idea." "Then why even speak?" Not only the audience, but also a few other contestants glanced up, intrigued by the scene surrounding Gu Zhao. However, one individual bore a rather glum expression, and that was Chun Weidong. Witnessing Gu Zhao surrounded by esteemed figures like a celestial body, He felt a pang of discomfort deep within. Had he known he should have performed better in Zhou's presence earlier, he would have seized the opportunity. Now, Gu Zhao's prominence overshadowed him. Unaware of Chun Weidong's thoughts, Gu Zhao diligently explained his ideas to the judges. Just as he concluded, the voice of the person in charge rang out, announcing the end of the second round of assessments. Regardless of whether they had completed their evaluations, all must cease their activities. At that moment, the sun had dipped low on the horizon, and it would not be long before nightfall enveloped the land. Gu Zhao watched as Zhou Yonglin and the others hurriedly departed, then turned to exit himself. Gu Zhao, before he could leave the machine shop, a familiar voice called out from behind. A flicker of annoyance crossed Gu Zhao's eyes as he quickened his pace, ignoring the call. Chun Weidong, seeing Gu Zhao not only fail to stop, but also vanish into the crowd in mere moments, felt a surge of anger and embarrassment. He immediately decided to pursue him. Weidong, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to wait for me to head home together? Chen Shihai grasped his nephew's arm, puzzled. Noticing his nephew's sullen expression, he inquired, "What with that grim look? Are you unwell?" "No." Chun Weidong furrowed his brow and glanced ahead, realizing that in the time wasted, Gu Zhao had already disappeared. "Then what is troubling you?" Suddenly, Chen Shihai's eyes widened in realization. "Could it be that you lack confidence in this assessment?" "Not at all." Chen Weidong's tone grew slightly impatient. He believed his performance in the second round had been commendable and was confident about advancing to the third round. However, recalling that his uncle had taken care of him during his stay in the capital, he suppressed his irritation and relayed what he had witnessed between Zhou and Gu Zhao. Chen Shihai understood at once. He had observed the same exchange but had thought little of it. "Why are you so fixated on that young man? Regardless of the situation, focus on your own assessment and refrain from allowing distractions to divert your attention." This was not the first time Chen Shihai had imparted such advice, and upon hearing it, Chen Weidong instinctively felt a wave of resistance. He found himself at a loss for words. He had consistently assured Chen Shihai of his confidence in the assessment. Was he now expected to admit that he perceived Gu Zhao as a threat? Furthermore, this baseless intuition was impossible to validate. Whether or not Chen Shihai would believe him was irrelevant. Chen Weidong himself felt too embarrassed to voice such thoughts, especially after he had previously boasted about his abilities not only to Chen Shihai, but also to his aunt and her family. Otherwise, considering how his aunt often looked down upon his family, how could she tolerate him living at home these past few days, enjoying the finest fare? If not for the hope that he would bring honor to the family, Chen Shihai, unaware of his nephew's internal turmoil, assumed silence meant agreement and placed an arm around him as they headed outside. "All right, let us return. It will be dark soon." Upon arriving home, Wu Yunmei, seated in the living room, noticed the uncle and nephew had returned late, and her expression soured. "Why are you two back at this hour? The food has gone cold." Feeling a twinge of discomfort at his aunt's complaints, Chen Weidong was about to explain, but Chen Shihai interjected, "It's hard to predict the timing of these competitions. Next time, don't wait for us, just eat." Wu Yunmei shot him a glare and scoffed, "As if I'm keen on waiting for the two of you." Yet, despite her words, she swiftly set the warm dishes from the pot onto the table. While she busied herself, Chen Weidong plopped down at the dining table like a lord, awaiting service. Observing this, Wu Yunmei's opinion of her nephew soured further. As the eldest, he displayed no sense of awareness in another's home. Chen Weidong remained oblivious to his aunt's growing dissatisfaction and, as soon as the food was served, wasted no time in grabbing the meat from the platter. He saw nothing amiss. After all, at home, as the sole male, he was accustomed to being the first to indulge in the best dishes. Clutching his chopsticks, Wu Yunmei's chest heaved momentarily. Noticing Chen Shihai beside her, she forcefully stifled her anger and, with a forced smile, asked, "Weidong, do you feel confident about this competition? Is the championship within your grasp?" Before Chen Weidong could respond, Chen Shihai interjected, "What is with the questioning? Didn't Weidong mention his confidence in the competition just days ago? Why ask again?" Chen Weidong's hand froze mid-motion, slowly retracting. "Yes, aunt. I assure you I will bring home the championship." Wu Yunmei remained non-committal to the exchange between the uncle and nephew. Unlike her husband, she held no faith in Chen Weidong's capabilities. The world was vast, brimming with exceptionally talented individuals. How could a mere novice hope to secure victory? However, given her recent quarrel with her husband over matters related to her in-laws, Chen Weidong's presence provided an opportunity to mend their relationship. Thus, she refrained from opposing Chen Shihai's decision to welcome him into their home. After all, it was only for a couple of days. Once he departed, their lives would revert to the norm. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Weidong believed that his aunt treated him kindly due to his exceptional abilities, anticipating he would excel in the competition and bring her honor. Perhaps only Chen Shihai genuinely believed that his wife was pleased by the improved relationship with her in-laws. The following day, the incessant chill finally yielded to the sun's warm embrace. Strolling down the street, Gu Zhao felt as though the biting wind had lessened in intensity under the gentle rays. The results from the second round of evaluations would not be announced until the following day, leaving Gu Zhao with ample time to meander about. Since indulging in roasted duck the night before last, he promptly resolved to procure several more for his storage. His first destination was the state-run restaurant he had visited previously. The attendant at the counter, accustomed to such extravagant purchases, offered no remarks. After emerging with the roasted duck, he discreetly stashed it away in a secluded alley before embarking on a leisurely exploration of places he had yet to visit: the Palace Museum, the Summer Palace, and the Temple of Heaven. At each site, he paused to absorb the surroundings, prioritizing the Palace Museum and the Temple of Heaven, which were closer to him, before making his way to the Summer Palace. "Brother, you mustn't neglect me. Our parents entrusted you with my care at their passing, and you vowed to uphold that promise. You cannot go back on your word, otherwise they shall find no peace in the afterlife." "Yes, dear uncle. Our arduous journey has been fraught with trials. You and my mother are no longer young, and as our encounters grow less frequent, do not allow material concerns to taint your bond." As Gu Zhao disembarked from the bus, he was met with two somewhat familiar voices. Observing a crowd gathered ahead, he instinctively approached, embodying the quintessential nature of his compatriots. As he drew nearer, his gaze fell upon a mother and son at the center of the throng, and he let out a quiet exclamation. What serendipity! The very pair with whom he had an unpleasant encounter on the train had crossed his path in this city. There sat Fu Peng's mother on the ground, tears streaming down her face, a pitiful sight indeed. Meanwhile, Fu Peng stood beside her, conversing with an elderly gentleman, Zhao Daong. Overhearing the exchange between his sister and nephew, felt his face flush with indignation. He vehemently pointed at the two, exclaiming, You both. Have I not treated you well enough?" He prided himself on fulfilling his roles as both brother and uncle to the utmost degree. In his youth, after their parents passed away, he had solemnly promised to care for his younger sister, who was but an infant at the time. At just 15, he found himself thrust into the dual role of both father and mother, nurturing her to adulthood. With a younger sister to tend to and the weight of their parents' absence, he abandoned his promising academic pursuits to shoulder the responsibility of providing for the family. Rising early and toiling late, he sacrificed his own ambitions to ensure his sister could pursue an education. Little did he know, she would forsake her studies to become entangled with any ne'er-do-well, finding herself pregnant at merely 16. Despite recognizing the untrustworthiness of the young man, his sister was resolute in her decision to plunge into this perilous situation, even using her condition to coerce him. In a desperate bid to secure a better future for his only sister, he relinquished much of his savings as her dowry, hoping her husband would not scorn her due to her pregnancy, even though he was well regarded in his vicinity. The stigma of having a dependent sister hindered his prospects of finding a bride. Thus, it was not until his sister married that he finally settled down himself. However, their respite was short-lived. Following the birth of his nephew, his sister returned home in tears, claiming her husband had struck her and that their life together had become untenable. Upon witnessing the bruises on her, Zhao Daong's rage compelled him to confront her husband, delivering a stern warning. After repeated assurances from the man, his sister felt safe enough to return home. Zhao Daong believed he had acted correctly, only for his sister to later chastise him, claiming he had been too harsh and that their quarrels were merely playful. As similar incidents recurred, Zhao Daong initially intervened on his sister's behalf, but eventually grew numb to the situation. He found himself at a loss for words regarding the dynamics between his sister and her husband. Eventually, as their circumstances improved, he resumed his education and through familial connections, secured employment in the capital, establishing a home there. If the story had concluded on that note, it might have been a happy ending. However, reality often diverges from our desires. Less than 2 years into their stable life, his sister sent word that her husband had tragically drowned after a drunken misstep. The in-laws, feeling the weight of the tragedy, ostracized her and her child, effectively casting them out. Though it was termed a separation, it was, in truth, a banishment, given that she was his only sister and his sole blood relative. Zhao Daong could not turn a blind eye, and thus he supported them for decades. Each time they visited, he ensured they were treated with care, often arranging sleeper tickets for their journeys and ensuring they left with their arms full. Yet, human nature is often insatiable. With a well-placed uncle in the capital, how could Fu Peng settle for a life in the countryside with his mother? Thus, he had come to implore his uncle for employment opportunities. Upon hearing this, Zhao Daong's wife was taken aback. Their own children lacked formal employment, and how could they possibly assist Fu Peng in securing a job? Over the years, Zhao Daong's wife had silently endured the burden of supporting her husband's sister and nephew, but she understood the depth of his feelings for them. Yet, now she could no longer restrain herself, bluntly stating that there were no jobs available and that they ought not to visit their home in the future. Accustomed to receiving favors, Fu Peng and his mother were taken aback by this bluntness, confronting Zhao Daong and demanding to know whom he valued more, his sister or his wife. What could Zhao Daong say? Naturally, he favored his wife. However, he did not wish to sever ties with his sister. So he gently explained that he truly could not assist Fu Peng in finding work. Yet, the mother and son, who had always been coddled by Zhao Daong, refused to listen, insisting they would remain in the capital regardless of his inability to help. This infuriated Zhao Daong's wife, who, wielding a broom, promptly evicted them from their home, slamming the door behind them. Yet, Fu Peng and his mother were not easily dismissed. They began to shout outside, attracting the attention of an onlooking crowd. Unwilling to air their family troubles, Zhao Daong stepped outside to mediate under the watchful gaze of his wife. However, no amount of persuasion could penetrate the stubbornness of Fu Peng and his mother, leading to the very exchange Gu Zhao had overheard upon his exit. Seeing his uncle on the brink of collapse with frustration, Fu Peng remained unfazed. "Uncle, if you had simply kept your promise to my mother and me, we wouldn't be in this predicament. My mother is your only sister, and I am your sole nephew. Can you truly bear to see us languish in the village while you enjoy a comfortable life in the city?" Zhao Daong had never realized that in his nephew's eyes, he was merely a self-serving individual, indifferent to the struggles of his sister and her child. Since the day their parents passed, he had understood that tears were futile. Yet this man in his 50s could not hold back the welling tears in front of the gathered crowd. Among the neighbors who were privy to their family's plight, disapproval was palpable as they cast disdainful glances at Fu Peng. Zhao Daong had toiled for the better part of his life, only to find himself raising two ungrateful children. I'm afraid I must express, had I been in his shoes, I would have taken the drastic step of extinguishing the life of that troublesome sister in the chamber pot after the demise of our parents, to prevent the birth of yet another calamity, one that disrupts the tranquility of our household day after day. In my view, this individual is nothing but a vile creature. One ought not to extend undue kindness to him. Indeed, having nurtured their insatiable appetites, it is now impossible to rid oneself of them. And they dare to accuse you of lacking conscience. Other passers-by, unaware of the truth, immediately inquired upon overhearing the neighbor's conversation. What treachery is this? Is it not the case that this old man forsook his impoverished rural relatives upon arriving in the city? How absurd. Upon hearing this, one neighbor spat contemptuously towards the direction of Fu Teng's mother, declaring that it is not the old man who neglects his poor kin, but rather that Lao Zhao is too benevolent, having indulged these two ungrateful souls. Subsequently, this neighbor detailed the events for those present who were oblivious to the reality. As the narrative unfolded, the onlookers' gazes towards Fu Teng and his mother shifted dramatically. Indeed, they had raised two ingrates, faced with such scornful eyes. If Fu Teng and his mother truly cared, they would not have persistently sought refuge at their elder brother's home for decades, exploiting his generosity. In their eyes, what is face worth? They were willing to endure public humiliation as long as they could secure this job position, even if it meant bowing before Zhao Daong. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Fu Teng's eyes lit up, and with a decisive thud, he knelt down. "Uncle, for the sake of our deceased grandparents, I implore you to show us some kindness. My mother has endured a lifetime of hardship, having been a widow for decades, and I have faced bullying in the village throughout my childhood. You are our sole reliance." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly, and when he lifted his head, his eyes were red-rimmed, as if without Zhao Daong's support, he and his mother were left with no hope. Fu Teng's fervent gaze seemed to sear Zhao Daong's very soul, and hearing him speak of his parents stirred a deep sadness within Zhao. Inside, Zhao Daong's wife, eavesdropping with her ear pressed against the door, was infuriated to hear this shameless person invoking the names of their deceased grandparents. Those two old souls had suffered greatly due to her husband, and now Fu Teng dared to mention them. Enraged, she burst through the door and confronted Fu Teng. "How dare you suggest that your mother's widowhood was caused by your uncle? He worked tirelessly to provide for her education, hoping she would have a bright future. Yet, she squandered that opportunity, associating with your late scoundrel of a father. Whenever trouble arose, it was your uncle who came to your aid, supporting you for decades. Is that not enough? Now, instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to blame him. At this rate, one might as well have raised a dog. At least a dog would bark in appreciation. And you," she continued, "a man in his 30s, while your mother has endured hardship, shouldn't you reflect on your own actions? What does your uncle owe you? Are you expecting him to provide for you both in your old age?" Her words flowed relentlessly, leaving no room for Fu Teng to interject. Zhao Daong's wife was fully aware that despite Fu Teng's claims of hardship, those days were long past. When her husband learned that his sister had been cast out, he had returned to confront her in-laws, accruing quite a debt of gratitude in the process. Rather than being victims of village disdain, it was more accurate to say that Fu Teng and his mother were troublemakers, constantly embroiled in mischief. Each time her husband returned, he had to clean up after their messes, but out of consideration for their dignity, he had refrained from revealing the truth. As Fu Teng and his mother stood there, cursed and insulted, Fu Teng's mother, unable to contain herself, leaped in front of her son to confront Zhao Dayong's wife. "Sister-in-law, we are all relatives. Why must you speak so harshly? We know your brother has been good to us. We have never come empty-handed." They certainly did not resemble beggars. Furthermore, your brother promised our parents he would look after us. How can we disregard the wishes of the deceased? They would not rest peacefully. Zhao Dayong's wife, upon hearing such audacity, felt a mix of indignation and amusement. If you don't clarify your words, some might not understand. As for your claim of not coming empty-handed, are you referring to those stale steamed buns you brought? I have no use for them. Here, take them back. With that, she stormed back inside, only to re-emerge moments later in a fit of rage, tossing the bag of buns into Fu Teng's mother's arms. The unexpected weight caused the poorly tied bag to spill its contents onto the ground, rolling before the astonished crowd. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these were not merely stale buns, but rather moldy ones. How could such food be so disrespected, even if these buns were not their own? Witnessing food being wasted during a time of scarcity further soured the onlookers' perception of Fu Teng and his mother. Unfazed by the revelation of their deceit, Fu Teng's mother retorted, "Sister-in-law, us country folk eat what we have, and these were the rations my son and I saved through days of hunger. Do you look down on our humble fare now that you reside in the city?" "Exactly," Fu Teng added, crossing his arms defiantly. "I know you consider yourselves city folk and scorn our rural ways, but this is our heartfelt offering." Zhao Dayong's wife, disgusted by their audacity, glanced around for something to throw, and in a fit of rage, she removed her shoe, intending to strike Fu Teng. "Enough!" Zhao Dayong, who had been restraining himself, suddenly shouted. He pulled his wife close and turned to Fu Teng and his mother. "You both may leave. As your elder brother, I have fulfilled my responsibilities for many years. From now on, our family shall have no further dealings." Noticing the resolute look in Zhao Dayong's eyes, Fu Teng and his mother's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not come to sever ties with him, nor could they bear to lose such a valuable relative. Fu Teng's mother quickly conjured tears, gazing sorrowfully at Zhao Dayong. "Brother, have you forgotten our parents' words before they passed? They wished for us siblings to support one another, to be each other's eternal reliance." Zhao Dayong's wife, thrilled at the prospect of finally ridding themselves of these parasitic relatives, interjected before Zhao could soften. "What nonsense! You speak of mutual support and reliance, but it seems to me that your brother has been the sole provider, the only one you lean on." Her words elicited laughter from the crowd, who found the duo's attempts at emotional manipulation both amusing and pitiful. Indeed, if their deceased parents knew how their daughter treated her son, they would surely rise from their graves, seeking retribution for such disgrace. It is a pity that Zhao Dayong had been a fool for so many years, likely having been taken advantage of by this pair. Certainly. Observe the attire worn by this mother and son. They claim to hail from the countryside, yet they are dressed far more splendidly than we are. Moreover, the man's complexion appears quite rosy, indicating that he lacks for nothing in terms of sustenance. Can you fathom the source of their wealth? Others soon concurred, particularly regarding Fu Peng, who has no reputable occupation yet sports a rather new Zhongshan suit. Indeed, it is true that this suit was purchased for him by Zhao Dayong. Fu Peng had expressed his desire to court a girl, lamenting that he feared he might not meet her family's expectations, and woefully bemoaned his status as an aging bachelor without any parental support. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dayong's heart softened, and he relinquished several months' worth of ration coupons to procure this outfit. Additionally, concerned for his sister and her son's well-being, Zhao Dayong would intermittently send them money. Thus, despite Fu Peng's lack of diligence in the village, often embroiled in mischief, he enjoys a far better life than those hard-working villagers. Regardless of the spectators' comments, Fu Peng and his mother remained unfazed, their eyes fixed intently on Zhao Dayong, hoping to detect a hint of compassion that might cause him to retract his earlier statements. However, this time, Zhao Dayong was resolute in his decision to sever ties with the pair, and after clarifying matters, he intended to turn and return home with his wife. The mother and son, however, would not permit their departure, with Fu Peng striding forward to grasp Zhao Dayong's hand. "Uncle, we have both apologized to you. What more do you wish from us?" Chapter 245, Preordained. With this declaration, the reaction of Zhao Dayong and his wife was momentarily eclipsed by the astonishment of the onlookers. Were those words of apology truly uttered by this mother and son? Regrettably, the crowd had failed to recognize the sentiment. TSK, the world is indeed vast, with all manner of individuals. The tone of this person might lead one to believe that old Zhao owes him something. Gu Zhao too was astonished, realizing that a long enough existence grants one the opportunity to witness the vast diversity of human nature. Zhao Daong, caught off guard by his nephew's grasp, initially stared in disbelief. Yet, upon reflecting that the connection between their families would soon dissolve, he chose not to argue further, shaking off the hand that clung to his arm and attempting to walk away. "Brother!" A piercing voice emerged from behind. Zhao Daong halted but did not turn, instead taking another step forward. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd. "Mother!" Fu Peng's voice, tinged with panic, reached the ears of those present as he rushed to support his collapsing mother, cradling her in his arms as he sank to the ground. Feeling the limp form in his embrace, Fu Peng mentally commended his mother for her adaptability. Now, would his uncle maintain his steely resolve? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Daong could not help but turn around, only to find his sister lying unconscious in his nephew's arms. He shifted his weight, but before he could advance, a tug at his clothing halted him. Zhao Daong's wife, recognizing the farce instigated by her sister-in-law, restrained him. "Have you forgotten the antics your nephew and sister have pulled in the village?" The pair were seasoned actors, having frequently resorted to such ruses. Zhao Daong recalled the times he had to apologize to villagers because of their schemes. Instantly, he remained rooted in place. Seeing Zhao Daong hesitate, Fu Peng, who had initially hoped his uncle would approach, felt frustration boiling within as he silently cursed the couple but maintained a facade of urgency. "Uncle, please come and see. My mother has fainted." Zhao Daong's wife rolled her eyes at this, exclaiming, "You've swindled many villagers with your tricks, and your uncle has always been the one to apologize on your behalf. Do you truly think we are oblivious to your manipulations?" With that, she pulled Zhao Daong away, slamming the door behind them. As the crowd dispersed, having been left with little entertainment, they cast disdainful glances at the mother and son duo, realizing they were habitual offenders. Ignoring the irrelevant onlookers, Fu Peng clenched his fists in frustration as he watched Zhao Daong and his wife walk away without a backward glance. "Damn it," he muttered, slamming his fist into the ground. "Ugh," he gasped, cradling his reddened hand. Reflecting on the fact that he had gained nothing from this encounter and that relations with Zhao Daong's family had soured, he felt an even greater surge of anger. "No, I cannot let this go." Fu Peng, unwilling to accept defeat, took a few deep breaths to regain his composure, only to find that his mother remained unresponsive. "Mother, wake up. They really left." "Mother?" Noticing her continued stillness, Fu Peng shook her vigorously, yet received no response. It dawned on him that his mother was not merely pretending to faint. She had genuinely lost consciousness. He could no longer remain seated, placing her on the ground before striding towards the gate. "Uncle, my mother has fainted. Please come and take a look." He pounded on the door, calling out incessantly. Zhao Daong's wife, exasperated, shot a glance at the door, warning Zhao Daong, "You must not go. If you do, they will ensnare you again." Zhao Daong, who had been quietly seated with his head down, paused momentarily, then lifted his gaze to her. "I never said I was going out. I hope not." Outside, Gu Zhao observed the scene from a distance, watching Fu Peng's mother lying on the ground. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. He recalled the poor complexion of this woman on the train, and when Fu Peng had requested to switch sleeping arrangements, claiming his mother was unwell. Gu Zhao had not doubted him at all. Witnessing Fu Peng relentlessly pounding on the courtyard door, neglecting his mother's condition, he shook his head in disbelief. Such a mother raises such a child. Even in her dire state, the son still sought to extract benefits. Truly, even a piece of char siu would have been a more commendable offspring. Yet, Gu Zhao had no intention of intervening. After all, a man in his 30s should instinctively take his mother to the hospital upon seeing her collapse, rather than linger for trivial matters. Having thoroughly enjoyed the unfolding drama, Gu Zhao felt satisfied with the spectacle. Noticing the time, he estimated it would take another 20 minutes to reach his destination. So he decided to forego further exploration and return directly to the guest house. Meanwhile, at the machine tool factory, after a long day's labor, Zhou Yonglin and his colleagues felt invigorated, oblivious to fatigue. As they approached the final contestant's work requiring review, an urgency filled their eyes. "Old Zhang, hurry. Let us test this improved machine designed by Comrade Gu," Kai Qingliang urged. "Why the rush?" Zhang Yongxiang feigned impatience, yet his hands moved swiftly as he adjusted the parameters. Under the watchful gaze of the trio, the machine gradually whirred to life. The device before them was a small screw processing machine. To validate Gu Zhao's claims, the three of them continuously tweaked the settings as the machine emitted a cacophony of sound. As increasingly precise and intricate screws were produced, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Once the machine ceased operation, Kai Chengliang eagerly retrieved several screws from the pile for inspection, while the other two followed suit, each clutching a couple in their hands. Once they had examined all the types of screws, a heavy silence enveloped the three of them. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Yonglin broke the stillness, stating, I believe this comrade named Gu Zhao is worthy of our investment and cultivation. This sentiment arose not solely from Gu Zhao's demonstrated capabilities, but also from his age. Had an older comrade, seasoned with decades of service, been present, such words would likely have never been uttered. They saw potential in Gu Zhao. Zhang Yongxiang and Kai Qingliang exchanged knowing glances, then spoke in unison. We have no objections. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, he had already been earmarked for future development. Chapter 246, Questioning the Integrity of the Competition. The following day, the third round of competition commenced as anticipated. As in the first round, once everyone had arrived, the officials promptly announced the list of those who would advance. This time, it was a transition from 16 to 6. And the 6 fortunate individuals who progressed to the third round exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention towards Gu Zhao. The reason was simple. He appeared exceedingly youthful. In contrast to the others, whose average ages hovered around 40 to 50, Gu Zhao resembled a mere fledgling. Not only the competitors, but the eyes of everyone present instinctively gravitated towards Gu Zhao. In the audience, whispers arose. Surely, the judges have made a mistake? How could someone so young advance to the third round? Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. But look at those around him. Each one is quite illustrious in their own right. Others countered, one must not underestimate youth. After all, heroes often emerge from the young. Moreover, do Zhao and the others strike you as unreliable? Indeed. In such a significant competition, every detail had been meticulously verified. How could an error occur? The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person offering their own interpretations. From the moment the official began reading the names, Qin Weidong wore an expression of unwavering confidence, his head held high like a victorious rooster. Nearby, Chen Shihai observed his nephew and felt a sense of reassurance. He believed in Weidong's capabilities. However, within half a minute, the names were read. And when the official boisterously congratulated the 6 for their advancement, both uncle and nephew were left in disbelief. No, it cannot be, Chen Weidong muttered. There must be a mistake. He cannot possibly have been eliminated in the second round. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to find Gu Zhao standing calmly at the center. An aura of composure surrounding him, while all eyes were focused on him, as if he were already the ultimate victor. His hands, which had been hanging by his sides, clenched into fists involuntarily, and as he listened to the murmurs around him, his expression twisted in frustration. I will not accept this. As the crowd continued to debate, a loud shout erupted from the competition area, silencing the room. All eyes turned to the envious Chen Weidong, whose jealousy was palpable. Naturally, the others were unaware of his envy. They merely assumed he was distressed over failing the assessment. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Chen Weidong, consumed by indignation, fixed his gaze on Zhou Yonglin and the others, stating emphatically, Old Zhou, I refuse to accept this. Why should Gu Zhao be allowed to pass the second round? I consider myself no less capable than he is. Is there not some issue here? He gestured towards Gu Zhao, barely refraining from openly accusing the competition of foul play. Chen Shihai, overhearing his nephew's words, felt as though his heart might stop. This was perilous. The esteemed Zhou and his colleagues would never tolerate such baseless accusations. Yet, with the words already spoken, it was too late to retract. Others in the audience began to harbor doubts as well, particularly the 10 who had been eliminated, and a small portion in the audience echoed similar sentiments. However, unlike Chen Weidong, they were not bold enough to voice their thoughts and risk offending Zhou Yonglin and his associates. Yet, with Chen Weidong taking the lead, they were more than willing to watch the spectacle unfold. Unfazed by Chen Weidong's accusations, Zhou Yonglin maintained his composure. He surveyed the crowd, noting the varied expressions of doubt. And in the spirit of upholding the competition's integrity and his admiration for Gu Zhao, he was willing to take the time to clarify the matter. He glanced at Chen Weidong. Are you implying that we 3 have colluded with Gu Zhao to cheat? Under Zhou Yonglin's piercing gaze, Chen Weidong regained a semblance of composure. Hastily shaking his head, No, that's not it. He then cast a glance at Gu Zhao, who was also observing him, and gritted his teeth. I am merely curious. Gu Zhao is of a similar age to myself. How could he possess such remarkable skill to stand alongside the other 5 masters? Confronted with a direct challenge and attempting to sow discord between himself and the other 5, Chen Weidong underestimated Gu Zhao's resolve. I fail to see how one's abilities can be judged by age alone. Or perhaps you perceive the world merely at its surface. Gu Zhao retorted. If you believe my age disqualifies me from achieving my current success, then I would suggest you are rather narrow-minded in your understanding of things. The dialogue between the two had clearly highlighted their conflict. The 5 individuals Chen Weidong had drawn into the fray had lived considerably longer lives and were not oblivious to the implications. They were well aware of the situation, and thus regarded Chen Weidong's attempt to use them as pawns with disdain. Enough. As Chen Weidong prepared to speak further, Zhou Yonglin interjected. Since you are dissatisfied with the outcome, and it appears that others present share your doubts about Gu Zhao, let us address these concerns now. With that, he signaled for the individuals he had dispatched earlier to return, bringing with them the machine Gu Zhao had modified, along with the screws he had produced and the drawing he had created during the first round. Zhou Yonglin beckoned. Those with questions, come forth and examine. Those who had been craning their necks rushed forward, while others hurried to join them. A large group encircled the machine, leaving Gu Zhao himself on the outskirts. Let us begin. Zhou Yonglin unveiled the drawing. The foremost Chen Weidong snatched it up, scrutinizing the enhancements and modifications with meticulous attention, leaving no detail overlooked. Especially the areas of improvement. Upon first glance, his hand holding the paper froze. He had not anticipated that Gu Zhao had not only restored the drawing, but had also made enhancements. Recalling his own struggle to merely restore the drawing during the assessment, which had consumed all his time, he could hardly fathom how Gu Zhao had managed to do both. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, Gu Zhao had completed the assessment ahead of schedule. Remarkable, this young man possesses a novel approach that diverges from our original design, someone nearby remarked appreciatively, their tone indicating familiarity with the subject. What? Let me see. Others, hearing the praise, clamored to seize the drawing from Chen Weidong's grasp. After examining it, they echoed the previous sentiments, their admiration unabated. The chorus of accolades struck Chen Weidong's ears like daggers, and the flicker of despair that had briefly surfaced vanished without a trace. What is so impressive about this? Given the time, I could achieve similar results. Once the majority had viewed the drawing, Zhou Yonglin spoke up. So what are your thoughts? Do you still have any objections regarding Gu Zhao's performance in the first round? Chapter 247. You really do hold us in high regard. Is there anyone who still harbors doubts? With the evidence laid bare, no one could contest the obvious. Gu Zhao's skills in drafting were indeed commendable, and many found themselves humbled, shaking their heads in unison, affirming, none. Certainly, not everyone is entirely convinced. There are those who share Chen Weidong's sentiments, particularly among the group eliminated in the second round. However, at this moment, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, choosing to await the final results. Noting their silence, Zhou Yonglin commenced the presentation of Gu Zhao's achievements from the second round. The C4302 machine tool was meticulously refurbished by Gu Zhao from its originally dilapidated state. The revamped machine not only restored its original capabilities, but also surpassed the efficiency of its predecessor, producing screws with greater precision. He showcased both the machine and the screws it had fabricated. Those who had been curious about the machine since morning immediately gathered closer at his words. As they observed, gasps of astonishment escaped their lips, prompting one to inquire, is this machine truly a C4302? The moment the question left his mouth, he recognized his mistake. If Elder Zhou claimed it to be so, it could hardly be false. Before he could further amend his statement, Zhou Yonglin nodded affirmatively, confirming the truth. He did not hold the remark against the individual. Rather, the growing astonishment among the others only served to underscore Gu Zhao's exceptional talent. Inadvertently validating the results of the second round, the dialogue between the two captured the curiosity of onlookers, who, without invitation, surged towards the machine and screws. Some inspecting the machine, while others examined the screws. Eventually, silence enveloped the crowd, including the two veteran craftsmen of grade 8. If these screws were indeed produced by this machine, they would have no choice but to acknowledge Gu Zhao's qualification for the third round. Should this machine truly be a product of Gu Zhao's ingenuity, they would willingly apologize for their earlier unfounded doubts. The overwhelming majority, upon recognizing Gu Zhao's capabilities, felt an immediate pang of shame. They should not have questioned a young individual with such remarkable talent. Their actions were akin to unwarrantedly attacking a brilliant star ascending into the sky. Thus, when Gu Zhao returned after a brief circuit around the periphery, he was met with the remorseful gazes of the crowd. Comrade Gu, I sincerely apologize for my earlier baseless doubts, was the first to speak. One of the individuals eliminated in the second round. With his lead, others quickly followed suit. I am sorry, Comrade Gu. Gu Zhao, understanding the situation, chuckled softly. Shaking his head in dismissal, it's quite all right. He had never taken their doubts to heart, as they were mostly inconsequential individuals. Yet, the more nonchalant he appeared, the more guilt they felt, perhaps to the point of waking in the night only to chastise themselves. Zhou Yonglin, upon witnessing the cessation of further doubts, was about to encourage the competition to continue when a timid voice emerged. Is this machine truly made by Gu Zhao? Chen Weidong found himself inexplicably questioning, despite the evidence before him. After all, the machine was not always under constant scrutiny. What if it had been switched out midway or some other circumstance had arisen? Zhou Yonglin's expression darkened at such insinuation, and before he could respond, the irritable Zhang Yongxiang could no longer contain himself. What do you mean? Gu Zhao's results from the second round were achieved before everyone's eyes. The machine is right here, and you still doubt? Are you questioning Gu Zhao's abilities or lamenting your own elimination? Or is it some personal grudge that compels you to disparage him? This assertion shifted the gaze of bystanders towards Chun Weidong with newfound scrutiny. They could see clearly that it was the young man who had instigated the trouble. And no one believed it wasn't rooted in personal animosity. This is a legitimate competition, not a platform for your jealousies and doubts. It was as if they were treating it like a child's game. Chun Shihai recognized the impending trouble upon hearing his nephew's words. Noticing the discontent on Zhou Yonglin and the others' faces, he steeled himself to intervene. Elder Zhou, everyone, my nephew has never been articulate. His earlier remarks were mere nonsense. Upon finishing, he pinched Chun Weidong's arm hard, urging, Weidong, quickly apologize to Comrade Gu. The pain jolted Chun Weidong back to reality, and recalling his earlier words, he felt a wave of panic wash over him as he faced the disapproving expressions of those around him, particularly Zhou Yonglin and his companions. He was acutely aware of their esteemed positions in the machinery field, and with an audience of around 200 professionals present. The thought of this incident spreading could leave him utterly humiliated. Without waiting for Chun Shihai to prompt him again, he hurriedly stated, I apologize, comrades. I spoke thoughtlessly in a moment of frustration after my elimination. He then approached Gu Zhao, gazing at the calm demeanor that seemed unwavering at all times, and found it nearly impossible to utter his apology. Yet, circumstances compelled him to relent, lowering his head. I am truly sorry, Comrade Gu. It was my fault for allowing our previous entanglements to cloud my judgment. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Gu Zhao hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Chun Weidong's tightly clenched fists. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. And just as Chun Weidong was on the verge of losing his composure, Gu Zhao spoke, It's fine, I won't hold it against you. At these words, Chun Weidong's clenched fists relaxed, and the sweat on his forehead trickled down. Now that's more like it. Elder Zhou, shall we proceed with the competition without further delay? I will take my nephew and take our leave, Chun Shihai interjected, placing a hand on Chun Weidong's shoulder and casting a questioning glance at Zhou Yonglin. Zhou Yonglin regarded him with a penetrating gaze before waving his hand dismissively. Chun Shihai felt a pang of apprehension at that look, but having come this far, he could only suppress his rising anxiety and hurriedly led Chun Weidong away. No one paid attention to the uncle and nephew's departure. Shortly after they left, the third round of the competition officially commenced. Compared to the first two rounds, the announcement of the third round's challenge elicited an uproar among the participants. The faces of the other 5 competitors turned grave in unison. This round's challenge was unified, to improve the engine. It was not the simple enhancement Gu Zhao had previously executed, but a genuine endeavor to propel the current domestic engine reform. In essence, it required Gu Zhao and his peers to develop an engine that was more advanced than those currently available in the country. Upon hearing this challenge, the other 5 felt a wave of despair wash over them as they gazed at the 3 individuals ahead, their faces adorned with smiles, and inwardly cursed their luck. Damn it, they truly think highly of us. Chapter 248, The Crafting of a Genius Persona. Zhou Yonglin, observing the despondent expressions of those competitors, chuckled lightly. Of course, this competition does not require you to immediately propose a perfect improvement for the engine. Any useful suggestions you can offer based on the current foundation will be considered for evaluation. Hearing this, the participants exhaled a sigh of relief, but quickly found their anxiety resurfacing. While this was said, the quality of suggestions varied. The more useful the suggestion, the greater the chance it would help the participant claim victory. Ultimately, this was a call for them to innovate upon the existing engine. Anything related to innovation was never simple. Had Gu Zhao been an ordinary local individual, he would likely be as troubled as the other 5, furrowing his brow in concern. But he was not. The contemporary curriculum of modern universities, combined with the study in the realm of the void, was sufficient for him to effortlessly confront the challenge at hand. While others were still in contemplation, he took up his pen and began to write. His actions were particularly conspicuous to the others, as he was the sole individual among the 6 who had put pen to paper, and notably, he was also the youngest. Zhou Yonglin and his companions raised their eyebrows in surprise. They had already gained some insight into Gu Zhao's capabilities and recognized his potential. Yet they doubted that they could formulate ideas as swiftly as he did. Shall we take a look? Kai Chungliang gestured towards Gu Zhao with a nod of his chin. Zhang Yongxiang remained silent, already making his way towards Gu Zhao. 3 figures stood beside him, and Gu Zhao did not even blink, his pen skillfully dancing across the page in accordance with the thoughts swirling in his mind. It was during the previous year, while making minor improvements to an engine, that he resolved to advance domestic engine technology, should the opportunity arise. The applications of engines are vast, encompassing agriculture, transportation, industry, and national defense. This time, Gu Zhao was focused on developing an aircraft engine, primarily for military jets and civil aviation. He had contemplated this display of prowess in his mind repeatedly. If he intended to propel certain advancements, he must certainly reveal some of his own abilities. Thus, Gu Zhao decided to craft a persona of a genius. Of course, he was not acting aimlessly. If he had not conceived this idea before the beginning of the month, a product that appeared in the system shop early in the month spurred this decision. Photographic memory. How could a genius be without this ability? Come on, let's package myself and arm my mind. Price, 100 points of affinity. Upon seeing this item, Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled. The power of photographic memory, coupled with his intellect that far surpassed the technological standards of this era, suggested that he could indeed realize this persona. Originally, he had intended to be more cautious, to gradually emerge from the shadows, but the information he gleaned from newspapers regarding the constraints faced by the nation and the discrimination suffered by his compatriots changed his perspective. With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Gu Zhao's hand remained steady. As the content on the page gradually took shape, Zhou Yonglin and his companion's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Zhang Yongxiang's facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. Just as he was about to speak, Kai Chengliang grasped his arm. Kai Chengliang shook his head at Zhang Yongxiang. And once he saw that the man had calmed down, he released his hold, though he too was quite excited, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure of his grip. Fearing they might disturb Gu Zhao, the three instinctively softened their breathing. Had it not been for the ongoing competition, they would have eagerly cleared the room of all others. Time passed minute by minute. The other 5 participants began to write as well, but their furrowed brows and frequent pauses indicated that their progress was not particularly smooth. However, the 3 judges were not concerned with them at that moment. Their eyes were fixed intently on Gu Zhao's writing. Whenever Gu Zhao paused, even for a moment, their hearts would race, only to release a sigh of relief when he continued. Gu Zhao rotated his sore wrist. Maintaining one position for an extended period had rendered his body slightly stiff. The 3 behind him observed his performance closely, had they not feared interrupting his train of thought. Zhang Yongxiang would have approached to offer a shoulder rub. As someone who had labored in this field for decades, he could discern the merit of a person's work the moment they began to write. Even though the content Gu Zhao penned had yet to be put into practice, the 3 could ascertain its utility merely by envisioning it in their minds. What a delightful surprise. They had not harbored high expectations for the final discussions of the competition, merely hoping to pool their insights, perhaps uncovering some constructive suggestions. Little did they know they had struck gold in the eyes of the other onlookers. After the second round of the competition, the 3 judges clustered around Gu Zhao once more, their expressions unmistakably a mix of astonishment and caution. This left the others in a state of anxious curiosity, eager to know what Gu Zhao had written that warranted such attention from the judges. After alleviating the soreness in his wrist, Gu Zhao continued to write. Another 2 hours slipped by, during which he took several breaks, and a substantial pile of paper filled with notes accumulated before him. Noticing the lack of space on the table, Zhou Yonglin, with Gu Zhao's consent, delicately gathered the precious papers, handling them as though they might disintegrate with the slightest pressure. Half an hour later, Gu Zhao set down his pen and exhaled deeply. Observing Zhou Yonglin and the others gazing at him with palpable anticipation, he smiled and handed them the sheet brimming with text. Zhou Yonglin eagerly received it, while the other 2 leaned in closely. As they processed the preceding content, their expressions shifted from astonishment to shock, and then to a dawning realization. Once they had read through the material, their judgment solidified, and their gazes towards Gu Zhao transformed. They no longer regarded him merely as a promising junior, but as an equal among them. Comrade Gu, would you be willing to stay after the competition? We have a few points in your notes that we would like to clarify. We would be grateful for your guidance. Zhou Yonglin's demeanor was exceedingly polite. Gu Zhao readily agreed, for he had written it down with the intention of facilitating future developments. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yonglin and his companions exchanged glances, and Zhang Yongxiang stepped forward, vigorously shaking Gu Zhao's hand. We are immensely grateful to you. If the contents of this paper can be realized, our nation's engine technology will undoubtedly advance significantly, and you will be hailed as a national hero. They would no longer need to rely on foreign powers and grovel for assistance. Observing the glimmer of emotion in Zhang Yongxiang's eyes, Gu Zhao understood his excitement. As they spoke, the time for the 3rd round of the competition came to a close. The expressions of the other 5 participants were far from pleasant as they submitted their handwritten notes, with only the 2 seasoned 8th-level masters maintaining a semblance of composure. By this time, it was noon. Suppressing their excitement, Zhou Yonglin approached the front to announce that the proceedings would continue in the afternoon. Since only 6 individuals participated in the 3rd round, and given the difficulty of the assessment, the 3 judges would only need to finalize their decision on the champion before 2 o'clock that afternoon. Gu Zhao flowed with the crowd. intending to grab a meal at the state-run restaurant. "Comrade, comrade," a rough male voice called out from not far behind. Amidst the throng, Gu Zhao did not perceive that the call was directed at him, and he continued walking until a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he recognized a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache, one of the competitors from the third round. Before Gu Zhao could speak, the man quickly stated his purpose for stopping him. "Comrade, I saw you conversing with Zhao and the others with great enthusiasm earlier, and I must admit, I'm quite curious. Could you share what you discussed?" Meeting the middle-aged man's eager gaze, Gu Zhao replied, "Whatever we discussed seems to be of no concern to you." Sensing the firmness in Gu Zhao's response, Yuan Xinghua withdrew his urgency, adopting a serious tone. "Comrade, that's not how we should speak. We are all competitors here. I merely wish to inquire about some information. There's no need for such rudeness. Who is being rude? Am I familiar with you? You approach me with your questions. If you are so eager to know, why not ask Zhou and the others directly? Wouldn't that be more straightforward?" Yuan Xinghua was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhao's retort. Had he possessed the audacity to confront Zhou directly, he would not have felt compelled to stop this ungrateful youth before him. "Young man, temper your anger. Do you know who I am? I care not for your identity. If you have a problem, seek treatment. Do not obstruct my path." With that, Gu Zhao forcefully pushed the person aside. Time was precious. If he delayed any longer, there would be little left to eat at the state-run restaurant. The individual who was pushed aside, seeing the curious gazes of those around, suppressed his simmering rage and left with a stern expression. Not far off, a woman in her 20s observed the scene, her face reflecting deep contemplation. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was nearly 2 o'clock. After finishing his meal, Gu Zhao strolled around to pass the time before making his way to the machine tool factory. As he entered, he was immediately intercepted by a woman. Bewildered by the number of people stopping him today, he studied her face and realized he did not recall her. "You've forgotten? We met on the train," she reminded him. With her prompt, Gu Zhao scrutinized Yuan Shui's features once more and finally recognized her as the woman who had pointed out his engine improvements on the train. "Do you require something?" he inquired. Yuan Shui glanced around to ensure the person she was warning about was not in sight before she spoke. "The person you clashed with earlier is Yuan Xinghua. His family has some connections in the capital. Be cautious." Gu Zhao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to stop him merely to convey this warning. He accepted her goodwill with gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I appreciate it." Observing his earnest demeanor, Yuan Shui knew he took her words to heart, so she turned and departed. In truth, she had spotted Gu Zhao in the audience since his first day at the competition, but had refrained from approaching him. However, having witnessed his impressive performance over the past few days, coupled with the admiration from Zhou Lao and others, she felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Upon entering the competition venue, Gu Zhao did not have to wait long. As the clock struck 2, all participants had gathered. The final champion was about to emerge, and the anticipation among both competitors and spectators was palpable. Yet, a few individuals cast furtive glances at Gu Zhao, their minds lingering on the earlier performance of Zhou Yonglin and his companions. But could it truly be? Before anyone could reach a conclusion, the announcer began revealing the names of the top 3 contestants. The third place goes to Li Ji from Province S, and the second place to Qian Jianxi from the capital. After announcing the names of the second and third place winners, the announcer paused, igniting a flurry of discussions among the crowd. How could they only achieve third and second? Who was the first place winner? Who knows? Even an 8th level worker could attain such ranks. Surely there must be a mistake. That's impossible. If there were an error, Zhou Lao and the others would have caught it. The 2 individuals mentioned exchanged bewildered glances, both believing the championship would be decided between them. Suddenly, they turned their gazes towards Gu Zhao, and before they could ponder further, the announcer's next words confirmed their suspicions. "The champion of this competition is Gu Zhao from Province J." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Thanks to the showcase following the second round, the crowd was already familiar with Gu Zhao's name. As the announcer proclaimed it, all eyes darted towards him. "Such a young champion," someone murmured, disbelief evident in their tone. "Am I dreaming? Pinch me, this is real." Despite their disbelief, reality remained unchanged. In a corner, Chun Weidong, who had been sulking in anticipation of the final results, collapsed onto the ground, cradling his head in his hands, veins bulging at his temples. This was impossible. If Gu Zhao could claim the championship, what did that say about his earlier bravado? A mere buffoon? Arrogant? Chun Weidong rejected the notion. Another who found it difficult to accept Gu Zhao's achievement was Yuan Xinghua. He regarded Gu Zhao's unrefined appearance with skepticism. Yet, unlike Chun Weidong, he lacked the foolishness to openly question the integrity of Zhou Yonglin and his colleagues. Instead, he stepped forward with a feigned smile, offering congratulations. "Comrade Gu, I did not expect someone so young to achieve such remarkable success in mechanics. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Gu Zhao noted the rapid shift in Yuan Xinghua's demeanor, but had little desire to discern whether his words were sincere or feigned. If he wished to perform for an audience, Gu Zhao had no intention of providing them with fodder for gossip. Not at all. I still have much to learn from all esteemed seniors present. To achieve such results while maintaining humility, Comrade Gu, you are commendable. This praise came from one of the 8th-level craftsmen. Another chimed in, indeed, learning is a never-ending journey. Both men wore smiles, seemingly unperturbed that a young individual like Gu Zhao had claimed the crown. With a gentle demeanor and sincere gaze, Gu Zhao assessed the two, recognizing their genuine words. He welcomed the chance to befriend such magnanimous individuals and engage them in pleasant conversation. Yuan Xinghua, seeing his initial aim thwarted as Gu Zhao formed connections, felt a surge of frustration. After a moment, he regained his composure, interrupting their dialogue to address Zhou Yonglin and his colleagues. Zhou Lao, might we have the honor of witnessing Comrade Gu's results from the 3rd round? Honor. Witness. Gu Zhao savored these words, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Xinghua as he awaited Zhou Yonglin's response. He had no objections to presenting his work, but suspected that Zhou Yonglin and his colleagues would refrain from doing so at this moment. As anticipated, Zhou Yonglin declined. We will not disclose the details of Comrade Gu's results until we have conducted a thorough study. His brief reply left Yuan Xinghua visibly displeased. Why? Although Zhou Yonglin did not explicitly state the value of Gu Zhao's work, the cautious tone of his response implied that what Gu Zhao had submitted was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, why the careful deliberation? As it turned out, Zhou Yonglin and his colleagues had submitted Gu Zhao's work shortly after noon, and it was likely that a cadre of experts was already scrutinizing the documents. Those around began to notice the shift in their perceptions of Gu Zhao, speculating what he had submitted that warranted such careful consideration from Zhou Yonglin. There was no time for wild conjecture. With the rankings revealed, it was time to present the awards for the top 3. Gu Zhao paid little attention to the rewards of the other 2. Instead, his focus was on the items in his hands. A certificate bearing the name of the competition and the issuing organization, the ink still fresh, indicated that it was freshly minted, a medal symbolizing his championship victory, and a modest cash reward along with some tickets. He did not examine them closely and simply tucked them away. Gu Zhao was not surprised by the accolades. In this era of scarcity, the honor of achievement held far greater significance than material rewards. The several hundred yuan he received for his college entrance examination had been a delightful surprise. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the award certificate was taken with care, followed by journalists stepping forward for a commemorative photograph. This time, Gu Zhao stood alone, and as the reporters counted down, a spirited young man with a slight smile was captured in a monochromatic frame. Even after the competition concluded, the departing crowd continued to murmur in astonishment, unable to fathom that the ultimate victor of this nationwide contest was a man in his early 20s. Such news would likely be met with disbelief if shared. Yuan Xinghua cast a reluctant glance at Gu Zhao, noting that Zhou Yonglin and the others were gathered around him, ultimately leaving without taking any action, their footsteps heavy with disappointment. Unaware of the admiration others held for him, Zhou Yonglin persisted in his entreaties. Comrade Gu, why not stay a while longer in the capital? You are the only one who truly understands the work you have produced. Indeed, it would be a shame to visit the capital without exploring its wonders. Zhang Yongxiang chimed in. Kai Qingliang, standing silently by, shared a look that unmistakably conveyed his hope that Gu Zhao would remain to assist. Unlike Zhang Yongxiang, who was unabashedly forthright in his intentions, Kai Qingliang recognized that Gu Zhao's presence could significantly benefit their endeavors. Faced with the eager gazes of 3 men older than his father, Gu Zhao found the situation somewhat amusing. He was not opposed to staying. After all, the academic demands posed little challenge for him, making a few extra days inconsequential. However, Zhou Yonglin, sensing Gu Zhao's hesitation, preemptively inquired, "Are you worried about school and home?" Having investigated Gu Zhao's background after the 2nd round of the competition, the 3 men were well informed about his circumstances. Gu Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. Before Zhou Yonglin could respond, Zhang Yongxiang interjected, "No need to worry about school. I will make a few inquiries on your behalf. As for home, why not visit the Research Institute tomorrow and use the phone there to send a message?" Thus, Gu Zhao found little reason to decline. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yonglin and the others, he dined at a state-run restaurant before returning to his accommodations for rest. As night fell, Wu Yunmei discerned a peculiar expression on Chen Shihai and his nephew upon their return, prompting her to question them. Under her persistent inquiries, Chen Shihai eventually revealed the events that transpired at the competition. Not only had they been eliminated, but they had also audaciously questioned the impartiality of the judges, only to be met with reproach. Initially, Wu Yunmei remained unfazed, harboring no great expectations for her nephew. However, Upon hearing of Chen Weidong's public challenge to the judges and Chen Shihai's subsequent plea for leniency, her composure faltered. Have you lost your mind? What possessed you to confront them? Chen Shihai, feeling the weight of her reprimand, retorted, what was I to do? Should I have simply stood by and watched? Wu Yunmei, perceiving his lack of understanding regarding the gravity of the situation, could not suppress a derisive laugh. Do you comprehend the significance of your position? It was through considerable connections from my family that you secured this role. You are well aware of the stature of the Zhao family in the organization. By supporting your nephew, who is prone to envy and boasts yet lacks true capability, have you considered the consequences if they choose to hold you accountable? Even if your position remains intact, do you truly wish to spend the next several decades trapped in it? This isn't mere pettiness on my part. Some matters require preemptive caution. Chen Shihai, troubled by her words, began to doubt. Surely, the Zhao family doesn't concern themselves with such trivialities. Wu Yunmei shot him a scornful glance. What if they do? From Chen Shihai's remarks, I gather that Zhou Yonglin and the others hold that young man, Gu Zhao, in high regard. If they support a promising newcomer, that possibility is not beyond reason. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Muttering to herself and occasionally casting veiled remarks at Chen Weidong, who had remained silent at the table. Chen Shihai, already vexed by her tirade, found it increasingly unbearable, his furrowed brow nearly crushing a fly. Noticing his nephew's silence, he was about to urge his wife to temper her words. Suddenly, a loud bang startled the couple, and they turned in unison to Chen Weidong. Ignoring the numbness in his palm, Chen Weidong fixed his gaze on Wu Yunmei. Aunt San, have you said enough? Wu Yunmei, still recovering from the shock of her racing heart, found her ire rekindled at his words. What? Is it unacceptable for me to speak when you bring such trouble upon the family? You boasted about your confidence in the competition. Yet your so-called confidence resulted in your elimination in the second round, and you offended several formidable judges, dragging your uncle into this mess? Initially, she had not intended to confront her nephew too harshly, preferring merely to express her grievances. However, witnessing the intensity of his gaze, she realized that should she let him off the hook, he might not reciprocate her leniency. Oh, Yunmei, perhaps you should ease up a bit, Chen Shihai interjected. Weidong is the only male heir of our generation. Besides, one competition is hardly worth such fierce reproach. His attempt to soothe Wu Yunmei only served to inflame her further. What do you mean by easing up? Have I said anything wrong? Was this calamity not instigated by your nephew? If he lacks the skill, he must concede defeat instead of resorting to underhanded tactics. Look at him. Does he show even a hint of remorse for the troubles he has caused us? After serving him so well these past few days, have I somehow erred? He's still young and doesn't understand. Chen Shihai sought to defend Chen Weidong, but was abruptly cut off. Chen Weidong stepped forward, confronting Wu Yunmei, their eyes locked in a standoff. Aunt San, I only call you that out of respect for Uncle San. I know you have always looked down upon our side of the family, and I want to force you to change. You spoke so sweetly before, but it was only because you anticipated my victory, hoping to benefit from it. Now that I've faced a setback, you turn on me. You're hardly better than I am. Chen Weidong's scornful words nearly incited Wu Yunmei to laughter. Incredulous as she pointed at herself, you think I would benefit from you? Tell me, what do you have that I could possibly gain? If it weren't for your uncle, do you think I would treat you kindly? Do not forget whose territory you are currently on. Yunmei. Chen Shihai attempted to intervene as his wife and nephew argued fiercely, but he was repeatedly silenced by Wu Yunmei's fury. What is it? Just a dilapidated house. Do you think I have nowhere else to go? Chen Weidong retorted, exasperated by Wu Yunmei's condescending demeanor, his eyes bulging in indignation. Seeing his reaction, Wu Yunmei began to regain her composure, crossing her arms. Oh, if you have somewhere else to go, then by all means, leave. Why linger in this wretched place? With the tension escalating, Chen Weidong, his face flushed with fury, stood and kicked the door of his resting room against the wall with a resounding crash. The door collided violently with the wall, producing a resounding bang that startled Chen Shihai. Observing his nephew packing his belongings in the room, he hurriedly approached to intervene. Weidong, what on earth are you doing? Your third aunt was merely speaking out of anger. Chen Weidong brusquely shoved his hand away, sneering, Uncle, I know well whether it was just anger or not. I can no longer stay here. If I linger any longer, who knows what further accusations might arise. With that, he deftly gathered his luggage and stepped outside. Noticing Wu Yunmei languidly seated in a chair, he couldn't resist delivering a parting shot. Third aunt, I sincerely hope that you refrain from seeking my assistance in the future. Wu Yunmei watched him leave, spitting in disdain at his retreating figure. Rest assured, even if I were to beg, I would never stoop to your doorstep. Oh, do be quiet, Chen Shihai interjected. Feeling a headache coming on as he saw her relentless attitude, Wu Yunmei shot him a glare. What do you mean by be quiet? Isn't this entire situation the result of your nephew's actions? Her words prompted Qin Shihai to recall her earlier conjecture, which only added to his irritation. Yet, this was not the moment for such discussions. Forget it. I want to argue with you about this. With that, he dashed after Chen Weidong. Watching him leave without a backward glance, Wu Yunmei rolled her eyes. It's just an additional appendage. Does he truly consider himself a treasure? With a scoff, she dismissed the matter. All arguments from that night were swallowed by the darkness. Wu Yunmei's baseless suspicions reflected a petty mindset toward Zhou Yonglin, who would not stoop so low as to exploit his position to target someone who had committed no wrongdoing. Early the next morning, he welcomed Gu Zhao to the research institute, leading him straight to the office without allowing him a moment to survey his surroundings. Zhang Yongxiang was already present, and he quickly made way. The phone is here. Feel free to speak with your family. Gu Zhao nodded in gratitude and approached the phone. It was the weekend, and Su Ran was likely not at school. So he opted not to call the school, but instead had the operator connect him to the county supply and marketing cooperative's landline. At that moment, Gu Yin was at the counter. Upon hearing a colleague call out that she had a phone call from the capital, she initially failed to register it. Once she recalled her sister-in-law mentioning that her younger brother was attending some competition in the capital, she quickly instructed a nearby colleague to assist her and rushed to the office. Picking up the phone, she heard a familiar voice. Second sister. Noticing the hurried breaths on the other end, Gu Zhao tentatively called out. Ah, is that you, little brother? Gu Yin steadied her breathing and replied eagerly. It's me. Second sister. I'm calling to let you know that I have matters to attend to in the capital and may not return for a while. Please reassure my wife not to worry. Understanding her younger brother's decisive nature, Gu Yin refrained from asking too many questions. When do you expect to return? Gu Zhao glanced at the two individuals beside him, who were watching him intently, and after a moment's pause, he responded, that is still uncertain. If any matters arise at home, you can reach me at this number. Understood. The siblings shared no further words, and after finalizing their conversation, Gu Zhao hung up. Zhou Yonglin observed the exchange and tilted his head toward the door. Shall we go? Gu Zhao nodded. Once the two exited, Zhang Yongxiang picked up the phone again. The president of Qingyang Industrial University, Tao Ping, had been a prominent figure in the educational system since the 1930s. However, during times of national peril, he resolutely abandoned academia to engage in revolutionary endeavors. After the country stabilized in the mid-1950s, he returned to his beloved field of education. Following 5 or 6 years of assessment by the organization, along with his capabilities and contributions during the revolution, he was appointed president of Qingyang Industrial University. Chapter 250, Rising to Prominence. When Zhang Yongxiang's call came through, Tao Ping was busy managing affairs in his office. Upon hearing the news, he widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? A student from our university named Gu Zhao won the championship in the mechanical competition you organized? Are you certain it's our university? It was no wonder Tao Ping was astonished. He was well aware of the competition's purpose organized by the Ministry of First Mechanical Industry. The participants were among the finest in the mechanical field from across the nation. Yet, the ultimate victor turned out to be a mere first-year student in his 20s. Had it not been for the familiarity of the voice on the line, he would have suspected it was a prank. Additionally, it was understandable that Tao Ping was unaware of Gu Zhao's participation in the competition. As president, he did not spend his days idly sipping tea in the office. While not overwhelmed with responsibilities, he had neither the leisure nor the inclination to oversee every detail of the university's affairs. Furthermore, his subordinates were astute enough not to report every trivial matter to him. Hence, he was entirely uninformed about Gu Zhao's trip to the capital for the competition. Of course, another reason was that those in the know did not believe Gu Zhao would achieve any noteworthy results, so they did not pay it much heed. Moreover, Gu Zhao? The name sounded somewhat familiar to Tao Ping. Hearing the astonished voice on the other end, Zhang Yongxiang chuckled. Old Tao, this is where you went wrong. Such a talent appearing at your university, and you were oblivious to it? His tone was not particularly courteous, given that he and the person on the other end were comrades who had once fought side by side in the trenches. Despite knowing Zhang Yongxiang could not see him, Tao Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Stop with the banter. Just tell me what exactly is going on. Zhang Yongxiang, not wishing to waste time on the phone, composed himself and conveyed Gu Zhao's performance in the competition, deliberately omitting any mention of Gu Zhao's engine modifications. He knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. Upon hearing Zhang Yongxiang express his intention to assist Gu Zhao in securing a leave of absence, Tao Ping mused. Could you divulge a bit more? Old Tao, you know the rules. Zhang Yongxiang remained tight-lipped. Yet, his stance conveyed a signal to Tao Ping, whose expression gradually turned serious. Fine, I want to pry. I'll take note of what you've said. All right. With that, Zhang Yongxiang promptly ended the call. Once the line went dead, Tao Ping smacked his thigh. Realization dawning upon him. The provincial top scholar we enrolled this year is indeed named Gu Zhao. connecting the dots and recalling Zhang Yongxiang's earlier demeanor. He wasted no time in rising and heading out to inquire further about Gu Zhao's participation in the competition. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhang Yongxiang did not immediately depart. Instead, he dialed another number. When the call connected, his expression was far from the warmth of the previous conversation. Is this Principal Li Xiaojing of Chuandong Agricultural University? Li Xiaojing was momentarily perplexed by the call from the capital, but upon hearing his name clearly stated, he responded, "Yes, this is he. How may I assist you? Greetings. I am Zhang Yongxiang from the Ministry of First Mechanical Industry. I am calling to offer a suggestion to your esteemed institution. While educating students in professional knowledge, it is equally crucial to emphasize character development, encouraging students to cultivate themselves and focus inwardly. What are your thoughts on this?" Zhang Yongxiang's tone was calm, and his words were measured, yet the implications caused Li Xiaojing's face to flush with embarrassment, erasing any initial excitement at the realization he was speaking with Zhang Yongxiang. However, he did not dare to express anger. Instead, he could only bow his head in acknowledgement, as the speaker was someone he could not afford to offend. Zhang Yongxiang, having achieved his objective, did not hesitate and promptly hung up the phone. Upon hearing the abrupt disconnection, Li Xiaojing wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he processed the implications of the previous conversation, he slammed his palm on the table and bellowed towards the door. "Where is everyone? Get in here." Once his assistant entered, he, trembling with anger, pointed towards the doorway. "Go, investigate which students from our school recently traveled to the capital for the mechanical competition." He could not fathom that Zhang Yongxiang had made this call merely to convey a few words. It was evident that a student from their institution had engaged in some inappropriate conduct. His immediate thought was of the competition recently organized by the Ministry of Machinery, where, if memory served, Zhang Yongxiang was one of the judges. The assistant, sensing his fury, refrained from asking further and swiftly departed to ascertain the situation. Chen Weidong, having been persuaded repeatedly by Qin Shihai to return home with a sullen expression, was oblivious to the fact that someone was secretly avenging Gu Zhao. Upon his return to the school, he was met not with the glorious reception he had imagined prior to departure, but rather with a reprimand from the principal. Even his initial intention to leverage the competition for personal advancement had come to naught, leaving him in a worse position than before. Gu Zhao, unaware of Zhang Yongxiang's clandestine machinations, accompanied Zhou Yonglin into the inner sanctum of the Research Institute, the capital's first mechanical research institute. Under the auspices of the Ministry of Machinery, focuses on pivotal research projects, including power machinery, heavy equipment, precision machine tools, and military support products. As Gu Zhao entered, he was greeted by walls painted in a drab gray, floors of cold concrete, an assortment of both new and antiquated experimental apparatus, and stacks of yellowing technical blueprints and documents cluttering the tables. As October approached its latter half, the poorly heated interior was filled with figures clad in bulky attire, laboring under the dim lighting. The extreme scarcity of resources and the austere environment did little to dampen their resolve to contribute to the nation. Gu Zhao and Zhou Yonglin's arrival went unnoticed by these industrious souls, all engrossed in their respective research, oblivious to any external distractions. It was only when Zhou Yonglin clapped his hands that he drew their attention, prompting everyone to momentarily cease their tasks. "Old Zhou, what are you doing? If you have something to say, hurry up, don't waste everyone's time," grumbled an elderly man of similar age to Zhou Yonglin from the gathering crowd. Zhou Yonglin, unperturbed, understood that once this group immersed themselves in their work, they were intolerant of interruptions, especially after he had submitted Gu Zhao's writings the previous day. "Old Wu, why the urgency? I called you all to introduce a new young colleague, Gu Zhao. Come here." He beckoned Gu Zhao forward. Stepping up, Gu Zhao introduced himself succinctly. "Greetings. Esteemed seniors, my name is Gu Zhao, and I look forward to your guidance in the time to come." On the way, he had clarified to Zhou Yonglin that he intended to remain only until the engine improvements were completed, after which he would return to his studies. While Zhou Yonglin felt regret at the thought of not being able to retain him, he understood the necessity of not imposing. Nevertheless, he hoped that should Gu Zhao have further aspirations, he would communicate them promptly. Gu Zhao readily agreed. Those who worked at the Research Institute were predominantly in their 30s or 40s. Someone as young as Gu Zhao was a rarity. Thus, when they heard of his intent to stay and work at the institute, the attendees exchanged incredulous glances. "Get lost. We are busy and have no time for your nonsense." Another colleague interjected brusquely. Though none dared to speak up, the hot-tempered Wu Yue was unabashed. Zhou Yonglin, displeased by this remark, retorted, "Who is spouting nonsense? Gu Zhao is my specially invited assistant." This declaration only deepened the skepticism among the others, particularly Wu Yue, who forcefully pushed his way to the front, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he shot a glare at Gu Zhao. "Don't talk rubbish. What can a mere child do here? Supervise our work? Surely you're not trying to pull a fast one here, old Zhao? Gu Zhao, momentarily taken aback by the glare, soon smiled, realizing he had been perceived as someone who had leveraged connections to enter the bureaucratic realm. Zhou Yonglin scoffed lightly. Indeed, you are right. Who could possibly rival your expertise? Wu Yue? In that case, return the materials on your desk, for they were crafted by the hands of this so-called child. Zhou Yonglin had no desire to engage with Wu Yue, whose temperament was as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, yet he could not deny the man's undeniable skill. As he contemplated this, he cast a glance at Gu Zhao, who stood calmly, unfazed by the skepticism surrounding him, a flicker of satisfaction crossing Zhou Yonglin's eyes. Another glance at Wu Yue, whose expression had turned into a blank stare, piqued his curiosity, wondering if Gu Zhao might temper Wu Yue's temperament. Lost in thought, Zhou Yonglin was suddenly jolted back to reality as Wu Yue, with a look of incredulity, pointed a shaky finger at Gu Zhao. You're telling me this kid provided the data for the engine modifications? The others, equally astonished, gaped at Gu Zhao, their mouths agape in disbelief. No way. He is so young. One even blurted out, Old Zhou, are you perhaps jesting with us? Zhou Yonglin shot a glare at the speaker. Am I jesting? Do you think I have nothing better to do? As some still wore expressions of doubt, he continued firmly. Understand this. True genius is rare in this world. Yet it exists. Just because you cannot achieve something at your age does not mean others cannot. His serious demeanor and tone left no room for disbelief. At that moment, a hornet's nest had been stirred, as Gu Zhao was soon encircled by eager inquiries. Comrade Gu, may I pose a question regarding the piston design in your paper? And I, regarding your thoughts on the oil pump. Zhou Yonglin was almost swept away by the crowd as they clamored for Gu Zhao's insights. Observing Gu Zhao, completely composed amidst the throng, patiently addressing the questions posed, Zhou Yonglin decided against intervening to extricate him. This was precisely how it should be, giving these individuals a jolt, earning their respect. Old Zhou, a soft voice suddenly chimed in. Zhou Yonglin turned to see Wu Yue, who had once appeared well-groomed, now disheveled, with buttons torn from his collar and hair askew. What happened to you? He exclaimed, astonished at the rapid transformation, perhaps noticing the odd look from Zhou Yonglin. Wu Yue ran a hand through his hair and gestured toward the crowd surrounding Gu Zhao. These young rascals only know how to bully the older generation. He had barely reached Gu Zhao before being shoved back by the throng. Zhou Yonglin, observing Wu Yue's tousled hair, chose to remain silent. Wu Yue, seeing Zhou Yonglin's lack of response, managed a wry smile. Considering we've worked together for decades, I know you're not a stingy person. Let us put the earlier incident behind us. How about assigning Gu Zhao to my group? It became clear he was advocating for Gu Zhao. Zhou Yonglin was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Wu Yue speak so conciliatorily. However, he was unwilling to let this old fox gain an advantage so easily. No way. A mere child cannot be on the same team as you, Wu Yue. Absolutely not. Wu Yue's smile faltered momentarily. Yet upon contemplating the stack of ink-stained papers on the table and casting a glance at Gu Zhao, who was engagingly conversing with the crowd, he lowered his head once more. I understand you are upset about my earlier remarks, he said, but those words escaped my lips without much thought. I promise I won't utter them again. Is that acceptable? Zhou Yonglin, noticing the sincerity etched on his face, recognized that further teasing would be inappropriate. Besides, he had intended to assign Gu Zhao to Wu Yue's group from the outset. Regardless of other considerations, Gu Zhao's abilities were among the finest in the research institute. He believed that their collaboration would soon yield fruitful results. Moreover, if Gu Zhao were to be offended too deeply, it would complicate matters should he eventually join Zhou Yonglin's group. Thus, without hesitation, Zhou Yonglin smiled and conceded, very well then, in light of your genuine sincerity, Gu Zhao shall be yours. However, as soon as he uttered these words, several individuals from the previously animated crowd surrounding Gu Zhao abruptly turned their heads, their eyes fixated intently on Zhou Yonglin. Without further inquiry, they parted the throng and encircled Zhou Yonglin instead. Old Zhou, you cannot show favoritism. Our group is equally in need of talent like Gu Zhao. Indeed, we cannot allow Wu Yue to monopolize all the advantages. That's right. You seem to have forgotten how he dismissed Comrade Gu Zhao earlier. If he doesn't value him, then let him join our group. The speakers were peers of Zhou Yonglin, responsible for leading other teams. The engine is primarily composed of a crank and connecting rod mechanism, a valve mechanism, and 5 major systems, including but not limited to the cylinder block, piston, oil pump, and injector. Different components are developed by distinct teams, which are later integrated and adjusted. It is well understood that Gu Zhao, as the provider of the engine modification data, possesses the most profound understanding of it. Whoever can recruit Gu Zhao into their team will undoubtedly expedite their research outcomes. Despite being part of the same research institute, there exists a competitive spirit among them. Achieving results first would warrant treating Gu Zhao as a revered ancestor. Chapter 251. Reappearing in the news. Wu Yue, displeased by the audacity of the others to undermine him, retorted, "You all should step aside. I have already come to an agreement with old Zhou. There is no room for your interference. You wish." The argument escalated, while Zhou Yonglin stood by, opting to remain silent as they bickered. Ultimately, Wu Yue's assertiveness allowed him to secure Gu Zhao for his team. When Gu Zhao emerged from the crowd, he learned of his final assignment. He bore no objections, as he was unfamiliar with the place. Being in any group would suffice. Moreover, he felt reassured by Zhou Yonglin's arrangements. Before commencing research, Gu Zhao signed a confidentiality agreement. Scanning the densely packed text, he meticulously read through it. And upon finding no discrepancies, he promptly affixed his signature. Once all was in order, Gu Zhao officially entered the research and development phase. Initially, Wu Yue harbored reservations about Gu Zhao, assigning him only basic tasks. However, as time passed, he discovered that no matter the complexity of the work, Gu Zhao executed it with remarkable efficiency, often surpassing those who had been in the institute for years. Observing this, Wu Yue gradually elevated the difficulty of the tasks assigned to Gu Zhao, only to find that every challenge presented to him was deftly resolved. At times, when Wu Yue faced uncertainties, Gu Zhao would offer insightful solutions. It was then that Wu Yue truly understood that Gu Zhao, the author of the engine modification data, was not merely a theoretical thinker. Consequently, he began to regard Gu Zhao as an equal, and the two frequently debated differing research directions, with Wu Yue often conceding defeat. Over time, as Zhou Yonglin had anticipated, Wu Yue's previously rigid and proud demeanor softened through their daily collaboration with Gu Zhao. This transformation did not go unnoticed by their colleagues at the institute, who regarded it with a mix of astonishment and respect. While Gu Zhao diligently focused on engine research and development, news of the mechanical competition made headlines. This time, Gu Zhao's appearance in the news was distinct from the previous occasions. The earlier articles had been confined to provincial circulation, largely overlooked by those beyond its borders. However, this latest report came from a news agency directly under the central government, with nationwide implications, its authority and influence ranking among the foremost in the country, ensuring significant public interest. Since her younger brother had contacted her by phone, Guyan had been subtly monitoring the daily newspapers. She was aware that her brother had traveled to the capital for some competition, though she was unclear about the scale or nature of the event, nor did she know if it would receive media coverage. However, given that the competition was held in the capital, it was unlikely to go unnoticed. Moreover, the previous coverage of Gu Zhao's provincial championship had elevated her standing within the family compound, diminishing the gossip that had once labeled her merely as the rural bride of the Yang family. She was now recognized as the sister of a provincial champion. This knowledge brought her immense satisfaction. Furthermore, her in-laws, who had always treated her well, were now even more gracious. With such benefits, she was keenly attentive to the newspapers, which cost her little. On another occasion, just as a newsboy passed by her door, she purchased 2 copies of the newspaper and tucked them into her bag, planning to read them during her lunch break. Uncertain whether the news was regional or national, she bought both editions. After a busy morning, her feet felt slightly sore. After a brief stretch, she joined her colleagues for lunch. Upon returning to her workstation, she habitually extracted the newspapers from her bag to peruse. Her colleague at the adjacent counter noticed and inquired, "Yanzi, why have you been so often seen with newspapers lately? I've never noticed this habit before." Guyan could not reveal that she was checking for her brother's name in the news, so she merely smiled and offered a vague response. Recognizing her reluctance to discuss, her colleague refrained from pressing further. With no other distractions, Guyan had developed the habit of skimming through the papers rapidly. After swiftly perusing the provincial newspaper and finding no relevant information, she did not feel disheartened. She naturally picked up the national newspaper beside her. In truth, after so many days of searching, Guyan had long abandoned hope. What remained was merely a flicker of lingering anticipation. As her gaze swept across the pages, she instinctively prepared to flip to another section, when suddenly, her hand froze. With widened eyes, she immediately recognized a black and white photograph adjacent to a news article. Indeed, it was her younger brother, unmistakably. Drawing on her previous experience of discovering Gu Zhao in the news, Guyan forcefully suppressed the urge to exclaim in surprise and meticulously read through the article line by line. The mechanical competition, the champion hailing from Jie province. Gu Zhao. The newspaper featured a personal introduction of Gu Zhao, his performance during the competition, and his reflections afterward. After finishing the article, Guyan's chest rose and fell as she took several deep breaths to quell the excitement and joy swelling within her. Since the day Guyan purchased the newspaper, Huang Min had been discreetly observing her. Initially, she was perplexed by Gu Yan's intent in purchasing newspapers, but after observing her for a couple of days, a flicker of suspicion arose in her mind. Yet, this conjecture was swiftly dismissed. Surely, it couldn't be that she was awaiting that scoundrel brother of hers to make the headlines again? No, Huang Min vehemently shook her head. It was absolutely improbable. She was well aware that Gu Zhao had gone to the city for his university studies, and logically, he should be attending classes diligently every day. Where would he find the opportunity to grace the newspaper once more? Having eliminated this possibility, Huang Min found herself utterly baffled by Gu Yan's daily fixation on the newspaper. Could it be that she had suddenly developed an interest in national affairs? Regardless of the matter, their enmity had been forged from the moment they first laid eyes on each other. Whenever Gu Yan appeared discomfort, Huang Min felt a sense of satisfaction. Conversely, her displeasure was palpable when the situation was reversed. At that moment, she noticed an unusual expression on Gu Yan's face as she glanced at the newspaper, and it seemed she was about to tuck it away into her bag. Huang Min was convinced something was amiss. Striding over in a few quick steps, she seized the newspaper from Gu Yan's grasp when she wasn't paying attention, exclaiming loudly, "What on earth are you so engrossed in? Let us take a look together." As the newspaper was yanked from her hands, Gu Yan looked up to find Huang Min sporting a triumphant grin. In that instant, she questioned whether she had unwittingly disturbed the ancestral graves of the Huang family. For why else would this person be so relentlessly fixated on her? Furrowing her brow, Gu Yan extended her hand, demanding, "Give it back to me." Seeing her sour expression, Huang Min felt a surge of delight from the depths of her being. She waved the newspaper teasingly, refusing to return it. Gu Yan scoffed. "Since when did you become such a brazen thief?" Huang Min's triumphant demeanor faltered momentarily. "Who's the thief? Whoever steals from me is the thief." Their quarrel drew the attention of their colleagues, and a nearby co-worker, who had witnessed Huang Min snatch the newspaper, stepped in to intervene. "Huang Min, you did indeed take the newspaper from Gu Yan. We all work together at the supply and marketing cooperative. So let us not make this a bigger issue than it needs to be. Just return the newspaper." Others chimed in, urging her, "It's just a newspaper. If you want to read it, buy your own tomorrow." They had been working alongside Gu Yan and Huang Min for several years and were somewhat aware of their ongoing disputes. If it had been a few isolated incidents, they might have remained silent, but it was consistently Huang Min who instigated trouble, which naturally bred annoyance among them. They were already weary from the daily grind, and didn't appreciate having their peace disrupted by trivial squabbles. Frustrated by their collective admonishment and realizing that most of them were inclined to side with Gu Yan, Huang Min seethed but found herself at a loss for a retort. Fine, it was merely a newspaper, she thought. I'll just borrow it for a glance. What's so outrageous about that? She shot Gu Yan a sidelong glance and continued. I'm just curious about what you've been sneaking peeks at in the newspaper lately. Surely, it can't be anything scandalous? Her words were entirely unfounded. And Gu Yan cast her a quizzical look. Are you suggesting that the National Daily contains scandalous content? Huang Min widened her eyes, realizing she had misspoken, and hurriedly attempted to clarify. No, what I meant was, in her flustered state, her thoughts became muddled, and after several stammered attempts, she failed to articulate her point. Fortunately, another colleague interjected. All right, it's really not a big deal. Huang Min, just return the newspaper to Gu Yan. Reluctantly, Huang Min tossed the newspaper back to Gu Yan, who swiftly caught it. Gu Yan was quite exasperated with Huang Min's incessant provocations. However, at the end of the day, their quarrel was merely a personal grudge, a minor annoyance that hadn't escalated to the point of being irreconcilable, nor had it disrupted the cooperative's operations. As Gu Yan carefully placed the newspaper into her bag, Tian Xiaofeng, her apprentice, couldn't contain her curiosity. Dismissing Huang Min's remarks as trivial, she asked, Sister Yan, is there something special in that newspaper? Realizing her abruptness, she waved her hands dismissively. I'm just curious. If it's inconvenient to share, that is fine in truth. It wasn't anything particularly secretive. Gu Yan glanced at her, noting the inquisitive gazes of others, and decided not to conceal the matter further. My younger brother recently achieved first place in a provincial examination, and he made it to the newspaper. I merely wanted to show the paper to my in-laws and share the news with my family. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Min had been fixated on her all along. Seeing the crowd's curiosity, Gu Yan decided to be forthright. My younger brother participated in a competition in the capital a while back and won a championship. I was surprised to see him in the newspaper. Her tone was casual, but the pride in her eyes was unmistakable. What? She remained composed. But the others erupted in disbelief, crowding around her to confirm. Gu Yan, are you saying your brother is in the newspaper again? Yes, Gu Yan affirmed with a nod. Retrieving the newspaper once more to show them, Tian Xiaofeng, ever quick-witted, snatched the newspaper from her hands, gazing down at the prominently displayed black-and-white photograph of Gu Zhao. Indeed, it was Sister Yan's brother. When she first met Gu Zhao, influenced by others' opinions. She had viewed him as an unreliable scoundrel and had even felt intimidated by him. Yet, in the span of just 2 years, he had blossomed into someone far beyond her reach. As the others strained to see, their astonishment grew. Goodness, in less than 4 months. He has made it to the newspaper twice. That is not all, have you noticed? This is the National Daily, which is on a different level from the provincial paper we saw last time. After their astonishment subsided, they turned to gaze at Gu Yin with eager anticipation. Gu Yin felt a shiver run down her spine under their scrutiny. What do you all want? Sister Yin, Tian Xiaofeng leaned closer. What kind of prayer should we offer to have a family member as accomplished as your brother? Not to mention your brother's remarkable success. I'd settle for just a fraction of that talent. Someone else chimed in. Indeed, my own brother spends his days eating, sleeping, and well, not much else. What good is he? What's worse, my mother insists I support my brother, saving the best food and clothes for him, claiming that if I'm mistreated in the future, he'll be there to help. Uft. He's as lazy as a pig. I can't expect anything from him. What began as admiration for Gu Zhao's achievements gradually shifted into a critique of their own brothers. Gu Yin remained silent amidst the crowd. Had her brother not changed his character, she might have joined in on the condemnation. Yet currently, she felt nothing but gratitude towards Gu Zhao. Huang Min, who had initially sought to provoke Gu Yin, now found herself seething with frustration as Gu Yin basked in the limelight once again. Catching sight of Huang Min standing outside the throng, her eyes wide with indignation, Gu Yin raised an eyebrow in triumph. The intensity of Huang Min's frustration only escalated. Yet she found herself powerless against Gu Yin. After work, Gu Yin, with a light-hearted stride, chose not to return home immediately, but instead made her way to the small courtyard where Gu Zhao resided. When she arrived, Su Ran and her sister were busy in the kitchen. Hearing a knock at the gate, Su Ran wiped her hands dry and called out as she approached the door. Who is it? Ran, it's me, your second sister. Upon hearing this, Su Ran quickly opened the door. Second sister, what brings you here at this hour? Come in and sit down. She welcomed her into the courtyard. Chapter 252, The Brazen Little Rascal. As Gu Yin entered, she immediately spotted a small figure squatting at the kitchen door, seemingly engrossed in some activity. She approached and scooped the little one into her arms. Little Tang Yuan, what are you up to? As her gaze shifted from low to high, the tiny legs instinctively kicked in the air. Only then did the little one turn to look at Gu Yin and babble, Gu Gu. Gu Yin couldn't help but break into a broad smile. Indeed, it was her niece. Su Ran watched Gu Yin play with the child without interrupting. After Gu Yin set the child down, Su Ran invited her to sit. Before she could ask, Gu Yin spoke first. I came today to tell you that Gu Zhao's name has appeared in the newspaper again. Saying this, she took out the newspaper. Really? Su Ran exclaimed in delight, reaching out to take it. Upon seeing that Gu Zhao had won a championship, she couldn't help but smile and scold. Honestly, he never shares any news with us at home. Gu Yin did not defend her younger brother. Rather, she concurred, isn't it? Such a significant event, and he didn't even mention it during our last phone call. If I hadn't seen it in the newspaper, who knows when we would have found out. Su Xia, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of stir-fried dishes, overheard their conversation about a newspaper. What newspaper? Su Ran and Gu Yin exchanged glances and informed her about Gu Zhao's championship win and his feature in the newspaper. Oh, this is wonderful news, Su Xia exclaimed, wiping her hands on her apron before taking the newspaper from her sister. Since the child had grown a bit, she had more free time than before and had asked her sister to teach her to read. Although she couldn't claim to recognize all the characters in the newspaper, she could understand the gist of it. After reading, she couldn't help but marvel. My brother-in-law has truly made a name for himself. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to imagine what someone who consistently made it into the newspapers would look like. Would they be different from people like her? Little did she know, under the same roof, there was indeed such a person, just like them, with 2 eyes and a mouth. She just wondered how such a brilliant mind had developed. As she pondered this, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the little one playing on the ground. Little Tang Yuan will probably be as clever as her father. Upon hearing this, Su Ran and Gu Yin turned their eyes to the child. Su Ran chuckled. As for cleverness, who knows? But I suspect the brazen demeanor is inherited. This remark reminded Su Xia of when her sister was still nursing. The little one had started teething, and during feedings, would often be a bit too rough, causing her sister to frown. Sometimes, unable to endure it, she would give the little one a light slap on the bottom. Yet the child would just grin at the one who scolded her, which always made everyone laugh before she resumed eating, and it was always the same. Perhaps sensing that the adults were discussing her, the little one, who had been playing contentedly, suddenly looked up and flashed a toothy grin at the 3 of them. The sight brought smiles to their faces. Declining the sister's offer of a meal, Gu Yin hurried home. Upon her arrival, she saw her mother-in-law, Wang Jiangzhen, setting the dishes on the table. Noticing her daughter-in-law's hurried return, she couldn't help but ask, why are you back so late? seeing her husband and father-in-law serving rice. Gu Yin set down her bag, signaling that they should discuss things after dinner. The two children, who had not napped that day, kept dozing off at the table, almost burying their heads in their bowls. After they finished their meal, before Gu Yin could take them to wash up, they had already closed their eyes and nestled in their parents' arms, fast asleep. Gu Yin prepared warm water to clean the children's hands and feet, then, together with Yang Zhengliang, carried the little ones into the room and tucked them into bed. Only after the children were sound asleep did they return to the living room. Just as Gu Yin settled onto a stool, she noticed the other three staring at her, her mother-in-law's eyes filled with anticipation. She smiled, not pretending to be mysterious, and produced the newspaper. A Zhao recently participated in a competition in the capital, won the championship, and made it into the newspaper. I just want to tell my sister-in-law about it. Upon hearing this, the Yang family was filled with astonished delight. Wang Jiangzhen quickly grabbed the newspaper to read, while Yang Mingyong and his son leaned in closely to see. After finishing, Wang Jiangzhen slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, indeed. If our in-laws knew, they would surely be overjoyed." Yang Mingyong nodded in agreement, but then shot a meaningful glance at his son. Feeling his father's gaze, Yang Zhengliang scratched his head in confusion. "Dad, why are you looking at me?" "I'm looking at you because you look like a fool," Yang Mingyong retorted, unable to contain his laughter at his son's silly expression. Yang Zhengliang wiped his face, splattered with saliva, feeling wronged and bewildered by his father's odd behavior today. The two women exchanged glances, and Gu Yin quickly changed the subject. "Mom and Dad, since tomorrow is a holiday, I plan to take a trip back to the countryside." Yang Mingyong nodded yes. "You should go back and share this good news with your in-laws. We still have some salted fish that your third uncle sent back last time. Take a couple of pieces with you for your parents to taste." Wang Jiangzhen chimed in, "All right." Gu Yin accepted without hesitation. Early the next morning, the couple took the children back to the countryside. Upon reaching the big tree at the village entrance, Gu Yin spotted her mother, Wang Ho-hot, returning from the fields with a hoe slung over her shoulder. She waved Mom. The two little ones beside their grandmother also shouted in unison. Wang Ho-hot was contemplating when to call her younger son in the county when she heard her daughter's voice. Looking up, she saw the family of four standing at the village entrance. She strode forward, handing the hoe to her daughter and pulling the two little ones into her embrace, showering them with kisses. "Oh, my darling grandchildren." After enough affection, she turned to Gu Yin and asked, "Why didn't you send someone ahead to notify us of your return?" "We weren't prepared at all. The busy farming season had just passed, and the salted meats had been consumed some time ago. There wasn't much food at home now." Gu Yin waved her hand dismissively. "I just came to see you and Dad, and to bring you some good news." Before Wang Ho-hot could inquire further, Gu Yin thrust the hoe into Yang Zhenliang's arms, letting Wang Ho-hot put the two boisterous boys down. "These little rascals have grown heavy. Their father can't hold them for long without his arms aching. Don't tire yourself out." "I'm fine," Wang Ho-hot replied, though she still dutifully set the children down. "By the way, what is this good news you mentioned?" Gu Yin, not in a rush to reveal it, asked, "Where's Dad?" "He.s. working in the fields. He'll be back soon." "All right, let us head back then." Thus, the family chatted and laughed all the way home, also catching the rambunctious Gu Dangan siblings who were running around the village. Upon seeing their cousins, Gu Dangan wasted no time. Without a second thought, he abandoned his village friends and happily followed them home. Once inside, they couldn't sit still, rummaging through boxes and drawers. After finding something, the four of them squatted in the courtyard to play. Wang Ho-hot, seeing them so engrossed, only reminded them not to play with water and then let them be, while she asked Gu Yin and Yang Zhengliang to sit down. However, Gu Yin couldn't sit still and joined her in the kitchen to help, leaving Yang Zhengliang alone in the courtyard. Noticing there was still wood to chop, he deftly picked up the axe to split the wood while keeping an eye on the children. After he finished chopping the firewood, he was drenched in cold sweat despite the frigid winter air. Just then, Gu Jianjun arrived home, and the dishes in the kitchen were already prepared. Gu Yin and the others had eaten a little before heading out that morning, but Wang Ho-hot insisted on having the whole family sit at the table and urged them to eat some more. After a couple of bites, Gu Yin ceased to eat. She genuinely wasn't very hungry. However, Yang Zhengliang, having worked hard to chop a stack of firewood, felt a bit peckish. Under the enthusiastic insistence of his mother-in-law, he restrained himself and managed to eat about 70% full. When Wang Ho-hot offered him more food, he quickly interjected, "Mom, I've had enough." Although he successfully deterred Wang Ho-hot, he could not refuse Gu Jianjun, as they were family and there was no need for formality. Yang Zhengliang instinctively glanced at Gu Yin. "What are you looking at me for? If Dad and Mom want you to eat, just eat. What do you think? Can you come to my parents' home and still work on an empty stomach?" Gu Yin shot him a glare, exasperated. "Yin-er, how can you speak like that?" Wang Ho-hot pretended to be angry at her daughter, quickly adding more food to Yang Zhenliang's plate. "But Yin-er has a point. When you come to your parents' house, don't be polite. Treat it like your own home. You must eat well. Yang Zhengliang had long grown accustomed to his wife's temperament and knew that both his mother-in-law and father-in-law were generous people. So he did not press further and picked up his chopsticks again. After the family finished breakfast, Gu Jianjun did not rush to the fields. Wang Hohat turned to Gu Yin. Curious, you mentioned earlier that you have good news. What is it? Facing her parents' inquisitive gazes, Gu Yin blinked her eyes and played coy. Why don't you take a guess? The elderly couple exchanged glances, and Wang Hohat furrowed her brow in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she glanced at Gu Yin's belly. Could it be? Before her mother could finish, Gu Yin quickly interjected. No, it's not that. Just giving birth to the two little rascals had taken an immense toll on her. She certainly did not want to do that again so soon. Has there been a change in your jobs? Gu Jianjun guessed next. No, Gu Yin shook her head, then provided her parents with a hint. It's related to my younger brother. Your younger brother? But he went to the capital, didn't he? Wang Hohat questioned, puzzled. At that moment, Gu Jianjun scanned the couple with his eyes, finally settling on a hint of something protruding from Gu Yin's pocket, and with a mix of skepticism, he asked, Has Zhao made it to the newspaper again? As soon as he said it, even he found it hard to believe. Unless it was a case of someone paying for an advertisement, being featured in a newspaper wasn't something that happened easily, let alone repeatedly. However, the next moment, Gu Yin's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Dad, how did you know? Is this something that is easily guessed? Before Gu Jianjun could respond, Yang Zhengliang tugged at her and gestured towards her pocket. Gu Yin looked down and realized she had inadvertently revealed the surprise. At that point, she no longer concealed it and promptly pulled out the newspaper, handing it over to the stunned Wang Hohat. Wang Hohat was utterly dumbfounded upon receiving the paper from her daughter. My good son is in the newspaper again. As she glanced at the photo of her son in the paper, the reality sank in. Oh my goodness. Wang Hohat clutched the newspaper to her chest, wishing she could embrace her beloved son right then and there. If Gu Zhao were present, she would likely shower him with kisses. Gu Jianjun, watching from the side, felt a twinge of envy as he noticed she didn't disclose the reason for the newspaper feature. He couldn't help but urge, stop gloating. Let me see what's written in that newspaper. Upon hearing this, Wang Hohat deftly dodged his reach, casting a sidelong glance at him. What is it to you? I haven't had my fill of it yet. As her words fell, she promptly stood up and headed towards the yard entrance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hey, why does your mom get to show off the newspaper all by herself? Gu Jianjun grumbled, feeling a bit disgruntled. They had both worked together to raise their son. So why should she be the only one flaunting the newspaper? Gu Yin, observing her parents squabbling over her younger brother, felt no jealousy. After all, as the elder sister, she also shared in the pride. Seeing Gu Jianjun's annoyance, she chimed in to console him. It's my fault. I should have bought an extra copy of the newspaper. When Mom returns, you can take a good look at it. With their daughter and son-in-law present, Gu Jianjun refrained from making a scene, merely grumbling a bit before falling silent. Once he settled down, Gu Yin began recounting the contents of the newspaper to him. Hearing that their younger son was featured for winning a championship and that it was in a national newspaper, Gu Jianjun was elated beyond measure. I need to go out for a stroll, he declared, bidding farewell to his daughter and son-in-law as he strolled through the village. Wife, it seems like your parents have been unusually quiet, Yang Zhengliang remarked, hesitating to voice his thoughts as the elderly couple left. Gu Yin waved her hand dismissively. Don't mind them, we'll just watch the children at home. She had come to realize that as her parents aged, they increasingly resembled children themselves, largely thanks to her younger brother's influence. Especially now that her elder brother had become a worker in the county and her younger brother had a promising future. Her parents seemed to have relaxed, and they appeared younger as a result. Meanwhile, Wang Hohat made her way to the drying yard after exiting the courtyard. Following the autumn harvest, the workload in the fields had diminished, and each household in the village had taken on various side jobs to supplement their income. Today was another sunny day, ensuring that many would be present in the drying yard. Wang Hohat approached the drying yard with a light and brisk step, noting that several people were seated, engaged in crafts and casual conversation. Since winter had set in, it was rare to have such warm weather, making it far more pleasant to sit outside than to remain cooped up indoors without any warmth. As Wang Hohat neared, many noticed her and greeted her with smiles. Hohat, have you finished the work in the fields? Oh, it didn't take much effort to clear that ditch, Wang Hohat replied with a smile. As she spoke, she walked over to where Yu Zhaodi was waving her over and sat down beside her. Yu Zhaodi, busy weaving a basket, paused to inquire about Gu Zhao. I heard Zhao went to the capital. Hasn't he returned yet? No, I heard he was kept back by some research institute to help out, Wang Hohat responded, not entirely understanding what a research institute was. This news was relayed to her by Gu Cheng, who, concerned that his parents might worry, had sent a message back. After being exposed to the factory environment for so long, Gu Cheng had gained some knowledge and explained the meaning of the research institute to Wang Hohat. Though she couldn't quite recall the details, only knowing it was an impressive place. As she pondered this, she instinctively straightened her posture a little. A research institute? What is that? A woman sitting beside Wang Hohat perked up, curiosity evident in her voice. Wang Hohat found herself hesitating and seeing the others looking at her. She racked her brain to recall what her eldest son had said. Yes, it's a place for research. What kind of research would require Gu Zhao's assistance? Someone questioned skeptically. After all, this was the capital. Would people there truly need help from someone from their small village? Wang Hohat shot a glare at the speaker. Neo Alan, if you lack understanding, it's best to refrain from commenting, lest you embarrass yourself. Indeed, Gu Zhao is the top scholar in the province. What is so hard to believe about the capital seeking his help? Yu Zhaodi interjected in support. Zhou Liping followed suit. Isn't that just the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well? The family of Zhou Liping has received such generous patronage from Gu Zhao. If anyone dares to speak ill of him in her presence, she would be willing to have her name written in reverse. The three of them exchanged barbs, causing Neo Alin's complexion to fluctuate between a pallor and a flush, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The words she had just uttered were merely a slip of the tongue, with no intention of confronting Wang Hohat. It was evident to everyone that the Gu family was currently in its prime, with both sons achieving remarkable success, and the younger son, Gu Zhao, was particularly extraordinary. Even if Neo Alin were utterly oblivious, she would not brazenly offend such a family. Moreover, her husband had repeatedly cautioned her against offending anyone in the village with her words, especially not the captain's family. Thus, she dared not confront Wang Hohat in front of so many people. Upon witnessing Neo Alin's demeanor, Wang Hohat let out a cold snort, dismissing the inconsequential individuals around her, and cautiously fanned herself with the newspaper she held. Zhou Liping, observing this, appeared uncertain and asked, Hohat, are you cold? After holding the newspaper for a while, Wang Hohat, finally receiving attention, disregarded Zhou Liping's peculiar gaze and began to show off. Clearing her throat with feigned intent, she declared, I'm not cold. It's just that. You see, Zhao has achieved great things once again. He.s. in the newspaper. I didn't have a chance to look at it at home. And since the sun is so bright and warm outside, I thought I'd take a peek. The listeners couldn't help but twitch their lips. If she wanted to show off, why bother concocting such a lengthy excuse? However, at that moment, they were too preoccupied to quibble over such matters, abandoning their tasks. And all gathered around. Hohat, I didn't hear what you just said, please repeat it. Some doubted their hearing, staring intently at the newspaper in Wang Hohat's hands. Go. If you didn't hear it, step aside. I caught every word, said another, pushing the doubter aside and stepping forward. Hohat, may I see that newspaper? Dahai's wife, you can't read a single character. How will you understand it if I give it to you? Another chimed in. Right, just let me see it. They all jostled to be the first to glimpse the newspaper, yet no one dared to snatch it directly from Wang Hohat's grasp. Seeing their eager expressions, Wang Hohat felt a twinge of satisfaction and handed the paper to a young bride who could recognize a couple of characters. Dahai's wife, please read it aloud for everyone, she instructed, reminding her to be careful not to damage the paper. Dahai's wife, taken aback by Wang Hohat's gesture, was overwhelmed with excitement. Wiping her hands in front of her, she carefully accepted the newspaper. Under the scrutinizing gazes, she eventually found the article featuring Gu Zhao's photograph and began to read. Due to some complex characters, her reading was somewhat halting, compounded by the article's intricate phrasing, leaving the audience in a state of confusion. However, they were able to extract the information that the champion of the mechanical competition hailed from Jie province and was none other than Gu Zhao. Once Dahai's wife finished reading, the looks directed at Wang Hohat were rife with envy and jealousy. Damn it, how is such an exceptional child not from our family? Someone blurted out. Wang Hohat cast a sidelong glance, thinking to herself, you dream too beautifully. It would be a miracle to find another like my Zhao. Even if you prayed at the ancestral grave. She reveled in her pride, wondering if she and her husband could muster enough effort to produce another child as remarkable as Gu Zhao. As the crowd felt a pang of envy, a sudden remark emerged from within, drawing their attention. When they turned to the speaker, their expressions were a blend of incredulity and disbelief. Wang Hohat stared at the white-haired, stooped figure of Li Laopa, unable to comprehend. Auntie, didn't you say a couple of years ago that, you know what, had already ceased? She queried. Besides, can Li Laopa even stand up anymore? Her skepticism mirrored that of the other women present. Faced with their doubtful gazes, Li Laopa straightened her back as best she could, insisting, it doesn't hinder, sincerity brings forth miracles. The group exchanged glances, resigned to her claim, and then their attention returned to the newspaper. TSK. You can't deny, Gu Zhao looks quite handsome in this paper, Zhao Leping praised. Indeed, he certainly inherited the best traits from his parents, another chimed in. Not only does he possess a striking appearance, but he is also exceptionally intelligent. It seems the heavens have been exceedingly generous. Others joined in the praise. Since Gu Zhao had successfully brought his two cousins from his uncle's side, his elder brother and his younger brother Zhang Anyang into the factory in the county, gossip about the Gu family, particularly regarding Gu Zhao, had significantly diminished in the village. After all, he was the one who had the capability to secure jobs for his close ones. Regardless of the circumstances, they were all from the same village. If such opportunities arose in the future, Gu Zhao would surely prioritize the villagers. They understood that if their idle chatter left a negative impression on the Gu family, it could jeopardize their chances of employment. They might end up regretting their words, wishing they could take back their foolishness. Chapter 254, A Scramble. Wang Hohat remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. At present, she graciously accepted their compliments regarding her son, her smile still radiant when she returned home. Similarly, Gu Jianjun entered just behind her, both wearing identical expressions of delight. Observing her parents' demeanor, Gu Yan exchanged amused glances with Yang Zhengliang, unable to contain their laughter. In the president's office at Shenyang Industrial University, Tao Ping had been closely monitoring the newspaper coverage since learning of his students' victory in the competition. The moment he received the paper, he eagerly perused it. Upon finishing the article about Gu Zhao, he slammed his hand on the desk, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good." Gazing at the young man in the newspaper, Tao Ping felt that admitting Gu Zhao into their university was the best decision he had made this year. Suppressing his excitement, he made his way to the faculty office where he found Hu Ziqiang. He approached him, shaking his hand vigorously, exclaiming, "Old Hu, it's all thanks to you." Hu Ziqiang, bewildered by the sudden handshake, could only blink. The other witnesses in the office were equally perplexed. Once Tao Ping calmed down, Hu Ziqiang finally inquired, "Principal, what do you mean by that?" "Here, take a look for yourself," Tao Ping replied, thrusting the newspaper into Hu Ziqiang's arms. As Hu Ziqiang took the newspaper, his eyes widened in astonishment upon reaching the article about Gu Zhao. After finishing the entire piece, his face mirrored the same excitement Tao Ping had displayed upon entering the office. He began to pace excitedly around the room, and noticing the confusion on others' faces, he approached each one, offering a handshake. Once he had shaken hands with everyone, Hu Ziqiang finally regained his composure. Since Gu Zhao had left, he had been following the news about the mechanical competition, although not as closely as Tao Ping. Now, upon learning of Gu Zhao's victory, he felt a surge of complex emotions, especially since Gu Zhao was someone he had watched grow every step of the way. It felt as though a once dull pearl was gradually revealing its brilliance. Tao Ping, observing Hu Ziqiang's display of emotion, did not mock him. He was unaware that Gu Zhao had initially aimed to attend Shenyang Industrial University, which made him feel a profound gratitude toward Hu Ziqiang for recommending Gu Zhao. Of course, his deepest gratitude was reserved for Gu Zhao himself. Initially, one might have assumed that being the top student in the province represented the pinnacle of this young man's achievements in recent years, if not for the entirety of his life thus far. Yet, he managed to surprise himself once more. Concurrently, Tao Ping began to reflect upon whether he had underestimated Gu Zhao. He had always been averse to favoritism, treating all his students equally, including Gu Zhao, the provincial champion. However, the remarkable accomplishments Gu Zhao had attained, coupled with Zhang Yongxiang's recent phone call, began to sway Tao Ping's convictions. Perhaps a touch of exceptionalism was not such a bad thing after all. As Hu Ziqiang and another individual engaged in a puzzling exchange, the other staff members in the office were left bewildered. "Principal, what are you two conversing about?" Tao Ping's train of thought was interrupted. The success of a student was undoubtedly a significant triumph for the school, and noticing the curiosity of his colleagues, he felt no need to withhold the information. Upon hearing the principal's announcement, the other teachers could no longer contain their excitement. "Really? Old Hu, let us see that newspaper." Hu Ziqiang allowed the others to snatch the paper from his hands, his expression brimming with pride. After all, no one present knew Gu Zhao better than he did. Moreover, it was Hu Ziqiang who had the foresight to recommend Gu Zhao to Shenyang Industrial University, believing his judgment to be quite sound. To have recognized Gu Zhao's potential before he fully blossomed was no small feat, especially compared to those unfamiliar with the mechanical field. As Shenyang Industrial University primarily focused on engineering, the faculty understood the significance of the competition Gu Zhao participated in better than anyone else present. Thus, when they learned from the principal that one of their students had secured the championship, their feelings were a mix of joy, astonishment, and disbelief. However, the newspaper in their hands confirmed the reality of the event. Among those most taken aback was Gu Zhao's homeroom teacher, Dong Mingji. He stared blankly at the spirited young man in the newspaper, momentarily at a loss for words. While he was aware that Gu Zhao had taken leave to attend the competition in the capital, he had merely expected it to be a fleeting experience that would enrich the student's social exposure. Never did he anticipate that Gu Zhao would bring back such an extraordinary surprise. Suddenly, he recalled that just a few days prior, the principal had summoned him to discuss Gu Zhao's participation in the contest. At that time, Dong Mingji had sensed something odd in the principal's demeanor, a peculiar mix of restraint and amusement. In hindsight, it seemed the principal had already known about Gu Zhao's victory. Just then, a fellow teacher who taught the same class as Gu Zhao realized the connection and turned to Dong Mingji, inquiring, "Old Dong, is this Gu Zhao the student from your class?" At this question, everyone in the office, save for Hu Ziqiang and Tao Ping, instinctively turned their gaze towards Dong Mingji, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as if they were ready to pounce should he confirm it. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Dong Mingji proudly surveyed the room, his expression one of unabashed triumph. "Yes, he is a student from my class. When he left for the competition, I merely advised him to do his best. Who would have thought he would return with a championship?" His pride seemed to elevate him, while the other class teachers seethed with envy. "Bah! Winning the championship is a testament to his own abilities. It has nothing to do with you, who have only taught him for a mere 2 months." Though many in attendance harbored such thoughts, they could not suppress the bitterness bubbling within. How come such an outstanding student was not assigned to my class? At that moment, a teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses brightened up and turned to Tao Ping. "Principal, I would like to make a suggestion. A student as exceptional as Gu Zhao deserves to be matched with the finest faculty to guide him. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste of his 4 years in college? What do you think?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I believe my own professional capabilities rank among the best in the school, so I propose myself as the head of this initiative." Dong Mingji's eyes widened at the audacity of this individual. Upon hearing the entirety of his suggestion, he could no longer contain himself. "Su Kaibin, you're speaking nonsense. Where is this ridiculous rule you propose? Besides, if you claim to be among the best, I am not lacking either. Dream on if you think you can poach my student." Rarely did Dong Mingji display such anger, but he was genuinely incensed by the shamelessness of his rival. The person standing next to him discreetly wiped the spit that had splattered on his face and subtly shifted away. Su Kaibin shook his head, unfazed. "That's not how it works. Rules are set by people, and special circumstances can warrant special considerations." Just as he finished, others from the adjacent office, drawn by the commotion, began to voice their opinions. "Indeed, we cannot afford to let such exceptional talent go to waste." Exactly. There was no need for this rule before. But now we can tailor our teaching methods to the student's needs. The speakers were all from the mechanical faculty and were currently homeroom teachers for first-year students. Unlike Su Kaibin, who was serious about the matter, they were merely contemplating how they might advocate for themselves if they could persuade the principal. "What you're saying lacks logic. Gu Zhao has been in old Dong's class for so long. If we were to suddenly change his instructor in class, what if it backfires? Indeed, I believe maintaining the status quo is best." Seeing Dong Mingji in a position of isolation, other teachers who taught Gu Zhao in different subjects began to speak in his defense. They were not homeroom teachers, so Gu Zhao's class assignment did not directly affect them, but the pride of nurturing such a talented student brought them considerable satisfaction. Of course, this was contingent on their ignorance of Gu Zhao's engine modifications. Had they known, their demeanor would have been far less nonchalant. As both sides presented valid arguments and the debate lingered without resolution, their attention turned to Tao Ping, who had been quietly observing. "Principal, what do you think we should do?" Faced with the intense scrutiny from both factions, Tao Ping cleared his throat. "What you're discussing is moot. The true protagonist has yet to return. Why not wait for him to come back and seek his opinion before making a decision?" Exchanging glances, the others ultimately acquiesced to this suggestion. Once the crowd dispersed, Tao Ping suddenly recalled something and turned to head toward the broadcasting room. Hu Ziqiang called out to him, "Where are you going?" With a mysterious smile, Tao Ping replied, "Such a joyous occasion must be announced to the entire school community. Let everyone share in the delight." With that, he hurriedly made his way to the first floor. The broadcasting room, a small 8-square-meter space located in the corner of the main teaching building, housed an amplifier, microphone, loudspeakers, and a control console. Upon entering, the announcer inside immediately stood up. "Principal, no need for that. You can step out." Tao Ping waved his hand dismissively. After the announcer exited, he approached the microphone, activated the equipment, cleared his throat, and ensured that the entire school could hear him before beginning the broadcast. "Attention, faculty and students. I am pleased to announce a piece of wonderful news. Our first-year student from Mechanical Class 1, Gu Zhao, has achieved the championship in the recent national mechanical competition. Let us extend our warmest congratulations to him. Furthermore, I hope everyone can take Gu Zhao as an example. Approaching their 4 years of university study with seriousness, not wasting a single moment, and striving to make greater contributions to our nation, adding bricks and mortar to the construction of socialism. At this moment, it was precisely noon. The students were either in their dormitories or in the dining hall. Upon hearing the school broadcast, the lively chatter in Gu Zhao's dormitory came to an abrupt halt. Everyone perked up their ears to listen intently to the announcement. When the principal mentioned Gu Zhao, Tong Lu lost his balance and tumbled off his bed. Luckily, he was on the lower bunk. Ouch! Tong Lu grimaced, clutching his tailbone. Wincing in pain, yet he remained silent until the broadcast concluded. Finally, he murmured, "Oh my goodness! Is the Gu Zhao they mentioned in the broadcast the same Gu Zhao from our dorm?" In response, Yang Hao cast a sidelong glance at him. "Is there another Gu Zhao in your mechanical engineering class?" Truth be told, he too was taken aback. Anyone who had heard the principal's address on the first day of school could easily guess who it was. As a physics major, Yang Hao was unaware of the weightiness of the mechanical competition the principal referred to. But he surmised that it must be quite significant if it elicited such joy from the principal to announce it before the entire faculty and student body. Gu Zhao was indeed remarkable. Lin Zhu, however, had tuned out the conversation between Yang Hao and Tong Lu, his mind solely occupied with a singular thought. Ever since he decided to apply for the mechanical engineering program, he had been immersing himself in the intricacies of the field. He had heard whispers of the competition Gu Zhao was participating in, but regrettably, during the preliminary rounds, he barely brushed against its threshold. After enrolling, as he learned more about this competition, he realized that even had he had the opportunity to compete, he would likely have been eliminated in the first round. This was not a matter of self-deprecation, but rather a clear-eyed acknowledgement of his own capabilities. He understood that those who reached the finals were the crème de la crème from various provinces. Therefore, when Gu Zhao announced his intent to compete, Lin Zhu had been surprised, though his nature prevented him from expressing that astonishment. Of course, he had not anticipated that Gu Zhao would achieve such dazzling success. At that moment, Lin Zhu comprehended that Gu Zhao's intellectual prowess was on an entirely different echelon compared to his own. Nevertheless, he resolved to strive to catch up. He Zhao Fan and Tian Qing, observing Tong Lu's peculiar demeanor, were still uncertain about the situation. "What's going on? Is it just a championship from a competition? Why do you both look so perplexed?" Tian Qing inquired, casting a bewildered glance at Tong Lu and Lin Zhu. In response, Tong Lu leaped up from the ground, exclaiming, "Old Tian, after all this time, how did I not realize that you are such a brash individual?" He stroked his chin, circling around Tian Qing as if examining something extraordinary. Feeling uncomfortable under Tong Lu's scrutiny, Tian Qing retorted, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Noticing that He Zhao Fan and the others were equally befuddled, Tong Lu crossed his arms and leaned against the bed frame. "All right, since you all are in the dark, allow me to enlighten you about the significance of this competition." He then elaborated in detail about the competition's purpose, the caliber of the participants, and the esteemed standing of the three judges in the field of mechanics. Lin Zhu occasionally chimed in to provide additional insights. By the time they finished, Tian Qing's mouth hung agape in astonishment. "My goodness, are you saying that Gu Zhao managed to emerge victorious among such a plethora of extraordinary talents?" he exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. "Incredible, truly incredible. Gu Zhao has been quite the enigma." Yang Hao's eyes sparkled with surprise. He understood the competition was formidable, yet he had not anticipated its level of difficulty. To stand out among the best of the best from various provinces, Gu Zhao's capabilities surpassed anything he could fathom. Gu Zhao was simply not the typical freshman. Chapter 256, Encountering Difficulties. Having gauged that the three had comprehended the situation, Tong Lu nodded in satisfaction, unwilling to be the sole bearer of astonishment lest it reflect poorly on his own experiences. While the others fervently discussed the matter, the other two occupants of the dorm remained as quiet as mice. Due to the strained relationship between Gu Zhao and Li Guangzong, as well as Ma Tianfu, Tong Lu and the others refrained from divulging the specifics of Gu Zhao's absence. Thus, it was easy to imagine the shock those two would experience upon learning this news, likely exceeding that of the others. Li Guangzong sat in a corner, head bowed, rigid as if struck by lightning. He had previously believed Gu Zhao to be just an ordinary freshman like himself. Even though Gu Zhao was the provincial champion, he had not thought much of it. After all, good grades were merely a matter of luck, and he saw no significant difference from others. However, upon hearing Tong Lu's explanation, he could only feel relieved that he had been avoiding Gu Zhao since enrollment, thus sparing himself any enmity. After all, it was evident to anyone with eyes that Gu Zhao's future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Offending someone destined for greatness was certainly unwise. In stark contrast to his mindset was Ma Tianfu. With Gu Zhao absent during this time, he had been attempting to establish his own authority within the dormitory and classroom. Yet, just as he began to relish the fleeting compliments from his classmates, he was struck with the thunderous news. He could hardly believe it. But the principal had made an official announcement, leaving him no grounds for denial. Damn it! Ma Tianfu slammed his hand against the iron railing of the bed, resulting in little damage to the railing, but causing his recently healed hand to suffer anew. Ouch! He gasped in pain, instinctively reaching for his hand. But noticing the gaze of Yang Hao and the others drawn to him, he stubbornly refrained from moving. Only the reddening of his hand betrayed his current predicament. Yang Hao and the others averted their gazes, finding Ma Tianfu's display entirely predictable. During Gu Zhao's absence, Ma Tianfu had sought them out, presumably in an attempt to mend the rapport within the dormitory. However, they were not naive children, without deep-seated animosity. They had no desire to let their relationships with dorm mates deteriorate. Thus, they responded to Ma Tianfu's overtures with a facade of friendliness, though in truth, they preferred the sincerity of Gu Zhao over Ma Tianfu's brashness and self-importance. Consequently, even while maintaining a cordial appearance, they seldom associated with Ma Tianfu. Realizing that their sentiments were not benevolent, Ma Tianfu ceased his attempts to force camaraderie, yet he could not help but look askance at those who associated with Gu Zhao. As news of Gu Zhao's championship victory spread, he was met with his first wave of challenges at the research institute. Staring at the unfamiliar face before him, Gu Zhao remained motionless. Zhang Changxue, seeing that Gu Zhao dared to defy his orders, widened his eyes in disbelief. I told you to go to the equipment management office and fetch the experimental apparatus for me. I'm sorry, but according to the regulations of the institute, each group has clearly defined responsibilities, and one cannot meddle in the affairs of another group. So, please retrieve it yourself, Gu Zhao replied. Recognizing that the individual before him was deliberately attempting to create trouble, and thus did not take him seriously. Moreover, the rule he referenced was indeed explicitly stated. Zhang Changxue had not anticipated that Gu Zhao would dare to challenge him. He immediately shouted, I said go, so you go? What is there to debate? At this early hour, the research institute housed only Gu Zhao and Zhang Changxue, along with a man in his 30s named Li Wenhua, who was also a member of Gu Zhao's group. Having recently joined the research institute, he is currently in a phase of learning and adaptation, tasked with managing some peripheral responsibilities. Immersed in his work, he had paid little attention to Gu Zhao and Zhang Changxue until Zhang's sudden bellowing startled him. When he looked up, he found the newly arrived prodigy of their group confronting Zhang Changxue. Zhang's domineering nature was well known within the institute. However, with a robust family background backing him, ordinary researchers typically refrained from opposing him. This was one of the survival rules imparted to Li Wenhua by the senior members of the institute after his arrival. Recently, upon hearing that Zhang had taken leave due to family matters, Li Wenhua felt a wave of relief, even finding a bit more joy in his work. Little did he know that Gu Zhao, having just arrived, had already incurred Zhang's ire. Stealing a glance at the two, he noticed Gu Zhao standing his ground defiantly before Zhang, and he felt a mix of admiration and conflict. Remembering Gu Zhao's guidance over the past few days, Li Wenhua gritted his teeth and approached. He first offered a smile to Zhang, saying, Zhang, please don't be angry. I'll talk to him. Zhang, nearing 40, held a mid-level researcher title after a decade in the institute, yet he considered himself above those without influential backgrounds, demanding respect from his peers, hence earning the title Zhang Lao. However, true luminaries like Wu Yue paid him no mind, focusing solely on their research. As long as he did not stir trouble, they would not treat him poorly, given his lineage. Consequently, Zhang believed that everyone in the institute feared and respected him, leading to an increasingly audacious disposition. Li Wenhua's suggestion drew no rebuttal from Zhang, who crossed his arms and snorted, waiting for Gu Zhao to come crawling back to apologize. Seeing this, Li Wenhua pulled Gu Zhao aside and recounted his own background and character, advising him, Gu Zhao, you are new here and unfamiliar with many things. This matter isn't significant. Simply apologize to Zhang Lao and proceed as he suggests. After delivering his counsel, Li Wenhua cast a hopeful glance at Gu Zhao, wishing for him to heed his advice. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Changshue's expression shifted upon hearing Gu Zhao's name, while he continued to offer his guidance. Gu Zhao, understanding Li Wenhua's intentions, smiled reassuringly, saying, I know how to handle this, you need not worry. Are you Gu Zhao? Before he could finish, a voice interjected. Turning to face Zhang, he perceived a rather hostile demeanor, a stark contrast to before, now laced with animosity. I'm asking you a question, are you Gu Zhao? Zhang snapped impatiently. Gu Zhao's nature is one of mutual respect. He believes in the principle of treating others as one wishes to be treated. Given Zhang's abrasive personality, his demeanor could hardly be cordial. He merely cast a dismissive glance at Zhang, and as Zhang seemed on the verge of losing control, Gu Zhao leisurely replied, What is it to you? What did you say? Zhang's face flushed crimson, his fists clenching audibly, as if he were ready to strike Gu Zhao. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Gu Zhao remained unfazed. Didn't he hear me? If your hearing is poor, perhaps you should consult a veterinarian. Infuriated, Zhang cursed and lunged at Gu Zhao with a raised fist. From the moment Gu Zhao responded, Li Wenhua stood frozen in shock, never anticipating Gu Zhao would exhibit such audacity. Upon witnessing Zhang's assault, he gasped, "Be careful." Gu Zhao was no fool. He wouldn't stand idly by to be struck. Furthermore, he hardly regarded a flabby, mediocre fighter who had lingered in the institute for so long. He sidestepped Zhang's incoming punch, and as Zhang barreled past him, he gave him a swift kick from behind. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the institute. Zhang crumpled to the floor, blood gushing uncontrollably from his nostrils. When he lifted his head, he found 2 of his front teeth had been dislodged. In disbelief, he clutched his teeth, rage momentarily suppressing the pain coursing through his body. Clumsily rising, he faced Gu Zhao, his finger trembling as he pointed. "You! How dare you? Let us speak civilly." "There's no need to act like a child," Gu Zhao retorted, uninterested in further engagement. As the sole witness, Li Wenhua felt as though he could hardly believe his eyes. In the months since his arrival, this was the first time he had seen Zhang receive such a humbling defeat. Upon hearing Gu Zhao's audacious taunts, Zhang nearly spat blood in fury. Yet he could not retaliate. "You, get out of the institute. You are not welcome here," he declared, enunciating each word clearly, attempting to salvage his dignity. While he may not have wielded authority elsewhere, within the institute, he held the power to expel someone, which restored a semblance of confidence to his demeanor as he awaited Gu Zhao's capitulation. Get out of the institute. Gu Zhao's eyes lit up. In all honesty, to return home sooner, he had been spending long hours at the institute, his dark circles rivaling those of a panda. Now, with such a pleasing proposition presented, he wasted no time, striding out of the institute as if chased by a hound. Upon stepping outside, he inhaled deeply, feeling the air was significantly fresher. Oh, this is the taste of freedom. Behind him, Zhang Changxue stood dumbfounded, watching Gu Zhao's retreating figure. He never expected Gu Zhao to comply so readily. The anticipated scene of Gu Zhao kneeling and begging for forgiveness had not unfolded. Instead, he was met with a nonchalant exit, leaving Zhang feeling even more thwarted. Damn it! Even more flabbergasted was Li Wenhua, who understood the gravity of the situation. Zhang had been absent for a few days, thus unaware that Gu Zhao was the one who provided the engine modification data, which had earned him the reverence of Wu Yue and others. Especially when Gu Zhao occasionally exhibited remarkable insights. The thought of Wu and others discovering Gu Zhao's absence sent chills down his spine. No, I cannot allow Gu Zhao to leave like this. Ignoring the inconsequential Zhang Changxue, Li Wenhua immediately pursued Gu Zhao. Moments later, Li Wenhua returned, his expression drooping with despair, having failed to catch up to Gu Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhang paid little mind to the insignificant researcher, nursing the pain of his lost teeth. As time passed, researchers began to arrive, gradually revitalizing the atmosphere of the institute. Li Wenhua remained at his desk, casting frequent glances toward the entrance, unable to sit still. Noticing his restlessness, a colleague teased, "Li, what is wrong with you today? Are you hiding something?" Before waiting for a reply, the colleague looked around and asked, "By the way, where is Gu Zhao? Isn't he usually the first to arrive?" Li Wenhua closed his eyes, unsure of how to respond to the question posed. "Old Wu, greetings," he acknowledged, as a chorus of greetings echoed around him. Wu Yue cheerfully returned each salutation, blissfully oblivious to the astonishment etched on the faces of those around him. In recent days, with Gu Zhao's presence, the progress of their engine research had far surpassed that of others, and witnessing the envy and jealousy of the other team leaders filled him with genuine pride. Moreover, the more he interacted with Gu Zhao, the more he perceived the young man's extraordinary capabilities. Occasionally, a surprising remark from Gu Zhao would spark boundless inspiration within him. He sensed that Gu Zhao was concealing something. His abilities were undoubtedly more profound than what he currently displayed. This realization only heightened Wu You's excitement. He had encountered a genius, a prodigy not yet 23 years of age. Merely contemplating this filled him with unyielding joy, with a smile adorning his face. He strolled from the entrance to his team's designated area. However, upon not spotting the familiar figure, he glanced around and posed the same question as a previous team member. "Where's Gu Zhao?" The others exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain. "I haven't seen him since this morning. Could he have stepped out for a moment?" The crowd engaged in murmurs, while Li Wenhua, blending into the crowd, felt cold sweat trickling down his brow. Once the chatter subsided, he steeled himself to step forward. "Gu Zhao has left." He gritted his teeth and uttered the words. "Left? Where to? Did he mention when he would return?" Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Li Wenhua's expression grew pained, and he hesitantly replied, "I fear he may not return." A gasp, almost capable of lifting the roof, erupted, drawing the attention of the other team members. Wu Yue's countenance darkened instantly. Speak clearly, what exactly transpired? Under the collective scrutinizing gaze, Li Wenhua recounted in detail the events of the morning. Initially, compelled by Zhang Changxue, he ought not to have disclosed this matter. However, since Gu Zhao's departure had been witnessed by the guards at the entrance, he could only reveal the truth. It was better to confess than to conceal, for one could not hide such matters indefinitely. As Li Wenhua narrated, Wu Yue's expression soured, and others began to murmur amongst themselves. That Zhang Changxue. How many troubles will he stir? What can we do? He is fortunate. Keep your voices down. We don't want him coming after us. What are we afraid of? He is not in our group. He is far enough away to not hear us. Thank goodness we aren't in the same group. Otherwise, the unspoken conclusion hung heavily in the air. Amidst the whispers, Wu Yue abruptly strode forward, even toppling a chair without a backward glance. The others, witnessing his determined direction, quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the location of the third research group, Wu Yue bellowed, demanding Zhang Changxue, that incompetent troublemaker, to step forward. The leader of the third group, who had previously vied for Gu Zhao alongside Wu Yue, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing Wu Yue seeking confrontation early in the day. What do you want, Wu Yue? Instead of focusing on your own research, you come here to stir trouble? The crowd, drawn by the commotion, had grown in number, and those unfamiliar with the details were quickly brought up to speed. The astonishment on their faces indicated that they understood the gravity of Zhang Changshue's predicament. This was a spectacle they relished. Zhao Jianxi, the leader of the third group, overheard the exchanges and regarded Wu Yue with disbelief. Is what they say true? Wu Yue, exasperated, retorted, what do you think? Without needing further elaboration, Zhao Jianxi's anger flared. He had long desired Gu Zhao, and not having bested Wu Yue in the competition had already irked him. Yet, Wu Yue continued to extol Gu Zhao's brilliance in front of the other group leaders, which only intensified his envy. Now, to learn that Gu Zhao had vanished, seemingly driven away, was intolerable. Signaling Wu Yue to remain calm, Zhao Jianxi stormed into the room. Upon entering, he found Zhang Changxue leisurely lounging, seemingly unconcerned. The latter, initially feeling disgruntled at Gu Zhao's forthright demeanor, found a semblance of relief in the thought that the young man's departure had vindicated him. However, as he pondered his continued dominance in the research institute, he was suddenly seized by the throat from behind. Coughing violently, he struggled for breath. Upon noticing Zhang Changshue's eyes rolling back, Zhao Jianxi released his grip, commanding, "Get out here." With that, he turned to leave. Once Zhang Changxue regained his breath, he intended to unleash a tirade against the audacity of his assailant, only to recognize Zhao Jianxi's figure departing. He had no choice. His placement in Zhao Jianxi's group was a favor from his family patriarch. Thus he had to heed Zhao Jianxi's words. Despite his inner turmoil, he obediently followed suit. Upon exiting, he was met with a throng of onlookers, their expressions tinged with curiosity, as if anticipating a spectacle. His group leader stood nearby, offering no explanation, merely snorting dismissively at him. At that moment, Zhao Jianxi felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for the influence of Zhang's family patriarch, he would never have accepted such a troublesome individual into his group. Without affording Zhang Changxue a chance to speak, Wu Yue confronted him with a scowl. Did you drive Gu Zhao away from the research institute? Zhang Changxue was taken aback by Wu Yue's inquiry, and sensing the atmosphere, a sense of foreboding crept over him, causing his tone to falter. Yes, and what of it? What of it? Wu Yue echoed, his voice low. Before Zhang Changxue could comprehend the situation, he felt a powerful fist connect with his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Climbing atop Zhang Changxue, Wu Yue unleashed a barrage of punches. What of it? How dare you? He seethed. You chased away someone I valued. Who do you think you are? Wu Yue's esteemed position within the research institute stemmed not only from his innate abilities, but also from his temperament. Like his name suggested, he was decisive in action. A confrontation was trivial to him. When necessary, he was indeed willing to fight. Zhang Changxue cried out in agony, having lost 2 upper teeth that morning, and now finding 2 lower teeth knocked out as well. Overwhelmed by a man a decade his senior, he could do little more than scream for help, utterly incapable of resistance. The most disheartening realization was that Wu Yue's family held a prestigious legacy. The disparity in their standings was palpable. Zhang Changxue lamented that this beating might indeed be in vain, prompting him to scream even louder. Wu Yue, witnessing the individual beneath him still possessing the vigor to shout, exerted even greater force. Zhao Jianxi, startled by Wu Yue's ferocity, realized that while he typically resorted to mere choking, old Wu's demeanor suggested he intended to inflict mortal harm. Fearing the potential for a fatality, he hastily stepped forward to intervene, urging, "Old Wu, let us remain calm." However, as he approached, Wu Yue delivered a punch that sent Zhao Jianxi tumbling to the ground, momentarily dazed as he covered his painfully struck face. As he regained his composure and noticed the onlookers still reveling in the spectacle, he promptly shouted, "Someone, pull them apart." The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence. The younger researchers were oblivious, yet those who had spent decades at the institute recalled Wu Yue's notorious temperament. They reminisced about his early days at the research facility when he had once engaged in a fierce altercation after others, envious of his position, accused him of nepotism. From that moment on, no one dared to provoke this notorious figure, leading them to forget the misdeeds of his youth, as well as the nature of the Wu family's endeavors. Ironically, as the only member of his family involved in research, Wu Yue was considered the least skilled. Yet, even his modest abilities were more than sufficient to contend with their group. Consequently, after Zhao Jianxi's plea, an awkward silence enveloped the scene as no one dared to intervene. Someone even remarked, "Old Zhao, if old Wu dares to strike you, what chance do we stand?" Zhao Jianxi was rendered speechless by this comment. Ultimately, the farce was quelled by Zhou Yonglin, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, just as Wu Yue had finished his bout and was rising from the ground. Chapter 259, A Missed Opportunity. In the director's office, Zhou Yonglin found himself at a loss for words facing the composed Wu Yue and the swollen-faced Zhao Jianxi. "You two," he began, exasperation evident. "As the leaders of this institute, is it appropriate for you both to engage in such childish brawling?" Zhao Jianxi raised his hand. Zhou Yonglin shot him an impatient glance. "What is it, Zhao?" "I must speak on my own behalf," Zhao Jianxi insisted. "I was not the one fighting. Nor was I the one throwing punches. I was merely the one being assaulted." With that, he cast a resentful glance at Wu Yue. Unperturbed, Wu Yue retorted, "Well, who prompted the altercation with Zhang Changxue? You deserve the consequences." Zhao Jianxi nearly choked on his words. "Old Wu, get your facts straight. Zhang Changxue was a burden you all refused to accept, and it was only after Zhang Leoi intervened that I was coerced into taking him on. Am I now to be blamed for that?" Zhao Jianxi felt aggrieved. Wu Yue remained unmoved. "Then why did you drag me into this?" Zhao Jianxi stared at Wu Yue in disbelief. "Is that even a reasonable argument? If I hadn't intervened, what would have happened if you had killed him?" "Well, is he dead now?" Wu Yue shot back, his anger simmering beneath a veneer of reason. Although Zhao Jianxi knew the man was alive, the sight of him being carried away to the hospital, looking as if he were on the brink of death, bore a striking resemblance to a fatality. With each retort from Zhao Jianxi, Wu Yue countered, leaving Zhou Yonglin with a throbbing headache, prompting him to interrupt their exchange. "Old Wu, you have indeed gone too far this time. The Zhang family will not take this lightly." Wu Yue stubbornly replied, "Do you think I fear them?" Zhou Yonglin, unable to suppress a sigh, rubbed his temples. "I know you are not afraid of the Zhang family, but the elder Zhang has not relinquished his hold on certain matters, and now is not the time for confrontation." At this, a heavy silence fell over the three men. They all understood that the Zhang family's recent arrogance had incited discontent among higher authorities, and had it not been for the elder Zhang's influence, the Zhang family would likely have faced retribution long ago. Enough of the Zhang family for now. Zhou Yonglin waved his hand dismissively. "Let us turn our attention to Gu Zhao. How do we proceed?" He held a high regard for the young man, recognizing his capability, humility, and boundless potential. "We cannot afford to lose such a valuable asset for our nation." Wu Yue cast him a perplexed glance, as if he had posed an absurd question. "What do you think we should do?" "Of course, we need to bring him back." Zhou Yonglin suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. "What I mean is, who should we send to persuade him? How can we convince him to return?" This incident has likely wounded the young man's pride. He contributed critically important data, and when I requested his assistance, he readily accompanied me. Yet what happened? He was unceremoniously expelled from our territory. Zhou Yonglin's mind was plagued with images of Gu Zhao leaving in disgrace after being humiliated by Zhang Changxue, despite Li Wenhua's assurance that Gu Zhao had not suffered any real loss. Wu Yue shot a sidelong glance at Zhou Yonglin, who seemed lost in fanciful thoughts. Perhaps I should have simply left Zhang Changxue to be carried before Gu Zhao in a state of disarray. That would have been far more persuasive than mere words. Zhao Jianxi clapped his hands in agreement. "That makes sense." "Sense? Nonsense." Zhou Yonglin was nearly driven to despair by these two unreliable individuals. "Do you genuinely wish to see someone harmed?" Frustrated with their frivolous banter, he decisively assigned the task of retrieving Gu Zhao to both of them. Rising from his seat, he departed without granting them a chance to object. Yet neither Wu Yue nor Zhao Jianxi had any intention of protesting. Both men valued talent. For Wu Yue, Gu Zhao was inherently part of his team, making his retrieval entirely reasonable. For Zhao Jianxi, it offered an opportunity to bolster his presence before Gu Zhao, ensuring he had a better chance of borrowing resources in the future. Thus, with their professional responsibilities arranged, they hurried to the guest house where Gu Zhao was staying. However, Their efforts were destined to be in vain. After leaving the research institute, Gu Zhao did not return to the guest house, but instead wandered to explore areas he had yet to visit. The capital was vast, and even with 10 days of leisure, he could scarcely see it all. His departure from the institute was not solely due to Zhang Changshua's words. He sought rest, and also aimed to settle scores with Zhang Changshua. Upon arriving in the capital, he had limited interactions, the only notable conflict being with the mother and child on the train and with Chen Weidong. However, he quickly dismissed these individuals from his mind. It cannot be them. Using his remarkable memory, he finally identified an individual who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Changshua, Yuan Xinghua. Though unaware of their relationship, he recognized from previous encounters and Li Wenhua's hints that their backgrounds were far from ordinary. The constant harassment from such nuisances had grown tiresome. Ideally, he would prefer to crush them altogether. Confronting them directly would be akin to throwing stones at an armored opponent. However, what if he sent others from the research institute instead? Gu Zhao was uncertain of the outcome, but was willing to attempt it. Of course, given his current standing and performance at the institute, he was far from compelling enough to elicit action from Wu Yue and his colleagues. Fortunately, he had hidden the most crucial portion of data when he provided the engine materials. Without that segment, any modifications to the engine would remain mere rhetoric. Even if Wu Yue and his team could eventually decipher it, it would likely take them several years. This was another reason Zhou Yonglin and the others were eager to bring Gu Zhao back. Having dedicated decades to the field of mechanics, they had initially examined the materials Gu Zhao provided and were fully aware of their significance. However, they bore no ill will towards Gu Zhao. It was inconceivable for anyone else to so readily offer their research data for collective exploration as Gu Zhao did. A pertinent comparison could be drawn with the venerable Master Zhang. This elder, possessing a sophisticated machine tool technology, had compelled the nation to show considerable forbearance. This technology was primarily employed in national defense and military industries. Should it be successfully developed, it would significantly enhance the military capabilities of Hua Nation, thereby ensuring greater safety for its soldiers. Initially, this technology had been a collaborative endeavor between Hua Nation and its neighboring superpower since the beginning of last year. However, due to the deterioration of relations between the two countries, the experts from the neighboring superpower withdrew midway, resulting in the project coming to a sudden halt without any concrete progress. At that time, Master Zhang was part of the project team, and when others were at a loss, he unexpectedly produced a set of technical documents, claiming to possess complete data that could facilitate domestic research on the technology. Naturally, the materials he presented were merely foundational data. The most critical elements remained firmly in his grasp. Consequently, armed with this technology, the Zhang family had become increasingly audacious in their dealings over the past year, presuming that the state would not hold them accountable. Master Zhang was undoubtedly a shrewd individual. Despite assuring that he would develop the machine tool, the progress was excruciatingly slow, and anyone with discernment could perceive his deliberate procrastination. Yet, there was little recourse for the others, as the technology lay firmly in another's hands. Thus, they exhibited considerable tolerance towards Gu Zhao's actions, deeming them inconsequential. Chapter 260. The Genius Title on the Brink of Confirmation. Gu Zhao remained oblivious to their prior visit. After spending the better part of the day outside, he returned to the guest house, washed up, and lay on the bed, soon finding his breathing becoming labored. As dawn broke, the faint light gradually dispelled the darkness, gently casting its glow upon Gu Zhao's face through the yellowed window panes. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, and after a brief moment of clarity, he felt remarkably refreshed. His mind considerably clearer. Gu Zhao anticipated that someone might come to visit in the morning, hence he had no intention of venturing out. Armed with a towel and toothbrush, he made his way to the washroom at the end of the corridor. Upon returning to his room, he noticed two figures standing at his door from a distance, Wu Laozhao and Zhao Laozhao. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Wu Yue, observing the young man's pretentious demeanor, could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Over the past few days of interaction with Gu Zhao, he had not only discovered his extraordinary abilities but also realized that the young man harbored a rather cunning nature, far from the simple demeanor he often portrayed. He was certain that Gu Zhao had deliberately timed his exit from the research institute. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, Wu Yue was not easily deceived, and while Zhao Jianxi was distracted, he flashed Wu Yue a disarming smile. Noticing this, Wu Yue let out a barely audible scoff but chose to remain silent. Zhao Jianxi, oblivious to the silent exchange, eagerly exclaimed, "At long last, we've found you." The corridor was not an ideal setting for discussion, so Gu Zhao invited the two men inside his room. "My apologies, Zhao Laozhao, Wu Laozhao, I left without saying goodbye." Zhao Jianxi initially felt that Gu Zhao's abrupt departure was somewhat irresponsible, yet upon hearing Gu Zhao's acknowledgement, his irritation dissipated instantly. "This is not your fault. It was simply that Zhang Changxue acted too domineeringly. Gu Zhao smiled in response, but remained silent, and the room fell into a brief stillness. Clearing his throat, Zhao Jianxi continued, Gu Zhao, we are here to request your return to the Research Institute. We are uncertain about your position. The implied meaning was clear to all present. Gu Zhao hesitated before responding, Zhao Lao Zhao, it is not that I do not wish to return. Rather, the psychological pressure exerted by Zhang Changxue is overwhelming. I have heard that his family wields considerable influence, and I fear I cannot work alongside you two any longer. Zhao Jianxi and Wu Yue exchanged glances, comprehending Gu Zhao's intent. He wished for Zhang Changxue to be removed from the Research Institute. Zhao Jianxi's expression grew troubled. Gu Zhao, while it is true that Zhang Changxue has acted improperly, as his supervisor, I can request that he take a leave for reflection, but beyond that, I fear I am powerless. As for Zhang Changshue's family, they are likely preoccupied with his condition at the hospital. Once the situation calms, the Zhang family will inevitably come seeking resolution, leading to further complications. Of course, this was not the principal concern. After all, it was this individual who had instigated the matter, and it could be left to him to resolve it. However, extricating Zhang Changxue entirely from the Research Institute would not be a straightforward task. Master Zhang would not easily acquiesce. The more Zhao Jinxi contemplated, the more agitated he became. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lay with the precision machine tool technology. Yet, they could not afford to abandon Gu Zhao either. Their research indicated that if the engine could be successfully developed, it would propel the nation's aviation sector forward. It was a dilemma, as both were indispensable. There had been suggestions to confront Gu Zhao forcefully, compelling him to relinquish the core of the engine design. After all, compared to the formidable foundation of the Zhang family, dealing with a relatively isolated Gu Zhao would be child's play. However, as soon as such a notion was voiced, it was met with vehement opposition from Zhou Yonglin and others. If they were to proceed in such a manner, how were they any different from brigands? Moreover, Gu Zhao's demonstrated abilities far outweighed the value of the current engine. Only a fool would discard a watermelon for a sesame seed. Zhao Jianxi's refusal was not unexpected for Gu Zhao. It was hardly feasible to discard someone who had been part of the institute for several years based on a couple of remarks. Yet, the subtle expressions on Zhao Jianxi and Wu You's faces sparked new thoughts in Gu Zhao. Their reluctance to part with Zhang Changxue seemed less about personal attachment and more about underlying apprehensions. What were they concerned about? The Zhang family? Unable to ascertain the answer, Gu Zhao directly inquired, is there something you are apprehensive about? From Li Wenhua's description of Zhang Changxue, Gu Zhao surmised that the Zhang family was no benign entity. Furthermore, given Zhang Changshue's arrogant demeanor, it was evident that the Zhang family had likely made numerous enemies. If the Research Institute could not take action against Zhang Changxue, Gu Zhao had no qualms about taking a circuitous route, for who in this world did not possess a few adversaries, especially ones as formidable as the Zhang family? Upon hearing Gu Zhao's question, Zhao Jianxi hesitated. Well, Wu Yue, who had been relatively quiet, could no longer tolerate Zhao Jianxi's indecisiveness. After all, information regarding the Zhang family could be easily unearthed. There was no need for such hesitance. Wu Yue straightforwardly shared details about the Zhang family and the prevailing attitudes toward them. After speaking, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao, unfazed by his scrutinizing stare, reiterated his earlier query, the precision machine tool technology applied in military industries? Indeed, Zhao Jianxi affirmed, presuming Gu Zhao had not heard correctly. However, Gu Zhao seemed lost in his own thoughts, and when he finally looked up, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Wu Yue. What if I can present a machine tool technology that surpasses that of the Zhang family? What? Zhao Jianxi thought he had misheard, rubbing his ears in disbelief. Gu Zhao, you mustn't jest. Wu Yue instinctively clenched the edge of the table, unable to contain his reaction. Seeing the doubt etched on the faces of the two individuals, Gu Zhao chose not to elaborate further. After all, seeing is believing, while hearing is often deceiving. A mere statement from him was insufficient to earn the trust of Wu Yue and the others. Elder Wu, Elder Zhao, if you place your faith in me, return home first and come back in 3 days. 3 days will suffice for me to transfer what I have learned in the void space into reality. With this, he was determined to solidify his reputation as a genius. Chapter 261. The Zhang family comes knocking. Zhao Jianxi walked out of the guest house, dazed, and noticed his companion's serene demeanor. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Elder Wu, do you think what Gu Zhao said is true? Can he really produce machine tool technology that surpasses that of old Master Zhang? His skepticism was palpable. Wu Yue glanced at him, replying, whether it's true will be revealed in 3 days. Hey, why are you so composed? Should I, like you, be in a state of anxiety? Their banter continued as they made their way back to the Research Institute, eventually arriving at the director's office. Just as they reached the door, Zhao Jianxi froze. Wu Yue, sensing something amiss, peered around him and noticed the elderly gentleman inside the office. He fell silent for a moment before nudging Zhao Jianxi aside and stepping in first, prompting Zhao to follow. Zhou Yonglin had spotted the two as they approached the door and was signaling them to be discreet and leave. However, Wu Yue boldly strode in. Noticing that Zhang Tianxiong had already seen them, he composed his expression and greeted, "Elder Wu, Elder Zhao, back so soon? Just in time, old Master Zhang is also here. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion." Wu Yue made himself comfortable, taking a seat without preamble, while Zhao Jianxi trailed closely behind him. Akin to a timid spouse, Wu Yue shot him a disapproving glance, but remained silent. Such arrogance from researcher Wu came a cold scoff from across the room. Zhang Tianxiong, aged and with pronounced cheekbones, spoke with a sharp tone that clearly indicated he was not welcoming. Yet, Wu Yue was unperturbed by his demeanor, retorting with a smirk. "Even my father has never accused me of being arrogant. Who do you think you are?" Zhang Tianxiong's expression soured at Wu Yue's insinuation. Bang! He slammed his palm on Zhou Yonglin's desk, causing the pins atop it to rattle. "Director Zhou, is this how your subordinates behave? Not only did they assault my son, but they show no remorse whatsoever. Are they taking advantage of the fact that the Zhang family is not to be trifled with?" Zhou Yonglin shot Wu Yue a warning glance, urging him to behave, and then turned to Zhang Tianxiong with a conciliatory smile. "Indeed, it is wrong to resort to violence. However," he continued, "Zhang Changxue has caused significant trouble at the Institute, and I have received numerous complaints from the researchers. Each time, I have spared him due to your reputation. Yet, this time, his behavior was particularly egregious, which is why Elder Wu could not hold back." The implication was clear. It was Zhang Changshue's misconduct that had provoked Wu Yue's reaction. Allowing such behavior to persist would only lead to greater unrest among the staff, potentially jeopardizing Zhang Changshue's position at the Institute. Zhang Tianxiong's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were about to devour someone. "Are you suggesting that this is still my son's fault?" However, the three individuals present were not naive youths, and they were unfazed by Zhang Tianxiong's posturing. Even Zhao Jianxi, who appeared somewhat timid, was merely keen to avoid any ensuing trouble, not genuinely fearful of Zhang Tianxiong himself. After all, at their current standing, a mere word from Zhang Tianxiong could not easily topple them. "Elder Zhang, please remain calm." Zhou Yonglin raised a hand, signaling him to temper his emotions. "However, if we are to speak candidly, you are not entirely incorrect." Before Zhang Tianxiong could react, Wu Yue fixed his gaze on Zhou Yonglin. "You advised me to remain silent. And this is how you comfort the victim's family?" Zhao Jianxi was left speechless, astonished by Zhou Yonglin's audacity. It was indeed impressive. Such remarks were fitting for the director, as others would hesitate to act against him given his position. Just like the visibly agitated Zhang Changxiong, who trembled with rage yet restrained himself from resorting to violence. Finally, he abruptly stood up, pointing at the other three individuals in the office. "Very well," he exclaimed before striding out in a huff. Once he had departed, Zhao Jianxi turned to Zhou Yonglin. "Old Zhou, your approach will surely provoke the Zhang family further." Zhou Yonglin snorted dismissively. "What is there to fear? This situation was initiated by Zhang Changxue. No matter how you slice it, he is at fault. If he wishes to escalate matters, he must first consider the reputation of the Zhang family. Besides, as long as Zhang Changxue remains at the Institute, that old man will not push the matter too far, unless Zhang Changxue has no desire to continue working here." He withheld one point. However, if things were to escalate, he could always pull out the Elder Wu to face off against the two old men, as this matter had indeed begun with Wu Yue. Zhao Jianxi gave a thumbs up. "Your foresight is commendable, very resolute." Zhou Yonglin ignored his jest. "What was the outcome of your meeting with Gu Zhao?" Hearing this, Wu Yue and Zhao Jianxi exchanged glances before recounting Gu Zhao's words verbatim. Initially, when Zhou Yonglin heard Gu Zhao's demand for Zhang Changxue to leave the Institute, his brows furrowed slightly. But when he heard Gu Zhao claim he could provide machine tool technology more advanced than that held by old Master Zhang, a sharp screech echoed as the wooden chair scraped against the floor. Zhou Yonglin sprang to his feet, his pupils instinctively dilating as he stared wide-eyed at Wu Yue and Zhao Jianxi, seeking confirmation. "Are you telling me the truth? Did Gu Zhao really say he could offer technology superior to that of Zhang Tianxiong?" Zhao Jianxi, witnessing Zhou Yonglin's reaction, felt that Wu Yue had remained too composed during their earlier conversation. "Of course it's true. I heard it with my own ears, right, Elder Wu?" Zhou Yonglin turned to Wu Yue, who nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Don't get too excited. It could just be youthful bravado," Zhao Jianxi interjected. Zhou Yonglin paced the room a few times, and after regaining his composure, he sat back down, ignoring Zhao Jianxi's comments. "Elder Wu, based on your understanding of Gu Zhao, what is the likelihood of the veracity of his claims?" Wu Yue cast him a sidelong glance and casually replied, 80%. "What? Before Zhou Yonglin could respond, Zhao Jianxi could no longer contain himself. 80%? Are you joking, Elder Wu? Wu Yue, disinterested in Zhao's dramatics, continued only when prompted by Zhou Yonglin's urging gaze. From my observations of Gu Zhao over these past days, he is a diligent and humble individual. If he were not confident, he would not have made such a statement. Elder Wu, you did not convey this to me earlier, Zhao Jianxi complained, taken aback. How can he have two faces? Moments ago, when he inquired, Gu Zhao merely told him to wait, yet now, when the director inquired, Wu You's explanation was crystal clear, even providing a probability assessment. Damn it. It appears that the position of the dean will also be contested next year. Chapter 262, The Agonizing 3 Days. The two individuals beside him were unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. Zhou Yonglin nodded in agreement upon hearing Wu You's remarks. From his understanding of that young man, it was evident that he was not one to boast or indulge in vanity. Moreover, with the precedent of the engine project in mind, a flicker of hope began to rise within Zhou Yonglin. As for whether the machine tool technology was more advanced than that held by the venerable Elder Zhang, he remained skeptical. The ensuing 3 days were a torment for Zhou Yonglin and the two others who were privy to the news. However, for Gu Zhao, who had remained confined to the guest house without venturing outside, the time was exceedingly pleasant. During the day, he diligently transcribed the technical materials swirling in his mind. When fatigued, he would take leisurely strolls outside, and when hunger struck, he would dine at the state-run restaurant, retiring to bed punctually each night. Compared to his previous days at the Research Institute, this was a significant improvement in comfort. Yet, even the most comfortable days must come to an end. On the morning of the 4th day, Gu Zhao awoke to find not 2, but 3 familiar faces awaiting him at the door. Zhou Yonglin had joined them. Noticing the 3 standing at his threshold, Gu Zhao promptly stepped aside to invite them in. Elder Zhou, why didn't you knock? Zhou Yonglin chuckled softly. We just arrived a short while ago. Gu Zhao did not take this at face value, but he did not dwell on it either. He understood their purpose for coming. Without delay, he handed over a thick stack of documents to the 3 men. Wu Yue and Zhao Jinxue lagged slightly behind. But Zhou Yonglin eagerly seized the materials and began perusing them, prompting the other 2 to quickly gather around. Observing their intense concentration, Gu Zhao refrained from interrupting, taking his towel and toothbrush to freshen up outside. When he returned to the room, the 3 had barely flipped through a third of the documents. Sensing their deep focus, Gu Zhao deduced that they would remain engrossed for some time. He stepped outside again, leaving the door ajar, and made his way to the state-run restaurant. Today's menu featured meat buns, eggs, and lamb soup. Gu Zhao ordered a portion for himself and one for Zhou Yonglin and the others, opting not to take the lamb soup due to its cumbersome nature. Upon returning to the guest house, Gu Zhao opened the door to be met with 3 pairs of ravenous eyes. Before he could utter a word, Zhou Yonglin pulled him forward, impatiently pointing at the documents. Gu Zhao, what is your intention behind using this material? The other 2 also fixed their eager gazes on him, clearly anticipating his response. Gu Zhao chuckled and shook his head. Elder Zhou, I understand your urgency, but no matter how pressing, we should first eat. With that, he offered the lunchboxes to the 3 men. Just then, a stomach growled, seemingly in agreement with Gu Zhao's statement. Despite their eagerness, the 3 men hesitated to take the lunchboxes from Gu Zhao. Zhao Jinxue, in his haste to eat, ended up choking. And as Gu Zhao prepared to fetch him some water, he abruptly thumped his chest twice and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Wu Yue finished his bun and, having seen Zhao Jinshue's plight, swallowed his mouthful with a bemused sigh. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Hearing this, Zhao Jinshue shot him a glare. Are you not anxious? Don't think I haven't noticed how much faster you're eating today. As the 2 exchanged banter, Zhou Yonglin swallowed his last bite of egg and immediately resumed his inquiry into the precision machine tool data with Gu Zhao. Naturally, most of the questions came from him, with Gu Zhao providing the answers. Wu Yue and Zhao Jinxue quickly shoved their food into their mouths, swallowing before leaning in closer. Though they usually appeared quite civilized, Gu Zhao soon realized that this was merely a facade. As the midday hour approached, Zhou Yonglin and the others finally ceased their questioning. Clutching the documents Gu Zhao had provided, Zhou Yonglin looked as if he had struck gold, promptly assuring Gu Zhao, rest assured, I will handle the matters you discussed with Elder Wu. It may take some time, but with this in hand, rest assured that not only Zhang Changxue, but the entire Zhang family will face dire consequences. Gu Zhao nodded. Then I shall await your good news, Elder Zhou. He had always understood a fundamental truth. When one presents a substantial enough benefit, the scales of fortune would naturally tip in their favor. If not, it was merely a matter of insufficient leverage. Indeed, this was precisely the situation at hand. As Gu Zhao conversed, Wu Yue grew anxious when he realized Gu Zhao had not mentioned returning to the Research Institute. Gu Zhao, you must come back with us to the Research Institute now. With Zhang Changxue hospitalized, you need not worry about him disturbing you. Hospitalized? Gu Zhao questioned, perplexed. Wu Yue suddenly recalled that they had neglected to inform Gu Zhao of this development during their previous visit. Before Wu Yue could elaborate, Zhao Jianxue interjected, recounting the incident where Wu Yue had acted out of passion. After finishing, he clicked his tongue, remarking that it had been a long time since he had seen old Wu in a brawl. Wu Yue, flustered by the exaggerated characterization, felt his ears redden, especially in front of the person involved. He cracked his knuckles ominously at Zhao Jianxue, threatening, if you miss it so much, I don't mind using you to stretch my limbs. Zhao Jianxue immediately recoiled, smiling sheepishly, no need for that. I'm not nostalgic. The image of Zhang Changxue sprawled on the ground was still vividly etched in his mind, and he certainly did not wish to revisit such a scenario. Wu Yue let out a cold snort in response. Gu Zhao was taken aback by Wu Yue's actions, but ultimately did not refuse the idea of returning to the research institute. As the group laughed and joked, Zhou Yonglin and the others refrained from probing further into the origins of the precision machine tool technology. They had already thoroughly investigated Gu Zhao's background. His ancestors were impoverished farmers, and his father was a valiant soldier who had returned home wounded from the battlefield. Moreover, they had discovered that Gu Zhao's father still maintained contact with his former commanding officer from the army. Even Gu Zhao himself was exceptionally capable, without attending university. He had secured a job at the county's textile factory thanks to skills he had learned as a teenager. He had subsequently assisted several surrounding counties, earning accolades not only from the factory's leadership, but also from the county magistrate. While balancing work, he achieved the highest provincial score in the college entrance examination, excelling in every regard. Such a capable individual, with an illustrious background, coupled with his willingness to present both engine and precision machine tool technology without hesitation, would leave Zhou Yonglin and the others feeling remiss if they were to harbor any doubts. Chapter 263, Returning to the Research Institute. Furthermore, Zhou Yonglin was well aware of the trajectory of Gu Zhao's life thus far. Upon learning that Gu Zhao could present precision machine tool technology, he had instructed someone to reinvestigate Gu Zhao's past achievements. The results of this investigation lay prominently on his office desk. He was confident that Gu Zhao had no external collusion. Thus, the only explanation for his ability to present these two technologies could only be attributed to his innate talent. At just 23, Gu Zhao was capable of producing innovations that surpassed the current domestic standards, making him a true genius. Merely contemplating this left Zhou Yonglin's breath slightly quickened. No, he absolutely had to ensure that Gu Zhao remained in the capital. It is exceedingly perilous for him to remain alone in other locations. Should any misfortune occur, it would undoubtedly be a loss for their sector of machinery and for their nation as a whole. In stark contrast to Zhou Yonglin's profound contemplations, Zhao Jianxue's thoughts are rather straightforward. Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. The fact that Gu Zhao can present these items is indeed a boon for the country and its citizens. There is no need to delve into excessive scrutiny. Wu Yue glanced at the expression of the person beside him and instantly grasped his thoughts. However, he too preferred not to investigate further. It was best for the director to handle such troublesome matters. He simply needed to fulfill his role as a diligent researcher. On the following day, Gu Zhao resumed his routine at the research institute. Rising early, he had breakfast at the state-run dining hall before walking to the institute. Upon entering, he was greeted by several acquaintances, to whom he responded with warm smiles. Upon arriving at his designated group, he had scarcely taken his seat when the other members gathered around him. Gu Zhao, you finally returned. We thought you wouldn't come back. Indeed, we nearly found ourselves overwhelmed in your absence. This sentiment was somewhat exaggerated. However, with Gu Zhao present, many data calculations and verifications could be entrusted to him, as his remarkable memory and sharp intellect made the process significantly more efficient than if they had attempted it themselves. They had not realized how much they relied on Gu Zhao until he was gone, and thus, upon his return, they were all exceedingly delighted. In response to their enthusiasm, Gu Zhao exchanged a few cheerful remarks. By the way, do you know how Zhang Changxue is faring now? At this moment, one group member glanced around conspiratorially and said, Oh, do hurry and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Someone impatiently nudged him. The man chuckled and ceased his theatrics, revealing, I heard that after old Wu landed a punch, Zhang Changxue directly broke a bone and will need an extended recovery period. Really? The others exclaimed in astonishment. Where did you hear this? Is it credible? If true, it would certainly ease their burdens during this period. Of course it's credible. The son of my aunt's husband works at the hospital, and that's where the news originated. Upon learning the source was reliable, the others erupted in cheers, exclaiming, That is splendid. Now we won't have to tread so carefully. I say, someone like Zhang Changxue, who possesses such limited capability and constantly looks down on others instead of focusing on his work, should be expelled from our research institute. I wish that were possible. But it's not as simple as you suggest. He has the Zhang family backing him. Sighing in unison. The others seemed to suppress their earlier joy at the news of Zhang Changshue's absence from the institute for a while. Gu Zhao, listening quietly, refrained from speaking about the potential downfall of the Zhang family. Knowing that such matters were not resolved overnight, and that Zhou Yonglin and his associates would need to orchestrate their plans. At the very least, the materials Gu Zhao provided would need thorough research before any actions could be taken. After the others dispersed, Li Wenhua approached Gu Zhao hesitantly. Gu Zhao, I'm sorry. I should have intervened with Zhang Changxue. Seeing Gu Zhao's return, he breathed a sigh of relief, acutely aware of how much old Wu valued Gu Zhao. When Zhang Changxue was struck, he feared he might also face repercussions. Fortunately, it seemed old Wu had no intention of holding him accountable. Securing a position at the research institute had been a hard-won opportunity. He could not afford to lose it. Gu Zhao was puzzled by Li Wenhua's apology, as the incident was not his concern, and Li Wenhua had even kindly warned him at the time. Nevertheless, observing Li Wenhua's anxious demeanor, he offered some reassuring words. This matter does not pertain to you. There is no need to dwell on it. After carefully gauging Gu Zhao's expression and confirming he was genuinely unperturbed, Li Wenhua cautiously returned to his workstation. In the ensuing days, Gu Zhao's group resumed their previous pace, with Wu Yue delegating more significant tasks to Gu Zhao. The others were initially astonished by this development. They acknowledged Gu Zhao's capabilities, yet it seemed rather audacious for someone so new to be entrusted with such critical responsibilities. What if something were to go awry? However, upon observing Wu Yue's demeanor, they voiced their thoughts, as none wished to find themselves in Zhang Changshue's predicament. Meanwhile, Zhou Yonglin submitted the machine tool data provided by Gu Zhao. This submission garnered immediate and heightened attention. Shortly thereafter, personnel from several other research institutes were dispatched to sit with Zhou Yonglin and others to discuss the reliability of the data. The primary objective was to expedite the presentation of results. In a meeting room measuring 50 to 60 square meters, the table was filled with individuals, approximately a dozen in total, each representing different research institutes. The machine tool technical data was circulated among them before finally returning to Zhou Yonglin's hands. A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone remained lost in thought over the recently reviewed information. Sun Tianqing, the director of the Second Machinery Research Institute of the capital, broke the silence. Old Zhou, where did this data originate? Zhou Yonglin, seated at the head of the table, shook his head, stating that the source of the information was confidential. The purpose of gathering everyone present was to arrange for the research on this precision machine tool. Both machine tools and engines were of paramount importance. Their institute had recently concentrated its efforts primarily on engine research, and while they could allocate some focus to machine tools, it would inevitably result in delays. Gu Zhao, having not concealed any information, had spent 3 days crafting an exceptionally detailed report. Given the current technological capabilities, the machine tool technology he described surpassed existing domestic and international standards. By following the process he outlined, the final outcome was guaranteed. Thus, Zhou Yonglin's objective was to identify a suitable research institute, allowing 2 institutes to collaborate on the development of the machine tool. Upon hearing Zhou Yonglin's declaration, those still astonished by the intricate content of the data eagerly began to volunteer. Old Zhou, you are well aware of our institute's capabilities. Entrust this task to us, and I assure you of a satisfactory result. Enough already. Who doesn't know who? Your institute is commendable, but ours is no less. Director Zhou, we are old partners. Our previous collaboration was quite successful, and I believe this one will be as well. Sun Tianqing, witnessing the shamelessness of his peers, let out a cold snort, refusing to grant them any favor. However, when he turned to Zhou Yonglin, the smile on his face was more obsequious than that of a dog returning home to its master. Old Zhou, our friendship spans several decades. Surely you trust me? Everything they mentioned, our institute possesses. If our 2 institutes collaborate on this endeavor, it would undoubtedly be a formidable alliance. His words, however, did not sit well with some. Hey, old son, why must you tread on us to elevate yourself? Indeed, when it comes to camaraderie, none among us are inferior to old Zhou. The clamor of voices was akin to a cacophony of ducks quacking. Zhou Yonglin had anticipated such a scenario, maintaining a calm demeanor. Once the noise subsided, he finally spoke. Enough. This matter is of utmost importance to the higher-ups, and they expect us to achieve results promptly. Sentiments of camaraderie are irrelevant in this instance. Now, could you please inform me how many individuals from your respective institutions can participate in this research? Among them, how many are senior researchers? And how many have expertise in machine tool technology? Please provide this information candidly and without embellishment. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their desire to debate extinguished. and they began to straightforwardly relay the particulars of their respective research institutes. Zhou Yonglin listened intently, analyzing the situation in his mind, and ultimately deciding on the second mechanical research institute. Before anyone could voice dissent, he preemptively silenced them. Please, refrain from rushing to oppose. Not only does Old Sun's Institute have the greatest number of senior researchers participating in this study, but it also boasts the highest proportion of personnel with expertise in machine tool technology. This time, we shall not consider anything else. What we are competing for is time. The swifter we can develop the machine tools, the better the outcome will be. With these words, those who had previously intended to speak fell silent. Sun Tianqing, meanwhile, wore a grin that threatened to split his face. Zhou Yonglin dismissed his gleeful expression, allowing the others to leave first. Once the conference room was left with just Zhou Yonglin and Sun Tianqing, the latter, beaming with joy, began to assure him before Zhou could speak. Old Zhou, rest assured. With me around, there will be no disruptions. Zhou Yonglin found this statement credible, while Sun Tianqing could sometimes be unreliable. He was exceptionally rigorous when it came to serious matters. The two then discussed specific details regarding the machine tool research before returning to their respective institutes to convene personnel and initiate preparations for the research phase. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Zhang Changxue, confined to bed and unable to move, was in a fit of rage. Ouch, it hurts. Can't you change the dressing? If you can't, just get out of here. Zhang Changxue glared fiercely, resembling a beast ready to pounce, causing the newly arrived intern nurse to redden with fright. You dare to cry? You. Just then, a voice interrupted his tirade at the door of the ward. Zhang Tianxiong gestured to the nurse by the bedside, who, without hesitation, covered her face and fled. Upon reaching the nurse's station, the other nurses quickly discerned her distress and gathered around to offer their concern. Did that Zhang fellow bully you again? Xiao Lian, mind your words. This is a hospital, the head nurse warned. Xiao Lian pouted in dissatisfaction. It's true. I've never encountered such a troublesome patient. This is a hospital. We are nurses, not his servants. If this young master wants to throw a tantrum, he can do so at home. I promise not to say a word. Why must he make our lives difficult? The other nurses remained silent, clearly sharing her sentiments. They felt sympathy for the new nurse, who had only just begun her duties and was already assigned a patient with such a volatile temperament. They hoped this would not leave her with lasting psychological trauma. The head nurse interjected, even if the patient is in the wrong, we should not speak ill of them behind their backs. Now, disperse and attend to your duties. Xiao Lian wished to retort, but, upon seeing the head nurse's stern expression, offered an apologetic smile to the intern and departed. Once the others had left, the head nurse sighed, looking at the tear-streaked face of the intern. From now on, I will personally handle that patient in bed. You need not concern yourself with him. The intern abruptly looked up, about to protest. But the head nurse raised her hand to interrupt. No need for further discussion. It is settled. With that, she turned and left. In the ward, due to the Zhang family's connections, Zhang Changxue was the sole patient in his room. After the nurse had departed, Zhang Tianxiong turned to his son, who was still immature despite being in his 40s, and sighed in exasperation. How many times have I told you to be more discreet outside? Zhang Changxue, reclining on the bed with his legs crossed, appeared unfazed. What does it matter? As long as you don't relinquish your hold on what you have. They can't do anything to us. In fact, they have to cater to us. Deep down, Zhang Tianxiong harbored similar thoughts. Otherwise, he would not so lightly overlook the troubles his children caused outside. However, being older, he had learned to maintain a more composed facade. Noticing his father's silence, Zhang Changxue smugly hummed, and then suddenly remembered something. Dad, Wu Yue beat me up like this. You must stand up for me. And don't forget that scoundrel, Gu Zhao, who also deserves retribution. Upon mentioning this, Zhang Tianxiong recalled the ridicule he endured in Zhou Yonglin's office, his expression darkening. Sensing his father's sudden change in demeanor, Zhang Changxue felt an ominous premonition. Dad, what's wrong? Don't tell me they didn't even give you face. Caught off guard by his son's observation, Zhang Tianxiong shot him a glare. Why are you in such a hurry? I will settle this matter with them in due time. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, narrowing his eyes. You mentioned a person named Gu Zhao? Zhang Changshue's anger flared at the mention of Gu Zhao, and he instinctively attempted to sit up, only to be seized by a violent pain in his chest, compelling him to lie back down in frustration. That Gu Zhao is the one who provoked me first. Wu Yue only attacked me because of him. He is the true instigator of this incident. Chapter 264, being followed. Is that so? Initially, when Zhang Tianxiong heard that his son had been beaten into the hospital by Wu Yue, he directly sought out someone at the research institute to settle the score. He never anticipated that this person named Gu Zhao was also involved. Do you know where this Gu Zhao comes from? Does he have any background? Zhang Changxue scoffed. What background could he possibly have? He is just a poor kid from the countryside. Then why would Wu Yue beat you up for him? I've heard that kid is the champion of the mechanical competition and has now been assigned to Wu Youwei's group. If I force him out of the research institute, it would be a slap in Wu Youwei's face, and that's likely why he lost his temper. Recalling the ferocity with which Wu Youwei had struck him, Zhang Changxue involuntarily shivered. By the way, Dad, this Gu Zhao is the one who embarrassed Xingwu the other day. It turned out that Gu Zhao had only been in the capital for less than a month and had already offended 2 members of their family. Zhang Tianxiong did not fully believe his son's reasoning for the beating administered by Wu Youwei and realized he needed to discreetly investigate further. However, he genuinely felt anger towards this Gu Zhao, a mere country bumpkin, yet so ungrateful. He should not be surprised if he were to face consequences due to his arrogance. Little did Gu Zhao know that trouble was brewing for him. He had returned to a routine of leaving early and returning late. With winter's arrival, darkness fell ever earlier. By the time Gu Zhao emerged from the research institute, it was only 6 o'clock, yet the sky was nearly pitch black. Armed with a flashlight, he made his way toward the guest house. The chill of the evening air induced a shiver as few pedestrians were on the road. The leaves on the trees by the roadside swirled in the wind, and as they touched the ground, they were instantly marked by a shoe print. Gu Zhao entered an alley. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay the guest house. The once bustling alley was now eerily quiet, save for the sound of his footsteps. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him. A pair of footsteps seemed to merge with his own, creating an eerie echo that momentarily made him believe he was not alone. Gu Zhao's eyelashes fluttered briefly before he abruptly turned, directing the beam of his flashlight ahead. Damn it, he had been discovered. The newcomer squinted against the glare emitted by Gu Zhao's light, instinctively raising a hand to shield his eyes, unwilling to grant the lurking follower any opportunity to react. Gu Zhao surged forward, swiftly delivering a kick. Thud! The stalker was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his chest and calling out to his accomplice behind Gu Zhao, urging him to hurry up. Yet, before the companion could reach the scene, 2 more figures emerged from the shadows. One pinned the accomplice against the wall, while the other subdued the one attempting to escape. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Gu Zhao regained his composure, the 2 who had been following him were already restrained. After securely handcuffing the assailants and handing them over to his comrades, Wang Yao approached Gu Zhao and offered a salute. Comrade Gu Zhao, greetings. I am Wang Yao, and this is my partner Li Dali. We have been dispatched by our superiors to ensure your protection. Gu Zhao regarded the tall, resolute man before him. Recalling how Elder Zhao had joked a few days prior about sending someone to guard him, he had dismissed it as mere jest, yet it turned out to be true. What a surprise! This was a first in both his lives. He had indeed come a long way. Accepting the notion of having a personal bodyguard came swiftly to Gu Zhao. Thank you, Wang Yao. Were it not for you, I fear I might have encountered some misfortune tonight. Wang Yao shook his head. It is our duty. This is what we are meant to do. Furthermore, judging by Gu Zhao's swift kick, he doubted that even without their intervention, Gu Zhao would have come to harm. If Gu Zhao were aware of Wang Yao's thoughts, he might have felt that he was overestimating his own abilities, as his earlier action had merely been a stroke of surprise. Glancing at the 2 assailants, he noted their bulky frames exuding an air of brutishness. Should they have teamed up, he could only imagine the consequences. Of course, being beaten was already the best-case scenario. As time pressed on, Li Dali was instructed to escort the 2 captives back for interrogation, while Wang Yao accompanied Gu Zhao to the entrance of the guest house. Standing at the threshold, Gu Zhao hesitated before entering. Wang Yao, how long will your protection continue? The presence of someone shadowing him was rather inconvenient, especially considering he harbored secrets. You may simply call me Wang Yao, Comrade Gu. We have received orders to protect you indefinitely, and no further instructions have been issued as of yet. Initially surprised by the command to safeguard an ordinary individual, Wang Yao, by nature as a soldier, felt bound to execute his superior's orders without question. Gu Zhao nodded. Then tonight, Comrade Gu, there is no need for concern. We have arranged everything. We will remain in the shadows to protect you, only appearing when absolutely necessary. You may consider us invisible. Reassured, Gu Zhao ceased to worry. They were undoubtedly more adept in this matter than he. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Yao, Gu Zhao returned to his room, retrieving a meal he had packed from his space to eat. Once satiated, he strolled around the room for a while, waiting for his stomach to settle before washing up and retiring to bed. As Gu Zhao drifted into slumber, Li Dali returned to the base with the 2 apprehended individuals. Initially, the 2 had remained defiant, but after enduring a round of intense interrogation, they divulged the identity of their orchestrator. It was revealed that they were henchmen of Zhang Tianxiong, who had sent them to deliver a minor lesson to Gu Zhao. A lesson? Li Dali narrowed his eyes, slamming a small knife he had retrieved from the assailants onto the table. Can a mere lesson warrant carrying a blade? Speak. What exactly were you instructed to do to Gu Zhao? Startled by Li Dali's fierce outburst, The two men had not anticipated that the hunters would themselves become the hunted. What they had assumed to be a simple task had turned against them. As they hesitated over whether to confess, Li Dali, losing patience, gestured, and immediately, others dragged the two into an adjacent room. The next moment, cries of anguish echoed from within. When the two re-emerged, they were being dragged out. There was no need for further inquiry. They voluntarily laid bare the entire scheme. They had indeed been sent by Zhang Tianxiong. But their mission was not merely a simple reprimand. They were ordered to incapacitate Gu Zhao by severing his tendons. Li Dali's brow furrowed deeply. What enmity could justify such brutal measures? From his observations over the past few days, Gu Zhao was undoubtedly a talented individual in the field of mechanics. If these two succeeded, the repercussions for Gu Zhao would be significant. Upon learning the details, Li Dali promptly reported back to his superiors, including informing Zhou Yonglin. Chapter 265, The Military Machine Tool Development. The following day, shortly after Gu Zhao arrived at the Research Institute, he was summoned to the director's office. Director Zhou, you called for me. Gu Zhao knocked lightly on the door and, seeing only Zhou Yonglin inside, stepped in. Zhou gestured for him to sit before speaking. I heard you were followed last night. Yes, Gu Zhao replied, quickly deducing that Li Dali and Wang Yao must have informed Zhou Yonglin. Zhou continued. According to the interrogation results, those two were sent by Zhang Tianxiong. The higher-ups already have a plan for handling this, but it may take some time to see results. Therefore, you must remain vigilant in the meantime. The research on the machine tools had begun to yield results, and it seemed the higher-ups were determined to thoroughly investigate the Zhang family. Given the Zhang family's brazen behavior and the suspicious machine tool technology in Zhang Tianxiong's possession, it was likely that the Zhang family was in serious jeopardy. Gu Zhao nodded. Rest assured, Director Zhou, I will be cautious. Afterward, he recalled something. By the way, were Wang Yao and Li Dali assigned to protect me at your behest? Zhou Yonglin nodded. I was not at ease with you alone out there. Moreover, even without my intervention, the higher-ups would have taken action upon your presentation of the engine and machine tool technologies. Grateful, Gu Zhao expressed his thanks to Zhou Yonglin. The two then discussed the progress of the engine and the challenges encountered during the machine tool research. Their conversation continued until noon. The first Mechanical Research Institute spans an area of 100,000 square meters, with a built-up area of 60,000 square meters and a workforce of 250 employees. This includes the research rooms where Gu Zhao and others work, the director's office, administrative offices, equipment departments, prototype workshops, and comprehensive planning rooms, among others. Unlike typical factories, the cafeteria within the institute serves more refined meals. Although meat is not available every day, there are occasional chances to enjoy it. Furthermore, the staff members in the cafeteria have decades of experience, and their backgrounds are thoroughly vetted from the moment they are hired. Each day's meals undergo scrutiny by designated personnel to ensure quality before being served. This meticulous and professional process led Gu Zhao to feel as though he was living a good life, where even the food required testing for safety before consumption. Meanwhile, as they dined, Zhang Tianxiong was growing increasingly restless due to the prolonged silence from his dispatched men. He immediately ordered an investigation into the situation. The ensuing report indicated that the men had been apprehended and were being held at the police station. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxiong could no longer contain himself and hurled the teacup in his hand across the room. Incompetent fools. His face flushed crimson. The recent series of unfortunate events made him feel as though fate itself were conspiring against him. A person without identity or background from the countryside cannot manage this. What purpose do they serve? Zhang Tianxiong glared fiercely at the individual below, questioning whether they had merely spouted nonsense after being captured. The person, wiping the sweat from their brow, stammered and struggled to articulate a coherent response. Sensing Zhang Tianxiong's rising ire, they finally replied, "The police station has prohibited visitation. Our people have been unable to glean any information." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxiong instinctively felt the surface of the table, only to find it devoid of anything. Observing the person still standing obediently in place infuriated him further. "What are you standing there for? Waiting for me to invite you to leave? Hurry and gather more intelligence." "Yes, sir." After a brief pause, the subordinate divulged another piece of information. "I've heard that recently. Sun Tiancheng and his research team have been studying something related to machine tools." At this revelation, Zhang Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed it. He had encountered Sun Tiancheng before, who appeared rather unkempt. If he could have made any significant discoveries, he would have done so long ago. Nevertheless, as this matter pertained to the very foundation of his household, Zhang Tianxiong instructed his subordinates to investigate thoroughly and report any developments promptly. The subordinate nodded vigorously in agreement. Just as the subordinate was about to step out of the room, Zhang Tianxiong called them back. "Remember, it is imperative that those two remain silent." "Understood." The following days passed in tranquility. In the blink of an eye, December had arrived. Due to the increased dedication of resources and manpower to the research of machine tools, coupled with the detailed information provided by Gu Zhao, the machine tools were developed even earlier than the engines. On the day of the testing, at the invitation of Zhou Yonglin, Gu Zhao accompanied him to the experimental workshop of the Second Mechanical Research Institute. The room was filled with individuals who had participated in this research endeavor. The results were now laid bare before them. Success or failure hinged upon this very moment. Without uttering any rallying words, under Sun Tiancheng's swift and decisive command, the machine tool commenced operation. The primary function of military machine tools is to produce components for military equipment, such as precision gears and navigation parts. They are capable of fabricating highly precise and exceedingly complex components, the accuracy and performance of which directly influence the overall efficacy of military weaponry. It was precisely due to the absence of such high-precision machinery that their nation had long been constrained in military endeavors. Now, amidst the roar of machinery, those components they had previously only gazed upon enviously from foreign lands were being produced right before their eyes. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, some even finding their eyes misty with emotion. They had succeeded. No one cheered. All remained silent, their eyes fixed on the operational machine tool, fearful that even a whisper might disrupt its function. Gu Zhao, inadvertently observing the cautious demeanor of those around him, silently sighed within. Their nation remained far too weak. Ultimately, it was Sun Tiancheng who shattered the silence, gazing at the machine as though it were a precious treasure, his movements particularly gentle as he approached it. Once he had sufficiently marveled at it, he immediately summoned personnel to secure the workshop, barring any unauthorized entry. The others were sent back to the research room. For one machine tool was far from sufficient. When Sun Tiancheng had calmed his excitement, he found himself in the office, accompanied by Gu Zhao and Zhou Yonglin. Zhou Yonglin was particularly elated, his smile unwavering, and his gaze towards Gu Zhao akin to that of one beholding a rare gem. Reflecting on the incident from 2 months prior when Gu Zhao had been followed, he felt fortunate to have made prior arrangements. Their nation could not afford to lose such an exceptional and promising talent. Faced with Zhou Yonglin's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Zhao remained unfazed. After arriving in the capital, he had encountered such looks countless times. Sun Tiancheng, noticing Gu Zhao seated beside Zhou Yonglin, inquired curiously, "And who might this be?" "Gu Zhao, currently working at the Research Institute. He is here merely to broaden his horizons and gain experience," Zhou Yonglin casually introduced. He had no intention of making Gu Zhao's presence and his accomplishments widely known. The fewer who were aware, the safer Gu Zhao would be. Gu Zhao smiled and greeted Sun Tiancheng. Sun Tiancheng appraised the young man before him, not believing a word of Zhou Yonglin's introduction. Having known him for many years, he had a fair understanding of Zhou Yonglin. However, since no further elaboration was provided, he chose not to press the matter. After spending some time in Sun Tiancheng's office, Zhou Yonglin and Gu Zhao exited the Second Mechanical Research Institute, walking side by side. "So what do you think? Did the machine tool meet your expectations?" Zhou Yonglin asked. Gu Zhao shook his head with a smile. "It was about what I anticipated. After all, these individuals were the backbone of their era. And Gu Zhao had not grown arrogant enough to center everything around himself. On the contrary, he held great admiration for them. They were the ones who upheld an era and forged a brighter future for posterity." Receiving Gu Zhao's response, Zhou Yonglin burst into hearty laughter. The two boarded a bus. Parting ways midway, Zhou Yonglin was off to report the success of the machine tool's development to higher authorities, while Gu Zhao returned directly to the Research Institute. Wu Yue was aware of the testing scheduled for that day, but with the engine development also nearing completion, he had no time to attend. As soon as Gu Zhao returned, he pulled him into a corner to inquire about the situation. "How did it go? Did you succeed?" Gu Zhao cast a glance at his tightly clasped wrist. Wu Yue followed his gaze and abruptly released his grip, accompanied by a somewhat unapologetic smile. Gu Zhao chuckled at the sight, promptly relaying the news of the machine tool's successful trial. Wu Yue immediately clenched his fist in joy. With this good news, all members of Wu Yue's team noticed his elevated spirits, whispering amongst themselves in speculation. Yet, no matter how they guessed, it was unlikely they would arrive at the truth concerning the machine tool, just a day before the engine's successful completion and its awaited testing. Zhou Yonglin brought Gu Zhao a piece of extraordinary news. The Zhang family had fallen. Zhang Tianxiong had been arrested on charges of colluding with foreign forces. When he was abruptly yanked from his slumber, Zhang Tianxiong was initially bewildered, but upon seeing the armed men in military garb before him, he was swiftly jolted awake. The family was herded into the living room, and upon Zhang Tianxiong's arrival, his children and grandchildren, tears streaming down their faces, rushed to his side. "Father, what is happening?" Just as he had recuperated, Zhang Changxue was contemplating how to assert himself against those who had offended him at the research institute, only to find himself confronted with this alarming scene. Recognizing the firearms in the hands of the intruders, he was immediately paralyzed with fear, neglecting even to comfort his wife and children beside him. At the sight of his father being brought out, he forgot all else and urgently pressed for answers. The other members of the Zhang family clamored with questions. Yes, grandfather, what is going on? How could anyone dare? The young man's words trailed off. But the implication was clear. Given their family's stature and the resources at their grandfather's disposal, who would dare to challenge them? Unless Zhang Tianxiong did not need to voice it, the others had already grasped the implication. The audacity with which they have come to seize individuals from the Zhang family can only be attributed to higher authorities. Yet, this leaves the onlookers even more perplexed. Do those in power no longer desire what they have? How could they treat them in such a manner? Faced with this chaotic scene, filled with indecisive descendants, Zhang Tianxiong helplessly closed his eyes. He was well aware of their words, yet the current situation indicated a complete rupture in relations with the higher-ups, suggesting that whatever he possessed had become utterly worthless. Suddenly, Zhang Tianxiong opened his eyes wide. He recalled that 2 months prior, someone had reported to him that Sun Tianqing and his associates were investigating certain machine tool technologies. At the time, he had dispatched someone to look into it. But the findings had shown nothing of significance, merely Sun Tianqing's personal antics. However, the scene before him now revealed that he had been played for a fool. Panic set in for Zhang Tianxiong as he reflected on his past actions, muttering, "It cannot be, absolutely impossible." Observing his father's frantic demeanor, Zhang Changxue and others felt a pang of fear. Zhang Changxue could not help but inquire, "Father, what is impossible?" Zhang Tianxiong fixed a piercing gaze upon him, his eyes wide with terror, as if to say, "It is finished, all is lost." Before anyone could ask further, the soldiers assigned to escort them began to handcuff the relevant members of the Zhang family according to the charges listed. Consequently, apart from Zhang Changxue and some women and children, all the men who were privy to the situation were taken away. "Father, don't go, I'm frightened," cried Zhang Changxue. "Don't leave us, we're just orphans." The courtyard of the Zhang family erupted in cries, startling the neighbors into shutting their doors and windows. Well, the Zhang family deserves it. Who told them to bully others with their power? Indeed, they acted as if they were emperors, expecting everyone to yield to them. Now look, they've all been captured, and rightly so. Alas, it is a pity for those orphans and widows. What is there to pity? Have you forgotten their unpleasant faces from before? Zhang Changxue could only see his father, elder brother, and nephew being taken away, and with guns pointed at him. He lacked the courage to take a single step forward. It was also Zhang Tianxiong's disdain for his younger son's foolishness that contributed to this predicament, for he had kept too many secrets from him. Otherwise, Zhang Changxue might have also escaped this calamity. But who could say that those left behind would fare any better? After all, the Zhang family had made numerous enemies in the past, and now that they had fallen from grace, it was likely that all manner of predators would seek to tear a piece from them. Once the soldiers departed, the Zhang family was left as nothing but an empty shell. Given the severity of Zhang Tianxiong's crimes, a bullet seemed inevitable. Moreover, the wealth he had amassed through his official position would also be confiscated, leading to a bleak future for the Zhang family. After hearing Zhou Yonglin's words, Gu Zhao felt a lightness in his heart, relieved that he no longer had to worry about individuals plotting against him. The following day, the engine tests were of utmost importance at the research institute. Many had arrived early, their faces a mixture of anticipation, tension, and an undercurrent of uncertainty. Gu Zhao, blending into the crowd, felt the infectious excitement of those around him, a sense of anticipation bubbling within. After months of hard work, he was finally about to witness the fruits of their labor. Chapter 267, Returning to School. The engines designed for transportation and combat aircraft underwent tests that included, but were not limited to, water ingestion tests, impact tests, durability tests, and blade shedding tests. For several days, Gu Zhao had been running back and forth between indoor and outdoor setups. On the third day, when the final test results were announced, the atmosphere exploded with jubilant cheers. "We did it, Gu Zhao, we succeeded," Li Wenhua exclaimed, shaking Gu Zhao's shoulders with uncontainable excitement. This was Li Wenhua's first time participating in such a significant project at the institute, and the success filled him with immense pride. Marking a significant milestone in his research career, Gu Zhao gently restrained him, patting his shoulder in consolation. "Yes, we did it." At the capital train station, Zhou Yonglin gazed at Gu Zhao with a sense of reluctance. "Are you really going back?" Faced with the same question for the third time, Gu Zhao chuckled and shook his head. "I still have my studies to complete at school, and my family is waiting for me at home. I will return if the opportunity arises." Wu Yue, standing nearby, cast an impatient glance at the clingy Zhou Yonglin and remarked, "Don't mind him. He just wants to keep you here at the institute, working endlessly on research until you drop. At this, Zhou Yonglin immediately dropped his forlorn expression. Wu Yue, do you even remember who the director is? Wu Yue shrugged dismissively. You won't be the director for long anyway. Zhao Jianjing has privately told me he plans to overthrow you next year. Zhou Yonglin snorted in response, not taking the remark seriously. Becoming the director of the research institute was no easy feat, especially for someone like Zhao Jianjing, who merely spouted slogans. Meanwhile, Zhao Jianjing stood outside the institute's gate, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed into the distance. He had never anticipated that Gu Zhao would leave so abruptly, shattering his hopes of recruiting him to his team. Reflecting on the flattery he had offered over the past few months, he wondered if it had all been in vain. Unbeknownst to Wu Yue, had he been aware of Zhao Jianjing's intentions, he would have imparted the wisdom of knowing what to pursue and what to avoid. For now, he looked at the young man before him, recalling their interactions over the months. With Gu Zhao's presence in the team, it felt as though they had been granted divine assistance, stirring a twinge of reluctance within him. However, having just mocked Zhou Yonglin, he would not allow him to seize the opportunity to hold this against him. With a calm demeanor, he offered Gu Zhao a few parting words, particularly advising him to reach out if any unwelcome troubles arose. He would be there to assist. This promise carried weight, and although Gu Zhao felt he had little need for help, he accepted the gesture with a smile. Hearing Wu You's cunning remarks, Zhou Yonglin quickly chimed in with his own advice, emphasizing that if Gu Zhao developed anything remarkable in the future, he must prioritize collaborating with their first mechanical research institute to ensure he would not be at a disadvantage. As he spoke, Zhou Yonglin produced a pre-prepared envelope and handed it to Gu Zhao. This is what you deserve. Gu Zhao did not decline but accepted it, aware that during his time at the institute, he had been compensated as a senior researcher. The envelope likely contained a reward from the higher-ups regarding the engine and military machine tools. He could feel its substantial weight, indicating that the contents were significant. As they conversed, the sound of the train whistle echoed in the distance. Under the reluctant gazes of Zhou Yonglin and the others, Gu Zhao boarded the train, accompanied by Wang Yao and Li Dali. Once seated, Gu Zhao turned to his companions on either side and apologized. I'm truly sorry. He had initially thought that upon leaving the capital, Wang Yao and Li Dali would not need to follow him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Yao informed him that the higher-ups had instructed them to remain by Gu Zhao's side for his protection. Thus, he had left alone and returned with two companions. Wang Yao understood his sentiment and shook his head, assuring him, this is our duty, and both of us are more than willing. There is no need for Comrade Gu to feel guilty. Li Dali interjected, indeed, and both of us hail from Jie province. So being alongside Comrade Gu brings us even closer to home. It was also Wang Yao's superior who had disclosed to them the remarkable feats Gu Zhao had accomplished within a mere span of less than 3 months since his arrival in the capital. From engines to military machine tools, each achievement was extraordinary in its own right, let alone the fact that he had accomplished both. For someone of such tender years to present such innovations was a first even for Wang Yao and his companion. This unveiled the immense potential residing within Gu Zhao. Seizing an opportunity now, they were fortunate to follow in Gu Zhao's wake. Should they wait until he gained wider recognition, their positions would likely be supplanted. Thus, Wang Yao and his companion followed Gu Zhao willingly. Moreover, Li Dali spoke the truth. The decision to assign personnel to protect Gu Zhao was made with comprehensive consideration. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched 2 individuals from his home province for his protection. Observing the expressions on the faces of the two, Gu Zhao detected no hint of reluctance, prompting him to refrain from further comments. They spent a tranquil night aboard the train. With Wang Yao and his companion present, Gu Zhao enjoyed a restful slumber. The following midday, the train arrived in Xingyang City. As they disembarked, large snowflakes began to gently cascade onto their shoulders and heads. It had not snowed during the journey. And Li Dali remarked, thank goodness we returned a couple of days early. Otherwise, the train service might have been suspended. Indeed, Wang Yao concurred. The two stood on either side of Gu Zhao, adopting a protective stance as they navigated through the crowd towards the station's exit. Upon Gu Zhao's return to campus, the two watched him enter the dormitory before retreating into the shadows. It was now mid-January, and in 2 days, final exams would commence. Classes had already ceased, allowing students to review during these days. After several instances of finding the study room deserted, Tong Lu and others decided to abandon it and simply review in the dormitory. The sound of Gu Zhao pushing open the door drew the attention of the dormitory's occupants, who all looked up. Upon recognizing his return, Tong Lu instantly sprang to his feet, striding forward to relieve Gu Zhao of his luggage. Gu Zhao, you finally returned. Others quickly joined in. Indeed, if you hadn't come back, we would have to wait until next year to see you again. Just look at you. You've secured the championship in the mechanical competition without batting an eye. It leaves us, your dorm mates, In quite a predicament. Your timing is rather delicate. Though just 2 days before exams. Would it have been so difficult to return a couple of days later? Oh, come on. You think Gu Zhao is like you? The group tactfully refrained from inquiring about Gu Zhao's activities during his absence, since the school had not intervened. It was evident that the principal and teachers had granted their approval. There was no need to delve further. Chapter 268. A display of grandeur. After a prolonged separation, Gu Zhao observed his group of dorm mates, noticing they had grown noticeably more refined. He answered their questions one by one, then presented the roasted duck he had brought back from the capital, prompting a chorus of excited exclamations. Will the neighbors let us study in peace? One dormitory from next door knocked on the wall, cursing, and only then did the noise within subside. Tong Lu and the others, unfazed by the reprimand, were solely focused on the 2 roasted ducks before them. Gu Zhao, you are too kind. You even thought of us while you were away, Tong Lu exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Indeed, bringing this from so far must have been quite the effort. This roasted duck has traveled by train. It's seen the world. What do you mean by seen the world? Are you planning to send it to university? The duck was cold, but the warmth in their hearts was palpable. Had the cafeteria been open, they would have rushed to heat the duck immediately. At that point, Lin Zhu turned to Gu Zhao and asked, have you eaten yet? Gu Zhao was taken aback by Lin Zhu's newfound concern for him, considering how shy he had been when Gu Zhao left. Indeed, university had transformed him. In just 1 semester, Lin Zhu appeared significantly more cheerful. Though still reserved by nature, he was more willing to engage with others, marking a step forward. Gu Zhao nodded. I've eaten. After disembarking the train with Wang Yao, they had found a nearby state-run restaurant for a meal before returning to campus. Seated at the table, Li Guangzong was engrossed in his studies, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around him. In truth, he hadn't turned a single page of his book since Gu Zhao had entered the dormitory. Upon hearing that Gu Zhao had brought back roasted duck, his throat involuntarily constricted. He had yet to experience the capital's famed roasted duck, rumored to be quite delectable, and he was curious about its taste. Though his desire was strong, Li Guangzong maintained an impassive facade, fully aware that the duck would not be for him. He chose not to humiliate himself further by approaching. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, but even more restless was Ma Tianfu. Ever since learning of Gu Zhao's victory, he had envisioned the warm reception Gu Zhao would receive upon his return. Watching Tong Lu and the others, who had previously disregarded him, now flock around Gu Zhao, he inwardly cursed their lack of discernment. What did they see in Gu Zhao? His father was a leader in the supply and marketing cooperative, and his mother was a teacher, far superior to this country bumpkin. Alas, these people were blind to his merits. In this dormitory, no one cared about their thoughts. After indulging in the enthusiasm of his dorm mates, Gu Zhao began unpacking his belongings. He had gifts for his family, for Yin Zhengsheng and his wife, as well as for Master Hu, all of which he had prepared upon learning that Wang Yao and his companion would accompany him back. Considering how long it had been since their last meeting, it was only fitting he pay a visit to his master and mistress. Once everything was arranged, and carrying the gifts for the two, Gu Zhao bid farewell to Tong Lu and the others before exiting the school. Upon arriving at the Yin household, he found Wang Xiuzhen preparing dinner, while Yin Zhengsheng was still at the factory. Hearing a knock at the door, Wang Xiuzhen opened it to find Gu Zhao, his head adorned with snowflakes. Overjoyed, she clapped her thighs, exclaiming, "You've finally returned. Why didn't you let us know in advance? So we could have come to fetch you?" As she spoke, she ushered Gu Zhao inside, using a towel to wipe the melting snow from his head and then handing him a cup of hot water. "Here, drink some hot water to warm up." Gu Zhao took a couple of sips, feeling a wave of warmth cascade down his throat, gradually enveloping his entire body. "Thank you, mistress." "Oh, you silly boy. After being away for a while, why the formality?" Wang Xiuzhen chided with a smirk. Gu Zhao chuckled, quickly conceding, "It's my fault." He pretended to slap himself on the face, which elicited a satisfied laugh from her. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead. "Oh dear. I must check the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there's any meat left. We must celebrate your return." With that, she made her way to the door, admonishing Gu Zhao to stay indoors and not wander about in the cold. Gu Zhao couldn't let her go through such trouble, especially since a thick layer of snow had covered the ground in just a few hours. Venturing out now could lead to a fall, which would be quite a misfortune for someone of Wang Xiuzhen's age. He quickly grabbed her. "Auntie, there's no need for such trouble. I brought back roast duck from the capital. We can heat it up shortly, and you can all savor the flavors from over there." With that, he took the roast duck out of his bag. The already cooled roast duck had developed a layer of white oil on its skin, and though it felt cold to the touch, as soon as Gu Zhao presented it, Wang Xiuzhen was met with a delightful aroma of meat. The scent was indeed quite enticing. Her attention shifted to the roast duck, and she no longer insisted on going out. Observing this, Gu Zhao added, "Indeed, the best time to enjoy roast duck is right when it comes out of the oven. It's simply intoxicating." Unfortunately, after the journey, it's lost its initial crispness. Wang Xiuzhen chuckled as she patted his hand. You still think of me and your master while you're out. We are just delighted to have you back. The sentiment was what mattered most. Everything else was trivial. They exchanged a few more warm words before Wang Xiuzhen returned to the kitchen. Go on. Why are you following me in here? Go rest in your room. You must be tired from your time away. Gu Zhao, undeterred, thick-skinnedly followed her into the kitchen to lend a hand. Thus, when Yin Zhengcheng arrived home, he heard the voices of two people conversing in the kitchen. Before he could step in to see, Gu Zhao emerged carrying the reheated roast duck. Yin Zhengcheng's face lit up with surprise. And once Gu Zhao set the roast duck on the table, he patted Gu Zhao's shoulder. You rascal. You come back without a word. I could have gone to the train station to pick you up. Truly, they were a couple, their words strikingly similar. Gu Zhao replied, I'm grown now. I hardly need you to pick me up. Wang Xiuzhen emerged from the kitchen with other dishes, and, upon hearing this, scoffed lightly. What are you being polite for? He was eager to do it. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more to this exchange. Only when they sat down to eat did Wang Xiuzhen explain that upon learning Gu Zhao had won the mechanical competition and made it to the newspaper, Yin Zhengcheng had quietly indulged in a few drinks that very night. The next morning, he had left without a word, and by the time Wang Xiuzhen found out, the news of Gu Zhao being his disciple and winning the championship had spread like wildfire among the neighbors. It was said that even the stray dog guarding the entrance of the machinery factory had been regaled with the tale by Yin Zhengcheng, who repeated it several times. In essence, all that was spoken of was his disciple's victory. Gu Zhao, taken aback for a moment, then teasingly glanced at Yin Zhengcheng, caught red-handed by his wife. Yin Zhengcheng's face flushed, but seeing Gu Zhao's expression, he decided to embrace it, puffing out his chest. What? Aren't you my disciple? Or did you not win the championship? What is wrong with me stating the truth to others? Gu Zhao, noticing that Yin Zhengcheng was on the verge of embarrassment, smiled and shook his head. Master, you're right. Having such an outstanding disciple as me deserves some proud announcement. So everyone knows how discerning you were to have chosen me. Yin Zhengcheng, flattered by this remark, cleared his throat and fell silent. Wang Xiuzhen watched as the old man was easily appeased by Gu Zhao's few words. If not for his age marking his face with wrinkles, she suspected he would have turned as red as a ripe tomato. Master and mistress, don't just eat the dishes. How about trying the roast duck I brought back? Gu Zhao noticed that neither of them had touched the duck yet, and quickly served each of them a duck leg before helping himself to a piece. The reheated roast duck lacked the crisp texture of when it was freshly made. However, thanks to its inherent flavor, the three of them enjoyed a particularly satisfying meal. Once everything was cleaned up, they sat in the living room where Gu Zhao recounted his experiences in the capital. Naturally, he only shared what was appropriate and withheld the rest. Yin Zhengcheng asked a few concerned questions, but did not pry further. Given his position, he was aware of matters beyond the ken of ordinary folk. He understood that Gu Zhao's extended stay in the capital meant something significant. But he recognized Gu Zhao as a person of discretion, so he refrained from digging deeper. Wang Xiuzhen, uninterested in their work-related discussions, took the wool sweater Gu Zhao had bought her and went to try it on in her room. Upon her emergence, Gu Zhao immediately clapped. It looks splendid. Yin Zhengcheng, momentarily robbed of his line, shot him a glance and added, I think it looks great too. The soft woolen sweater was both comfortable and warm. And as Wang Xiuzhen tugged at the hem, she couldn't help but chuckle at the eagerness of the master and disciple to praise her. Only you two can bring me joy. I'm not so young anymore. Gu Zhao raised a hand. Mistress, I speak nothing but the truth. Yin Zhengcheng, slightly slower to respond, muttered, I don't know. Gu Zhao, noticing Yin Zhengcheng still seated, quickly urged, Master, why don't you try on the shoes I bought for you? At this, Yin Zhengcheng pursed his lips, remaining silent. Wang Xiuzhen shot him an exasperated look and turned to Gu Zhao. Ah Zhao, don't worry about him. He has already sneaked off to try them on after dinner. Who snuck off? I went in broad daylight. Yin Zhengcheng stammered in a half-hearted defense. Wang Xiuzhen paid him no mind, continuing. He even wore the shoes and walked around the house excitedly several times before reluctantly changing back. Now he is putting on an act. This last comment was directed at Yin Zhengcheng, whose face turned crimson at her words. Comrade Wang Xiuzhen, you can speak your mind, but do so with evidence. Wang Xiuzhen, growing impatient, shot him a glance. If you keep pretending, I might as well hire a photographer to capture some moments for you. With that, she turned to her room to change out of the woolen sweater, carefully folding it and placing it in the wardrobe. Look at this. I have no standing in this house. Yin Zhengcheng lamented to Gu Zhao, pointing at Wang Xiuzhen's retreating back, seeking some words of fairness from him. Gu Zhao, with a smile in his eyes, replied, Master, the fact that you have no standing isn't new. You should be accustomed to it by now. Yin Zhengcheng looked at him in disbelief. Are you still my disciple? Gu Zhao shrugged. I am indeed your disciple, but a disciple cannot ignore the facts, can they? This left Yin Zhengsheng at a loss for words. As night fell, Gu Zhao lay in bed, preparing to close his eyes and drift into slumber when the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! In light of the host's contributions to advancing the era, the following rewards are granted. 1. A new category of goods has been added to the system marketplace. 2. Activation of technologies outside the mechanical field to enable the host's comprehensive development. Instantly, Gu Zhao's drowsiness vanished. Advancing the era? Was this referring to the engine and military machine tool technology he had introduced? The addition of a new category to the system marketplace was easy to comprehend. Previously, only 3 types of goods were updated at the beginning of each month, and now it had become 4. As for the activation of other field technologies, was this a challenge to increase his workload? Pondering this, Gu Zhao inquired. Ding. The host is correct. Your introduction of technology that should not have appeared at this time has propelled the development of Huagua, and thus the system rewards your actions. Regarding the activation of technologies in other fields, as the system's voice trailed off, it seemed to exude a hint of insecurity, only to quickly regain its bravado. As humans, it is said that you value comprehensive development, thus the host should also cast aside any slothful inclinations. The system is merely urging the host onward. It was as if it was on the verge of declaring its own correctness. Gu Zhao nearly succumbed to laughter. So, by your reasoning, I must learn. What if I choose not to? 438 faltered. If the host refuses to learn. It appeared that the system had no leverage over the host. Gu Zhao discerned the unspoken implication, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth in the darkness. Very well, you may withdraw. 438 scratched its non-existent head, bewildered, and vanished. The following day, after spending a night at the Yin family residence, Gu Zhao returned to her dormitory before heading to the classroom office. Upon her arrival, Hu Ziqiang was engaged in a discussion with other teachers regarding the questions for the upcoming final exam. When he heard a knock, he looked up to see Gu Zhao standing at the door, carrying something. His face brightened with delight as he waved her in. Without allowing Gu Zhao to speak, he promptly introduced her to the nearby teachers. Here she is, the champion of the mechanical competition, Gu Zhao. You were just talking about her, and now she has returned. Just like that, before Dong Mingji, the counselor, could process what was happening, the other teachers had already gathered around. Chapter 269, Showboating. Especially Su Kaibin, who was eager to claim Gu Zhao for his class, moved the fastest, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. He refrained from immediately asking if she intended to transfer to his class, recognizing that with finals approaching, any class transfer would likely happen next semester. Thus, making a good impression on Gu Zhao was of utmost importance. You are Gu Zhao? Truly a prodigy. Having a student of your caliber undoubtedly sets a remarkable example for others at our school. Indeed, your arrival has brought honor to our institution. With a living testament like you, both a provincial champion in college entrance exams and a competition victor, I dare say our school's doors will be trampled by eager applicants next year. The teachers who spoke were genuinely impressed with Gu Zhao, for she was the only freshman to achieve such accomplishments since her enrollment. Hearing the chatter, Dong Mingji, anxious that his prized pupil might be poached, hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Gu Zhao, when did you return? I trust nothing untoward occurred while you were away. Gu Zhao had not anticipated that a single competition would lead to such popularity, yet in no time, she found herself surrounded. Upon seeing her counselor approach, she greeted him with a smile. I just got back yesterday. Everything was quite fine while I was away. That's good to hear, Dong Mingji replied, instinctively rubbing the back of his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, unbeknownst to him, some were well aware of the situation. Gu Zhao, having been away for most of the semester and now facing final exams, do you encounter any academic difficulties? Su Kaibin inquired with concern. Though Gu Zhao did not personally know the gentle-faced man before her, it was evident that most individuals in the office were teachers. Thank you for your concern. But I don't have any issues at the moment. Su Kaibin replied, that's good to hear. I am the counselor for mechanical class 2. Should you face any challenges in your studies or life, feel free to come to me at any time. Wait. Dong Mingji interjected hastily. Do you think of yourself as a mere bystander, Su? He continued, Mr. Su, perhaps you should focus more on your own students and not overreach. Su Kaibin, unfazed by the interruption, wore a gentle smile as he nodded to Gu Zhao before turning back to his desk. The contrast between the two was stark, one a warm and attentive teacher, the other a volatile counselor who seemed ready to explode. Dong Mingji struggled to articulate his feelings, finding Su Kaibin's persistent smile particularly irksome. As Su Kaibin withdrew, Dong Mingji huffed softly. The other teachers, sensing a conversation brewing between the two, tactfully dispersed. Dong Mingji pulled Gu Zhao aside. Gu Zhao, that Su fellow is not to be trusted. He may appear amiable, but he is as cunning as a fox. While it is unethical to speak ill of others behind their backs, Given Su Kaibin's apparent attempts to sway students, Dong Mingji refrained from physically confronting him. Believing he had shown restraint, Gu Zhao smiled, listening to his words without retort. As Dong Mingji spoke, his voice gradually diminished until he fell silent. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow. So what is the real story? In that moment, Dong Mingji found it hard to discern who was truly the counselor. Nonetheless, he surmised that Su Kaibin had refrained from being blunt for a reason, knowing that Gu Zhao would eventually learn the truth when the next semester commenced. Thus, he relayed Su Kaibin's proposal to transfer Gu Zhao to another class. After sharing this, he observed her intently, uncertain of her thoughts. If she truly wished to switch classes, Dong Mingji felt he had no grounds to oppose. Gu Zhao had not anticipated that a single competition would trigger such a chain reaction. She noticed Dong Mingji's tension and reassured him, "Rest assured, I have no intention of transferring to another class." To her, the class she attended was inconsequential. Why complicate matters with transfers? Dong Mingji stared into Gu Zhao's eyes for 2 seconds, ensuring her sincerity before releasing a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. With Gu Zhao's assurance, he felt emboldened against Su Kaibin's advances. Having no further matters to discuss, Gu Zhao presented gifts to both Hu Ziqiang and Dong Mingji. Initially, she hadn't considered Dong Mingji, but upon realizing they shared an office and acknowledging his role as a counselor, she understood the nuances of such social etiquette. Upon receiving the gifts, Hu Ziqiang and Dong Mingji were taken aback. Before they could refuse, Gu Zhao hastily remarked, "It's nothing extravagant." After quickly bidding them farewell, she turned to leave. As Gu Zhao's figure disappeared around the corner, Hu Ziqiang exchanged glances with Dong Mingji, then glanced down at the items in their hands, confirming they were indeed unremarkable, and thus chose not to pursue her. "Oh well, it's the thought that counts," Hu Ziqiang remarked as he returned to his seat to resume his work. Seeing this, Dong Mingji also refrained from insisting on returning the gifts. Upon returning to her dormitory, Gu Zhao found it unusually quiet. Her peers were engrossed in their books, prompting her to instinctively tread lightly. However, even with her careful approach, it was impossible for them not to notice her presence. "Gu Zhao, you're back. Hurry, come study. The exam is just around the corner," Tong Lu called out. Glancing up with a sense of urgency, Gu Zhao chuckled lightly and joined the ranks of students reviewing their materials. "Do you need to take a look at my notes?" Came a deliberately hushed voice from beside her. Turning, Gu Zhao saw Lin Zhu holding out his notes. She accepted with a smile, "Just what I need." With that, they fell silent, each immersed in their studies. Having only attended classes for a little over a month, Gu Zhao had yet to cover a significant portion of the curriculum. Regardless of whether it pertains to knowledge or skill, the courses in the freshman year pose no challenge for him. At most, he is merely filling in the gaps in his theoretical understanding. Since Gu Zhao entered the room, Ma Tianfu has been observing him, and upon witnessing his rapid page-turning, almost a page every 10 seconds, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a show-off, truly believing himself to be a genius. His voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the quiet dormitory, drawing the attention of others. Tong Lu interjected, "Ma Tianfu, what are you rambling about if you're not even studying?" Ma Tianfu retorted defiantly, "What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Who flips through a book like that unless they're just putting on a performance?" With a glance at Gu Zhao, he continued, "Look at him." Gu Zhao remained composed, glancing at Ma Tianfu's hands. "What's that? Are you looking to pick a fight?" Ma Tianfu instinctively withdrew his hand from the table, but quickly halted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "What else can you do besides fighting?" A light chuckle escaped Gu Zhao. "I possess many skills, but with you, there's no need to exert any mental effort." The words were sufficiently humiliating that Tong Lu and the others nearby felt compelled to give Gu Zhao an approving nod. Noticing the smiles on the faces of his peers, Ma Tianfu's irritation intensified, prompting him to redirect his ire. "What are you all laughing at? What is so funny?" His outburst caused the laughter to momentarily freeze. Yang Hao, unable to tolerate him any longer, retorted, "If it weren't for your antics making us laugh, do you think we would willingly watch you make a fool of yourself?" He had long found Ma Tianfu insufferable, strutting around the dormitory as if he were superior, treating the rest like mere subordinates. Tong Lu added, "Exactly, the dormitory is a place for everyone to study and rest quietly. If you're unhappy, you're free to leave. No one is stopping you." Ma Tianfu was momentarily at a loss for words, but then inadvertently caught sight of Gu Zhao, who was casually leaning back in his chair, observing the scene. He pointed accusingly, "Didn't any of you notice how fast he is flipping through those pages? Is that even reading?" To Ma Tianfu, Gu Zhao was clearly just putting on a show, deluding himself into thinking that winning a championship made him a genius. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao exhibited no reaction, while Tong Lu and Lin Zhu exchanged glances filled with irony. The other students remained silent, their expressions revealing that they had all noticed Gu Zhao's extraordinary speed in reading. Seeing their silence, Ma Tianfu basked in his moment of pride, eager to continue his tirade. You don't know anything, Tong Lu interrupted. Not everyone is like you who enjoys showing off. Gu Zhao has a photographic memory. For goodness sake. As Gu Zhao's deskmate, and someone who had frequently accompanied him to the library at the start of the semester, Tong Lu was well aware of Gu Zhao's abilities. He still vividly recalled his astonishment upon discovering Gu Zhao's exceptional skill. The disparity between individuals seemed almost unfathomable. Photographic memory? Before Ma Tianfu could fully process this revelation, the others expressed their surprise in unison. Yang Hao exclaimed, "Is that true? You're not joking, are you?" Tong Lu shot him a glare. "Do you think I would joke about something like this?" Lin Ju nodded in agreement. Gu Zhao truly possesses a photographic memory. Initially, his reaction had mirrored that of the others, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. Not only that, but he felt an immense sense of joy at the prospect of befriending such a remarkable individual. "Well, look at you, hiding such a talent," Yang Hao exclaimed, throwing his arm around Gu Zhao's shoulder. "This is the first time I've met someone with a photographic memory, and he is my roommate." Tianqing marveled, fixing his gaze on Gu Zhao, scrutinizing him as if trying to discern the secret behind his abilities. The others, eager to express their curiosity, were momentarily silenced by He Zhuofan, whose expression conveyed a similar fascination. Gu Zhao found himself amused by the incredulous stares from his peers. "It's not that dramatic. Besides, I can't go around claiming I have a photographic memory every time I meet someone. People would think I'm insane." Yang Hao, unbothered, nodded in agreement. "That is true." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he excitedly handed Gu Zhao a book from his desk. "As a top student and competition champion, can you demonstrate your photographic memory for us?" Yang Hao clasped his hands together in front of Gu Zhao, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about this remarkable skill. The others, though silent, raised their hands in unison, echoing the same sentiment. Gu Zhao sighed with a hint of resignation, then opened the book and began to flip through its pages. After skimming roughly 50 pages, he returned the book to Yang Hao, signaling that he could now recite it from memory. Yang Hao eagerly seized the book once more, and the others gathered around him. "All right, let us see what's on page 35. Before Yang Hao could finish, Tianqing impatiently started firing questions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Zhao replied, "Particle dynamics." The others listened intently, their eyes wide as they focused on the text. And by the time Gu Zhao finished reciting, disbelief spread among them. Incredible. He didn't miss a single word. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Yang Hao thought to himself, knowing all too well the countless hours he had invested in memorizing the same content. Now, here was someone who had absorbed it in mere seconds. Maintaining a facade of calm, Yang Hao's inner turmoil was palpable. "Let us go again," he urged, excitement bubbling within him. He Zhuofan, astonished by the display, prompted Yang Hao to continue. Yang Hao returned to the book, this time selecting a more complex and technical passage. Gu Zhao, upon hearing it, raised an eyebrow, then proceeded to recite it at the same unhurried pace as before. When he finished, Yang Hao tossed the book aside, leaning toward Gu Zhao and seizing his hand. "Gu Zhao, why don't you just join our major? With a genius like you around, our instructors will surely take notice. And we won't have to endure their tedious lectures anymore." Tianqing and He Zhuofan exchanged knowing glances, sensing Yang Hao's enthusiasm, and directed their hopeful gazes toward Gu Zhao. Surely, a person of such brilliance could easily manage an additional field of study. Gu Zhao chuckled at their sudden excitement. But before he could respond, Tong Lu stepped forward, placing himself between Gu Zhao and Yang Hao. Hey, no poaching allowed. I don't want my excellent deskmate to leave." Lin Ju silently stood beside Tong Lu, glaring at Yang Hao. Yang Hao, sensing the tension, quickly clarified, "No, I'm just suggesting that Gu Zhao could take on an extra course." "Extra course?" Tong Lu looked perplexed. But seeing that Yang Hao was not attempting to steal Gu Zhao away, he relaxed his guard slightly. Understanding Yang Hao's intent, Gu Zhao gently pushed past the two blocking his way, gazing at Yang Hao. "You really think highly of me." His tone was laden with sentiment, reflecting on how the system had just activated skills in other domains, subtly encouraging him to pursue a well-rounded development, only to encounter someone suggesting he explore interdisciplinary studies. Had he not known the two were entirely unrelated, he might have suspected Yang Hao to be a spy sent by the system. Yang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that I think too highly of you. You underestimate yourself. With a photographic memory, your studies will surely yield exponential results. And besides, Gu Zhao is remarkably diligent in his studies." At first, when Yang Hao jokingly suggested that Gu Zhao should take an additional course, he did not truly believe it. However, the more he contemplated the idea, the more he felt that Gu Zhao was indeed capable of it. Nonetheless, everything ultimately depended on Gu Zhao's own inclinations. In Chapter 270, A Call from the Capital, Gu Zhao shook his head, indicating that he had no such intentions at the moment. Yang Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. He too desired a brilliant new desk mate like Gu Zhao. Currently, his desk mate was Tian Qing, which seemed to imply that he was simply unworthy. The group was engrossed in their conversation, completely neglecting Ma Tianfu, who sat silently in a corner, resembling a statue. Li Guangzong, who had remained quiet, shook his head in exasperation. Why was it that he could not seem to learn from his repeated humiliation? It would be far better to shrink away like him. With that thought, Li Guangzong's gaze returned to the book in his hands, grappling with words he recognized individually, yet failed to comprehend collectively. As he scratched his head in frustration. Damn it! As Gu Zhao prepared for his impending final examinations, Fang Lijun, who was attending to official duties in the municipal government building, unexpectedly received a phone call from the capital. Mayor Fang, I hope you are well. Hearing the voice on the other end, Fang Lijun furrowed his brow and inquired, May I ask who this is? This is Zhou Yonglin from the First Mechanical Research Institute. A realization dawned upon Fang Lijun. It was Director Zhao. How have you been lately? They had met a few times during a conference in the capital, but they had not developed a close relationship. Therefore, Fang Lijun was quite surprised by this call. After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Lijun finally asked about the purpose of the call. Director Zhou, what can I do for you? Zhou Yonglin's cheerful laughter resonated through the line. Look at me. I forgot to get to the point. I wanted to know if you were acquainted with someone named Gu Zhao? Gu Zhao? Fang Lijun silently mouthed the name, feeling it was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, in a flash of realization, he recalled that during a recent city meeting, Zhang Guangji from Qingtian County had recommended a candidate for the position of factory director, who also bore the name Gu Zhao and was apparently the top scorer of their province in the college entrance examination. With that in mind, he cautiously probed, Is the Gu Zhao you speak of the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination from our province? Indeed, that is him, Zhou Yonglin confirmed. Proceeding without allowing Fang Lijun a chance to ask further questions, he directly stated the reason for his call. I hope Mayor Fang can provide this child with as much convenience as possible within your jurisdiction, especially with an emphasis on safety. Before Fang Lijun could inquire further, Zhou Yonglin added, This is a directive from above. As for the details, I'm afraid I cannot disclose more. The fewer people who are aware of Gu Zhao's capabilities and achievements, the better. Zhou Yonglin's words regarding Gu Zhao's significance and the seriousness of the matter made Fang Lijun, who had initially been indifferent, gradually adopt a more solemn demeanor. As Zhou Yonglin spoke, Fang Lijun recalled an article he had recently read about the champion of a mechanical competition, which, if memory served him correctly, was also named Gu Zhao and hailed from their province. He had been impressed by the article, but had failed to connect it to the individual mentioned by Zhang Guangji. Now, piecing together these three elements, Fang Lijun's eyes flickered with realization. He seemed to grasp something significant. Those in positions like his were adept at assessing situations. Since Zhou Yonglin was not forthcoming, he would keep his speculations to himself and quietly elevate his regard for Gu Zhao. As he pondered, only a few seconds had elapsed before Zhou Yonglin spoke again, and Fang Lijun promptly replied, Understood, I will make a note of this. Zhou Yonglin's laughter echoed through the line. Thank you for your efforts, Mayor Fang. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. After contemplating for several minutes, Fang Lijun made another call to Qingtian County. Upon hearing the sound of the call disconnecting, Zhang Guangji was momentarily bewildered. How could a matter he had just declined a short while ago suddenly take a different turn? After pondering for a moment, he could not make sense of it, so he decided not to dwell on it. After all, it was a good thing for their county. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. The examination venue was within Gu Zhao's own classroom. After having lunch, he, along with Tong Lu, made their way to the classroom. As soon as he sat down on the bench, classmates surrounded him. Gu Zhao, you're back. You're incredible for winning the mechanical competition. Indeed. Everyone in the other classes is envious that you're from our class. Come on, tell us about the competition. What was it like? Who participated? Was it difficult? A barrage of questions bombarded Gu Zhao, yet he did not feel bothered. Noticing there was still time, and seeing the curiosity in his classmates' eyes, he shared his experiences from the competition. Tong Lu and the others had not even settled down before being pushed aside by the crowd. He observed Gu Zhao patiently responding to the inquiries, his eyes filled with admiration. Gu Zhao truly possessed great patience. If it were him, the titles of top scorer and competition champion would likely make him arrogant. At that point, he would probably find it impossible to treat his former classmates with the same composure. Perhaps, over time, he would become as detestable as Ma Tianfu. With that thought, Tong Lu shivered involuntarily. Lin Zhu silently regarded the center of attention, recognizing that it was Gu Zhao's unique qualities that had allowed their dormitory to bond from the very beginning. Otherwise, even if they initially maintained a facade of harmony due to social decorum, the inevitable differences in habits would eventually lead to irreconcilable conflicts. Once Gu Zhao had satisfied the curiosity of his classmates, the examination time arrived. He meticulously checked his exam paper for any blank spaces or unclear handwriting before beginning to write. Initially, Tong Lu had been attentive to Gu Zhao's actions, but upon noticing that Gu Zhao was writing without hesitation, he swiftly redirected his gaze. He ought to focus on himself instead. Staring at the contents of the exam paper, Tong Lu felt a wave of despair wash over him. 3 days of examinations passed in the blink of an eye. Once the results were released, everyone would return home. After learning from the counselor that the final exam results would take 2 days to be announced, Gu Zhao planned to purchase his return ticket. He queued at the train station for 2 consecutive days before finally securing a ticket for the day after the results were announced. Not just him, but their other roommates from out of town also rushed to buy tickets as soon as they learned about the holiday break, eager to return home the moment they could. Buying tickets these days is such a challenge. Yang Hao shivered as he pushed the door open and entered the dormitory. He could hardly contain his excitement as he immediately kicked off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and covered himself with a blanket. Tong Lu, curled up in the blanket with his legs crossed while reading, poked his head out. Is it really that difficult to buy? Absolutely. I stood in line for several hours. My feet are nearly frozen. Tian Qing, who had entered behind Yang Hao, closed the dormitory door. Afterward, he cast an envious glance at Tong Lu. It's great to be a local, Tong Lu inquired. Did you manage to buy your tickets? Nestled in the warmth of the blanket, Yang Hao finally felt a bit warmer. Fortunately, I did. However, the luck of those ranked behind them was not particularly favorable. With the new year approaching in nearly 20 days, and coinciding with the school holidays, the cold weather made train cancellations a common occurrence, rendering ticket procurement a challenging endeavor. Gu Zhao lay on his bed with his eyes closed, silent. He simply hoped that the journey home would be smooth, without unexpected stops along the way. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and as he found himself once again in the classroom, the air was alive with fervent discussions. Today marked the assessment of everyone's academic performance for the semester, a moment both eagerly anticipated and fraught with anxiety. For some, whose emotional resilience was somewhat fragile, their hearts raced uncontrollably, and no amount of self-soothing could calm them. Tong Lu glanced at the poised figure beside him, Gu Zhao, and inquired, "How do you believe you performed on this exam?" Without turning his head, Gu Zhao replied, "I think it should be quite satisfactory." Tong Lu thought it unnecessary to probe further. He could never comprehend the confidence of such a prodigy. Turning away, he resumed his conversation with Lin Ju. Amidst the clamor of speculation, Dong Mingji entered the room holding a stack of exam papers, instantly silencing the class as all eyes fixated on the papers in his hands. With a smile, he placed them on the lectern. "Today is the time for you all to evaluate your learning outcomes for the semester. I will call out names, and you shall come forth to collect your papers. Li Yudahai, Lin Ju." As Lin Ju retrieved his paper, Tong Lu eagerly leaned in for a glimpse. Upon seeing the impressive score, he barely had time to offer a compliment before his own name was called. Tong Lu, Zhao Qin. The moment Tong Lu obtained his paper, he immediately scrutinized the score, returning to his seat with a beaming smile. Though he had not achieved a perfect score, he was nonetheless satisfied. Gu Zhao, Ma Tianfu. Upon hearing his name, Gu Zhao rose. Just as he placed his paper on the desk, a head leaned in curiously beside him. Meeting Gu Zhao's gaze, Tong Lu offered a respectful nod, and seeing no objection, promptly seized Gu Zhao's paper to examine. As Tong Lu flipped through the exam, Lin Ju could not resist the urge to lean in as well. "Wow!" Tong Lu stifled an exclamation of surprise. As they perused the paper, their eyes widened in astonishment. And when they finished, they exchanged a glance with the seemingly unperturbed man beside them. What on earth? Who taught him to perform so well? After only a month and a half of classes, and with just 2 days of study, he managed to achieve full marks in every subject. How are we, ordinary mortals, to compete? Tong Lu's earlier joy at seeing his own score dissipated entirely. Forget it. There's no reason to be pleased. In a moment of clarity, Tong Lu resolved to dedicate his winter break to studying diligently, refusing to allow himself any slack. The others, unaware of his thoughts, displayed a range of emotions as they collected their papers, some ecstatic, others crestfallen. After calling out all the names, Dong Mingji refrained from speaking immediately, allowing the students to settle before addressing them. "I trust that upon receiving your papers, you have gained some insight into your performance this semester. Whether you exerted your utmost effort in studying or succumbed to complacency, I believe you each possess the awareness to discern that for yourselves. As I have said before, success in learning is entirely reliant on self-discipline. The choice between drifting aimlessly through 4 years or enriching oneself throughout that time is yours to make." Dong Mingji refrained from admonishing them excessively. Those who made it to Qingyang Industrial were all intelligent individuals, and the present company consisted of adults. A few words were sufficient. Those willing to heed the advice would do so, while those resistant to it would remain unresponsive, rendering further discourse futile. Noticing some students deep in thought, Dong Mingji nodded and continued, I would like to take a moment to commend Gu Zhao, who, while bringing honor to our school, has not neglected his studies. Despite attending only a month and a half of classes, he has achieved the highest score in the grade on this final exam. Let us applaud him. As his words concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The admiration in the eyes of the other students transcended mere respect. It was reverence. If someone is within reach, one might strive to catch up or even surpass them. But if someone is light years away, all one can do is gaze up in awe. As the applause dwindled, Dong Mingji's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Of course, while we have exemplary students like Gu Zhao, there are also those who must engage in self-reflection. I shall not name names, but I hope that during the winter break, you will address your shortcomings and strive to keep pace with your peers. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged glances, uncertain of whom the counselor referred to. With his head bowed, Li Guangzong's ears burned crimson. He dared not look around, fearful of encountering judgmental gazes. The profound embarrassment gnawed at him, causing him to instinctively grip his exam paper tighter, revealing the glaring score of 28 prominently displayed. The scores for his other subjects remained hidden, but given his demeanor, it was likely they were not much better. Aside from him, several other students also avoided raising their heads, all believing the counselor's words were aimed at them. Their ears flushed with shame, feeling guilty. Satisfied with the reaction, Dong Mingji nodded and swiftly announced the end of class. Once he left the room, Li Guangzong hurriedly followed, anxious to avoid being called out to reveal his scores. However, he was worrying unnecessarily. His ordinary performance in class, coupled with the imminent holiday, meant that everyone was preoccupied with thoughts of vacation, leaving little room for concern regarding his two scores. The following day, after bidding farewell to his dormitory mates, Gu Zhao made his way to the train station. The train was more crowded than usual. From the entrance to his seat, the aisles were packed with people, leaving no space to even take a step. After navigating through the throng, Gu Zhao discovered an elderly man dozing in his seat. Without hesitation, he tapped the man's shoulder and, once the old man opened his eyes, said, "Excuse me, sir, could you please move? This is my seat." He then showed his ticket to the old man. "You needn't show me that. I can't read." The old man gruffly pushed Gu Zhao's ticket away, just when Gu Zhao thought the old man was refusing to vacate the seat. The man promptly stood up and graciously offered it to him. Gu Zhao thanked him politely and began searching for a place to stow his luggage. However, he found no available space either above the seats or beneath them. With no other option, he placed his luggage in the footwell and sat down. He curled up as best as he could, enduring several hours in that position. When he finally stood up, his body felt stiff and sore. Fortunately, they had arrived at the station. Without looking back, he hoisted his luggage and exited the train. As he stepped off, a brisk, icy wind greeted him, instantly invigorating his senses. The train had been overcrowded, and even amidst winter, the mingled warmth of so many bodies had made the atmosphere uncomfortable over time. Taking a deep breath, Gu Zhao walked with the crowd towards the station's exit. Before he could reach the door, he spotted two familiar figures waiting for him from a distance. He quickened his pace and exclaimed, "Wife, mother, what brings you out on such a cold day?" Wang Hohad extended her hand to take the luggage from him, saying, "Your elder brother is still at the factory, and your father has been unwell these past few days. Knowing you would be back today, I specifically had Uncle Su bring the ox cart to fetch you all back to the village." Gu Zhao declined her offer and insisted on carrying his own luggage. "Let us move quickly. We don't want you to freeze in this cold." Observing the rosy hues on the ears of both mother and daughter-in-law, Gu Zhao wondered how long they had been waiting. He hurried them back, adding, "Please don't come out next time. I'm grown up now and know my way." As they conversed, puffs of white breath escaped Gu Zhao's lips. The three of them chatted as they made their way outside, where Su Jinghua paced beside the ox cart. Gu Zhao greeted him, "Uncle Su, I truly appreciate your trouble on such a chilly day." The elder remained as aloof as ever. Upon seeing Gu Zhao arrive, Su Jinghua waved dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble at all. He then mounted the cart and called out for everyone to hold on tight as he steered the oxen towards the small courtyard they had rented. Inside the courtyard, everything was in order. Su Xia was warming herself by the fire with the child, attentively listening for any sounds from outside. When she heard the jingling of the ox bells, she immediately knew that her sister and the others had arrived. Before she could step out of the kitchen, Gu Zhao and the others walked in. After exchanging greetings, Su Ran instructed her elder sister to take the child to the cart while she, along with her mother-in-law and Gu Zhao, went inside to retrieve the luggage. Once the bags were loaded onto the cart, they extinguished the fire and secured the courtyard gate, setting off for the countryside without delay. On the ox cart, Wang Hohat wrapped a quilt around her granddaughter. However, the little one, nearly 2 years old, spotted Gu Zhao and clambered out of Su Xia's arms, reaching out for him. As soon as Gu Zhao scooped her up, she squirmed energetically, nearly slipping from his grasp. Wang Hohot chuckled at the sight, clearly pleased that little Tang Yuan remembered her father. She adjusted the quilt to snugly envelop the child. Gu Zhao was also surprised, given that they hadn't seen each other for several months. Su Xia explained, "After you left, my sister often showed the child the photos of you two together, fearing that she might forget her father." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao turned his gaze to Su Ran, who, slightly embarrassed by her sister's teasing, instinctively lowered her eyes at his glance. "Look, she's shy," Wang Hohot chimed in, enjoying the moment. The fact that her son and daughter-in-law had not grown estranged despite their separation filled her with joy. Su Ran, feeling flustered, shot a sideways glance at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow, teasing, "See, my wife only bullies me because I'm too gentle to retaliate." This remark genuinely irked Su Ran, her cheeks flushing red. Whether from the cold or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. Reacting instinctively, she raised a hand as if to strike him. "You all see, I wasn't wrong," Gu Zhao added, fanning the flames of their playful banter. Su Ran found herself in a dilemma, whether to strike or refrain. Both options felt unsatisfactory. But when her gaze fell upon Gu Zhao, tightly wrapped in layers with only a round little face peeking out, her irritation melted away. "Forget it. I'll be the bigger person." Su Xia and Wang Hohot observed the couple's playful quarrel in silence, knowing that such light-hearted teasing was perfectly normal. As they braved the biting wind back to the village, the road was largely deserted. After unloading their belongings into the house, Gu Zhao noticed Su Jinghua preparing to leave with the ox cart and quickly called out to him, "Uncle Su, I brought back some roasted duck from the city for you to enjoy." Roasted duck was commonplace, and for those who likely had never ventured beyond their county, it was hard to discern its origin. This realization gave Gu Zhao the confidence to offer it. Seeing Su Jinghua hesitate to take it, Gu Zhao swiftly pressed the oil paper wrapped duck into his hands before turning back towards the house. The duck had grown cold in his hands, and Su Jinghua cast one last glance at the courtyard gate before driving off with the ox cart. The courtyard and house had been tidied up by Wang Hohot 2 days prior, so Su Ran and the others merely needed to organize their belongings. Noticing her son staring at the dry firewood under the eaves, Wang Hohot explained, "Your elder brother collected this firewood from the mountains after work every day, thinking it would be useful when you all return for the new year." Gu Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from any formalities. The house, long uninhabited, carried a chill. But as the Kong was lit, the warmth gradually dispelled the cold. The child had not yet taken her afternoon nap, and seeing her daughter dozing in her arms, Su Ran gently removed her outer clothing and tucked her into the warm quilt. After ensuring the child was snugly covered, Su Ran turned to her mother. "Mother, since Gu Zhao is back today, why don't you, father, and elder brother come over for dinner tonight?" She had gone to the supply store early that morning to buy some meat and ribs, enough for the family to enjoy a hearty meal together. Wang Hohot agreed, "All right. I'll bring over some radishes and cabbage." Knowing that her younger son's family had little in the way of vegetables, she contemplated bringing a bit more dried produce and mountain goods. "That works. We don't have much in the way of vegetables either," Su Ran replied with a smile. As they conversed, a commotion arose in the courtyard. It was Yu Zhaodi, accompanied by her 2 daughters. With the frigid weather and a lack of work in the fields, the family was confined indoors, making ropes and gluing matchboxes. Hearing the sounds next door, they speculated that Su Ran and her family had returned, prompting them to come over for a visit. "Sister Su, so it's really you all back." Yang Li, visibly pregnant, strode in confidently. During the winter, she would often visit her family. Now, she fully appreciated the advantage of having her family nearby, especially since her in-laws were not particularly demanding, allowing her to visit whenever she pleased. Su Ran, seeing her sister-in-law walk so briskly while pregnant, quickly cautioned, "Take it easy." Although the recent days had seen little snow, the ground was still treacherous. Yang Li took a few steps into the warmth of the house, letting out a sigh of relief at the heat that enveloped her. Meeting Su Ran's disapproving gaze, she chuckled and waved off her concerns. "I'm fine. I know my limits." Just then, someone playfully poked her on the head. "You silly girl. I've told you countless times to be careful and walk slowly. Do you think your mother's words fall on deaf ears?" Every time she saw her daughter's carefree demeanor, Yu Zhaodi felt a pang of worry. As a mother herself, she couldn't fathom why her daughter still acted so childishly. If she were to fall in the dead of winter, it would be no laughing matter. Yang Li rubbed her head, casting a glance at Su Ran and the others, looking somewhat aggrieved at her mother's admonition. "Mother, I'm a mother now too. Can't you cut me some slack?" Yu Zhaodi rolled her eyes. "You know you're a mother. Then why not be more careful?" "You're right, mother." Yang Erji chimed in from the side, supporting their mother's sentiment. Observing that her younger sister had not undergone significant changes after marriage, Yang Yu felt a sense of relief in her heart, as this at least indicated that the Zhang family treated her sister well. Noticing Yang Li pouting her lips as if ready to hang a soy sauce jar, Wang Hohat hurriedly intervened, urging her to sit down. Once everyone was seated, Su Ran glanced at Yang Li's belly and remarked, "You must be nearly 6 months along, correct?" Yang Li looked down and nodded with a smile. Su Ran sighed, exclaiming how swiftly time flies. Indeed, little Tang Yuan was already on the brink of turning 2. Su Xia, sitting on the Kong, chimed in. The others followed her gaze towards the bed, where the chubby little one, with a fair face, was soundly asleep, and smiles spread across their faces. Yu Zhaodi commented, "The Su sisters truly excel at raising children. They have nurtured little Tang Yuan into a plump and rosy cherub." Yang Yu replied, "Indeed, unlike my daughter, who runs wild in the village all day and ends up as dark as charcoal." Wang Hohat shook her head, asserting that children should be robust and healthy. "Don't be fooled by how well-behaved this little one appears while sleeping. Once she wakes, she is anything but obedient." Su Ran chuckled. As they exchanged light-hearted banter about the children, they soon shifted to gossip from neighboring villages. The Su sisters, having been away for quite some time, listened intently with wide eyes. Just as they indulged in gossip, Gu Zhao arrived at the Gu family home. Upon entering, Gu Dangan and the younger ones rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Uncle." "Hey," Gu Zhao responded, embracing the two. "Did you miss your uncle?" "We did." Gu Dangtian nodded without hesitation, followed closely by Gu Dangan, who echoed, "I missed you too." Gu Zhao chuckled, "Good." He then handed them a bag containing egg cakes before taking one for himself. The two little ones, almost drooling at the sight of the bag, watched eagerly as Gu Dangtian reached in and offered a piece to Gu Zhao, saying, "Uncle, eat." Gu Zhao bent down, took a bite, and ruffled the little one's hair. "You should eat it yourselves." He then added with concern, "Don't eat too much. We're having meat and more cake for dinner at my place tonight. If you fill up on cake now, you won't have room for the meat." Upon hearing this, Gu Dangan, who had planned to take a couple of pieces, immediately retracted his hand, taking just one instead and nodding earnestly at Gu Zhao. Hearing the commotion, Gu Jianjun stepped out, greeting, "Ah Zhao." "Dad," Gu Zhao replied. Gu Jianjun nodded, suggesting they sit inside as it was too cold outside. Gu Zhao led the two little ones back into the room, and, noticing his father's posture, asked, "Dad, how's your back? Still bothering you?" "It's much better these past couple of days. It's just the cold that aggravates it," Gu Jianjun responded. "How about we go to the city hospital for a checkup when school starts? Or I can take you to the capital hospital." Gu Jianjun shook his head, "No need. This back of mine was treated by an old military doctor. It's been like this for life. No need to waste energy on those places." Seeing his father's insistence, Gu Zhao refrained from further discussion, wishing for a day when a miraculous cure-all pill would appear in the system's store, which he would certainly buy by the dozens. Gu Jianjun then inquired about Gu Zhao's schooling in the capital, and Gu Zhao shared what he could. Listening quietly, Gu Jianjun recognized that his younger son was far more insightful than he had been as a father. After Gu Zhao finished speaking, Gu Jianjun finally said, "I know you have your plans. Your mother and I don't expect you to achieve great success. We only hope for the safety and well-being of you 3 siblings." Gu Zhao nodded, "Dad, I understand. You needn't worry." Thus, Gu Jianjun ceased his lengthy discussion. Meanwhile, on Su Ran's side, Yu Zhaodi and her daughter sat for a while before realizing it was getting late and decided to head home. After seeing them off, Wang Hohat returned home to fetch some vegetables, asking Gu Zhao to carry a basket back, which was filled mostly with cabbage and radishes. As these were in abundance during this season, Gu Jianjun followed behind with his grandchildren. As Su Ran emerged from the kitchen, she noticed the heavy basket behind Gu Zhao, exclaiming, "Mom, why did you bring back so much?" Wang Hohat pulled out the eggs from the basket. "You'll be in the village for at least a month. This basket of vegetables should suffice. If you find it insufficient, just tell me, and I'll send more." Gu Zhao placed the basket in the storage room, and, upon hearing this, smiled, "Mother, you truly care for us." Gu Jianjun, trailing in with the 2 children, shot him a glance. "What? Only your mother cares? Don't I care?" Before Gu Zhao could respond, Wang Hohat shot a glare at her husband. "Leave your father be. He always has to compare everything." With that, she ushered her daughter-in-law into the kitchen to busy themselves. Seeing this, Gu Zhao hurriedly went back to grab the roast duck he had brought from the city and followed them into the kitchen. "Mom, this is from the city. We'll heat it up to eat later." Wang Hohat took the parcel wrapped in oil paper, and even before unwrapping it, the enticing aroma wafted towards her. "This roast duck already smells delightful." Gu Zhao chuckled, "It tastes even better, Mom. You must have a few extra pieces later. You've lost some weight since I last saw you." This compliment delighted Wang Hohat. "All right, I'll definitely eat more. It's my eldest son who has succeeded. Your mother has never indulged in such rare delicacies all her life." Hearing this, Gu Jianjun, who had been about to enter the kitchen, abruptly changed direction towards the main room to avoid his wife's impending chiding. As he stepped into the main room, he heard the cheerful sounds of children playing next door. Entering, he found Gu Dangan and his sister perched on the kong, attempting to dress their youngest sibling. The little one, with rosy cheeks from sleep, looked particularly adorable, seemingly dazed as she sat there while her brother and sister played with her. Gu Jianjun noticed that the little one's head was stuck in a sweater, unable to extricate herself, while Gu Dangan and his sister were frantically trying to help, looking increasingly exasperated. He quickly stepped in to rescue her. When the little one finally emerged from the neckline, she was giggling, mistaking her siblings' antics for play, completely unafraid. The siblings, upon seeing their sister free, immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, let us go play outside." The little one nodded eagerly, her voice sweet and innocent. "Okay." Gu Jianjun dressed her in her clothes and gently carried her down from the kong, cautioning them against rushing outside. "You just woke up. If you go out into the cold wind now, you might catch a cold." While he entertained the children indoors, Gu Cheng braved the cold wind, returning home. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. The house was eerily quiet, devoid of the children's usual laughter. Realizing this, he locked the door and headed to his younger brother's home. Before even stepping inside, he heard the sounds of children's laughter, confirming he had not gone astray. Wang Ho-hat, having removed her apron, emerged from the kitchen, intending to check if her eldest son had returned, only to find him standing at the door. She quickly welcomed him, just in time. "Dinner is almost ready." "Ah," Gu Cheng replied, stepping in to lend a hand. On this chilly winter day, the kitchen was warm with the fire, and the family crowded around the table to eat. Gu Zhao, feeling that one roast duck was insufficient for the family, decided to bring back two. As the roasted duck was brought to the table, Wang Ho-hat was still murmuring, complaining that purchasing 2 ducks was an extravagant waste, and that one would suffice for a taste. "Look at you, old woman. Just moments ago you were praising our son for providing you with comfort. And now you are back to your complaints. Mom, we don't eat this every day. If we're going to indulge, we should do so to the fullest." Gu Zhao chimed in, as he served a duck leg to his mother. Upon seeing the duck leg in her bowl, Wang Ho-hat's frown vanished, replaced by a smile. It was her son's thoughtfulness that warmed her heart. She then took the duck leg from her bowl and placed it onto the plate of the little dumpling, adding 2 more for the siblings. "Here, your uncle specifically brought these back from the city. Hurry and eat. You wouldn't find such a treat often." The siblings, who had long been eyeing the roasted duck with hungry anticipation, eagerly took a bite, mumbling their thanks to their uncle and grandmother. The youngest, with a mouthful of baby teeth, bit into the leg, leaving only minor damage to the skin. Their delight brought smiles to the adults' faces as well. Noticing that others had yet to start, Gu Zhao urged them to dig in quickly before the food got cold. With that, he began to serve the dishes. The meal concluded with everyone feeling satisfied, particularly with the roasted duck, which garnered much acclaim. After the meal, the family gathered by the heated platform to converse. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Zhao distributed gifts he had brought back from the capital. Su Xia held a plush scarf in her hands, slightly embarrassed. "Is this really for me?" Before Gu Zhao could respond, Su Ran interjected, "Sister, what are you saying? We are all family here." "Ran is right. You mustn't say such things again." "Xia," Wang Ho-hat added disapprovingly. "No, it's not that. I just feel it's too extravagant," Su Xia insisted, shaking her head. She already felt guilty for living at home without contributing, let alone accepting gifts brought from afar. Gu Zhao reassured her, "Sister, my wife is correct. We are family. Over the past year, you have helped us manage the household and cared for the little dumpling without a single complaint. This is just a small token. You needn't feel burdened by it." Gu Jianjun and Gu Cheng remained silent, yet their sentiments aligned with Gu Zhao's. Seeing the sincere gazes from everyone in the room, Su Xia couldn't help but feel her eyes welling with tears. She wondered what kind of fortune she must have accumulated over several lifetimes to deserve such a wonderful family. Before she could express further gratitude, the 3 little ones began to clamor for a chance to try on their new clothes. Little Dumpling clung to Su Ran's leg, calling out, "Mom, Mama, try." Su Ran laughed, bending down to scoop her into her arms. All right, let us try on the new clothes." After bidding farewell to Gu Jianjun and the others, the family gathered to wash up with hot water from the pot before lying down on their beds. Having been apart for several months, the couple had little time to talk during the day, but after the little ones fell asleep, clutching their toys and new garments, they couldn't help but discuss the events of the past few months. Su Ran shared news about the family and the changes in the little ones, while Gu Zhao recounted tales from school and the people he had met in the capital. As they spoke, the distance between them gradually diminished. The following day, Gu Zhao rose, feeling refreshed. Su Ran was still nestled in the blankets, and he didn't want to disturb the mother-daughter duo. He quietly slipped out the door. Just as he ignited the fire, a knock sounded at the courtyard door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to see Wang Yao standing outside. Didn't I ask you to return only after the new year? After returning to school, 2 days before the exams, Gu Zhao had asked Wang Yao and another to go home for a visit, planning for them to return after the new year. However, they stubbornly insisted on staying by his side. Eventually, Gu Zhao had to assert himself, speaking with Zhou Yonglin from the capital, assuring him of his safety. Before they reluctantly left, little did he know that now, Wang Yao stood right before him. Wang Yao shook his head. Our duty is to protect you. Just being able to spend a couple of days at home is already something good. The entire time we weren't by your side. I couldn't help but imagine all sorts of accidents that could happen to you. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. After informing his family, he hurried to the address Gu Zhao had provided. On the way, he regretted leaving. He should have stayed. Now seeing Gu Zhao safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gu Zhao found Wang Yao's expression amusing as he shook his head. I'm just a simple country boy. What trouble could befall me? Wang Yao gazed at him disapprovingly. One mustn't underestimate the unexpected. If something were to happen to you, it would be my dereliction of duty, and I wouldn't know how to explain it to my superiors. Gu Zhao saw his insistence and chose not to argue further. After all, he was already present. Who is it? Su ran, upon awakening and finding the space beside her empty, heard voices from the courtyard. She dressed hastily and stepped outside to find Gu Zhao speaking with a stranger. Wang Yao and Li Dali were by his side, eventually to be seen by the family. Gu Zhao had no intention of hiding, offering a brief introduction. Su Ran, my wife. Wang Yao, someone I met in the capital who is currently accompanying me. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback upon realizing he was from the capital, but she quickly composed herself and nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Comrade Su, Wang Yao greeted. Noticing Su Ran's slight awkwardness, Gu Zhao interjected, Wife, Wang hasn't had breakfast yet. Let us prepare a little more. All right. Su Ran nodded and headed into the kitchen. Once she was inside, Gu Zhao turned to Wang Yao. From now on, I'll call you Wang Gu. And you can call me a Zhao. Let us not be so formal. He was uncertain how long the two would accompany him, and the constant use of comrade felt somewhat awkward. Wang Yao contemplated briefly before nodding. All right. During breakfast, Gu Zhao introduced Wang Yao to Su Xia. Aware that he was her brother-in-law's acquaintance from the capital, she refrained from probing further and simply assisted her sister in hosting, encouraging him to eat heartily. Initially, Wang Yao felt a bit shy, wanting to put down his chopsticks after a modest meal. Soldiers typically have hearty appetites, especially at a young age. And if he truly indulged, he could easily empty the pot. However, he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of Su Ran and her sister. When cooking, Su Ran had deliberately prepared extra portions for 2 adult men, fearing inadequate hospitality. Seeing Wang Yao put down his chopsticks after just 1 bowl, she understood he was being polite. Since he was a guest in their home, it was unacceptable to let him go hungry. Eventually, Wang Yao left the table with a round belly. Su Ran and her sister quickly tidied up the dishes while Gu Zhao escorted Wang Yao out of the kitchen. A small child in his arms who had been watching Wang Yao intently. Wang Yao scratched the back of his head, his gaze meeting the round, curious eyes of Gu Zhao's daughter. Zhao, is this your daughter? She has grown so much. His remark was merely a conversation starter, as he was already aware of the family dynamics before leaving the capital. Yes, Gu Zhao affirmed, teasing his daughter. Come, this is your Uncle Wang, little dumpling. Call him Uncle Wang. At that moment, the little one was taken with her father, so she obediently repeated, Uncle Wang. Her sweet, high-pitched voice made Wang Yao's heart melt. He quickly rummaged through his pockets and produced 10 yuan, which he handed to the little girl. Here. Uncle Wang didn't bring anything, so take this and let your dad buy you something nice. The little one, now recognizing money, understood that it could buy many delightful things. As soon as the note was placed in her hand, she tightly grasped it. 10 yuan is no small sum, and Gu Zhao was reluctant to accept it, hastily attempting to return the money. However, the little one was unwilling, gripping the cash tightly in his small hands. Tears welling up in his eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Observing this, Gu Zhao could not be too forceful and quickly coaxed, little 10 yuan, be good. I will return it to Uncle Wang. Wang Yao promptly waved his hand, insisting it was meant for the child and did not need to be returned. Ultimately, Wang Yao persisted, and with the child clutching the money tightly, Gu Zhao refrained from prying it away. Very well, he thought. It seems Wang Yao intends to stay in the village for a while. I shall consider it as accommodation expenses. Unbeknownst to him, there seemed to be an unspoken understanding between Li Dali and Wang Yao. Wang Yao had arrived at Gu Zhao's home in the morning, and Li Dali came by in the afternoon, echoing Wang Yao's sentiments of concern for Gu Zhao, fearing any unforeseen circumstances. Unable to eat or sleep soundly at home, he decided to come over early. After they shared a lunch at Gu Zhao's home, he led them to the Gu family residence. With no spare rooms available, Wang Yao and his companion had nowhere to stay, but the room Gu Zhao used to inhabit before moving out was still available. making it convenient for Wang Yao and his friend to share. Upon learning of Gu Zhao's plan, Wang Yao and his companion immediately expressed their refusal. They had come to protect Gu Zhao, not to impose on him and his family. Hearing this, Gu Zhao shot them a glance and retorted, in the dead of winter, with villages surrounding us for miles, if you don't stay here, where do you intend to go? Upon hearing these words, both men fell silent. It was indeed a valid point. Wang Yao and Li Dali exchanged glances, pulled out some cash from their pockets, and handed it to Gu Zhao. We can't accept hospitality without contributing, they insisted. Gu Zhao did not refuse this time, accepting the cash and counting it before returning a portion. This is sufficient, he said, shaking the bills in his hand. With that, he stepped into the Gu family courtyard, and before even entering, he called out, Dad, Mom, your old son is back. Inside, Wang Hohat, who was busy with needlework, was startled by his loud voice, nearly pricking her finger with the needle. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes, got off the Kong, and opened the door, chiding Gu Zhao, your mother and father aren't deaf. Why shout so loudly? Gu Zhao pretended to clutch his heart. Indeed, once one returns, they become unappreciated. It's only been a day since I returned, and you're already raising your voice at me. If I had known, I wouldn't have come back. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Hohat threatened to hit him with her shoe. Gu Zhao quickly surrendered. Mom, I'm just joking. I have serious matters to discuss. He gestured toward Wang Yao and his companion, still standing at the doorway. Only then did Wang Hohat notice the guests and sheepishly retract her hand. Who are these? She inquired, looking at Gu Zhao. Instead of responding immediately, Gu Zhao asked, Mom, is Dad home? He's inside, Wang Hohat pointed. Then let's talk inside, Gu Zhao said, leading Wang Yao and his companion in, following Wang Hohat. Once everyone was seated, Gu Zhao made a brief introduction. From the moment they entered, Gu Jianjun quietly observed Wang Yao and his friend, forming some conjectures in his mind, though he did not voice them. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with them. Gu Zhao and Wang Hohat occasionally chimed in. After a while, Gu Zhao finally revealed his purpose. Upon hearing this, Wang Hohat readily agreed, saying, since you are friends of a Zhao, you need not stand on ceremony. You can stay here for the time being. Wang Yao and his companion felt quite embarrassed and modestly said, thank you, Auntie, for your hospitality. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Wang Hohat replied, rising to prepare the bedding. The room had been unoccupied for quite some time, and everything needed a good clean. After settling them in, Gu Zhao discreetly handed the cash to Wang Hohat. Mom, please accept this. It's the accommodation fee from Brother Wang and the others. Wang Hohat did not feign courtesy. In these times, food was precious. Had it only been for a few days, she would have refused. But since they would be staying for a month, the family couldn't bear the burden alone, especially with two young men. Seeing her accept it, Gu Zhao smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Mom. What hard work? She replied. After all, there are just 2 more mouths to feed. You'll just have to cook a little extra and wash a few more dishes. It will be a bit more tiring. Gu Zhao shook his head. Those who usually do not engage in such chores do not realize how much effort it takes. They only see 2 extra pairs of chopsticks and think it's no big deal. Only those who do the work know how exhausting it truly is. His words brought comfort to Wang Hohat. She wasn't afraid of the extra work. Rather, she feared that he would feel burdened, while others might take it for granted. That night, contemplating the 2 extra people in the house, Wang Hohat tossed and turned on the Kong, unable to sleep. She nudged the person beside her. Hey, what do you think the 2 who came back with our son are here for? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. What kind of situation requires them to stay in our village for a month? Gu Jianjun opened his eyes, fully awake. He had already discreetly inquired about this matter from Gu Zhao during the day, but Gu Zhao's response was vague. He merely mentioned that Wang Yao and his companion needed to stay close to him. Based on his observations throughout the day, Gu Jianjun had formed some guesses about their identities. Combining this with what his son had said, he had begun to formulate a theory. However, since Gu Zhao had not explicitly stated anything and did not seem to be in any trouble, he refrained from voicing his suspicions. Why fret over such matters? As long as they are with a Zhao, they can't be bad people. Just treat them well, he said, turning away from Wang Hohat to avoid her late-night musings. Wang Hohat found some merit in his words. Since she couldn't decipher the situation, she decided to stop pondering and closed her eyes to sleep. The following morning, after breakfast at home, Gu Zhao set off for the county town, accompanied by Gu Cheng. It had been a while since they last met, and Gu Cheng, usually a man of few words, surprisingly engaged Gu Zhao in conversation throughout their journey. They primarily discussed the happenings in the department during Gu Zhao's absence. Upon hearing that Yu Jiao and Zhao Xian had managed the department efficiently without any major issues, Gu Zhao nodded in approval. He reflected on how he had not been a particularly responsible department head, having been away for several months. Typically, He only communicated with Zhao Xian over the phone regarding matters they couldn't decide or challenges they faced, and otherwise, he had not contributed much. As they walked, Gu Cheng suddenly turned around. "What's wrong, big brother?" Gu Zhao asked, puzzled. Gu Cheng looked back. "Little brother, don't you feel like something is behind us?" Gu Zhao glanced back, but saw nothing. "No, are you imagining things?" he replied, surprised by his brother's perceptiveness. "Really?" Gu Cheng scratched his head. "Is that so?" Gu Zhao affirmed, "Yes." Since his little brother had said so, Gu Cheng chose to dismiss it. The two continued on their way to the textile factory. As soon as Gu Zhao arrived at the entrance, the gatekeeper, an elderly man, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that the person before him was indeed Gu Zhao. "Zhao, are you back from university?" "Yes, I'm on winter break now. How have you been, Uncle Zhao?" "Very well, very well. It's just that I haven't seen you for a while, and it's a bit unusual," the gatekeeper, Uncle Zhao, chuckled. "Gu Zhao, during this period, you must prepare yourself. For I assure you that I shall grace you with my presence daily, to the point of exasperation. That esteemed position is one I eagerly seek." As I made my way inside, anyone who recognized Gu Zhao approached to extend their greetings. I overheard several aunts inquiring about university life, and Gu Zhao would pause to engage in conversation until they were thoroughly satisfied before departing. Workers who entered the factory after Gu Zhao had left were filled with curiosity, asking the veterans who this person was. After all, they had witnessed many aunts, known for their cantankerous demeanor, approaching Gu Zhao with smiles and greetings. "Who is that?" The factory veteran glanced at Gu Zhao, encircled by admirers, then surveyed the inquisitive eyes surrounding him. Without waiting for him to feign mystery, someone urged, "Uncle, please tell us." Shaken by the insistence, the veteran reluctantly nodded. "This person is Gu Zhao, the head of our factory's mechanical maintenance department." Before he could finish, someone interjected. "Isn't that the mechanical maintenance department known for its generous benefits?" Indeed, there was no department in the factory that did not envy the mechanical maintenance department. A true technical division whose salaries and perks were incomparable to those of the others. "No way, this person is so young and yet a department head?" came the incredulous response. The veteran shot him an exasperated glance. "Do you think I would deceive you for my own gain? If you don't believe it, then so be it." With that, he attempted to walk away, but the others quickly obstructed his path. "Uncle, don't take it to heart. He is just inexperienced. Please continue." "Yes, Uncle, do tell us more. If Gu Zhao is indeed the head of the mechanical maintenance department, why haven't we seen him around these past few months?" With some coaxing and a hint of pride to share, the veteran paused in his step. "You certainly haven't seen him. Gu Zhao has been attending university for the past few months, and has likely just returned in the last couple of days." "That doesn't make sense. If he has been at university, how can he still be the department head? Can he really manage both? And would the leadership even allow it?" The veteran could easily discern the young man's thoughts. He glanced around and beckoned a few closer. "Let me tell you. But you must keep this to yourselves. It is said that after this child was accepted into university, he approached the county chief to resign from his position. However, the chief refused and insisted on retaining him. Thus, while the mechanical maintenance department is typically managed by comrades Zhao and Yu, the true authority still lies with Gu Zhao." The youngsters exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued further. What is the county chief after? Why would he insist on keeping someone who isn't even in the county? Seeing their bewildered expressions, the veteran stroked his stubble. "You youngsters don't understand. Why do you think Gu Zhao ascended to the role of department head at such a young age, and why would the county chief refuse to let him go? It's for the very reason that he possesses exceptional capabilities. In fact, the development of this department can be attributed entirely to Gu Zhao." He recounted Gu Zhao's journey from joining the textile factory to the establishment of the mechanical maintenance department in meticulous detail. A capable individual will always thrive, no matter where they go. It's not that Gu Zhao lacks a successor. Rather, our county has need of him. That is why the county chief is so reluctant to release him. You must have noticed how individuals from other counties seek assistance from Zhao Xian and the others. They come specifically because of Gu Zhao's influence. With Gu Zhao present, it's akin to having a living endorsement. The young men listened with rapt attention, gazing at the man in the distance who was engaged in jovial conversation, unsure of what to say. Is Gu Zhao truly that impressive? When one of them asked such a naive question, the veteran replied with a hint of annoyance. "What do you think? Do you know what university he is attending?" The factory veteran brightened at this inquiry. "Of course, he is at Qingyang Industrial University in the city. This was even reported in the newspapers." This revelation sparked the interest of the others. "Reported in the newspapers? How does one get their university admission reported?" The veteran replied. "He was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination." The revelation left the group speechless, rendering them truly at a loss for words. Is there truly someone with such extraordinary abilities? Whether in academia, work, or personal skills, it seemed Gu Zhao was remarkable in every regard. Looking at someone of their own age nearby, The young men were genuinely shaken. No, we need to inquire further. Thus, during their lunch break, they dispersed to gather more information about Gu Zhao. After piecing together their findings, they reconvened in a corner, exchanging furtive glances, none daring to speak initially. Finally, one of the men broke the silence. I've inquired, and Gu Zhao is indeed as we heard this morning. In fact, he exceeds our expectations. Alongside his outstanding abilities, he possesses immense personal charm. From what I've gathered, he is gentle, courteous, humble, and patient. In summary, all flattering remarks. The most striking aspect was that these compliments came from a typically irritable uncle who was quick to shout. The man shivered at the thought of such charisma being able to win over someone like that. The others shared their discoveries, and without exception, they all praised Gu Zhao, recounting his exploits as if they were family secrets, likely more than even their own relatives would receive. At this point, the group felt utterly defeated. Such exceptional talent existed in the world, yet it was not theirs. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, his brief return had inadvertently dampened the spirits of these young men. As he made his way back to his office, exchanging greetings along the way, he was soon surrounded by Yu Jiao and others. Zhao Xian playfully punched him in the chest. So you finally decided to return. It had been a taxing time. Although Gu Zhao had been busy, his presence had provided a sense of stability. With him gone, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao had endured a period of chaos. Thankfully, they could still reach out to Gu Zhao for guidance or to resolve pressing issues over the phone. Otherwise, Zhao Xian truly would not have known how to cope. Gu Zhao bumped fists with him, surveying the room. I appreciate your hard work. It's nothing, came the chorus of responses. Gu Zhao smiled. To reward your efforts during this time, each of you may come to me before the new year to collect 5 pounds of meat and 10 pounds of rice to take home. This proclamation was met with a thunderous cheer. Zhao Gu, you're so generous. Thank you, Zhao Gu. They were pleasantly surprised. Receiving provisions for their duties felt far more rewarding than mere monetary compensation, since cash would require ration coupons to procure food. Once the crowd dispersed, Gu Zhao requested Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao to provide him with updates on the work that had transpired during his absence. Listening to the initial flurry of activity as the two individuals took on their responsibilities, followed by a gradual transition into a well-organized routine, I nodded in approval only after confirming that the department's operations were running smoothly. You have worked hard, I acknowledged. Yu Jiao, possessing a relatively reserved disposition, merely shook her head, asserting, it is our duty. In contrast, Zhao Xian was far more candid, quipping, knowing how hard we've worked. Why don't you linger a few more days? If you don't start sharing the burden, you might not see me again. He was utterly exhausted. When Gu Zhao was still around, he had observed Gu Zhao's leisurely demeanor each day, mistakenly believing that such tasks were rather straightforward. Only after engaging in the work himself did he come to realize the complexities involved, managing upward while initiating downward communication, coordinating internal arrangements, interfacing with external parties, and occasionally organizing training sessions for the team. It was quite overwhelming. Even with Yu Jiao's assistance, he found himself utterly fatigued. Thus, when he saw Gu Zhao arrive today, he felt an immense sense of relief. Gu Zhao noticed that Zhao Xian's dark circles were indeed much more pronounced than when he had left, and a rare feeling of guilt washed over him. He quickly responded to Zhao Xian's comments. All right, during my time here, you two can take a breather from your tasks for a couple of days. Zhao Xian's eyes widened. Are you serious? Yu Jiao also looked eagerly at Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if you're too tired, you may return to rest now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Xian sprang up from his chair and dashed out of the office without a backward glance, waving, I'm leaving first. In the blink of an eye, he vanished through the door. Yu Jiao withdrew her gaze and met Gu Zhao's eyes, offering an awkward smile. Then I shall go too, she indicated towards the door. Gu Zhao smiled and nodded, go ahead. After Yu Jiao departed, Gu Zhao began to sort through his tasks, remaining seated until noon. It was only when Gu Cheng came to call him for lunch that he finally lifted his head from the desk. Gu Cheng understood that his younger brother had returned with a multitude of responsibilities to tackle, but no matter how busy one was, meals must be taken. The two made their way to the cafeteria, and just as they sat down after getting their meals, 2 others joined them at the table. Yu Zhirong took a mouthful of rice, swallowed, and then turned to Gu Zhao, saying, You young man, you returned without even a word of announcement. He had heard earlier that Gu Zhao was back, but had been too preoccupied to visit. Who knew that this fellow wouldn't even think to greet him? Who was really in charge here? He wore a serious expression, appearing somewhat aloof, but was quickly punctured by Tan Tianwei's jest. Don't let him fool you with that stern face. He has been glancing at the door all morning. Chapter 274, The Bicycle with the Backward Pedal. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao apologized. It was my oversight. I should have reported to you first, Uncle Yu. He adopted a contrite demeanor, and realizing that Yu Zhirong was merely jesting, He didn't hold it against him and instead inquired about matters from outside. Gu Zhao shared what he could, but when he mentioned the capital competition, Yu Zhirong suddenly became animated. It's you, of course, who brings pride to our director. Tan Tianwei chimed in, indeed. The news of the competition has even reached the county head, who praised Gu Zhao profusely during the county's quarterly meeting, insisting that such a capable individual should not be let go. At this, Yu Zhirong puffed out his chest, continuing, you should be grateful to me, Zhao. Without my efforts, your salary wouldn't have increased. He recalled hearing the county head mention retaining Gu Zhao, though he had not specified any benefits. What was it? Was it your charm or your eloquence that kept him? Of course, Yu Zhirong wouldn't say this so bluntly. But the implication was clear. One must not expect to gain without offering something in return. After all, if one is deemed capable, one must provide some incentive for them to stay. He worried that Gu Zhao might choose to remain in the city or even relocate to the capital. Zhang Guangji recognized the truth in this, and thus, Gu Zhao's salary was increased. However, the raise was modest, given that he was not currently on the job, and a significant increase would be unreasonable. Gu Zhao had heard about the salary increase from his brother. Since he was not present at the factory, his salary was managed by Gu Cheng and then handed over to Su Ran. Gu Zhao had been unaware of the circumstances surrounding the raise, only to discover that it was Yu Zhirong's efforts behind the scenes. Having you as my uncle is truly a blessing in my life. He expressed his gratitude to Yu Zhirong. Before Yu Zhirong could respond, Tan Tianwei interjected, Hey. Speaking of which, I was the one who discovered Gu Zhao initially. Shouldn't I be included in the thanks? Gu Zhao, upon hearing this, turned to Tan Tianwei to express his gratitude. Tan Tianwei beamed with delight, raising an eyebrow at Yu Zhirong. He didn't genuinely expect Gu Zhao to thank him, but he felt his role in recognizing Gu Zhao's talent deserved acknowledgement. He couldn't let Yu Zhirong claim all the credit. Yu Zhirong, having worked alongside his old partner for several years, snorted lightly. If it weren't for the fact that Tan was an old man, he would have shown him who was truly in charge. As they exchanged thanks, Gu Zhao had indeed brought something back from the capital for them. Having spent over 2 years in this world, he was well aware of who had treated him kindly. Knowing that both enjoyed fine tobacco and liquor, he had specifically brought some back from the capital. However, he had forgotten to retrieve it that morning, and now he couldn't produce it in front of Gu Cheng. He resolved to bring it to them the following day. The group continued their banter, and by the time they finished their meals, the food had grown cold, but they paid it no mind, shoveling in the last few bites before rinsing their containers at the water tap. The winter water was biting cold, yet the men were undeterred by such chilliness, quickly washing their containers with a few strokes. In the afternoon, Gu Zhao resumed his position at the desk, and only as the workday drew to a close did he manage to organize the tasks he had been handling over the past few months. When he heard a knock at the door, he looked up to find Gu Cheng waiting at the entrance. Little brother, it's time to head back, otherwise it will soon be dark. Winter evenings fell early, and it was already growing dim at just 5 o'clock. If they delayed much longer, they would be returning in complete darkness. Gu Zhao stood, locked the office door, and the two brothers walked out side by side. On the way, Gu Zhao urged Gu Cheng to go ahead, while he himself made his way to the small courtyard. Once inside the yard and having closed the door, Gu Zhao emerged shortly thereafter, carrying a large basket on his back filled with several dozen pounds of food, including both coarse and fine grains, as well as an entire leg of pork. This was for Wang Ho-hat. Although Wang Yao and his companion had moved in, they had inevitably added to the household's burdens. Moreover, as a son who had not returned in several months, it was his filial duty to provide for his elderly parents. Fortunately, there had been no snowfall recently, and the snow on the ground was only a couple of inches thick, making cycling significantly faster than walking. Before long, Gu Zhao caught up with Gu Cheng just outside the county town. He handed the basket to Gu Cheng to carry and took the rear seat on the bicycle. Little brother, is this really all right? Gu Cheng sat nervously in the back, afraid to move, lest the two of them tumble into a ditch. Big brother, do you still doubt my abilities? Gu Zhao replied confidently without looking back. Half an hour later, puff, 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 Gu Cheng spat out the mud mixed with snow from his mouth, looking around for Gu Zhao. After a full rotation of his head, he finally spotted Gu Zhao's rear and perched in a nearby ditch. Little brother, are you all right? Gu Zhao's face was buried in the ground, his ears flushed, though it was unclear if from the cold or embarrassment. Upon hearing his elder brother's call, he abruptly sat up, brushing the snow from his face. Nearby, his bicycle lay awkwardly, its wheels still spinning in the air. When Wang Ho-hat spotted the two brothers, she noticed their chests and knees were caked in mud. With a swift slap on her thigh, she approached them. Oh dear, have you both fallen into the ditch? She exclaimed, circling around them while inspecting their condition, finally sighing in relief upon confirming that they were merely dirty. It was well known that the ditches by the roadside contained not only mud but also stones and branches. A few years prior, There had been an incident where a man accidentally fell into a ditch during winter, though it was shallow, barely over a meter deep. He had the misfortune of landing on a partially rotten branch hidden beneath the snow, which resulted in him losing an eye. Gu Jianjun, seated nearby, remained silent, content that the two were unharmed. Yet Wang Hohot continued to admonish them to be more cautious, recalling an incident from years ago that had served as a stark warning to the neighboring villages. Who would have thought that such a commonplace occurrence could lead to such dire consequences? After all, who hasn't he stumbled into a ditch? Since then, the adults at home had taken to warning their children about the incident, hoping to prevent any future mishaps. Gu Cheng, feeling the weight of Wang Hohot's reprimands, dared not retort. Gu Zhao, unable to endure his mother's incessant nagging, quickly interrupted her, retrieving the meat and grain from the basket on the ground. Mother, this is the grain and meat I bought. You and the family can enjoy it at home. Upon seeing the provisions, Wang Hohot ceased her scolding. Spotting a large pig's leg among the offerings, she playfully slapped him on the back. You little rascal, what are you doing buying so much meat? Noticing the additional weight of several dozen pounds of grain, Gu Zhao chuckled, explaining, with the new year approaching and the weather being favorable, I thought I'd stock up a bit. Wang Hohot protested, I don't want it. You should take it back for your wife and children. Gu Zhao insisted. This is specifically for you and father, just accept it. Don't think of sending it back later. That would only complicate things. With that, he mounted his bicycle, carrying the empty basket away. Wang Hohot chased after him for a few steps, but failed to catch up, turning to see Gu Jianjun and his son, one standing and the other seated, both unmoving. You two really are cut from the same cloth, she remarked. Gu Cheng wore an innocent expression, feeling caught in the middle of his younger brother's desire to honor their parents. Gu Jianjun, leisurely sipping tea, commented that if his son had the means to be filial, they should simply accept it, avoiding any unnecessary back and forth that could create distance between them. Wang Hohot understood the rationale, but, as a mother, she preferred not to pry things from her child's hands. Gu Jianjun, however, was less conflicted, since their youngest was not one to flaunt his wealth. If he could offer help, they should graciously accept it. After all, they might need support someday, and it was prudent to have a little cushion. Upon hearing this, Wang Hohot ceased her reluctance to return the provisions. In the ensuing days, Gu Zhao dutifully reported to the textile factory each day until he was summoned to the county chief's office. County chief, you called for me? He inquired. Zhang Guangji gestured to a chair beside him, inviting Gu Zhao to sit. Once seated, Gu Zhao fixed his gaze on the man before him, uncertain of the reason for his summons. Zhang Guangji, not rushing into business, first offered praise for Gu Zhao's triumph in the capital competition. When I first encountered you by the roadside, I sensed your potential. Who knew you would bring me such delightful surprises? Gu Zhao, appreciating the compliment, humbly responded. It is thanks to your support, county chief, that I have come this far. Zhang Guangji felt a surge of satisfaction. It was indeed Gu Zhao's own capabilities that made the difference, as no amount of patronage could substitute for talent. As their conversation meandered, Zhang Guangji began to subtly inquire about recent events in the capital, particularly the mayor's abrupt change in attitude, which puzzled him. He speculated whether Gu Zhao had experienced some fortuitous event while in the capital that might have influenced the mayor's perspective. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow, choosing not to disclose details about his research project, merely mentioning that he had caught the attention of Zhou Yonglin, the director of the First Mechanical Research Institute. At this, Zhang Guangji nodded thoughtfully, refraining from pressing further. He then shifted the conversation to the county's plans to establish a machinery factory, proposing that Gu Zhao be appointed as its director. Gu Zhao was taken aback. County chief, are you mistaken? I am still a student. Zhang Guangji reassured him. Do not fret, the two roles are not mutually exclusive. The process of establishing a factory, from planning to implementation and eventual production, can take anywhere from 2 to 5 years or more. Be it financial allocations, material quotas, equipment procurement, or staffing, these all require time. I am merely giving you a heads up. You need not worry about the details. What are your thoughts? Gu Zhao understood that while Zhang Guangji appeared to be seeking his opinion, the decision was already made. After some reflection, he concluded that this arrangement could be quite advantageous. In a few years, the landscape would shift dramatically. Rather than venture to the capital or remain in the city, it would be wiser to serve as a factory director in the county, surrounded by familiar faces who could offer support in times of need. Ultimately, he felt fortunate, for becoming a factory director was not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. Thus, without hesitation, Gu Zhao consented to Zhang Guangji's proposal. Upon hearing Gu Zhao's agreement, Zhang Guangji exhaled a sigh of relief. The county was in dire need of talent, and he was genuinely concerned that Gu Zhao might choose to remain in the city. Wonderful. I knew I wasn't mistaken in choosing you, he exclaimed, standing and joyfully patting Gu Zhao on the shoulder. Gu Zhao smiled, remaining silent. Outside the closed office, Sun Yunqin's mind raced with thoughts, and after much hesitation, she finally resolved to knock on the door. "Come in," came the voice from within. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the doorknob and stepped inside. Gu Zhao looked up at her, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Though Sun Yunqin was the only person from their village, aside from Gu Cheng, to join their department, she and Gu Zhao had not interacted much. She had heard from Zhao that he was a diligent and industrious individual. Among the 8 recruits, she was the only woman, and currently, she was also the most capable. Although they hailed from the same village, Sun Yunqin knew little about Gu Zhao. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she hesitated but ultimately spoke up. "Zhao Gu, I recall you mentioned that we cannot accept items from the cooperative factory." Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding her implication. "Who?" he asked. Biting her lip, Sun Yunqin finally revealed the name, Zhou Qijuan. Initially unaware of the situation, she had later accompanied Zhou Qijuan to a neighboring county and noticed the unusually warm reception from a factory worker, which had raised her suspicions. After some inquiry, she had uncovered the truth. Gu Zhao asked for more details, and Sun Yunqin recounted everything in detail. Once he had the full picture, Gu Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "You should forget this matter. I will handle it." Sun Yunqin nodded and turned to leave. As she exited the textile factory, the sky had darkened, and the employees had long since returned to their homes. Striding purposefully towards the village, her initial hesitation and tumultuous thoughts had been cast aside. She harbored no regrets about discussing the matter with Gu Zhao. Zhou Qijuan's actions were inherently reprehensible. Moreover, having finally discovered an alternate path in life, she would not permit anyone to flout the rules. Gu Zhao did not address Zhou Qijuan's misconduct immediately. Several days passed, to the extent that Sun Yunqin began to believe the issue would fade into oblivion. Fidgeting with the hem of his clothing, Zhou Qijuan stood by the desk, gazing at the man who lounged in the chair. "Brother Zhao, did you summon me?" Despite being in a position of authority, Zhou Qijuan felt an overwhelming sense of subservience. Gu Zhao was the true leader of the department, yet during the initial evaluations, they had not been grouped together, resulting in minimal interactions thereafter. Therefore, being called to the office alone filled Zhou Qijuan with trepidation. Gu Zhao straightened his back, resting his elbows on the desk with fingers interlaced. "I hear you have a good rapport with the workshop director and procurement personnel at the sugar factory in Tianyang?" At this, a flicker of panic flashed in Zhou Qijuan's eyes. "Well, it's not that we are very familiar. It's merely routine work interactions." "Oh," Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Zhou Qijuan's anxiety was becoming increasingly difficult to disguise. He understood that Gu Zhao's inquiry indicated prior knowledge, and all he could do was stubbornly deny it. With a resounding bang, Gu Zhao slammed his hand on the desk, startling Zhou Qijuan. "Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Do you want me to summon someone to confront you?" Gu Zhao's piercing gaze struck at Zhou Qijuan's psychological defenses. He was not a person capable of suppressing his thoughts, or else he would not have so eagerly sought personal gain immediately after transitioning from a farmer to a worker. "Brother Zhao, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, spare me this time. I assure you it will not happen again." Zhou Qijuan pleaded with a face full of desperation. Gu Zhao ignored his entreaties. "Do you remember the rules I insisted you hold dear before you joined us?" "Yes," Zhou Qijuan replied, "I remember." "Then why did you still transgress?" Gu Zhao posed the question, not anticipating an answer. He waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave. Do not return tomorrow." Zhou Qijuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such severe repercussions for merely accepting a few petty favors. "Brother Zhao, please, grant me another chance. I was momentarily foolish. I swear I will not repeat my mistakes." Gu Zhao showed no sympathy for the man before him, who was now in tears. Over the past few days, he had enlisted Li Dali to investigate the circumstances, and the findings revealed that Zhou Qijuan had only accepted trivial benefits. Each time he visited the neighboring county sugar factory, the workshop director and procurement officer would invite him to lavish meals at a state-run restaurant, thus fostering a closer relationship. As their rapport deepened, they would discreetly slip Zhou Qijuan some money, euphemistically referred to as a hardship allowance. Zhou Qijuan was fully aware that accepting such gifts was inappropriate. Yet he could not resist the temptation. If it were merely for these trivialities, Gu Zhao would not have been so direct in dismissing him. However, the audacity of the trio was remarkable. They had set their sights on the factory's machinery, attempting to undermine socialism. Their plan involved tampering with the machinery, then having Zhou Qijuan repair it, ultimately declaring it irreparably damaged. Given the long-standing cooperation between their side and Gu Zhao's, a certain level of trust existed, bolstered by 2 insiders. Consequently, the machinery deemed severely damaged could be sold off at a high price as scrap by the workshop director and procurement officer. Even after returning a portion of the scrap money to the factory, the trio would stand to gain significantly. To Gu Zhao, these individuals were both reckless and audacious. Had they succeeded and been caught, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It was already quite merciful of him to merely terminate Zhou Qijuan's employment. Yet, Zhou Qijuan remained oblivious to Gu Zhao's understanding of their ulterior motives, still clinging to the hope of receiving another chance. Witnessing Gu Zhao's indifference, he suddenly dropped to his knees before him. "Brother Zhao, please, I cannot lose this job. I beg you." He was acutely aware that since becoming a worker in the county, countless villagers had envied him. His family walked with pride in the village. His parents were almost beside themselves with joy, visiting neighbors to boast about their successful son. The thought of being dismissed filled him with dread at how others would perceive him. Just imagining their derisive glances was unbearable for Zhou Qijuan. Gu Zhao was taken aback to see the man kneeling before him, quickly sidestepping to avoid him. "Do not kneel, there is no room for negotiation." Zhou Qijuan fixed his gaze on Gu Zhao, and seeing him unmoved, he abruptly stood up, furious and humiliated, sweeping everything off the desk in a fit of rage. Well, you truly are something, Gu Zhao." The cacophony of falling objects drew the attention of others outside the office. Peering through the slightly ajar door, they hesitated to enter. They were uncertain, but Gu Cheng and his two brothers had no such reservations. Their younger cousin was inside, and they immediately pushed the door open and barged in. Others followed suit. "Are you all right, Zhao?" Gu Cheng exclaimed upon entering, seeing Zhou Qijuan glaring at his cousin with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. He quickly positioned himself between them. Wang Yufeng and his brother also looked inquiringly at Gu Zhao. "I am fine," Gu Zhao replied, shaking his head and nudging Gu Cheng aside. Noticing Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao standing by, puzzled, he refrained from explaining, merely gesturing to the items strewn on the floor and casting a glance at Zhou Qijuan. "These will be deducted from his wages." Yu Jiao nodded, taking note. The small office was now filled with people, and the other department members exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Except for Sun Yinqin, who understood that Gu Zhao was beginning to administer justice. She bit her lip, silently observing from the crowd without uttering a word. "Brother Zhao, what is happening?" Zhao Xian inquired. Gu Zhao surveyed the room, noting the curiosity in everyone's eyes. This served as an opportune moment to issue a warning. He did not withhold information and recounted Zhou Qijuan's actions. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily speechless. They could not fathom Zhou Qijuan's reasoning. Why would he choose to commit such a transgression? Life was exceedingly good for them now. Not only did they possess a skill, but their treatment in the textile factory was also among the best. Was it not preferable to lead a straightforward life? Why seek to take what was not rightfully theirs? Whispers filled the office, weaving through Zhou Qijuan's mind, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Unable to endure the looks of derision from his peers, he finally shouted, "What do you all know? If we can enjoy a good life, who would choose to live in hardship? They willingly gave me that money. Why refuse it?" Seeing his lack of remorse, Zhao Xian frowned. "Do not try to argue your way out of this. If we all thought like you, we might as well rob a bank. That would be a much quicker way to make money." Yu Jiao nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I had repeatedly cautioned you before your entrance that you must not accept anything from others without authorization, otherwise, you must depart. This is clearly articulated in the departmental regulations. And if you have forgotten, I can certainly present it to you once more." She felt fortunate that when Gu Zhao had instructed her to establish an open departmental regulation, she had not been negligent. The present situation was thus justified. Zhou Qijuan, however, was now beyond the reach of reason, and it was Zhao Xian's words that diverted his attention towards him. "Huh," he sneered, "what are you? Merely a lapdog circling around Gu Zhao. While you've been slaving away at the factory, he has been carefree outside for months, and now that he has returned, you are eager to step aside. I ask you, what is it that you seek?" Zhao Xian remained unfazed by his blatant attempts to sow discord. He tossed Zhou Qijuan a disdainful glance. "What do I seek? I seek the banner of socialism to be held high, and I seek a department devoid of scoundrels like you. Is that sufficient?" Such lofty ideals elevated the discourse. Gu Zhao nodded towards Zhao Xian, who responded with a slight lift of his chin. "You think you can outmaneuver me?" A chuckle escaped him, and the others, unable to contain their amusement at Zhao Xian's words, erupted into laughter. "You," Zhou Qijuan stammered, pointing a trembling finger at those present. But Gu Zhao did not grant him the opportunity to continue, promptly ushering him out. Just as he concluded his statement, Meng Tianxiong and Niu Dashan emerged, grasping Zhou Qijuan's arms and dragging him away. Zhou Qijuan clutched the doorframe, reluctant to let go, and at that moment, regret washed over him. He turned to Gu Zhao, adopting a tone of submission. Zhao Gu, I was wrong, I spoke in haste. I implore you, spare me this once. I have an elderly parent and young children relying on my job for sustenance." Meng Tianxiong paused, glancing at Gu Zhao. Without a word, Gu Zhao waved his hand, and they immediately pried Zhou Qijuan from the door and pulled him outside. His cries echoed, drawing the attention of others in the textile factory. What is happening? Oh my, what a lament. Has his mother passed away? Get lost. He looks more pitiful being dragged away than if he had lost his mother. Perhaps he committed some serious error. Well, he deserves it. Seeing the onlookers captivated by the spectacle, the group leader promptly admonished them. Hey, what are you doing? Get back to work. Are you waiting to be dragged out like that? The crowd dispersed at his command. Upon the return of Meng Tianxiong and Yo Dashan, the office personnel had not yet departed. Gu Zhao, noticing everyone present, decided to reiterate his message. Today's incident involving Zhou Qijuan is a lesson for all. I hope no one else will err in such a manner in the future. He paused, surveying everyone with a steely gaze. Those whom he scrutinized instinctively averted their eyes, but then steeled themselves to meet his gaze, unwilling to appear guilty. Conversely, those diligently engaged in their tasks, earnestly striving to enhance their abilities, would find their efforts rewarded, with the prospect of salary increases not beyond reach. As Gu Zhao concluded, the eyes of his colleagues brightened. Indeed, having just witnessed a close companion being dragged away, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts, wondering if they might be next. However, Gu Zhao's words provided a measure of comfort. Furthermore, considering Zhou Qijuan's missteps, his dismissal was entirely justified, as long as they upheld their professional integrity. Such a fate would not befall them. Noticing the shift in expressions, Gu Zhao waved his hand. Now, return to your duties. Once the others had departed, Gu Zhao called out to the last two leaving, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao. Let us dine at the state-run restaurant later. It's on me. Sure. Zhao Xian readily agreed. He had been thoroughly exhausted lately and looked forward to treating himself. Yet, standing at the ordering counter, he hesitated, opting for a single plate of dumplings, ample and filling. Gu Zhao shot him a sidelong glance. What's this? Weren't you planning to treat me? Zhao Xian turned abruptly. How did you know? Gu Zhao merely scoffed in response, his sly glance before departing suggesting he had ulterior motives. Ignoring the other two, Gu Zhao ordered 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. Once seated, Zhao Xian regarded Gu Zhao. What is the occasion for such generosity today? He found it hard to believe Gu Zhao was treating them without reason. Gu Zhao indeed had his motives for inviting them to the state-run restaurant. Firstly, he wanted to reward them for their hard work over the past weeks and to foster camaraderie. Secondly, he wished to inform them of the plans for a mechanical factory being established in the county. Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao had been his companions from the beginning, and he was well aware of their capabilities and character. Should the factory materialize, he intended to bring them along, ideally relocating the entire mechanical maintenance department. After all, their current department was merely under the textile factory's name, with salaries dispersed by the county government. Their direct superior was Zhang Guangji, making their connection to this place tenuous. Gu Zhao had carefully considered his strategy, and he openly shared the factory's establishment plans with Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao. Both were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. Zhao Gu, is your source reliable? Zhao Xian inquired, while Yu Jiao's gaze remained fixed on Gu Zhao, both awaiting a definitive affirmation. Gu Zhao swallowed a bite of food. If it weren't reliable, why would I share it with you? The construction of the mechanical factory was a certainty, though he refrained from disclosing his own prospective role as the factory director, choosing to wait until the plans were finalized before revealing that detail. So, are you willing to join me at the mechanical factory when the time comes? Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao exchanged glances without hesitation. Absolutely. They understood that Gu Zhao sharing this information meant he regarded them as more than mere colleagues. The location mattered little, it was merely a change of scenery. A smile spread across Gu Zhao's face, for even though he anticipated their response, their immediate agreement to follow him without further inquiries signified their trust in him. Won't you think it over a bit more? What is there to consider? Wherever you go, I shall follow. Despite initially dismissing Gu Zhao as someone who had gained his position through connections, Zhao Xian had since been won over and harbored no ulterior motives, even as he remained behind to manage affairs at the factory while Gu Zhao was away. Chapter 276, Zhou Qijuan's Retaliation. Uncertain of the reasons behind it, he felt that following Gu Zhao would lead to a promising future. Moreover, Gu Zhao was generous, never hoarding knowledge or resources. Whenever confronted with questions, he was always able to provide answers. Since becoming acquainted with Gu Zhao, Zhao Xian had acquired a wealth of practical knowledge far exceeding that gained in school. His personal capabilities had also experienced remarkable growth. Thus, he resolved to remain steadfastly by Gu Zhao's side, wherever he might go. Yu Jiao shared a similar sentiment. Evident from her choice of mechanical engineering as her major in college, it was clear that she was not one to settle for mediocrity, content to sit in an office performing clerical work. Instead, she aspired to delve deeply into the realm of machinery, aiming to broaden her horizons and acquire a more extensive array of knowledge. Noticing the determination etched on their faces, Gu Zhao smiled and raised his bowl of soup, proclaiming, Let us toast to a future that is broader and brighter. Zhao Xian and the others lifted their bowls in agreement. The sound of the earthenware bowls clinking together resonated with a rich, robust tone. The three exchanged smiles and drank the hearty chicken soup in unison. The following 2 days passed in tranquil silence. The events surrounding Zhou Qijuan sparked considerable discussion within the factory for a brief period before gradually fading from memory. Gu Zhao dismissed it from his thoughts. As the new year approached, families in the village busied themselves with preparations for the festivities. The community's task of raising pigs had yielded one final swine, destined for slaughter just before the holiday to provide meat for the villagers. This pig had become the village's prized possession, and everyone was diligently feeding it, hoping for a generous share of meat for the celebrations. On the day of weighing, the pig tipped the scales at an impressive 180 pounds, marking it as a substantial specimen. Excitement erupted among the villagers. My goodness, this pig is exceptional. It seems my family will receive a larger portion this year, one villager remarked, while Antly modestly countered, oh, our family is rather large. And even if we receive 2 pounds, it will barely suffice for everyone. The woman referred to as Antly smiled, her words laced with politeness. With 4 sons and numerous grandchildren, her household was nearly 20 strong, rendering 2 pounds of meat quite insufficient. The children, oblivious to the adults' calculations, eagerly anticipated the meat distribution. Cheering as they circled around the drying area, the hefty pig was restrained on a bench, its ear-piercing squeals echoing throughout the village. Suddenly, the cries ceased. And in an instant, the pig's fate was sealed, blood splattering into the waiting wooden basin. Sisters Su Ran and Su Xia, home with their children, instinctively covered the little one's ears at the sound, fearing it might frighten her. Yet, the young child brushed away the hand covering her ears, giggling in delight, seemingly unfazed. Look at her, so brave, Su Ran chuckled, recognizing her father's spirit in the child. The room was warm from the stove, and the sisters sat by the Kong, chatting and snacking on dried fruits, entirely uninterested in the commotion outside. They rarely spent time in the village throughout the year and had no intention of shamelessly claiming a share of the meat. Moreover, Gu Zhao had already made arrangements. A few days prior, he had stealthily brought back not only half a pig, but also around 20 pounds of beef and mutton, as well as 2 old hens. The sisters were astonished at the quantity of meat. How long will it take to eat all this? Gu Zhao dismissed their concerns, confident that with ample time in the village, they would consume it quickly. At this, Su Ran shot him a disbelieving glance, remarking, "Who eats meat every day?" Gu Zhao clutched his chest, claiming he had not been feeling well, with a persistent heaviness in his chest. Su Ran found herself at a loss. With so much pork, the sisters decided to make some into preserved meat, allowing it to last longer and providing a change of flavors. The remaining meat was placed in an ice vat in the backyard, having frozen solid following a heavy snowfall. Gu Zhao was unaware of the pig slaughter taking place that day. With the new year looming, he was preoccupied with finalizing year-end matters and planning for the upcoming year. By the time he emerged from the textile factory, darkness had settled, and the streets were nearly deserted. The recent snowfall had rendered the ground nearly knee-deep, making cycling impossible. So he chose to stay overnight in a small courtyard in the county. "Cousin, are we really going to do this?" Zhou Ergo asked uncertainly, hiding behind a corner as he watched a figure approaching in the distance. Zhou Qijuan, filled with resentment, glared at Gu Zhao, plotting how to torment him once captured. He had never anticipated that a minor infraction would lead to his dismissal by Gu Zhao. The ridicule from fellow villagers and complaints from his family had driven him to the brink of madness. He vowed to make Gu Zhao, the cause of his downfall, pay dearly, refusing to allow anyone around him to back down. Zhou Qijuan sharply turned to the wavering figure beside him. In the pitch-black alley, only the moonlight illuminated faint glimmers. Zhou Ergu inadvertently caught a glimpse of his cousin's bloodshot eyes, akin to a malevolent spirit fixated on him, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at the slightest provocation. A chill ran down his spine, silencing him. He regretted his foolishness in pursuing this reckless venture for the sake of a few coins. Seeing Zhou Ergu's silence, Zhou Qijuan withdrew his menacing gaze and turned his attention back to the approaching figure. The crunch of snow beneath their feet grew louder as they drew nearer, and tension filled the air. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. As Gu Zhao closed in, Zhou Qijuan's breath quickened. It was almost time. He instinctively licked his yellowed gums. Zhou Ergu trembled beside him, unconsciously tightening his grip on the wooden stick. Just as Zhou Qijuan felt victory was within grasp, 2 pairs of hands emerged from the darkness behind them, swiftly covering their mouths. Before they could utter a sound, they both lost consciousness, unaware of the lurking dangers. Gu Zhao passed through the alley without a hint of suspicion. Only after he had walked away did Li Dali kick Zhou Qijuan. recognizing him as a man previously investigated at Gu Zhao's behest for his misdeeds that led to his dismissal. This time, it seemed he intended to seek revenge. Wang Yao nodded in agreement. Regardless of the motivation, they needed to take him in for thorough questioning. They could not afford to be careless regarding matters involving Gu Zhao. The mere thought of Zhou Qijuan's ill intentions towards Gu Zhao warranted their immediate action. Gu Zhao remained oblivious to Zhou Qijuan's audacity. After returning home, he retrieved food from his space to satiate his hunger, washed up, and lay down to sleep. It wasn't until the next day that Wang Yao informed him of the events from the previous night. Where is he now? Gu Zhao inquired. He's locked up. Wang Yao replied. During this time, he and Li Dali had not been idly sitting around. In addition to safeguarding Gu Zhao, they had also made acquaintances with local government officials, such as those from the police station. As fate would have it, Zhou Qijuan and his companion were promptly confined upon their apprehension. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao nodded slightly, resigning to their imprisonment. It was perhaps for the best. Initially, out of consideration for their months of collaboration, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Zhou Qijuan. After all, given the conspiratorial endeavors of the three, Zhou Qijuan's mere absence from confinement was a testament to Gu Zhao's clemency. Little did he know, some individuals fail to appreciate such mercy. It is worth noting that once the situation was uncovered, Gu Zhao instructed Li Dali to inform the factory director about the issues involving the workshop supervisor and the purchasing agent at the sugar factory. From what he gathered, the fates of the two individuals were far from favorable. Even after a considerable amount of time had passed, they remained locked away for questioning. Rumor had it that, aside from the information disclosed by Gu Zhao, additional illicit activities had been uncovered, leading to a conclusion that, even if they were spared from a bullet, they would likely face years of incarceration. In stark contrast, Zhou Qijuan appeared extraordinarily fortunate. Yet, there are always those who invite their own demise, heedless of the consequences. Gu Zhao, reflecting momentarily, cast such thoughts aside. After all, they were merely inconsequential figures. With 3 days remaining until the new year, Gu Zhao sat in his office, occasionally sensing the presence of individuals passing by the doorway, creating a slight commotion. Others, upon catching sight of him, would fix him with fervent gazes, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his being. Gu Zhao observed all of this with keen awareness. When Meng Tianxiong passed by once again, his eyes lingering longingly on the office, Zhao Xian could no longer contain himself and chuckled. Hey, I suggest you hurry and distribute the promised meat and rice. At this rate, I fear your office doorway will soon be trampled. A smile crept upon Gu Zhao's lips as he finally provided an accurate response. I will distribute them shortly before the end of the shift. At this announcement, a chorus of cheers erupted from the doorway, only to abruptly fall silent midway. Heads began to emerge, 1, 2, 3, each peering into the office, locking eyes with Gu Zhao's teasing gaze. Niu Dashan leaped up, exclaiming, Zhao Go, we're not worried you 1T distribute them, nor are we hurrying you. We're just. After a prolonged pause, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Ko Xian stepped forward, scratching the back of his head. We're just eagerly anticipating when we might receive them. Upon uttering this, he spat a couple of times. Realizing the irony in his words, wasn't this akin to urging for the distribution of provisions? Gu Zhao understood their sentiments. It was reminiscent of childhood when adults would speak of feasting during the new year, igniting a child's anticipation as the celebration drew near. Rest assured, the provisions will be distributed this afternoon. His assurance only deepened the sense of bashfulness among the others. They had no real concerns. They were well aware of Gu Zhao's character. He was not one to make empty promises. Moreover, they had learned that the meat and rice were generously supplied from Gu Zhao's own pocket, unlike others in the textile factory. Even if Gu Zhao chose not to provide them, they would hold no grievances. Initially, when they first learned of this, some had hesitated to accept, feeling undeserving of such generosity. However, Gu Zhao's insistence that he had connections for procurement, allowing him to share with his fellow working-class comrades, coupled with his firm demeanor, ultimately persuaded them to graciously accept the offer. Consequently, each silently vowed to diligently fulfill their responsibilities, striving to shine in their respective roles. They would resolutely prevent any occurrences similar to Zhou Qijuan's, ensuring no tarnish would fall upon their department or Gu Zhao's reputation. As the end of the work shift approached, Gu Zhao summoned Gu Cheng to the small courtyard. Brother, please wait outside for a moment. After greeting Gu Cheng, Gu Zhao entered the inner room to retrieve 2 baskets. In the blink of an eye, one basket was filled with 50 pounds of pork belly, while the other contained 100 pounds of rice, preparations he had made in advance. Each portion consisted of 5 pounds of meat and 10 pounds of rice, perfectly sufficient for the 10 individuals in the department, excluding himself. Once prepared, Gu Zhao called out, and Gu Cheng promptly entered. Upon surveying the baskets, he immediately grasped the situation. Without further inquiry, he took the basket containing 100 pounds of rice upon his back. Gu Zhao, seeing this, didn't tea contest and lifted the other basket. When they returned to the textile factory, only half an hour remained before the end of the shift. As soon as Gu Zhao and Gu Cheng departed, anticipation bubbled among the others. Upon witnessing their return with laden baskets, their eyes lit up, and they rushed forward to assist. Zhao Gu, Cheng Gu, we're here to help. Thank you for your hard work. Earlier, some had wished to accompany them but hesitated, fearing it would seem presumptuous. Once the baskets were set down, faced with the eager and expectant gazes, Gu Zhao smiled and promptly began distributing the provisions. He instructed everyone to spread out and form an orderly line, calling out each name in turn: Meng Tianxiong, Sun Yunqin. Each recipient expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Gu Zhao, reflecting on how, if they were in his position, they would never have been so generous as to personally fund such a bounty for their peers. Perhaps this distinction was what set leaders apart from mere underlings. Thank you, Zhao Gu. The Wang Yujun brothers beamed as they received their share of 10 pounds of meat and 20 pounds of rice. Such abundance was unprecedented, ensuring they would enjoy several hearty meals during the upcoming new year. Gu Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment upon receiving the meat, considering he had recently brought home a substantial amount of grain and a large pig leg for their family. The weight of that pig leg alone was considerable, and he felt unworthy to accept additional provisions funded by his younger brother. Gu Zhao, sensing his hesitation, firmly pressed the meat into his hands. Brother, this is for our parents. It's entirely separate from what I'm giving you now. Besides, I've never hesitated to share what we have under our roof. Don't start being overly polite now. Gu Cheng sheepishly scratched the back of his head, acknowledging that the firewood was of little consequence. However, he refrained from further declining the provisions. When Zhao Xian received his allotment of meat and rice, he made a series of exaggerated expressions of gratitude, genuinely appreciative of Gu Zhao's generosity. While his family, capable of supporting 2 college students, was not in dire need of such provisions, the fact that Gu Zhao was willing to part with his own resources brought him immense satisfaction. Perhaps this was his final act of defiance against the constraints of their situation. Once everyone had received their allocations, the shift concluded. The personnel from the mechanical maintenance department were all smiles, brimming with joy, each carrying their bounty, drawing the attention of other workers within the textile factory. Having worked together for some time, familiarity bred curiosity, prompting several workers to approach and inquire, "Hey, Dashin, what do you all have there? Why does everyone have something?" The speaker's gaze darted toward the snakeskin bag clutched in Niu Dashin's hands. Niu Dashin, in high spirits, thought there was no harm in sharing, promptly replied, "This is what Zhao Ge gave us. New Year gifts?" "Yes, that's right, New Year gifts." The questioner's eyes remained fixated on the snakeskin bag, unable to look away. Every year during the new year, the factory distributes benefits to its workers. As it is a textile factory, these benefits typically consist of some defective fabric, a few grain tickets, or perhaps half a pound of flour. This year's situation was no exception. The offerings were modest, yet symbolic of goodwill. However, upon witnessing the exuberant expressions of Niu Dashin and the bulging snakeskin bags in their hands, curiosity compelled others to inquire further. "What did you receive for the new year?" This question ignited a spark of pride within Niu Dashin. He cleared his throat and responded, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just 5 pounds of pork belly and 10 pounds of rice." "What?" The questioner's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Was this truly nothing? What then did their meager haul signify? A sense of indignation stirred within the inquirer, and upon observing Niu Dashin's smug demeanor, he felt determined to see the goods for himself. "Come on, Dashin, show your uncle what you received for the new year." Niu Dashin, without hesitation, obliged and opened his snakeskin bag. The inquirer leaned in, almost burying his head into the bag. Once he beheld the contents, despair washed over him. His face fell slightly, and he stammered, seemingly at a loss for words. "Oh, congratulations on marrying 8 wives." Noticing the dazed expression on the man's face, Niu Dashin waved his hand and said, "Uncle, since there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Go on, take care," came the reply. Niu Dashin sensed that the man had been significantly affected, and feeling somewhat guilty, he touched his nose and departed, all the while unable to contain his glee. Indeed, the welfare of their department was remarkably generous. Meanwhile, Wang Yujun and his brother, burdened with several pounds of goods, found their journey home unusually lighthearted. They hardly felt fatigued as they arrived at the village entrance. With only 2 days until the new year, the village's mill had been in constant operation. In their village, all the pigs had been handed over, leaving not a single one behind. With no meat to consume, they resorted to grinding tofu. At this time, aside from meat, tofu and eggs were considered excellent sources of nourishment. As the 2 brothers carried their meat and rice home, they exchanged greetings with passers-by. Upon seeing the brothers' load, A curious villager inquired about their provisions. Wang Yufeng spoke up before his younger brother could respond. Oh, it's just a little benefit from the factory. Ah, see. Being a worker has its perks. They even distribute goods for the new year. Yang Yujun gazed enviously at the contents of their bags, eager to discern what they contained. She stepped forward for a closer look. Aunt Yang, it's getting late. The sun is nearly down. We should be on our way, Wang Yufeng interjected, tugging at his brother to leave. Wang Yujun, puzzled, asked, Why are we hurrying, brother? If we don't move quickly, are you waiting for her to rummage through your bag? If the village finds out we have meat for the new year, we'll have more than just a couple of people showing up at our door uninvited. Not to mention, Wang Yujun's opportunistic aunt would likely come knocking, hoping to glean some information, perhaps even to take some home. The mere thought of a swarm of children at their doorstep on New Year's Day, clamoring for meat, sent a shiver down his spine. No, absolutely not. They couldn't even eat the meat themselves, let alone share it with others. With this thought, he unconsciously lengthened his stride, pulling Wang Yufeng along with him. Let us hurry home to avoid running into anyone else. Some of the village women lack any sense of shame. If they see us, it could be that the contents of this bag become common knowledge. The two brothers dashed home, with Wang Yujun slamming the courtyard door shut behind them. In the kitchen, Su Hong was busy stir-frying vegetables, her head still down as she heard the commotion outside. You're back? Wash your hands quickly. Dinner is ready. Wang Yongya, having ushered the chickens into their coop, approached the front yard and noticed the conspicuous snakeskin bags in his son's hands. What do you have there? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Wang Yujun proudly tilted his chin and handed over the bag. Here, take a look. His haughty demeanor made Wang Yongya's hands itch, but he restrained himself. Taking the bag and pulling out an object wrapped in oil paper, he instinctively weighed it in his hands. It was surprisingly heavy. The texture was soft and familiar, sparking curiosity. As he unwrapped the oil paper, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. Wang Yongya abruptly looked up at his younger son, asking, What? Did you strike it rich today? Come into a windfall? Or are you up to some mischief? Before Wang Yujun could reply, Su Hong emerged from the kitchen. What mischief are you talking about? Wang Yongya waved her over excitedly. Dear, come quick. Su Hong approached with a look of skepticism, and as she neared, the last rays of sunlight revealed the red and white marbled pork belly in Wang Yongya's hand. Wow, they were truly a matched pair, both reacting in unison. Su Hong's eyes widened as she snatched the pork belly from her husband, confirming its authenticity before swiftly turning to the two brothers. Where did this come from? Wang Yujun, holding his head high, replied, Mom, don't rush, there's more. Su Hong and her husband followed his gaze down to the snakeskin bag at their feet. Wang Yongya eagerly retrieved the remaining contents. When the couple saw what was left in the bag, they were momentarily speechless. Wang Yufeng, noticing their astonishment, let a hint of a smile flicker in his eyes. Mom, there's still more. With that, he handed over the bag he was holding. Upon discovering that the contents were identical to what his younger brother had, the couple was left utterly speechless. Their household had never experienced such abundance. They often wished to purchase meat but lacked the necessary coupons. Even during the rare occasions when pigs were slaughtered, the portions allocated to each family were limited. This year, there hadn't even been a glimpse of a pig. To suddenly have 10 pounds of fatty pork belly was a sight they had never witnessed before. This was overwhelming. No, we need to take a moment, Su Hong said, patting her chest as she sank onto the table, momentarily forgetting the dishes on the stove. Red, give me a slap. Wang Yongya, equally dazed, sat beside her and made the outrageous request. With a swift motion, Su Hong slapped him without turning her head. Does that hurt? Wang Yongya covered his reddened cheek and nodded. Yes, it does. Hearing this, Su Hong sighed in relief. Well, that's good. Pain means it's real. Wang Yufeng found the situation amusing, unable to help but laugh. Wang Yujun joined in. Mom and Dad, this isn't a joke. This is a New Year gift from cousin. What? From Zhao? Su Hong exclaimed in shock. She didn't fully grasp the concept of a New Year gift, but understood that the meat and rice came from Gu Zhao. Seeing her two sons grinning widely, she stood up and delivered a slap to each of them. If it's from your cousin, you should accept it, you two little rascals. Tomorrow, return the items. Wang Yongya's smile faded at the mention of his elder son's words. Your mother is quite right. These two items must have cost a pretty penny. And we cannot accept them without good reason. Do you understand? The two brothers, who had unexpectedly received a slap, exchanged helpless glances in the face of their parents' stern gazes. Wang Yufeng smiled and clarified. This isn't just a gift from our cousin. Each of us in the department received 5 kilograms of meat and 10 kilograms of rice. Indeed. Indeed, Wang Yujun chimed in. Our cousin mentioned this was a reward for our hard work lately. Everyone got it. Really? Su Hong responded, her skepticism apparent. The brothers exchanged a resigned look, nearly swearing an oath to affirm their words. Upon hearing this, Su Hong and her husband finally relaxed. Observing his mother's delight, Wang Yujun couldn't help but make a request. Mom, look at this. It's a whole 10 kilograms of meat. Let us make some dumplings for the new year and cook some braised pork. In a jubilant mood, Su Hong immediately agreed without hesitation. Wang Yujun's eyes lit up at her response, prompting him to push further. Mom, I'd also like to have some twice-cooked pork stewed with vermicelli, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. Before he could finish, Su Hong shot him a glare. How about stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat? Will you eat that? Wang Yujun awkwardly chuckled, choosing to remain silent. That evening, the family of four shared a meal with the slightly cool dishes, but their hearts were warmed. This year's celebration felt promising. The following day, despite Wang Yufeng and his brother's attempts to keep a low profile, news of the gifts from their factory spread throughout the village. Yang Yujun, who was spreading the news, did not hold back when questioned by other villagers. Not only did she share, but she also embellished the story considerably. You should have seen the bags the Wang brothers were carrying. I estimate they must have weighed 40 to 50 kilograms each. Together, that's 100 kilograms. Quite impressive, isn't it? Some voiced skepticism. Really? Do you think the factory is that generous to give out so much? Upon hearing doubts, Yang Yujun became irate, glaring at them. How could it be fake? I saw it with my own eyes, and they said it was from the factory. Did you see what was actually in the bags? Someone curiously inquired. This question left Yang Yujun momentarily stumped. She had been about to look when the two boys ran off, seemingly afraid she might snatch something. Well, I didn't see the specifics, but judging by the bag's shape, I'd wager it's mostly grain, possibly even some meat. She spoke with such conviction that one might believe she had witnessed it all firsthand. The mention of meat stirred excitement among the gathered crowd. Wow, the factory in the county is indeed generous, willing to give their workers such good things. While some believed her, others remained doubtful. Oh please, with so many workers, distributing dozens of kilograms of grain and meat? Do you think the factory leaders are fools? Exactly. If you're going to boast, at least make it plausible. Yang Yujun's expression soured, and she began to argue back. Did you see it, or did I? I said they distributed meat, and that's the truth. Bah. I could claim to be the factory manager too. Yang Yujun's face flushed crimson with indignation. She stood abruptly, asserting, if you don't believe me, let us ask Su Hong and see if I'm telling the truth. Fine, let us go. They spat, but no one in the group rose to their feet. They were all aware of the reality. Gossiping was one thing, but confronting the Wang family would be nothing short of ridiculous. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Daiwan was oblivious to their quarrels. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the gifts received by the Wang brothers. She couldn't help but wonder if she had fostered a better relationship with Gu Zhao. Would any of those items have found their way to her home? However, at this point, it was too late for regrets. As she wandered home in a daze, the cheerful laughter of children greeted her upon entering. Instantly, a heaviness settled in her heart, and an inexplicable irritability began to rise. This agitation erupted when she noticed the chickens still locked in their coop, their feed untouched. Just then, her eldest granddaughter joyfully ran past, playing with her youngest grandson, which ignited a surge of unexplainable fury in Daiwan. Grabbing her granddaughter as she passed, she struck her across the face. I told you to stop making noise, day in and day out. All you do is eat and play, not a shred of understanding. The child, who had been smiling moments before, was bewildered by the slap, her face quickly swelling with redness. She had no comprehension of why she was subjected to her grandmother's wrath. By the time she realized what had happened, the stinging pain radiated from her cheek, prompting her to burst into tears. Rather than calm her anger, the sound of the girl's cries only fueled Daiwan's fury. She reached out to twist the child's arm. Crying, are you? You worthless little thing. What right do you have to cry? The 5-year-old girl, unable to grasp the reason for her punishment, felt the pain in her arm and back, crying even louder. The younger boy, frightened by his grandmother's menacing face and his sister's sobs, began to wail as well. Inside the house, Wang Yongyu, who was busy tying broomsticks, faintly heard the children's cries and rushed out. Upon seeing his wife in a frenzy, twisting the child, he exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? Why are you hitting the kids in broad daylight?" He hurried forward to shield the child. Others, alerted by the commotion, also emerged. Wang Yuda's wife, unsure of the situation, rushed to gather her crying children in her embrace, comforting them. Once their sobs subsided, she inquired about the incident. "Nyo, tell mommy why you're crying?" Hiding in her mother's arms, the little girl cast a fearful glance at Daiwan and managed to say, "Grandma, hit." Though her words were not entirely clear, everyone present understood. Wang Yuda's wife was filled with indignation. What a perfectly good day, and my mother-in-law is acting like this. Though she thought it, she couldn't voice it. Yet, seeing the child punished for no reason compelled her to ask, "Mom, if the child did something wrong, tell me so I can teach her. Why are you hitting her? She's so little. How can she understand?" Well, Daiwan's simmering anger reignited at her daughter-in-law's questioning. So now everyone is here to interrogate me, as if I have no authority in this household. Oh, really? Do I need to report everything I do to you? This entire house is filled with lazy people. It's already morning, and no one has fed the chickens. I spend my days catering to you all, and still have to tend to the chickens. It's as if I'm being treated like a donkey. Wang Yuda's wife stepped back, narrowly avoiding a finger that nearly poked her eye. Mom, I'm just asking why you hit the child. What does that have to do with anything else? And the chickens, Daiwan retorted, it's cold now, they're not laying eggs. So I keep them in the coop and feed them less to avoid wasting food. What do you have to say about that? Wang Yuda's wife, exasperated with her penny-pinching and self-serving mother-in-law, found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. What was this nonsense about serving them? Serving the chickens? She and her sister-in-law managed everything inside and outside the house. How could she dare suggest otherwise? Daiwan, reminded of her previous remarks by her daughter-in-law, felt no shame. What is wrong with a grandmother giving her granddaughter a few smacks? When the daughter-in-law stood there, neck stiff and face questioning, her mother-in-law's demeanor became even more imposing. After all, the woman had already married into their family and had 2 children. What was the likelihood of her leaving? What tone is that? I am your mother-in-law, the grandmother of your children. What's wrong with giving the child a couple of smacks? This statement displeased Wang Yuda. He did not marry and have children merely to have his mother squander their efforts. Mom, enough. Whose child is it? Who cares for them? You're just making a scene. Daiwan cast a disbelieving glance at him, astonished that her own son would side with an outsider rather than support his own mother. How unfortunate. They say that once a man marries, he forgets his mother. It seemed he truly had forgotten his roots. The thought of her son defending an outsider ignited a fury within Daiwan, glancing at her eldest daughter-in-law holding 2 children. As if they were the true family of 4, the last thread of her composure snapped, and she instinctively raised her hand. Enough. At that moment, a furious roar interrupted her. Wang Yongyo's forehead pulsed with veins as he glared at Daiwan. Have you lost your mind? Seeing her father-in-law step in, Wang Yuda's wife quickly hid behind him with the children. She had clearly witnessed the slap aimed at her. Not enough. Daiwan retorted defiantly. She never anticipated that first her daughter-in-law would challenge her, then her son would side with an outsider, and finally, even her husband would show her up in front of so many younger relatives. In a fit of rage, she began to unleash her wrath upon everyone present. Wang Yongyu, you have always been this useless. If it weren't for me holding this family together, anyone in the village could come and kick you around. Eldest and second son, I believe I have fulfilled my responsibilities as a mother, sacrificing my own comforts for you both. Yet, as soon as you married, you tossed your old mother aside. Heartless wretches. And you too. Once you marry into our family, you must abide by our rules. As your mother-in-law, whatever I command you to do, you must do, otherwise. It is a sign of unfiliality. If there essay next time, I will call your families to take you back. She paused to catch her breath, then continued her tirade, particularly targeting Wang Yuda and his brother. I am truly unfortunate to have borne 2 useless, ungrateful sons. If only you had cultivated a good relationship with Gu Zhao back then, you could have been workers at the factory, proudly flaunting what the factory provided you, instead of being envious of that neighboring family. Hearing this, the onlookers understood the root of her jealousy. Though silent, Wang Yutao felt wronged as his mother pointed fingers at him. Mom, weren't you the one who said Gu Zhao was a good-for-nothing? You told us not to associate with him. Indeed, you always treated him with disdain when he came to our house. So why would he continue to associate with us? Wang Yuda echoed, discontented. He had come to realize that his mother was not only stingy and petty, but also had a habit of shifting blame. The 2 daughters-in-law remained silent. They knew that if they spoke, their mother-in-law would likely react with indignation. Wang Yongyu understood the root of Daiwan's inexplicable anger and sighed. You looked down on a Zhao, and your relationship with the second sister's family soured. Now, seeing others live well, don't be envious. Let us just focus on living our lives. Yes, Mom, even if you want to mend things with Gu Zhao now, he wouldn't care for it. What is the point? Wang Yuda felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He knew he had missed the chance to work at the textile factory due to his mother's actions, and seeing his younger cousins commute to the county every day filled him with resentment. He felt a measure of grievance towards Daiwan, his biological mother, believing that had she not interfered, he might have already secured a job. Yet, he also understood that no matter what they did now, even if they groveled, Gu Zhao would not regard them favorably. Why not focus on their own lives? At least they could maintain some dignity by not appearing overly concerned. Wang Yutao shared similar sentiments with his elder brother and bluntly expressed his thoughts. Mom, because of you, my brother and I have already missed our chance to become factory workers. Do you really want to make a spectacle of our family for the whole village to laugh at? Since Wang Yufeng and his brother secured jobs at the factory because of Gu Zhao, many in the village mocked them. saying their family had chased away the benefactor who could have transformed their lives for the sake of short-term gains. Now, everyone knew that Gu Zhao was a person of great feelings and capability. He genuinely helped those in need. Had their family maintained a closer relationship, he would have surely lent them a hand. Yet, their mother had severed all ties. Hearing her son's words, Daiwan's expression faltered as she met the resentful gazes of her two sons, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Are you blaming me? Wang Yutao, more straightforward than his elder brother, furrowed his brow. Shouldn't we? Daiwan's face drained of color, but everything I did was for this family. Was it wrong to look down on a good-for-nothing like Gu Zhao, who, after being brought back, did nothing but seek handouts? When she acted that way, none of them opposed her. So why was it all her fault now? Wang Yutao inhaled deeply, no longer holding back. Mom, stop claiming everything you did was for the family. You are merely stingy and resentful of those who don't cater to your whims. Hearing her son's accusations left Daiwan in shock. She was oblivious to when her sons had begun to harbor such deep resentment towards her. Wang Yongyu understood the situation. Though his wife's character was indeed flawed, her heart was genuine towards their children. Hearing such words must have stung. He wanted to offer her some comfort, but felt it prudent to let her reflect on her actions. So, he shook his head and retreated into the house. Gradually, others dispersed, leaving Daiwan standing alone. Snowflakes began to swirl in the misty sky, landing on her head and shoulders. She felt no cold, only an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost her direction in life. Gu Zhao had no idea that something as trivial as meat and rice could spark a family feud. He arrived early at the textile factory and had barely settled in when Yu Zirong called him to the office. Upon seeing him, Yu Zirong was both amused and exasperated. You've really put your uncle in a difficult position. Gu Zhao sat down, puzzled by his words. Uncle, don't pin this on me. I haven't done anything. Who has pinning anything on you? Yu Zirong shot him a glance. Aren't the meat and grain department's responsibility? Early this morning, before he had even settled into his seat, individuals approached him to report that many at the factory were discussing why their annual gifts consisted solely of flawed fabric. While Gu Zhao's department received generous portions of meat and rice, Yu Zirong felt momentarily speechless. He had long been aware that Gu Zhao personally spent money to provide benefits for his department, a matter Gu Zhao had previously mentioned to him. However, he was unaware that the initial offering included 5 pounds of meat along with 10 pounds of rice. Consequently, the factory workers were abuzz with envy. Upon hearing this, Yu Zirong couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Everyone seemed eager for meat, but where would he procure such quantities? Even if he were sold off, he couldn't amass enough meat to distribute among the subordinates. Understanding the purpose behind Yu Zirong's summons, Gu Zhao smiled and said, Uncle, you cannot blame me for this. I've been away for several months, and the matters here rest solely on the shoulders of those beneath me. I must reward them after all. Yu Zirong replied. Then let us keep it low-key. Gu Zhao feigned innocence. I'm quite discreet. I haven't mentioned anything outside. I have no idea how others found out. Yu Zirong knew that Gu Zhao had not been broadcasting this information, but his intent in calling Gu Zhao was not to concern himself with such trivialities. He moved to sit beside Gu Zhao and said, Uncle knows you have connections. How about you arrange for some meat for me as well? This way, I can silence the chatter from below. What do you think? Gu Zhao shifted his chair slightly and shook his head. Uncle, you overestimate my capabilities. The little meat we received for our department was squeezed from my friend's tight budget. There truly isn't any surplus. Indeed, there was still some meat available. But he saw no need to expose his resources. Hearing this, Yu Zirong felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he did not press the matter. With the new year approaching, pork had become exceedingly scarce, and the factory had not seen any meat for nearly a fortnight. He had hoped that if Gu Zhao could procure some meat, they could treat everyone to a feast before the holiday. Since that was not feasible, he chose not to insist further. Observing that there was nothing more to discuss, Gu Zhao stood to leave. At noon, after lunch, Gu Zhao visited the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon seeing his sister, Gu Yan, at the counter, he greeted her warmly. Ah Zhao, are you here to buy something? Gu Zhao nodded. My wife asked me to pick up some thread and needles. Certainly, I'll fetch that for you. After she retrieved the items and settled the bill, the siblings engaged in a light conversation. How is the family lately? Are Mom and Dad well? Does Dad's back still hurt? I had a colleague inquire about a folk remedy. I prepared 2 doses of medicine for you to take back for Dad to try. All right. The family is doing well, and Dad's back pain has lessened considerably. As Gu Zhao responded, his eyes casually scanned the surroundings. That fleeting glance led him to meet a pair of unfriendly eyes. Gu Zhao returned the gaze directly. Huang Min, taken aback by Gu Zhao's attention, quickly averted her eyes. Her heart racing as she silently hoped Gu Zhao would not seek trouble with her. Gu Zhao recalled her from previous encounters. Noting that her gaze was directed at Gu Yan, he tilted his head and inquired, Sister, is that person still bothering you? Gu Yan followed his gaze to Huang Min and sighed in exasperation. She was indeed astounded by the tenacity of this individual. It was merely that a suitor had spurned her in favor of Gu Yan. This was an ancient grievance. Years had passed, and they had each built their own lives. Yet Huang Min clung to the past. The irony was that at crucial moments, she would retreat like a turtle when Gu Yan resolved to confront her. Furthermore, their exchanges were typically verbal sparring, and if it came to blows, it would likely be Gu Yan who found herself in the wrong. Perhaps due to the lull in activity, Gu Yan succumbed to the urge to vent her frustrations about Huang Min's antics to her brother in hushed tones. After listening thoughtfully, Gu Zhao nodded in contemplation. Unable to resist offering his sister a suggestion, he said, "Why not approach it this way?" Gu Yan listened intently, nodding occasionally, but hesitated at the end. "Do you think this will work?" Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Whether it works or not, if she provokes you again, you'll find out." His suggestion was straightforward. Regardless of the time or era, reputation held significant weight, especially in this age. For someone like Huang Min, who frequently acted inappropriately, if one could grasp her Achilles heel, she would surely think twice before misbehaving again. What was her Achilles heel? It was evidently her marital ties. Consider the implications. A married woman repeatedly causing trouble over an old matchmaking incident. Would Huang Min's husband and in-laws not ponder the situation? Would they not question her lingering attachment to another man? Should Huang Min dare to misstep again, Gu Yan could feign intent to visit her in-laws, inquiring whether they could keep their daughter-in-law in check, especially if she harbored feelings for other men. While this idea was somewhat devious, Gu Zhao was certain it would be effective against someone like Huang Min, preventing her from buzzing around like a fly. Of course, Gu Zhao only intended for Gu Yan to intimidate her. It was rather dishonorable to use a woman's reputation as a weapon, and it also implicated his brother-in-law. Gu Yan nodded vigorously. "All right, I'll give it a try next time." She was utterly fed up with Huang Min's antics. Not far away, Huang Min observed the sibling pair, their occasional glances in her direction stirring her unease. What were they discussing? She had merely glanced over. It was not as if she had committed any offense. Noticing Huang Min's evasive demeanor, Gu Zhao withdrew his gaze with a smile. Let her ponder it. She had a timid disposition, yet enjoyed stirring up trouble. Taking advantage of the midday lull, Gu Yan brought Gu Zhao home for a moment to give him the medicinal ointment. Initially, she had planned to take it back during the New Year visit. But with Gu Zhao present, it seemed prudent to let him take it now and test its efficacy. As night fell, a familiar sound resonated, and Gu Zhao's eyes lit up upon seeing the system refresh. After nearly a year of anticipation, he had finally obtained the Advanced Mechanical Compendium. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased it for 600 points of favor. He was now a man of means, no longer the frugal individual he once was. Following the acquisition of the compendium, Gu Zhao's gaze shifted to the other 3 items available. Strengthening pill. 1 enhances physical constitution, invigorates energy, and improves suboptimal health conditions. Price, 30 points of favor. This seemed beneficial, and without hesitation, Gu Zhao purchased it. He intended to buy several more to discreetly share with those close to him. It would also be an excellent remedy to test for his father's back injury. Never bald pill, a necessity for anyone engaged in research. With this, you need never worry about becoming a balding darling. Price, 20 points of favor. Upon seeing this, Gu Zhao instinctively touched his thick mane of hair. Although judging by his father's current state, their family likely lacked any baldness genes, one could never be too certain. Gu Zhao could not bear the thought of sporting a bald head. He purchased it as well. After acquiring these 2 pills, Gu Zhao immediately consumed them. Whether it was a placebo effect or not, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him almost instantly. After a careful contemplation, it seemed that no significant changes had occurred. He then shifted his gaze to the last item on display. This item, in contrast to the previous 3, was rather unremarkable, a substantial snack gift pack, priced at a mere 1 point of goodwill. How incredibly affordable. He decided to purchase it, especially since snacks were rather scarce in this era, and Gu Zhao found himself somewhat tempted. However, it was not the right moment to indulge. He resolved to wait until tomorrow. With this thought, Gu Zhao slowly closed his eyes. On a winter morning, the earth was always shrouded in a delicate mist. After several days of continuous snowfall, it had finally ceased during the night. Today was a rare occasion of fine weather, with warm sunlight filtering through the clouds, enveloping him in an ineffable gentleness. Such splendid weather, coupled with the fact that today marked the last working day of the year, made Gu Zhao acutely aware of the jubilant atmosphere radiating from everyone who passed him in the factory. "Good morning, Zhao Gu. These are vegetables from our own garden. Please take some home if you don't mind." "Zhao Gu, these are eggs from the chickens my grandmother raised. Please take them back." Zhao Gu. As Gu Zhao entered his department, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of colleagues. After a day's worth of anticipation, they were now aware of what the other workers had prepared as New Year gifts. Thus, they felt somewhat embarrassed. contemplating what to offer in return for Gu Zhao's kindness. They could not afford anything extravagant, so after consulting with their families, they decided to present homegrown items as a token of their appreciation. Gu Zhao raised his hand to quell the animated chatter. I appreciate your kindness, but please take these items back and enjoy them yourselves. Upon hearing this, Niu Dashan and the others displayed expressions of disappointment. Zhao Gu is right. We are colleagues who will work together for many years to come, so there is no need for such formality, Zhao Xian chimed in. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously disheartened faces brightened with smiles, and they no longer insisted that Gu Zhao accept their gifts. Seeing this, Gu Zhao navigated through the crowd and made his way into the office. The remainder of the day passed peacefully, and after work, everyone exchanged auspicious New Year greetings before heading home. Gu Zhao accompanied the brothers Gu Cheng and Wang Yufeng as they walked toward the village. Not long ago, he had invited the three to stay in his small courtyard, reasoning that with Su Ran and the others absent, it would be less burdensome for them during the winter to live in the county. However, upon hearing this, the three shook their heads vigorously. After probing further and finding them resolute, Gu Zhao chose not to press the issue. Parting ways with Wang Yufeng midway, Gu Zhao and the other brother hurried toward the village. The recent snowfall had left the roads nearly knee-deep in snow, rendering bicycles unusable. So Gu Zhao opted to leave his bike in the courtyard. Thus, the journey became particularly arduous, and by the time they arrived at the village, night had fully descended. Time was of the essence, and the brothers exchanged few pleasantries before returning to their homes. As he shone his flashlight, Gu Zhao spotted a figure at the entrance of his courtyard, the beam casting a long shadow. He hurried forward and grasped Su Ran's hand. What are you doing out here in this cold weather? Su Ran smiled. I just came out a short while ago to see if you were back. With that, they walked inside. In the kitchen, Su Xia peeked out upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing Gu Zhao, began to set the table. Hurry, hurry. I've made some soup. It's still warm. Drink it while it's hot to warm your body. Thank you. Erjia, Gu Zhao replied as he accepted the bowl. Su Xia waved her hand and, seeing him drink, proceeded to bring the dishes to the table. Tomorrow marked the eve of the new year, and during their spare time at home, the sisters had traded for yellow beans with their neighbor to make tofu. During the day, they had also fried meatballs, both vegetarian and meat varieties. The little one had clamored for some while they were frying, and they had no choice but to feed her a few. Now, being held and fed, she seemed disinterested in eating, likely still digesting what she had consumed. Su Ran did not press the matter and let her play off to the side. These meatballs are quite delicious, Gu Zhao remarked as he savored one. The meatballs, infused with the fragrance of scallions and ginger, stewed with cabbage, offered a delightful combination of meaty richness and the subtle sweetness of the greens. Then you should try this, Su Ran suggested, serving him a piece of fried tofu from the soup. This tofu had been fried in the leftover oil after the meatballs, and while it might not be as tasty on its own, it would surely shine when stewed or braised with sauce. Gu Zhao nodded in agreement, affirming her assessment. With the scarcity of vegetables in winter, it would be advantageous to develop a new dish to enhance their culinary repertoire. They could even make frozen tofu. And when the time came, the family could gather around a steaming pot, adding some beef or lamb, along with radishes and cabbage. Su Xia listened attentively, committing his words to memory, eager to experiment once the relatives had left in a few days. After dinner, Gu Zhao played with the little one for a while. Once the child began to struggle against sleep, he fetched some water to clean her hands and feet before placing her in bed. The following day, as dawn broke, the village seemed to awaken. Joyful calls, the laughter of children, and the playful banter of adults echoed from every household. After enjoying breakfast at home, the Su sisters busied themselves. Today was a day for family reunion, and they were determined to prepare a splendid feast featuring pork, lamb, beef, and fish. The fish had been bought from a market visit by Zhang Anyang some time ago and had been kept alive for several days, displaying surprising vitality. However resilient, it was destined not to survive the day. Su Xia deftly handled the fish, her knife skills sharp and precise. Catching a glimpse of her sister nearby, she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. It was unfathomable to think they could enjoy such a good life now. Aran, thank you. Su Xia was chopping white radish, intended for the lamb soup at noon, when she heard her sister speak. Erjia, please refrain from such polite remarks. The peace we have now to focus on our studies is largely due to your efforts. Su Xia smiled warmly at her sister's words, but chose not to respond with further pleasantries. While the two busied themselves in the kitchen, Gu Zhao entertained the child indoors. Given the biting cold, the couple generally kept the little one indoors. However, being nearly 2 years old, the child was at an age where she wanted to run and jump. Staying cooped up at home was hardly suitable for her. Gu Cheng held the child in his arms, amusing her with toys and games, but ultimately, he could not dissuade her desire to venture outside. Daddy, outside, walk. The little one pointed towards the window, her upper body leaning out of Gu Zhao's embrace. Were it not for Gu Zhao's hold, she would likely have bolted outside. Gu Zhao grasped her outstretched finger and gently pulled her back. "We're not going." The little one grew anxious, kicking her legs in Gu Zhao's arms. Her eyes brimming with tears. "Go, outside, play." Gu Zhao found her determination both amusing and alarming. All right, but we can only play for a little while." With that, he rose from the Kong and began to dress the little one in her warm clothes. When they finally stepped outside, the child emerged as a plump little penguin, wrapped snugly in layers. The heavy clothing restricted her movements, causing her to waddle unsteadily, yet she was undeniably delighted, rushing to grab the snow on the ground. Gu Zhao did not intervene. "Go ahead and play. You won't be out for long anyway." Yet, before Gu Zhao could coax the child back inside, sounds emanated from the kitchen. "It's time for lunch." The three of them, of similar ages and not particularly fastidious, exchanged a few words of reunion before diving into the meal. Braised fish, lamb stew with radish, steamed pork with rice flour, and stir-fried cabbage, along with the marinated beef prepared according to Gu Zhao's method. After cooking 10 pounds of beef, some of it shrank. At noon, Gu Zhao and the others indulged in the pure marinated beef, which was mild enough for children to enjoy. In the afternoon, he planned to reserve a portion, while the rest would be dry-fried with dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. This method of dry frying rendered the beef incredibly appetizing, perfect for an evening visit to the Gu family. After the meal, Gu Zhao instructed the two sisters to return to the room to watch the children while he tidied up. Once he finished attending to everything, he began to sauté the beef. A sudden sneeze escaped him as the intense aroma of chili and the numbing scent of Sichuan pepper wafted in from outside. Susia couldn't help but sneeze, covering her nose. Once the tickling sensation subsided, she released her hand and teased, "Ah Zhao, the power of your stir-fried beef is quite formidable." Indeed, Su Ran nodded in agreement. Before Susia could respond, she stood up, saying, "I'll go take a look," and stepped outside. Gu Zhao's spicy stir-fried beef required first drying the meat with oil. If Wang Hohat were to see this, she would undoubtedly scold him, questioning how a household could be so careless. The dried marinated beef had fully released its enticing aroma, and at this moment, he added dried red chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and garlic slices into the pan. Once the fragrance of these spices was released, a pinch of salt and sugar would complete the dish. Just as Gu Zhao ladled the beef into a bowl, he felt a burning gaze upon him. Without raising his head, he gestured towards the kitchen door, prompting Su Ran to happily enter. Before she could speak, he offered her a piece of beef to taste, urging her to try it while it was still warm. Without heeding Gu Zhao's words, Su Ran swallowed hard upon catching the delightful aroma, and without hesitation, she devoured the beef. The spicy, numbing, and savory flavors struck her soul. As she chewed, she felt the beef unravel along its fibers in her mouth, its texture rich yet robust, with an elusive hint of sweetness that proved to be the finishing touch. Su Ran had never tasted such delectable beef before. After swallowing the morsel, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks for another piece, exclaiming, "So delicious." Her garbled words and enthusiastic demeanor offered Gu Zhao ample validation of the dish. He reached out to wipe the oil that had accidentally smeared on her lips, saying, "If you enjoy it, I shall make it often." Su Ran shook her head. While there was no shortage of beef, it was rare in the market. She understood Gu Zhao's capability, but was wary of drawing attention by consuming it too frequently. She did not wish for him to expose himself due to her cravings. Observing her reaction, Gu Zhao remained silent and guided her to the table to sit. Feeling a bit shy under his gaze, Su Ran playfully shoved a piece of beef into his mouth, urging, "You should try some too." Gu Zhao chose not to protest further, lest someone become embarrassed. In Chapter 280, a family reunion unfolded. The two of them, engaging in a bite-for-bite exchange in the kitchen, completely forgot about Susia. When Su Ran finally remembered, she suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, "I forgot about my second sister." With that, she hurriedly ran off with the plate. After her departure, Gu Zhao covered the bowl of beef he intended to take over with a lid and cleaned the used pots and dishes. Once everything was tidied, Su Ran and the others emerged with the children, eager to assist early on. "Zhao Gu, please bring some meatballs for Dad, Mom, and Big Brother too." "Sure," he replied, preparing another bowl of meatballs. Thus, Su Ran and her companions cradling the children walked ahead, while Gu Zhao carried the basket of dishes behind them. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Zhao noticed Wang Yao sitting in a corner chopping firewood, while the hefty Li Dolly was being chased out of the kitchen by Wang Hohat. "Dolly, you can go outside. We don't need you here. Just sit over there," she instructed, casting a stern glance at the father and son inside, who were twining hemp rope. What sort of host allows guests to sit outside chopping wood while they remain indoors? Gu Cheng, catching her signal, wore an innocent expression. Such incidents had occurred countless times since Wang Yao and the others moved in. Yet, they never listened, despite promises not to interfere, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. More often than not, they could be found either chopping wood in the yard or feeding chickens in the back. The pile of firewood in the corner of their courtyard could last until the year's end. One could only say that experience speaks volumes. Sensing the piercing gaze from a distance, Gu Jianjun chose to ignore it as if he hadn't seen anything. Gu Zhao quickly assessed the scene inside and placed the basket he was carrying on the table, advising Wang Hohot, Mom, Wang Gu and Li Gu are restless. Let them help out a bit. He understood that their presence in the house made them uneasy, and they were always eager to lend a hand. Indeed, Auntie, if you don't let me help, I feel like I'll rust away, Li Dali chimed in, feigning a stretch of his arms. Upon seeing Gu Zhao, Wang Yao paused his work and nodded in agreement. Auntie, it's already enough of a hassle for you to host us. If you don't let us do anything, we'll feel even more uncomfortable. Wang Yao truly felt out of place. Having spent years in the army, he usually celebrated the new year either on missions or with his comrades. This time, living in the Gu household, he felt the need to contribute as he watched Wang Hohot tirelessly attend to their needs throughout the day. Hearing this, Wang Hohot ceased her protests. Su ran. Seizing the moment, handed the child to Gu Zhao and grabbed the basket from the table, stating, Mom, what should we do? I'll help out. Su Xia followed her into the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, Gu Dangan and his sister rushed out, and upon spotting the little one in Gu Zhao's arms, they joyfully approached. Uncle. They greeted Gu Zhao before eagerly gazing at the baby in his arms. Sister, let us go play. Without waiting for the child to react, Gu Zhao gently set her down. As the three children ventured into the inner room, he settled next to Gu Jianjun and initiated a discussion about the cultivation of medicinal herbs in the village. Gu Jianjun became intrigued and provided an overview of the current planting situation. He expressed concern that prolonged periods without yields could dampen the villagers' enthusiasm. The village primarily cultivated two types of medicinal herbs, those with short growth cycles, yielding harvests within 1 to 2 years, and those requiring longer periods of 3 to 5 years. However, the latter, once sold, offered profits unmatched by the short-term crops. Upon hearing that the first wave of medicinal herbs in the village would be harvested gradually after the spring, Gu Zhao nodded but refrained from asking further questions. Instead, he turned his attention to the schooling of Gu Cheng's children. The eldest would soon turn 7, and the youngest was approaching 5. It was time for them to start school. This topic brought a frown to Gu Cheng's face. Their village lacked a primary school, so if the children wished to study, they would either have to trek over mountains for 2 to 3 hours daily to another village or attend school in the county. He worked in the county every day. His father managed village affairs, and his mother, at her age, would have to escort the 2 children for hours each day. He was understandably concerned. Thus, the only feasible option was to attend school in the county. However, that raised another issue, accommodation. They would inevitably need to rent a place in the county. Big brother, do you have any leads on where we might stay? If there are no alternatives, Gu Zhao contemplated seeking assistance from other acquaintances. Gu Qing nodded, indicating they had made some progress. He mentioned that this situation was largely thanks to his sister-in-law's second sister, who had once overheard him expressing a desire to find a house. She kindly inquired in their vicinity and fortuitously discovered a family that was renting out 2 rooms. These rooms had become available after the family's 2 daughters married off in succession, with no grandchildren to occupy the space. The family decided it was better to rent it out and earn a little income. The location was approximately a 5-minute walk from the small courtyard where Gu Zhao and his family currently resided. The only downside was sharing a courtyard with others. Nevertheless, given the scarcity of rental properties, Gu Qing thought it was quite fortunate to find a place, and he had no complaints. All right, if you need anything in the future, just let me know, Gu Cheng said. Good, I want to be polite, Gu Zhao replied. He understood that Gu Cheng was a relatively reserved individual who preferred to handle matters independently rather than trouble others. To coax him into asking for help would be a formidable task. However, Gu Zhao remained silent for now, deciding to address any issues as they arose. Meanwhile, the individuals in the kitchen were nearing the completion of their tasks. Upon seeing Wang Hohot carrying a platter, Li Dali immediately stepped forward, eager to assist. Aunt, let me take that, he said, promptly taking the dish inside without waiting for Wang Hohot's response. The others quickly washed their hands or served rice. And soon everyone was seated at a large table that comfortably accommodated 8 adults. The children were provided with separate servings on a smaller table. At this moment, Gu Dang exhibited the demeanor of a responsible elder brother, diligently serving one sister after another, thoroughly engaged in the process. The adults, observing the children's hearty enjoyment, shifted their focus back to their own reunion meal. As the head of the family, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but say a few words. However, mindful of the presence of Wang Yao and another, he refrained from being overly verbose, offering some admonitions to Gu Zhao and the others before leading the way and picking up his chopsticks. Li Dali had long been eyeing the cold beef that Gu Zhao had prepared. As soon as the host began to eat, he eagerly took a piece. Upon tasting the beef, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is simply exquisite. The cold marinated beef was delightfully chewy, complemented perfectly by the spicy and numbing flavors of the chili and Sichuan pepper. Others, intrigued by his reaction, followed suit and sampled the dish. The moment Gu Jianjun tasted the beef, a look of astonishment crossed his face. After swallowing, he promptly stood up and made his way towards the inner room. No, this absolutely requires some wine. Wang Hohot shot him an exasperated glance. You old fool, if you want wine, just say so instead of using the food as an excuse. Gu Zhao pretended not to notice the expression on his mother's face, continuing to help himself to other dishes. Mom, this chicken stewed with mushrooms is made by you, right? I could tell immediately. It's incredibly fresh. I've been thinking about this flavor while I was out. At this remark, Wang Hohot instantly forgot about the old man's antics. With a beaming smile, she added a piece of chicken to Gu Zhao's bowl. If it's delicious, then eat more. Just let me know when you want it, and I'll make it for you again. She then called for Wang Yao and the others, urging them to eat and reminding them that they were to consider it their own home. It's reunion night today. Your presence here signifies a bond with your aunt. So don't be shy. Wang Yao, swallowing his food, nodded vigorously. Aunt, don't worry, we want to be polite. That is good, that is good. When Gu Jianjun returned to the table with the wine, Wang Hohot chose not to comment. After checking with the others and finding that they were not drinking, Gu Jianjun helped himself to a hearty meal, alternating between bites of meat and sips of wine. After the meal, once everything was tidied up, the family gathered to keep vigil. The table was laden with chestnuts, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and other snacks. During the previous year's vigil, Su Ran had left early due to her pregnancy. This year, they stayed up until midnight. The crackling sound of firecrackers echoed throughout the village, heralding the arrival of the new year. Zhao, let the little ones sleep here. Carrying them back now might risk them catching a cold, Wang Hohot remarked. Observing the three children in deep slumber, Gu Zhao and his wife glanced over at their daughter, whose little face was flushed with sleep, completely undisturbed by the noise of the firecrackers in the village. Su Ran added, Then we'll trouble you tonight, Mom. The kids will probably kick off their blankets. Wang Hohot waved her hand dismissively. Caring for my granddaughter is no trouble at all. You two can rest easy. I'll keep an eye on them. Thus, Gu Zhao and his wife returned home, preparing for the days ahead filled with visiting relatives. Apart from a visit to his younger uncle's house, Gu Zhao had no other relatives to visit, and Su Ran's side was even less significant in that regard. On the fifth day, Gu Zhao, accompanied by his wife and child, headed to his younger uncle's home for a visit. As they approached the village entrance, he noticed someone looking around anxiously. Gu Zhao exchanged glances with Su Ran. She clearly noticed too, but chose to ignore it, continuing to lead Gu Zhao forward. Ran, Masume stepped forward. Blocking their path, Su Ran regarded her coolly. Is there something you need? Unable to withstand her piercing gaze, Masume reached out to grab her. But Su Ran deftly evaded her grasp. This only deepened Masume's distress. After being cast out by Su Dashan, her lover had proven irresponsible, abandoning both her and their son. She had endured scorn from the villagers while living in shame. Afterward, she had attempted to seek out that man in secret, but he was tightly monitored by his family. His sons had even warned him that if he continued to associate with outside women, they would sever ties and expel him from their home. The man, fearing for his future support, was unwilling to take such risks. Consequently, whenever Masume approached, he would scare her off with harsh words. Following several unsuccessful attempts, she returned to Su Dashan, only to be further humiliated. He insulted her, asserting that a woman like her, who disregarded marital fidelity, deserved to be punished. Furious, Masume momentarily forgot her intention to appease him, and the two ended up in a physical altercation. She could not tolerate being belittled by such a cowardly man. This spectacle drew the attention of the villagers, and once the dust settled, any thoughts of reconciliation were overshadowed by their deepening animosity. Yet, knowing that Su Dashan was of an age where his daughters had turned against him and might leave him without anyone to care for him in his old age, Masume felt a sense of vindication. She reminded herself that, unlike him, she still had a son who was dutiful, and that was worth something. However, upon returning home, she found her son rummaging through drawers. When she approached to inquire, he shoved her to the ground, causing her to lose consciousness. When she regained her senses, her home was in disarray, and her hiding places for money had been emptied, leaving not a single cent behind. In that moment, Masume wished she had remained unconscious. As she collected herself, she hurried outside, only to hear from others that while she was preoccupied with her lover, her son had been lured away by delinquents from the neighboring village to gamble in the county. She quickly sought out the location and, upon arriving, saw her son being thrown out of a courtyard, both legs broken. In that instant, her vision went black. Forgetting her son on the ground, she rushed forward, ready to confront those responsible. In such a den of underground gambling, it was hardly a place where she could assert herself. Instead of settling accounts, she found herself on the receiving end of a beating. They brazenly claimed that Su Lizong owed them money, and that his legs would serve as interest. Should he fail to repay by the stipulated deadline, the consequences would be far graver. This revelation struck Ma Sume like a bolt from the blue. Good heavens! What a calamity! Her son had his legs broken and was in debt. It felt as though her life was being snatched away, with no recourse. And recognizing the formidable background of her assailants, Ma Sume had no choice but to escort Su Lizong to the hospital. Even the funds for his medical treatment were borrowed from her family. Yet, her relatives had made it abundantly clear that due to her disgraceful actions, they wished to sever ties. This paltry sum was merely a means to buy their freedom from her. Ma Sume was taken aback by the cruelty of her own parents and siblings, who had turned a blind eye to their own flesh and blood. Nevertheless, her son's well-being was paramount. She had to set aside her grievances and rush back to the hospital. Ultimately, the doctor delivered a grim prognosis. Su Lizong's injuries were so severe that even if his legs healed, he would likely become a cripple. Upon awakening and learning of his fate, Su Lizong simmered in silence for 2 days before erupting in fury. Not only had his temper escalated, but he also showed no courtesy to Ma Sume, cursing and demanding care for all his needs. What could Ma Sume do? After all, this was her son, who would one day be her support in old age. She had to endure. Yet, the debts looming over her head felt like a guillotine, a constant source of anxiety that she could not shake off until resolved. As Chapter 281 unfolds, Ma Sume realizes her unreliable family and the villagers would not lend her money. It was then that she thought of her daughter, Su Ran. She recalled that her son-in-law was quite capable and was currently a university student. Thus, it was today that Gu Zhao and Su Ran were spotted at the village entrance. In fact, Ma Sume had been waiting there for several days to see them. Su Ran, oblivious to her mother's intentions, was resolute in not wanting to be associated with her family any longer, hence her frosty demeanor towards Ma Sume. Daughter, I recognize my past mistakes. Please forgive me for my previous actions. I promise to treat you better than your brother, Ma Sume implored. Su Ran responded with a cold laugh. So you do acknowledge how you treated us sisters. No need for forgiveness. That illegitimate child is not my brother. And I refuse to have a mother who betrayed her family. It's simply too humiliating. Gu Zhao was nearly speechless at her fierce retort. The words struck deep, indeed piercing Ma Sume's heart. She had once strayed, but had she not sought redemption? There seemed no need to dwell on bygone misdeeds. Anger surged within Ma Sume. Yet she was acutely aware that she was there to seek reconciliation, not to escalate tensions. If matters soured further, her son's debts would remain unresolved. With a strained smile, she stepped forward, attempting to grasp Su Ran's hand. Daughter, I acknowledge my wrongs. I now understand the extent of the hurt I caused you 3 sisters. I only wish to make amends. Can you grant me a chance? But before she could reach her, Gu Zhao intervened. The smile on Ma Sume's lips faltered momentarily before regaining composure. She had not forgotten who ultimately needed to resolve the debts. Son-in-law, I facilitated your marriage to my daughter, so could you speak a kind word on my behalf? Gu Zhao responded. So you forcibly married off your daughter while threatening others, and now expect gratitude? Su Ran, shielded by Gu Zhao, found humor in the situation. Upon regaining consciousness, she learned of her impending marriage, initially believing it to be arranged by her parents. To her relief, she discovered she would marry the man who had saved her from the river, rather than an elderly widower or a crippled man. However, she later learned from the villagers that this union came about through her family's coercive tactics and exorbitant bride price. Despite contemplating confronting her family about it, after fleeing initially, her parents kept a tight watch on her, preventing her from escaping until the wedding. The subsequent events need not be elaborated. Due to her family's actions, she found herself ill-treated in her new home, often facing violence. Thankfully, she had met him. Su Ran gazed at Gu Zhao's broad and strong back, feeling grateful for his presence. Gently, she brushed past him to confront the woman she had called mother for nearly 2 decades. I do not care whether you have truly repented or are merely putting on a show. I ask that you do not disturb my life again. With that, she took Gu Zhao's hand and walked away, leaving Ma Sume in disbelief at her daughter's cold-heartedness. Had she not acknowledged her mistakes? What more could she want? Should she be expected to kneel before her daughter? As Su Ran and Gu Zhao distanced themselves, Ma Sume clenched her teeth and resolved to pursue them. But before she could take a step, a piercing gaze halted her. Meeting Gu Zhao's unfriendly eyes reminded her of his past actions. He was not someone to be trifled with. Gradually, she lowered her foot, satisfied that Ma Sume had not followed. Gu Zhao turned and led Su Ran toward his younger brother's house, praising her. You were truly impressive just now. I was left awestruck. Really? Su Ran felt a tinge of shyness. Typically, she was not one to speak harshly, but Ma Sume's insistence had drawn her ire. She would not permit anyone to disrupt her current life. Upon their arrival, Wang Yongye and the others greeted them warmly. "Cousin, my mother thought you would come yesterday and waited by the gate for a long time." Wang Yufeng playfully took the little one from Gu Zhao's arms, teasing, "Little Tang Yuan, do you remember your uncle?" During Gu Zhao's absences, Gu Cheng and the others would often visit to ensure that the household was not being taken advantage of, and to check if any assistance was needed. As a result, the little one had grown familiar with Wang Yufeng and his brother. Thus, she felt no hesitation in smiling brightly when cradled by them. Wang Yujun quickly joined in. "Good girl, call your uncle. He'll bring you some candy later." As they endeavored to amuse her, the little one granted them a smile. "Uncle Pig." "Oh no, it's Uncle, not Uncle Pig." Wang Yujun hurriedly corrected her. Uncle Pig. No matter how hard they tried, the child stumbled over the word uncle, leaving Wang Yujun exasperated. Ultimately, after many failed attempts, he resigned himself to defeat. Seeing the little one laughing heartily, he pinched her soft cheek, muttering, "You must be my little niece." After speaking, she couldn't help but chuckle. What could such a small child possibly understand? Noticing that the child in their arms was neither crying nor fussing, Gu Zhao turned to Su Hong and her husband, offering an explanation regarding Wang Yufeng's earlier remarks. "My second sister returned home yesterday and shared a meal with us, which is why we didn't come over." Su Hong waved her hand dismissively. "Don't listen to your cousin's nonsense. You and your family are always welcome at aunt's." "Indeed," Wang Yujun muttered under his breath. "Mother seems to favor my cousin more than her own son." He had been promised a feast of braised pork and pork dumplings for the new year. Yet what he received was merely a plate of meat with cabbage and vermicelli, with the meat so scant it could be counted. Meanwhile, his cousin's mother had thawed a hefty 2 pounds of pork in anticipation of their visit. Hearing this, Su Hong shot him a glare. "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing at all." Wang Yujun dared not speak the truth. After all, it was thanks to his cousin that he was able to enjoy a decent meal today, and he couldn't risk offending his mother. Su Hong turned her gaze away, dismissing the matter, and soon the family began to engage in casual conversation. Gu Zhao, recalling Ma Sume's peculiar demeanor, inquired further, and it was only then that Su Ran and the others learned the reason from Wang Yongye's lips. After listening, Su Ran wore a calm expression. She had long known that the woman would only show kindness when there was something to gain. This revelation was not surprising. Alas, she was no longer the naive child with insatiable desires. Observing the odd expressions on her nephew and niece-in-law's faces, Wang Yongye exchanged glances with his wife. Realizing that something must have transpired during the earlier encounter, and it was undoubtedly related to Ma Sume. However, given that Ma Sume was the mother of his niece-in-law, they refrained from probing further. After spending a moment with Gu Zhao and his wife, Ma Sume stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Su Ran, seeing this, followed suit. "Aunt, let me help you." Ma Sume declined. "No need, there are only a couple of dishes. You haven't seen Gu Zhao in a while. Go chat with your uncle." Since she had said so, Su Ran did not insist and resumed her seat. As she conversed amicably with her family, a small figure peeking from the neighboring yard rushed into the house. "Grandma, there's someone at Uncle's house." Upon hearing this, Daiwan, who had been waiting for days, sprang to her feet and grabbed her grandson's hand, asking, "Did you see clearly? How many people came? What do they look like?" Realizing her grandson might struggle to articulate his thoughts, she decided to head outside herself. After the last confrontation with her two sons, she had come to terms with her feelings. Indeed, she should have maintained a facade of cordiality towards Gu Zhao from the outset, to avoid the strained relations that now existed between their families. As she pondered, she walked out of her yard and headed towards Gu Zhao's. Given Gu Zhao's temperament, she suspected he might not wait for visitors to come and wish the new year. She would have to take the initiative. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the lively chatter within. Wang Yujun stood up. "Who is it?" "Yujun, it's me, Aunt." The voice was heard clearly by everyone inside, each reacting with varying expressions. Wang Yongye was taken aback. "What brings my sister-in-law here?" Ever since the Yufeng brothers joined the factory, his sister-in-law had held a grudge and had not set foot in their home. What could have prompted her visit today? Wang Yujun hesitated, his reluctance palpable. He was unwilling to engage with his uncle's family, knowing that every encounter would lead to passive-aggressive remarks, all while being obliged to tolerate them due to their elder status. This left Wang Yujun feeling utterly frustrated. "Yujun, open the door for your aunt," came the urging voice from outside, coupled with a significant glance from his father. Reluctantly, Wang Yujun opened the door. Daiwan stepped inside, bypassing Wang Yujun and making her way to the inner room. Upon seeing Gu Zhao and his wife seated there, her face lit up with surprise. "Ah, Gu Zhao is here too. Your uncle was just mentioning you the other day, saying he hasn't seen you in a long time." She then took a seat beside Su Ran, grasping her hand. "And you too, my niece-in-law." You should come over more often with the children when you have time. Caught off guard by the sudden grasp, Su Ran stiffened, awkwardly withdrawing her hand. Noticing her discomfort, Daiwan dismissed it and turned her attention back to Gu Zhao. When did you return? Is studying outside difficult? If you need any assistance from home, please do not hesitate to ask. With just these few sentences, it became evident to everyone present who her visit was truly aimed at. Gu Zhao maintained a calm facade. Is there something you need, Aunt? Addressing her as Aunt was a courtesy he extended for the sake of his uncle. Originally, Daiwan's actions had caused considerable tension between them, which Gu Zhao found somewhat amusing, as it provided him a reason to abandon the pretense of maintaining a cordial relationship, with the blame resting on her shoulders. Yet, the current situation left him perplexed. Little did Gu Zhao know that it was the reproaches from her two sons that had prompted Daiwan's sudden epiphany. If offering Gu Zhao an olive branch could mend the rift between their families, she was willing to swallow her pride. After all, what was reputation compared to tangible benefits? Daiwan sensed Gu Zhao's disinterest, feeling both embarrassed and somewhat irate. In her view, she had extended a gesture of goodwill, and Gu Zhao should have reciprocated. Did he truly intend to sever ties? Speculating inwardly, Daiwan managed to force a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Your uncle simply misses you and was wondering when you'd come to visit. She was aware of Gu Zhao's lingering feelings for Wang Yongyu and could only phrase it this way, waiting to see how Gu Zhao would respond. Before Gu Zhao could utter a word, Wang Yujun, who had been sitting nearby with a rising pout, could no longer contain himself. Aunt, Gu Zhao is here to wish our family a happy new year. What do you mean by asking when he plans to visit your house? Did she expect him to be coerced into visiting? Being publicly undermined by a younger generation, Daiwan had her own motives regarding Gu Zhao and his wife. But not with Wang Yujun. Her face flushed with annoyance. She turned her gaze towards Wang Yongya. Brother, is this how Yujun speaks to his elders? Caught off guard by the direct mention, Wang Yongya looked bewildered. What do you mean? Daiwan took a deep breath. I mean your son speaks disrespectfully to his elders. Huh. Wang Yongya scratched his ear. I didn't hear anything. Realizing that Wang Yongya was feigning ignorance, her expression darkened. Your elder brother has always treated you well. And this is how you respond to me, your sister-in-law? Wang Yongya shrugged. If it weren't for my elder brother's sake, I wouldn't have even let you in. Hearing this, Su Hong, who had been in the kitchen, walked out, wiping her hands on her apron. Sister-in-law, how can you speak like that? We certainly respect you and your brother. Yujun is just a child and tends to speak bluntly. We, as elders, shouldn't take offense, should we? She deftly redirected the conversation, absolving her family of any wrongdoing. Daiwan understood the implications of this. If she were to take offense, it would only make her appear petty in the eyes of the elders. Looking around, she realized that everyone present wore expressions of disapproval, leaving her feeling utterly stifled. She had not anticipated that despite her lowered head, Gu Zhao would still persist relentlessly. You guys. She trembled as she pointed at Gu Zhao and the others, noticing their calm expressions, which made her feel like a jester. Unable to withstand the humiliation, she turned and strode out. Bang! The courtyard door suffered an undeserved assault, becoming a mere outlet for her frustrations. The people inside exchanged glances, and soon laughter erupted. Once the merriment subsided, Gu Zhao curiously turned to Wang Yongya and asked, Uncle, aren't you afraid that showing her such disrespect will affect your relationship with my uncle? It was known that although her uncle could be somewhat reckless at times, he held a considerable regard for Wang Yongyu, his elder brother. Wang Yongya straightened his back, lifting his chin defiantly. Do you think I would be afraid? In the next moment, Su Hong delivered a sharp slap to him. You think boasting won't cost you your life? She then proceeded to explain to Gu Zhao. Over the past year, Daiwan had caused far too many ridiculous incidents. Despite Wang Yongyu's usual silence, ever since his relationship with Gu Zhao had soured, he had been concerned that Daiwan might cause further trouble. He had long since conferred with Su Hong, stating that no matter what Daiwan, as the elder sister-in-law, said in the future, they should treat her words as mere nonsense and not allow her to affect their bond as brothers. At first, Su Hong was quite taken aback. Since marrying into the Wang family, the elder brother's household had always been dominated by the elder sister-in-law, making it rare for the elder brother to express such sentiments. Wang Yongya, however, was not surprised. In fact, he recalled that when his elder brother was younger, especially before marriage, he had been quite assertive. It was only after marrying this elder sister-in-law that he discovered they both had strong personalities, leading to frequent quarrels. Furthermore, after the arrival of their child, his elder brother had heard that constant fighting was detrimental to children, prompting him to gradually temper his demeanor. Over time, this had likely become a habit. Gu Zhao was astonished to hear his uncle speak of his elder uncle's past. He had never perceived Wang Yongyu as a particularly assertive individual. Not only him, but even Wang Yufeng, who was listening nearby, felt surprised. Who would have thought? Suddenly, Su Hong smacked her thigh, exclaiming that the soup on the stove was about to boil dry. Without delay, she rushed into the kitchen. After returning from his uncle's house, Gu Zhao casually made an excuse for Gu Jianjun and the others to come over for dinner before leaving. The rich and flavorful chicken soup took Wang Hohot by surprise. As she turned to Su Ran and asked, "What did you put in here while cooking? It tastes even more delicious than before." Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. She had added nothing different, just cooked the chicken with some chestnuts as before. Nonetheless, she had to admit that her sister-in-law's chicken soup was indeed delightful. Gu Cheng took a sip, smacking his lips in appreciation. Gu Jianjun nodded in agreement, feeling that the warm soup brought considerable comfort, easing even the lingering pain in his back. The adults found it delicious, and the three children were completely absorbed, not even lifting their heads. Su Ran, influenced by their enthusiasm, poured herself a bowl as well. As soon as the soup touched her lips, her eyes widened slightly. It truly was different from before, leaving her somewhat puzzled. "Mom, I want more." The little one finished the small bowl and, with grease on his lips, handed it back to Su Ran. At this point, Su Ran could no longer ponder the reason and quickly took the bowl to refill it for the little one. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, Gu Zhao remained modest about his contributions. For the past few days, he had been purchasing health-enhancing pills and discreetly added several to the pot of chicken soup, while Su Ran was not paying attention. It seemed the results were quite satisfactory. As the festive fervor of the new year faded, the village returned to its usual tranquility. Gu Zhao organized the internal matters of his department, said his goodbyes to his family, and embarked on his journey back to school. Upon entering the dormitory, he turned around and walked back out. Glancing up at the dormitory number on the door, confirming he had not made a mistake, he re-entered. "What are you all doing?" he inquired. Observing Tong Lu and the others propping their eyelids open at the table, engrossed in their studies. Studying diligently right at the start of the semester? Upon seeing Gu Zhao, Tong Lu could not help but wail. "You finally made it. You have no idea how brutal old Dong is, right at the beginning of the semester. He wants to conduct some sort of entrance examination. It's simply inhumane." Only then did Gu Zhao understand the situation, turning to Yang Hao and the others. "What about you? Is it the same for you?" Yang Hao, too exhausted to respond, nodded his head in a resigned manner. No wonder he had felt bitterness in his mouth during the new year. It was because of his unfortunate fate. Lin Ju, on the other hand, appeared somewhat more composed than the other two. Gu Zhao, noticing this, praised him, saying, "You should take a page from Lin Ju's book. It's just an entrance examination. What is the big deal?" Just as he finished speaking, Tong Lu suddenly jumped up, trying to cover Gu Zhao's mouth. "Gu Zhao, you can stop talking now." Gu Zhao tilted his head to evade, observing Tong Lu's agitation and strange expression. "I seem to remember someone boasting before the last semester break about how he was going to work hard during the holiday and strive for improvement. What happened? Now you're stumped by an entrance examination?" Tong Lu froze, scratching his head. Well, sometimes what a person says doesn't necessarily align with their actions. Without hesitation, Yang Hao punctured his facade. "Just admit you played around during the break. Why be so euphemistic?" Tong Lu, feeling a bit disgruntled, replied that playing was a gross overstatement. As soon as he returned home, he completely forgot his grandiose promises. Had it not been for Gu Zhao's earlier mention, he would have likely cast them aside long ago. However, the situation was not dire now. Tong Lu fell silent, and Gu Zhao decided not to tease him further. He took out his luggage and began to unpack. After more than a month of absence, the bed was covered in a layer of dust that needed to be wiped off before he could sleep that night. Tong Lu and the others did not share his leisurely attitude. Each was anxious, hoping to cram as much information into their minds as possible before the examination. Who could explain to them why, even after entering university, there were still entrance examinations? The four of them fervently prayed for the day to arrive later rather than sooner. However, regardless of their thoughts, what was inevitable would still come. After submitting the last exam paper, Gu Zhao stretched and exited the classroom. "Hey!" A sudden slap on his shoulder caught him off guard, but Gu Zhao remained unfazed. Seeing that he had not flinched, Tong Lu felt a bit bored. Gu Zhao glanced at him and asked, "What is up? Did you do well on the exam?" Feeling cheeky again. At his words, Tong Lu's expression immediately drooped. "What is so good about it? Rather than feeling cheeky, I'd rather not have my scalp itching during the exam. It would be great if something useful could sprout from my brain." Unfortunately, nothing did. Seeing Tong Lu still looking dejected, Gu Zhao patted his shoulder. "Come on. It's just one exam. If it doesn't go well this time, there's always next time. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal." Upon hearing the invitation, Tong Lu, who had initially wanted to retort, perked up immediately. "All right, it's just the beginning of the semester. Let us eat something good. But you don't have to treat us. I'll pay." Last time, Gu Zhao had treated them to a meal at the state-run restaurant and later brought back roasted duck from the capital. He still owed them for those favors. With that, Tong Lu tugged at Lin Ju, urging, "Let us go." Lin Ju stood still, his hands instinctively clutching the hem of his clothes. How about you two just go? Tong Lu could easily discern his thoughts and gently tugged at him, saying, we're all brothers here. Why so formal? It's just a meal, not something that will bankrupt me. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju, who had been feeling a bit awkward, chuckled. When he noticed that Gu Zhao and the others were looking at him with smiles in their eyes, he suddenly felt less embarrassed. You all know I can't repay such a favor to so many of you. Tong Lu waved his hand dismissively. Am I concerned about a few meals? What truly matters to me is our friendship. Besides, once you start earning after graduation, you can treat me and Gu Zhao to a few more meals. Lin Ju shook his head again. He understood that Gu Zhao and Tong Lu were not bothered by such trivialities and genuinely cared for him. Yet, one must recognize boundaries. If these lines blur in their interactions, could they continue to be friends in the future? This was a matter Lin Ju did not wish to speculate on, believing it better to nip it in the bud from the outset. Sighing, Tong Lu gave in. All right then, shall I go with Gu Zhao? Go ahead. Watching the two figures grow increasingly distant, Lin Ju turned and headed towards the school cafeteria. As for Tong Lu, Lin Ju's absence did not dampen his spirits. He was a person whose emotions came and went swiftly. With his typically carefree demeanor, he seldom dwelled on minutiae. He chatted animatedly with Gu Zhao, discussing everything from the upcoming new year to various happenings at school, his mouth scarcely pausing until they finished their meal and headed back. When excitement surged, he would even turn to face Gu Zhao while walking backwards, gesticulating animatedly, his body language quite expressive. Suddenly, Gu Zhao widened his eyes. Watch out. Bang. Unfortunately, before Tong Lu could react, a man collided with him from behind, causing him to stumble. Had Gu Zhao not caught him in time, he would have likely fallen unceremoniously. I'm so sorry. Before Tong Lu could respond, the man who had bumped into him quickly bent down to apologize, then took off without raising his head. Hey, Tong Lu exclaimed, catching only a glimpse of the man's tall and sturdy figure vanishing into the crowd. What the heck? Tong Lu gasped, reaching for his back. Is this guy made of iron? I can guarantee my back is definitely bruised. Indeed, his assertion was accurate, perhaps even understated. TSK. Gazing at the bruise on Tong Lu's back, Yang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Are you sure a person knocked into you? At this level, one might think a bull charged at you. As he removed his outer garment, the fabric of his shirt slid down his back, causing Tong Lu to shiver unexpectedly. Have you seen enough? I need to get dressed. Lin Ju, concerned, asked. Do you want to go to the hospital? That looks serious. Tong Lu waved his hands repeatedly. No need. A man can't whine over such minor injuries. The moment he uttered that ridiculous sound, he quickly covered his mouth, casting a mournful glance at Gu Zhao, who was retracting his hand. Gu Zhao looked innocent. I just wanted to test how tough a man's skin really is. Tong Lu was rendered speechless in response. Seeing that Tong Lu was indeed in good spirits, the others ceased their insistence on a hospital visit. Gu Zhao listened to the chatter around him, deep in thought. The impression left by the man who had bumped into Tong Lu lingered in his mind. Nearly 6 feet tall with a robust physique. In the still chilly weather where most were bundled up in coats, the man wore only a long-sleeved shirt, coupled with his muscular arms. He resembled a gorilla amidst a sea of more delicately built university students. Gu Zhao. Seeing Gu Zhao lost in contemplation, Lin Ju waved his hand in front of his eyes. Gu Zhao snapped back to reality. Lin Ju asked, could you help me with this problem? No matter how I calculate, I can't seem to get it right. Gu Zhao took a glance at the book in Lin Ju's hands and began explaining. Look here. It should be. Once he finished explaining to Lin Ju, Tong Lu approached with his book. Gradually, Gu Zhao cast aside the earlier incident from his mind. The results of their first assessment of the semester were released, and all the students in the class received a few words from Dong Mingji, which were just the usual platitudes. The students seated below listened intently, their eyes wide, though it was uncertain how much of it truly resonated with them. Of course, Gu Zhao was not among them. While the counselor addressed the class with a storm of criticism, he spoke to Gu Zhao in gentle tones. He made no mention of exam results, only inquiring about his well-being. For instance, he asked how he was finding the cafeteria food, if there were any improvements needed, or whether the first-year courses posed any challenges, offering to find higher-level courses if necessary. He even advised him not to put too much pressure on himself and to take things easy. The other students exchanged glances, realizing the stark contrast. Well, now they're not even pretending. The double standards were glaringly obvious. Yet, considering Gu Zhao's perfect scores, no one dared to utter a word of unfairness. He deserved such treatment, while the rest could only watch enviously. After a moment of reflection, the students in Class 1 quickly shifted into study mode. With a genius in their midst, they felt the need to strive harder lest they be ridiculed by other classes. On the way to the principal's office, Gu Zhao speculated about the reason for his summons. Upon reaching the door and seeing familiar and unfamiliar faces inside, he had a sense of what was to come. Principal, you called for me? He knocked on the door. And after receiving permission, he approached Tao Ping. In front of this student, who brought honor to the school and was suspected of being favored by the higher-ups. Tao Ping maintained a calm demeanor, greeting him with a smile. Welcome, please take a seat. After Gu Zhao sat down, Tao Ping finally addressed the purpose of his summons. Gu Zhao, your potential and abilities are well recognized. The counselors of the mechanical engineering program present here hold you in high regard. However, I find myself somewhat troubled regarding your education. He believed that each counselor in the mechanical program had their own strengths, with Dong Mingji being notably exceptional but not the ideal choice. As such, he aimed to select the most suitable person to guide Gu Zhao. Yet, he feared that his unilateral decision might create discord with the student. Thus, he had called everyone together. The essence of this gathering was Tao Ping's desire to prevent a talent like Gu Zhao from being hindered by inappropriate teaching methods. Gu Zhao understood this, his gaze drifting towards Dong Mingji, who sat among them. If memory served, he had already expressed his stance last semester. He did not wish to change his counselor or class. Everything is fine as it is. Dong Mingji, receiving the unspoken communication, shrugged helplessly. He had said as much, yet others were unconvinced. Some even suspected he was lying to keep Gu Zhao in the class. Dong Mingji found this notion laughable. Me? To keep a student? I would resort to deceit to appease my colleagues? All right then. Since you all enjoy being rejected to your faces, I shan't stop you. Chapter 283, Replacing University Quotas. Before Gu Zhao could speak, other interested counselors began to persuade him. Dear Gu, based on your current performance, you are entirely capable of selecting a teaching method that suits you better and a counselor who aligns more closely with your needs. Indeed, all of us present here are at your disposal for selection. We assure you that regardless of whom you choose, each of us will dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to your guidance. Naturally, should you opt for my assistance, I shall undoubtedly invest more effort into your development than others. At this, the attendees nodded in agreement with the first two statements. Yet upon hearing the final remark, their expressions shifted to one of disdain. To recommend oneself while disparaging others is a common tactic in competition. While such behavior might be tolerable at times, in this critical moment, the counselor's words provoked collective ire. Old Wang, I usually call you that. But do you truly consider yourself to be above others? Why involve us in your self-promotion? Indeed, if we were to discuss teaching abilities, who among us is lesser than you? It takes a remarkable audacity to voice such a statement. The targeted Old Wang, no, Old Wang, straightened his back and retorted. If you find my words contentious, you may assure Gu yourself. Why resort to personal attacks? This is not personal, it is merely a matter of truth. If you disagree, feel free to address me directly. However, we are not like you. We are quite generous in our approach. As the debate intensified, the only individuals maintaining their composure were Gu Zhao, the subject in question, Counselor Dong Mingji, who felt secure in his position, and Tao Ping, who observed the commotion with detached amusement. Su Kaibin remained calm, understanding that no matter how much they debated, the decision ultimately rested with the young man before them. Enough. Having observed the commotion for long enough, Tao Ping called for order among the disputants. Once everyone had regained their composure, he spoke, stating that all this discourse was futile. The crucial decision lay with Gu Zhao. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the office turned to Gu Zhao. The intensity of their gazes failed to disturb him, and he resolutely adhered to his initial thoughts. Principal, esteemed teachers, I am grateful for your thoughtful intentions. However, I believe my current situation is quite satisfactory, and there is no need for change. His words elicited expressions of disappointment from the assembly. Su Kaibin could no longer contain himself and interjected. Have you truly considered this thoroughly? The others rekindled a flicker of hope, their gazes fixed intently on Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao firmly shook his head, stating no. I prefer to maintain the status quo. At this, everyone but Dong Mingji let their expressions sag in dismay. What a pity. Many present silently lamented why Gu Zhao had not been assigned to their class. TSK, TSK, TSK. Witnessing Gu Zhao's unwavering choice of himself, Dong Mingji reclined leisurely against his chair, noticing the disheartened expressions of others. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Such an outstanding student, he is mine. Yet before his pride could linger, he was met with the piercing glares of others, causing him to retract slightly. Oh no, I may have overstepped. Before he could regret it, Su Kaibin was the first to rise and approach him, placing a hand on his shoulder and steering him away. Come, old Dong. I have a matter to consult you about. Dong Mingji became rigid, and before he could refuse, another hand rested on his shoulder. Indeed, I too have inquiries. Count me in. I wish to consult as well. Well, shall I consult or not? Ah, forget it. I shall consult too. Me too. Thus, Dong Mingji found himself propelled out of the office under the guise of consultation, completely disregarded as he attempted to refuse, even as his hands clung desperately to the doorframe. Tao Ping smiled as he watched them leave, and once they vanished from sight, he turned to Gu Zhao. Since you are resolute, I shall not press you further. Should you encounter any issues at school, do not hesitate to seek me out. This statement served as a reassurance. Tao Ping hoped Gu Zhao could focus solely on his studies without external distractions. Grateful for Tao Ping's attentiveness, Gu Zhao agreed, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, exited the office. The subsequent days were remarkably serene. Gu Zhao traversed between the dormitory, classroom, cafeteria, and library, leveraging his photographic memory. Gu Zhao not only delved into mechanical literature, but also expanded his knowledge in various other fields. Additionally, he requested the sophomore textbooks from Dongmingji. While there was no immediate urgency, given the impending establishment of the mechanical factory in the county, he hoped to expedite his studies, striving to avoid being merely a figurehead. Thus, during the day, Gu Zhao diligently absorbed all knowledge available at the school, while at night, he immersed himself in the void of knowledge. The content of comprehensive mechanics, advanced, proved far more profound than he had anticipated. The topics covered were beyond the scope of this era, even surpassing what was known in the time before his transmigration. This realization left him both astonished and eager, as he absorbed every bit of knowledge like a sponge, striving to make it his own. Thus, a week passed. Just after exiting the classroom, Gu Zhao walked side by side with Lin Zhu and Tong Lu across the campus. Initially heading toward the dormitory, they noticed a throng of students hastily moving in the opposite direction, seemingly engaged in animated discussions. Exchanging glances, they concluded something significant was afoot. Tong Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, the monotony of their days was about to be disrupted. He swiftly grabbed the arm of a passerby. "Classmate, where are you all heading?" The halted student, noticing Gu Zhao and his companion's confusion, explained, "You're not aware? There is a commotion at the school gate. Everyone is rushing to see what is happening." With that, he shrugged off Tong Lu's grip and hurried to join the crowd. Without needing to exchange words, the trio, bonded by a semester of shared experiences, pivoted and made their way toward the school gate. As they approached, the throng of students grew denser, and upon reaching the entrance, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of onlookers. Lin Zhu stood on tiptoe to peer into the center of the crowd, but could see nothing. "We can't see anything from here." Tong Lu's mind raced. "I have an idea." Without waiting for Gu Zhao and Lin Zhu to inquire further, he shouted, "Make way. The head of the department is coming." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively turned and parted slightly. Seizing the moment, Tong Lu pulled one of his companions through the gap. Others on the outskirts, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. "What's the rush? Where's the head of the department? I don't see anyone." "Fool, you've been duped. If I find out who had the audacity to trick me, I swear I'll have their skin." As the influx of people surged forward, the crowd remained oblivious to who had initially spread the falsehood. Thus, Tong Lu, dragging his two companions through the cacophony of complaints, reached the front row. "Hey, isn't that?" As soon as he stood still, Tong Lu raised his eyes and immediately pointed at the man in the center, his face flushed with excitement, ready to confront him without a second thought. Finally, the instigator who had caused him distress for several days had been found. Lin Zhu, who had not joined the meal that day, looked in the direction Tong Lu was indicating, his expression one of confusion. Gu Zhao's gaze fell upon the tall and burly man in the center, and a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Seeing Tong Lu storming forward in anger, Gu Zhao quickly grabbed him, insisting, "If you wish to settle the score, it must wait." At this, Tong Lu's fury subsided somewhat. But it was only then that he noticed another slender figure beside the man who had bumped into him. The latecomers were oblivious to what had transpired, inquiring among themselves. Gu Zhao and the others listened intently, yet the rest of the crowd remained uninformed, merely drawn to the spectacle. As the central figures remained inactive, many began to grow impatient. At that moment, the burly man moved, raising the sign he held high and starting to shout. "Li Guangzong from Mechanical Class 1. Originally named Li Daping, due to my father's position as the captain, our family has abused power, usurping my brother's university slot. We demand the school leadership take action on our behalf." He repeatedly proclaimed this statement, which was also inscribed on the sign. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, only to be shattered moments later by the uproar that followed. "What did he just say? Did I hear that correctly? This visit was not in vain. I cannot believe I am witnessing such explosive news. My heavens, is this true? Surely, he cannot be jesting. Who would make such a mockery of the situation? I suspect it to be genuine. Did he just mention Li Guangzong from Mechanical Class 1? Does anyone recognize him?" The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Lin Zhu and Tong Lu stood in a daze, never expecting that their casual attendance would involve their classmate and roommate. Suddenly, memories of Li Guangzong's past classroom performances and his consistently dismal grades resurfaced in their minds, as if everything had been leading to this moment. A flicker of realization crossed Gu Zhao's eyes. No wonder. The peculiar behavior Li Guangzong exhibited on the train was tied to this very issue. But where was Li Guangzong, the other protagonist of this unfolding drama? He too was among the crowd. Upon spotting Li Tiniu, his brother, in the throng, an ominous premonition washed over him. Indeed, the reality was as grim as he feared. He felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his body stiff with dread. His trembling hand clenched at his side, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of panic that threatened to swallow him whole. It was only when someone mentioned the name Li Guangzong that he regained his senses. No, he could not allow others to mistake him for someone else. With that thought, he began to cautiously retreat, attempting to escape the gathering. However, as everyone remained rooted in place, discussing the shocking news, even the slightest movement on his part drew attention. Moreover, with Li Tiniu's towering stature, his eyes scanned the crowd like a searchlight. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and discarding the sign, he swiftly navigated through the crowd, seizing the retreating Li Daping with no regard for his struggles, dragging him back to the forefront. Li Daping, you think you can escape? The onlookers, realizing that the instigator had been swiftly apprehended, turned their eyes toward the scene with curiosity. They were eager to ascertain the identity of the individual capable of such audacious acts. So, this is the Li Daping who usurped another's university slot? He appears rather ordinary. Who gave him the audacity to commit such a shameless act? This is not merely disgraceful. If the allegations are proven true, he may face dire consequences. Li Daping found himself thrown to the ground, utterly disheveled. The mixed gazes of curiosity, mockery, and skepticism from the surrounding crowd caused his face to flush crimson. However, upon hearing the mention of dire repercussions, his complexion paled in an instant. It dawned on him that his deceit regarding the university slot had been uncovered, and the consequences were far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Li Tiniu was unfazed by the surrounding chatter. His focus remained solely on avenging his brother's stolen university slot. With this thought, he raised his fist, ready to strike the prostrate Li Daping. At that moment, a soothing voice interjected, "Brother, wait." The true Li Guangzong emerged. His frail frame and handsome yet pale visage, coupled with intermittent coughs, elicited concern from those around him. Given his delicate condition, they feared he might faint at any moment. However, contrary to their expectations, Li Guangzong grasped his brother's arm before he could swing. "Let us refrain from violence for now." Obediently, Li Tiniu retracted his hand, nodding earnestly. "All right, I will listen to you, brother." Witnessing this, Tong Lu furrowed his brow, glancing at Gu Zhao, and gestured towards his head, questioning if this was indeed the case. Gu Zhao nodded, most likely. At this, Tong Lu became conflicted. If his suspicions were accurate, how could he still confront such a seemingly innocent young man? After a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands. "Never mind. Let us consider it his misfortune." As he pondered, the issue of identity theft continued to escalate. Li Guangzong fixed his gaze on the sweating Li Daping. "Li Daping, when your family plotted to usurp my university slot, did you ever consider today as consequences?" Memories of the years he had toiled and sacrificed, only to be met with the news of his exam failure, flooded back, a painful reminder he wished to avoid. He had almost resigned himself to his fate. Yet, the true error lay in the Li family's audacity to flaunt their ill-gotten gains before him. Li Guangzong and Li Tiniu were twin brothers. Their mother had faced grave difficulties during childbirth and ultimately succumbed to excessive bleeding, leaving the two boys motherless from the moment they entered the world. But that was not the worst of it. Shortly after birth, their father discerned something amiss with Li Guangzong. As frail as a kitten, his cries were faint and far less robust than those of his older brother, Li Tiniu. Their father rushed him to the hospital for examination, where the diagnosis revealed a congenital weakness, necessitating careful nurturing or risk impairing his lifespan. This revelation devastated their father. He had lost his wife and found his child to be frail. How could one endure such a fate? Yet, despite the hardships, life continued. And their father gritted his teeth, managing to raise both boys until they reached the age of 7. At that point, Li Tiniu faced his own crisis. Following an accident where he fell into water and subsequently suffered a high fever without timely aid, his intellectual development stagnated at the age of 7. Thus, their family consisted of a sickly child, a simple-minded one, and a widowed father, an unmitigated disaster. Fortunately, while Li Guangzong struggled physically, he possessed a sharp mind and excelled academically. Conversely, although Li Tiniu lacked intellectual prowess, he was obedient, particularly towards his twin brother. Moreover, as they grew older, Li Tiniu's physique strengthened, enabling him to contribute significantly to their household, earning 2/3 of their annual sustenance. It was through his efforts, coupled with their father's labor, that they could afford Li Guangzong's education. Under the arduous circumstances at home, Li Guangzong dared not relax in his studies. Driven solely by the aspiration to gain admission to university and subsequently improve his family's living conditions, while also honoring the expectations of his younger brother and father. When he received the disheartening news of his failure to pass the college entrance examination, disbelief washed over him. Initially, he suspected that someone might have taken his place in the admissions process. However, upon inquiring at the post office, he found no correspondence regarding his application. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he thought perhaps the acceptance letter had simply not arrived yet. Yet, as time elapsed, despair gradually enveloped him. This led to a month-long illness that confined him to his bed, nearly costing him his life. Ultimately, it was the tender care and solace provided by his father and brother that helped him navigate this tumultuous period. As he began to recover, he overheard villagers discussing how the Li family had leveraged connections to secure a job for Li Daping elsewhere. At first, he paid little heed to it. Although they shared the same surname, the two families were not related. The Li Daping household was among the most affluent in the village, with his father serving as the village chief, leading to minimal interaction with impoverished families like his own. However, an incident during the previous year's New Year celebrations piqued his curiosity. Li Daping's mother had exhibited an air of superiority in his presence, concealing a sense of pride that baffled him. What was she so pleased about? As the wife of the village chief, she had always looked down upon people like him. So why had she suddenly taken such an interest in him? This planted a seed of suspicion in Li Guangzong's mind. Rather than alarming anyone, he discreetly sought assistance from others to investigate whether the postal worker he had spoken to at the county post office had any ties to the Li family. The findings only served to confirm his growing suspicions. That worker was indeed a nephew of Li Daping's mother. With this knowledge, Li Guangzong found it increasingly difficult to remain passive. He felt compelled to validate his theories. Consequently, during a day of labor in the fields, he feigned a fainting spell, which led to his hasty transport to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, his father returned to the village to fetch clean clothes for the brothers. Meanwhile, news of Li Guangzong's sudden illness and subsequent hospitalization spread throughout the village. The villagers were hardly surprised. After all, Li Guangzong, the fragile porcelain doll, had a history of ailments, and this was not his first hospital visit, though this time, he would be staying longer. Whispers circulated about the possibility of his impending demise. As the village chief, Li Daping's father was expected to pay a visit to the hospital. Upon seeing Li Guangzong's pale countenance lying in bed and hearing from the doctor that the patient required 2 weeks of recuperation, he felt a sense of relief as he departed. No sooner had he left than Li Guangzong and his brother embarked on a train bound for Qingyang City. Their previous encounter with Li Tiniu was a result of their attempt to gather information at school, leading to the current situation. Fearing that the school might worry about the implications, Li Guangzong decided to make the matter public, hoping to amplify the noise and compel the Li family to face the consequences of their actions. Confronted by Li Guangzong's inquiries, Li Daping appeared dazed, his lips quivering, momentarily at a loss for words. The look on his face suggested that the truth about the stolen university spot was nearly undeniable. Indeed, from what had just been said, it seemed this nefarious act had been a conspiracy within the family, a significant moral failing. The hushed whispers of the crowd reached Li Daping's ears, causing him to shudder. He could not allow the truth to surface. Should the reality be uncovered, their family's lives would be irrevocably altered. He reassured himself that his father would surely devise a plan. Determined, Li Daping steeled himself, maintaining a facade of defiance. Li Guangzong, he began. We are from the same village and will cross paths again. How could I possibly engage in such deceit as taking someone else's university spot? Do not speak recklessly simply because you failed your entrance exam. Li Guangzong discerned the veiled threat in his words. Yet, having reached this pivotal moment, he had no intention of allowing the Li family to evade justice. With Li Daping's father embroiled in this affair, he doubted that the position of village chief would remain in their grasp for long. Without the advantages bestowed by that title, how many would continue to support the Li family, given their previous conduct in the village? Thus, he chose to ignore Li Daping's intimidation. Li Daping, he asserted, whether my claims hold any truth will be confirmed by the police. I wonder if you will still be so obstinate when the time comes. Hearing this, Li Daping narrowed his eyes, projecting an air of confidence despite the turmoil within. Very well, I shall await your apology when the time comes. After delivering this threat, he believed he could evade accountability. The matter would now rest with his father. However, among those capable of gaining admission to Qingyang Industrial, who did not possess a higher intellect, his initial performance had been riddled with insecurity and inconsistencies, and even his attempts to salvage the situation appeared to others as mere theatrics. They relished the spectacle and refrained from exposing him. Li Guangzong dismissed Li Daping's bravado. His gaze shifted to a formidable middle-aged man striding toward them from the crowd. Make way, the director is coming. Someone called out. Trying to deceive me again. Are you? Not on my watch. The students who had previously been duped stood frozen in place, not daring to turn their heads. This reaction darkened the director's expression. Who are you to speak to me like that? Frustrated, One male student turned to reply, "Whoever speaks up, I'm the one." But as he caught sight of the director's face, his bravado quickly dissipated. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, a chain reaction sparked by one student's amusement, earning him admiration from his peers. "Bravo! How bold to challenge this tyrant." The recipient of their praise wore a look of exasperation, trembling as he stepped aside, bowing slightly to the director in a gesture of deference. The middle-aged man shot him a glare, but prioritized addressing other matters. With that, he approached Li Guangzhou. "Comrade, I am now fully aware of the situation you've described. This is not the place for discussion. Let us find a more suitable venue. Rest assured, if your claims are substantiated, our school will not turn a blind eye." He surveyed the curious crowd, feeling a headache coming on from the throng of eager onlookers. Given the brothers' actions today, he was already inclined to believe them. However, in matters such as these, evidence was paramount, and the final outcome awaited further investigation. Upon achieving his objective, Li Guangzhou noted that the individuals in authority at the school had emerged, prompting him to cease any further disturbances. Thus, a lively scene unfolded, temporarily concluding as the middle-aged man departed alongside Li Guangzhou and two others. In the following days, the incident became a topic of fervent discussion throughout the school, with whispers of speculation echoing in every corner. Most conversations revolved around the potential repercussions for the Li Daping family. The likelihood of facing severe consequences seemed minimal, yet incarceration appeared inevitable. However, some individuals, having not witnessed the chaotic scene at the school gate, harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the claims surrounding the university quota substitution. In their dormitory, Zhao and his companions engaged in discourse about the matter, considering Li Daping's typical classroom demeanor and his evident panic at the school gate. Tong Lu confidently asserted that the incident was indeed true. Those who had not observed the scene, like Yang Hao and his peers, expressed their astonishment at his analysis. Nevertheless, apart from this, there was little further engagement, as they shared no personal ties with Li Daping and recognized the immorality of his actions. The individuals deserving sympathy were undoubtedly those whose university placements had been usurped. Since that day, Li Guangzhou, now referred to as Li Daping, had not returned to the dormitory. A week later, someone arrived to pack up Li Daping's belongings and remove them. Observing the somber expression of the visitor, the other dorm residents exchanged glances but refrained from approaching. Tong Lu felt a growing sense of frustration. It appeared that Li Daping's fate was sealed. Yet he yearned for a complete understanding of the events that had transpired. His curiosity regarding the situation reached a peak, even invading his dreams. This restlessness persisted until the arrival of an individual the following day, which finally alleviated his curiosity. As the person entered the doorway, Tong Lu excitedly pointed and exclaimed, You are that person, aren't you?" Aside from Lin Zhu and Gu Zhao, the others were puzzled by his enthusiasm and turned to assess the newcomer. In response to the collective gaze, Li Guangzhou smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am your new roommate, Li Guangzhou." Li Guangzhou? Yang Hao and the others momentarily struggled to comprehend. Once the realization dawned upon them, they recognized him as the unfortunate individual who had been the subject of recent discussions regarding the university quota substitution. This revelation piqued their interest. Tong Lu, ever the eager one, quickly stepped forward to take the luggage from Li Guangzhou's hands, placing a hand on his shoulder and guiding him to a bench. "Now that you're here, we are all brothers." After a brief pause, he added, "Since we are brothers, there should be no secrets between us. Would you be willing to share your story with us?" Though Tong Lu's words were veiled, Li Guangzhou understood. He observed the others either seated, standing, or reclining on their beds, all ears attentively inclined towards him. Realizing that he was in the right, and sensing that the dormitory occupants seemed amiable, he was more than willing to share his account. He recounted that after being taken away, they had arrived at the office of the head of the teaching department, where, following extensive discussions, Li Daping insisted on maintaining his stance. However, such a significant matter could not be resolved by mere verbal assertions. The head of the teaching department, growing impatient with his ramblings, decided to involve the authorities. This prompted Li Daping to panic, but no matter his attempts to obstruct the investigation, the truth would inevitably surface. The Li family had initially employed rather clumsy tactics, relying solely on their limited connections. They had underestimated Li Guangzhou and his father, failing to cover their tracks adequately. Consequently, when the authorities arrived, they unraveled the entire situation within just 2 days. The matter of the university quota substitution was undeniable, and the punitive measures soon followed. Li Daping faced the cancellation of his student status, a return to his hometown, and a 20-year prison sentence. His father, having abused his position, was stripped of his title as team leader and sentenced to 15 years of labor reform on a farm. Meanwhile, his mother, as an accomplice, was also assigned to the farm for 5 years. The rest of the Li family vehemently denied any involvement, and after investigation, it was confirmed they had not participated in the wrongdoing. leaving their knowledge of the situation ambiguous. Thus, they narrowly escaped punishment. However, without the protection of the team leader's status, their lives in the village would undoubtedly become challenging. As for others, such as the postal worker, he was dismissed from his job and faced several years of imprisonment. This left Li Daping's mother estranged from her family, resulting in a bitter feud between the two households. Upon hearing this, Tong Lu clapped his hands in delight. Fantastic! The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the rightful conclusion to the saga. Following this, thanks to Tong Lu's affable nature, Li Guangzong quickly became acquainted with everyone in the dormitory, except for Ma Tianfu. Aware of his health issues, Gu Zhao and the others took good care of him. Thus, Li Guangzong began to settle into his life at the school. Chapter 285, The Research Institute's Visit. Subsequently, the school issued a formal announcement regarding the incident, sternly condemning the act of university quota substitution and urging all students to aspire to be diligent youth, adhering strictly to laws and regulations. As Gu Zhao received his sophomore textbooks from Dong Mingji, he absent-mindedly flipped through the pages. Observing this, Dong Mingji hesitated to speak. Noticing this, Gu Zhao casually remarked, "Dong teacher, if you have something to say, please do." Encouraged, Dong Mingji spoke up, "Gu Zhao, are you seeking the sophomore textbooks to prepare in advance, or do you have other intentions?" As a counselor, Dong Mingji would eventually discover Gu Zhao's plans. And Gu Zhao was forthright. "I intend to self-study the courses from sophomore to senior year, aiming for early graduation." Dong Mingji's mouth opened in surprise. Early graduation? Indeed. Gu Zhao affirmed with a nod. Understanding Gu Zhao's capabilities and independent nature, Dong Mingji felt compelled to offer some advice. "Gu Zhao, it's vital to proceed steadily and not rush. Especially in academia, a solid foundation is paramount." Gu Zhao recognized his good intentions and smiled. "Dong teacher, you know me well. Even if I graduate early, I will certainly meet the school's standards. I'm merely informing you in advance so you can prepare." Seeing Gu Zhao's determination and understanding his character, Dong Mingji ceased his counsel. Furthermore, Gu Zhao had a valid point. Not just anyone could graduate early without meeting the school's assessment criteria. With this in mind, Dong Mingji decided to refrain from unnecessary worries. "Very well, I will assist you in applying ahead of time." Curiosity sparked within him as he wondered when this student might indeed graduate early. "Thank you, Dong teacher," Gu Zhao replied before turning to leave with his textbooks. Just as he exited, Dong Mingji made his way to the principal's office. Upon hearing Dong Mingji's account, Tao Ping expressed surprise. "Gu Zhao wishes to graduate early?" Dong Mingji nodded. "Yes, that is what he stated." Tao Ping inquired, "Did you ask him what his intentions behind this are?" Xinjiang Industrial is not devoid of outstanding students who wish to graduate early, yet none have raised this matter during their freshman year. It is evident that Gu Zhao possesses considerable confidence. What could be his intention? Dong Mingji was taken aback. This was a question he had not posed. Noticing his expression, Tao Ping discerned that he refrained from inquiring further, deeming these matters to be private affairs of the students. In light of this, he granted permission for Gu Zhao's early graduation, stating that once he was prepared, he should come directly for assessment. Agreed, Dong Mingji readily acquiesced. This was the reason he promptly communicated with Tao Ping. Any student wishing to graduate early must obtain the principal's consent. Gu Zhao returned to the dormitory with his textbook, placing it on his desk. Beside him, Tong Lu chattered incessantly. Due to Li Guangzong attending fewer classes than his peers during the first half of the semester, he was unwilling to delay his studies by repeating freshman year. Therefore, during this time, Tong Lu and Lin Zhu took the initiative to assist the new student with any academic uncertainties. Just then, faced with a new question from Li Guangzong, Tong Lu scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. Coincidentally, Lin Zhu had gone to the library, leaving him without a confidant. Under Li Guangzong's gaze, Tong Lu felt his ears flush with embarrassment. How humiliating it was to be stumped by a newcomer's question. At that moment, he heard the sound of pages turning nearby. Only then did Tong Lu realize that Gu Zhao had returned, and his eyes lit up. "Ahem, Zhao. Allow me to test you on this question. I recall the teacher discussing it in class. You haven't forgotten, have you?" he said, handing Gu Zhao the book from Li Guangzong's desk and pointing to the question that had caused him embarrassment. Gu Zhao glanced at him, curious to see if his intellect matched his bravado. Tong Lu, caught in Gu Zhao's gaze, managed an awkward smile, averting his eyes from Li Guangzong, pressing his palms together in a gesture of supplication and displaying a flattering grin. "Brother, whether I save face today depends entirely on you. You must give me some grace." Gu Zhao chuckled softly, choosing not to expose him, and continued, "Of course I remember. The teacher explained that." He began elucidating the problem, while Li Guangzong leaned in, listening intently. Observing this, Tong Lu exhaled in relief. Surely, he hadn't revealed his ignorance, had he? Unbeknownst to him, Gu Zhao and Li Guangzong exchanged knowing glances, both filled with amusement. With Gu Zhao's presence, Tong Lu felt emboldened. Whenever confronted with a challenging question, he would test Gu Zhao, prompting him to elucidate for Li Guangzhou. Eventually, the trio engaged in academic discussions, transforming the dynamic from 2 to 3 individuals assisting Li Guangzhou. Meanwhile, at the Qingyang Mechanical Research Institute, Director Su Yihong was informed by Deputy Director He Chun, who burst into his office. Breathless and eager to share the news he had uncovered, Su Yihong hurriedly stood, intending to ask a few questions, but upon seeing He Chen's urgency, he gestured for him to calm down. He Chen took a few deep breaths, his racing heart settling before he spoke. Director, concerning the newly developed engine and military machine tools from the capital, I have yet to gather any information. At this, Su Yihong's eyes widened in disbelief. Then why the urgency? Before he could respond, He Chen added, the secrecy surrounding this research is extraordinary. No matter how hard I inquire, I cannot unearth any relevant news. However, I have heard that one of the participants in this development is not from the capital's Mechanical Institute, but is an external hire. Moreover, this individual is from our province and resides in the same city as us. He must possess knowledge regarding the engine and military machine tools, particularly concerning the lead developer. Su Yihong was instantly elated. What are we waiting for? Let us find this person. His excitement was understandable, as the Qingyang Mechanical Research Institute had been established just 2 years prior, yet had not undertaken any significant projects or achieved noteworthy results. With dissatisfaction mounting from above, Su Yihong felt immense pressure. Coincidentally, news from the capital revealed the simultaneous development of the latest engine and military machine tools, which only fueled his envy. Consequently, he had contemplated enticing the primary leaders of these 2 projects to join his institute. He had no qualms about ethics. After all, he was losing sleep over the matter. If this continued, personnel issues were manageable, but the closure of the institute would be disastrous for him. Thus, for the past few months, they had been trying to gather intelligence from the capital. Regrettably, their efforts yielded nothing, as the information was closely guarded. Now that he had finally caught wind of someone, how could he not feel exhilarated? As for whether this person would divulge any information, that was a matter for another time. Finding him was the priority. He Chun, sensing Su Yihong's fervor, interjected just as Su Yihong was about to rush out of the office. Director, would it be appropriate for us to approach him so abruptly? Should we not allow someone from our team to make initial contact? He was aware that the individual named Gu Zhao was still a university student, attending the prestigious Qingyang Industrial University. Given that he had been involved in a project at the capital's Mechanical Institute at such a young age, it was likely he was not an ordinary person. If they were to approach him unexpectedly, he might find it intrusive, which would not bode well. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yihong conceded, recognizing the wisdom in He Chen's words. He slapped his forehead in realization. Look at me, I've become quite muddled. We shall send someone to make initial contact, and remember, it is imperative that we leave a good first impression. He Chen nodded confidently. Director, rest assured, I will handle the arrangements. Upon exiting the office, He Chen immediately summoned a young man from the institute. Li, I recall you are a graduate of Qingyang Industrial University, correct? The called upon Li Kaimao, somewhat puzzled, nodded in affirmation. Yes, Deputy Director He Chen continued. Good, I have a task for you. Tomorrow, go to Qingyang Industrial University and seek out a freshman named Gu Zhao. You must ensure he comes to our research institute. Remember, your demeanor must be courteous. We cannot afford to offend him. He Chen selected Li Kaimao not only for his academic background, but also because he deemed him dependable, composed, and industrious. He had high hopes for him. Additionally, Li Kaimao was not much older than Gu Zhao, and He Chen thought that their similar ages might foster a common ground for conversation. If they hit it off, the subsequent endeavors of the institute might proceed more smoothly. Seeing that He Chen had not elaborated on the purpose of the invitation, Li Kaimao wisely refrained from asking further questions, assuring him he would fulfill the task. Very well. He Chen replied with satisfaction. The next morning, Li Kaimao wasted no time and headed directly to Qingyang Industrial University. Initially, he thought locating a student named Gu Zhao would be quite challenging, considering the multitude of freshmen. However, upon arriving at the campus, he casually approached a passerby for directions and was surprisingly informed. The passerby, upon being queried, replied, "You're looking for Gu Zhao, the one from Mechanical Class 1? Li Kaimao responded, "Is there perhaps another freshman named Gu Zhao at your university?" He pondered. The name was not particularly common. The passerby shook his head. "No. There isn't, Li Kaimao. What is your intention in questioning me?" Perhaps his speechless expression was too overt, causing the passerby to feel a bit embarrassed. And thus they straightforwardly pointed him in the right direction. Follow this road inward. That's where the mechanical engineering classrooms are located. All right, thank you. After bidding farewell to the passerby, Li Kaimao proceeded forward. However, before he could find Gu Zhao, He unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, instinctively trying to avoid them. But it was already too late. Li Kaimao? What brings you here? Zhao Qiye strode forward, directly blocking Li Kaimao's path. Li Kaimao furrowed his brows, no longer evading, and met the other's gaze. I'm here to discuss something with my cousin. He was uncertain whether he could disclose the matter that He Chun had asked him to handle, so he instinctively chose to conceal it. Moreover, facing this person, who was often at odds with him within the research institute, he could not afford to reveal any information, lest it complicate matters. Cousin? Zhao Qiye smirked. You have a cousin studying here? Without waiting for Li Kaimao's response, he feigned surprise and added, I had forgotten. You graduated from this school. So having a cousin here is not all that surprising. Li Kaimao was impatient to hear more. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After saying this, he did not wait for Zhao Qiye's reaction and left on his own. After walking about 10 meters, Li Kaimao turned back, only to find no one in sight. And he subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of Zhao Qiye. Rather, he understood from He Chun's demeanor yesterday that today's tasks could not afford even a slight error. To him, Zhao Qiye represented the greatest variable. With that variable gone, he felt considerably more at ease. He continued on his way, asking questions as he walked, until he reached the entrance of Gu Zhao's classroom. At that moment, Gu Zhao and her classmates had just finished their morning class, and the next one would not commence until 3 in the afternoon. As they jovially approached the door, Gu Zhao was intercepted by a strange man, and she raised her eyebrows slightly upon noticing him. Before she could speak, Li Kaimao briefly introduced himself. Are you Comrade Gu Zhao? I am from the Qingyang Mechanical Research Institute. Do you have time for a private conversation? Knowing from He Chun the importance he placed on Gu Zhao, Li Kaimao adopted an exceptionally humble demeanor. Tong Lu, Li Guangzong, and the others exchanged glances upon hearing the newcomer's introduction. Qingyang Mechanical Research Institute? When did Gu Zhao become associated with such places? They pondered, unaware that Gu Zhao herself was equally perplexed. Nevertheless, with the person standing right before her, she would soon find out the purpose of his visit. Nodding slightly, she replied, Sure. Hearing this, Li Kaimao's smile broadened, and he gestured towards an unoccupied corner, indicating they should move there. After bidding Gu Zhao farewell, Tong Lu and the others turned to leave. Once they reached the corner, Gu Zhao sat down on a nearby stone bench and gestured for Li Kaimao to proceed. After both were seated, Li Kaimao explained the reason for his visit. To be candid, Comrade Gu, I have come at the behest of our deputy director to invite you back to the institute. We have important matters to discuss. He added, of course. If it's inconvenient for you, we can arrange another time or meet elsewhere. Given He Chun's regard for Gu Zhao, Li Kaimao included these latter remarks, believing that if she agreed, the deputy director would not object. So you are here. That makes it easier to find you. Gu Zhao had just begun to speak when she was interrupted. She and Li Kaimao instinctively turned to see who had spoken. Unlike Gu Zhao's calm demeanor, Li Kaimao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Zhao Qiye would make a sudden reappearance. The most critical issue was that he had yet to finalize his discussion. If Zhao Qiye interfered, he would be unable to report back satisfactorily. Frowning, he adopted a stern expression and said, Researcher Zhao, we can discuss this later. We are currently in the midst of a conversation. However, the underlying implication of his words did not deter Zhao Qiye. Instead, it ignited a flicker of anger within him as he sensed the probing intent behind Li Kaimao's words. Chapter 286, The Appointment. All of them were newcomers to the Research Institute, having joined less than a year ago. In the institute, he had always been one step ahead of Li Kaimao. Now that they were outside, he still wished to assert his dominance. That simply would not do. Due to his discord with Li Kaimao, Zhao Qiye also harbored disdain for Gu Zhao, his cousin. Discussing matters? Zhao Qiye casually glanced at Gu Zhao. What could you possibly have to discuss? Pray, enlighten me. Perhaps I might offer some valuable suggestions. Upon hearing this, Li Kaimao's temples throbbed. Was this person a fool? Could he not comprehend simple language? With Gu Zhao present, Li Kaimao endeavored to maintain his composure, refraining from engaging in a war of words with Zhao Qiye. He managed to offer Gu Zhao an apologetic smile before pulling Zhao Qiye aside. Once they were stationary, Zhao Qiye immediately shrugged off his hand. Are you out of your mind? Li Kaimao, who is truly out of their mind. He gritted his teeth, striving to remain calm. Now is not the time for you to throw a tantrum. I genuinely have important matters to attend to and cannot be disturbed. If this doesn't go well, the deputy director will. You think I will be intimidated by the deputy director? Zhao Qiye interrupted him before he could finish. Had Li Kaimao initially claimed to be at the school to handle something for the institute, Zhao Qiye might have believed him to some extent. But now, not a word of it was credible. He felt that Li Kaimao was trying to use a feather as a sword to pressure him, especially with Li Kaimao's earnest demeanor. As if Zhao Qiye were the one being unreasonable, it only served to disgust Zhao Qiye further. After much back and forth, Li Kaimao's patience began to wear thin. But recalling the trust He Chun had placed in him when assigning this task, he knew he had to endure. What would it take for you to leave? Oh. Zhao Jia clapped his hands mockingly. How rare it is to see someone favored by the deputy director bowing before me. Truly amusing. Realizing that today's mission was likely doomed to fail, Li Kaimao understood that even if he sought another place to speak with Gu Zhao, this unrelenting pest would probably follow. He did not wish to expose the institute to ridicule. With no other choice, he shot Zhao Jia a glare before forcing a smile as he approached Gu Zhao. Comrade Gu, I apologize, but it seems we may need to reschedule our meeting. How about tomorrow or another time that suits you? I am flexible. He silently prayed that this incident would not leave a negative impression on Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao glanced at Li Kaimao, then cast a wary look at Zhao Jia, who was lurking nearby, and gave a noncommittal nod. Li Kaimao immediately brightened. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. This time, it was my oversight. Let us have a meal together another day, as my apology. Would that be agreeable to you? Since Li Kaimao introduced himself as a member of the Chunyang Mechanical Research Institute, Gu Zhao had been speculating about his intentions. The first thought that crossed her mind was the potential leak regarding her involvement in the capital's military machinery and engine development. However, she quickly shook her head. No, that couldn't be right. It was not arrogance on her part. If her speculation were accurate, it should not have been Li Kaimao who came to her today. Furthermore, given Zhou Yonglin's regard for her, her information would not be so easily disclosed. After pondering for a while, Gu Zhao could not arrive at a conclusion. However, given that this is a research institute related to the field of machinery, seeking him out is merely for those matters. Others have needs of him, so he has no reason to rush. Therefore, the matter of Li Kaimao rescheduling is, to him, of little consequence. Since he finds himself somewhat bored during this period, he decides to see what the matter is. After agreeing to meet with Li Kaimao, Gu Zhao turns to leave. As for the ensuing matters, they can resolve them on their own. With a smile, Li Kaimao bids farewell to Gu Zhao, but when he turns to face Zhou Jia, his expression has darkened considerably. Noting Zhou Jia's nonchalant demeanor, he pointedly gestures, hoping he can maintain such an expression when confronted by the institute. Having said that, he storms off. Watching his furious retreat, Zhou Jia's brows gradually furrow. Could it be that this person truly came today to discuss matters as the deputy director? Upon this thought, Zhou Jia instinctively shakes his head. No. At the outset, Li Kaimao claimed he was looking for his cousin. Dragging the deputy director into the matter is undoubtedly a ruse. With this in mind, he tosses the matter aside and recalls how Li Kaimao was helpless against him just now, unable to restrain a laugh. After all, this person has been competing with him since entering the research institute, while others constantly compare the two of them. What does he possess that could possibly surpass that Li? This time, he has finally triumphed, and Zhou Jia feels an overwhelming sense of pride. On Li Kaimao's end, upon exiting Chunyang Industrial University, he immediately heads to the research institute. He has no intention of taking the blame for others, since Zhou Jia does not regard his words with seriousness. Then let him provide an explanation to the deputy director himself. With this thought, upon returning to the institute, Li Kaimao promptly makes his way to He Chen's office. As he enters, He Chen's eyes brighten, and he eagerly inquires, Xiao Li, how did it go? Observing He Chen's demeanor, Li Kaimao thinks to himself that this time it is secure. He sees He Chen's face filled with guilt, hesitating to speak in response to He Chen's urgency. A sense of foreboding strikes He Chen's heart, and he hurriedly presses, what on earth is going on? Did that comrade Gu Zhao refuse to come to our research institute? Realizing that if he does not clarify soon, the deputy director might eat him alive, Li Kaimao dares not delay further and recounts the entire situation without embellishment. Upon finishing, He Chen's chest heaves violently, his face flushed with anger. He never expected that after meticulously arranging everything, even the choice of the person to initially contact Gu Zhao, it would all be thwarted by an unexpected interloper. Where is Zhou Jia? Have him come in. A furious roar emanates from the office, drawing the attention of others. Moments later, a head peeks in through the door. Deputy Director, Zhou Jia is on leave today and is not here. Hearing this, He Chen could not help but rub his forehead, utterly befuddled by the situation. He waved his hand, and the head promptly retreated. Noticing that his anger has somewhat subsided, Li Kaimao speaks up, Deputy Director, I have rescheduled with Gu Zhao for an afternoon meeting at 4 tomorrow. What do you think? He Chen does not respond immediately. Pondering for a moment before lifting his head, tomorrow, I will personally go with the director. You should accompany us as well. If the young ones have any thoughts. The two old men might not keep up. It is better to bring along a younger person. Li Kaimao maintains a composed expression, though internally he is startled. What exactly is Gu Zhao's background? Is he truly worthy of such careful attention from both directors? No matter how he speculates in his mind, he cannot grasp a single clue. However, unbeknownst to him, he subconsciously elevates Gu Zhao's status another notch. The following day, Zhao Qie arrives at the research institute with a smile, humming a cheerful tune. Upon reaching his workstation, he notices his colleague across from him hesitating to speak. Finally deciding to voice his thoughts, Qie. Zhao Qie casually looks up. His colleague continues, have you done something recently to displease the deputy director? Many heard He Chin's roar yesterday, and out of camaraderie, he thought to offer a warning. Deputy director? Not at all. Zhao Qie, bewildered, retracts his smile. His colleague forces a smile. Is that so? Then I must have misjudged. With that, he lowers his head and says no more. Zhao Qie, seeing this, furrows his brow and casually scans his surroundings, only to discover that many are casting him peculiar glances. This prompts him to recall his colleague's earlier words. Deputy director? Suddenly, a flash of insight strikes him, reminding him of Li Kaimao's words from yesterday. He mentioned he was assisting the deputy director with matters at Xinjiang Industrial. Could it be true? Zhao Qie's expression darkens. At that moment, Li Kaimao walks in through the door. Zhao Qie's unease immediately finds an outlet. He grabs Li Kaimao and pulls him into a secluded corner. Li Kaimao, firmly grasped by the arm, shows no intention of resisting, and seeing Zhao Qie's furious countenance, a flicker of amusement crosses his eyes. As it turns out, the tides have turned. Serves you right. Once Zhao Qie stabilizes, he releases his grip, only to find Li Kaimao wearing a smirk, which incites his irritation. Li Kaimao. Oh. Li Kaimao crosses his arms, leisurely observing Zhao Qie's vexed expression. Zhao Qie, trembling with indignation, points a finger at him. Tell me, did you report me to the deputy director? You sound like a child, Li Kaimao retorts, swiftly denying it. First, this isn't a report, it's merely stating the facts. Second, you resemble a child more than I do. You're always so childish, and since you first entered the institute, you've been at odds with me over everything. What is your purpose? You. Zhao Qie is about to retort when a voice from inside calls out. Zhao Qie, the deputy director is looking for you. Zhao Qie's words falter, and he no longer feels inclined to argue with Li Kaimao. With a heavy heart, he heads to He Chen's office. Deputy director, you called for me? He Chen leans back in his chair, expressionless as he scrutinizes Zhao Qie. Do you know why I summoned you? Zhao Qie gulps, voicing his suspicion. Is it because I disrupted the matter Li Kaimao was handling yesterday? Smack. He Chen slams his palm on the desk. The pain in his hand transitions from acute to numbness within seconds, followed by swelling and heat. His fingers instinctively twitch. Yet his expression remains unchanged as he sternly declares, do you know what you're doing? Zhao Qie is startled by the sudden noise, his heart racing erratically. Observing He Chen's intent to settle the score, he hastily explains, Deputy Director, I truly didn't know that Li Kaimao was attending to your directives. Upon hearing this, He Chen's desk resounds with slaps that can be heard outside. You dare to quibble? Li Kaimao told me everything. Didn't he inform you that he was assisting me? He did. Zhao Qie reluctantly concedes, harboring intense resentment towards Li Kaimao. Seeing him standing there, He Chen feels exasperated and waves his hand dismissively. In that case, consider this a major demerit. I want you to submit a written self-reflection. A major demerit? Zhao Qie's eyes widen in disbelief, eager to defend himself. Deputy Director, I already understand my mistake. Could we avoid the demerit? Receiving a major demerit would be detrimental to his future prospects within the research institute. He Chen did not grant him the opportunity to finish speaking, casting a fleeting glance his way. What? Do you find this outcome too lenient? If it weren't for Gu Zhao's agreement to meet with them again, he might have harbored a desire for revenge. Reflecting on the promises he made in front of the director, Zhao Qie instantly fell silent, his brows furrowing as he exited the office. As he emerged, the gazes of those around him, previously fixated on the office door, retreated. Upon sensing their scrutiny, Zhao Qie's face flushed even deeper. Just then, Li Kaimao's voice resonated from a distance. Zhao Qie lifted his eyes, observing Li in earnest conversation with other colleagues. He felt like a jester, subjected to a reprimand from a superior, while Li appeared utterly unfazed. His fists gradually tightened. Had it not been for a shred of rationality, he might have charged at Li in that moment. Feeling a piercing gaze, Li Kaimao paused mid-sentence, turning to meet Zhao Qie's fierce glare. Internally, he scoffed but maintained a facade of nonchalance, offering Zhao a cordial smile before resuming his discussion with his colleagues. This only fueled Zhao Qie's frustration. Fearing he might lose control, he shot Li a resentful glare and strode away. Even without looking, Li was well aware of Zhou's temperament. Nonetheless, he considered the matter settled and dismissed it from his mind. At 3:40 p.m., Su Yixing and his two companions arrived at the designated location ahead of schedule. Observing the presence of both directors, Li Kaimao felt an increasing sense of gravity surrounding this meeting. As seconds ticked by, Su Yixing suppressed the urge to rise and check, only to restrain himself upon glimpsing Li Kaimao beside him. The sound of a door creaking open drew everyone's attention. Li Kaimao was the first to stand. Comrade Gu, Upon hearing this address, Su Yixing understood that the young individual before them was their intended contact. The two of them rose in unison. Are you Comrade Gu Zhao? Greetings. I am Su Yixing, director of the Chengyang Mechanical Research Institute. Gu Zhao grasped the offered hand, replying, Hello, I am Gu Zhao. After a brief exchange of introductions, they took their seats. With the individual before him now in clear view, Su Yixing felt no need for pretense and straightforwardly articulated their purpose. Comrade Gu, to be candid, we have come primarily to inquire about the latest developments regarding engine and military machine tool research from the capital. Upon hearing Su Yixing's introduction alongside He Chen's, Gu Zhao realized the significance of their visit. What could possibly warrant the presence of such high-ranking officials from the research institute? This thought lingered in his mind. Yet he was curious about their knowledge concerning the engine and military machine tools, particularly given his own contributions. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, Gu Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. What specifically would Director Su like to know? Chapter 287, An Uninvited Family. Seeing Gu Zhao not immediately refuse, Su Yixing exchanged a glance with He Chen. If possible, we would like to understand the principal developers behind these two projects. His tone was courteous, yet the implication in his words struck Gu Zhao as somewhat brusque. The fact that they could inquire about him here indicated that they had exhausted all other avenues, likely with disappointing results. It seemed that Director Zhou's confidentiality measures had been quite effective. Moreover, Su Yixing's ability to articulate such a request suggested he had not divulged any sensitive information. With this in mind, Gu Zhao felt less compelled to hold back. Director Su, it appears you are a forthright individual, so I shall be equally candid. Given that we all operate within this domain, you must be aware of the stringent confidentiality protocols in place. Not only have I signed a confidentiality agreement, but even without such a document, I cannot divulge any project-related information. Gu Zhao's statement was factual, and his insistence on maintaining decorum was a testament to his desire to avoid unnecessary conflict. As it was often wiser to minimize complications, the atmosphere momentarily thickened. They had not anticipated Gu Zhao's unhesitating refusal. Li Kaimao, who had been silently listening, now grasped the true intent behind the director's visit. What astonished him further was the realization that this young man, appearing several years his junior, was involved in the research project from the capital, specifically the much-discussed engine and military machine tools. In the mechanical field, these projects were widely recognized, and he had once envied those who participated. Never did he expect to encounter someone like Gu Zhao here. Moreover, Gu Zhao's unwavering refusal of Su Yixing's request left him in quiet astonishment. If he were in the same position, he would struggle to be so forthright. Considering the Chengyang Mechanical Research Institute, while not on par with the prominent institutes in the capital, still held significant local prestige. Did Gu Zhao not fear offending Su Yixing and his counterpart? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Kaimao regarded Gu Zhao with newfound intrigue. In the ensuing silence, He Chen cleared his throat. Comrade Gu, please do not be so hasty in your refusal. Su Yixing, snapping back to reality, chimed in, Indeed. We are fully aware that the details of various projects cannot be freely disclosed. However, our institute finds itself at an impasse. If we fail to produce results, we may be facing dire consequences. While rules are immutable, people are not, and we would not demand that you reveal any critical information, such as research data. We merely hope you could share a bit about the project developers. Gu Zhao was taken aback by their persistence. Facing their eager gazes, he resolutely shook his head. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Su Yixing's features, and He Chen sighed. Neither was the type to coerce others into compliance. And seeing Gu Zhao's stance left them at a loss. Comforting themselves with thoughts of alternative approaches, Su Yixing managed a stiff smile. In that case, we shall not trouble you further, and we appreciate your time today. As Gu Zhao departed, Su Yixing exhaled, his posture slumping as he met He Chen's gaze. Managing a wry smile. Let us consider other strategies. He Chen nodded in agreement. Observing the director's discontent, Li Kaimao astutely chose to remain silent. Following this, Gu Zhao resumed his routine at school. By night, he delved into advanced mechanical studies, while during the day he attended classes, read supplementary materials in the library, or prepared for his sophomore curriculum in the dormitory. In between, he shared a meal with Li Kaimao, who had mentioned wanting to treat Gu Zhao as an apology. Initially believing it to be mere politeness, Gu Zhao was surprised when Li genuinely followed through. Since he had come, Gu Zhao did not turn him away, and they dined at a state-run restaurant, discussing matters of machinery over their meal. As Gu Zhao listened to the eloquent discourse of the person across from him, he realized that Li Kaimao was indeed a person of considerable insight, which inevitably stirred within him a sense of intrigue. Conversely, Li Kaimao was utterly astonished by Gu Zhao's ability to engage in conversation on any topic he broached, seamlessly expanding into more profound theories. Within the span of a single meal, he found himself greatly enriched. Thus, with one harboring intent and the other reciprocating, their connection flourished, and they soon became friends. As the days grew warmer, Gu Zhao welcomed the arrival of summer vacation, brandishing academic results that incited envy among Tong Lu and others. He waved goodbye to his peers and promptly boarded the train back to his hometown. This year's college entrance examination had been postponed by approximately 10 days. And upon his return home, he found Su Ran diligently preparing for her final stretch of study. Noticing his arrival, Su Ran immediately set aside her books and approached him. "You could have informed me you were coming back. I would have gone to the train station to pick you up." Gu Zhao evaded her outstretched hands as she attempted to take his luggage, grasping her hand instead and leading her back inside. "I simply didn't wish to trouble you with an extra trip." After placing his belongings down, he guided her to the desk. "So, how are you feeling about the exam? Do you need any assistance?" Sitting in the chair under his gentle insistence, Su Ran looked up at him, locking her gaze on his for a moment before wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her cheek against his firm abdomen. "No, everything feels just fine." Unable to resist the allure of her soft, tousled hair, Gu Zhao playfully tousled it, teasing, "If that's the case, shall I eagerly await the arrival of my new schoolmate this fall?" Hearing his teasing tone, a blush crept to Su Ran's ears, and in a moment of playful annoyance, she playfully pinched at his sides. The pressure was light enough for Gu Zhao that it felt merely like a tickle. However, fearing that he might provoke her genuine ire, he refrained from further banter. Su Ran had applied to Qingyang Industrial University, a decision they had mutually agreed upon. Firstly, it was her aspiration to attend this very institution. Secondly, despite the county and city being merely a few hours apart by train, the reality was that Gu Zhao's university life would significantly reduce the time he could spend with his family. At this age, children require the presence of their parents, and prolonged separation could adversely affect them. After sharing tender moments and discussing recent events in their lives, Gu Zhao suddenly noticed the unusual quietness in the house. "Where's our second daughter and little Tang Yuan?" Su Ran shot him a knowing glance. "I thought you had forgotten that you have another daughter." Gu Zhao sheepishly rubbed his nose. Su Ran then addressed his earlier inquiry. "Your second sister has been quite exhausted lately, and with the college entrance examination approaching, she went to the supply store to buy some bone broth for nourishment. As for the child, she clung to me when she saw her second aunt preparing to leave, insisting on accompanying her." No sooner had she spoken than the familiar sound of a child's voice rang out from beyond the gate. "Mama, we're back." The little one bounded through the yard, her eyes sparkling as she spotted a familiar figure behind her mother and dashed forward. "Daddy." The sweetness of her voice was even more endearing than before. Gu Zhao beamed with joy as he caught his soft daughter in his arms. "Daddy missed Tang Yuan." "Did Tang Yuan miss Daddy?" "Yes." As the father and daughter shared affectionate words, an elderly voice called out from nearby. "Ah, Zhao has returned?" Gu Zhao looked up to see two elderly figures walking in behind Su Xia, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li. Yuan Meihua chimed in. "It's good that you're back. This little one has been asking daily when her father would return." She gazed at the child in Gu Zhao's arms with a loving expression. "Your eldest sister-in-law was unfortunate, passing away at a young age. Your elder brother has steadfastly refused to remarry, despite our pleas. With their other children living far away, they are left without any grandchildren around to enjoy." Each time they witnessed neighbors bringing their grandchildren outside, they felt a pang of envy. After Gu Zhao and Su Ran had visited them a few times with their adorable little girl, the elderly couple found themselves smitten. Thus, they would often drop by the courtyard to spend time with the child, passing their days in simple joy. Noticing the group loitering at the gate, Su Ran beckoned them inside. Her husband, the school principal, Li Jilai, was aware that the college entrance examinations were imminent and inquired about Su Ran's situation. Seeing her confident demeanor, he nodded with a smile. "Both you and Ah Zhao are capable. You will certainly gain admission to a good university this time." Su Ran smiled modestly. "Then I shall count on Grandpa Li's auspicious words." The little one in Gu Zhao's embrace gazed around with wide eyes, taking in the adult's conversation without comprehension, and after a few minutes, she wriggled to be set down. Gu Zhao complied, and the little one grasped his finger, tugging him towards the door. "Let us go find sister and play." Su Ran gently lifted her small frame before her, saying, "Have you forgotten? Your brother and sister went back to the countryside yesterday. The elementary school students had their vacation a bit earlier, and had it not been for the children's reluctance to part, Gu Dang's siblings would have returned home much sooner." Gu Chang had not allowed his mother to accompany him to the county to care for the children. He managed on his own, preparing breakfast, feeding them, and dropping them off at school each day after work. Occasionally, Su Xia would help keep an eye on them, yet even so, it was a taxing endeavor for a single man. After a few days of the children clamoring to stay in the county to play with their younger sister, he finally returned them home. Little Tang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this shocking news. Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her chubby cheek. "What's this?" Didn't Mommy tell you yesterday? Have you forgotten after a night's sleep? The little one pouted, feeling wronged. I forgot. Well, forgetting is fine. Daddy can still play with you, Gu Zhao said, lifting her back into his embrace to offer comfort. He leaned in, whispering a few words, the content of which was lost on the others, yet it elicited a fit of giggles from the little girl. Su Xia observed the couple as they playfully passed their child back and forth, shaking her head in amusement. Since Zhao is back today, Grandma Li, you two should stay for dinner. Indeed, it has been a while since we last met. Grandpa Li, do stay and share a meal with us, Gu Zhao concurred. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple exchanged glances, and Li Jilai chuckled. Very well, we shall impose on you for the evening. Su Ran interjected, Grandpa Li, there is no need for such formalities between our families. Her admission of the assistance Gu Zhao had provided to the elderly couple in her attending high school was a testament to their bond. However, the continued interactions where she often answered Gu Zhao's calls in the principal's office were certainly a favor owed to her parents by Li Dicai. Su Ran's words delighted the elderly couple, prompting them to shower her with praise and commend Gu Zhao for having such discerning taste in marrying such a wonderful wife. Feeling slightly bashful from their direct compliments, Su Ran urged Gu Zhao to look after the children while she joined her sister in the kitchen to lend a hand. Setting the rambunctious little one down to play, Gu Zhao engaged Li Jilai in conversation regarding matters in the city. The ability to raise a son like Li Dicai, who has become a principal, speaks volumes about Li Jilai's own insight and foresight. He grasped some of Gu Zhao's words during their conversation, which flowed with mutual exchange, while Yuan Meihua occasionally interjected with her thoughts. As time slipped away amid their light-hearted banter, the aroma of dishes wafted from the kitchen. Su Ran peeked out and called, Zhao Gu, go fetch the Gu, let us dine together tonight. With the children returning to the countryside, she suspected that Gu Cheng would likely have a haphazard meal that evening. It was indeed a fortuitous moment for Gu Zhao to return, allowing the brothers to gather. All right, Gu Zhao replied, rising to his feet. Yuan Meihua added, go on, I'll keep an eye on the children. After expressing his gratitude, Gu Zhao stepped out of the courtyard. The two households were not far apart, and by the time Gu Zhao arrived, Gu Cheng had just returned home. Brother, you're back? As soon as he entered the yard, he spotted a woman seated on the ground making shoe soles, who abruptly stood to greet him. Upon noticing this, Gu Cheng instinctively took a couple of steps back. Comrade Zhang Ying, please call me Gu Cheng. His formal demeanor left Zhang Ying feeling a twinge of annoyance. What a fool he was. Here she was, a woman, being so forward, and he acted as if he were trying to evade her, though she silently criticized him. Zhang Ying maintained her composure, seemingly oblivious to the aloofness on Gu Cheng's face. Brother, we've been neighbors for so long. There is no need to be so distant, she remarked. Gu Cheng remained expressionless. Here it came again. He was simple-hearted but not foolish. He was well aware of the Zhang family's intentions. However, he truly had no feelings for the woman before him. Since she had not made her intentions explicit, he found it difficult to outright refuse her. Yet, this pretense of misunderstanding had been repeated countless times over the past few months, and he was becoming weary of it. Chapter 288. The eve of the college entrance examination, Gu Cheng had contemplated moving, but suitable accommodations were hard to come by. Seeing his silence, Zhang Ying stepped closer, attempting to take the bag from his hands. Brother, let me help you with that. No need. Gu Cheng quickly retreated another step. In the courtyard, within the east wing of the house, two pairs of eyes were peering through a crack in the door, observing their daughter being rebuffed once more. Old man Zhang rolled up his sleeves, ready to storm out. What an ungrateful fellow. Old woman Zhang quickly restrained him. What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm going to give that boy a lesson. Old woman Zhang shot him an exasperated look. And what happens after you teach him a lesson? Won't that make it even less likely for our daughter to be with him? They are trying to form a bond, not enmity. We've finally found a potential son-in-law who works in the county. We must treat him well. If we scare him off, how will our divorced daughter find someone with such good prospects again? Old man Zhang, huffing in frustration, halted in his tracks. Then what do you suggest we do? Old woman Zhang replied. Why are you in such a hurry? If this man lingers a little longer, his attitude will naturally soften. Besides, they live in the same courtyard. Do you really think he will run away? Don't let your current impatience drive him away instead. Hearing her logic, old man Zhang considered it reasonable and temporarily quelled his impatience. In the courtyard, Zhang Ying stood in front of Gu Cheng, showing no intention of moving aside, which caused him to furrow his brow. When Gu Zhao arrived, he witnessed his elder brother being cornered. Brother, he exclaimed, startling several people in the yard. Gu Cheng's eyes lit up at the familiar voice. He turned to see his younger brother and, disregarding Zhang Ying, strode forward to scrutinize Gu Zhao. Good to see you back. Zhang Ying's eyes brightened upon seeing Gu Zhao. Unlike Gu Cheng's honest and upright features, Gu Zhao was tall and slender, with a handsome visage that was strikingly different. Brother, who is this? Zhang Ying could not help but interrupt the brothers' exchange. Gu Qing's expression faltered as he remembered the troublesome situation at hand. Over the past period, he had become acutely aware of the Zhang family's shamelessness. Fearing that she would cling to his younger brother, he chose not to respond to her question and instead pulled Gu Zhao's arm, leading him back to their room. Zhang Ying stood there, wide-eyed in disbelief. This was the first time Gu Cheng had so openly disregarded her. She watched in frustration as the brothers entered the room and closed the door with a creak. Infuriated, she began to stomp her feet. What a sight! I've never seen a girl so eager to pursue a man. Lai Dahua, who had been observing the entire scene from the kitchen, clicked her tongue in astonishment. Her voice was devoid of any restraint, and Zhang Ying immediately turned her head. Aunt Lai, this seems to have nothing to do with you, does it? Lai Dahua chuckled. Of course, it has nothing to do with me, but it's hard to ignore when someone puts on such a display every day. I wonder what kind of family raises such a girl, who, knowing full well that the other party has no intentions, still clings on for so long. Truly shameless. She held a low opinion of the Zhang family's conduct, yet her comments were not intended to defend Gu Cheng. Before Gu Qing moved in, only the Zhang family and Lai Dahua's family had resided in the courtyard. Even family members who had lived together for long periods would inevitably quarrel, let alone two unrelated families. Furthermore, the Zhang family was known for their unscrupulous behavior, often taking advantage of others, while old woman Zhang and her daughters were particularly cunning and harsh. Over time, the relationships among the residents had soured to the point where they often exchanged sharp words. Well, regardless, Zhang Ying was still young, and if no one had pointed it out, she might not have thought much of her pursuit of Gu Cheng. However, now that others were speaking of it, she felt a little embarrassed and found herself speechless, pointing at Lai Dahua without knowing what to say. Inside, old woman Zhang noticed her daughter was about to suffer a loss and immediately opened the door to step outside. You, Lai Dahua, are always spouting nonsense. Upon seeing the elder finally emerge, Lai Dahua shot her a glance. What nonsense am I spouting? Isn't this the truth? Don't think I'm unaware of your family's intentions. What do you know? Isn't it customary for neighbors to help each other out? Besides, Lai Dahua interrupted her. All right, since you're so generous with your neighbors, how about you lend me a few pounds of grain? After all, we are neighbors. And you should be willing to help, right? Absolutely not. Gu Cheng, listening to the commotion outside, wore a familiar expression of indifference. Gu Zhao frowned, surprised by the ruckus in the courtyard. Brother, do they behave like this every day? If that's the case, I think it would be better to find a new place to live. It's one thing for adults, but the children shouldn't have to grow up in such an environment. Gu Qing shook his head. Not every day, but it happens from time to time. He too found it somewhat noisy, yet reiterated, there's simply nowhere else for me to move. Gu Zhao suggested, then why not move with the children to our courtyard? It's much quieter. He had already purchased the courtyard they were currently residing in, as the previous landlord decided not to return. Thus, he had asked the aunt who was renting it out for them to see if they were interested in buying it. Upon hearing the offer, Gu Zhao had not hesitated to make the purchase, primarily because they needed a place to settle in town. Once his wife was accepted into university, their family would undoubtedly relocate to the city, leaving the courtyard vacant. It would be better to let their own family live there and take care of the property. Gu Cheng did not respond immediately. Let us talk about it later. Seeing this, Gu Zhao refrained from saying anything further and instead brought up the scene he had witnessed at the door. What is your relationship with that person outside? Gu Qing understood he was referring to Zhang Ying, and, before he could explain, he let out a sigh. Gu Zhao's curiosity piqued. What could possibly cause his usually simple-minded elder brother to wear such a troubled expression? It wasn't long before Gu Cheng began to recount the situation. It turned out that after Gu Cheng moved in with his children, the Zhang family had secretly been probing into his affairs. Intrigued by the sight of a man raising two children, although Gu Cheng was honest, he was not foolish enough to divulge his personal circumstances to unrelated individuals. Nevertheless, the Zhang family eventually managed to obtain information about him. Upon learning that he was divorced and working as a laborer in a textile factory, their demeanor shifted dramatically, growing markedly enthusiastic. Without explicitly stating their intentions, Zhang Ying frequently approached him under the pretext of offering help with laundry and childcare, which left Gu Qing quite alarmed, prompting him to decline her advances repeatedly. Yet, after one refusal, she would return, seemingly impervious to his disinterest. Fortunately, his long working hours and the instructions he had given to his children ensured that no significant issues had arisen thus far. Gu Zhao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You haven't mentioned this to mother? If Ms. Wang Ho-Hot were to find out, she would undoubtedly rush up from the countryside and create a scene. Gu Qing shook his head in naivete. After all, the Zhang family had not yet committed any overtly inappropriate actions, nor had they made any explicit declarations. Inviting their mother into the situation might only escalate matters unnecessarily. Gu Zhao conceded that there was some merit to this reasoning. But he recognized that allowing things to continue unchecked was not a viable solution. As the sky darkened, he set the matter aside for the moment and urged Gu Cheng to accompany him back for dinner. The little one had been sitting on the threshold of the courtyard ever since she realized Gu Zhao had left. With her tiny hands propping up her chin, she gazed around restlessly, and no amount of coaxing seemed to appease her. Her two little pigtails danced in the breeze as she turned her head. When she heard footsteps, she instinctively lifted her eyes and, upon recognizing the figure, sprang to her feet, sprinting towards him. "Daddy!" Gu Zhao bent down, enveloping the rushing child in his arms and gently inquiring, "Why weren't you waiting for Daddy at home?" "I missed you," she replied. In that instant, the heart of the devoted father melted, and he showered her with affectionate kisses. The little one wiped her face with her sleeve, prompting Gu Zhao to tease. "Is Tangyuan unhappy with Daddy?" He feigned sorrow, much to the embarrassment of Gu Cheng, who stood nearby. The little girl, not fully grasping her father's words but sensing his feigned sadness, quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, rubbing her chubby cheek against his face in a gesture of comfort. Gu Zhao was instantly filled with contentment. "Are you back? Come, let us eat," called Su Ran, hearing the commotion at the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing the father and daughter embracing warmly, Yuan Meihua smiled, her eyes twinkling. It was evident that the bond between father and daughter was innate. Regardless of how long he had been away, the moment he returned, the child clung to him desperately. The others chuckled, and as the dishes were served, they wasted no time on pleasantries and began to eat, treating one another as family. In the following 2 days, Su Ran executed the final preparations methodically. Gu Zhao visited the textile factory and, having ascertained that everything was running smoothly in his department, nodded in satisfaction. "Ah," he sighed, completing the necessary work reports. Zhao Xian nudged Gu Zhao playfully. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Zhao Xian glanced around, leaned in closer, and whispered, "There are rumors circulating in the county about the establishment of a machinery factory." What Gu Zhao had previously heard in passing now took on a new significance upon hearing it firsthand. The source of this information was unclear, yet everyone who had heard the news was abuzz with excitement. What did the establishment of a factory signify? It heralded the creation of new job opportunities. Everyone was keenly attentive, awaiting official confirmation. While others may have been oblivious, Zhao Xian was well aware of the news's authenticity, as he had an exceptional brother. With this thought, he nudged Gu Zhao again. Gu Zhao raised a questioning eyebrow. Zhao Xian chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. Gu Zhao chose to ignore Zhao Xian's antics. However, if the news were to spread, it would indicate that the factory's establishment was imminent. Considering he still bore the title of factory director, it was prudent to take an interest in the matter. Thus, Gu Zhao decided to pay a visit to the county government office that afternoon. Upon knocking, Zhang Guangji looked up and, upon recognizing him, waved cheerfully. "You've come at the perfect time. I was just about to discuss the machinery factory project." Establishing a factory was no trivial matter. Even the fundamental task of site selection required the expertise of professionals and could not be resolved in a day or two. Hence, for the past few months, aside from waiting for funding and project approvals from higher authorities, there were basic preparatory tasks to undertake, such as site surveys. Just as the site for the factory had been finalized, Gu Zhao arrived. Leaning over, he began to examine the factory planning documents. Following extensive on-site evaluations by surveying and construction personnel, taking into account factors such as railways, terrain, and water sources, the site for the machinery factory was determined to be on a flat expanse not far from the eastern edge of the county town. Gu Zhao had no objections to this decision, as it was made by professionals. His focus shifted to the internal design of the factory, where he incorporated his ideas to add a research laboratory and a workshop dedicated to production research projects. Although he did not plan to visit the capital anytime soon, he was determined to remain engaged. He held a plethora of ideas, for the nation was in a period of development, and it was time for him to contribute his share. Deep in thought, he did not let the conversation with Gu Zhao falter. Once he articulated his plans to Zhang Guangji, the latter's immediate response was not skepticism, but rather excitement. Having known Gu Zhao for nearly 3 years, he understood that this young man was not one to make empty claims. If Gu Zhao had aspirations, he would undoubtedly support him. Should Gu Zhao achieve any success, Zhang Guangji would undoubtedly share in the credit, possibly paving the way for his own advancement. With this in mind, the fine lines around Zhang Guangji's eyes seemed to multiply as he patted Gu Zhao on the shoulder. "I believe in you." With his support secured, Gu Zhao's proposals faced no obstacles. Exiting the county government office, Gu Zhao noted that the sun was setting on the horizon. He headed straight back to the small courtyard. Tomorrow marked Su Ran's college entrance examination, and when Gu Zhao arrived home, he found Su Xia fretting over the items she needed for the test. She darted about, checking if anything had been overlooked, her movements resembling a whirlwind, far more anxious than the examinee herself. Su Ran pulled her aside. Sister, sit down and take a breather. Everything is prepared, and nothing is amiss. Despite her reassurances, Su Xia couldn't resist conducting one final check. Upon witnessing this, Su Ran exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Zhao, sharing a resigned smile. Sister, I heard that this year, examinees must bring a family member into the examination hall. How about you accompany me tomorrow? Gu Zhao smiled as he settled onto a chair by the door. Hearing this, Su Xia turned to her sister. Really? Is there such a regulation? She felt it was rather implausible. Su Ran suppressed a laugh, responding earnestly. Yes, it was announced by the school today. I meant to tell you earlier, but I accidentally forgot. Is that so? Su Xia still felt something was amiss. Without further contemplation, she inadvertently caught the twinkle of amusement in Gu Zhao's eyes. Turning to meet her younger sister's barely restrained laughter, she suddenly realized that she had been thoroughly taken in by this couple. Oh, you too. Trying to tease your elder sister, are you? She chided playfully, delivering a light slap on Su Ran's back. Su Ran could no longer suppress her laughter. As the two sisters engaged in playful banter, the soft, babyish voice of a child echoed from within the room. Hearing the call, Gu Zhao pushed open the door, only to find the little one, her cheeks flushed and adorned with tousled hair, burrowing out from beneath the covers. Chapter 289. The Initial Harvest of Medicinal Herbs. Upon seeing Gu Zhao enter, the child called out in a soft, sweet voice, Daddy. Oh my, what a daddy's little girl. Gu Zhao exclaimed as he scooped the child from the bed and dressed her. As they held hands and stepped out, Su Ran observed Gu Zhao bending down to accommodate their daughter, a smile curving her lips. Shifting her gaze to the little one, she felt a twinge of exasperation. You're just getting up now? I wonder when you'll sleep tonight. Su Xia glanced at the tiny figure on the floor, her eyes filled with affectionate amusement. After lunch, she had played with the neighbor's girl to the point of skipping her nap. When she called the child back, it took mere seconds for the little one to climb onto the bed and drift off to sleep. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and fearing that the child would not sleep at night if she napped now, she called out a few times. Yet, the child remained unresponsive, gazing at the cherubic face. With its round little belly rising and falling with each breath, she couldn't bring herself to wake her. Thus, the child slept on until now. Su Ran looked at her second sister with a mix of helplessness and amusement. In this household, sometimes Su Xia's indulgence of the child surpassed even that of Su Ran. The mother, faced with her younger sister's reproachful gaze, Su Xia averted her eyes, feeling a touch of guilt. The child is simply too adorable. I couldn't help myself. Unsurprisingly, until the late hours of the night, the little one lay in bed with her big, sparkling eyes wide open, showing no sign of sleepiness. Tomorrow, Su Ran had an exam, and fearing it would affect her rest, Gu Zhao suggested she sleep next door for the night, leaving him to face the little night owl alone. Daddy, tell me another story. The tugging at his sleeve jolted Gu Zhao, who had almost drifted off. Seeing his spirited daughter, he felt a mix of exasperation and affection. How about we sleep instead, Tang Yuan? The little one shook her head, blinking innocently. But I can't fall asleep. Reluctantly, Gu Zhao began to tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and in that mountain, there was a temple, where a little monk and an old monk resided. What were they doing? They were telling stories. The child eagerly raised her hand to answer. Gu Zhao gently pressed her hand down and continued. What story were they telling? Once upon a time, there was a mountain. He repeated the tale over and over, hoping to lull her to sleep. To his surprise, the child's eyes remained wide open, while he himself grew increasingly drowsy, yawning repeatedly. Eventually, he couldn't remember when he had fallen asleep. As dawn broke, the sounds from the courtyard roused Gu Zhao from his slumber. The moment he regained his senses, he recalled that today was his wife's examination day, prompting him to leap out of bed. Once dressed, he was about to step outside when he noticed the little one still peacefully asleep on the bed. With a mischievous grin, he extended his hand. However, when his palm brushed against her soft, plump cheek, he couldn't bring himself to pinch her, opting instead to gently stroke her face. The creaking of the door announced Su Ran's arrival as she splashed water in the courtyard. Turning to see Gu Zhao emerge, she asked, Did I wake you? Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, she understood he had a rough night, evoking both sympathy and amusement within her. Not at all, Gu Zhao replied, shaking his head, aware of the mirth in her gaze, but lacking the energy to engage further. After splashing cold water on his face, he finally felt somewhat refreshed. Ah Zhao, you're awake too? Su Xia called out, bringing out a bowl of noodles and gesturing for Su Ran to eat first. The sisters, knowing Gu Zhao had likely stayed up late, intended to let him rest a bit longer. Now more alert, Gu Zhao couldn't resist a teasing remark. I can't possibly miss my wife's exam today. Su Xia elongated her tone, casting a playful glance at her sister. After years of training from Gu Zhao, Su Ran was no longer the same person. She maintained a nonchalant demeanor while slurping noodles. After swallowing a mouthful, she retorted, What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. Noticing her sister's slightly flushed earlobes, Su Xia, familiar with her temperament, refrained from further teasing and hurried to the kitchen to prepare bowls of noodles for herself and Gu Zhao. After their meal, Su Xia stayed home to watch the child, while Gu Zhao rode his bicycle to take Su Ran to school. This year, fortune smiled upon Su Ran as she was assigned to the examination center at her own school. Watching her enter the exam hall with ease, Gu Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he headed to the textile factory. For the subsequent 3 days of testing, to avoid disturbing Su Ran, all household chores were managed by Gu Zhao and Su Xia, ensuring she had no responsibilities to tend to. On the third day, Gu Zhao arrived early outside the school, waiting for Su Ran. Unlike others, she could hardly contain her excitement as soon as she emerged, eagerly discussing the answers with him. Based on the questions she recounted and the answers she had written, the couple calculated their results upon returning home. The conclusion was clear: Qingyang Industrial University, a sure thing. Hearing their conversation, Su Xia had no doubts and even prepared a feast in advance to celebrate. This was a private affair. Had outsiders known that this family was celebrating before the exam results were even announced, they would surely have laughed out loud. Gu Zhao and his family were well aware that it was unwise to publicize uncertain matters, so only a few in the household were privy to the news. The day after the exams, the family took the child back to the countryside. Each year during the summer and winter vacations, they returned home primarily to visit the elderly Wang Hohot couple, and secondly, because the child clamored to play with her older siblings. This time, Gu Zhao did not trouble Uncle Su, and the family set off early in the cool morning, bringing the child and a small amount of luggage on their journey home. Not long after leaving the county town, the little one began to whine about not being able to walk. Gu Zhao effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulders and continued forward. "Daddy, faster, go faster." Initially startled, the child soon became exhilarated, tugging at Gu Zhao's hair to speed up. With his brows furrowed and hair tousled, Gu Zhao widened his eyes, fearing he might become bald. He recalled the never-bald pill he had taken not long ago and instantly felt relieved. After all, it was a product of the system. Such physical antics should protect his hair, right? Gu Zhao suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. Su Ran watched the joyful father-daughter duo from a distance, a smile blooming in her eyes. Su Xia, observing beside her, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Children undeniably need their fathers. Since her brother-in-law had returned these past few days, it was evident how much happier the child had become. Of course, this father was not to be compared with Su Dashan. At times, seeing the little one's beaming face filled with laughter and joy made her genuinely grateful and delighted. Grateful that this little treasure in their family would not have to endure the lonely life their 3 sisters had faced in their childhood. And delighted that she had such loving parents. She could foresee a brilliant and radiant future awaiting her. Su Ran noticed her sister's expression, as if she could see through to her inner feelings at that moment. Unable to restrain herself, she grasped the hand beside her. Reminiscent of the times when the 2 sisters would hold each other tightly in fear while lost in the mountains at night during their childhood. The joyful and innocent laughter of children echoed along the way, seemingly invigorating the 3 adults, who appeared tireless. It felt as though they arrived at the village entrance in the blink of an eye. As they ventured further into the village, the absence of any villagers perplexed them, prompting exchanged glances before quickening their pace into the heart of the village. As they approached the drying yard, they faintly heard voices ahead. "Oh my, it's been a year, and we finally get to see the money," Yu Zhaodi exclaimed, her eyes fixed ahead with joy. "Indeed, I wonder how much we will each get," Zhou Liping chimed in, simultaneously speculating about her own share. Hearing their conversation, a nearby ant interjected, "Well, it's still medicinal material. We should at least get 100 or 80. Surely we'll have at least 20 or 30 bucks, right?" "Not necessarily," another replied. "I heard this time the money will be deducted for the materials purchased earlier and transportation costs. Frankly, I don't understand all that. But I know it means less money in our hands." "What? That's unacceptable. Why should we have to deduct from our earnings?" Someone protested loudly upon hearing that their share might be reduced. Wang Hohot, standing beside Yu Zhaodi, shot a disapproving glance at the speaker. "You foolish one. Are you really that dim-witted, or just pretending? Do you think medicinal materials just grow out of nowhere? If you remain idle in the village, will the materials sell themselves and money magically appear in your pockets? Such a grown man with no sense at all. Besides, didn't we agree on these terms before planting the materials? What, now you want to back out? Dream on." Wang Hohot cast a glance at the other 2 on stage. As the wife of the village chief, she would not allow anyone to create a scene in front of outsiders, tarnishing the village's reputation. Moreover, they would need to collaborate with others in the future, relying on them to sell their medicinal materials. She could not permit someone who acted like a mouse, only seeing the immediate situation, to ruin this opportunity. With the elder sisters having spoken, Yu Zhaodi would not back down either. "Exactly. Just because we see a bit of money, we forget our roots. Perhaps we should just exclude your family from participating in the village's medicinal planting next time, to avoid causing trouble for everyone. I agree, Zhou Liping nodded. The man, labeled a fool by Wang Ho Hot, felt his face redden from her words. Upon hearing Yu Zhaoti's remarks, his face paled instantly. This is not acceptable. If my parents find out I came here and the village expels me from the medicinal registry, I fear they would beat me to death. He immediately apologized to the three women. Aunt Ho Hot, Aunt Yang, please forgive me, I was just joking. Without waiting for a response, he added, oh, someone is looking for me, so I must take my leave. With that, he vanished into the crowd moments later. Gu Zhao's family stood at the back of the crowd. Understanding the situation from the snippets of conversation among the villagers, Su Ran remarked, this is the first time we are distributing money since we began planting medicinal materials. No wonder everyone is so jubilant. Su Xia added, after enduring so long, suffering from the sun in summer and the cold in winter, daily fertilizing, fetching water, weeding, and pest control, the villagers have treated those medicinal materials like treasures. Now that we finally see the fruits of our labor, how could they not be delighted? While she was in the village, there was never a shortage of people tending to the medicinal fields. Fearing that the village children might be careless and that chickens might wander in, they even surrounded the perimeter of the medicinal fields with a fence to prevent any mishaps. Gu Zhao squinted at the male and female protagonists from the book standing at the front. Initially, he had worked in a textile factory before going to school in the city. The opportunities for him to meet the two were few and far between. Even when they did meet, it was merely a nodding acquaintance. However, now he noticed the two standing beside Gu Jianjun, beaming with smiles, suggesting that things were beginning to bear fruit with the medicinal planting. Indeed, his assumptions were confirmed. In front of the villagers eagerly awaiting their share, Wang Hanyue felt a profound sense of joy and fulfillment. At first, her family had been skeptical about her going to the countryside, but she had resolutely decided to come, confidently promising she would achieve something significant in the rural area. Little did she know, the reality was far more challenging than she had imagined. The initial living conditions were poor, food was scarce, and communication with the villagers was difficult. Natural disasters had also caused her to doubt herself. Fortunately, later on, Yanglu village agreed to implement her plans. The village chief was reasonable, and he was also an acquaintance of her grandfather, which facilitated smoother progress. Shun Songlian felt a similar sense of camaraderie at that moment. They were like-minded revolutionary comrades. Today marked the day of their preliminary success in rural construction. Even as the crowd occasionally urged them to hurry, he felt no irritation. Besides them, Gu Jianjun was also smiling broadly. Initially, he had been skeptical about the medicinal planting. Lacking full confidence, he had only thought that if it succeeded, it would provide the villagers with an additional source of income. And indeed, it had succeeded. Xiao Wang, Xiao Shun, it's time to distribute the money to the villagers. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanyue and Shun Songlian instinctively stepped aside. Uncle Gu, please, after you. Although the initiative for the medicinal planting came from them, the distribution of the funds was to be handled by Gu Jianjun, the village chief. They were not so lacking in awareness. Gu Jianjun took charge without hesitation, instructing the accountant to bring forth the verified accounts. Villagers, you all know why I called you here today without needing me to say it. This time, the planting of medicinal materials has yielded preliminary success, and comrades Wang Hanyue and Shun Songlian have contributed significantly. We owe our success today to their assistance. Let us give them a round of applause. As Gu Jianjun's words faded, thunderous applause erupted. People can sometimes be quite simple. They favor those who bring them benefits. For instance, the villagers clapped vigorously for Wang Hanyue and Shun Songlian, showering them with praise. They spoke of how the city folk were knowledgeable and capable, seemingly forgetting their disdain when they first learned about educated youth coming to the countryside. After all, few could maintain a good attitude toward a group of individuals who could neither bear burdens nor work, yet still competed for resources. However, the attendees, such as Jiang Xian, remembered this clearly. As they watched Wang Hanyue and Shun Songlian basking in the spotlight and receiving accolades, Sun Tinger felt a bitter pang in her heart. What is so impressive about just earning a little money for the village? This time, no one echoed her sentiments. As the others listened to the praises from their fellow villagers, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. They had been in the countryside for over 2 years and had not heard such commendation. Meanwhile, the two from the neighboring village had received the villagers' recognition before them. But what could they say? Others were truly capable and talented, unlike them, who had initially complained about everything, thinking they would leave one day, or like the two in front, came with confidence to build the countryside. Yet, as time passed, such thoughts were gradually worn down by the heavy labor and harsh living conditions. Now, simply completing their daily work on time was a blessing enough, leaving them with no energy to think of anything else. Despite this, A few onlookers couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Wang and Yu. Gu Jianjun raised his hand, and the applause gradually subsided. I shan't dilly-dally with unnecessary words. Let us proceed to the distribution of funds. Each household was to send a representative to collect their share. As Gu read out each name, an individual would step forward, while the village accountant verified the details and the cashier dispensed the money. All eyes were fixed ahead, hearts racing with anticipation, yet forced to remain composed. Mao Hong Wang, please verify. 52 yuan and 30 cents. Is there any discrepancy? Li Jiaxing presented his ledger to Mao Hong Wang, who declined to accept it, saying, Brotherly, can my records possibly be erroneous? There's no need to check. With that, he approached Fu Qin to collect his money, urging, Sister Fu, do hurry. Fu Qin shot him an exasperated glance, yet skillfully counted the bills and thrust them into his hands. Hurry, hurry, what are you dawdling for? Count it. Mao Hong Wang took no offense at her demeanor. They were all comrades from the village, familiar with one another's personalities. After receiving the money, he spat into his palm and began counting. Upon finishing, he chuckled, no doubt about it. It's still you, Sister Fu, with you handling the village's finances. People feel secure. You cheeky fellow, Fu Qin teased, shooing him away. As the first recipient of the funds, Mao Hong Wang was soon surrounded by curious villagers. Hong Wang, tell us, how much did you receive? Yes, brother Hong Wang, give us the lowdown. There was nothing to hide. Soon, everyone would know their share. Mao Hong Wang raised 5 fingers. The crowd's enthusiasm waned slightly. Oh, only 5 yuan? But then they reconsidered. 5 yuan was still something, and they rallied their spirits. However, compared to the initial excitement, their anticipation had noticeably diminished. Mao Hong Wang looked at the group with drooping heads, feeling somewhat exasperated. If the distribution truly was only 5 yuan, why would the village chief rally the entire village for this endeavor? He huffed disdainfully, what 5 yuan? It's 50. What? 50? Hearing this, the villagers immediately lifted their heads, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Brother Hong Wang, you're not joking, are you? It really is 50? Mao Hong Wang replied. Would I lie to you for a meal? The crowd ignored his eye roll, their minds flooded with joy. This unexpected twist caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was important to note that this amount was after deducting costs like medicinal herbs. They had retained some seedlings, and the profits from the medicinal plants were evident. They were bound to expand their cultivation area in the future. It was likely that the funds would far exceed 50 yuan. How could they not be elated? Even the more sentimental villagers felt tears prick at their eyes. Farming was arduous, reliant on the whims of weather, and they toiled day in and day out, solely counting on the meager grains from their fields. Now, it seemed the village had new sources of income. With this thought, the villagers regarded Wang and Yu with even more warmth. Moreover, their respect for Gu Jianjun, the village chief, grew immensely. It was he who had championed this initiative against all odds, bringing the villagers together to engage in medicinal herb cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such success today. As more villagers received their money, the lively discussions on the drying ground became nearly impossible to suppress. Eventually, Wang and Yu, amidst the gratitude expressed for a few eggs from one household and a handful of dried vegetables from another, departed with their bags laden. On their way back, Wang and Yu reflected on the simplicity of the villagers in Yanglu village. Indeed, they are all weary of poverty, Yu remarked with a sigh. If only one could live well, who would choose a life of hardship? Wang added, isn't that the very purpose of our coming to the countryside? To build rural communities, enhance the villagers' economy, and ensure everyone enjoys a good life? The pilot project in Yanglu village was showing promising results, and she believed that mobilizing their own village would be considerably easier, should the outcomes be significant in the future. It would not be surprising for the entire commune to follow suit. With such hopes in their hearts, the two continued their journey home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Hohat, having received her money, was engrossed in counting it, oblivious to Gu Zhao and others standing nearby. It was only when Yu Zhaodi nudged her that she snapped out of her reverie. Hey, she took a step aside, still not looking up, prompting Yu Zhaodi to shake her head in resignation. How could she not know her dear sister was a money enthusiast? But who doesn't cherish money? Gu Zhao, witnessing the interaction, couldn't help but chuckle and gestured for Yu Zhaodi to leave first. He then leisurely placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. Wang Hohat, wholly focused on her money, jumped in surprise and patted her chest. When she regained her composure and turned, she caught sight of her third son's mischievous grin. The joy she felt was quickly overshadowed by annoyance, and she instinctively removed her shoe to swat at Gu Zhao. You little rascal, you don't come home often, and when you do, you scare your mother. Gu Zhao, having foreseen her move, darted away, leading his mother in circles around the drying ground. He taunted, Mom, it seems your arms and legs are a bit out of shape after not seeing me for a while. At his words, Wang Hohat's mild irritation erupted into full-blown fury, quickening her pace in pursuit of Gu Zhao. Thankfully, the crowd had mostly dispersed, or else the mother-son duo would have made quite the spectacle. A small child, barely taller than Su Ran's knee, watching her grandmother chase after her father, mistook it for a game and began jumping and clapping, cheering Gu Zhao on. "Daddy, go faster. Grandma is going to catch you." The child's eyes were glued to the scene, and had it not been for Su Ran holding onto her collar, she would have eagerly joined in. Ultimately, the amusing escapade concluded with Gu Zhao allowing himself to be caught, resulting in Wang Hohot landing a couple of swats with her shoe. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the land, Gu Cheng returned from the county after work. Just as Gu Zhao arrived home, the family gathered to enjoy dinner under the last rays of sunlight. In late July, the heat inside the house was stifling, prompting the family to sit outside for some fresh air. The occasional mosquitoes buzzing around caused Gu Cheng to slap his thighs, puzzled that others seemed unaffected. "Why aren't the mosquitoes biting you?" Gu Zhao, sprawled on a chair with a fan, glanced at the three little ones not far away. He caught his older brother's eye and quipped, "Perhaps the mosquitoes prefer to bully the honest folk." Gu Cheng, skeptical, replied, "Really?" Wang Hohot shot a look at her foolish son. "Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Before you returned, we sprayed the mosquito repellent he brought back." Before Gu Cheng could cast a reproachful glance at Gu Zhao, a small bottle came hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. "What are you doing? This cost money. Don't waste it. If you drop it, you'll be in trouble." Before Gu Cheng could inquire further, he received a playful swat from his mother. Seeing his younger brother being scolded, Gu Cheng broke into a silly grin. Wang Hohot, catching sight of his foolish expression, quickly redirected her attention. "How dare you still smile? You've been separated from that woman for so long, and yet you haven't thought of finding someone who understands you? Are you planning to remain a lifelong bachelor?" Speaking of which, Wang Hohot is infuriated. Despite the fact that the eldest has been divorced and has 2 children, he is a worker from the county town. And Wang Hohot is not the type of mother-in-law who would settle for a mediocre daughter-in-law. Moreover, with a promising younger brother like Gu Zhao, the conditions are quite favorable. Even in the surrounding villages, many women, not just those who have also been divorced, but even young maidens in their first marriages, have come to propose for Gu Cheng. She doesn't care whether it's a first marriage or a second, as long as the girl is healthy and possesses good character, avoiding the mistakes of the first daughter-in-law. Yet this stubborn child refuses to look at anyone, and when asked, he remains tight-lipped. This drives Wang Hohot to the brink of despair. She feels like she could hit him with a broom. It was Gu Jianjun who intervened, suggesting that children will find their own fortune. True, she has seen children and grandchildren, but fortune remains elusive. Meeting these 2 men in her lifetime feels like a stroke of bad luck for her. Gu Jianjun never anticipated that his attempt to offer advice would backfire on him. Since then, he has refrained from discussing the eldest son. Currently, sitting quietly, Gu Cheng's eyes fixate ahead as if he has heard nothing. He hadn't expected his mother would bring up this age-old topic again. His gaze briefly flickered to the side before returning, and his smile vanished. Upon noticing this familiar deadpan expression, Wang Hohot immediately stood up, ready to grab the broom from the corner to strike him. Gu Zhao, quick-witted, pulled her back, urging her to calm down. Wang Hohot, in a rage, paid no heed to him, shaking off his grip forcefully. As she prepared to grab the broom, a gasp erupted from behind. "Zhao Gu!" Su Ran rushed to assist Gu Zhao, who had fallen to the ground. Gu Zhao lay there momentarily bewildered, pondering just how furious his mother had become. She had turned into a veritable powerhouse. Wang Hohot turned to see her eldest son sprawled on the ground like a turtle, and her irritation transformed into amusement, causing the remnants of her anger, previously stirred by Gu Cheng, to dissipate instantly. She crouched down to help him, casting a sidelong glance at the chair that had also toppled over, muttering about his poor sitting posture. Gu Zhao, assisted by both, stood up and brushed the dirt off his backside, reflecting on his previous slouched position and unable to argue against it. Once the 3 resumed their seats, Gu Cheng noticed that Wang Hohot had ceased discussing the earlier matter and heaved a quiet sigh of relief. However, he exhaled too soon. Seeing his elder brother's tense demeanor, Gu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle softly, clearing his throat. "Mom, it's not that my brother hasn't considered finding me a new sister-in-law. In the small courtyard where he resides in the county, there is a girl from a family who gazes at him with longing every day." Gu Cheng's eyes widened. Before he could interject, Wang Hohot hurriedly inquired, while Gu Jianjun subtly turned his attention toward them. "Who? Which girl? What does her family do? Are they reliable?" Gu Cheng attempted to speak, but Wang Hohot didn't even glance back at him, swiftly covering his mouth with her hand to prevent him from saying anything she didn't want to hear. Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with amusement, ignoring his elder brother's desperate gaze, and leisurely continued, "The specifics are unclear, but I know she currently lives in the same courtyard as my brother, and she is quite enthusiastic about him." Hearing this, Wang Hohat's lips curled into a smile. But before she could rejoice, Gu Zhao's tone shifted. Unfortunately, my brother pays her no mind. Wang Hohat's expression immediately darkened, and her hand, which had been covering Gu Cheng's mouth, began to move toward his ear. Gu Cheng, having been caught in his younger brother's ploy, dared not resist, fearing a tempest of wrath would ensue. Just as her hand neared his ear, Gu Zhao spoke slowly. However, the hand hovering by his ear halted, poised to strike at the first hint of an unwelcome comment. Gu Cheng wore a blank expression, feeling as if he were on the verge of losing his sanity under the relentless torment of this mother-son duo. After relishing the sight of his elder brother's exasperation, Gu Zhao propped his leg up and continued, that family doesn't seem trustworthy. They are clearly eyeing my brother for his status as a worker in the county. If my brother shows any reluctance, they would practically tear his clothes off to drag him into their home. Gu Cheng frowned, interrupting, little brother, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by tearing off clothes and doing as they please? They are decent people after all. It can't be as extreme as that. Wang Hohat grew increasingly uneasy with each word. When she finally grasped the situation, her hand that had been pinching Gu Cheng's ear swiftly turned, delivering a smack to Gu Zhao's head instead. Are you jesting with me? Gu Zhao rubbed the back of his head. I'm not joking. If you don't keep an eye on your brother, he might just be devoured by someone. Given that both families lived in the same courtyard, it wouldn't be difficult for anything to happen. Moreover, in this day and age, even a whisper of scandal could bring Gu Cheng untold trouble. If he were to find himself in a predicament, this foolish elder brother of his would have no time to regret. Wang Hohat comprehended her younger son's words. It seemed someone had taken an interest in her eldest, and not just any person. This simply would not do. She did not want a secondly fun in her household. Turning to Gu Cheng, she demanded, eldest, is what your brother said true? Gu Cheng hesitated, nodding before shaking his head. There is some truth to it, but it's not as exaggerated as my brother claims. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Hohat's hand flew out. What am I to say about you? You didn't even mention such matters at home. Feeling unscathed, Gu Cheng hesitated. Is it really that serious? Chapter 291, Delivering a Message. Wang Hohat shot him a fierce glare. I have eaten more salt than you've consumed rice. I've seen all manner of monsters and spirits. If something truly happens, we shall see how you handle it. Despite her words, Gu Cheng remained skeptical. To him, it seemed that the other party would be the one at a disadvantage. As a father, he knew his son well enough to discern his character. Gu Cheng remained silent. But Wang Hohat, reading his expression, understood his thoughts clearly and shook her head in resignation. Turning, she noticed the younger son once again slumped in the chair. It seemed both brothers had inherited the same traits, leaving all cunning to the younger one. Eldest, heed your mother and brother's advice. Be cautious and avoid any interaction with that family, especially when alone with the girl, Gu Jianjun interjected. With both parents and younger brother advising him, Gu Cheng nodded. I will be careful. From that day forth, every time Gu Cheng encountered Zhang Ying in the courtyard, he would quickly dodge several meters away, denying her any opportunity to speak, shutting his door firmly. Thus, after some time of early departures and late returns, he barely crossed paths with the Zhang family. This avoidance, akin to fleeing from a venomous snake, infuriated Zhang Ying, who incessantly berated him for being ungrateful. That's enough. What good does all this cursing do? Zhang's wife retorted, exasperated. Zhang's father, incensed, felt even more furious than Zhang Ying. He believed it was a stroke of luck for his daughter to have set her sights on Gu Cheng, a divorced man with 2 children. Yet, not only did Gu Cheng refuse her advances, but he also kept his daughter at bay. This was simply a case of blindness to opportunity. Slamming his hand on the table, his face flushed with anger, he exclaimed, I've said it before, drag that lad out and give him a good beating. And he'll behave properly. Why are we still wasting our breath on him? Zhang Laoda bore an expression of utter exhaustion, feeling somewhat helpless upon hearing his father's words. Father, we intend to form a bond, not an enmity. Day after day, he toiled tirelessly in the factory. Yet the meager salary he brought home each month was barely sufficient to sustain the entire family. Upon returning home, he was also burdened with devising strategies for his younger sister. The weight of it all was indeed wearing him down. Noticing her husband's weary countenance, Zhang Laoda's wife felt a pang of sympathy for him. Her husband was merely an ordinary worker in the steel mill, earning just over 30 a month. With a fixed quota to meet, yet he had to provide for 7 mouths. While his parents lamented daily in the village about their old age and the necessity of continued labor without ever having enjoyed a moment of peace, over time, the villagers began to gossip about the couple. Consequently, they had no choice but to bring the elderly couple to live with them. It was a son's duty to support his parents, but why should Zhang Ying, the daughter-in-law, expect her husband to bear the burden? Despite the myriad thoughts and grievances swirling in her mind, Zhang Laoda's wife was not foolish enough to voice them. Her in-laws dote on their daughter Zhang Ying, and any hint of dissent from her would undoubtedly result in her being reprimanded. Eager to expedite the departure of Zhang Ying, the burdensome sister-in-law, she fervently wished for Gu Cheng to take an interest in her indolent sibling. It seems futile for us to obstruct her. Gu Cheng pays no heed to our younger sister, she mused. The others turned their gaze towards her, prompting the question, "What are your thoughts?" With an awkward smile, Zhang Laoda's wife replied, "What thoughts could I possibly have? Even if I did, I could not utter them, lest my in-laws cast me out in anger." Zhang Laoda rolled his eyes. Then why even bother to speak? At that moment, his wife felt a rise in her chest and was about to respond, when someone beneath the table grasped her hand. Meeting her husband's gaze, she held back her words, ultimately choosing silence. However, Zhang Ying, overhearing her sister-in-law's comments, appeared to be deep in thought. The family meeting aimed at addressing Gu Cheng ultimately yielded no conclusions, as everyone retreated to their respective quarters. Zhang Ying followed her parents back home after her elder brother and sister-in-law had entered theirs. Their residence was a rented courtyard, where, to save on rent, the two children shared a bed with Zhang Laoda and his wife. Zhang Ying slept with her elderly parents in a cramped room that contained a large bed about 1 meter and 50 centimeters wide, a smaller bed for her, and a wardrobe for their clothes. The space was filled to the brim, leaving only a narrow path for walking, which only intensified Zhang Ying's eagerness to marry and escape this environment. Of course, her standards were high. She would not settle for just anyone. Gu Cheng was the final choice she had been considering during her months at home. Thus, she was determined not to relinquish her hopes easily. As Zhang Laoda and his wife prepared to retire for the night, Zhang Ying quickly called out, "Mom, Dad." The elderly couple looked at her in confusion. After much internal deliberation, Zhang Ying tentatively voiced her thoughts. "Mother, with me so eagerly pursuing Gu Cheng, he completely ignores me. What if we tried a different approach?" The couple appeared even more puzzled, wondering why, if she had a plan, she hadn't mentioned it earlier. "What kind of plan?" her mother inquired. Zhang Ying bit her lip. "Mother, what if something were to happen between me and Gu Cheng? Would he still refuse me?" Before she could finish, her mother interrupted firmly, "No way. You are a young lady. If this were to get out, would you still want to live?" Zhang Ying anticipated her mother's opposition but was unwilling to concede. "Oh, mother, we live in the same courtyard. Once the door is closed, what inconvenience could there be? This would only be known to us. Besides, if I end up with Gu Cheng, would he really go around blabbing about it?" "No," her mother countered, still against the idea. "What if it doesn't work out? And have you forgotten there's another family in this courtyard?" Zhang Laoda, having grasped the essence of the conversation between the mother and daughter, interjected, "Wife, the girl's suggestion isn't entirely without merit." His wife shot him a glare. "Do you not understand? Our daughter is being foolish, and you two are following suit. Ultimately, this situation would disadvantage her, even if it were to succeed. Would Gu Cheng not harbor thoughts about it? A woman who pursues a man often finds herself unvalued." Zhang Ying, seeing her mother remain obstinate, grew anxious. She did not care about any thoughts or feelings. She simply wanted to marry someone capable. "Mother, doesn't the family next door return to the countryside every month? Wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity?" Her mother raised her hand, ready to strike. "Is that what I meant?" Zhang Ying stepped back, inadvertently bumping into the small bed behind her and stumbling onto it. Observing her mother's determination, she retorted, "I don't care. I will do as I please. If you don't allow me, I will do it in secret." Having exhausted all arguments to no avail, Zhang Laoda's wife's anger flared, and she stepped forward, delivering a firm slap to Zhang Ying. "If you dare go through with this, I will break your legs." The seasoned woman was strong, and in her fury, she did not hold back. Zhang Ying cried out in pain. "Who is making such a ruckus at this hour? If you want to cause a scene, go outside." Came a loud shout from next door. At this, Zhang Laoda's wife froze, and Zhang Ying seized the moment to rise from the bed and stand by the door. For a brief moment, mother and daughter glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Zhang Laoda, watching the scene unfold, gently urged, "Wife, perhaps we should consider our daughter's perspective." Seeing her daughter's eyes welling with tears, filled with resentment akin to that of an enemy, Zhang Laoda's wife sighed and ceased her opposition. Zhang Ying immediately brightened, snuggling up to her mother and showering her with praise. Before long, the mother-daughter duo reconciled. With newfound resolve, after extinguishing the candle, the three gathered to meticulously plan their next steps to ensure success. Once they were confident in their strategy, they finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao was unaware that his casual remarks about the Zhang family had quietly materialized into reality. At that moment, he was engaged in conversation with a familiar face. The individual being intercepted, Lu Xiaodian, scrutinized the man before him, gradually realizing he was indeed someone he recognized. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in recognition. "Oh, it's you. You're the husband of my sister-in-law's younger sister." It was no surprise that Lu Xiaodian had not remembered Gu Zhao well. The two families lived far apart, and Gu Zhao had spent much time away, only visiting during the new year. Now that Lu Xiaodian had separated from his elder brother, he was returning from his father-in-law's house when Gu Zhao's family had come to visit the previous year. Considering they had not seen each other for nearly 2 years, it was commendable that Lu Xiaodian recalled Gu Zhao at all. Recognizing who Gu Zhao was, Lu Xiaodian's demeanor instantly warmed. "What can I do for you? Speak up. I'm more than willing to help." If his memory served him correctly, he recalled hearing from his sister-in-law that her husband worked at a factory in the county. Gu Zhao smiled in response. "I seek your assistance, my friend. We have some matters at home, and I kindly ask you to relay a message to my sister-in-law's husband, asking him to visit our village tomorrow." With that, he pulled out a handful of large white rabbit milk candies. "Here, take these for the children to enjoy." "Oh, I couldn't he possibly accept this?" As he spoke, Lu Xiaodian did not hesitate to swiftly tuck the candy into his pocket. Who would have thought that a simple phrase could yield such a delightful reward? This transaction was indeed a bargain. With the matter entrusted, Gu Zhao bid farewell and turned to leave. Watching Gu Zhao's silhouette vanish around the corner, Lu Xiaodian eagerly retrieved a piece of milk candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and tossed it into his mouth. The rich aroma of milk exploded in his mouth. "Oh, this candy is truly delightful." Reluctant to chew, he savored the treat as he made his way back. Once the candy had completely melted, he smacked his lips in regret. Thinking of the children at home, he resisted the urge to reach back into his pocket, ultimately deciding against it. As dusk fell, Lu Xiaodian returned home in the dim light. Although the Lu family had separated, they still lacked the funds to establish a new household. Thus, the family continued to reside together, albeit with their earnings and rations divided. The dishes on the table had gone from hot to cold, and seeing that her husband had not yet returned, Wang Ernie anxiously paced in the yard. Upon hearing movements outside, she dashed to the door, where the moonlight illuminated a figure approaching from the distance. "Goodness, he is only just returning now." Her face was a mixture of annoyance and concern. Yet Lu Xiaodian seemed unfazed, maintaining his pace and smiling broadly, having encountered something interesting today. Not waiting for Wang Ernie to speak, he added, "It's good news." Wang Ernie, skeptical, inquired about the good news. "I'll tell you later. I'm starving," Lu Xiaodian replied, patting his rumbling stomach. Reflecting on what a good father he was. If it were anyone else, they would have devoured the candy long before reaching home after such a long day. Only a father like him could resist the temptation. Seeing his genuine hunger, Wang Ernie held her tongue and returned to the kitchen to reheat the dishes. While she busied herself, Lu Xiaodian closed the door to their room and pulled out the milk candies. "Children, look what I have. Wow, it's candy." As the children's exclamations filled the air, Lu Xiaodian quickly covered their mouths. "Shoo, don't shout. If others hear, they'll come and take your candy." The two children immediately clamped their small hands over their mouths, shaking their heads in a fervent no. Lu Xiaodian gently ruffled their hair, pleased with their obedience. He distributed one piece of candy to each child, reminding them that they shouldn't eat too much. "I'll save the rest for you. You can have it tomorrow." With candy clutched in their hands, the children barely registered his words, eagerly tearing off the wrappers and stuffing the sweets into their mouths. "It's so good," came their muffled voices, filled with joy as they bounced on their feet. The older one was more reserved, not as reckless as her younger brother. She carefully licked the candy, her eyes closing in delight at the sweet, milky flavor. So sweet. Just then, Wang Ernie entered, carrying dishes. And upon seeing the three of them seemingly indulging in something secretive, her eyes widened in surprise. "It's almost mealtime. What are you all eating?" Lu Xiaodian, quick on his feet, shut the door behind her as she entered, leaving her puzzled by his furtive demeanor. "Mom, Dad brought us candy. It's so good," exclaimed the little one with a mouthful of candy, not forgetting to slurp a bit of saliva afterward. Wang Ernie turned her gaze sharply to Lu Xiaodian, incredulous. "Candy? Where did you get candy? We don't even have sugar ration tickets." In fact, only a couple of families in the village possessed such tickets. So where could he have procured candy? Lu Xiaodian took the plate from her hands and placed it on the table. "Let us eat first. I'll explain everything after dinner." His response left Wang Ernie distracted as she finished the meal. Afterward, she urged the children to go and play with their grandparents while she and Lu Xiaodian sat at the table, where he finally recounted his encounter with Gu Zhao in the county. Wang Ernie's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. Incredible. Just for a message, he gives out candy? What a deal. It was evident that the couple shared a similar line of thought. However, she then recalled, "Did he ask you to relay a message to big brother and sister-in-law? Do you know why he wants them to come over?" Lu Xiaodian shook his head. "How would I know? He just asked me to say that." Wang Ernie slapped him lightly. "Why didn't you ask him what it was about?" She was aware that Gu Zhao was a worker in the county, a fact she had overheard during a conversation between Lu Xiai and his wife. Initially, She had thought having such a promising relative might bring some hope to Big Brother's family. After all, wasn't it normal for relatives to help one another? However, when sister-in-law heard this, she had given her a cold shoulder, and even Big Brother had scolded her. This left her feeling embarrassed, but also defiant. Am I not speaking the truth? You think I should just ask him without any hesitation? Lu Xiaodian rolled his eyes at her in exasperation. What is the point? What if they tell you something? Wang Ernie persisted. What if they do? Lu Xiaodian waved his hand dismissively, growing impatient with the argument. Forget it. I won't discuss it anymore. I'll go tell Big Brother. With that, he turned and walked out the door. Knock, knock, knock. When the knocking sounded, Lu Xiaoyi and his wife were still awake. Upon opening the door, Lu Xiaoyi looked puzzled. Second brother? What brings you here at this hour? Lu Xiaodian had no intention of entering. He simply relayed the message. Big Brother, I ran into sister-in-law's husband today in the county. His name is Gu Zhao, and he asked me to tell you to come by their house tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Chun emerged from the room, draping a shawl over her shoulders. Ah Zhao. Did he mention what it was about? Lu Xiaodian shook his head. No, he didn't say. With that, he turned to leave. At least he had delivered the message. After a long day of travel, his legs felt weak, and he was eager to lie down. Su Chun and her husband returned to their room, pondering the meaning behind Gu Zhao's message. Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. Well, since Ah Zhao asked us to go, we'll find out tomorrow. Thus, the couple ceased their speculation. The next day, a thick morning fog enveloped the mountains, obscuring them from view. After breakfast, Hu Chengying noticed that the eldest couple was busy with something and quickly approached them. Eldest brother, you two should go and pull the weeds by the hillside today. And while you're at it, water the plants. Lu Xiaoyi outright refused. No, we have matters to attend to today. We've asked the team leader for leave. Besides, isn't that task assigned to you? What? Just because I'm the mother, I can't ask my son to help? Hu Chengying's chest heaved with frustration. Glaring at Su Chun, she felt as though she had raised her son in vain. Ever since he married this troublesome woman, he had become unfilial to his parents. Su Chun, unbothered by the glare, knew that her husband's heart lay with her and their children, and there was no need for her to engage in a verbal sparring match with his mother. Meanwhile, Lu Laotu couldn't bear to watch. Eldest brother, regardless of the situation, we raised you. You can't refuse to help your mother with a bit of work. Lu Xiaoyi's face was filled with irritation. I already said we have matters to attend to. Can't you understand human language? His father had always been like this, never lifting a finger and always directing others. And what kind of work was this anyway? Since the division of the family, his mother occasionally comes to create a scene, not offering any assistance, but instead spreading tales in the village about how unfilial they are. It is imperative to understand that they have their own daily chores and children to care for, leaving them little time or energy to help. When confronted by his son, old Lu's expression soured. However, Hu Chengying quickly grasped her son's words and inquired, do you have something to attend to? Where are you going? What are you doing? Do you realize that taking a day off means losing work points? Faced with this barrage of questioning, Lu Xiaoyi grew increasingly impatient, retorting, mind your own business. Subsequently, the couple instructed Dia and Er Shur to look after the house and departed without a backward glance. Hey, Hu Chengying exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at their retreating figures before collapsing onto the ground. Come and witness this exemplary son and daughter-in-law I've raised. They can't even spare a moment to inform me where they are going. My life is truly wretched. The others in the courtyard had grown accustomed to her antics. As such outbursts occurred with regularity, those nearby, having heard the commotion, understood the nature of the dispute. After all, it was merely trivial matters, and they were disinclined to involve themselves. Thus, Hu Chengying's lamentations persisted, yet no one paid her any heed. Lu Xiaoyi and his spouse heard the noise behind them, but chose not to look back. Su Chun hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoyi. He raised a hand to silence her unspoken thoughts, insisting, let it be. Upon hearing this, Su Chun inwardly sighed with relief. She had no desire to intervene. Yet as a daughter-in-law, a semblance of concern was expected. Hu Chengying, sitting at the entrance, continued to weep while stealing glances outside. When she noticed that the couple didn't even turn their heads, she pounded her fist into the ground in frustration. A moment later, a cry of pain escaped her lips, only to be abruptly silenced. Wang Ernie, observing her mother-in-law's contorted face as she blew air into her hands, couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, she is suffering from self-imposed hardship. Hu Chengying's keen ears caught this remark, and she sprang to her feet, directing a hostile glare at Wang Ernie. The latter quickly stifled her smile, realizing her misstep. Yet, Hu Chengying was not one to let it slide easily. After all, the division of the family was largely instigated by this daughter-in-law and her maternal kin, resulting in a bitter dynamic between the two women. Hu Chengying's expression was one of bitterness, both outwardly and inwardly. Was it so wrong for a mother-in-law to express displeasure towards her daughter-in-law? Wang Ernie, sensing trouble, attempted to excuse herself. Mom, I just remembered that our backyard plot hasn't been tidied up. I'll go take care of it. Stop, Hu Chengying shouted. Wang Ernie sighed silently, turning back with a sweet smile plastered on her face. Mom, is there something you need? Hu Chengying narrowed her eyes. I heard from Xiao Shan that your father brought back some candy yesterday. Wang Ernie inwardly scolded her youngest son, contemplating how she might punish him for this slip. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. No, don't listen to him ramble. How could we afford to buy candy? Is that so? Hu Chengying retorted skeptically. Wang Ernie affirmed, yes. Hu Chengying scrutinized Wang Ernie intently, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. After a few moments, Hu Chengying collapsed onto the ground, pounding her thighs, and cried out, Oh, why is my life so miserable? My youngest son and his wife won't even spare a candy for their own mother. What is the meaning of my existence? Oh, heaven, why haven't you taken me away, forcing me to live with such unfilial people? Wang Ernie's expression shifted dramatically. While she found amusement in her mother-in-law's daily torment of her older brother and sister-in-law, she was far from pleased when it came to her own family. If the rumors of their alleged unfiliality spread, how could the couple maintain their standing in the village? The gossips would surely have a field day, maligning them behind their backs. Mom, what now? Lu Xiaodian, who had heard the commotion from inside, emerged with annoyance. Your incessant fussing is draining our family's fortune. Hu Chengying's wailing faltered. Meanwhile, Lu Laotu, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke up. The second child is right. Get up already. We're all adults here. Act like it. Wang Ernie scoffed inwardly. Now he decides to speak up? Where was he earlier? In her view, her father-in-law was adept at feigning ignorance, allowing her mother-in-law to take the brunt of any confrontation while he only needed to chime in at opportune moments. Hu Chengying was oblivious to her daughter-in-law's internal critique of her husband. Upon hearing Lu Laotu's words, she sprang up, looking utterly wronged. I merely wish to understand where they got the candy. Lu Xiaodian shot a glare at Wang Ernie. The latter returned the look and pointed at their youngest son, who was playing in the yard. What are you staring at? It's your son's doing. Lu Xiaodian understood the unspoken message and sheepishly smiled, averting his gaze. With his mother still fixated on him, seemingly demanding an explanation, his father conveniently returned to his usual silence. After a brief pause, Lu Xiaodian recounted his encounter with Gu Zhao from the previous day. Hu Chengying pressed on. Why did that boy give you candy? Lu Xiaodian, feeling exasperated, recounted the entire story. The reactions from Lu Laotu and his wife mirrored those of their children, their primary concern being why Gu Zhao was seeking out Lu Xiaoyi and his spouse. However, aside from the involved parties, who could provide an answer? Ultimately, no one could resolve that mystery. Meanwhile, on Su Chun and Lu Xiaoyi's side, the couple hurriedly arrived at Gu Zhao's residence around 11 o'clock. Su Ran, opening the door, was not surprised to see them standing outside. Gu Zhao had already informed her. Elder sister's husband, please come in. Hearing her voice, Gu Zhao and Su Xia also emerged. They did not rush to discuss business, as it had been a while since the three sisters had seen each other, making it a perfect opportunity to catch up and chat. Little Tang Yuan, unafraid of visitors, had been playing in the yard, and upon seeing Su Chun and her husband, she waddled over. Su Ran encouraged her. Tang Yuan, call your aunt. Aunt. The little girl's sweet voice, accompanied by her chubby, smiling face, melted Su Chun's heart. She scooped the little one into her embrace. Do you remember your aunt? The child looked utterly bewildered. Su Chun found this unsurprising, as they seldom met. The last time was during the New Year, and it was rather peculiar for such a young child to remember. After showering the little one with affection, Su Chun finally looked up and remarked to Su Ran, you truly know how to raise children. Little Tang Yuan is just not picky with her food. She eats whatever is given to her. Su Ran replied with a smile. That's why she is so plump. As the adults conversed, the little one, feeling bored, wriggled off Su Chun's lap to return to her mud play. After some light banter, Lu Xiaoyi and his wife finally broached the subject at hand. Zhao, did you summon us for a specific reason? Gu Zhao explained the plans for a machinery factory to be established in the county. With the factory's construction, there would inevitably be a need for laborers. The hiring standards for ordinary workshop workers included at least basic literacy. However, as far as he knew, Lu Xiaoyi and Su Chun were both illiterate. Every individual possesses varying degrees of intimacy, and though Su Rin may not have explicitly articulated it, Gu Zhao is acutely aware of her underlying concern for her elder sister, Su Chun. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, why not extend a hand to those close to her? Naturally, the mechanical factory's initial recruitment drive necessitates a significant number of workers. Thus it will be open to a broad audience, with announcements to be posted in due course. All procedures will adhere to formal protocols, and he will not indulge in nepotism. This is merely an encouragement for Su Chun and her husband to prepare in advance. thereby increasing their chances. Moreover, having spent considerable time in the factory, he is well acquainted with the typical recruitment criteria and can provide them with valuable insights, guiding them towards a constructive path. The notion of establishing a mechanical factory and recruiting workers rendered Su Chun and Su Xia speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief. This information is currently confined to a small circle. Individuals like Lu Xiai, who remain in the village without connections, are utterly unaware of it. Therefore, this is the first time they are hearing such news. Su Ran has been briefed by Gu Zhao but lacks detailed information, and she has refrained from spreading rumors. The trio understands Gu Zhao's capabilities, and since he has broached the subject, it must surely hold truth. However, Lu Xiai's confusion surfaces. Gu Zhao, what is your intention in sharing this with us? Su Chun echoes a similar sentiment, questioning the relevance of the factory's recruitment to their farming lives. Su Xia's expression shifts as she pieces together the implications. Gu Zhao, are you suggesting that my elder sister's husband should apply for the factory positions? Gu Zhao responds affirmatively, yet with a hint of hesitation, and you should too. Su Xia is taken aback. Su Ran takes her sister's hand, urging, second sister, if the opportunity arises, you should definitely give it a try. She recalls the regret Su Xia felt when she was turned away from the textile factory due to her educational qualifications. Gu Zhao concurs with a nod, fully aware that Su Xia has been diligently studying alongside his wife over the past 2 years, even obtaining a primary school diploma. However, if feasible, it would be advantageous for Su Xia to enhance her qualifications further. Why toil in a workshop when one could secure a more comfortable office position? Upon hearing the encouragement from the couple, Su Xia resolves without hesitation, nodding firmly. Having missed an opportunity previously, she is determined to seize this one. Meanwhile, the attention of others shifts to Su Chun and her husband, who are rendered speechless by Su Xia's words. Participate in the recruitment? The thought terrifies them. It is not a lack of confidence. Rather, having spent their days laboring in the fields, they are ill-equipped for such an undertaking. Gu Zhao perceives their apprehension and remains unhurried, knowing that the opportunity lies before them, and it is up to them to grasp it. Yet, he feels compelled to offer a gentle nudge. Elder sister, brother-in-law, if not for yourselves, consider your children. This statement carries profound weight for parents. Su Ran adds her encouragement. Yes, elder sister, for the sake of your children, you must take this chance. What harm could come from trying? What if you succeed? Su Xia concurs. The trio's combined persuasion stirs something within Su Chun and her husband. After a moment of hesitation and a shared glance, they glean determination from one another's eyes. Lu Xiai finally speaks. All right, we shall rely on you, Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao dismisses their gratitude, asserting that they are family. Without further ado, he shares some important details, instructing Su Ran to retrieve the books from their home. These books, having been preserved, will serve as an excellent resource for Su Chun and her husband. Though he does not expect them to master complex concepts, a basic literacy will suffice. The couple exhales in relief. Though they soon furrow their brows at the daunting task ahead, even these modest expectations seem formidable. Nevertheless, Gu Zhao is almost spoon-feeding them the opportunity. Not only for their children, but for themselves, they too will strive diligently. Once the discussions conclude, the day swiftly transitions to noon, signaling mealtime. Gu Zhao invites the couple to dine with them at home. Fearing a refusal from her elder sister, Su Ran quickly leads her into the kitchen. Elder sister, it's getting late, let us eat here. We won't prepare anything elaborate, just some noodles. Reluctantly dragged into the kitchen, Su Chun chuckles. All right then. She proceeds to gather eggs from her basket, stating, I know you lack chickens in town, so take these eggs home. She fills a bowl with about a dozen eggs. It is evident that these eggs have been collected over time, and Su Ran playfully admonishes, these are for Daya and the others. You need not bring them for us. Su Chun waves her hand dismissively. There are plenty at home. Since their separation, the chickens have been divided. Yet she has managed to catch 2 more to meet their household quota. Unlike her frugal mother-in-law, she recognizes the nutritional deficiencies in their diet and has ensured her children receive the majority of the eggs she has gathered. Seeing her elder sister's resolve, Su Ran does not press the issue further. The noodles cook quickly, and soon everyone in the yard is served a bowl. Lu Xiai, observing the generous portion before him, feels slightly embarrassed. We need not eat so much. My elder sister and I have managed with just some cornbread on the road. Su Ran, blowing on the noodles to cool them for the little one, pretends not to hear his absurdity, knowing that children are not easily deceived. The meal leaves Lu Xiai feeling pleasantly full, even more so than when dining at home. After a resounding burp escapes him, he sheepishly covers his mouth, relieved that the others seem oblivious. After the meal, the couple lingers a while longer before taking the books provided by Gu Zhao and beginning their journey home. As they walk, Su Chun glances at Lu Xiai, regarding today's events. Once we return. Before she can finish, Lu Xiai nods in affirmation. Rest assured. This matter remains between us. We shall not disclose it to our parents or the second brother and his wife. Su Chun nods in agreement. It is not out of selfishness. Gu Zhao's invitation for them to meet privately is a courtesy extended for Su Ran's sake. They cannot afford to be ungrateful. Should the in-laws become aware of this, it would only lead to unnecessary drama and complications. Lu Xiaoyi shares her sentiment, acknowledging that he owes his good fortune to his wife. Otherwise, he would hardly warrant Gu Zhao's attention, a provincial champion. He is self-aware, with their thoughts aligned. They continue on their path. Upon arriving home, the sun hangs low in the sky, and Su Daya, accompanied by her younger brother, ushers the chickens into the coop. Spotting Su Chun and Lu Xiaoyi returning, she rushes over joyfully. Mom, Dad, you're back. Su Chun affectionately ruffles her hair, asking, is everything all right at home today? All is well, she replies, shaking her head, though her expression shifts slightly, and she recounts the incidents that transpired in their absence, including their visit to aunt and uncle, which was disclosed by the second uncle. Lu Xiaoyi dismisses this revelation, unconcerned, whether known or not, as long as they remain steadfast in their silence. There is little anyone can do to pry it from them. Without lingering on the matter, the couple busies themselves with chores, chopping wood, and preparing meals. By the time the others return, Su Chun's family of 5 has already begun their dinner. Upon seeing them, Hu Chungying's earlier anger resurfaces, yet she suppresses it, recalling the words of the second brother from that morning. Ahem, I heard that you visited your sister-in-law's house today. What was the occasion? Lu Xiaoyi casually shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth and, after swallowing, replied nonchalantly, oh, it's nothing much. Zhao just returned from the city not long ago. We haven't seen each other for ages, so she invited us over for a meal. Is that so? Hu Chungying expressed a hint of disbelief. Not only her, but even Wang Ernie and her husband seemed skeptical. However, what could they do? During the inquiry, Su Chun had not even lifted his head, and it was apparent that the couple had no intention of speaking the truth. Given the circumstances, rather than lingering there to watch others dine, Wang Ernie twisted her waist and headed towards the kitchen. As days turned into weeks, the results of the college entrance examination were finally released. At the moment she received the admission letter from Qingyang Industrial University, Su Ran's eyes welled up with tears. She trembled as she flipped the letter back and forth. Gu Zhao, unable to bear her tearful visage, teased, my dear wife, if you keep scrutinizing that letter, you'll wear it thin. Su Ran burst into laughter, rolling her eyes at him playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? Proud of her younger sister's remarkable achievement, Su Xia felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Ever since childhood, she had always considered her sister the brightest among the trio. Each time she accompanied Su Lizong to exams, she would consistently secure the top spot in her class. Alas, the past could not be undone, but this accomplishment certainly compensated for her sister's former regrets. Not acceptable. Suddenly, Su Xia clapped her hands. We must celebrate this joyous occasion. With that, she hurried into the kitchen to see what dishes were available. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao adjusted his bicycle and declared, Wife, I'm off to the county to buy some meat. Without waiting for Su Ran to respond, he swiftly sped away. Glancing outside the courtyard, and then at the busy figure in the kitchen, Su Ran felt the tears she had just managed to suppress begin to resurface. At the village entrance, Wang Hohat was returning from the fields with a hoe slung over her shoulder, chatting animatedly with the other women of the village. She inadvertently looked up just in time to see her son zoom past on his bicycle, leaving only a gust of wind to touzle her bangs. Wang Hohat was momentarily taken aback, and then called out, Zhao, why are you riding so fast? Gu Zhao glanced back upon hearing his mother's voice, responding loudly, Mom, my wife got into university. I'm heading to the county to buy some meat to celebrate. With that, he rode off without looking back. What? Wang Hohat felt as though she had misheard. Stunned, she turned to the person next to her. Did you hear what he just said? The bystander, brimming with excitement, slapped her shoulder as if the university student were his own wife. Your son just said your daughter-in-law got into university. This revelation jolted the surrounding crowd back to reality, causing a stir in the village once more. Good heavens, the Gu family is on the rise. First, a provincial top scorer, and now a university student. Indeed, how come such good fortune has eluded my family? Some voiced their envy, recalling their own households filled with idle mouths, igniting a simmering resentment. Wang Hohat and her husband were about to enjoy a prosperous life, with all 3 of their children achieving success, and now even their daughter-in-law was no exception. Oh, how unpredictable life is. I still vividly remember how Su Ran appeared when she first came to the village. How did she transform into a university student? One ant in the crowd looked dazed, still grappling with disbelief. This discussion prompted others to recall Su Ran's tattered appearance as she arrived in Yanglu village, burdened with a small bundle, resembling a little bitter melon. In stark contrast to her current demeanor, which radiated joy and grace, the transformation was indeed remarkable. Seeing the others silent, Neo Alin's eyes darted around, and she declared, if Su Ran has succeeded in getting into university, it must be largely thanks to Gu Zhao. The others were puzzled, questioning the connection between Su Ran's academic success and Gu Zhao. Feeling the attention on her, Neo Alin cleared her throat and continued. You may not know, but Gu Zhao is not just a university student. He holds a leadership position at the factory. What? A leader? The others were filled with skepticism. Where did you hear that? They only knew Gu Zhao worked at the county textile factory. How had he suddenly risen to a leadership role? Neo Alin raised her chin. I learned this from my aunt's son's wife, who mentioned that she has a nephew working in the factory, which is how I found out. The crowd took a few moments to digest this information, yet some remained doubtful. And what position does Gu Zhao hold? Neo Alin hesitated. I don't know the specifics. But I heard he is quite favored in the factory. Even the factory director holds him in high regard. This revelation made her increasingly cautious around the Gu family. They had changed dramatically, no longer belonging in the same realm as the likes of her. After a moment of silence, Neo Alin found herself at a loss for words, deepening the skepticism of those who had already doubted her. Just then, someone interjected, how does Su Ran's admission to university relate to Gu Zhao? Feeling relieved that the topic had shifted, Neo Alin eagerly replied, think about it. Ever since Gu Zhao returned, hasn't the Gu family seen a string of good fortunes? The crowd pondered her words and realized she had a point. Gu Zhao had first entered the textile factory. Then his close friend Zhang Anyang got a job at the glass factory. Eventually, even Gu Cheng and two of Wang Hohat's nephews had become county workers. It was indeed reminiscent of the saying that when one person succeeds, the entire family benefits. Isn't that the gist of it? Someone suggested. Oh, that's the essence of it, another added. Some, cautiously interpreting Neo Alin's implication, ventured, are you suggesting that Gu Zhao is a lucky star? At this proclamation, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? The one who spoke was struck on the shoulder, looking aggrieved. Isn't that what Neo Alin suggested? A portion of the crowd began to genuinely contemplate Neo Alin's theory. After all, wasn't Gu Zhao the one who had brought good fortune to the family? Wang Hohat, initially silent, was jolted back to reality by the ongoing chatter. She had been listening quietly, but as the conversation grew increasingly absurd, her displeasure became evident. Stop your nonsense. My daughter-in-law's admission to university is solely her own accomplishment. It has nothing to do with our third son. Can he help her take the exam or grade her papers? I have witnessed Su Ran's hard work firsthand. She has spent most of her time studying at home. Now that the results had been released, how could anyone casually attribute her success to a man, even if that man were her son? Amidst the fervent discussion, they had overlooked the presence of the person at the center of it all. The participants in the conversation exchanged awkward glances. At that moment, someone pressed closer. Hohat. Earlier Neo Alin mentioned your Gu Zhao holds a leadership position at the factory. Is it true? Go away. Wang Hohat impatiently pushed the person aside. If my son were a leader, I would surely know. Do you think leadership roles are as common as cabbages, where anyone can just step in? She acknowledged that her son did oversee a few people at the factory, but he had never claimed to be a leader, even if he truly were one. She would never admit it, as it would only lead to relatives seeking favors to get into the factory. Upon this realization, Wang Hohat forcefully pushed aside the gathering crowd, exclaiming, make way, I must go see my daughter-in-law who has been accepted into university. With joyous strides, she made her way towards the edge of the village. Oh, how her daughter-in-law had brought her such pride. Behind her, the onlookers gazed at her departing figure with an envy that lingered in their eyes. How wonderful it was. Following this day, the news of yet another university student emerging from Yonglu village spread like wildfire, reportedly a couple with last year's provincial champion. Those who heard this were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of envy. What fortuitous ancestors must they have to produce two university students in succession? Surely, the cypress trees before their ancestral grave were not upright enough. They must tend to them, for who knows when their family might also welcome a university student. Thus, a fervent trend swept through nearby villages, with many undertaking the task of straightening the cypress trees at their ancestral graves. Meanwhile, those without cypress trees took to stealthily uprooting others' trees to plant before their own graves, selectively choosing only the most upright specimens. This led to fierce confrontations among families that had previously enjoyed cordial relations, ultimately severing their ties. Returning to Wang Hohat, upon entering her courtyard, she spotted her beloved daughter-in-law sweeping the yard and promptly seized the broom from her. You sit down, let me take over. Caught off guard, Su Ran turned to see it was Wang Hohat and exclaimed, Mom. Perhaps due to her buoyant mood and the kindness Wang Hohat typically showed her, Su Ran's tone was imbued with a newfound affection. Wang Hohat, perceiving this, beamed with maternal warmth. I've heard the news. Our Ran has been accepted into university. From now on, only good days await us. Chapter 294, Which side has the problem? Perhaps feeling particularly sentimental today. Su Ran felt a slight sting in her eyes upon hearing those words. She blinked, linking her arm with Wang Ho-hat's as they moved under the eaves. Once seated, Su Ran began, "Mom, back then I..." Before she could complete her thought, Wang Ho-hat interrupted, "Let us not dwell on the past. What matters is the present and the future. As long as you and a Zhao cherish each other, nothing else is of consequence." Su Ran nodded vigorously in agreement. After their exchange, the two women entered the kitchen to assist. Su Xia intercepted them, insisting, "Today is my little sister's special day, you should rest instead." She then turned to Wang Ho-hat. "Andy, little Tang Yuan is sleeping on the Kong. Could you check if she is awake?" Wang Ho-hat, understanding her intention to keep her from working, waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Let a Ran look after the child. I will lend you a hand." Thus, the two women gently ushered Su Ran out, continuing their kitchen duties. Shortly thereafter, Gu Zhao returned on his bicycle, laden with bags containing fish and meat. Su Ran approached to take them, chiding, "Is all this really necessary?" Gu Zhao parked his bicycle against the wall without looking back. "If we can't finish it now, we can salt it and save it for later. We'll be in the countryside for a while." Upon hearing this, Su Ran said no more and carried the items into the kitchen. "Daddy." Just as Gu Zhao set down his bicycle, he turned to see his precious daughter, with her round little belly, standing at the door rubbing her eyes. He immediately scooped her into his arms, his voice unconsciously softening. "Has little Tang Yuan woken up?" As he spoke, he carried her inside and helped her put on a top. Due to the heat, the child had developed prickly heat on her back, so they had let her sleep in just her underpants. Once dressed, the child wriggled out of his embrace, declaring, "Daddy, I want to play with my brother and sister." Her tiny hand could only grasp one of Gu Zhao's fingers as she tugged him toward the door. Coincidentally, he was about to invite Gu Jianjun and the others over for dinner, so he stood up and walked outside. On his way to the Gu household, villagers greeted him with gratitude. It appeared that in less than 2 hours, the news of Su Ran's acceptance into university had spread throughout the village. As he stepped over the threshold of the Gu home, the little one cheered and darted ahead, calling out, "Brother, sister." The siblings, who were playing a game in the yard, turned abruptly at the sound. As the three children gathered together, chattering away, Gu Zhao wandered through the house but did not find Gu Jianjun, realizing he was still out in the fields. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Jianjun entered through the gate. "Dad, we're having dinner at home later." "All right," Gu Jianjun replied with a smile, clearly having heard about Su Ran's achievement. With 2 university students emerging from one family, if not for his naturally restrained demeanor, his smile would have been ear to ear. "Your wife is truly remarkable." Gu Zhao lifted his chin, of course. His expression of pride made Gu Jianjun momentarily avert his gaze, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Gu Cheng was away in the county and would not be returning that day. When Gu Zhao arrived home with the children and his father, the dishes were just being served. Wang Ho-hat wiped her wet hands on her clothes and paused as she saw them approaching. "You're back? I was just about to call for you. Since you're here, come to the table for dinner." At the dinner table, Gu Jianjun expressed his approval to Su Ran and inquired about the couple's future plans. Upon learning they intended to move to the city with their child, he nodded and offered, "If you need any assistance from your mother and me, don't hesitate to ask." Su Ran smiled in response. "Dad, we'll be fine." Meanwhile, in the county, the Zhang family was also taking action. With her ear pressed against the door, Zhang Ying heard voices outside, followed by the sound of the door opening and closing. She hesitated before stepping out. After a moment, certain that the coast was clear, she opened the door and peeked next door. "Aunt Lai? Aunt Lai?" Listening intently for a moment, she confirmed that the neighbors had indeed returned to the countryside. She hurried back to her room. "Mom, the people next door have left." Zhang's wife asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I called out several times, and no one answered." Zhang Ying assured her. "Good," Zhang's husband replied. They all understood the implications of his statement without him needing to elaborate. To execute their plan for the day, the daughter-in-law and 2 children had been dispatched. After all, this was not a matter of pride, and as parents, they certainly would not disclose it, but others might. Seeing the father and daughter looking resolute, Zhang's wife hesitated. "Are we really going to do this?" "Oh, come on, Mom," Zhang Ying replied impatiently. "Didn't we agree on this?" Observing her mother's conflicted expression, Zhang Ying fell silent. Fine. They did not have to wait long. About 10 minutes later, they heard a commotion at the gate. The 3 of them looked up to see Gu Cheng entering, his gaze fixed ahead as he walked straight to his room. Zhang's husband nudged his daughter. "Quick, go." Zhang Ying, upon spotting Gu Cheng, dashed forward and blocked his path. "Brother Gu." Gu Cheng frowned. "What's the matter?" Preoccupied with his thoughts, he did not notice her anxious expression. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Ying decided to confront him openly. Her eyes fixated intently on Gu Cheng's face. She no longer concealed her feelings. "Brother Gu," she declared boldly, From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a strong affection. I am aware that you have 2 children, but that does not deter me. I hope we can become comrades in revolution, walking together through the latter half of our lives." Such words were undeniably direct. Gu Cheng inwardly acknowledged the inevitability of her confession. Zhang Ying's previous subtlety, coupled with her persistent advances, had left him at a loss for how to refuse her. Now, however, the matter was laid bare. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "Comrade Zhang Ying, I appreciate your affection, but I currently have no such intentions." Though his words were not excessively blunt, the message of rejection was unmistakable. Zhang Ying's expression darkened immediately. Inside, old Zhang observed his daughter lingering awkwardly with the young man, feeling an overwhelming urge to intervene. "What are you dawdling about with him? Just go for it," he exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Ying lunged forward, her body tilting as she threw herself into Gu Cheng's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Gu, I truly like you. Please do not reject me." Gu Cheng, stunned, could hardly bring himself to refuse her. Fortunately, as they faced each other, he swiftly sidestepped several paces to the side, causing Zhang Ying to stumble and nearly fall. Seeing Gu Cheng's continual lack of understanding, she grew increasingly frustrated. Fearing Zhang Ying would persist, Gu Cheng took long strides. No, he was practically running toward his room, intent on shutting her out as he had done before. However, he had underestimated the Zhang family's resolve this time. Inside, old Zhang and his wife, realizing they were on the verge of losing a sure thing, rushed out to intercept Gu Cheng. Zhang's wife, noticing her daughter still standing there, whispered urgently, "What are you waiting for?" Zhang Ying snapped back to her senses, hastily unbuttoning her collar and tousling her hair before shouting, "Brother Gu, I beg you, do not abandon me." Zhang's wife, following closely, plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, my pure daughter has followed you, and you simply turn your back on her. How is she to live with this?" The mother-daughter duo's wails echoed far and wide, drawing the attention of curious neighbors. What was happening? Such commotion could not mean anything good. Concerned, those nearby hurried towards the yard. At that moment, workers were returning home, some having barely settled in. A group hastily pushed open the gate, entering to witness Zhang's wife sitting on the ground, while Zhang Ying stood nearby, head bowed in tears. The sight of the 2 women was pitiful. Gu Cheng and old Zhang stood by, appearing to be in a standoff. The onlookers exchanged glances, and one round-faced woman stepped forward, asking, "What is going on here?" "We are neighbors. Surely this can be resolved amicably?" Wiping her tears, Zhang's wife looked up at the gathering crowd. "Let everyone judge," she implored. "This Gu Cheng has courted my daughter, only to take advantage of her and then deny her. How can this be right?" From the moment Zhang's family had voiced their grievances, Gu Cheng sensed foreboding, and hearing Zhang's wife's accusations now filled him with both urgency and frustration. "You lie. When did I ever court your daughter? I have never taken advantage of her. It is clear that your family is conspiring to slander me." Zhang's wife ignored him, shaking her fists in exasperation and gesturing towards the silently weeping Zhang Ying. "Does my daughter look like she could have done this herself? If they were not courting, would she allow him to treat her this way?" Only then did the crowd notice Zhang Ying's disheveled appearance, sparking murmurs among them. It seemed indeed that Zhang Ying had been involved with this Gu fellow. Most surmised that no respectable girl would so casually associate with a man otherwise. Some even noted Zhang Ying's open collar with disapproval. That man is truly despicable. How could he act so irresponsibly? Given the prevailing societal attitudes towards women and Zhang Ying's current state, those present largely accepted Zhang's wife's claims as truth. The chorus of disapproval left Gu Cheng flushed with anger. Yet, regardless of how vehemently he protested, the crowd remained unconvinced, and 2 concerned women spat at him in disdain. Gu Cheng was on the verge of exploding. With his head down, the hair covering the side of his face obscured Zhang Ying's expression, preventing others from seeing the slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Catching a glimpse of Gu Cheng's predicament out of the corner of her eye, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was the consequence of his repeated rejections and disregard for her feelings. The onlookers, some entertained, others mocking, fixed their gazes upon Gu Cheng, whose anger gradually transformed into calm resolve. "If you insist on this narrative, let us involve the authorities to seek justice." His tone was measured, his volume restrained, yet silence fell abruptly over the crowd. The discussion ceased, and the atmosphere shifted. Others noted the determination etched on his face, their previous convictions wavering. If he had truly been involved with Zhang Ying, would he dare to call for the police? Such thoughts permeated the minds of the majority present. If they were in his shoes, they would not possess such audacity. Should the authorities arrive, the truth would surely come to light. Gu Cheng's willingness to request police intervention only served to cast doubt on Zhang's family, leading many to question their motives. Old Zhang and his wife felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, realizing they had underestimated Gu Cheng's resolve. Zhang's wife quickly rose from the ground, approaching Gu Cheng with a feigned smile, a hint of coercion evident. Gu Cheng, everyone here can see the nature of your relationship with my daughter. There is no need to escalate this matter. Since you two have crossed paths in this small courtyard, it is evident that fate has intertwined your lives. If you commit to treating my daughter well from now on, we can overlook the past. She continued, otherwise, your actions toward my daughter could not only land you in prison, but also bring shame upon your family. Despite her humble rural origins, she had spent the last 2 years in the county and was far from naive. Indeed, Brother Gu, we need not escalate matters to the police. If you agree today, we can lead a harmonious life together, and I will treat your 2 children as my own. Zhang Ying chimed in softly, echoing her mother's sentiments. Old Zhang grunted in agreement. Young man, my daughter is virtuous and capable, a diligent homemaker. Marrying her would be advantageous for you. Fate. Nonsense. If you are so eager to marry, then go ahead. Gu Cheng couldn't help but curse under his breath, realizing he had encountered the most unfortunate family imaginable. Initially, he thought his younger brother's words were exaggerated, but soon discovered that reality surpassed even those descriptions. He understood the veiled threats behind Zhang's wife's seemingly conciliatory words. But he could not acquiesce. Not only did he harbor no feelings for Zhang Ying, but accepting this situation would render him a coward. Go ahead and report me. I refuse to believe I can be falsely accused of something I did not do. The smile on Zhang's wife's face faltered. She had not anticipated that. Despite her conciliatory tone, Gu Cheng would remain unyielding. Anger flared within her, and she trembled as she pointed a finger at him. Very well, you have demonstrated your worth. Now we shall see who ultimately bears the burden, you or us. With this fierce declaration, she remained rooted in place, refraining from instructing anyone to report to the police. At that moment, the round-faced aunt raised her hand, inquiring, do you need me to take a trip to the police station? Her gaze towards the Zhang family bore a hint of amusement, as she seemed to comprehend the unfolding drama. One side was adamant about involving the authorities, while the other attempted gentle persuasion. It was becoming increasingly apparent which party was at fault. Chapter 295, My Speedy Legs. Goodness gracious! Who would have thought that finding a son-in-law would come to this? Yet she recognized that her understanding did not extend to others. After the round-faced aunt posed her question, the elder Zhang offered no response, prompting another eager young man from the crowd to repeat, should we report this to the police? I'm quick on my feet. I can run there. Concluding with a self-assured remark to alleviate any potential embarrassment for the Zhang family, he added, no need to thank me. The Zhang trio exchanged anxious glances, fearing the young lad might dash off to the police without further ado, while simultaneously feeling exasperated at his insistence on being thanked. Who the hell would thank you for meddling? As the young man sensed their lack of response, he gradually fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Gu Cheng, noticing the Zhang family's inaction, smirked. Weren't you all keen to report this to the authorities? Go ahead. When the elderly woman remained silent, old Zhang could no longer restrain himself. You, Gu, are being utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable? Gu Cheng chuckled derisively. If you won't go, I will. With that, he made to leave. You can't go. The 3 Zhang family members instinctively blocked his path. Gu Cheng let out a scoff. What's the matter? Feeling guilty? His repeated provocations ignited old Zhang's already volatile temper. Without considering the consequences, he charged forward, declaring, oh, you want to report this to the police? I'll go. The elder woman furrowed her brow and shot a glance at her daughter. Dad, you mustn't go. Zhang Ying understood, tears welling in her eyes as she stepped forward to grasp old Zhang's arm. I don't want anything to happen to Brother Gu. Damn it. This is so disgusting. A thunderous shout erupted in the courtyard. Gu Cheng initially thought he had merely voiced his thoughts, but following the gazes of the crowd, he realized that was not the case. The spectacle put on by the Zhang family had drawn Zhao, who had been watching with keen interest from within the house, out into the open. Upon seeing her, the expressions of the Zhang family shifted dramatically. Zhang Ying blurted out, aren't you supposed to be in the countryside? Zhao rolled her eyes. Who has gone to the countryside? I had a terrible headache today, and just lay down when I heard you all wailing outside. One might think your parents had died. Old Zhang's face darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? The elder woman mirrored his distress. But what mattered most was determining how much Zhao had witnessed and heard. Have you been here the entire time? Zhao scoffed. What do you think? With that, she shot an accusatory glance at Zhang Ying, her silence speaking volumes. The elder woman inhaled deeply, mindful of the onlookers, and chose not to be too explicit. Since she had remained silent earlier, it was best for her to keep quiet now. Zhao hadn't intended to involve herself. However, the elder woman's domineering attitude irked her, leading to an involuntary laugh. What if I choose to speak up? The elder woman held her head high, asserting, I doubt you wish for our 2 families to completely sever ties, do you? Having been neighbors for several years, they had had their share of quarrels. yet maintained a facade of peace. What the elder woman believed to be communication only served to rekindle Lai Dahu's inner fury. She understood that because the Zhang family's eldest was a regular worker at the steel plant, while her own son was merely a temporary worker at a garment factory, the Zhangs had always looked down upon her. However, Lai Dahu saw no reason to feel inferior or intimidated. Turning away, she noticed the tall and imposing Gu Cheng staring at her intently. Resolute, she decided to shift her focus away from the Zhang family and address the others. It was rather amusing, she thought, how the elder woman had remained behind due to illness, thus allowing me to witness this spectacle. Pausing briefly, she ignited the curiosity of those around her, who urged her to share more. What spectacle? Dao, do tell. Unlike the others, the Zhang family's eyes widened in shock, with old Zhang stepping forward to intervene, while the mother and daughter quickly sought to follow suit. However, they were halted by Gu Cheng. Taking advantage of the moment, Lai Dahu seized the opportunity to recount the events in one breath. After my son left, I lay on my bed, eyes closed for only a short while. When I heard some commotion outside, curious, I got up to see what was happening. I found Gu Cheng just entering the yard when he was intercepted by Zhang's daughter, who was even expressing her affections, babbling about liking him. It was utterly mortifying, but a relationship requires mutual consent, and unfortunately for her, Gu Cheng had no interest and rejected her outright. Who could have anticipated that this family would react with such indignation? Old Zhang barred Gu Cheng from entering the house, while the mother and daughter began to shout and scream. You all know what happened next. As her words settled, a clamor erupted among the crowd, their incredulous gazes fixed on the Zhang family. How could they? He didn't want to be her boyfriend, and they publicly slander him. The Zhang family, who maintained a respectable facade, had sunk to such depths behind closed doors. Indeed, Zhang Ying is utterly shameless. A proper young woman wouldn't behave in such a disgraceful manner. The crowd's condemnations left the elder woman and her family alternating between crimson and pale, particularly Zhang Ying, who wished she could disappear into the ground. Mortified, she lifted her foot, intent on retreating indoors. Hey, Gu Cheng blocked her path. Did you think this would be so simple? Zhang Ying snapped her head up, despair and fury mingling in her expression. What more do you want from me? I'm already in this predicament. The thought of today's events becoming public was too terrifying to contemplate. Gu Cheng, however, was undeterred. Weren't you also eager to report this to the police? I shall facilitate that for you. Addressing the young man who had previously boasted about his speed, he called out, Brother, would you mind running an errand for us? Finally, the opportunity had presented itself. The young man responded eagerly, not allowing the Zhang family time to react, and vanished in the blink of an eye. The elder woman cast a hostile glance at Gu Cheng. Must you be so ruthless? Unfazed by her words, Gu Cheng chose to ignore her. The elder woman then repeated her words 3 times. How awful. Zhang Ying, witnessing her mother's helplessness, became frantic, tugging at her sleeve anxiously. Mom, what do we do now? What do you mean what do we do? How should I know? The elder woman snapped, yanking her arm away in frustration. I told you not to act this way, and look where we are now. Old Zhang chimed in. Didn't you just say Lai Dahu wasn't around? Now look at her standing here just fine. Zhang Ying followed his pointed finger and momentarily fell silent. Despite the elder couple's seemingly calm demeanor, they were, in reality, in a state of utter panic, particularly thinking of the son of a worker in the steel factory. If this matter were to spread, it would spell trouble for her entire family. It wasn't long before the young man returned with the police. After a thorough investigation, coupled with the testimony of Lai Dahua, the actions of the Zhang family in framing Gu Cheng were irrefutable. However, since the Zhang family had not inflicted any actual harm upon Gu Cheng, the police ultimately required the 3 of them to formally apologize to him before leaving with a stern warning. Following this incident, the Zhang family's attempt to defame an innocent man and coerce him into becoming their son-in-law became the talk of the neighborhood. People were astonished, as they had heard of women being forced to marry, but never of men being compelled to become sons-in-law. It was indeed peculiar. As Zhang Laodai's wife walked home with her children, she noticed the neighbors she encountered wore strange expressions, as if they were holding back something. Sensing that something was amiss, she immediately stopped the person with whom she had a decent rapport to inquire. The person, feeling somewhat awkward, hesitated. They feared that revealing the truth might embarrass Zhang Laodai's wife, yet remaining silent felt equally uncomfortable given their acquaintance. Realizing that she would eventually learn the truth, they reluctantly divulged the scandalous actions of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laodai's wife was momentarily dizzy, nearly collapsing. The informant was taken aback and quickly supported her. Are you all right? They asked. Recalling the gazes of those she had passed earlier, Zhang Laodai's wife felt her face burn, as if she had been slapped countless times. I'm fine really. I must return home. There are matters to attend to, she replied hastily, pushing away the supportive hand. Mother, slow down. The 2 children stumbled forward, struggling to keep up. Hearing their voices brought her back to reality, prompting her to slow her pace. Yet, as she approached her home, the pent-up fury in her chest surged with each step. Upon arriving home, she found her in-laws and sister-in-law sitting silently around the table. The kitchen was cold and uninviting, as if waiting for someone to cook. Taking a deep breath, she ushered the children into the house before turning to face the three of them. Noticing her arrival, their expressions shifted, reflecting a mix of awkwardness. "It's getting late. You should prepare dinner," Zhang Laodai's mother-in-law suggested nonchalantly. A cold laugh was her only response. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Laodai's mother-in-law retorted. "Are you dissatisfied with me, your mother-in-law?" Zhang Laodai's wife scoffed. "How could I dare? Those who know might think you are my mother-in-law, while those who don't would assume we are merely two separate families. Especially considering how you concealed those shameless deeds from us." With a loud bang, Zhang Ying slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, glaring at her. "Sister-in-law? Watch your words." Zhang Laodai's wife sneered. "Why should I hold back? You can act as you please, but I cannot speak?" At this, Zhang Laodai's father frowned. "Wife, please refrain from speaking so harshly." The three of them exchanged words, all expressing their dissatisfaction with Zhang Laodai's wife. "Ah, so you're all in cahoots to bully me. Is that it? Fine, I'll leave then." With that, she turned to drag her children out. Zhang Laodai's mother-in-law quickly intervened, grabbing the children's hands to prevent their departure. "You can leave, but the children must stay." Zhang Laodai's wife objected. "I am their mother. Whether they stay or go is my decision." The children, frightened by the commotion, began to cry. Zhang Laodai's father, observing the scene, felt anxious, knowing it was inappropriate for a father-in-law to intervene directly, so he prompted his daughter. "Hurry and take your niece and nephew inside." Reluctantly, Zhang Ying complied, realizing that with fewer people in the house, she might get more to eat. However, under her father's watchful gaze, she had no choice but to help. One side sought to leave while the other refused to let go. The cacophony of arguing and crying echoed throughout the courtyard, drawing the attention of onlookers who peeked over fences and walls, eager to discover the latest family drama. When Zhang Laodai returned, he was greeted by this scene. Initially unaware of the circumstances, he soon spotted his family in a chaotic struggle in the yard. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shooed the gathering crowd away. "Get lost." With a resounding slam, he closed the door behind him. The force of the door startled the three women, halting their actions as they turned to see him return. "Son, you're back." Zhang Laodai's mother-in-law rushed to greet him. Fearing her mother-in-law would beat her to the punch with complaints, Zhang Laodai's wife hurried to stand before her husband. Zhang Laodai's face was grim. What on earth is going on? Upon hearing the question, Zhang Laodai's mother-in-law, who had earlier been so forceful, deflated like a punctured balloon. As Zhang Laodai settled down to listen to her account, he sensed a foreboding feeling creeping over him. After hearing the narrative, he realized that his apprehensions had been justified. Zhang Laodai's mother-in-law had attempted to soften the story, while Zhang Laodai's father and sister chimed in to explain, hoping to mitigate his anger. Unfortunately, Zhang Laodai's wife was quick to reveal any attempt at concealment without hesitation. Upon finishing the recounting, Zhang Laodai trembled with rage. It was no wonder that the onlookers outside had appeared so entertained. His family had indeed orchestrated a spectacle at home. "Are you all foolish?" he exclaimed, noting his parents' and sister's nonchalant expressions, which only fueled his fury. "Don't be too angry, elder brother," Zhang Laodai's mother-in-law advised. Before Zhang Laodai and his wife returned, the three had conspired together. After all, the damage was done, and there was no way to reverse it. Fortunately, they had suffered no substantial loss. As for the daughter's reputation, it would suffice to find a son-in-law from a distant town and keep the matter from his family. Zhang Ying shared this sentiment, which is why she supported her mother-in-law's attempts to placate her brother. "Brother, mother is right. Anger is detrimental to your health. The matter is behind us, and I do not mind. You all shouldn't dwell on it either." Zhang Laodai's wife couldn't help but scoff at this. It was one thing for Zhang Ying to be thick-skinned and shameless, but what of her daughter? In a few years, when it came time to find a suitor, if the prospective family heard of this incident and learned of such a scandalous aunt, how would they perceive her? Chapter 296, Settling the Score. Zhang Laodai's father attempted to interject, but was interrupted by his daughter-in-law's derisive laughter, which immediately displeased him. "Enough. You have no place to speak in this house." Zhang Laodai's wife had been sarcastic since her return, and while he had tried to overlook her behavior as her father-in-law, she seemed to think the Zhang family was easy prey. Blushing from the reprimand, Zhang Laodai's wife felt anger surge within her. Yet she knew she could not confront her in-laws in front of her husband. Thus, Zhang Laodai's wife gazed at him with a countenance full of grievance. "It is not that I wish to oppose my parents, but just the other day you mentioned the election for group leader at your factory. If this matter gets out..." "What? Laodai is running for group leader?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Laodai. Zhang Laopa also looked at Zhang Laoda in astonishment, asking, "Why didn't you inform us about this?" Zhang Laoda was already irked, and her inquiry only deepened his annoyance. "What good would it do to tell you? Can you assist me in getting elected as group leader?" Constantly disregarded by his son, both Zhang Laotu and his wife felt their tempers flare. Yet, they understood that their presence in the county depended solely on their son. So they suppressed their anger and spoke soothingly. "We are not unaware of this matter. Next time, we shall refrain from such actions." Zhang Ying, realizing that today's incident might jeopardize her brother's election, felt a twinge of fear and hesitated to speak. While her brother might not hold it against their parents, she was uncertain about her own reaction. Zhang Laoda's wife caught a glimpse of her sister's frightened demeanor and let out a barely audible scoff. "Now you know fear? Why didn't you think of that earlier?" Initially, she hadn't considered her husband's candidacy until Zhang Laoda returned home. Therefore, her anger escalated due to the disturbances caused by the Zhang family earlier that day. Zhang Laoda's ire would only be more profound. After all, toil day in and day out to support the entire family was already burdensome enough. Little did he know that instability lurked behind. This election was an opportunity he had long anticipated. If he could successfully secure the position, the pressure of providing for his family would surely diminish. Observing Zhang Laoda's somber silence, Zhang Laotu and his wife exchanged glances and uttered a few more comforting words. Gradually, Zhang Laoda's demeanor softened. What could he do? After all, they were his parents. Moreover, the situation had already unfolded. No amount of discussion would alter it. "What do you want me to say? Since the deed is done, why not exercise a bit of caution?" He knew that Gu Cheng worked as a laborer in a textile factory, and if such a person were to become his brother-in-law, he would welcome it. Unfortunately, sensing a shift in his tone, Zhang Laotu and Zhang Laopa heaved sighs of relief. Zhang Laopa quickly changed the subject. "It's quite late. You must be hungry. Let me prepare a bowl of noodles for you." No sooner had she spoken than the two children in the room sprang up. "Grandma, we want noodles too." All right. Grandma will cook for you." Witnessing the matter being so casually brushed aside, Zhang Laoda's wife gritted her teeth, but felt powerless. Thus, the incident concluded lightly within the Zhang household. However, the same could not be said for Gu Cheng. The next day, coincidentally his day off, he rose early and walked towards the village. Upon arriving home, he found Wang Hohat and the others just returning from the fields. Noticing his hurried pace and the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, they quickly handed him a glass of water. "What's the rush?" Gu Cheng gulped down the water and recounted the events from the previous day in the county. "What?" Wang Hohat's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling that of a startled bull. "How dare they bully my son?" As she spoke, her eyes darted around, and upon spotting a chopping knife in the corner, she seized it, ready to storm out. "Mom! Wait!" Gu Cheng exclaimed, startled. "There's no need to resort to violence over this." After hearing his words, Gu Jinshuan's expression darkened as well. "Hohat, let us discuss how to handle this matter first." Having been partners for decades, he was not genuinely worried that Wang Hohat would go as far as to harm someone. Wang Hohat shrugged off his hand. "Fine, leave this matter to me," she declared before exiting the courtyard. Gu Cheng glanced at her retreating figure and turned to his father. "Dad, do you think Mom will be all right?" Gu Jinshan shook his head. "Don't worry, your mother knows what she is doing." Finally feeling relieved, Gu Cheng hurriedly followed after her. Meanwhile, Wang Hohat, wielding the chopping knife with a fierce demeanor, drew the attention of villagers, who stared in shock. "Hohat, what are you up to? You look like you're out for blood." Wang Hohat paused, noticing the curious gazes around her, and wiped away non-existent tears. "You see, my eldest son was bullied in the county yesterday." She then recounted the events that had transpired with Gu Cheng, embellishing them slightly. Upon hearing her words, the villagers were filled with indignation. "How dare they bully our Yanglu village? Let's teach them a lesson. Yes, let's go together and seek justice for Cheng." Indeed, in such a vast forest, there is no shortage of foul birds. How can someone resort to coercion and deception to find a partner? Shameless. Ladies, grab your tools and accompany Hohat to the county to reason with them. Although Yanglu village often dealt with jealousy and gossip when faced with external threats, they united as one. Witnessing the collective outrage, Wang Hohat raised her hand. Once silence fell, she spoke. "Thank you all for your support. However, we have too many people. It would be unwise to stir up trouble. So, I'll take 2 of the aunties with me to have a serious discussion with the Zhang family." Of course, this was a civilized way of putting it. To be more blunt, she meant to take 2 aunties along to slap some sense into them. As soon as she expressed this, the village aunties' eyes lit up, eagerly volunteering. "Let me go? I can hit hard." "Me too. I once made a distant cousin cry when she borrowed grain from us." The enthusiasm among the aunties was palpable. Wang Hohat, relying on her knowledge of the villagers, selected 2 of the best fighters and most persuasive speakers. The others, feeling dejected at not being chosen, lamented to Wang Hohat, insisting that she call on them for such matters in the future. Wang Hohat smiled in response, internally scoffing. Who would be unfortunate enough to encounter such situations? Once the selections were made, Gu Qing caught up with them. Upon reaching the village entrance, Yu Zhaodi and Zhou Liping, having heard the news, hurriedly joined them. As they put it, their families were so closely knit that they simply could not be absent at this moment. Thus, a spirited group marched towards the county, leaving a trail of whispers in their wake. As they approached the Zhang household, only Zhang Laoda had gone to work at the factory, the rest remained at home. Staring at the firmly shut door, Wang Hohat kicked it open with force. With a creak, the old wooden door emitted its last mournful cry before crashing to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Wang Hohat, feeling stiff, slowly retracted her foot, facing the admiring gazes of the women behind her. Would anyone believe her if she claimed she hadn't put any force into it? Gu Cheng was equally surprised at his mother's fierce display. Reflecting on his past doubts about whether his mother favored his younger brother more, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been mistaken. Who? The family members of the Zhang household, along with Lai Dahua, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. As the dust settled, Lai Dahua quickly spotted the tall figure of Gu Cheng among the group of women at the entrance. Upon glancing at several women with unfriendly expressions, she silently withdrew her foot that had ventured out the door, leaving only her head cautiously peering outside. The Zhang family unmistakably took notice. Casting a glance at the ground where the door lay, old lady Zhang fumed. Gu Cheng, we have already clarified yesterday's matters. What is the purpose of bringing so many people here now? Her silence would have been preferable, but once she spoke, Wang Hohat astutely identified her target. Without granting Gu Cheng a chance to respond, she raised her hand and charged forward. Following suit, she seized old lady Zhang's hair, prompting the others to rush in behind her. Zhang Ying, witnessing the scene, shrieked and attempted to retreat into the house. Alas, it was too late. 5 against 2 constituted a decisive victory. Hair was yanked, bodies were grasped, and the division of labor was strikingly clear. The village women were adept at inflicting pain, targeting areas discreet and hidden from view. Lai Dahua watched as strands of hair flew through the air and listened to the anguished cries of old lady Zhang and her daughter, shivering involuntarily. Fortunately, she had not offended Gu Cheng. Meanwhile, old man Zhang, seeing his wife and daughter being so brutally mistreated, felt his blood boil, disregarding any notions of gender propriety. He hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, he had forgotten about Gu Cheng standing beside him. Blocked, old man Zhang grew frantic, hopping in place and pushing Gu Cheng aside, shouting, "Get away!" Gu Cheng remained motionless, allowing the old man's hands to flail against his chest. Ultimately, he emerged unscathed, while old man Zhang, exerting himself excessively, inadvertently let out a series of flatulent sounds. The ensuing cacophony was a comical symphony that echoed in the air. For a moment, the atmosphere turned silent. Wang Hohat and the others froze mid-action, turning to stare at him. Old man Zhang's face reddened, and he covered his rear, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Finally, it was the cries of old lady Zhang and her daughter that snapped him back to reality. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded angrily, pointing at Wang Hohat and the others. Wang Hohat scoffed lightly. "Isn't it obvious? We're here to teach you a lesson. Call the police." Lying on the ground, old lady Zhang stammered through her pain, filled with hatred towards Wang Hohat and her cohorts. She could not allow them to escape so easily. Noticing she still had the strength to speak, Yu Zhaodi intensified her assault, pleased with the groans emanating from beneath her. Wang Hohat shot her a look of approval and then cast a glance at old lady Zhang. "If you want to report to the authorities, then hurry up. I can afford a couple of coins for your medical expenses. But I wonder how you'd feel if we spread word of your misdeeds to the county and neighboring villages, especially those connected to your son at the steel mill." At this, Zhang Ying, who was also taking a beating, trembled and tugged at old lady Zhang's sleeve. "Mother, we mustn't let this get out. How will I ever marry if it does?" Currently, only their neighbors knew of her predicament, but if the news spread, her life would be forever tarnished. Old lady Zhang realized that she had to consider her daughter, but also the implications for her son's aspirations to become group leader. This could not be allowed to leak. After all, it was her daughter who had instigated the trouble. Old man Zhang, initially filled with indignation, suddenly froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Must this escalate so dramatically? Old lady Zhang swallowed her frustration, forcing a smile. "Now that you've come this far, let us cool our tempers. I won't hold today's events against you if you let yesterday's matter go. Shall we each take a step back?" Wang Hohat responded, "Sure, but you must slap yourself twice, and then we can consider it settled." Her gaze was fixed on old man Zhang. After having dealt a blow to the Zhang women, Wang Hohat felt her ire dissipate. However, it wouldn't do for the instigator, old man Zhang, to remain unscathed. Old man Zhang stiffened at her suggestion. Slap himself? He suspected he had misheard. Yet, Wang Hohat's unwavering gaze confirmed he had not. His face flushed crimson, his indignation spilling forth in a torrent of words. You can't possibly expect that. Seeing his reaction, Wang Hohat relented. All right, if that's too much, then let's have my son do it instead. It might be even more effective. Gu Cheng, hearing the directive, approached Old Man Zhang without waiting for further orders. Old Man Zhang, terrified, took steps back, exclaiming, "You, don't come any closer." The onlookers felt the tension in the air, finding the scene increasingly awkward. Zhou Liping murmured, "This feels rather strange." As Gu Cheng raised his hand, Old Man Zhang let out a scream. Zhou Liping remarked, "This is getting even more peculiar." Gu Cheng felt uneasy under Old Man Zhang's gaze, even before taking any action. The group stood frozen in place, unable to witness her husband's predicament any longer. Old Lady Zhang closed her eyes, then opened them resolutely, declaring, "You should just handle it yourself." Old Man Zhang turned to her in disbelief, unable to fathom that his wife of so many years would utter such words. "What do you want me to do?" he asked, feeling cornered. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively curled their toes, as if bracing for something. "Father, just listen to Mother," Zhang Ying urged, sensing her father's indecision. The pressure from his two closest family members softened Old Man Zhang's defiance, and he cast aside any notions of male pride, swiftly delivering two resounding slaps to his own face. "Is that satisfactory?" The crowd gasped in shock as they witnessed his aged, pockmarked face flush a deep shade of red, revealing a surprising willingness to punish himself. "All right then," Wang Hohat remarked. No sooner had she spoken than Old Man Zhang covered his face and dashed back into the house. Gu Cheng pointed at his retreating figure. "Mother, he." Wang Hohat silenced him with a glance, signaling him to remain quiet and allow for some dignity. Lai Dahua, who had been hiding by the door, was taken aback. After years of living in the same courtyard, she had never realized Old Man Zhang possessed such a passionate nature. With the matter settled, Wang Hohat warned Old Lady Zhang and her daughter that should they dare to bully her son again, they would not be so easily forgiven next time. After delivering her stern warning, she departed with the others. Once they were gone, Zhang Ying finally allowed herself to sob openly. All she wanted was to find a suitable partner. Why did it have to be so difficult? Old Lady Zhang, already irritable, snapped at her. "Cry, cry, cry? All you do is weep, and it's all you're doing." Zhang Ying, incredulous, stared at her mother. "Mother, how can you say that? Didn't we agree on this together? I even advised you not to pursue this course of action, but now look where we are. You've dragged the whole family into this." Thus, the mother and daughter began to argue in the courtyard. This certainly provided quite an entertainment for Lai Dahua. On the other hand, Wang Hohat, upon returning home, set out with a basket of eggs to express her gratitude. One cannot overlook the kindness of those who traveled a great distance to offer assistance. Yu Zhaodi and Zhou Liping were reluctant to accept, not only due to the burgeoning friendship between their families, but also because of the connections between Zhang Anyang and Gu Zhao. Ultimately, Wang Hohat feigned annoyance, and only then did they reluctantly acquiesce. In contrast, the other two aunts gratefully accepted the eggs, having witnessed the excitement of the day and received the eggs. They reminded Wang Hohat to keep them in mind for any future good fortune. Wang Hohat merely twitched her lips, choosing not to respond. Gu Zhao and Su Ran learned of the events later from the villagers, as Gu Zhao arrived at the Gu household to inquire. Wang Hohat and her companion were just returning. After hearing the details from Gu Cheng, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Is that Zhang Laoda from the steel factory?" Gu Cheng nodded. "All right, I understand now." "Understand what?" Gu Cheng was perplexed, but Gu Zhao offered no further explanation. As for Zhang Laoda, upon arriving at the factory today, he discreetly confirmed through others that the actions of his parents and sister had not spread within the factory, which brought him some relief. However, this pleasant mood dissipated as soon as he returned home. Staring at his father's swollen face and listening to the lamentations of his mother and sister, he felt veins pulse in his forehead. The Gu family had gone too far. "Oh, son, I have suffered greatly today," lamented the old woman Zhang, her pain evident both above and below, unsure of where to place her hands in front of others, while she incessantly wiped her tears. Zhang Ying, being younger and more resilient, appeared to fare better than her mother. "Brother, the Gu family is truly excessive. They not only beat me and mother, but also forced father to slap himself." Zhang Laoda, feeling humiliated, chose to remain silent, covering his face and sitting aside. Observing the woeful expressions of the three, Zhang Laoda's wife felt a mix of relief and schadenfreude. Thankfully, she had not been home that day, or she too would have suffered. Reflecting on the previous day's interactions, she felt a sense of vindication. They deserved it. Unbeknownst to Zhang Laoda, his wife's unfilial thoughts fueled his own rage. To him, yesterday's events should have concluded. The Gu family's return to inflict further violence was akin to slapping his face. When Zhang Ying noticed his silence, she grew displeased, tugging at his sleeve. Brother, you must stand up for us. I can endure. But you cannot just sit idly by while our parents are beaten. Zhang Laoda shot her a glare, shaking off her hand. Do I need you to say that? But this time, we cannot confront them openly. Perceiving his resolve, Zhang Laoda's father and sister exchanged glances, falling silent. The next day, Gu Cheng rose early and departed from Yonglu village with Gu Zhao for the factory. After work, he returned to their rented quarters carrying the basket prepared by Wang Hohat. Aunt Lai, at the sound of Gu Cheng's voice, Lai Dahua, who was sewing at the door, nearly pricked her finger in surprise. The impression left by Wang Hohat and the others the previous day had been too profound. She feared becoming the next Mrs. Zhang. She lifted her head, forcing a smile. Oh, it's you, little Gu. What brings you here? Nothing much, just wanted to thank you for the other day. Here are some eggs from home. Gu Cheng extended the basket towards her. Wang Hohat had specifically asked him to bring them, regardless of Lai Dahua's motivations for exposing the Zhang family's machinations. She had indeed assisted Gu Cheng, and gratitude was in order. Oh no, I can't accept this. Lai Dahua was taken aback by Gu Cheng's gesture of thanks. Upon glancing inside the basket, estimating there to be 20 or 30 eggs, she quickly stood and waved her hands. Truth be told, her primary motivation for speaking up that day stemmed from her disdain for the Zhang family, rather than any particular fondness for Gu Cheng. Ignoring her refusal, Gu Cheng firmly placed the basket in her hands. Please, accept it. Without waiting for her to protest, he turned and returned to his room. Hey! Lai Dahua called out, but Gu Cheng shut the door behind him without looking back. Gazing down at the eggs in her hands, and then at the closed door, Lai Dahua decided against returning them. Fine, we share the same courtyard. I suppose I'll just have to keep a closer eye on Gu Cheng in the future. After this encounter, her impression of Wang Hohat and the others had improved slightly. They were not the unreasonable people she had initially imagined. At least not as discourteous as the family next door. Meanwhile, unknown to either of them, several pairs of eyes were watching them closely from the adjacent room. Upon seeing Gu Cheng return, Zhang Laoda's father nearly bolted outside. After a day and night of reflection, the fear he had felt in front of Gu Cheng had evaporated, replaced by indignation at having to slap himself in front of a crowd. It was only Mrs. Zhang who held him back, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Have you forgotten what our son said? We can't openly target Gu Cheng anymore. Zhang Laoda's eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night, his anger growing as he replayed the events of the previous day. Was he truly going to let this boy off the hook so easily? He never anticipated facing such humiliation in his old age. Mrs. Zhang patiently consoled him. What good would it do to rush out now? To strike him? He is physically imposing. Do you really think you can take him on? Even if you could, retaliating today would only lead to his mother coming back with reinforcements tomorrow. Those women from yesterday were clearly from the village. Their family certainly lacks the support that the Gu family commands. Once, having given birth to a son who became a factory worker in the city, Zhang Laoda and his wife had enjoyed a certain prestige in the village. Over time, they had grown accustomed to their elevated status, believing themselves above the local common folk, and in their unguarded moments, they had offended many. Particularly when preparing to follow their son to the county, their words had become even less restrained, effectively alienating the entire village. Zhang Ying chimed in. Father, mother is right. You must endure for now. Brother will surely help us seek revenge. Hearing their words, Zhang Laoda felt a surge of frustration dissipate. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, very well. I shall endure, until my son helps me take revenge. Days passed in a calm manner. One day, as Gu Zhao arrived at the textile factory, he was summoned to the factory manager's office. Uncle you called for me? Gu Zhao knocked lightly on the door. Yu Zirong looked up, gesturing for him to come closer. Once Gu Zhao approached, he handed him an item. Gu Zhao accepted it and glanced down, a slow smile spreading across his face. It was a letter of complaint regarding Gu Cheng. The letter accused Gu Cheng of being negligent and delaying the factory's tasks. The entire content revolved around this point. Lacking any substantial examples, the complainant had been astute, refraining from mentioning any personal details, presenting themselves merely as a well-meaning individual discontented with Gu Cheng's behavior. The terms negligent and delaying tasks were rather vague. Everyone has moments of lethargy. If Gu Cheng truly embodied such a persona, then during the investigation, any minor discrepancies would be magnified. At that point, the allegations would likely be corroborated. In this era, if the factory were to discover negligence, the usual course of action would be to issue a warning. If the behavior persisted, more severe consequences could follow. Even though Gu Cheng was found to be innocent after the investigation, the unjust suffering he endured must have plunged his spirits into despair. Regardless of the circumstances, the individual who reported him achieved their desired outcome. Of course, the crucial factor here is that Gu Cheng's direct superior is not Gu Zhao. Understanding his elder brother, Gu Zhao knew well that before joining the factory, Gu Cheng was diligent in his farming endeavors back in the village. When others spoke of Gu Cheng, they characterized him as honest, hardworking, and earnest. Upon arriving at the factory, he recognized the value of his position and strived to avoid bringing shame to his younger brother. Gu Cheng consistently put forth threefold effort when others contributed one, and fivefold when they put in three, leaving no room for idle gossip. How could one label such a person as negligent? Not only would Gu Zhao not believe it, but others who witnessed his dedication would also find it implausible. Seeing Gu Zhao remain silent after reading the report, Yu Zirong cleared his throat and stated, "You handle this matter yourself. I shall not interfere." Gu Zhao nodded in gratitude, responding, "Thank you, Uncle Yu. No need for thanks among family." Yu Zirong waved dismissively. Once outside the factory director's office, Gu Zhao pondered the situation. His elder brother was not one to cause trouble, and the relationships within their department were typically harmonious, devoid of any malice. Thus, if the report did not originate from an internal source, it must have come from outside. Reflecting on recent events, Gu Zhao started to form a hypothesis. However, this required verification. If memory served him correctly, it was the steel mill, right? As he contemplated when to visit the steel mill, unexpectedly, they sent someone to him first. Brother Zhao. Ku Xian knocked at the door and, upon receiving a nod from Gu Zhao, ushered in a middle-aged man trailing behind him. Without waiting for Gu Zhao to inquire, the man introduced himself. "Comrade Gu, I am here on behalf of Factory Director Zhang from the steel mill. We are planning to acquire a new batch of machinery and would like your assistance in evaluating it." This was a serendipitous opportunity. Gu Zhao promptly agreed, and the middle-aged man beamed at his response. Thus, the trio set off toward the steel mill. Ku Xian had insisted on tagging along, having nothing to do that day. Upon hearing of the new equipment, he eagerly requested to accompany Gu Zhao. One more person posed no inconvenience to Gu Zhao, so he acquiesced. Upon their arrival at the steel mill, which took about half an hour, Zhang Tianliang awaited them at the entrance and approached Gu Zhao with quick steps. "Comrade Gu, thank you for making the trip." Their initial meeting had not been particularly pleasant, leaving Zhang uncomfortable in Gu Zhao's presence, especially after Gu Zhao gained favor with the county chief. Gu Zhao, however, bore no ill thoughts and had long forgotten their past encounter. He gently declined Zhang Tianliang's outstretched hand, replying, "It was my duty." Zhang Tianliang forced a smile. "Shall we head inside?" "Certainly." The new equipment they were about to examine was merely a sample provided by the seller for trial use. If it proved suitable, the factory would consider further procurement. They headed straight to the workshop, but upon entering, they encountered a gathering of people, accompanied by intermittent shouts. Zhang Tianliang glanced at Gu Zhao, his expression darkening as he turned to the middle-aged man accompanying him. "What is happening here?" The man quickly explained, "Director, this is a competition for the position of workshop group leader. Despite being a mere election for a group leader, it involved a comprehensive evaluation encompassing cultural exams, skill tests, and organizational assessments." Zhang Tianliang recalled the details and smiled at Gu Zhao. "No worries, the new equipment is in that direction." He pointed to a location far removed from the ongoing competition. Gu Zhao remained unhurried, having spotted a familiar figure among the contestants. "If you don't mind, may we take a look?" Zhang Tianliang followed his gaze and, after a moment's hesitation, agreed, "Of course." They redirected their steps toward the competition area. The previously vibrant atmosphere began to wane as Zhang Tianliang's presence drew attention, leading to a gradual decline in cheers and a shift to greetings. "Director." "Hello, Director." Gu Zhao noticed the change and understood. After all, workers often felt restrained in the presence of their superiors. Chapter 298, Subtle Maneuvers Under Scrutiny. Zhang Laodao stood on the sidelines, quietly awaiting the next round of competition. He observed the performances of his rivals, feeling a surge of confidence in his own candidacy. Lost in his thoughts, he was oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere until someone nudged his arm, prompting him to realize that the crowd had grown silent. When he looked up, he saw the factory director had arrived, momentarily igniting excitement in him. The next round of competition was his turn, and if he could win the director's favor, the position of group leader would surely be his. "Continue as you were, don't mind us." Zhang Tianliang reassured the workers before turning to Gu Zhao with a warm tone. "Comrade Gu, what a coincidence. You're here to observe our factory's group leader competition and skill tests. Please feel free to offer any suggestions." Given the courteous remarks, Gu Zhao would be foolish to take them at face value. Nonetheless, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The others, witnessing the director's respectful demeanor towards the young man beside him, began speculating about Gu Zhao's background. Only one person felt as if thunder had struck him. It was only when Zhang Tianliang spoke that Zhang Laodao finally registered Gu Zhao's presence beside him. He recognized Gu Zhao from a previous encounter when he had seen him delivering items to Gu Cheng. Initially curious, he learned from Zhang Ying that Gu Zhao was Gu Cheng's younger brother. This realization sent a wave of dizziness through Zhang Laoda, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. Having just engaged in wrongdoing, he now found himself face to face with a family member of the victim, who, for some reason, seemed to share a comfortable rapport with the factory director. In that moment, his sole desire was to remain unnoticed by Gu Zhao. Unfortunately, it was too late. Noticing Zhang Laoda's glance, Gu Zhao greeted him with a radiant smile. Sensing Zhang Laoda's instinctive attempt to evade his gaze, Gu Zhao realized his suspicions had been confirmed. This was a solid victory. To outsiders, it appeared as though Gu Zhao had merely extended a friendly smile to Zhang Laoda. However, to Zhang Laoda, that smile felt like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. A nearby colleague, inadvertently jostled, asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Zhang Laoda forced a smile. "I'm fine, nothing's the matter." Zhang Tianliang, who had been closely observing Gu Zhao, noticed his meaningful smile and mistakenly assumed he and Zhang Laoda were acquaintances. "What's this? Do you two know each other?" During the inquiry, he pondered whether he should discreetly look out for Zhang Laoda. Gu Zhao withdrew his gaze, shaking his head, "Not at all." Before Zhang Tianliang could ponder this further, Gu Zhao added, "Didn't Director Zhang ask me for suggestions earlier? Personally, I believe that in the factory selection process, regardless of the position, moral character should be the foremost consideration. Don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianliang instantly comprehended the underlying message. This was no mere casual acquaintance. It was a matter of enmity. Gu Zhao's hints were so overt that Zhang Tianliang could hardly remain oblivious. With a facade of joviality, he engaged in conversation, emphasizing the paramount importance of virtue and integrity. Unbeknownst to Zhang Laoda, he was unaware of the exchange between Gu Zhao and the factory manager. Yet he felt an almost intangible weight of their gazes directed towards him, which sent a chill down his spine. "Zhang Laoda, why are you dawdling? It's your turn," he reminded himself. Even as he took to the stage, a haze of confusion clouded his mind. Throughout the competition, his thoughts were consumed by speculations regarding Gu Zhao's conversation with the manager. Did she speak ill of him? Did she dissuade the manager from appointing him as group leader? Had she revealed the recent turmoil at home? In such a distracted state, while his opponent was fully focused, Zhang Laoda's performance was destined to falter. It was only when the judges announced his score that he regained his senses. No, he wanted to voice his grievances, but the words eluded him. How could he request another chance to compete? Who did he think he was? Ultimately, with his spirits sagging, he slouched out of the competition arena. Gu Zhao observed his retreat and departed. Given Zhang Laoda's dismal performance today, even had he not spoken to Zhang Tianliang earlier, he would have still failed to attain the desired outcome. Satisfied, Gu Zhao bid farewell and watched as the figure vanished around the corner, while Zhang Tianliang concealed his smile. He beckoned to a middle-aged man behind him, instructing, "Investigate that Zhang Laoda from the workshop. Find out if anything troubling has transpired at his home." Indeed, throughout the day, Zhang Laoda had been in a daze at the factory. Upon returning home, he found Zhang Laotu and others casually sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening air. His eyes reddened instantly as he stormed over, snatching the enamel jar from Zhang Laoda's hands and smashing it to the ground. The cacophony startled everyone present. "Brother, have you lost your mind?" Zhang Ying exclaimed, watching the shards scatter. Zhang Laobozai frowned at Zhang Laoda. "Laoda, what has gotten into you? How can you waste our belongings?" Most astonished was Zhang Laotu. "Laoda, were you directing your anger towards me, your father?" Seeing their bewildered expressions, the fury within Zhang Laoda surged. Yet he found no outlet for it. Zhang Laobozai, noticing her son gasping for breath with red eyes fixed on her, felt a sense of foreboding and spoke cautiously. "Son, has something happened at the factory?" Zhang Laoda's wife, having heard the commotion from the kitchen, emerged, alarmed. She had never seen her husband in such a state and rushed to support him, saying, "Whatever it is, take your time to explain, don't agitate yourself." The other two, shocked by Zhang Laoda's explosive return, exchanged glances. Indeed, they had been sitting peacefully when Zhang Laoda shattered the jar. It was evident he had suffered some indignity outside. "Brother, did someone outside upset you?" Zhang Ying ventured hesitantly. Her words triggered a memory in Zhang Laoda, and he sneered. "Indeed, someone did give me grief." Zhang Ying's expression shifted to one of realization, but before she could respond, he added, "And that someone is you." "What?" Zhang Ying's eyes widened in shock. "Brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Laobozai interjected. "Laoda, what do you mean by that? How could your sister have upset you?" Seeing Zhang Laobozai defending Zhang Ying, Zhang Laoda bellowed. "It's because of the chaotic mess you both caused recently that my bid for group leader has gone down the drain." Even though the final decision from the factory had yet to be announced, at the moment he laid eyes on Gu Zhao, an ominous premonition washed over him. More than just the group leader position, he feared that Gu Zhao would disclose the family's troubles to Zhang Tianliang. He had long aspired to establish his reputation with the factory manager, but now that it seemed within reach, he was filled with regret. Had he known this would unfold, he would have brought a substantial gift and accompanied his family to apologize to the Gu family when the incidents occurred. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. What? Zhang Laodao's words left the others in shock and indignation. How could that be? It was merely a small altercation, Zhang Laobozai murmured in disbelief. Zhang Ying chuckled awkwardly. Brother, you must be joking. The expression on Zhang Laodao's wife darkened considerably. She understood how much her husband valued this election and knew he would not jest about such matters. She too recognized the significance of the group leader position, as their family's circumstances had drastically worsened since they had to relocate to the county after their parents' death. With the added burden of her sister-in-law's return from divorce, the weight of supporting 7 family members rested solely on her husband's shoulders. If he had a chance to be elected as group leader, their lives would undoubtedly improve. Alas, it was all in ruins now. As the words of Zhang Laobozai and Zhang Ying reached her ears, Zhang Laodao's wife glared in anger. While she could not confront her mother-in-law, she had no qualms about confronting her sister-in-law. Without hesitation, she strode over to Zhang Ying, and in the midst of Zhang Ying's bewildered gaze, she delivered a sharp slap across her face. The sting momentarily left Zhang Ying dazed, but as clarity returned, she erupted. You shameless wretch, how dare you hit me? With that, she seized Zhang Laodao's wife's hair. Not one to back down, Zhang Laodao's wife retaliated. And soon the two were entangled in a fierce struggle, pulling hair, scratching faces, and kicking each other in the stomach, employing every vicious tactic imaginable as the onlookers gaped in shock. What on earth are you doing? Stop this at once, Zhang Laobozai cried as she rushed forward to intervene. But inadvertently, she grabbed hold of Zhang Laodao's wife. Caught off guard, Zhang Laodao's wife was yanked backwards, and in the next moment, she felt a blow land on her cheek, sending her head spinning. Filled with rage, she thought, even at a time like this, that old woman is still meddling. As Zhang Ying made another move, she braced herself and pulled Zhang Laobozai in front of her as a shield. Ow! Zhang Laobozai's pained cry pierced the air. Mother, are you all right? I didn't mean to hit you. Zhang Laodao watched the 3 women in chaos, his head pounding. Seeing his mother joining forces with his sister to bully his wife, he felt a surge of displeasure. To him, the slap Zhang Ying received was well-deserved. If given the chance, he would have liked to join in as well. Before Zhang Laobozai could retaliate, he stepped in front of his wife and sternly admonished. Have you all not had enough? You are turning into a spectacle for others to gossip about. At his words, Zhang Laodao's family glanced around, realizing that bystanders, including Lai Dahua and neighbors, were peering in through the door and over the wall, only to hastily retreat upon meeting their gazes. The countenance of the Zhang family fluctuated between crimson and pallid. Once they managed to regain their composure and settled indoors, the sky had already succumbed to darkness. The flickering glow of the dim candles illuminated the faces of each family member in a dance of light and shadow. Old Zhang was the first to break the silence. Eldest, regarding the matter of the group leader at the factory, since your sister's efforts have proven futile, please elucidate the situation. Zhang Dazhang inhaled deeply and recounted the events in their entirety, including his encounter with Gu Zhao and the familiarity she shared with their factory director. Old Zhang's surprise was palpable. Gu Zhao? How does she know your director? Zhang Dazhang replied with impatience. How would I know? As Zhang Ying recalled her first sight of the handsome man in the courtyard, her eyes flickered. Observing her reaction, Zhang Dazhang's wife immediately sensed her inclination and derided. I advise you to refrain from harboring any extraneous thoughts. Your sister-in-law truly lacks self-awareness. A divorced woman, thinking herself a prized catch, assumes she can pursue any man she desires without considering her own worth. Struck by her words, Zhang Ying's face flushed. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting? Oh, you know very well whether I speak the truth, she retorted. Not comprehending the exchange, old Zhang frowned. What are you two squabbling about when there are pressing matters to address, particularly you, Dazhang's wife? Caught under the gaze of the men, Dazhang's wife inhaled and exhaled, turning her head away in silence. Zhang Dazhang stated, the priority now is to investigate what exactly the Gu family is involved in. Initially, when Gu Cheng first arrived in the courtyard, they had inquired and learned that he was merely a worker at a textile factory, divorced with 2 children, which sparked Zhang Ying's interest. They also discovered that Gu Cheng hailed from the countryside and appeared to lack any significant background, which emboldened their previous actions. However, it seemed the circumstances were far more complex than they had assumed. Meanwhile, at the steel factory, Zhang Tianliang pondered the entanglement between the Zhang and Gu families with a look of profound incredulity. So, that Zhang worker's sister has taken a liking to Gu Zhao's elder brother, and when he rebuffed her advances, they conspired together to slander him? No wonder Gu Zhao made those comments. This reflects poorly on their character. The middle-aged man smirked and nodded. He was astonished that such coercive behavior towards a man still existed in this day and age. Director, there's another matter, the middle-aged man said cautiously, casting a glance at Zhang Tianliang. Zhang Tianliang furrowed his brows, urging him to speak plainly. In our investigation of Zhang Dezhang, aside from the matters concerning the Gu family, we uncovered that he has been colluding with another worker at the factory to sell scrap metal from the factory illegally. Their audacity was minimal. They only took small amounts at a time, gradually accumulating a significant quantity. Given that this has only been occurring for a couple of months, the factory has yet to detect their actions. Zhang Tianliang's forehead throbbed with veins. What did you say? Realizing that Zhang Tianliang was not genuinely confused, the middle-aged man dared not utter another word, holding his breath in trepidation. Very well, splendid work, Zhang Tianliang said, pacing the room several times in a fit of rage. Once his ire had subsided, he beckoned the middle-aged man closer, and they exchanged hushed words before the man nodded vigorously and departed. Chapter 299, The Meeting of Two Kindred Spirits. Oblivious to the impending calamity, Zhang Dezhang continued to verify the information he had gathered about Gu Cheng with his family. It was said that Gu Cheng's younger brother, the one named Gu Zhao, had been the provincial top scorer in last year's college entrance examination and was now a student at Shenyang Industrial University, holding a leadership position within a department at the textile factory. He seemed to have graced the newspapers multiple times. Their father appeared to be a veteran returning from military service, also serving as the village chief. Each revelation met with a moment of silence from the gathered family. Good news. Their family has remarkably discerning taste, having set their sights on such a well-connected young man as Gu Cheng, they mused. Bad news, however, is that in their attempts to force their will, they have inadvertently offended him. At that moment, Zhang Dezhang recalled the letter of complaint he had submitted to the textile factory, his expression stiffening. No wonder. The brother was a leader at the textile plant. How insignificant was a mere complaint in comparison. Yet, surely they wouldn't trace the letter back to him. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of unease washed over him. What should he do? A voice pierced the silence within the room. All eyes turned towards the source of the utterance, Zhang Ying. What are you all staring at me for? The next day, upon returning home from work, Gu Cheng was taken aback by the scene before him in the courtyard. The entire Zhang family was present, not a single member absent, including the two children, who were being held by the neck in the yard. At the moment Gu Cheng opened the door, Zhang Dezhang led the family in a deep bow. Comrade Gu Cheng, I sincerely apologize. The other day, my parents and sister acted thoughtlessly and caused you trouble. We are truly sorry. The others echoed in unison, bowing in apology. The display was so grandiose that it astonished not only Gu Cheng, but also the neighbors who were privy to the commotion. The Zhang family had become the subject of much amusement in the past few days, and the surrounding neighbors were keenly observing their antics. At the slightest hint of commotion, they would climb walls or scamper up trees, unwilling to miss this rare, albeit not entirely fortuitous, entertainment. As the Zhang family bowed and apologized, whispers spread among the onlookers. What kind of scheme was the Zhang family concocting now? Clearly, they had come to apologize to Gu Cheng for the previous incident. Why had it taken them so long to offer their apologies? Where had they been all this time? Oh, you wouldn't understand. It's well known that the Zhang family has been inquiring about the Gu family, and their current actions reveal their understanding of their miscalculation. Indeed, the voices around them barely masked the amusement, while the faces of the Zhang family turned as red as liver, yet they restrained themselves from arguing with the bystanders. Upon overhearing the conversations, Gu Cheng grasped the reason behind the Zhang family's ostentatious apologies. While the Zhang family was content to be the center of attention, he had no desire to be part of their spectacle. I hope you won't trouble me again in the future, he stated, turning away without acknowledging their expressions and retreated to his own room. He was not forgiving Zhang Ying and the others for their previous misdeeds. Rather, he chose to let the matter rest since Wang Hohat had already helped him retaliate, and he preferred not to entangle himself further with the Zhang family. Behind him, the Zhang family exchanged glances. Is he letting bygones be bygones? Zhang Dezhang speculated. Most likely, old Zhang replied. Upon hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that he bore no grudges. With the principal parties having departed, the Zhang family hastily left the scene, eager to avoid being the subject of further scrutiny, closing the door behind them. Ah, look at the Zhang family. They truly exemplify the saying, what was it? Ah yes, those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Indeed, that's the sentiment. As the spectators dispersed, the remaining bystanders couldn't help but express their thoughts. It was certain that in the coming days, the Zhang family would once again be the topic of conversation at many dinner tables in the vicinity. Over the next few days, the Zhang family remained somewhat uneasy, treading cautiously. However, upon realizing that Gu Cheng truly had no intentions of holding a grudge, they greeted him as if he were invisible whenever they crossed paths in the courtyard. Zhang Dazhang and the others felt no resentment. Rather, they were elated. This was a clear indication that he had not taken them to heart. After this ordeal, Zhang Ying had completely extinguished any lingering feelings for Gu Cheng. Well, if this won't work, then on to the next. For a while, Zhang Laoda had been quite compliant at the factory. During this time, a new group leader was elected. His former rival. The two had been evenly matched in both theoretical knowledge and practical skills while working in the workshop. However, due to Zhang Laoda's poor performance during the formal assessment and Gu Zhao's close relationship with the factory director, he missed out on the election. Of course, this was Zhang Laoda's own interpretation of events. Even so, he dared not voice any suspicions about the integrity of the election process. At present, he could only hope that Gu Zhao would forget the entanglements between their families. As for the group leader election, there would be other opportunities in the future. Having waited for so many years, he was willing to wait a little longer. Thus, Zhang Laoda comforted himself and patiently bided his time. After ensuring that no incidents involving scrap metal had occurred at the factory, he partnered with another worker to return to his old trade. The first 2 batches of scrap metal they sold had yielded a considerable profit for the two of them. Having tasted the sweetness of quick money, Zhang Laoda was reluctant to return to working diligently in the workshop. So, after lying low for a while, they secretly ventured into the storeroom of scrap metal after ensuring that all the other workers had left. Old Zhang, why don't we take a bit more this time? The partner, having tasted the thrill of quick cash, gazed at the heap of scrap metal as if it were a mountain of gold. Zhang Laoda hesitated, suggesting caution to avoid being discovered. His partner dismissed his concerns. Has anyone caught us in the last 2 months? No, right? Then it's settled. Since we've started, let's be a little bolder. What do you say? Gradually swayed by his partner's words, Zhang Laoda relented. Just as they began filling their bags with scrap metal, unbeknownst to them, a crowd had silently gathered outside. Their conversation was clearly audible through the crack in the door. Zhang Tianliang, maintaining a calm demeanor, surveyed the surrounding crowd. Did everyone hear that? He had deliberately held back from reacting when he learned that Zhang Laoda and his partner were pilfering from the factory, waiting for the opportune moment to catch them red-handed in front of witnesses. This was also a warning for those with ulterior motives. The factory workers, called back midway, were still grappling with the shock of Zhang Laoda's actions when they caught sight of the factory director's warning gaze. Immediately, they felt a shiver run down their spines and collectively responded, "We heard clearly." The voices of the group were unrestrained, and the moment Zhang Tianliang spoke, the two inside the storeroom froze. When the other workers spoke up, they confirmed that it was not just their imagination. The two exchanged glances, pale-faced. As the bags they clutched slipped from their hands, they both understood they were finished. When the Zhang family received the notice from the factory, Zhang Laoda's wife fainted from shock, while Zhang Laoda's father instinctively caught her. Zhang Ying, in disbelief, murmured, "How could this be? How could my brother do such a foolish thing?" Zhang Laoda's wife, who had been frozen in place, shot her a fierce glare and slapped her. "How can you say that? If it weren't for you, if it weren't to support this whole family, how would your brother have resorted to such actions?" As Zhang Laoda's wife, she was aware of his illicit dealings with the factory's scrap metal. However, with so many mouths to feed at home and 2 children reaching school age, money was a necessity. Even though she knew it was wrong, she did not stop him. Yet now, with the truth exposed, she did not see it as her husband's fault, but rather believed he was burdened by the family, especially by that sister-in-law who returned to her mother's house and was supported by her husband. Zhang Ying was struck, her head turning away, as she covered her face and glared back with reddened eyes, this being the second time. Without caring about her sister-in-law's reaction, she lunged at her. The two began to fight fiercely once more viciously than before, each landing heavy blows. Zhang Laoda's father had yet to recover from the devastating news when he witnessed his daughter and daughter-in-law embroiled in a brawl, causing the 2 children to cry out in fear, plunging the household into chaos. Due to Zhang Laoda's actions, which involved undermining socialist principles and engaging in speculative practices, a significant impact was felt within the steel factory. The factory imposed disciplinary measures on the two. Firstly, there was a public reprimand within the steel factory. Secondly, Zhang Laoda and his partner were directly dismissed from the factory and were required to compensate for the losses incurred by the factory. This constituted the factory's internal handling of the situation. Furthermore, they would also face criminal charges. The scrap metal belonged to public property, and their actions were deemed an encroachment on state resources. Coupled with charges of speculation, imprisonment was inevitable. As the sole pillar of the family, Zhang Laoda's prospects were bleak, and the rest of the Zhang family could no longer stay in the county, forced to return to their rural roots. Before news of Zhang Laoda's imprisonment spread, the family returned to the village, leading others to initially believe they had come back for just a few days. However, as time passed without their return to the county, whispers began circulating among the villagers. After all, This family had been quite boastful due to having a son working in the county steel factory, often returning to the village with an air of superiority, as if they were of great significance. But this time seemed different. The family remained holed up at home. Even when encountered in the village, Zhang Laoda's parents spoke with far more politeness than usual. When the villagers were left in the dark, the news of Zhang Laoda's dismissal from the factory and subsequent imprisonment for undermining socialist principles and speculation eventually reached them. Only then did they comprehend the situation. The village was rife with gossip, with some criticizing Zhang Laoda's character and others suggesting that the family was suffering retribution for their past misdeeds. In short, there was no shortage of negative commentary. Gu Zhao learned of Zhang Laoda's predicament not through any efforts of his own, but rather through a messenger sent by Zhang Tianliang. Aware of Gu Zhao's unfavorable impression of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianliang sought to present a favorable image to him. Upon hearing the news, Gu Zhao was momentarily taken aback but did not dwell on it, considering Zhang Laodao was not a significant figure. Nonetheless, he did relay the information to Gu Cheng and Wang Hohat. Upon learning that Zhang Laodao had the audacity to write a letter to the textile factory to report Gu Cheng, Wang Hohat's teeth ground together in anger. It seemed they had been too lenient during their previous encounter. Gu Cheng's expression also darkened. He regretted not taking the opportunity to retaliate when Zhang Laodao had initially apologized. Although Gu Jianjun felt similarly displeased, he recognized that since Zhang Laodao was now imprisoned, there was no point in dwelling on it. Well, he's in there now. What more can you do? Reflecting on the years Zhang Laodao would spend behind bars, Wang Hohat's expression softened a bit. However, due to this incident, she resumed her familiar refrain, "Oldest son, while you're still young and handsome, you should quickly find a wife." Although the blame for this incident lay entirely with the Zhang family, if the eldest son were to find a suitable partner, it might prevent unwanted attention from outsiders. Gu Cheng felt exasperated, unsure how the conversation had veered back to this topic. He repeated his usual line, "Mom, I'm not in a hurry." Upon hearing those words once more, Wang Hohat remained silent, seizing the broom beside her and swinging it with fervor. After a flurry of chaos, Gu Zhao took his wife by the hand and exited the courtyard. As they made their way home, he found himself utterly perplexed. Why was his elder brother so adamantly resistant to the notion of seeking a new partner? Could it be that he still harbored feelings for his previous spouse? Recalling Li Fun's temperament and his brother's resolute decision during the divorce, Gu Zhao shook his head in disbelief. Most likely, that wasn't the case. What could possibly be the situation then? Pondering this, Gu Zhao stroked his chin, and suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. His brother must have someone in mind. The words echoed in unison from Gu Zhao and Su Ran's lips. Gu Zhao looked at Su Ran in confusion. "How do you know this, my dear wife?" Su Ran, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Because I know the person." Swiftly, Gu Zhao eliminated the names of those he knew through Su Ran, ultimately narrowing it down to one individual. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is it our second sister?" Given that Su Ran was not fond of venturing out and that he had known her acquaintances for several years, he could think of no other suitable match apart from Su Xia. Su Ran nodded affirmatively. Gu Zhao exclaimed, "How could that be?" He recalled that during the last family gathering for the new year, he had not detected any signs of affection between the two. Could it be that he was simply oblivious? It was only then that he learned the full story from Su Ran. Earlier in the year, due to the children's schooling, Gu Cheng had rented a place in the county. As a single man managing 2 children, he sometimes found himself overwhelmed, yet he managed. However, there were instances when unforeseen circumstances arose at the factory, leaving him unable to cope. Coincidentally, their families lived close together and with no other recourse. He had to muster the courage to ask Su Xia for assistance in watching the children. As they spent more time together, Gu Cheng began to develop feelings. This revelation sparked a question in Gu Zhao's mind. What does our second sister think? This was also a point of exasperation for Su Ran. They surmised that the two had likely developed mutual feelings. Then why is my brother still hesitating? Chapter 300, The Blossoming of Affection. Su Ran clarified. "It has nothing to do with my brother. It's our second sister. She is concerned that after she leaves, little Tang Yuan will have no one to care for him. She insists on waiting until the little one is ready for school before discussing matters with my brother. He has agreed to this. But he fears our mother might have reservations about our second sister, which is why he has kept it to himself." Su Ran had urged her sister for quite some time, saying that the children should not be her concern, but she remained steadfast in her refusal. Gu Zhao clicked his tongue. "It seems there is mutual affection here. Is there a solution?" Su Ran asked, looking at him. "Quite simple," Gu Zhao replied, snapping his fingers. "My mother is at the right age for new adventures. We should bring her to the city. Will she agree?" Su Ran hesitated. She had considered this approach, but found it difficult to voice her thoughts. "She will undoubtedly consent," Gu Zhao asserted, thick-skinned, and turned to discuss the matter with Wang Hohat. If their mother were to learn that her elder son's future was secured, she would likely pack her bags and accompany them to the city immediately. However, there was the issue of their father. When they headed to the city, Gu Cheng's family would go to the county, leaving their father as a solitary elder. Su Ran quickly pulled Gu Zhao back. Wait, let us inform our second sister first and see what she thinks. Gu Zhao halted his steps, agreeing with her. Thus, they hurried home. It was more appropriate for Su Ran, as the younger sister, to broach the subject with Su Xia, while Gu Zhao took on the role of watching the children, allowing the two women ample space for discussion. Su Ran sat beside her sister on the Kong. Sister, about your relationship with my brother. Before she could finish, Su Xia interjected, no need to say more. I have already made my decision. Initially, it was her younger sister and brother-in-law who had welcomed her, providing her a comfortable home for 2 years. Now that they were both heading to college, she could not abandon them when they needed her the most. Su Ran was momentarily speechless at her sister's interruption. No, that's not. She then conveyed the discussion she had had with Gu Zhao, seeking Su Xia's opinion. Sister, what do you think? After listening to her sister, Su Xia fell silent for a moment. Gu Cheng had treated her well, and when she suggested delaying their conversation for 2 years, she did so with the expectation that he would not agree, fearing their relationship might come to a halt. However, upon hearing her words, he had not reacted with anger, but had instead shown understanding and support. She had also observed Wang Hohat's repeated insistence for Gu Cheng to pursue their relationship, which weighed heavily on her conscience. Contemplating whether to let it go, she remembered the strong opposition she faced when she first broached the idea with Gu Cheng. He had expressed a willingness to wait, urging her not to speak of such matters again. This response filled Su Xia with joy, yet guilt for her own selfishness. Thus, she hesitated to consider her sister's suggestion. Su Ran could see the turmoil in her sister's thoughts. Sister, it is rare to encounter someone who stirs your heart. If you let this opportunity slip away, you may regret it later. As your sister, my greatest wish is for you to live a life filled with happiness and fulfillment. She could tell that her sister had feelings for Gu Cheng. Given Su Xia's past experiences, it was heartening to see her brave enough to take this step. Nothing is ever guaranteed, and she did not want her sister to miss out on her own happiness. Meeting her sister's hopeful gaze, Su Xia slowly nodded. All right. Following that, the next steps became straightforward. Once she agreed, Gu Zhao approached Gu Cheng to inform him. How should one describe Gu Cheng's reaction? Gu Zhao felt as if he were confronting a great, grinning bear. Brother, I must say, you are quite adept at hiding things. After returning for over a month, he had failed to notice the subtle dynamics between Gu Cheng and Su Xia. Faced with his younger brother's teasing, Gu Cheng scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Should I tell mother? Gu Zhao gestured with his chin. Go ahead. I have something to discuss with you too. When Wang Hohat heard about Gu Cheng and Su Xia from him, she was left momentarily stunned. Gu Cheng, unable to contain his anxiety, waved his hand in front of her mother. Wang Hohat fixed her gaze upon him, and as Gu Cheng felt increasingly unnerved under her scrutinizing stare, she grasped the broom beside her and swung it at him. Am I merely a stepmother in your eyes? You couldn't even consult me about such a trivial matter and needed your younger brother to suggest it, delaying things for Su Xia all this time. Gu Cheng instinctively dodged, attempting to explain, but another wave of her reprimand was upon him. Soon, a playful chase ensued. Gu Jianjun leaned back in his chair, refraining from intervening, thinking that perhaps a few swats would help clear his eldest son's mind. After Wang Hohat had given Gu Cheng several good whacks with the broom, she paused, panting heavily in the courtyard. Gu Zhao brought her a stool to sit down and handed her a cup of water. Mother, you've worked hard. Have a drink and rest. Wang Hohat gratefully accepted the water to soothe her throat, noticing her eldest son standing at a distance, hesitant to approach, and rolled her eyes in annoyance. Casting a glance at her younger son, she sighed. Have all of you inherited the same lack of wit? Come here. Realizing she was calling him, Gu Cheng approached her cautiously. The family then commenced discussing the matter between Gu Cheng and Su Xia. Having spent considerable time with Su Xia, Wang Hohat has come to understand her character. To speak frankly, she is quite pleased that her son has secured such a wonderful wife. Therefore, in matters concerning the couple, she is reluctant to shortchange Su Xia. The necessary preparations for the betrothal gifts must be made abundantly. While it is not the custom to hold grand celebrations at this time, it is essential to invite a few close families for a meal, allowing their union to be acknowledged in the village. Gu Jianjun occasionally interjects with comments. Gu Cheng, listening intently to his mother's plans, nods vigorously, his eyes nearly crinkling with joy. After about an hour, everything is meticulously arranged, just awaiting the purchasing of items for the joyous occasion. Seeing that Wang Hohat and the others had reached an agreement, Gu Zhao approached, sitting closely next to Wang Hohat. Mom, would you like to accompany your son on a little journey? Wang Hohat responded, speak plainly. Gu Zhao cleared his throat, sitting up straight. In simpler terms, Would you be willing to come with us to the city to help take care of little Tang Yuan? She looked at him quizzically and reached out to touch his forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? Gu Zhao shot her a reproachful look. If you want to go, who do you expect to take your place? Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao grinned, throwing an arm around her shoulders and leaning in. Mom, you're the best. Wang Hohat impatiently pushed his head away. Don't give me that nonsense. Gu Cheng, who had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the smile at the corner of her mouth, recalled the recent slap he received. Is this the disparity between him and his younger brother? With this thought, Gu Cheng awkwardly shifted to sit on the other side of Wang Hohat. Mimicking his brother by resting his head on her shoulder, and in a high-pitched voice, exclaimed, Mom, you're truly wonderful. Wang Hohat jumped in surprise and instinctively swatted at him. Upon noticing the imprint of her hand on his face, she felt an unusual pang of guilt and coughed. Well, the eggs in the henhouse haven't hatched yet. I'll go lend a hand. Watching his mother leave, Gu Cheng looked forlornly at his younger brother. Younger brother. Before he could finish, Gu Zhao raised a hand to stop him. Brother, I just remembered that little Tang Yuan's diapers haven't been washed yet. I must head back. By the time he finished his sentence, his figure had already vanished through the gate. Gu Cheng turned back to Gu Jianjun, only to find a gust of wind blowing through, causing leaves from the trees to flutter down onto the chair. The occupant of the chair had mysteriously vanished. When Gu Zhao returned, Su Ran immediately approached him. How did it go? Gu Zhao raised his chin confidently. With me in the mix, how could anything possibly go wrong? He then deliberately raised his voice, directing it towards the inner room. My mother is absolutely thrilled about second sister becoming a daughter-in-law. Upon hearing about her relationship with my brother, she nearly insisted on marrying her right then and there. It was only with my intervention that she managed to calm down. Inside, Su Xia, ever vigilant of the commotion outside, felt her cheeks flush at Gu Zhao's teasing remark. Her hand clutched her chest, as if struggling to contain the fluttering excitement within. Realizing Gu Zhao was jesting about second sister, Su Ran couldn't help but slap him playfully. Seeing this, Gu Zhao quickly pulled his hand to his mouth. All right, I'll be quiet. Subsequently, Wang Hohat began to bustle about energetically. When villagers inquired, she did not shy away from discussing Gu Cheng and Su Xia's relationship openly. The villagers, upon hearing this, were somewhat taken aback. It was well known that ever since Gu Cheng had become a worker in the county town, many had come to propose matches for him. No one expected he would end up with Su Xia. As summer waned, the village children, having spent the season playing outdoors, noticed that Gu Dangan and his sister had become noticeably darker in complexion. While they were playing in the village square, some children who had overheard their parents' conversations approached them with questions. Before Gu Dangan and his sister could respond, their other friends chimed in. Is it true? Is Dad really going to marry a new wife? How could it not be true? I heard my parents talking about it. Is the new wife going to be a stepmother? I heard that after Dog Sheng got a stepmother, she treated him poorly, never fed him, and made him work every day. Oh no, doesn't that mean that Nian Nian and Sui Sui will be very unfortunate? The children, unaware of the full situation, only knew that Dog Sheng had a difficult time after getting a stepmother. They looked at Gu Dangan and his sister with sympathetic eyes, knowing they were about to have a stepmother as well. The family had briefed the two children about Gu Cheng and Su Xia's relationship. Additionally, Su Xia had always been kind to them, so they were not opposed to the idea. However, being young, they began to feel uneasy as they listened to their peers' banter. No, it won't be that way. How can it not? Look at Dog Sheng, one friend retorted firmly. The siblings exchanged glances, slowly becoming at a loss. At that moment, Gu Dangtian took her brother's hand, resolutely standing up and running home. Wang Hohat, stepping outside, nearly collided with the two little ones. Oh dear. Why are you running so fast? Be careful not to fall. Grandma, Gu Dangtian panted. Seeing the siblings gasping for breath, Wang Hohat quickly supported their backs. Slow down. Catch your breath first. After a couple of deep breaths, as their breathing steadied, Gu Dangtian tugged at Wang Hohat's sleeve and asked Grandma. They said Dad is marrying a new wife, and that stepmothers will treat us poorly. Is it true? Gu Dangan stared at Wang Hohat with wide eyes. Faced with their pitiful gazes, Wang Hohat felt a surge of anger, suspecting that some villagers had been spreading rumors in front of the children. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she erupted into a tirade at the gate. Which fool is spreading such nonsense? She followed with a string of expletives involving parents and grandparents. After venting her frustration, Wang Hohat's emotions calmed slightly, and she did not immediately respond to the children's earlier question. What do you think of Aunt Su Xia? She asked nice. When Dad was busy, she cooked us eggs and picked us up from school. Gu Dangtian spoke first, recalling fond memories. Right, Aunt Su Xia even helps me with my homework. Gu Dangan quickly added. Wang Hohat continued. So, do you believe that if Aunt Su Xia becomes your stepmother, she would refuse you food, prevent you from going to school, and make you work every day? This time, the siblings did not respond immediately. Instead, They furrowed their brows in contemplation. After exchanging glances, they shook their heads in unison. No, she wouldn't. Well then, that settles it. Wang Hohot affectionately ruffled their hair. You must understand that even if your father remarries, he will always be your father. And your grandparents will still be here. If you ever feel wronged, you can tell us. We will not neglect you, understood? MHM. The siblings nodded firmly without hesitation. Once Wang Hohot had reassured the children, she waited for Gu Cheng to return from work to discuss the day's events. I must warn you. Nian Nian and Sui Sui are your children. You must not act irresponsibly. Gu Cheng felt a bit aggrieved. Mom, what do you take me for? Besides, Asya is not that kind of person. Wang Hohot shot him a glance. Don't you dare tell me what to do. I've made my point clear. If you cross the line, I'll break your legs. Gu Cheng could only nod in resignation. The subsequent events unfolded quite naturally. From the moment Zhang Anyang took a seat at the table, he incessantly engaged Gu Zhao in a rambling conversation. He spent a while extolling the beauty of his own child, and then expressed his astonishment at the unexpected pairing of Gu Cheng and Su Xia. Gu Zhao, overwhelmed by the scent of alcohol emanating from him, felt an overwhelming urge to kick this loquacious individual out. Zhao Gu, noticing Gu Zhao's silence, Zhang Anyang gazed at him with bleary eyes, eager for a response. Gu Zhao, exuding a sense of helplessness, offered a perfunctory agreement. This seemed to delight Zhang Anyang, who then resumed recounting tales from the glass factory. At another table, Gu Cheng and Su Xia were busy toasting. It is worth noting that the alcohol was generously provided by Gu Zhao, who had received countless bottles as rewards from the system. Aside from those of considerable collectible value, he occasionally brought out others for such gatherings. Chapter 301. Allow my son to call you father. While Gu Zhao was dealing with the inebriated Zhang Anyang, Gu Cheng and Su Xia approached their table with drinks in hand. They did not express any gratitude, but simply encouraged everyone to eat and drink heartily. The others cheerfully complied, acknowledging the hospitality of the Gu family. The table was laden with ample food and drink, far more bountiful than the typical feasts held in their village. The final meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied, and once all guests departed, Su Ran stayed behind to help Wang Hohot with the cleanup. Gu Zhao cast a glance at the individual slumped over the table, still babbling incoherently. With such a capacity for drink, he dared to imitate others by downing it all in one go. Gu Zhao sighed in resignation. Mom, I'll take him back. Wang Hohot, without turning around, replied, Go on, go on. Zhang Anyang was utterly drunk, heavy as a stone, and Gu Zhao exerted considerable effort to help him up. Leaning heavily against Gu Zhao, Zhang Anyang suddenly became sentimental, his eyes glistening as he gazed at him. Gu Zhao, you are so good to me. Gu Zhao shot him a disdainful glance, but remained silent. Unaware of the disdain directed at him, Zhang Anyang continued, I don't even know how to repay you. Sob sob. As he spoke, he buried his head and began to cry. Feeling the wetness on his neck, Gu Zhao shivered, wishing to toss this individual away immediately. Just as he contemplated abandoning Zhang Anyang on the ground, who would be fine in the cold, Zhang Anyang suddenly stopped crying and looked up earnestly. Zhao Gu, how about letting my son call you dad? Gu Zhao, get lost. After handing Zhang Anyang over to Yang Li, Gu Zhao eagerly turned to leave. As he walked a considerable distance away, it seemed he could still hear Zhang Anyang calling Zhao Gu behind him. Upon arriving home, he found Su Ran had just returned with the child, looking over curiously as he trailed behind like a dog. Shaking his head, Gu Zhao said nothing and shifted the conversation to their upcoming trip to the city. Before they knew it, the start of the school year was fast approaching. Gu Zhao, prior to this return, had rented a courtyard near the school. This fortunate opportunity was thanks to Hu Ziqiang. Otherwise, Gu Zhao would have found it quite challenging to locate such a place. The courtyard belonged to a retired teacher from the school who, due to his advanced age, desired to return to his roots and worried that the unoccupied property would fall into disrepair, thus sought to rent it out. Hu Ziqiang learned from Yin Zhengsheng that Gu Zhao was searching for a residence and facilitated the connection between them. In the end, Gu Zhao successfully rented the house, and the elderly teacher felt reassured enough to return home with his spouse. Since this was not a short-term rental, Gu Zhao didn't have much luggage, as he had gradually moved many belongings over the past year. The main concern was the items belonging to Wang Hohot, Su Ran, and the child. The older generation's frugality was evident, as Wang Hohot insisted on bringing everything, including pots and pans, arguing that buying them in the city would be an unnecessary expense. Gu Zhao could not dissuade her, and when the time came to depart, each of the three adults was laden with numerous bags, alongside little Tang Yuan. After bidding farewell to Gu Jianjun and the others, they boarded the train, carrying their luggage and tightly holding onto the child. Once they found their seats and stowed their belongings, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Remarkably, this was Wang Hohot's first train journey. As soon as she had a moment to relax, she could not help but look around in wonder, captivated by everything new. Beside her was the little one, with wide, curious eyes mirroring her expressions. Little Tangyuan noticed the many passengers around and became exceedingly excited, making it a challenge for Gu Zhao to restrain the squirming bundle in his arms. "Oh, is this your child? You've raised him beautifully," chimed in a woman of similar age to Wang Hohat, sitting opposite her. Hearing praise for her granddaughter, Wang Hohat's eyes crinkled with joy as she engaged in conversation. "Oh, I see your grandson is quite charming as well, round-faced and looking very blessed." Hearing his mother speak such nonsense made Gu Zhao's lips twitch. The woman indeed had her own small grandson, around 5 or 6 years old, but he was hardly round-faced. His square jaw and flat back of the head suggested perhaps he and T slept well as a child. The child's head bore a striking resemblance to SpongeBob SquarePants. Yet, the grandmother was oblivious, convinced that Wang Hohat was correct, and her grandson was indeed round-faced and adorable. This mutual flattery led to an even more animated conversation between the two. When it was time to disembark, Wang Hohat felt a twinge of reluctance. Gu Zhao, noticing this, teased, "Mom, why don't you go with her then?" Wang Hohat said nothing but playfully swatted at him, grabbing her luggage and walking away. Having lived in this household for several years, Su Ran had grown accustomed to Gu Zhao's light-hearted jests towards his mother-in-law, though he felt a bit exasperated. "Aren't you worried you'll provoke her? Mom expresses her love through such gestures." Just as he finished speaking, a tiny hand from the child in his arms slapped him across the face. Despite the child's small stature, the slap had surprising force, causing Gu Zhao's face to redden slightly. The little one, oblivious to the incident, pointed at Wang Hohat ahead and exclaimed, "Nai chase." Now, it was Gu Zhao who found himself in a predicament, unable to argue with his daughter. He had no choice but to carry both the luggage and the child as he hurried after Wang Hohat. Observing her husband struggling with their daughter, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh, joining in the pursuit. By the time they arrived at the rented courtyard near the school, an hour had passed. The courtyard was a standalone property, enclosed by a wall roughly 1.7 meters high. Upon entering through the gate, they found a small patch of vegetable garden nestled against the right corner, adequate for growing some everyday greens. After setting down their luggage and inspecting the premises, Wang Hohat nodded in approval. While it was not as spacious as their home in the countryside, it had all the essentials. Directly facing the entrance was the main room, flanked by 2 bedrooms on either side, totaling 3 bedrooms, along with a kitchen and the restrooms situated in a corner of the courtyard. By this time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Having eaten on the train, they were not particularly hungry. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, Wang Hohat immediately took charge of tidying up the space. As the last rays of light faded from the sky, the courtyard was transformed. Just then, a series of rumblings emanated from Gu Zhao's stomach. The little one also chimed in, expressing her hunger. Su Ran, affectionately ruffling her hair, rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen. As time was of the essence, she opted for simplicity, mixing some flour brought from home with water to form a dough. Gu Zhao urged Wang Hohat to take a rest while he ventured into the kitchen. One rolled out the dough while the other ignited the fire to boil water. After a span of 40 minutes, each held a bowl of steaming noodles, slurping contentedly. Gu Zhao nodded in approval, appreciating his mother's thoughtful preparations. Upon their departure, Wang Hohat, having heard there was nothing to eat in the courtyard, proposed bringing along some flour and seasonings. Otherwise, at this hour, they would be at a loss for food. The grandmother was quite remarkable. The little one, with broth smudged at the corners of her mouth, raised her face and chimed in with a sweet voice of praise. Wang Hohat wiped the soup from her mouth, remarking on how she was just like her father, a sweet talker. The little one, not fully comprehending her grandmother's words, continued to eat from her bowl. Their meal, illuminated by candlelight, concluded, and after washing up with the boiled water, the tired group retired to bed for a well-deserved rest. After a rejuvenating night, the next day dawned with renewed vigor. When Gu Zhao awoke, he discovered Wang Hohat standing at the courtyard entrance, basket in hand, engaged in cheerful conversation with the neighbor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they returned to their respective homes. "Mom, what are you up to?" Gu Zhao inquired. "Oh," Wang Hohat replied as she rounded him, making her way to the kitchen. Seeing there was nothing in the house, I decided to seek advice from the neighbors on where to procure some vegetables. To my surprise, they were very welcoming, knowing I was new here. They offered to accompany me to the market and even lent me this basket, which I'll need to return shortly. Gu Zhao was taken aback by how quickly his mother had befriended the neighbors in such a short time, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. After gathering a variety of items, Wang Hohat began preparing the dough and filling for dumplings. Gu Zhao leaned against the doorframe, sighing. It seems the little glutinous rice balls have taken charge of the household. Just last night, she expressed a desire for meat buns, and here you are, off to buy meat first thing in the morning. It's evident you two share a special bond. Wang Hohat, without lifting her head, continued her swift movements, her tone nonchalant. What is it that you wish to eat? Gu Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. I crave braised ribs, Crucian fish with tofu, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and a pot roasted goose, and also, stop. Wang Hohot interjected, unable to contain her amusement. Are you placing an order? Gu Zhao blinked innocently. Is that not allowed? Wang Hohot raised the rolling pin beside her, and Gu Zhao conceded. All right, I retract my request. After a brief silence, Gu Zhao could not resist adding. It seems I have a fortunate wife, blessed with such an excellent mother-in-law. And yet, at this hour, she is still waiting on you. It's quite excessive. I shall rouse her. He feigned a departure. Wang Hohot's forehead twitched with rising irritation, her patience wearing thin after less than half an hour of his antics. If you keep loitering and chatting nonsense, believe me, I shall scold you. Seeing her on the verge of annoyance, Gu Zhao departed, satisfied. In the adjacent room, Su Ran, having awakened, faintly heard the commotion and smiled at Gu Zhao's playful teasing of his mother. With a creak, the door swung open, light spilling into the room. Su Ran looked up. You truly have no fear of retribution. Understanding her implication, Gu Zhao grinned. Fear not. I'm merely stimulating our mother's memory, given her age. Su Ran, at a loss for words, silently hoped he would refrain from disturbing the slumbering child. As the couple conversed, the little one under the covers stirred, prompting them to fall silent. However, the commotion continued, growing more vigorous until the child's head emerged on its own. With a cherubic face flushed from sleep, she rubbed her eyes, and upon noticing Su Ran, immediately reached out. Mama, hug. Finding her own child irresistibly adorable, Su Ran scooped her into her arms, burying her face in the crook of the little one's neck, prompting delightful giggles from the child. After this exchange, the child's drowsiness faded. At that moment, an aromatic blend of meat and wheat wafted into the room. The little one, unable to resist, swallowed hard its meat buns. No sooner had she spoken than a voice rang out from outside. Get up for breakfast. Without needing assistance from Su Ran, the child quickly dressed, eager to leave the bed. After hastily washing up, the family gathered around the table, and the child fixated on the dumplings, exclaiming, they are indeed meat buns. Indeed. My precious granddaughter, do enjoy. Wang Hohot gently pinched the child's cheeks, placing a slightly cooled bun into her hands. Thank you, Grandma. After expressing her gratitude, the little one eagerly took a bite of the bun. The bun sustained a minor injury, but the meat filling remained concealed. Unable to contain herself, she took a second bite, revealing the savory filling, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Wang Hohot, delighted by her granddaughter's enjoyment, felt greater joy than in her own meal. Gu Zhao handed her another bun. Mom, one cannot satiate their hunger by merely watching others eat. He then passed one to Su Ran, before diving into his own meal. After breakfast, Wang Hohot filled 2 buns into a bowl and, basket in hand, headed next door. Through the 2 walls, Gu Zhao could hear the lively chatter emanating from that direction. Su Ran, puzzled, wondered when her mother had become so familiar with the neighbors. If she recalled correctly, they had only moved in yesterday without any prior interaction. Gu Zhao recounted how Wang Hohot had gone to buy vegetables with the neighbors that morning. And Su Ran's confusion cleared. Ah, that is good. When we head to school, it would be lonely for Mom to be here alone. It's nice for her to have someone to chat with. Thus, the family settled into their new life in the county town. The following day marked the commencement of classes at Qingyang University of Technology. After breakfast, Gu Zhao took Su Ran to the school for enrollment. The rented house was conveniently located, only a 3 to 4 minute walk away. As they entered the campus, Gu Zhao provided her with an overview. Once they had familiarized themselves with the school, he led her directly to the registration and payment area. Being the first day of classes, and arriving early meant there was little to no queue. Since they did not require on-campus accommodation, the process was straightforward, and they completed it in under 5 minutes. Su Ran enrolled in the finance program, part of the Department of Shipping Economics at Qingyang University of Technology. Originally, finance was a niche field with limited national recruitment, typically found in specialized financial universities, and Qingyang had only introduced it in the past 2 years. However, this did not imply a lack of expertise in the subject at Qingyang. At this juncture, the nation was in dire need of talent across various sectors. Hence, regardless of the chosen major, promising prospects awaited. Unlike contemporary times, when a deluge of accounting graduates flooded the job market, entry-level accounting positions had long lost their allure. Once they had finished registering, Gu Zhao led Su Ran to the boys' dormitory, instructing her to wait in the pavilion below while he ascended swiftly. Upon entering, he found the dormitory still unoccupied. After residing at school for a year, Gu Zhao's luggage was neither excessive nor scant, at least enough to be carried by both hands. Concerned that Su Ran might be left waiting, Gu Zhao quickly organized her belongings and made her way downstairs. Ah Zhao, what are you up to? Yang Hao, who was heading to the dormitory, stared wide-eyed at the numerous bags trailing behind Gu Zhao. With a smile, Gu Zhao replied, "I've rented a place near the school. I won't be living with you all anymore." Yang Hao opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately fell silent. What could he say? They were all grown men. It would be unbecoming to express reluctance. Besides, if given a choice, who would want to share a dorm with a few smelly men? The nightly chorus of snoring and flatulence had already sullied the air. If it were him, he would have moved out without hesitation. With this thought, Yang Hao regarded Gu Zhao with a hint of envy. Noticing his gaze, Gu Zhao patted his shoulder. "If anyone from the dorm asks, just let them know." "Sure." Watching Gu Zhao depart, Yang Hao shook his head and sighed as he continued towards the dormitory. "What? Gu Zhao is no longer living in the dorm?" Tong Lu exclaimed in astonishment, as if the sky had fallen. How could that be? Why has she suddenly decided to leave? Faced with Tong Lu's inquiries, Yang Hao shook his head. "I don't know. She just mentioned renting a place nearby." Upon hearing this, Tong Lu's expression fell. It was as if his mother had remarried. Leaving his father a widower, a wave of desolation washed over him, threatening to engulf him. He felt as if his life had lost direction, and he had become indifferent to everything around him. Lin Ju, too, felt a tinge of melancholy. After all, the three of them had shared a close bond since they began school together, though he did not react as dramatically as Tong Lu. "What's wrong?" Yang Hao waved his hand in front of Tong Lu's face. Nothing. Ma Tianfu, seated in the corner packing his belongings, appeared indifferent to the news of Gu Zhao's departure, though inwardly he was elated. Finally, this person who overshadowed him had finally left. Throughout his life, Ma Tianfu had always had everything he desired, as everyone had doted on him. Yet, in college, Gu Zhao had eclipsed his own brilliance. Everyone's conversations revolved solely around her, including those in the dorm. "What's the big deal? Gu Zhao is in the same class as you. So you'll still see her every day?" Tian Hao remarked, puzzled by their inexplicable behavior. "It's not like you'll never see her again. Is it really that significant?" As soon as he spoke, the joy within Ma Tianfu ebbed away like a receding tide, and the smile that had unconsciously formed on his lips froze. In stark contrast, Tong Lu, steeped in his sorrow, immediately lifted his head. Blinking his foolishly adorable eyes, he remarked, "Oh right." He clapped his hands. "Gu Zhao is in the same class as me." The others fell silent, realizing that Tong Lu had been so distraught because he had forgotten this simple fact. Yang Hao bluntly said, "Did the summer break turn you into a fool?" Tong Lu, unperturbed, sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Well, I just forgot for a moment." TSK. Yang Hao offered no further comments. A mere click of his tongue conveyed his feelings. "What do you mean by that, you brat?" At that moment, the silence spoke volumes, and Tong Lu's earlobes turned crimson as he lunged at Yang Hao, pinning him to the bed. The two tussled for a while before being separated by their friends. By the time they got up, the bed resembled a pigsty. Lin Ju stared at them with a blank expression, unblinking. "Hey, we'll help you tidy up." Tong Lu and Yang Hao exchanged awkward smiles, frantically arranging the bedding. The next 2 days were designated for enrollment, leaving Gu Zhao with ample free time. On the first day, she took Wang Hohat and the others to visit Yin Zhengxing's home. This was Wang Hohat's first visit to the Yin residence, and she felt immense gratitude towards the master who had guided and assisted her son in his early years. Hence, she had insisted on bringing a plethora of gifts from the supply and marketing cooperative. When Wang Xiuzhen opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of 3 people laden with packages. She slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Why are you bringing so much stuff? You could have just come by." As she spoke, she ushered them inside. Wang Hohat, with her persuasive charm and familial warmth, quickly managed to convince Wang Xiuzhen to accept the gifts. Although Wang Xiuzhen was 2 years older, being addressed as sister felt entirely appropriate. Upon learning that both of them shared the surname Wang, they began to bond as if they were family. By the time Yin Zhengchang returned with groceries, the 2 women were already calling each other sister. Through their conversation, Wang Hohat initially felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that her son's master's wife would look down upon her for being a simple rural woman. However, she soon realized she had been mistaken. Not only was the master's wife warm and welcoming, but Yin Zhengcheng himself was also a person of genuine character. At the dining table, Wang Hohat held Wang Xiuzhen's hand, sincerely expressing her profound gratitude for Yin Zhengxing's care towards Gu Zhao. She recounted the events that had transpired during Gu Zhao's childhood, including the harrowing moment she lost her child to her grandmother. Wang Xiuzhen, upon hearing this, wiped away tears, lamenting how difficult life had been for Wang Hohat over the years. After a meal together, the 2 families grew increasingly familiar in their demeanor. The couple from the Yin family cherished the well-behaved little one, and when it came time to leave, they embraced him tightly, reluctant to part. They repeatedly urged Wang Hohat to bring Su Ran and the child for a visit whenever possible. After Wang Hohat promised, she watched the group leave with a heavy heart. As they walked home from the Yin residence, Wang Hohot marveled at how fortunate Gu Zhao was to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals. Gu Zhao smiled at her mother's words, but remained silent. Yin Zhengcheng was indeed a good man. Otherwise, he would not have taken extra care of her given the circumstances surrounding the original owner and her grandmother. The following day, remembering that Wang Hohot and her daughter-in-law were unfamiliar with the city, Gu Zhao took them and the child on an outing to explore notable landmarks. They visited serene parks and a newly opened zoo that had quickly become a favorite among the city's residents. The variety of animals in the current zoo was far less than in later years, yet it still captivated the little one, who had never seen so many creatures before. Not to mention Wang Hohot, who, having lived half her life, was also witnessing such wonders for the first time. "Oh my, that tiger looks terrifying. If it opened its mouth, even my head wouldn't fill it," she exclaimed. "And that giant panda looks like someone punched it twice in the face. Could it be that it stayed up all night last night?" As she marveled at these peculiar animals, Wang Hohot couldn't help but chatter on, making Gu Zhao find her descriptions far more entertaining than the zoo itself. However, he held back his laughter, lest his mother retaliate with a slap. After finishing their visit to the zoo, the family felt a lingering desire to stay longer, with the little one clamoring for a return visit, to which Su Ran readily agreed. "Why does time pass so quickly?" Wang Hohot lamented, feeling as though they had only just arrived when the sun was already setting. She realized that today had been quite an eye-opener. The village women would be envious to hear her tales of visiting the zoo. Upon hearing her, Gu Zhao smiled and said, "If you enjoyed it, we shall come back again as a family next time." Absolutely. After the excitement subsided, a wave of fatigue washed over them. On the bus, the little one could not resist leaning against Gu Zhao's shoulder and dozing off. Gu Zhao, however, did not allow her to sleep, playfully tugging at her to keep her awake, lest she find it difficult to slumber later that night. Wang Hohot pinched her sore calves, lamenting the inevitability of aging. Su Ran, sitting beside her, shook his head in agreement, stating that it was not just her. Even he felt quite exhausted today. The group switched buses twice and walked for another 10 minutes before finally returning home. Upon entering the house, everyone collapsed in the courtyard, momentarily silenced by their weariness. Just then, a sudden and vigorous knocking echoed from outside the door. The courtyard gate visibly trembled with each strike. "Who are you, Mr. Zhang? Where are Mr. and Mrs. Zhang?" Chun Guifan exclaimed, her initially cheerful demeanor shifting abruptly upon seeing the unfamiliar man's face. Gu Zhao surmised that the Mr. Zhang she mentioned was likely the elderly teacher who had rented the house to them, now returned to the countryside. Chun Guifan's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a pointed inquiry. "How can you be here, then?" A hint of suspicion flickered within her. Uncertain of this man's relationship with the landlord, Gu Zhao patiently replied, "I have rented this courtyard." "Impossible." Chun Guifan dismissed him outright. Her repeated rudeness drained Gu Zhao's patience, and with no time to engage further, he raised his hand to shut the door. Chun Guifan hastily blocked the door, shouting inside, "Mr. Zhang! Mr. Zhang!" Having heard the commotion, Wang Hohot could no longer contain herself and stood up to approach the door. "I say, what's the matter with you? You've been told that this courtyard is rented by my family, and yet you insist on barging in. Is there no semblance of politeness in you?" Wu Jinmei, hearing the ruckus from next door, also came out to offer her counsel. "Sister, this Mr. Zhang and his wife indeed rented the courtyard to this family, and they have genuinely returned to the countryside. I witnessed them departing with their luggage." Others nearby, drawn by the noise, began to filter out, their expressions suggesting they were already quite accustomed to Chun Guifan's antics. One person, who had long been irritated by Chun Guifan, loudly remarked to a companion, "How amusing. When they were renting out the courtyard, you thought it was too expensive. Now that it's rented out, you're here causing a scene. What is that all about?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. When there was an opportunity, you dawdled, and now you're making a ruckus, disturbing the peace." As a chorus of women spoke against her, Chun Guifan's complexion shifted from red to pale, her frustration boiling over as she shouted at them in anger, "Am I eating your salt or your rice? Do I need you to gossip about me?" Oh dear. The women now seized the opportunity to press further, and a heated exchange ensued. Gu Zhao pieced together the unfolding situation from their dialogue. It appeared the knocker had found the rent for Mr. Zhang's courtyard exorbitant and had consistently refused to agree, only to discover it had now been leased to someone else. The nuances in their conversation hinted that the situation was not as straightforward as he had initially thought. However, before he could delve deeper into his musings, silence fell around him. The crowd that had gathered to watch had dispersed. Noticing that Gu Zhao and his child seemed unaware of the details, Wu Jinmei stepped forward to clarify the matter. The events unfolded as Gu Zhao had surmised. Chun Guifan resided nearby in a cramped building with 8 family members squeezed into a space of less than 40 square meters. Under normal circumstances, they could manage. But now that her sons had reached the age of courtship, it had become pressing. Even her eldest and second sons were at the stage of discussing marriage, with the prospective brides having the sole requirement of moving out of the cramped quarters, unwilling to share a nest with the entire family. Consequently, Chun Guifan sought to rent a place, fortuitously encountering the Zhang's offer. Although an agreement had been reached, just as it came time to sign, she abruptly reneged, demanding a reduction in rent. This infuriated the couple, who promptly expelled her from their home. Yet, Chun Guifan, undeterred, persistently approached them, disrupting the Zhangs to the point that even the neighbors were aware of her behavior, convinced that her relentless persistence would ultimately yield results. She was shocked to learn today that the Gu family had secured the courtyard, which filled her with both astonishment and fury. After losing an argument with the onlookers, she returned home, seething and banging on the table. The old man's son, sitting nearby and smoking, remained indifferent to her outburst. This only fueled her ire further as she exclaimed, "Why do you keep puffing on that thing? Why don't you just choke on it?" Only then did Sun glance at her, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Do you not know that the courtyard we had our eyes on has been rented out by the Zhangs?" "What?" Sun finally removed the cigarette from his lips. The three brothers, who had previously ignored Chun Guifan's anger, now gathered around her. "Mom, is that really true?" the eldest son asked, a sense of urgency in his tone. Chun Guifan shot him a glare. "Do you think I would jest about this?" The second son grew anxious. "What should we do?" Hongxiao said if she has to live at home after marriage, she wants to marry. Then let her not marry. Does she really think she is a prize catch? "I'll find you a better girl," Chun Guifan retorted. Yet, she knew that given their circumstances, it would be challenging to find a suitable match for her second son. Chapter 303, Resolving the Dilemma. The third son, still years away from his own marriage, silently observed his older brother's distress. Truth be told, it would be better if they couldn't find a rental. It would spare them the expense of wedding preparations that could deplete the family's resources, leaving him with nothing in the end. Meanwhile, the three sisters of the Sun family, feeling detached from the chaos, remained huddled in a corner, avoiding the fray. Chun Guifan, overwhelmed by the noise from her elder sons, finally snapped, "Have you had enough?" The eldest and second sons immediately fell silent, gazing at her expectantly, hoping for an explanation. Looking at them, Chun Guifan finally grasped the weight of parenthood. Her weariness was palpable as she waved her hand. "Let me think of another solution. Surely there are more courtyards available for rent." Hearing this, the brothers felt a sense of relief. Sun returned to his smoking, realizing that household matters were best left to the capable hands of women. After learning the background of the situation from Wu Jinmei, Wang Hohat expressed her gratitude and bid her farewell. Su Ran felt a flicker of concern, recalling the earlier visitors' demeanor and wondering if they might return to cause further trouble, while she and Gu Zhao were not overly worried, as they would be at school daily. She fretted for Wang Hohat and the child, fearing for their safety should trouble arise while they were absent. Wang Hohat, understanding her worry, reassured her with a pat on the hand. "Don't worry. If anyone knocks, I simply want to open the door." Su Ran nodded, accepting that it would have to suffice. Today marked the official start of classes, and both Gu Zhao and Su Ran rose early, preparing for the day ahead. The classroom of Su Ran's major is situated in a different building from Gu Zhao's. As the two descended to the ground floor, they parted ways. Gu Zhao, familiar with the surroundings, swiftly located his classroom and settled down. "Gu Zhao, you are being unethical." A sudden voice of accusation pierced the air. Turning around, Gu Zhao found Tong Lu standing in the middle of the corridor, his face a portrait of grievance, while Lin Ju and Li Guangzong looked on with resigned expressions. Noticing Gu Zhao's apparent confusion, Tong Lu stepped forward, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Are we not brothers? You move out of the dormitory without even mentioning it." Gu Zhao finally comprehended Tong Lu's earlier awkwardness. "But is that really such a big deal?" he retorted. Tong Lu, momentarily speechless, soon resorted to stubbornness. "I don't care. It's a big deal. You left without saying a word, which means I don't matter to you." Gu Zhao replied bluntly, "I never considered you to be significant." At this, Tong Lu, whose initial sorrow morphed into indignation, felt his hair nearly stand on end from frustration. Fearing that Tong Lu might combust from rage, Gu Zhao divulged the reason for his dormitory departure. "What? You mean your sister-in-law and niece came to the city with you? And your sister-in-law is a freshman at our university?" Gu Zhao, having started university 2 years later than most, was slightly older than Tong Lu and his friends. So Tong Lu's calling Su Ran's sister-in-law was not entirely unfounded. Lin Ju and the others looked over, intrigued. Gu Zhao nodded affirmatively. "Remarkable. Both of you are university students." Tong Lu immediately perked up, excitedly patting Gu Zhao's arm. Lin Ju, too, expressed surprise, not realizing that Gu Zhao had a child of such an age. Li Guangzong remained silent, nodding in agreement. Coming from a less fortunate background, his sole ambition over the years had been to study diligently, gain admission to university, and secure a better life for his family. Matters such as marriage and children were far from his mind until he achieved some measure of success. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow. Isn't it quite normal for someone my age to have a child? The others considered this, realizing that at 24, having a 3-year-old child was indeed reasonable, even somewhat late by rural standards. Understanding Gu Zhao's reason for moving out, Tong Lu ceased to dwell on the matter, instead enthusiastically pondering what gift to buy for his newly minted niece and planning a visit in the near future. Meanwhile, on Su Ran's side, the first day of school involved collecting textbooks, listening to the counselor's opening speech, and getting acquainted with new classmates. In the classroom, through interactions, she made the acquaintance of 2 students with whom she could converse comfortably. Once the counselor announced the end of the session, the 3 exited the teaching building, and Su Ran quickly spotted a man waiting under a tree not far away. She pointed to him, saying to her companions, "Someone's here to pick me up. I'll be leaving now." "Oh, really? All right," her companions replied, watching her jog toward the unfamiliar male with curious expressions. Could he possibly be her boyfriend? One speculated. "It seems likely, though Su Ran's partner is quite handsome," the other remarked. After exchanging a few words, they turned to leave, recognizing that they were merely acquaintances and should not pry too deeply into each other's lives. "How was your day?" As they walked home side by side, Gu Zhao inquired. Su Ran recounted in detail the events that transpired in the classroom, mentioning that she had made 2 new friends. Gu Zhao, listening intently to her unending stream of excitement, refrained from interrupting, patiently absorbing her words and responding at appropriate moments. Gradually, as the initial thrill of starting university began to wane, Su Ran settled into a calmer demeanor. Noticing the man beside her, who was attentively listening, a smile crept onto her lips. Autumn leaves drifted down, resting upon their shoulders, the golden foliage shimmering in the sunlight as if radiating a golden glow. Upon returning home, Wang Hohat inquired about Su Ran's experiences at school. Su Ran patiently recounted everything once more. Hearing that she had made friends brought Wang Hohat immense joy. She suggested that Su Ran invite her classmates over to visit since they lived nearby. "My daughter-in-law is wonderful in every regard, except for her reluctance to go out," she mused. "Having lived in our village for several years, the only girl she can converse with is Yongli." Wang Hohat was eager for Su Ran to expand her circle of friends, hoping that she would find companionship among other women in the village as well. Su Ran, unaware of her mother-in-law's thoughts, nodded in agreement. The little one caught in the midst of the 3 adults, feeling neglected, began to whine in discontent. Gu Zhao then noticed the chubby child and scooped him up under the armpits. "Wow, fly higher. Fly even higher." A cheerful chorus of laughter filled the yard as the child gleefully indicated his forgiveness for the adult's earlier oversight. At the Mechanical Research Institute, as Li Kaimao made his way to the director's office, he pondered what the director wanted to discuss. He knocked gently on the door. Su Yihong is busy at his desk, and upon hearing the knock, he looked up. "Yuri here? Please, have a seat." Li Kaimao entered and sat down, placing his hands on his knees, adopting a formal posture. Su Yihong smiled at the sight, reassuring him, "There's no need to be nervous. It's not a serious matter." Releasing his tightly clenched fists, Li Kaimao managed a faint smile, though he remained somewhat tense. "I've heard that you and Gu Zhao are getting along quite well?" Su Yihong commented. "Yes," Li Kaimao thought to himself, realizing that the director might still be seeking insights from Gu Zhao regarding the Capital Research Institute. He concealed his thoughts, endeavoring to downplay the situation. "It's going all right. We've had dinner together a couple of times." Su Yihong scrutinized him closely, and when Li Kaimao began to feel uneasy under that gaze, Su Yihong slowly articulated the purpose of their meeting. "You're aware of our previous discussions with Gu Zhao. The institute is currently facing challenges, and if this continues, it might." His words trailed off as he shook his head in lament. Li Kaimao felt a jolt of concern. "Is the institute truly in such dire straits?" he inquired. "What do you mean, director?" Su Yihong replied. "I understand that asking you to approach Gu Zhao might be a bit unreasonable, but we find ourselves with no other options. The nation is currently grappling with economic hardships, and the province will not allow a research institute that produces no results to persist." Recently, news from higher authorities had corroborated these concerns. Whether it was desperation or coercion, as long as the institute could be preserved, everything would be worthwhile. Otherwise, everyone within would be left to fend for themselves. Li Kaimao comprehended the underlying message. The director still wished for him to extract information from Gu Zhao regarding the military-industrial machine tools and engine projects of the Capital Research Institute. To be honest, Li Kaimao was reluctant. If this had occurred before he developed a rapport with Gu Zhao, he might have approached it differently. However, given their current relationship, pursuing Gu Zhao now would be tantamount to leveraging their friendship to coerce him. Even if Gu Zhao were to divulge the truth out of goodwill, it would likely sever their ties moving forward. Yet, the predicament they faced was undeniable. Noticing Li Kaimao's silence, Su Yihong sighed deeply. The office fell into an uncomfortable silence. an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them, making it difficult for Li Kaimao to breathe. "Director, give me a moment to think." Upon hearing the words, Su Yihong's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly replied, "Excellent, excellent. Please take your time to ponder it thoroughly." After exiting the director's office, Li Kaimao returned to his workstation. "Hey, are you all right?" A colleague, noticing his pallor, expressed concern. Attempting a faint smile, Li Kaimao shook his head. "I'm fine. If something's bothering you, feel free to speak up. We've known each other for quite some time, and we're here to help, so don't hesitate." The questioning colleague offered a reassuring reminder. "Yes." As he gazed at his former companions, a flicker of struggle crossed Li Kaimao's eyes. For several consecutive days, he neither sought out Gu Zhao nor responded to Su Yihong. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a habit of procrastination. Yet, regarding this matter, he wished for time to slow down. Su Yihong, perhaps aware that his request was indeed burdensome, refrained from pressing him. "What's wrong? You seem distracted." Gu Zhao observed the dazed individual before him and waved a hand. "Huh. Oh, it's nothing. What were you just saying?" Li Kaimao snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile. "I was reiterating what I just said." He was genuinely concerned about the promising prospects he had identified. "Is something weighing on your mind?" Faced with Gu Zhao's concern, Li Kaimao found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? That the director of their research institute wanted him to leverage their friendship to extract information about the capital project? The words lodged in his throat. However, Gu Zhao, through Li Kaimao's demeanor, had already surmised a portion of the truth. "Does this concern me?" Li Kaimao's pupils contracted. "All right then." Gu Zhao had confirmed it without a doubt. "Since it pertains to me, why not share? Perhaps I can offer some suggestions." Gu Zhao feigned concern while secretly relishing the opportunity to recruit talent. After all, this was a chance that had practically presented itself on a silver platter. Faced with Gu Zhao's attentive gaze, Li Kaimao opened and closed his mouth, hesitating. Gu Zhao, not pressing further, ultimately coaxed the situation out of him. "I'm sorry. I don't wish to exploit our friendship to compel you to divulge something you're reluctant to share. Let us consider this conversation as if it never happened." As for the director's request, Li Kaimao managed a strained smile, assuring that he would return and address the matter honestly. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhao inwardly cursed Su Yihong, deeming him an old fool. Lacking personal prowess, he wielded his position to impose unreasonable demands on others, knowing they would hesitate to refuse. Shifting his gaze to the face of his newly acquainted friend, Gu Zhao lamented that one should not be overly honest. Observing the dark circles under Li Kaimao's eyes, which mirrored national treasures, it was clear how much this situation had tormented him. "You could simply report back that you inquired," but he declined. And that would be the end of it. What is he going to do? Come to you for verification? Gu Zhao scoffed at the notion of excessive morality. "TSK. This is something I truly cannot divulge. After all, the project's lead is him, and Zhou Yonglin has maintained excellent confidentiality regarding his work. He would never self-sabotage." Li Kaimao remained silent, merely attempting to curve his lips into an understanding smile, but it ended up as a mere stiff arc. "All right, if you wish to resolve this. It's quite simple. If you don't feel like smiling, then don't. It looks rather unattractive." Li Kaimao absorbed none of Gu Zhao's final remarks, his focus remaining steadfast. "What do you mean by saying it can be resolved?" "Quite literally what I said." Following this, Gu Zhao chuckled and ceased to tease him. "The fundamental issue with your research institute currently lies in the lack of your own research achievements. If you can produce a commendable result, all problems be effortlessly alleviated." Upon hearing this, Li Kaimao's eyes dimmed instantly. He was well aware of the challenges his institute faced. However, producing a viable project was far from simple. Gu Zhao's perspective was still rather one-dimensional. He chose not to respond, but Gu Zhao quickly discerned his thoughts. "Enough. The food's nearly cold. Let us eat quickly. Leave the matter to me. I will handle it." Even after parting ways with Gu Zhao outside the state-run restaurant, Li Kaimao remained somewhat skeptical. Yet, Gu Zhao's demeanor was so confident that it sparked a flicker of hope within him. What if, after separating from Li Kaimao, Gu Zhao made his way directly to a phone booth? Once the call connected, he greeted with a smile, "Director Zhou, long time no see." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Yonglin raised a hand to silence others in the room, a broad smile gracing his face as he chided, "You rascal, after such a lengthy silence. I thought you had forgotten about us old-timers." The other colleagues in the office exchanged glances, puzzled by who could elicit such joy from Zhou Yonglin. Wu Youwei's brows furrowed slightly as he began to piece together the clues. The raucous voice on the other end of the line left Gu Zhao feeling somewhat exasperated. "If I recall correctly, our last contact was at the end of last month. It's only been 10 days since then." Zhou Yonglin was aware that he was being unreasonable, clearing his throat to shift the topic. "So, what is the purpose of your call today?" When it came to business, Gu Zhao did not beat around the bush, laying out the situation concerning Qingyang Machinery Research Institute. His ultimate aim was to facilitate Li Kaimao's departure from the institute, rather than seeking Zhou Yonglin's vengeance. Thus, he refrained from revealing the matter regarding Su Yihong, urging Li Kaimao to approach him. However, not disclosing it did not imply that Zhou Yonglin wouldn't uncover it. Of course, that was no longer Gu Zhao's concern. Zhou Yonglin inquired, "So? What are you implying?" As the leader of the capital, and indeed of the entire nation's machinery research institutes, he had heard of the newly established institute in Gu Zhao's province, albeit lacking detailed knowledge. "I recently conceived an idea regarding hydraulic technology, which, if realized, could effectively mitigate the severe oil leakage and low-pressure issues currently plaguing domestic hydraulic systems, thereby enhancing the performance of construction machinery and heavy-duty machine tools." Gu Zhao was intimately acquainted with the current state of domestic hydraulic technology, and his words struck like a thunderbolt. A screeching sound echoed through the phone as Zhou Yonglin's chair scraped against the floor, followed by his astonished voice. "What? Are you serious? Ah Zhao, I'm an old man. I can't handle such surprises, so don't jest with me." Gu Zhao chuckled lightly. "Do you really think I would toy with you?" He then shifted the conversation. "However, I hope this research can involve personnel from Qingyang Machinery. We can lead the efforts while they provide assistance. After all, when the results are achieved, they can proudly bear the name of Qingyang Machinery Research Institute." Laughter erupted from Zhou Yonglin's end. At this point, he cared little for Qingyang Machinery. As long as the project succeeded, he wouldn't mind if it bore the name of a dog. They agreed that Zhou Yonglin would send someone to retrieve the pertinent project materials, despite the latter's strong objections. "My dear ancestor, such vital information cannot be casually sent. How about this? I'll send someone right away to collect it." "That works." Gu Zhao had no objections since it spared him the effort. After hanging up, Zhou Yonglin sported a smile, only to find a room full of eager eyes fixated upon him. His face darkened instantaneously. "What are you staring at? Continue." The others felt as if a feather were incessantly brushing against their hearts, provoking an unbearable itch of curiosity. They yearned to uncover the reason behind the director's elation and to discern who the individual being referred to as Little Ancestor was. Unfortunately, Zhou Yonglin wholly disregarded their eager, inquisitive glances, meticulously resuming the interrupted meeting. However, they were too timid to act. Wu Yue, on the other hand, was undaunted. Once the others vacated the office, he remained seated, pondering if it was Gu Zhao. Zhou Yonglin was well aware that he could not conceal matters from him, yet he remained noncommittal. Observing Wu Yue's frog-like demeanor, which insisted on a prod to elicit further conversation, Wu Yue furrowed his brow, thinking that if he did not want to make a phone call to inquire, he ought to take the initiative. "Hey!" Zhou Yonglin was irked by this veiled threat. Arching an eyebrow, "Who is the director here, you or I?" Wu Yue replied, "I could be as well." Zhou Yonglin shot him an exasperated glare. "You come here." He was still oblivious to Wu Yue's character, who was perpetually engrossed in research, indifferent to all else. If he were to assume the role of director, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within 3 days. Wu Yue stared at him in silence, ultimately compelling Zhou Yonglin to divulge details regarding the hydraulic technology, mirroring Zhou Yonglin's earlier demeanor. The wrinkles at the corners of Wu Yue's eyes flared with excitement as he stood up and paced the office, eventually clapping his hands in triumph. "Well done." Seeing him in such a state, Zhou Yonglin smirked. "You seem rather optimistic about that young chap. What if he fails?" Originally, Wu Yue had no intention of engaging, but upon the mention of Gu Zhao, he felt compelled to argue. "Is this your first encounter with Gu Zhao? Does he strike you as a boastful individual? Besides, if I don't have faith in him, should I have faith in you? Now, without digressing, present me with an improvement idea regarding hydraulic technology." Zhou Yonglin was rendered speechless by his words. "Why are you so agitated?" He merely sought to tease the man before him, not expecting such seriousness in return. Wu Yue gave a cold scoff, ignoring him as he exited the office. Following his separation from Gu Zhao, Li Kaimao remained at the Research Institute for several consecutive days, unable to resist glancing towards the entrance at the slightest noise, only to often retract his gaze in disappointment. Just as he was on the verge of restlessness, Su Yihong appeared before him. "Kaimao." Before he could finish, Li Kaimao interrupted, gritting his teeth. "Director, regarding Gu Zhao, I." Su Yihong, perceiving his hesitation, reassuringly patted his shoulder. "I understand. You need not elaborate. This matter does not concern you. There's no need to maintain contact with Gu Zhao. Our institute has been salvaged." Su Yihong could hardly fathom that the director of the capital's first mechanical research institute would seek him out, proposing that they send personnel to the capital to partake in a new hydraulic technology research project. This unexpected opportunity nearly left Su Yihong in a daze. What kind of place was the capital's first mechanical research institute? The results they produced annually were beyond his reach. Now, with them extending an olive branch, to refuse would be foolish. He had no desire to ponder why they would consider a small research institute separated by a province. His mind was solely occupied with one thought. If this project were to come to fruition, all the issues currently plaguing their institute would be resolved. Li Kaimao was momentarily taken aback. Salvaged? He struggled to comprehend, and as Su Yihong cheerfully departed, he remained rooted in place, pondering whether this salvage situation might have anything to do with Gu Zhao. This question did not linger in Li Kaimao's mind for long. 2 days later, the institute suddenly announced the selection of a batch of researchers to go to the capital and collaborate with personnel from other research institutes on a new technology. The specific project was not disclosed, but Su Yihong's demeanor clearly indicated the significance of the matter. This revelation left Li Kaimao both astonished and curious. Astonished at how Gu Zhao had managed to persuade the capital's research institute to intervene, and curious about the nature of the project awaiting them. Hope flooded Su Yihong's mind, yet he remained composed. While the research in the capital was crucial, the local institute also required personnel. After careful consideration, he selected a substantial number of capable individuals to travel to the capital, leaving a smaller contingent behind. Li Kaimao was fortunate to be among those heading to the capital. His selection was not solely based on capability. Although he was among the outstanding newcomers, he still felt somewhat inexperienced compared to the seasoned researchers. As for why he found himself in this group, Li Kaimao speculated it was partly due to the director's lingering guilt from previous events, and partly because the institute needed fresh blood and aimed to nurture the newcomers. Upon spotting Zhou Qiye in the crowd, his second hypothesis was confirmed, while the first remained unprovable, as he could not directly approach Su Yihong to inquire. After swiftly compiling the materials he had organized over the past few days and delivering them to Zhou Yonglin's appointed personnel, Gu Zhao felt unburdened. The prolonged hours spent hunched over his desk had rendered him stiff, and a slight stretch revealed a delightful soreness throughout his body. As the weather gradually turned cooler, he had recently received news from Gu Jianjun, informing him that this year had yielded a bountiful harvest, bringing joy to the villagers. He mentioned that a bag of new rice had been set aside for him, eagerly awaiting his return for a home-cooked meal. He specifically noted that this rice was reserved for his little granddaughter and threatened Gu Zhao to mention him from time to time, lest the child forget him. Gu Zhao scoffed upon reading this. "Old man, if you miss my mother, just say so. No need for the roundabout." Of course, uttering such words earned him a slap from his mother. In recent months, Gu Zhao had come to realize that without his elder brother nearby, the frequency with which he was scolded as the younger son had surged dramatically. The little one squatting on the ground, noticing her father deep in thought, slowly rose and mimicked his posture beside him. Su Ran emerged from the house, witnessing the peculiar sight of father and daughter, both stretching their upper bodies like a giraffe seen during their last trip to the zoo, while their lower halves resembled ducks raised in the countryside, leaving her utterly perplexed. "What are you two doing?" Gu Zhao straightened his back and turned his head, only then noticing the little one beside him, a smile spreading across his face. He refrained from interrupting her as she immersed herself in her mimicry, observing her tiny, trembling feet that seemed on the verge of collapsing. Just as the child appeared ready to topple forward, he lent her a helping hand, extending his index finger to gently prod her waist. With a soft thud, the child, unable to maintain her balance, tumbled forward into the muddy ground, her plump little body quivering slightly. Ugh! The muddy little face lifted, and the child, still bewildered by the turn of events, instinctively spat out the dirt clinging to her mouth. Before she could react further, an enraged roar erupted from behind. "Damn it!" Wang Ho Hot, furious, stormed out, having witnessed Gu Zhao's antics with his daughter, her chest heaving with anger. Realizing he was in trouble, Gu Zhao swiftly bolted towards the yard's exit before the broom could swing his way. Seeing him dare to run, Wang Ho Hot immediately pursued him. "You little rascal! Don't let me catch up to you! How dare you bully such a small child?" Gu Zhao twisted his body, evading the broom that aimed for his back, retorting, "I was merely honing her sense of balance. What do you mean by bullying? Such harsh words." At her age, Wang Ho Hot, already winded after just a few steps, exclaimed, "Then let me test your skills." Noticing that the elderly lady behind him was struggling to keep pace, Gu Zhao instinctively slowed down, and as she drew near, he immediately quickened his stride. "I'm already grown up, I don't need your training." Although the entrance was just ahead, the mother and son continued to circle the courtyard. When Su Ran lifted the bewildered little one from the ground, she showed no signs of crying. Instead, she watched the spectacle of her grandmother chasing her father with an amused expression, cheering for both sides. "Daddy, run faster. Grandma, hurry up, chase him." Master of diplomacy. She sought to avoid offending either party. Su Ran, witnessing this, could only smile in resignation as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the little one's face clean. Amidst the playful banter, time flew by, and Gu Zhao had already self-studied the third-year curriculum, leading them to the impending final examinations. Unsurprisingly, He secured first place in his grade yet again. After experiencing this situation repeatedly, the students of Class 1 had grown accustomed to it. Even Ma Tianfu, who had always been critical of Gu Zhao, had resigned himself to the fact that he was perpetually trailing in Gu Zhao's wake. Thanks to over a year of diligent effort, his proactive attitude toward learning had brought immense relief to Ma Tianfu's parents, who sighed in contentment at home, realizing that their son had indeed chosen the right path at Xinjiang Industrial School. Unperturbed by these matters, Gu Zhao exited the classroom and made his way to the floor below Su Ran's classroom to wait for her. It wasn't long before students began to trickle out, and Su Ran was among them. Her two classmates, Qian Lili and Zheng Lanxin, spotted Gu Zhao standing a short distance away. Zheng Lanxin nudged Su Ran's arm and said, "Hey, your boyfriend is waiting for you." Su Ran looked up, waved, and a smile brightened her eyes. The two girls exchanged knowing glances before stifling giggles. Noticing their teasing expressions, Su Ran felt a blush creep over her cheeks. "All right, we don't want to witness you two showering each other with affection. Hurry up." Zheng Lanxin playfully pushed Su Ran, her lips curling with a smile. "Then I'll be off." After exchanging pleasantries, she dashed towards Gu Zhao. As she ran, her scarf slipped slightly, prompting Gu Zhao to reach out and adjust it. "Let us go?" On their way back, they discussed each other's final exam results. Unlike Gu Zhao, Su Ran was quite eager about her own results for her first final exam at university. After all, it served as a reflection of her academic efforts this semester. Ultimately, the outcome did not disappoint her, as she achieved 10th place in her grade, a result she was quite pleased with. Xinjiang Industrial School differed greatly from her county high school. It was quite esteemed across several neighboring provinces, attracting a multitude of applicants, all of whom were top students from their respective regions. Achieving 10th place among such a diligent and accomplished cohort was commendable in Gu Zhao's eyes. "My wife is truly remarkable. Our daughter is so clever. She must take after you." This compliment filled Su Ran with joy, prompting her to lift her chin proudly, relishing the praise. "All right then." Gu Zhao, understanding her delight, immediately switched to full praise mode. Chapter 305, I Miss You Too. It was only when they reached the doorstep that Su Ran, her face flushed, urged him to stop. Such intimate words were meant for couples, and she would surely feel mortified if overheard by others. Due to Gu Jianjun's subtle hints during his daily phone calls, Wang Hohat had already packed their belongings by the time they returned home, ready to set off for the train station as soon as Gu Zhao and Su Ran arrived. Gu Zhao had purchased the train tickets days in advance. If it were up to him, he would have likely waited until the next day to return, feeling no rush. Alas, with an elderly person awaiting at home, who also had a penchant for nagging, Gu Zhao had no choice but to acquire tickets for the noon train. Given the current sunset time, they would likely arrive just as darkness fell. Indeed, as he anticipated, when the three disembarked with the child, the sky had already darkened. As they stepped off the train, a cold wind swept through, causing Su Ran to shiver. It was indeed chilly. The crowded train had masked the cold, but stepping outside brought an abrupt temperature drop, catching them off guard. Gu Zhao remained silent, instinctively wrapping the child in his coat more tightly. A Zhao mom's sister-in-law. "Over here." Upon exiting the station, they spotted a tall man waving vigorously not far away, alongside a rosy-cheeked Su Xia. Wang Hohat approached Gu Cheng, giving him a hearty slap on the back. "You rascal, why did you make your wife wait out here in this cold?" Gu Cheng was about to respond, but she interrupted. "Even if you came to wait, you could have done it alone." Gu Cheng, realizing the futility, decided it was best to remain silent. Su Xia took the luggage from her sister and smiled as she spoke on behalf of the man. "Mom, it's not his fault. I wanted to come." "All right. No more chatter. Let us head back," Gu Zhao interjected, taking the bags from his mother and younger brother as Gu Cheng led the way. The county town itself was small, and the train station was not far from the little courtyard they rented. Before it was completely dark, they arrived home. Gu Cheng and his wife held a key to their courtyard. Since Gu Zhao and his family moved to the city, they occasionally visited to tend to the garden and clean up the place. Before heading to the train station, Su Xia had already tidied up the home and even prepared meals simmering in the pot, waiting for Gu Zhao and his family to return for dinner. Come, have some warm soup to warm yourselves." Concerned for Su Ran and the others who had been on the road all day, Su Xia and her husband took it upon themselves to serve the food. She had timed the cooking perfectly, ensuring the dishes were just right for serving. "Elder sister, brother-in-law, please sit down and eat." Both families had grown closer. After Su Xia married Gu Cheng, it felt a bit awkward for Su Ran to call her sister-in-law. And for Su Xia, it was equally strange to be addressed as second sister. After much deliberation, Wang Hohat arbitrarily decided they would simply call each other as they pleased, as she was not particular about such matters. Thus, Su Ran and Gu Zhao continued to call her second sister Su. As for Gu Cheng's wife, he merely smiled, indifferent to the titles. After finishing the meal, Su Ran insisted on not letting Su Xia and her husband help anymore, noting that the night had grown dark, and urged them to return home with the flashlight. After the Zhang family moved away, the courtyard felt quite empty, and Gu Cheng did not relocate there with Gu Zhao. Su Xia still lived in the county but had moved in with Gu Cheng. The couple spent their days with the two children. And once the kids were off to school or the factory with Gu Cheng, Su Xia found herself alone at home, which allowed her to focus on her studies. She had not forgotten about Gu Zhao's mention of the new machinery factory. Occasionally, when Su Chun and his wife faced difficulties, they would gather questions to bring to her in the county for guidance. The trio was fervently striving to seize any opportunities that arose when the time was ripe. The next day, Wang Ho-hot, along with her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, returned to their rural hometown with the children, while Gu Zhao and his brother made their way to the textile factory. Upon arrival, they exchanged pleasantries with others before delving into discussions about work with Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao. As the department heads, Gu Zhao, despite spending over a year attending university, frequently returned to assist with issues that Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao could not resolve and to oversee the establishment of the machinery factory. With the arrival of spring, the machinery factory's construction began, and news of its inception spread like wildfire throughout the county. Many residents eagerly anticipated the day the factory would be completed, fully aware that the establishment of a new factory necessitated a workforce. Consequently, even before the factory's construction began, numerous individuals were already vying for positions within it. At the forefront of expressing grievances to Gu Zhao was Yu Zhirong. "Damn it, I am the director of the textile factory. Yet people are coming to me seeking jobs for the machinery factory, which I isn't even hiring yet," he lamented, visibly agitated. Sitting beside him, Tan Tianwei sighed. "Don't feel too bad. Even someone like me is getting inquiries." After a moment of self-deprecating humor, he forced a smile. Gu Zhao, observing their plight, was hardly surprised by their frustrations. In a country like Huagua, where interpersonal connections hold significant weight, it was common for individuals to leverage relationships for opportunities, as evidenced by his own experience securing his wife's enrollment in high school through Principal Li. As the two men continued to voice their complaints without receiving a single word of consolation, they raised their heads only to find Gu Zhao laughing heartily. "Hey," Tan Tianwei remarked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Gu Zhao, this seems rather unethical. We consider you one of our own, and here you are mocking us." Yu Zhirong's gaze sharpened, clearly demanding an explanation from Gu Zhao. Realizing that their banter was lighthearted and that they were not genuinely distressed, Gu Zhao understood that both men were accustomed to dealing with greater challenges given their years of experience. One as a long-serving soldier and now a factory director. The other as a former transport team member, now serving as deputy director. "I merely empathize with your circumstances," Gu Zhao replied with a playful tone. Tan Tianwei, his suspicion piqued, questioned, "Empathetic enough to laugh?" Gu Zhao retorted, "Of course not." Yu Zhirong waved his hand dismissively. "Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. The hardships we face are partly due to him." Gu Zhao interjected, "What does that have to do with me?" Prompted by Yu Zhirong's comment, Tan Tianwei suddenly recalled, "Indeed, it does relate to you. The fact remains that you are the director of the machinery factory. If outsiders were aware, they wouldn't bother us at all." Yu Zhirong was privy to Gu Zhao's impending appointment as the factory director, and it was common knowledge among most factory heads, especially since Zhang Guangji had announced it during a meeting. The memory of the faces of those directors when they learned that a young upstart would soon be their equal brought a smile to Yu Zhirong's face. He had long been irked by certain individuals who, bolstered by their age and experience, spoke condescendingly to others. Now, the tides had turned, demonstrating that the new generation could indeed surpass the old. Gu Zhao, shaking his head in disagreement, countered, "Uncle Tan, your statement is flawed. Even if they know I am the director, it holds no relevance to them. Why would they seek me out? In fact, it is you two they would pursue. If they were aware of your close ties to me, they would likely follow you around incessantly." After a moment of contemplation, Tan Tianwei fell silent. Gu Zhao rose, adding, "Thus, you must keep this under wraps." With that, he sauntered out of the office. The ensuing days passed in tranquility until the approach of the new year. The once quiet village sprang to life, bustling with activity for the last major market day before the holiday. Taking advantage of the weekend, Gu Zhao brought Su Ran and their daughter out to explore. The little one had been too young to join them in previous years, and with the cold weather, Gu Zhao had been reluctant to expose her to the risk of catching a cold. Now, amidst the lively throng and the cacophony of vendors, her round eyes gleamed with curiosity. Noticing her fascination with a vendor selling candied hawthorn, Gu Zhao smiled and purchased a skewer for her. The bright red fruits glistened with syrup, and the little girl took a cautious bite, her eyes widening in delight. She eagerly extended the treat toward Gu Zhao, exclaiming, "Daddy, eat." Gu Zhao chuckled, "You want me to eat your drool?" Yet, he indulged without hesitation. Watching her father enjoy the treat, she then offered it to Su Ran, saying, "Mommy, eat." Su Ran, her face lighting up with joy, took a piece and broke the exposed stick in half. With both parents having tasted the candied hawthorn, the little girl wasted no time in devouring it herself, her mouth soon adorned with sticky, red remnants. Gu Zhao paid no mind to her messy face as he and Su Ran continued to wander along the stalls, browsing fresh fish, tofu, spring festival couplets, mushrooms, and pine nuts. They purchased everything that caught their fancy, and by the time they nearly finished exploring the market, their hands were laden with goods. Zhao Gu. Just as Zhang Anyang finished packing up his stall, he spotted Gu Zhao. In the crowded market, he was concerned Gu Zhao might not see him, so he waved and shouted. The commotion drew the attention of those around them. Unfazed, Zhang Anyang's eyes were fixed on Gu Zhao, while Yang Li, standing beside him, covered her face, recalling the earlier thoughts she had shared with Su Ran, contemplating whether she should even be there. Gu Zhao and Su Ran noticed him and approached. "Have you sold everything?" Gu Zhao inquired. Zhang Anyang's persimmon tree consistently brought in a good income for his family, with frozen persimmons and dried persimmon cakes selling well at the market. Given that grains dominated the agricultural landscape of the time, fruits were rare commodities, making persimmons particularly sought after. "Zhao Gu, are you heading back? Let me buy a few things, and we can go together," Zhang Anyang suggested. "Sure," Gu Zhao replied. The group strolled back through the market, Zhang Anyang already aware of what needed to be purchased based on previous discussions with Zhou Liping. As they reached the market entrance, Zhang Anyang carried a considerable amount of items, though not as exaggerated as Gu Zhao and Su Ran's haul. Yang Li had already helped take some of the bags when she noticed the numerous packages Su Ran was holding. The two women walked behind, discussing matters concerning the children and Su Ran's school, while Zhang Anyang, with a buoyant stride, engaged Gu Zhao in light-hearted banter. No matter what he said, Gu Zhao was able to respond, provided that Zhang Anyang refrained from calling him daddy in reference to his child. However, observing the foolishness of the man beside him, Gu Zhao speculated that he had likely forgotten the drunken words he had uttered in the past. As the joyous reunion night approached, the participants remained unchanged. Yet due to Su Xia's new status, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. The most profound impact was felt by Su Xia herself. In previous years, even though Wang Hohot and the others had been warm and welcoming, she always felt like an outsider, unable to fully integrate into the family. This year, however, was a different story. Gu Cheng, who usually lacked perception, could sense the emotional turmoil within his wife. Seated closely together at the table, their hands intertwined beneath it, they shared a moment of profound connection. As the lively year comes to a close, without waiting for the thaw, Gu Zhao and her companions set off once more towards the bustling market. After a month's absence, a fine layer of dust had settled inside their abode, easily brushed away by a fingertip. With no time for rest, they began their tidying with a flurry of activity. Compared to their first visit to the small courtyard, this time the cleanup required far less effort. Once everything was in order and the sky still held on to daylight, Gu Zhao remained at home to tend to the children while Wang Hohot and her daughter-in-law made their way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Uncertain of what might still be available, they figured meat was out of the question, especially given that it was already late afternoon following the new year when meat was particularly scarce. Indeed, there was none to be found. But they did manage to procure some dried seafood, dried fish, dried shrimp, and kelp, purchasing a modest amount. With rice and flour already stocked at home, they skipped that and instead picked up some vegetables. They also bought a few sweets for the children, such as sugar and peach crisps. Noticing that their supply of needles, thread, salt, and matches was running low, they made sure to buy a little more. By the time the two women exited the cooperative, their basket was nearly brimming. As they strolled homeward, Wang Hohot mused about how times had changed. She had never imagined enjoying such a good life. Before coming to the city, she had scarcely stepped foot in a cooperative, and even when she did, the prices were beyond her reach, either due to a lack of money or a lack of ration tickets. Even when their household was short on essentials like salt or thread, they relied on villagers heading to the county to bring back supplies. It was nothing like now, where a visit to the cooperative felt akin to a leisurely stroll through one's own vegetable garden. Su Ran, linking her arm, remarked, "You've toiled for most of your life, and now it's time to enjoy the fruits of your labor." Wang Hohot chuckled, patting her hand. "My dear, I'm living the good life, thanks to you too." As the pair continued their conversation, they found themselves at the doorstep before they realized it. Just as they were about to enter, they heard the joyous sounds of children playing inside, interspersed with a soft male voice soothing them. Exchanging glances, they pushed the door open. "Mom, Grandma." As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a small figure came bounding towards them, eyes fixated on the basket Wang Hohot held in her arms. Wang Hohot playfully pinched the child's nose. "Oh, you little rascal. Are you only interested in what Grandma bought, and not missing me at all?" The child's eyes sparkled with mischief as she reached out, tugging at Wang Hohat's clothing. Grandma, I missed you so much. Chapter 306. The early graduation assessment is underway. Wang Hohat feigned disbelief, retrieving a large white rabbit candy from the basket. Is that so? Between the candy and Grandma, which do you prefer more? The child, not fooled, wrapped her arms around Wang Hohat's leg, declaring, Of course I miss Grandma. Yet her gaze remained glued to the candy. The adults present exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to expose her little ruse. Wang Hohat pretended to acquiesce. Very well then. Such a good little dumpling deserves a reward. Saying this, she extended the candy towards her. Yay, Grandma is the best, the child exclaimed, clutching the candy and scampering away with glee. With the new semester commencing, Li Kaimao returned from the capital. His journey had proven immensely beneficial, broadening his horizons significantly. The performance of the researchers at the First Mechanical Research Institute during project studies revealed stark contrasts between their capabilities and his own. Upon arrival, he learned that the current research project focused on the enhancement of hydraulic technology, and the institute had already compiled a comprehensive set of research data. Following the documented procedures, they proceeded with verifications, circumventing numerous pitfalls along the way. Nevertheless, this research posed a considerable challenge for those at the Qingyang Mechanical Research Institute. What appeared daunting to them seemed trivial to the researchers from the capital. This experience shattered his previous assumptions. He had once believed that gaining entry into the province's sole mechanical research institute at such a young age was a significant achievement. Now, he realized he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Beyond a mere shift in mindset, he acquired a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to him throughout the research process. Not only he, but many senior researchers who accompanied him also found themselves assisting others. Consequently, Li Kaimao was left puzzled. What had Gu Zhao done to warrant such cooperation from the capital's institute, sharing readily accessible results? He recognized that even without their assistance, the institute could have propelled the project forward seamlessly. Harboring such uncertainties, Li Kaimao eagerly sought out Gu Zhao upon his return to Jie province. Faced with his confusion, Gu Zhao merely smiled. It's nothing. I just happen to know some people at the research institute. Li Kaimao was skeptical. What sort of acquaintance could yield such concessions from the capital? Did Gu Zhao perhaps know their director? Shaking his head at the thought, he dismissed it. Directors were not figures one could simply know, let alone the director of the First Mechanical Research Institute. However, it was evident that Gu Zhao wished to keep the matter private, so he refrained from pressing further. Gu Zhao, I truly owe you my gratitude. Gu Zhao responded. If you're thanking me, then promise me you won't refuse any requests I may have in the future. He was not one to act without seeking some form of return. What? Li Kaimao was taken aback for a moment, seemingly unaccustomed to such refreshingly candid honesty. Gu Zhao raised an eyebrow. What is this? Is your gratitude merely lip service? No, not at all. Li Kaimao quickly interjected. Then we are in agreement. Gu Zhao chose not to delve deeper into the topic, feeling it was not the right moment, and shifted the conversation to lighter matters. After parting ways, Gu Zhao received a call from Zhou Yonglin. Zhao, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly a genius. Despite his prior confidence in Gu Zhao, the successful development of the new hydraulic technology based on her provided materials still left Zhou Yonglin exhilarated. Standing beside him, Wu Yue shared the sentiment. Though he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the old man's incessant praises, thinking, did they toil tirelessly just to hear your thanks? Prompted by Wu Yue's exasperation, Zhou Yonglin recalled the other purpose of his call, disregarding Wu Yue's tone as he spoke into the phone. Gu Zhao, your contribution was pivotal in the successful development of this hydraulic technology, and we are keeping a record of it all. I've already sent out your material rewards, so do keep an eye out for them. As for other accolades, the higher-ups have stated that once the timing is right, you will receive honors that include your prior contributions to the engine and military machine tools. The accolades he spoke of were not mere certificates of recognition. Given Gu Zhao's recent contributions, she might even be awarded a military rank. To ensure that this young prodigy felt valued, the recognition would certainly be significant. Gu Zhao smiled at the other end of the line. This was her due reward, and she would not refuse it. As the seasons changed, half of Gu Zhao's third-year semester had already passed in the blink of an eye. What? You're planning to graduate early? Tong Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was aware that Gu Zhao had been previewing higher-year coursework, but he had no idea she was progressing at such an astonishing pace. They had only just entered their third year. The reactions of others were not much better than Tong Lu's. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Guangzong expressed concern. Gu Zhao, are you sure about this early graduation? You'll have to go through the counselor and the principal. If your grades aren't up to par, it could reflect poorly on you. In stark contrast to his worries, Lin Ju harbored an unwavering confidence in Gu Zhao, a sentiment echoed by Tong Lu upon hearing the news. Given their acquaintance with Gu Zhao, Both believed he would not have spoken unless he possessed absolute certainty. Tong Lu reassured, "Rest easy, since a Zhao has spoken, it is undoubtedly infallible." Li Guangzong, who had spent less time with Gu Zhao than Tong Lu and Lin Ju, chose to remain silent after hearing this. Lin Ju, puzzled, questioned, "But a Zhao, what drives your urgency to graduate?" Over the past few years, Gu Zhao had been perpetually pursued by his studies, flitting between classrooms, laboratories, and libraries, inadvertently drawing the three of them into a similar frenzy. It was not accurate to say that Gu Zhao was hastily seeking graduation to financially support a family, as his lifestyle clearly indicated he was not in want of money. Lin Ju was left perplexed. Gu Zhao smirked, "There is a factory awaiting my return to inherit." The trio of Tong Lu, Lin Ju, and Li Guangzong simultaneously scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Gu Zhao's words. However, recognizing his reluctance to delve deeper into the matter, they tactfully refrained from further inquiries. A glimmer of amusement danced in Gu Zhao's eyes as he observed their disbelief. In this day and age, honesty seemed a rare commodity. Not wishing to prolong the discussion, he left the trio, who were still grappling with the revelation of his impending graduation, and made his way towards the counselor's office. His decision to confide in Tong Lu and the others stemmed from their 2 years of camaraderie, which had forged a solid friendship. Furthermore, recalling the previous incident when Tong Lu had reacted dramatically to the mere mention of moving out of the dormitory, he wished to avoid the burden of his reproachful gaze. They would eventually learn the truth, so it was better to provide them with a heads up. Most importantly, he had recently received a letter from Zhang Guangji informing him that the research facility at the county mechanical factory had been completed. Everything was now in place. Save for the right opportunity, individuals like Ku Xin, who lacked formal education, could not be expected to dive headfirst into the work. He was in need of assistance. The laboratory required personnel, and his classmates were the most suitable candidates. Over the past 2 years, he had come to understand their abilities and character quite well. These individuals represented his reserve team for the research facility. After all, whether as laborers or researchers, the primary concern remained compensation, followed closely by fame and fortune. As for where the prestige of researchers originated, it was merely a byproduct of the results they achieved through their work. Would Tong Lu and the others be willing? Gu Zhao chuckled softly to himself. They would be. Lost in contemplation of the path ahead, Gu Zhao arrived at the counselor's office. Inside, not only was Dong Mingji present, but the teachers in attendance were also well acquainted with Gu Zhao, the consistently top-ranking student in his year. "Ah, little Gu, are you here to see Teacher Dong?" Gu Zhao responded with a smile. "Yes, Teacher Li. How have you been lately?" Very well, the elderly man named Li replied with a cheerful demeanor. He was a highly respected veteran teacher at the institution, now in his 70s. At such an age, in this era, he was considered long-lived, and it was expected he would retire to enjoy his twilight years. Yet, he refused, stating that after dedicating most of his life to work, he could not simply remain idle at home, and found greater satisfaction in educating students at the school. "The country is in need of talent. If I can help nurture a few more generations, even if I close my eyes, I would do so with a smile." Faced with the elderly man's earnest aspirations, even Tao Ping, the principal, could not refuse. After exchanging pleasantries with the old man, Gu Zhao approached Dong Mingji's desk. Although Dong Mingji had noticed Gu Zhao's arrival, he refrained from interrupting their conversation until he felt the moment was appropriate. Upon reaching Dong Mingji, Gu Zhao's first words were, "Teacher Dong, I am prepared to graduate early." Coughing uncontrollably, Dong Mingji, who had just brought a cup of water to his lips, spluttered, then continued to cough incessantly. Gu Zhao quickly stepped forward to pat his back until the fit subsided. Once Dong Mingji regained his composure and looked at Gu Zhao, his voice slightly hoarse, he asked, "What did you say?" While he had indeed assisted Gu Zhao in locating the advanced course materials, he had not anticipated such a sudden announcement. If his memory served correctly, Gu Zhao was currently in his 3rd year, was he not? Little did Gu Zhao know of Dong Mingji's thoughts. Had he known, he would have clarified. In fact, he had completed all 4 years of coursework by the end of his 2nd year. By day, he flitted between classrooms, laboratories, and libraries, while by night, he immersed himself in the study of advanced mechanics. The university curriculum had been completed during his sophomore year, and he had only recently finished the advanced mechanics study. This was a result of his conscious decision to slow his pace. He had no urgent need to rush back, as the county mechanical factory was still under construction, and his wife remained at school. Little Tang Yuan was approaching school age, and the couple had agreed that they would both return to the county town, preferring to bring their child back when Gu Zhao returned rather than wait for Su Ran to graduate and then face the upheaval. If that were the case, Wang Hohat would undoubtedly accompany them to care for the child, leaving Su Ran alone in the city. Thus, he had intended to linger in the city for a while longer. However, the situation had changed. The mechanical factory was now nearing completion, and Gu Zhao needed to return to oversee matters. Understanding that Dong Mingji had not misheard but was simply too astonished, Gu Zhao remained silent, observing him. The other teachers in the office had turned their attention to the commotion caused by Dong Mingji's earlier fit of coughing. One of them expressed concern, "Old Dong, you must take care of your health as you age." Without turning around, Dong Mingji instinctively knew who had spoken, stifling the urge to roll his eyes. "Don't talk about me, Lao Su. I heard you caught a chill the other night and laid in bed for 2 days. You are the one who needs to be cautious." The two had long been at odds, especially after Su Kaibin had attempted to lure Gu Zhao away, prompting Dong Mingji to designate him as his greatest enemy. Unperturbed by the jibe, Su Kaibin smiled amiably. "No need to be so irritable. I just heard Gu Zhao mention graduating early. What is that about? Do enlighten us." Before Dong Mingji could retort, the other teachers who had overheard the conversation gathered around. The elderly teachers were equally curious. After all, Gu Zhao was still in his 3rd year, was he not? If it were anyone else, Dong Mingji could have dismissed the inquiry outright, but before this particular elder, he dared not. Under the scrutiny of their peers, he recounted how Gu Zhao had approached him for advanced textbooks and had expressed his desire to graduate early. Su Kaibin, intrigued, asked, "Does the principal know about this?" Dong Mingji replied, "Of course. Otherwise, would I have dared to mention it?" "Ah, this young fellow is truly remarkable," the elderly teacher remarked, regarding Gu Zhao with evident admiration. Gu Zhao humbly smiled in response. While he was modest, Dong Mingji was not. "My student is exceptional." His words drew discontented glances from those nearby, particularly from the advisors who had once harbored ambitions for Gu Zhao. Yet, at this juncture, further discussion was futile. He was on the brink of graduation. Had Gu Zhao known how many were already anticipating his success even before the exams, he would likely have found the situation both amusing and bewildering, though it was indeed the reality. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the other teachers, Dong Mingji stood up to escort Gu Zhao to the principal's office. Upon hearing the origins of the two individuals, a flicker of surprise passed through Tao Ping's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Gu Zhao. "Are you certain you have comprehensively grasped all the material from your 4 years at university?" Gu Zhao nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely. This had been the arrangement from the very beginning." And Tao Ping chose not to linger on the matter. Once satisfied with Gu Zhao's confidence, he began to assemble a team to craft a set of graduation examination papers across various subjects. The examiners were the professors currently teaching the senior students in the mechanical engineering program. Upon learning that a 3rd-year student intended to graduate early, they all exhibited great interest, competing fervently to become examiners. Ultimately, over 10 professors entered the conference room, heads held high amidst the fiery glares from their peers. Each subject would be overseen by 2 professors, and their curiosity regarding Gu Zhao was palpable, prompting them to test his mettle during the examination creation process. As they deliberated on the questions, saliva flew in all directions, and after 2 days of effort, they produced a comprehensive set of examination papers. When Gu Zhao was summoned from the classroom, he surmised it was likely concerning the examination. However, he was unprepared for the sight that greeted him upon entering the conference room, where numerous pairs of gleaming eyes awaited him. He couldn't help but glance at his side, where Dong Mingji stood. "Teacher, what is this?" Chapter 307. The graduation certificate in hand. Dong Mingji momentarily felt awkward, offering a sheepish smile. "Ah well, these are the professors responsible for crafting your graduation examination papers. They are simply curious and wish to observe." As for what they were curious about, the answer was evident in their keen gazes. Gu Zhao displayed little reaction to this revelation, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he greeted the professors before him. "Gu Zhao, the examination papers are ready. You may begin," announced a professor who appeared to be the chief examiner, gesturing for Gu Zhao to take a seat and commence his answers. As the sole examinee, the order of subjects was of little concern. The meticulously prepared questions were stacked together, and Gu Zhao casually picked up the topmost paper to review. After perusing the examination from beginning to end, he did not hesitate to put pen to paper. At the long table in the conference room, 10 or so professors observed with intense focus, while Gu Zhao remained unflustered, wholly absorbed in the task at hand. To their astonishment, it appeared that Gu Zhao had not paused for reflection. His pen moved incessantly across the page. They exchanged glances, for they had not gone easy on him while formulating the questions, intentionally including 2 particularly challenging problems at the end of each paper that were beyond the current 4th-year student syllabus. Unaware of their intentions, Dong Mingji beamed with pride as he watched his student write with remarkable fluidity. As time passed, Gu Zhao completed the first examination paper in under 40 minutes, setting it aside with ease before picking up the next. The professors exchanged astonished looks as one responsible for that subject hastily rose to collect the finished paper. Yes, it's all correct. he exclaimed, scrutinizing the 10 or so questions, finding no errors. How is it, Lauhi? The others urged, unable to contain their curiosity. The professor, not lifting his gaze, replied impatiently, quiet, please. Gradually, the room fell silent. Once he had reviewed the entire paper, a complex expression crossed his face as he nodded silently in response to the inquisitive glances of his colleagues. Their eyes lit up, shifting their focus back to Zhao, who remained unfazed by their scrutiny. As Zhao neared completion of the second paper, he wrote down the final answer without pause and promptly picked up the third. The professor responsible for this subject quickly took the completed paper from Zhao's hands. The outcome was predictable. All answers were correct. This prompted the other professors to rise from their seats, realizing that their presence had not deterred Zhao, and they clustered behind him. Dong Mingji felt a vain throb on his forehead and hurriedly stood to block their view, exclaiming, "You are obstructing the light." Given that they had all been teaching at the school for over a decade, they were at least familiar with Dong Mingji. "Old Dong, you're just talking nonsense. It's perfectly bright in here. How could we block the light?" Dong Mingji, realizing he was facing the window directly opposite Zhao, was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was about to speak again, Zhao looked up and reassured him, "Teacher Dong, it's quite all right. They are not a distraction." Relieved, Dong Mingji stepped aside, allowing Zhao to continue with his examination, with the professors standing behind him. They could clearly see each of Zhao's answers, thus expediting the grading process. However, they also witnessed Zhao's astonishing speed and accuracy. He seemed to write down answers without any contemplation, had it not been for the fact that the questions were crafted by those present in the room, and they ensured there had been no leaks. One might have suspected Zhao had memorized the answers in advance. As Zhao laid down his final stroke, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. All answers were correct, not just in one subject, but across all papers. Zhao had not erred once. While it was understood that any student proposing early graduation would possess considerable capability, the professors had not anticipated such formidable prowess. Observing Zhao's demeanor during the examination, they reasonably questioned whether their questions had been too simplistic for him. After all, he had answered even the two most challenging questions without a flicker of hesitation. Amidst the astonished and admiring gazes directed at Zhao, Dong Mingji could hardly contain his delight, his smile nearly reaching the back of his ears. What a brilliant and talented student he had in his class. Upon learning the results from the professors, Tao Ping felt a mix of surprise and gratification, albeit with a hint of expectation. After all, a student who had participated in a project at the capital's foremost mechanical research institute during their freshman year would not be ordinary. "Well, the assessment has been passed. Come to school the day after tomorrow to collect your graduation certificate." Exiting the principal's office, Zhao returned to the classroom. He had been called out during the middle of a lecture, and upon his return, Tong Lu and the others had just concluded their class, still present in the room. Seeing him back, they promptly gathered around. "What did Teacher Dong want with you?" Zhao raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" The trio furrowed their brows in contemplation. And suddenly, Tong Lu's eyes widened. "Could it be about your early graduation?" "What? Early graduation? Who is graduating early?" Tong Lu's voice rose, drawing the attention of their classmates in the front row. Faced with the curious inquiries of their peers, Tong Lu momentarily faltered, casting an apologetic glance at Zhao. He was uncertain whether Zhao wished for this information to be shared. Zhao shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing for him to proceed. After all, once he departed from school, everyone would inevitably find out. It would be better for Tong Lu to announce it now rather than allow endless speculation later. Receiving the signal, Tong Lu's eyes brightened, and he straightened his posture, clearing his throat. It was time to boast. Even if this boast was not his own, he would take delight in it. "Want to know?" He feigned mystery as he addressed the classmates in the front row. "Isn't that obvious? Just spill it already." Unlike modern universities, where dormitories form teams for class activities, camaraderie ran deep in this era. There was no estrangement, only varying degrees of familiarity. Those who knew Tong Lu's character wasted no time in urging him on. Feigning mystery, yet faltering mid-sentence, Tong Lu could not suppress a smirk. "Fine, I'll just say it. It's Zhao, he's graduating early." "What? In the front row?" Several students fidgeted with their ears, doubting their hearing, prompting one to urge, "Could you please repeat that?" I replied, "Zhao is graduating early and leaving the school." The exclamation from Tong Lu was loud enough to captivate the entire class, drawing their attention with his emphatic declaration. "What? Zhao is graduating early? Are you serious? What kind of joke is this? Can't you see it's Tong Lu, Zhao's lackey, who said it?" Indeed, Tong Lu was also known in class by the moniker, Zhao's underling. With keen ears, Tong Lu immediately shot a piercing glare at the one who made the remark, demanding, "Who dares to tarnish my reputation?" Yet, no one paid him any heed, as everyone's focus was consumed by the news of Zhao's early graduation. In the blink of an eye, Gu Zhao found himself surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. Gu Zhao, is what Tong Lu just said true? Are you really graduating early? Faced with a mixture of inquisitive, astonished, and shocked gazes, Gu Zhao slowly nodded in affirmation. The confirmation ignited a cacophony of murmurs throughout the classroom, akin to the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. As Dong Mingji entered the classroom, he was met with this very scene. At times, he questioned whether he was teaching students or merely swarms of mosquitoes or ducks, but certainly not human beings. The sound of his ruler striking the desk echoed sharply in the air. Though not overly loud, it instantly hushed the classroom into silence. There was no avoiding it. He was far too familiar with the effect. Once the room quieted down, Dong Mingji began, I had intended to inform you, but I trust you are already aware that Gu Zhao will soon be leaving our school as an outstanding graduate. With the endorsement of the counselor, Gu Zhao's departure was as good as sealed. However, this news simultaneously stirred a competitive spirit among some of the younger students. Teacher Dong, what are the requirements for graduating early? They inquired. If Gu Zhao could do it, perhaps they could too. The notion of graduating early from Qingyang Industrial University sounded rather impressive. If it were to happen to one of them, thoughts began to swirl. Dong Mingji anticipated such reactions and produced the examination paper Gu Zhao had completed in the meeting room. To graduate early from school, one must not only secure the principal's approval but also achieve excellent results on the graduation assessment. This revelation further fueled the competitive desires of the students. Observant eyes soon noticed the examination paper in Dong Mingji's hands, connecting it to Gu Zhao's mysterious 3-hour absence. Teacher, is that the assessment paper for Gu Zhao? Indeed. Dong Mingji confirmed, and without waiting for further inquiries, he distributed the papers to the students, saying, take a look. The students eagerly grabbed the papers. But after a brief glance, their expressions transformed. Where is he? Who is he? A paper filled with questions they could not even comprehend was not meant for ordinary mortals like themselves. Without hesitation, they passed it on to the next person. Pretending they hadn't seen it implied they were not foolish enough to misunderstand the questions. Thus, the papers circulated among them, each person's expression reflecting confusion and disbelief. Eventually, even those with competitive spirits fell silent, almost wishing to slap themselves for their overreaching aspirations. Dong Mingji observed their reactions with satisfaction. He feared someone might approach him, inspired by Gu Zhao's success, but now that concern was alleviated. The following day, Gu Zhao did not return to school. When the time was right, he arrived at the state-run restaurant near the school, where Tong Lu and others were already waiting outside. I heard you graduated early. Impressive, Yang Hao exclaimed, beaming and giving Gu Zhao a thumbs up. Indeed, when Tong Lu mentioned it, I was taken aback, thinking they were pulling my leg. Tian Qing chimed in. Congratulations. He Zhuofan added directly. As they entered the restaurant, the group couldn't help but inquire about Gu Zhao's future plans. After all, his excellence was well acknowledged, and they were curious where someone of his caliber would fit in. Their questions reminded Gu Zhao of Tao Ping's words from the previous day. He too could recommend Gu Zhao for a promising position. However, Gu Zhao declined, as he still had commitments to the machinery factory. Recognizing Gu Zhao's refusal, Tao Ping did not press the matter further, understanding that Gu Zhao likely had connections with institutions in the capital and would probably find his own path. Tong Lu and the others speculated about which research institute Gu Zhao might join. Meeting their curious gazes, Gu Zhao smiled subtly. Did I not mention earlier? I plan to return to the county and become a factory director. Tong Lu couldn't resist the urge to check Gu Zhao's forehead, wondering if he had a fever. As your brother, let me impart a piece of wisdom. When boasting, know your limits. Otherwise, no one will believe you. After all, the factory directors he had encountered were all quite elderly. He might believe Gu Zhao was the son of a factory director, given his generous nature. But believing Gu Zhao himself was the director was a different story entirely. Not only did he doubt it, but the others were equally skeptical. Yang Hao patted Gu Zhao on the shoulder, saying, Zhao, don't mind Tong Lu's nonsense. Aspiration is a good thing. We will all become directors one day. Just wait and see. At this, Gu Zhao merely smiled in response, remaining silent. If they didn't believe him, so be it. When the dishes arrived, the group had no time for further discussion. This meal served as a farewell gathering for Gu Zhao, as they knew he might return to school in the future, especially with Su Ran still enrolled there. However, things would undoubtedly be different. After satisfying their hunger, the group slowed their pace, discussing their plans and hopes for the future. They talked endlessly until the food grew cold, until a server cast a sharp glance their way, prompting Tong Lu to finally speak up. Let us finish and leave. I'm afraid we'll get in trouble. Following his gaze, the others noticed the server's furious expression, seemingly ready to unleash her wrath upon them. Tian Qing shuddered slightly, grabbed a plate, and began to clean up. Once the last piece of vegetable was consumed, he wiped his mouth and stood up. Let us go. The group parted ways at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, heading in different directions. The next day, during class hours, Gu Zhao visited the principal's office. "Principal," he greeted. "Have a seat," Tao Ping gestured. Once Gu Zhao was seated, Tao Ping retrieved the prepared diploma from his drawer and handed it to him. "Take a look." Gu Zhao accepted it, noting its similarity to modern university diplomas, a 32-page paperback with a red cover emblazoned with the words Qingyang Industrial University Graduation Diploma. Opening the cover revealed Gu Zhao's black and white graduation photo, alongside his personal details, the school seal, and the principal's signature. "Thank you, Principal." Without Tao Ping's approval, leaving school early would have been quite challenging. Tao Ping shook his head with a smile, patting Gu Zhao on the shoulder. "This is all thanks to your own hard work. I hope that after leaving school, you will continue to shine brightly for our country and make your contributions." Gu Zhao nodded resolutely. "I will." As he stepped out of the school, Gu Zhao instinctively glanced back before turning to leave. He hadn't realized that nearly 5 years had passed since he arrived in this era. Now, not only has she gained a family, but she has also obtained a university diploma in this era. Had someone approached Gu Zhao before her time travel and claimed that she would have such an experience, she would have certainly thought that person was deranged. Chapter 308. Returning to the county town. Ever since Wang Hohat learned that her son was going to school to collect his graduation certificate, she has been somewhat restless, constantly glancing towards the door. Upon hearing footsteps at the courtyard gate, she immediately rose and walked outside, calling for her son. However, upon seeing the person standing at the door, her words were abruptly cut off. "Wu Jinmei, Hohat, don't you enjoy the smoked tofu I make? Here, take this." Over the past year since coming to the city, Wang Hohat and Wu Jinmei have formed a close friendship. Upon hearing that Wang Hohat was returning to the countryside, Wu Jinmei felt a pang of reluctance. While tidying up at home, she spotted the smoked tofu hanging in the kitchen. Recalling that Wang Hohat had once praised its taste, she hurriedly grabbed a few pieces. However, Wang Hohat insisted she couldn't accept it, pushing it back. "No, you keep it for your grandson. There's still some at home. You're leaving, just take it." The two stood at the door, pushing the tofu back and forth until finally, it was Wu Jinmei's firm attitude that led Wang Hohat to accept it. Holding the tofu, Wang Hohat invited her inside the courtyard to sit. Upon Wu Jinmei's arrival, the little one who was weeding in the vegetable garden rushed over. "Grandma Wu, is my brother Jin not home?" Each time Wu Jinmei sees Wang Hohat's chubby little granddaughter, she finds her utterly adorable. The little one's round figure wobbles adorably as she runs. She instinctively raised her voice. "Your brother Jin hasn't finished school yet. Wait until you get out of school, and I'll have him come play with you." The little one let out a prolonged "oh," her head drooping in disappointment as she turned to leave. Wu Jinmei's husband had passed away long ago, and she had raised her son by herself. Now that her son was married and had children, both parents were busy working at the factory during the day, leaving only the grandchildren at home. This year, her grandson also began attending school, making Wu Jinmei feel even lonelier at home. Thus, she would occasionally visit Wang Hohat to chat. Recently, upon learning that Wang Hohat was returning to the countryside, an overwhelming emptiness filled her heart. After finally having someone to talk to, now she would be gone. If it weren't for the family's disapproval, she would have wished to accompany Wang Hohat, her old friend. Just the thought of a future without Wang Hohat made Wu Jinmei unable to suppress a deep sigh. Wang Hohat cast her a suspicious glance. "What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough this morning?" "Get lost," Wu Jinmei retorted, rolling her eyes at her. Yet, she felt too embarrassed to admit that she would miss Wang Hohat. Wang Hohat continued to speculate. "Or is it that you can't?" Wu Jinmei shot her a glare, her expression blank. "Is it that you're still dealing with that worm stuck in your eldest grandson's backside?" "Hey, don't say that." Wu Jinmei quickly interrupted, not wanting to recall the image of pulling out the roundworm from her grandson. The sight of the worm, resembling an earthworm, half stuck and writhing in the air, was quite nauseating. Seeing her look as if she might vomit, Wang Hohat wisely changed the subject. As the two chatted idly, Gu Zhao returned. "Oh dear," Wu Jinmei stood up. "It's this time already. I should head back to cook." No, stay here for dinner. After all, you're all alone at home. Don't bother starting a fire," Wang Hohat insisted, pulling her back. "That won't do." Wu Jinmei didn't have the audacity to be so shameless. As Gu Zhao entered the courtyard, he found the two elderly women in a tug-of-war, and upon hearing their conversation, he joined Wang Hohat in persuading. "Yes, Aunt Wu. Just listen to my mom. We're going back to the countryside in a couple of days, and my mom probably won't come to the city often anymore. So just stay and have a meal with her." Upon hearing this, Wu Jinmei showed a hesitant expression. "Oh, stop dawdling. Come help me," Wang Hohat said, pulling her toward the kitchen. Wu Jinmei followed her into the kitchen step by step. Gu Zhao placed the graduation certificate in the house, and as he turned around, a small cannonball collided with his leg. The little cannonball called out, "Daddy." Gu Zhao scooped her up into his arms. and the father and daughter played for a while in the courtyard until the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen caught their attention. The little one's play slowed noticeably, her eyes frequently darting toward the kitchen. Upon hearing Wang Hohot call out that dinner was ready, her eyes brightened, and she tugged Gu Zhao toward the house. "Daddy, hurry. Wash your hands. It's time to eat." Gu Zhao and his wife usually emphasized hygiene with their child. Before meals, they must wash their hands, and when drinking water, it must be boiled. The child has memorized these teachings, and despite the saliva nearly dripping from her mouth, she did not forget the adult's usual guidance. After living with Gu Zhao and his wife for a while, Wang Hohot had begun to be more generous with the oil in her cooking. It was unavoidable. If any meal lacked oil, her son would incessantly complain. After finishing the meal, as Wu Jinmei's figure disappeared at the door, Wang Hohot eagerly asked Gu Zhao, "Ah Zhao, where's your graduation certificate? Show it to Mom." Seeing her anxious demeanor, Gu Zhao chuckled and fetched it from the house, handing it to her. "Here." Wang Hohot's hands trembled with excitement. While she couldn't read all the words, she recognized Gu Zhao's name and the words Qingyang Industrial University. She wiped the corners of her eyes and repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good. Your father would be so pleased to see this. Our Gu family has produced a university student." The thought of how envious the village women would be upon her return made Wang Hohot unable to suppress her laughter. Seeing her oscillating between tears and laughter, Gu Zhao feigned concern. "Mom, are you all right?" Wang Hohot closed the graduation certificate. "What could possibly be wrong? I'm doing splendidly." When Su Ran returned from school and saw the graduation certificate, she simply said, "I will work hard." Since Gu Zhao could do it, could she not try as well? Not for any other reason, but to reunite with her family sooner. Gu Zhao did not dissuade her, gently ruffling her hair. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." After spending another 2 days in the city, after reminding Su Ran to pay attention to safety while in the city and to call him if anything came up, Gu Zhao and Wang Hohot took the child and set off on their journey home. They hummed revolutionary songs from home to the factory. As Zhao Xian entered, he immediately sensed something was off. "Hey, why is Zhao Ji's office door open? Did he forget to close it yesterday?" He approached the door, hand on the doorknob, intending to close it, but when he looked up, he blinked hard, glancing again. "Oh no, is something wrong with my eyes?" The person studying in the city suddenly appeared in the office. Gu Zhao, hearing his mumbling, smiled and was about to speak when Yu Jiao walked in from outside. "What's wrong? What's studying?" Zhao Xian waved his hand hurriedly. "You have to come quickly." Seeing his anxious expression, Yu Jiao's demeanor changed as she quickly approached. Without waiting for her to say anything, Zhao Xian pointed into the office at Gu Zhao. "Can you see that person inside?" Yu Jiao tilted her head to look at Zhao Xian. "Are you seriously ill?" Zhao Xian, oblivious, replied, "Yeah. How did you know I was sick?" "I actually saw Zhao Gu in the office." Yu Jiao gritted her teeth and slapped him on the forehead. "Are you awake now?" The sudden sting from the slap brought Zhao Xian back to his senses, and he glanced at Gu Zhao again, nodding blankly. "I'm awake." Yu Jiao paid no further attention to the fool and walked into the office. "Zhao Gu, when did you come back?" Realizing he had made a blunder, Zhao Xian approached with a flushed face. "Indeed, Zhao Gu, why didn't you inform us of your return? By the way, how long can you stay this time?" Gu Zhao cast a half-smiling glance at Zhao Xian, replying, "From now on, I needn't return to school." Upon encountering Gu Zhao's teasing gaze, Zhao Xian's face turned even redder. Yet he was immediately captivated by Gu Zhao's words. "No need to go back? What is going on? If I recall correctly, Zhao Gu, you just entered your 3rd year, right?" Yu Jiao, standing nearby, wore a similarly curious expression. The news of Gu Zhao's early graduation had remained a secret, known only to Su Ran and Wang Hohot. He then shared the details with Zhao Xian. After hearing this, Zhao Xian felt utterly in awe. "Incredible, my brother. How can there be such a disparity between individuals?" Zhao Xian began to lament the nature of life. Yu Jiao, at a loss for words, thought that if there were wine before her, she would be inclined to indulge. As the two expressed their astonishment, though sensing that it seemed somewhat natural for Gu Zhao, others began to arrive one after another. Faintly, they could hear voices emanating from Gu Zhao's office, initially mistaking them for Zhao Xian and his companion. That is, until Gu Zhao stepped out. "A Zhao?" a voice exclaimed in surprise as Gu Cheng approached. "When did you return?" The Wang brothers, Yu Feng and Yu Chun, joined in to greet him. Gu Zhao nodded in acknowledgement to the two before responding to Gu Cheng's inquiry. "Yesterday, I arrived just before dusk, and didn't he inform you or urge you?" Gu Cheng assumed this visit was akin to previous ones, where Gu Zhao would only stay a couple of days before heading back to school. So he did not press further. "How's Ma? And is your sister-in-law and the child well? Didn't they come back with you?" "My wife is attending classes at school. I brought Ma and Xiao Tengyuan back with me." Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng suddenly realized it was not the weekend. So how did Gu Zhao return? Did he take a leave of absence from school? His curiosity prompted him to voice the question. Before Gu Zhao could answer, the pent-up Zhao Xian interjected. Zhao Gu doesn't have to go to school anymore. Huh. The others, who had been watching the brothers reminisce without joining in, were puzzled. The curious gazes from the crowd compelled Zhao Xian to straighten his back instinctively, and he proceeded to relay the news of Gu Zhao's early graduation. What? Zhao Xian? Don't try to fool us. We've never been to university. Meng Tianxiong exclaimed, his voice booming with disbelief as he scrutinized Zhao Xian's eyes. Hey, Zhao Xian. With a flash of temper, rolled up his sleeves, inadvertently catching sight of Meng Tianxiong's muscular arms, and quickly lowered his sleeves again. Meanwhile, Yu Jiao stepped forward with a cold huff, asserting, what Zhao Xian says is true. If it had been Zhao Xian making the claim, others might have doubted him, as he often seemed rather unreliable outside of work. However, Yu Jiao was different. Her steady nature and methodical approach to tasks earned her the trust of those around her. My heavens, Gu Zhao really graduated early? Meng Tianxiong shouted incredulously. Couldn't you phrase it better? It's called early graduation. And it's evidently because Zhao Gu is exceptionally talented, Ko Xian retorted, rolling his eyes at him. Meng Tianxiong, unconvinced, challenged, you've never been to school. How would you know? I may not have attended, but have you seen other university students like this? Or do you think Zhao Gu isn't exceptional? The trap he dug for himself was one only a fool would leap into. Meng Tianxiong considered himself no fool. I haven't met many university students. How would I know? He could only count 3 acquaintances, and all 3 were present. What a fool, Ko Xian replied, unwilling to engage further in their banter. While the two continued their exchange, the others had already flocked around Gu Zhao. Congratulations, Zhao Gu. You're truly remarkable, Zhao Gu. Now that you're back, the pressure on us has significantly lessened. Zhao Xian, feeling disgruntled, exclaimed, Hey, watch your words. What pressure did I ever give you? Niu Dashan, known for his straightforwardness, was not afraid of Zhao Xian, having become familiar with him over time. You are just someone who overthinks. I never mentioned you, Zhao Xian retorted. Seeing his companions showering flattery upon Gu Zhao, Ko Xian squeezed in to deliver several compliments in quick succession, each one more extravagant than the last. The cacophony surrounding him made Gu Zhao feel as though he were not in a factory, but rather in a poultry farm. Yu Jiao noticed his expression of helplessness, chuckled, and called to the others. All right, time's up. Let us get back to work. The crowd slowly dispersed. The joy of Gu Zhao's early graduation filled Gu Cheng's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. He excitedly patted Gu Zhao on the shoulder and simply uttered 3 words, well done, before Gu Zhao could respond. He turned and busied himself with tasks. After completing his responsibilities, Yu Zirong learned of Gu Zhao's return. Not only that, but within half a day, news of his early graduation from Chunyang Industrial University had spread throughout the factory. My goodness, little Gu has finished university in just a few years? Remarked an aunt from the weaving workshop, counting on her fingers. A colleague interrupted her, stop counting. Normally, a university takes 4 years to graduate. And little Gu has only been gone just over 2 years. The other workers, continuing their tasks, chimed in, so, are you saying that what takes others 4 years to learn, little Gu completed in just 2? Indeed. Oh my, how outstanding little Gu must be. Not just that. I heard the students at Xinjiang Industrial University are exceptionally bright. To emerge from such a pool of talent is nothing short of extraordinary. Someone corrected her. It's to stand out. Oh, it's just a way of expressing oneself. It means the same thing. In more than one workshop. The gossip about Gu Zhao's early graduation permeated the entire textile factory. Those below the hierarchy spread the news. And how could Yu Zirong, the factory director, remain oblivious? Observing the young man before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought that a person he casually recommended would rise to such heights? By the way, does the county chief know about your school matters? Gu Zhao was taken aback. I'm not sure. Chapter 309. No factory director has 3 generations of relatives. This matter was a personal affair. He had initially thought to casually mention it to Zhang Guangji when he inquired about the machinery factory the next day. Hearing Yu Zirong's suggestion that he should specifically inform the county chief left him bewildered. You're being overly cautious. Without further ado, Yu Zirong called Zhang Guangji to report the news. County chief, I have something to report. The contents of their conversation remained unknown to Gu Zhao, who noticed Yu Zirong glancing at him intermittently, responding with a series of affirmations. When the call concluded, he handed the phone to Gu Zhao. County chief? Laughter resonated from the other end, as Zhang Guangji's face radiated joy. Little Gu, why didn't you tell me such good news? Gu Zhao replied earnestly, County chief. I didn't wish to disturb you with personal matters. You, young comrade, are still too modest. You are the first provincial champion our county has seen in decades, and you attended such a prestigious institution as Chunyang Industrial University. Your early graduation speaks volumes of your exceptional capabilities. Entrusting the machinery factory to you fills me with confidence. I shall not betray your trust. Very well, very well. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Guangji felt a sense of satisfaction. The two exchanged a few more words over the phone before hanging up. Observing the county chief's demeanor and the manner in which he addressed the other party, Fu Hua, the newly appointed secretary to the county chief, began to speculate about the identity of the person on the line. It had long been rumored that the county chief had resolutely set aside the position of factory director for a newly established machinery factory for a university student still in attendance. Today, she had finally caught a glimpse of this individual. Even without having met Gu Zhao in person, Fu Hua could discern from Zhang Guangji's attitude that this person was someone to be befriended, not offended. As his thoughts shifted, he maintained a neutral expression. Once Zhang Guangji had calmed down, Fu Hua promptly stepped forward to present the unfinished documents he had been holding. Meanwhile, Wang Hohot had returned to the countryside with her granddaughter. Hey, look, isn't that Hohot? Yu Zhaodi, sitting beneath a tree and mending shoes, lifted her gaze to see two familiar figures, one large and one small, approaching closer. Zhou Liping, following her line of sight, slapped her thigh in realization. Oh my, it truly is. The two women immediately stood up and waved at Wang Hohot. Hohot. Wang Hohot also waved back. As the grandmother and granddaughter drew near, Yu Zhaodi pulled Wang Hohot down to sit under the great tree, exclaiming, "At last, you're back. It's been 2 months since your last visit. How long will you stay this time? Just a day or two?" She cradled the child in her lap, and upon hearing this, Wang Hohot's eyes crinkled with additional lines of joy. "I won't be leaving again." This declaration took everyone by surprise. Noticing the delight on her old friend's face, Yu Zhaodi, sensing something good had transpired, inquired without hesitation, "What's going on? Are Zhao and his wife staying in the city to raise their child? Aren't they still in school? How could they find the time?" Aside from this, Yu Zhaodi could not fathom any other reason for Wang Hohot's return to the village. The others shared her thoughts. "No way." Wang Hohot laughed, waving her hand dismissively, then casually added, "It's a Zhao. He has achieved great things. In just 2 years, he completed a 4-year curriculum. And the principal specifically approved his early graduation." The others were left in a state of confusion. What does early graduation mean? Zhou Liping shot a look at the person who had asked, incredulous that they did not understand. "It means Gu Zhao is exceptionally talented. The principal has specially allowed him to graduate ahead of schedule, unlike others who have to endure a full 4 years. The group turned their questioning gazes towards Wang Hohot. She nodded emphatically, affirming Zhou Liping's explanation. "That's exactly it." A moment of silence fell over the gathering, followed swiftly by a wave of accolades. "My goodness. Your third child is truly remarkable, managing to leave school so swiftly. How can there be such a disparity between people? The ancestral graves of the Gu family must be thriving, for with such an accomplished descendant, one might imagine their ancestors below are smiling broadly." The praise from the aunts was genuine, yet tinged with bittersweetness. They reflected upon the children of others, then compared them to their own. "Surely, it's the lack of discipline. Our children must not have been reprimanded enough." Unbeknownst to Gu Zhao, the younger generation of Yanglu village was unwittingly caught in the crossfire, as parents suddenly ignited a fervor for educating their children. After flaunting their good fortune at the village entrance, Wang Hohot cradled her sleeping granddaughter and headed home. Finding the house empty was no surprise. She placed the child on the bed and began tidying up the house. When Gu Jianjun returned and noticed the gate ajar, he was somewhat taken aback, striding into the yard. Just then, Wang Hohot emerged from the kitchen. "You're back? Dinner is ready." She instructed Gu Jianjun to bring the food from the kitchen to the table while she went to wake her granddaughter. Once the three were seated at the table, having served her granddaughter some food, Gu Jianjun inquired, "Isn't tea at a holiday? How did you all return? What about the third child? Is he with you?" Wang Hohot suppressed a smile that threatened to rise, feigning nonchalance. "It's all thanks to a Zhao's accomplishments. He completed his 4-year university courses, and the principal allowed him to graduate early." "What?" Gu Jianjun questioned his hearing, feeling as though he might have wax in his ears. Wang Hohot quickly discerned his confusion. "You heard correctly. Good." Gu Jianjun bellowed with pride. The little one, engrossed in her meal, jumped at the sudden outburst, raising her cherubic face with rice still clinging to her lips. Wang Hohot, noticing, playfully admonished Gu Jianjun, "Why such a loud voice? You startled my granddaughter." Gu Jianjun instinctively turned to apologize to the child. "Grandpa, it's all right, I'm not scared." The little one generously forgave him and returned to her meal. As the family dined, news of Gu Zhao's early graduation began to spread throughout the village. After spending several years in the countryside, if they did not actively clarify their situation, the educated youth from the city looked no different from the villagers. Their skin, darkened by long hours of labor under the sun, and their hair, dried and discolored from malnutrition, betrayed their hardships. Years of grueling work and insufficient food had left their bodies as thin as refugees. Such a life had persisted for quite some time. Initially, some harbored hopes of returning to the city, believing themselves distinct from the peasant folk. However, as time wore on, their existence had become even more difficult than that of the villagers. Others at least possessed strength, having deep roots in the land, while they, like Sun Ting and her companions, were alone and unfamiliar with their surroundings, relying solely on themselves for survival. At first, their families would send some aid, but gradually the support dwindled. Now, among the educated youth, the only one in a somewhat better situation was Zhao Lianding, who still had family backing him. As for the others, it was better left unsaid. During a mealtime, when Gu Zhao's news reached them, the group was consuming a thin porridge accompanied by scanty wild vegetables, each one eating with little taste. Noticing the silence, Song Hongtao broke the stillness. Have you heard? Heard what? Gu Zhao, it seems he finished university early and returned. The group fell silent, fully aware of the news. Once regarded as mere country bumpkins in their eyes, the villagers now felt worlds apart from them. Sun Ting was even embarrassed to admit she was from the city, wondering if there could be a more disheveled and destitute urbanite. Suddenly, a sobbing sound pierced the air. The others turned to see Chen Xiaoping, head bowed low. I regret it. I should never have come. Tears dripped into her bowl as she attempted to mask her anguish with a sip of porridge, which now tasted bitterly salty. Witnessing the typically strong-willed Chen Xiaoping in such a state, the others exchanged glances filled with complexity. Were they not similarly affected? Jiang Xin, who had been silent, murmured, "Had I known, I would have preferred to stay with the villagers." Most villagers retained a degree of simplicity and did not take advantage of others. If they had remained with a local family, at least they would have had assistance with meals, provided they helped gather firewood. The kind-hearted would even lend a hand with work. Sun Ting abruptly lifted her head. What do you mean? Wasn't it a collective decision to move out? Jiang Xin had only spoken offhandedly and had not intended to engage in an argument, but upon seeing Sun Ting's obstinate demeanor, he felt a surge of frustration. Did I ever agree? It was you who stirred up trouble, offending that elderly pair and their granddaughter, and even the rest of the villagers. If it weren't for your provoking their ire, would we have been driven out? Can you blame me? In the beginning, you were no different. Though your words were courteous, you held these individuals in contempt, scrutinizing them while oblivious to their true thoughts. Zhang Lianding remarked, "Do not point him out. He is entirely innocent, merely a victim of unforeseen misfortune." Initially, the villagers had kindly taken them in, perhaps motivated by the meager rations they could claim each month. Yet harmonious coexistence might have been achievable. It was the arrogance of Sun Ting and her companions, who considered themselves superior as city dwellers, that fostered disdain towards others. While the rural folk may have lacked exposure, they were certainly not foolish. Though unspoken, their perceptions were clear to all. Eventually, after repeated disturbances instigated by Sun Ting, the villagers could no longer tolerate the situation. Consequently, the educated youth were collectively relocated to a hastily constructed dwelling. This decision only served to deepen the divide between the villagers and the youth, who had never been particularly welcomed. Apart from Jiang Lianding and Chen Xiaoping, who maintained sporadic contact with their original benefactors and occasionally exchanged pleasantries in the village, the others were met with palpable disdain. In the midst of Jiang Lianding's reverie, Song Hongtao inexplicably entered the fray. With swift dexterity, he added several servings of food to his bowl and hurriedly distanced himself from the group. Chen Xiaoping, who had been weeping nearby, abandoned her tears upon realizing that attempts at consolation were futile, promptly emulating Jiang Lianding's retreat from the contentious scene. Gu Zhao remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil in the village. Upon exiting the county government building, he made his way directly to the machinery factory. This massive edifice, characterized by a hint of Soviet architectural style, was constructed against a hillside, prioritizing functionality over aesthetic appeal. The factory sprawled across approximately 300 acres, its imposing iron gates separating the interior from the outside world. The complex was divided into residential and production areas, encompassing workshops, research facilities, administrative buildings, as well as a broadcasting room, dormitories, and a medical clinic. As Gu Zhao surveyed the premises, nodding in approval, he lost track of time. And by the time he became thoroughly acquainted with the factory, dusk was rapidly approaching. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he awoke early the next morning, his eyes devoid of any lingering drowsiness, sharply alert. Methodically preparing himself for the day, he ventured out to a state-run restaurant for breakfast before heading to the textile factory. Once all departmental personnel had assembled, he dropped a bombshell. "What? We are moving to the machinery factory?" The utterance reverberated through the room, leaving Gu Cheng and others wide-eyed in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao wore knowing smiles, having been privy to the news beforehand. Otherwise, they would have reacted just as the others did. What's going on, Zhao Gu? Why are we relocating to the machinery factory? Niu Dashan inquired, puzzled. Gu Zhao opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, Yu Zhirong's voice called from outside. Is Zhao ready? I've brought some help for you. He was aware that Gu Zhao intended to move his department to the machinery factory and, anticipating a shortage of manpower, had arranged for a dozen individuals to assist. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhirong appeared at the door. Observing the group, standing in a daze, confusion evident in their eyes. He turned to Gu Zhao with an inquisitive look. Gu Zhao shook his head. It's nothing. I just informed them about the move to the machinery factory. But they are still a bit unclear about the situation. I told you to inform them sooner, Yu Zhirong mused, stroking his chin. Others exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that the factory head might possess knowledge they were unaware of. Noticing their perplexity, Yu Zhirong took it upon himself to clarify. You're Zhao Gu. The very Gu Zhao standing before you has been appointed as the new factory director of the machinery factory. Upon hearing this, the initially responsive crowd fell into complete silence. Their eyes fixed on Gu Zhao, unsure of what to make of the revelation. Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao, who had previously exuded a sense of superiority, were now left utterly astonished. Goodness, truly remarkable, they exclaimed. When they first heard from Gu Zhao about the county's plans to establish a machinery factory, they had been puzzled. How did he come by such significant news that others were unaware of? It turned out he was the director. Zhao Xian, with a look of reproach, fixed his gaze on Gu Zhao. That's unethical. Receiving this signal, Gu Zhao sheepishly rubbed his nose, realizing he intended to keep it a secret. After all, if he were to broadcast his new position as factory director, it might invite trouble and could easily be perceived as boastful. Following a brief silence, the room erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Zhao Gu is the director of the machinery factory? Stammered Wang Yujun, still struggling to grasp the situation. He circled Gu Zhao, wide-eyed, as if searching for signs that he was anything other than extraordinary. Wang Yufeng, equally agitated, grasped Gu Cheng's hand and shook it fervently. Did you hear that? Big cousin, Zhao Gu is the director. This is a factory director. None of our relatives have held such a position in 3 generations. I know. Gu Cheng replied, his thoughts drifting as he stared blankly, his mind racing elsewhere. Chapter 310, Recruitment at the Machinery Factory. When he finally regained his composure, he found himself grinning foolishly at his younger cousin, marveling at his newfound success. The reactions of the others varied, but shock was the common thread. A factory director. This was the first time they encountered someone so young in such a position, and moreover, he was their leader. After granting everyone a moment to process the news, Gu Zhao clapped his hands. Stop gaping, let us get moving. We need to relocate today. Instantly, the group sprang into action, their spirits lifted, efficiently gathering their belongings. Most of their equipment consisted of tools for maintenance, which, though few in number, were cumbersome enough that the department members struggled to manage them. Approaching Yu Zhirong, Gu Zhao expressed his gratitude. Yu Zhirong patted him on the back, saying, No need for thanks. Just remember, if the factory ever requires assistance, don't hesitate to ask for help. Gu Zhao smiled, assuring him he would certainly do so. Thus, the lively group made their way out, bustling with energy. Their commotion did not go unnoticed. Passing workers from the textile factory could not help but inquire. What are you all up to, Daxian? Niu Dashan instinctively reached for the back of his head, but found his hands occupied. Auntie, we are moving to the machinery factory. We will be working there from now on. With that, he disregarded the stunned expression on the auntie's face and continued on his way, though laden with their burdens. The group's steps were light. The collective strength of the 20 or so individuals, bolstered by Yu Zhirong's reinforcements, easily handled the tools, completing the move in a single trip. After handing a cigarette to one of the helpers, Gu Zhao watched them depart happily before returning to the factory. Today was merely the beginning. The real work lay ahead. Currently, aside from Gu Zhao and his team along with the maintenance tools, the factory was devoid of anything else. The procurement of machinery, recruitment of workers, and drafting of factory regulations all awaited attention. Fortunately, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao had prior experience in these matters, alleviating Gu Zhao from having to shoulder the entire burden alone. The first worker hired was the gatekeeper, an urgent necessity, for the factory's assets required vigilant protection. It would be disastrous if, on the following day, Gu Zhao arrived only to discover the premises had been ransacked overnight. The gatekeeper, introduced by Yu Zhirong, was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Rumor had it he was a former soldier who had sustained an injury during a mission, resulting in a slight limp in one foot, after which he retired. Although his leg bore a minor imperfection, his skills were undeniably impressive. Gu Zhao did not hesitate to employ him. Wei Gu, I entrust the security of the factory to you from this point forward. Accompanied by Wei Wu, they took a tour of the factory, eventually reaching the guard kiosk. Wei Wu's heart raced with determination as he assured, "Rest assured." He spoke no grandiose claims. Instead, he was resolute in proving to Gu Zhao, his accepting superior, that his choice today was indeed prudent. Subsequently, the recruitment process unfolded methodically. Zhao Xian was tasked with procurement, while Yu Jiao took charge of hiring workers. She posted the job announcement at the entrance, and as soon as she departed, a crowd of eager individuals, ever vigilant of the factory's activities, quickly gathered. Oh, there are indeed quite a few job openings: fitters, electricians, forging workers, assemblers, and not to mention management positions in human resources, procurement, and finance, with requirements that seem rather demanding. Gu Zhao had previously discussed with Yu Jiao the recruitment strategy, which was categorized into two types: skilled workers, who were required to have a certain level of experience, and managerial positions, which necessitated educational qualifications. Naturally, apprentice workers were also needed, as seasoned craftsmen were in short supply. Originally, Zhang Guangji had informed him that a portion of workers had already been allocated from above, including graduates from vocational schools, demobilized soldiers, and workshop technicians, who were set to arrive the following day. However, upon estimating the needs, Gu Zhao realized they would be understaffed and thus instructed Yu Jiao to draft a recruitment notice, reflecting on the initial excitement of the applicants upon seeing the job announcement. Their smiles soon faded. The mere requirement of literacy had already disqualified a significant number of candidates. Moreover, certain positions demanded both educational credentials and technical skills. Never mind. Let's send the children at home to give it a try. Who knows, they might get selected. One woman voiced the collective hope of the crowd. With a sense of optimism, they returned home to inform their families or relatives to prepare for applications. Meanwhile, Su Xiao arrived at Lu family village. "Is Su Chun at home?" Standing at the entrance, she called out into the empty yard. "Who is it?" Wang Ernie emerged from the backyard, shaking the water off her hands. Recognizing her, Su Xiao responded, "Sister-in-law, I am Su Chun's second sister. I need to speak with her." "Oh, what a rare visitor. Come in and sit." Having married into the Lu family for over a decade, Wang Ernie recognized Su Xiao, her eyes briefly widening in surprise. It was known that when Su Chun first entered the Lu family, Su Xiao had visited once, appearing gaunt and frail, akin to a small bitter melon. How different she looked now, with a fairer complexion and a healthier figure, exuding a vibrant spirit that made her seem like an entirely different person. "My sisters are working in the fields. I'll go call them back for you," Wang Ernie offered. Su Xiao graciously accepted, thanking her before taking a seat on the chair Wang Ernie had provided. The yard was quiet, and as autumn set in, the temperature plummeted, a chill occasionally sweeping through. Nevertheless, Su Xiao felt warmth as she made her way here. It wasn't long before a distant murmur gradually approached. Suspecting that Su Xiao's visit was related to the factory hiring, Lu Xiaoyi returned as well. Wang Ernie's inquisitive gaze flitted between the two. Having sensed something peculiar about her brother and sister-in-law since they returned from her sister's house, whenever they had free time, they would seclude themselves indoors, leaving her puzzled about their activities. She had discreetly inquired with Dia, who claimed their parents were simply tired from working in the fields and were resting. Once or twice, this explanation was acceptable, but with such consistency, Wang Ernie quickly discerned she was being deceived. "Second sister," Su Chun called as she entered the yard. Su Xiao promptly stood up, grasping her outstretched hand. "Elder sister." She then turned to Lu Xiaoyi, brother-in-law. "Hey," Lu Xiaoyi replied in acknowledgement. The two sisters sat down. While Wang Ernie observed them with keen interest, Su Xiao refrained from broaching any serious topics at first, appearing as if this was merely a long-overdue sisterly visit. Wang Ernie, feeling somewhat bored, eventually turned away. Once she departed, Su Xiao tugged at Su Chun's hand. Understanding the cue, Su Chun led her sister into the house. "Elder sister, I recently purchased 2 pairs of shoes for you and our third sister. Come and take a look." "All right," Su Xiao responded, rising to her feet. Once the door was closed, the sisters settled by the Kong, and Su Xiao leaned in to share the details regarding the factory's job recruitment, including the necessary application materials. Articulating everything clearly. "Elder sister, the application period for the job openings is 3 days starting today. Please don't delay with brother-in-law." Su Xiao firmly clasped her sister's hand. This was their chance to alter their destinies, and they could not afford any carelessness. Su Chun, with a serious demeanor, assured her, "Rest easy, tomorrow, brother-in-law and I will head to the county town first thing in the morning." With her elder sister's steady nature, Su Xiao felt reassured and shifted the conversation to Gu Zhao's return. Upon hearing that her brother-in-law had graduated early from school, Su Chun smiled, expressing her admiration. "A Zhao is bound for great success. Our third sister will be fortunate indeed." It was worth noting that all 3 sisters had benefited from Gu Zhao's kindness. Had it not been for him, Su Xiao's current stability would remain uncertain. Moreover, they now had the opportunity to compete for positions in the county. Su Xia wholeheartedly agreed, though she worried about their third sister managing alone in the city. Don't underestimate her, Su Chun countered, shaking her head. Among us sisters, the third sister has always been the smartest. After all, she is now a university student with far broader horizons than we possess. Su Xia pondered this and agreed. The sisters continued to chat idly until the daylight began to wane, declining the invitation from her elder sister and brother-in-law to stay for dinner. Su Xia took the shoes her sister had made and departed. At some point, Wang Ernie, who had been sitting in the yard, noticed her leaving with 2 pairs of cloth shoes and felt a flicker of irritation. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoyi chopping wood in the corner of the yard, she would have eavesdropped on their conversation long ago, for reasons she could not quite fathom, despite not having discerned anything. She harbored a nagging suspicion that Lu Xiaoyi and his wife were concealing something significant from the family. Unaware of Wang Ernie's tumultuous thoughts, Su Xia politely greeted her and bid Lu Xiaoyi farewell before turning to leave. After her departure, Lu Xiaoyi resumed his wood chopping. Once he had finished, he glanced up and saw that Wang Ernie had already vanished from the yard. With slightly hurried steps, he returned to the house. Before he could inquire, Su Chun nodded in understanding. Lu Xiaoyi's face lit up with excitement, but mindful of Wang Ernie's presence, he restrained himself from exclaiming. Su Chun relayed Su Xia's message to him. Lu Xiaoyi nodded vigorously. All right, I'll prepare those things this afternoon. We will set off early tomorrow. Thus, the couple reached a consensus and resumed their respective tasks. The following morning, after ensuring the children were taken care of, they set off into the darkness towards the mountains. In the adjacent room, Wang Ernie lay on the bed, her eyes filled with a tumultuous struggle as she listened to the sounds around her. Just as she contemplated rising to stealthily follow, the sudden sound of snoring beside her made her heart swell with indignation. How infuriating! She tirelessly devoted herself to the well-being of their home, while this person lay there like a sloth. With a forceful kick, she vented her frustration. Sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. A sharp pain shot through Lu Xiaoyan's thigh, jolting him awake. Instinctively turning his head, he was met with a pair of luminous eyes watching him intently from the darkness. Ah! He exclaimed in shock. Wang Ernie jumped at his startled cry, her expression darkening further. How dare he scream like that? In a moment of exasperation, Lu Xiaoyan, now fully awake, recognized Wang Ernie beside him and began to voice his complaints. Are you out of your mind? It's not even dawn. What nonsense are you up to? With that, he turned over, intending to drift back to sleep. Wang Ernie, incensed by his dismissal, reached out and pinched him. You're the one who is out of your mind. I am constantly planning for this family, while you act as if nothing matters. The pain in Lu Xiaoyan's waist compelled him to sit upright, glaring at Wang Ernie. What on earth do you want? Are you going to let me sleep or not? Both were engulfed in anger, and Wang Ernie's voice sharpened. Our family is on the brink of starvation, and you still think you can sleep soundly? Oh heavens, how did I end up marrying such a useless man? At her outburst, a fleeting image of his mother flashed in Lu Xiaoyan's mind, robbing him of his bravado. Then, what do you suggest I do? Wang Ernie's tears suddenly ceased. You should go, later today, and ask big brother and sister-in-law where they went so early and what they're up to. With their absence, Lu Xiaoyi and his wife had long since vanished without a trace. She refrained from mentioning following the couple and simply instructed Lu Xiaoyan to inquire. After all, he was the younger brother, and as his sister-in-law, her asking would surely elicit a response from Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyan looked troubled. Isn't that just absurd? You want me to inquire about their whereabouts? It felt as if she was just looking for trouble. With a fierce glare, Wang Ernie challenged, Are you going or not? Fine, he relented. Meanwhile, Su Chun and her husband were unaware that someone awaited their return for questioning. The couple hurried to the mechanical factory, finally arriving around 11 in the morning. To facilitate registration, Yu Jiao had set up a table beside the gate. By the time Su Chun and her husband arrived, a long queue had already formed in front of the table. After inquiring with others, they learned that this was indeed the place to register, and they obediently joined the line. In stark contrast to the earthen houses of the countryside, the mechanical factory, with its red bricks, gray walls, cement floors, and hanging red banners, loomed large and imposing in their eyes. Do you think we'll have a chance to work here? Lu Xiaoyi murmured, lost in thought. Su Chun, standing before him, had unconsciously clenched her fists. The pain in her palms made the moment feel painfully real. Nodding vigorously, she reassured him, We will. Inspired by her unwavering conviction, Lu Xiaoyi's confusion dissipated. Yes, I will do everything in my power to ensure you and the children live well. The couple exchanged determined glances, resolutely facing forward. As the people ahead gradually left, they moved closer to the front of the line. What is your name? Yu Jiao asked without lifting her head. Su Chun, she replied. What position are you applying for? Workshop apprentice. After Su Xia left the previous day, the couple had discussed their options. They knew nothing about the job market. They dared not dream beyond securing any position available. Among the available roles, the apprentice position required the least technical skill, making it their best shot at employment. Of course, many others likely harbored the same ambitions, leading to fierce competition. Yet, there was no alternative. This was their sole path to a better future. 10 minutes later, successfully registered. The couple stepped out of the queue only to discover that many more had arrived behind them. The community's interest in the mechanical factory's recruitment was unprecedented. After all, job opportunities at other factories were scarce, typically offering only one position per candidate. Hence, the olive branch extended by the mechanical factory was something everyone wanted to grasp. Chapter 311, News Leaks. After leaving the mechanical factory, Su Chun and her husband made their way to the small courtyard rented by Su Xia and her family. Gu Cheng had gone to the factory, the children were at school, and Su Xia sat in the courtyard, chatting with Lai Dahua while mending clothes. It seemed that Gu Cheng maintained a cordial relationship with the Lai family, but Su Xia had grown close to Lai Dahua after moving in, often accompanying her to the supply and marketing cooperative or gossiping at home. Upon seeing Su Chun and her husband arrive, Su Xia greeted them and welcomed them into her room. After pouring them a cup of water, she inquired, "Eldest sister, you've been to the mechanical factory, right?" Su Chun nodded. "As soon as we arrived in the county, we went to register. We came to ask about your situation." Hearing this, Su Xia felt relieved. "You needn't worry about me. I visited early this morning." "That's good." Lu Xiaoyi, unable to interject, listened to the sisters' exchange. After a brief moment, he pointed outside, indicating he would step out. Once he disappeared from view, Su Chun turned her attention to Su Xia and Gu Cheng's affairs. "How are you two doing? Is Gu Cheng treating you well?" "No." Su Xia shook her head, feeling a bit shy under Su Chun's concerned gaze. "He is quite good to me." Seeing the sincerity in her expression, Su Chun let out a sigh of relief. "As long as he treats you well." The sisters exchanged a few more words before Su Chun announced her intention to leave. Su Xia, not wanting her to go, insisted, "It's late. Stay for lunch before you leave." Su Chun shook her head. "The 3 children are at home. I can't be away for too long." "All right then," Su Xia conceded, quickly moving to the kitchen to fetch several steamed buns from the morning, handing them to Su Chun. "Take these for the journey." This time, Su Chun accepted without protest. After a grueling 5 to 6 hours of travel, the couple reached home as dusk settled. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Lu Dia spotted her parents approaching from a distance and dashed over. "Dad, Mom, you're back." "Yes," Su Chun patted her head. "Was everything all right at home while we were away? Did your little brother behave?" Lu Dia opened her mouth to respond. "He behaved very well." Hearing the commotion, Lu Ershi and Lu Sanshur rushed out from the courtyard, with Lu Sanshur quickly stealing the spotlight. Avoiding their parents' gaze, he raised his pitiful little face, silently pleading with Lu Dia. "Please, please." Noticing this, Lu Dia raised her chin and averted her eyes, adopting a look that seemed to say he was doomed. Yet, her words were, "Everything is fine at home. Little brother behaved." Lu Sanshur, eyes closed in anticipation of reprimand, suddenly opened them, flashing a sweet smile at his sister. Meanwhile, Lu Ershi silently observed the younger brother's clumsy performance, as if their parents were oblivious. "Tsk, foolish child." As they embraced the children and entered the courtyard, Lu Xiaodian leaped out from nowhere. "Big brother and sister-in-law, you're back?" "Yes," Lu Xiaoyi replied in a calm, low voice. Su Chun nodded in agreement. Watching his brother's expression, Lu Xiaodian struggled to find his words. "If everything is fine, we'll head back inside." With that, Lu Xiaoyi turned to leave. At these words, Wang Ernie, hidden in the shadows, grew anxious and hurriedly stepped out, inching closer to Lu Xiaodian and discreetly pinching him. Lu Xiaoyan's face contorted in pain as he stammered. "Be brother." Halting his steps, Lu Xiaoyi tilted his head in inquiry at him. "What is it?" Lu Xiaodian touched his earlobe and asked, "What did you and sister-in-law do today?" Lu Xiaoyi's expression darkened. "What? As the elder brother, do I need to account for my actions to you too?" He immediately discerned that it was Wang Ernie who prompted this question. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm just concerned about you and sister-in-law." Lu Xiaoyan's face flushed, overwhelmed with embarrassment. "We have nothing to discuss. You needn't fret unnecessarily." With that, Lu Xiaoyi turned and retreated into the house. Long before Wang Ernie stepped forward, Su Chun had silently taken the child inside. After years of cohabitation, she understood her sister-in-law well. While not malicious, she harbored too many petty thoughts, and such a person was one she preferred to avoid. Fortunately, they had already separated their households and could now live independently. However, should anyone overstep their bounds, she would not let it slide easily. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, as Lu Xiaoyi closed the door with a resounding thud, Lu Xiaodian refrained from speaking further. He could not afford to lose face. Wang Ernie's chest heaved with frustration. "Is your mouth sewn shut? Why is it so difficult for you to speak?" Lu Xiaodian swatted away the hand resting on his waist. "If you're so capable, why didn't you ask just now?" "If I could have asked, Would I still rely on you? Useless. Hey, what's wrong with speaking bluntly? Why resort to insults? What's wrong with scolding you? The couple began to bicker in the courtyard. Inside the house, Lu Chun remained unfazed, serving the children their meals. She was aware that her sister-in-law was deliberately making remarks for their benefit, watching to see if they would respond. As for the other children, they were too engrossed in their meal to care about anything else. Having sent them off, Lu Xiaoyi had no intention of seeking trouble for himself. Meanwhile, in the neighboring household, old Lu had the urge to interject, but was restrained by Hu Qing. Where are you going? Let them argue. Ever since the separation, Hu Qingying had severed ties with her younger daughter-in-law and had no desire to meddle in the couple's disputes. The dynamics of their separation differed from other families. In recent years, Hu Qingying had noticed that Lu Xiaoyi had grown distant from them due to past grievances. Focusing solely on his small family, their youngest son was aimless, and his wife was of no help. Hence, during the separation, neither of the elder couple's sons accompanied them. They merely agreed on annual contributions of grain and money. When they became too old to fend for themselves, they would then discuss matters of support. Whoever could provide for their old age would inherit their belongings. All of this had been witnessed and documented by village officials. And Hu Qingying was not afraid of her sons reneging on their promises. When Lu Chun and her companion registered, Gu Zhao also informed Gu Jianjun of this news. The village's news was often delayed, and not everyone was aware of the mechanical factory's recruitment. Gu Zhao merely wanted him to decide whether to inform the villagers. In her opinion, even if they did apply, it would likely only be for show. However, given the opportunity, many would still want to give it a try. Gu Jianjun, as expected, conveyed the information to the people of Yanglu village. What? The mechanical factory is hiring? How come we didn't know? The speaker was met with a scornful glance. You stay in the village all day. How would you know? Some were puzzled, questioning the relevance of the factory's recruitment to their lives. They were mere farmers, and the idea of becoming workers had never crossed their minds. Although Gu Zhao had become a worker through her own efforts, that was due to her abilities. As for Gu Cheng and the others, they simply had better luck in their associations with Gu Zhao. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. Even if others could become workers, why couldn't they? Looking back through the generations in the county, not a single family hadn't originated from farming backgrounds. Realizing this, one person voiced their thoughts aloud. Others echoed this sentiment, realizing that if the village leader brought it up, he likely believed they could give it a shot. Some speculated on Gu Jianjun's intentions and promptly asked, Village leader, how do we sign up for the mechanical factory's recruitment? Yes, what are the requirements? Perhaps we could give it a try. When no one had any ideas, the villagers were calm, but once thoughts began to circulate, they grew anxious, fearing they might miss the chance to become workers. Gu Jianjun raised his hand to signal for silence. Once everyone quieted down, he began to share the details from the recruitment announcement. Upon hearing that the most basic requirement was literacy, half the crowd's expressions fell. However, the other half's eyes sparkled with hope, regardless of how many characters they recognized. As long as they could write their names, they were literate in their own right. This was the belief held by many, and Gu Jianjun sensed it too. He made it clear that the factory's recruitment requirements weren't so simple. Even if they went, it would likely be in vain, urging them to think carefully about whether to go or not. His words did dissuade some, but the allure of becoming workers was too great, and ultimately, no one withdrew. Gu Jianjun had said what he needed to say. The rest was up to them to ponder. As a result, the mechanical factory became a hive of activity. Particularly for Yu Jiao, even with assistance, the task of screening applicants according to the hiring standards consumed a significant amount of her energy. Not to mention the subsequent series of written tests and interviews. Entrusting the recruitment to Yu Jiao, Gu Zhao felt reassured. Aside from the responsibilities held by Zhao Xian and others, there were numerous other matters at the factory, including the allocation of personnel and the drafting of rules and regulations. By the time everything was wrapped up, half a month had passed. At this point, the recruitment process overseen by Yu Jiao had concluded. As expected, not a single individual from Yanglu village had been hired, though it would be inaccurate to say this entirely, as Su Xia had indeed secured a position. Thanks to her recent junior high school diploma and outstanding performance during the evaluations, she successfully entered the Human Resources Department of the mechanical factory. As for Su Chun and her husband, they experienced both fortune and misfortune. Su Chun managed to become an apprentice in the factory's workshop, while Lu Xiaoyi was not selected. Upon hearing the results, the disappointment was evident on Lu Xiaoyi's face, but when he turned to see Su Chun's worried gaze, he felt a sense of relief. Don't worry. You are naturally smarter and more diligent than I am. At least one of us has become a worker. Lu Xiaoyi spoke from the heart. Perhaps it was simply not in his nature to excel academically. Despite his efforts over the past year, his understanding of the material paled in comparison to Su Chun's. Thus, this outcome was not unexpected for him. Su Chun fixed her eyes on him, ensuring that he truly did not mind, before breaking into a smile. I will work hard in the factory, and you mustn't give up either. If it doesn't work out this time, perhaps there will be another opportunity. Her words of encouragement resonated deeply with Lu Xiaoyi. After leaving the mechanical factory, Lu Xiaoyi initially intended to stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to see if he could purchase something to celebrate. Su Chun intercepted him, asserting that the moment was ill-fated for revelations. Although her employment at the machinery factory would eventually come to light, she sought to delay the inevitable for as long as possible. Consequently, the two returned home empty-handed. The following day, Su Chun reported to the factory, and the successive days spent in the workshop allowed her to gradually acclimate to her new environment. The sisters, having both entered the factory, were able to see each other almost daily. They often marveled at how this life was something they had never envisioned before. Big sister, are you still keeping this from your in-laws? Su Xia inquired. Su Chun suppressed a smile, nodding silently in response. Sensing her sister's unease, Su Xia sighed, feeling helpless about the situation with their elder sisters-in-laws. If Hu Chungying truly caused a ruckus, it was likely that both families would be at odds, with the villagers gossiping behind their backs. A temporary concealment was all they could manage, due to Lu family village's remoteness from the county town. Su Chun had been staying with Su Xia and her husband for the past few days. After their conversation, the next day was a day of rest. Su Chun packed her belongings early in the morning and set off for home. She had initially believed that she could maintain the facade for a while longer, only to discover that the news had already spread from the wife of the village leader. While visiting the village leader to arrange for grain matters, Lu Xiaoyi and his wife had implored him to keep Su Chun's employment a secret. Upon learning that Su Chun had become a worker in the county town, the village leader was taken aback and sought the details. Upon discovering that the opportunity had arisen through familial connections, he remained silent, though envy flickered in his eyes. Lu family village was impoverished, and due to its distance from the county town, transporting goods out of the village was a strenuous endeavor. Each household struggled to make ends meet, and the emergence of a worker from their village was a significant event. However, due to his amicable relationship with Lu Xiaoyi and his awareness of Hu Qingying's character, he ultimately acquiesced. Unfortunately, he underestimated the fact that his wife inadvertently overheard the conversation. The village leader's wife was notorious for her loose lips. After enduring a few days of silence, she could no longer contain herself and divulged the information. As Su Chun trudged back to the village, she was met with congratulations from the villagers. Xia Yi's wife, who would have thought you possessed such capabilities? At first, Su Chun was taken aback, but a sudden realization struck her. Another voice chimed in, affirming her suspicion. Xia Yi's wife, we are all from the same village. Do tell us how you became a factory worker. Curious villagers gathered around her. Su Chun, disinterested in their envious chatter, forcefully pushed through the crowd and hurried home. Before she reached her doorstep, she glimpsed a cluster of individuals leaning against her family's wall, accompanied by heated arguments and the faint sound of a child's cries emanating from the yard. Quickening her pace, she approached the entrance and, without hesitation, pushed the door open. In the yard, Lu Xiaoyi wore a grim expression, flanked by 3 children, with the cries originating from the youngest, Lu Sanshi. Opposite them stood her in-laws, brother-in-law, and sister-in-law, all confronting her husband. The creaking of the door caught everyone's attention. Upon seeing Su Chun at the threshold, Lu Sanshi rushed towards her, sobbing, "Mommy, Grandpa and Grandma, and Uncle and Aunt are so scary." Su Chun, filled with compassion, embraced her child, comforting him as she ushered Lu Dia and Lu Ershi into the yard. She instructed Dia to take the 2 children inside. Once they closed the door, Su Chun turned her expressionless gaze towards the opposing group. "What is going on here, parents? How dare you ask us what we're doing? I demand to know why you concealed your employment at the machinery factory from us." Hu Qingying spat, her finger trembling in accusation towards Su Chun. Lu Xiaoyi grasped Su Chun's hand and shook his head at her, then turned to his father. "Dad, I already explained. Chun has just started her job, and we wanted to wait until she adjusted to the work before sharing this good news with you." The elder Lu appeared unconvinced. "Eldest son, your mother and I may be aging, but we are not foolish." "Exactly," Wang Ernie interjected. "Sister-in-law has been absent from the fields for days, running around. We thought something was amiss in her family. Turns out, you were hiding this matter from us. Are you afraid we would cling to you?" Now, she finally understood what Lu Xiaoyi and his wife had been concealing. Wang Ernie was resentful, feeling that since her husband was Lu Xiaoyi's younger brother, they should have lent a hand in such a fortunate situation. Su Chun scoffed, "Sister-in-law, let's not forget we have already separated our households. Even if we hadn't, my position as a worker has no bearing on you. Is it worth causing such a ruckus? If you're not clinging to us, then what is all this commotion about?" Su Chun aimed to strip away her sister-in-law's pretense before everyone. Wang Ernie's expression shifted, momentarily rendering her speechless. Lu Xiaodian, witnessing this, interjected, "Eldest brother, we are family. You see how sister-in-law speaks. Ernie is merely concerned. Lu Xiaoyi was more forthright, declaring, no need for that. The couple found themselves at a loss for words, their faces alternating between red and pale. Well, if your brother and sister-in-law cannot speak here, then what about me as their mother? Hu Qingying interjected. Lu Xiaoyi was about to retort when Su Chun caught sight of the onlookers at the wall and tugged at his arm. The villagers were already envious of her employment. And if today's altercation escalated into accusations against Lu Xiaoyi for disrespecting his parents, it would surely lead to more gossip. They still had to live in the village. And the children would also grow up here. If matters were pushed to an extreme, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Her gentle tug reminded Lu Xiaoyi of the implications, and he irritably scratched the back of his head. Had he known earlier that he should have put in more effort, they could have both secured positions at the machinery factory and brought the children to the county town, avoiding this predicament altogether. Furrowing his brow in impatience, Lu Xiaoyi demanded, "Parents, just say what you want." The elderly couple exchanged glances, and Hu Qingying cleared her throat. "It's simple. We want your wife to relinquish her position." A murmur rippled through the onlookers before Lu Xiaoyi and Su Chun could respond. The villagers began to chatter among themselves, incredulous that Hu Qingying would so casually demand that her daughter-in-law give up such an important job. It was evident that this was not solely Hu Qingying's idea, as the elder Lu had remained silent, likely in agreement with her. While some supported Hu Qingying's stance, others derided her actions, but the majority simply relished the drama, as the position did not belong to them, and they were merely spectators. Hearing Hu Qingying's demand, both Lu Xiaoyi and Su Chun's expressions darkened. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoyi refused. "No way. That position was earned by Ah Chun herself. No one can replace her." Hu Qingying understood that if she insisted Lu Xiaoyi and Su Chun relinquish the position, they would undoubtedly resist. "However, my dear elder, you have misunderstood. It is your wife who is to concede her position to you, allowing you to venture into the county while she remains at home to care for the children." Lu Xiaoyi was taken aback, and Su Chun's expression darkened even further. She instinctively turned her gaze towards the person beside her. Would he agree? Observing her son's silence, Hu Qingying's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. How foolish of her. Despite the rift between the elder and them, he was still their flesh and blood. They relied on him for their future support. But Su Chun? Humph, an outsider, and a married woman at that. What right did she have to step into the limelight? "Elder brother, my suggestion is quite sound, isn't it?" "I disagree." Hu Qingying's words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Xiaoyi. To be candid, when he first heard his mother's suggestion, a flicker of temptation crossed his mind. Yet, as he casually glanced up, his gaze fortuitously met 3 pairs of anxious eyes peering through the door's crack. It was a rude awakening, and Lu Xiaoyi came to his senses immediately. This position was attained through his wife's diligence. Moreover, they were a family. Whether he or she assumed the role, it was all for the family and the children. Hu Qingying stiffened, unable to believe what she was hearing from the fool across from her. Lu Laotu exclaimed, "Elder brother, are you out of your mind?" The onlookers, too, began to murmur among themselves. Who would have thought Lu Xiaoyi possessed a sense of responsibility? He is indeed a man. Pa, what of it? Were it me, I wouldn't agree either. You speak nonsense. You lack the opportunity. Were you in his place, I guarantee you'd be eagerly aligning yourself with Lu Laotu and his wife. Not everyone has the courage to resist temptation. At the very least, those present could introspect. If faced with a similar choice, would they refuse? 90% likely, they would not. Su Chun's eyes shimmered, and as Lu Xiaoyi met her gaze, he smiled and instinctively grasped her hand. "If you two have no further matters, we shall return to our room." Without waiting for Lu Laotu and the others to respond, the pair entered the house and closed the door behind them. In the courtyard, a gust of wind swept through, and the withered yellow leaves fell upon Wang Ernie's face. She stood there in a daze, unsure of what all her commotion had been for. Originally, she had believed that with her in-laws on their side, they would surely be able to extract some benefits from the elder brother and sister-in-law. Little did she know, the elder brother had not even spared their parents' faces. Now, they had gained nothing and instead offended the elder brother and sister-in-law. Lu Laotu and his wife had never anticipated that the elder brother would reject such an obvious advantage. At this point, words were futile. The decision lay in Su Chun's hands. If they held differing opinions regarding the position, perhaps they could discreetly apply some pressure and reclaim it from Su Chun. However, it was evident that the couple stood united in their stance. Thus, any efforts from the rest would be in vain. The crowd that had gathered on the wall, seeing that the excitement had dissipated, began to disperse. The village's latest gossip was born, shock. The daughter-in-law has become a factory worker while the in-laws create a ruckus at home. What could it mean? Look, the gossip theme has already been decided. With the smooth operation of the machinery factory, Qingyang Industrial University also faced its final examinations. This year, with Gu Zhao absent, the first-place ranking in the grade was up for grabs for the first time. After finally completing the last exam, Tong Lu felt an immense sense of relief. Lin Zhu remarked, "Indeed, we can finally relax a bit." Li Guangzong did not respond. During the examination, there had been a particular knowledge point he was rather unclear on, leading to an unanswered question. He was about to flip through his notes to review it. Tong Lu inadvertently caught sight of this and exclaimed, "Aren't you exhausted? I feel as though my entire being is on the verge of collapse." Li Guangzong, without lifting his head, replied, "Not tired." He had already started university half a year later than others. If he didn't put in extra effort, he might find himself lagging far behind. Tong Lu sighed, withdrawing his gaze, his eyes vacant as they drifted into the void. Suddenly, he found himself missing Gu Zhao, wondering how he was faring. His mention prompted Lin Zhu and the others to recall the individual who had aided them greatly. "I wonder if I have the honor to invite the three of you out for a meal." A familiar voice rang out at the door. The three of them snapped their heads up to see the very person they had just been discussing standing at the entrance, smiling at them. "Gu Zhao?" Tong Lu sprang up, taking a few steps to stand before Gu Zhao. He placed a hand on Gu Zhao's shoulder and squeezed, confirming his presence. Lin Zhu and Li Guangzong reacted a beat slower, but soon joined him at the door. "Gu Zhao, what brings you here?" Li Guangzong inquired. "Is there something you need at school?" Facing their eagerness, Gu Zhao shook his head with a smile. "Nothing much, just came to check on you all." "What a true brother." Tong Lu clapped Gu Zhao on the shoulder. As Gu Zhao shrugged off Tong Lu's arm, he gestured towards the school gate. "Let us go. It's time to eat." Agreed. The group cheerfully made their way to the state-run restaurant. The meal was spent reminiscing, and despite the time apart, the camaraderie between them was untouched. Tong Lu was particularly chatty, firing off questions one after another. When they inquired about Gu Zhao's current position, his response was succinct: "At the machinery factory." The movements of the others faltered as they looked at him in disbelief. "The machinery factory?" Tong Lu echoed. "Are you serious?" Lin Zhu added, "If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let us know," Li Guangzong offered, though he wasn't sure how helpful he could be. The incredulous expressions of the three amused Gu Zhao, who cleared his throat and said, "I truly do have a matter for which I need your assistance." "All right then." Whether or not it was true was a separate matter. "Assistance? Speak up. If it's within our power to help, we will." Tong Lu patted his chest in assurance. Lin Zhu and Li Guangzong remained silent, but their expressions conveyed their support. With that, Gu Zhao felt free to speak. These individuals were his steadfast allies. "You see, the factory has set up a research lab, and I have some ideas for a project that requires additional hands." Upon hearing this, the others grasped the situation immediately. Tong Lu did not hesitate. "Sure. When do we start? I'll give my parents a heads up. We'll also inform our families." Lin Zhu and Li Guangzong chimed in unison. To be honest, their willingness to agree without hesitation surprised Gu Zhao, especially since he had not disclosed the project details or any compensation. "Aren't you worried I might sell you out?" Tong Lu waved dismissively. "What do I have to fear? Besides, we know exactly who you are." The other two nodded in agreement. Gu Zhao feigned a blank expression, his gaze darkening. "But you do realize that often, those who betray you are the familiar faces around you?" Tong Lu gulped instinctively. "Surely not." Gu Zhao remained silent, his stare unwavering. Feeling the intensity of Gu Zhao's gaze, Tong Lu's hair stood on end, and he forced a smile. "Can we return to our previous topic?" Gu Zhao inquired. "What topic?" "Let us go back to when you mentioned needing our help." With that, Lin Zhu and Li Guangzong, who had been stifling their laughter, could no longer contain themselves. They burst into laughter, looking at Tong Lu as if he were a fool. A smile broke across Gu Zhao's face as well. Tong Lu finally realized that Gu Zhao was teasing him. "Oh, you all have teamed up to bully me," he exclaimed. Lin Zhu denied it, saying, "We haven't tea. It's just that you are the one being foolish." Tong Lu felt his cheeks flush and countered. "Isn't it true that Gu Zhao's expression earlier was just too terrifying?" Li Guangzong chimed in. "Admit it, you're just a coward." "Who's a coward?" Tong Lu retorted. After a brief squabble, they quieted down. However, to be honest, Tong Lu was genuinely curious about what Gu Zhao was currently doing at his workplace. Zhao, tell us the truth. What exactly are you up to now?" Faced with three pairs of inquisitive eyes, Gu Zhao sighed in exasperation. "Haven't I told you several times? I'm going back to inherit the factory." Tong Lu tentatively asked. "Weren't you joking about that?" "Who's joking with you?" Gu Zhao replied. "I've always spoken the truth." Gulp. This time, all three of them swallowed collectively. Tong Lu exclaimed. "So you're going to be the factory manager?" Lin Zhu asked. "Is that for real?" Li Guangzong added. "You're not pulling our leg?" At this point, Gu Zhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Do you think I would deceive you for some profit?" A profound silence ensued, a deathly stillness. Although the surrounding diners were bustling, the trio heard nothing, their minds consumed by the notion that Gu Zhao was indeed the factory manager. "Wow, brother, you are like the long-lost brother I never knew," Tong Lu exclaimed as he rushed towards Gu Zhao. The other two were less dramatic, but gazed at Gu Zhao with wide eyes. Lin Ju remarked, "To enjoy wealth and honor." Li Guangzong added, "Let us not forget each other." Chapter 313, Recruiting in the City. After a light-hearted exchange, the trio finally accepted the fact that their brother was indeed the factory manager. Once Tong Lu and the others were settled, Gu Zhao arranged to meet Li Kaimao. Unlike Tong Lu and his friends, Li Kaimao was older and in a different situation, currently employed at a research institute. Even if the Chunyang Machinery Industrial Research Institute had yet to yield significant results, it provided him with a stable position. Meanwhile, Tong Lu and his friends were still in the phase of considering helping Gu Zhao during their winter break. To them, it felt like a brief internship, something they would eventually leave behind, so they accepted it with ease. However, for Li Kaimao, the situation was anything but easy. Gu Zhao's expectations for Li Kaimao were different. He hoped Li Kaimao would commit to working at the machinery factory long-term. Thus, Li Kaimao had to choose between two paths. One was a stable position he had held for over 2 years, and the other was the county's machinery factory, a small workshop with an uncertain future. Anyone could see which choice was more sensible. But for Li Kaimao, having the groundwork laid by a trip to the capital left his decision in the air. After listening to Gu Zhao, he sat in silence for 2 minutes, unsure whether to be astonished that Gu Zhao, at such a young age, was already the factory manager or to feel troubled by Gu Zhao's proposal. To be honest, he had a good relationship with Gu Zhao, and given Gu Zhao's previous assistance to their institute, he should have readily agreed. Yet, as Gu Zhao had surmised, one option offered stability while the other was fraught with uncertainty, a choice everyone understood. Gu Zhao recognized Li Kaimao's inner conflict. Fear of the unknown is inherent in human nature. Calmly, he retrieved a document from his bag and handed it to Li Kaimao, saying, "You can take a look before deciding." Li Kaimao accepted it with confusion and glanced down. The title read, "Improvements in High-End CNC Machine Tools, High-Precision Coordinate Boring Machines, and Gear Grinding Machines." Just the title captivated Li Kaimao's full attention, and he eagerly delved further. As he flipped through the pages, his eyes widened, and his breath grew heavier. The document detailed the technological advancements of the aforementioned machines, including aspects he had never encountered before. Yet, he felt an undeniable conviction that the information contained within was authentic. If these developments could be realized, the thought was almost too grand to fathom. This was Gu Zhao's means of persuading Li Kaimao. No man is devoid of ambition, particularly when success appears within reach. Once Li Kaimao finished reading, he calmed himself and returned the document to Gu Zhao. Without waiting for a question, he simply stated, "I'll go with you." Hearing this, Gu Zhao smiled and extended his hand in welcome. Li Kaimao shook it firmly. Having decided to leave, Li Kaimao promptly approached the director's office the following morning to discuss his departure. "What? You want to leave?" Su Yihong expressed mild surprise, furrowing his brow. "Kaimao, you've been with our institute for several years and seem to be doing fine. Why the sudden desire to leave? Is there something you're dissatisfied with?" Li Kaimao quickly shook his head. "No, it's just that I have a new plan for my future." Recalling the excitement he felt the previous day, a surge of fervor and anticipation welled up within him. This was a sensation he had never experienced at Chunyang Machinery Research Institute. Seeing that Li Kaimao was not inclined to elaborate, Su Yihong didn't press further but offered a few words of advice. Ultimately, realizing Li Kaimao had made up his mind, he reluctantly agreed to his departure. Li Kaimao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Upon exiting the director's office, he looked around at the familiar surroundings and faces, feeling a fleeting emptiness in his heart, quickly overshadowed by the excitement of venturing into a new battlefield. The future, he was certain, would only get better. With his decision to leave confirmed and the director's approval secured, it was time for the handover of his work responsibilities. Everyone soon learned about Li Kaimao's impending departure. A few colleagues who were somewhat close to him approached, inquiring if there was an urgent family matter or if he was facing difficulties. Upon discovering that the situation was not as they had surmised, Li Kaimao chose not to disclose the reasons, and the colleagues, understanding his discretion, exchanged a few words before returning to their tasks. "Hey, you're not leaving because you're afraid of me, are you?" A voice piped up from the side, and Zhao Chia, chin held high, glanced over with a sidelong look. Li Kaimao, uninterested, lowered his head to pack his things, replying, "If you're sleepy, just go take a nap." "Hey you." Zhao Chia began to protest, but Li Kaimao, unwilling to engage in a confrontation, turned and walked away. Noticing that Li Kaimao didn't look back, Zhao Chia angrily shook his fist at Li Kaimao's retreating figure. Who would have thought Chia cared so much about Kaimao? A nearby colleague teased. Zhao Chia, startled like a frightened cat, almost jumped in surprise. Who cares about him? After uttering that, he hurriedly left, as if something were chasing him. On the third day of Gu Zhao's arrival in the city, he set off on the return journey to the county with 4 others. On the train, he introduced Li Kaimao to the others. Tong Lu, being talkative and friendly, quickly got along with Lin Ju and Li Kaimao without much prompting from Gu Zhao. By the time they disembarked, Tong Lu was already calling him Brother Kaimao. Chapter 314, Collective Ascendance. Gu Zhao took the group directly to the machinery factory. As the day was getting late, Gu Zhao arranged for them to stay in the dormitory, and after a meal at the factory canteen, they parted ways. Back in the dormitory, surveying the small room meant for four, Tong Lu marveled. "Ah, Zhao, you really are the factory manager." He recalled how everyone they had met along the way greeted Gu Zhao warmly. How should one put it? Tong Lu experienced a profound sense of resolution. Until now, his heart felt suspended, lacking a firm grounding. But now, it was undeniably anchored. Lin Ju gazed at him with admiration, noting that it was his first encounter with such a youthful factory director. Li Guangzong sat silently on the edge of the bed, contemplating his own aspirations for the future. Unlike the three uninformed individuals, Li Kaimao was entirely absorbed in research. He was eager to transform the contents of the documents into tangible reality. Each harbored their own thoughts as they spent their first night in this unfamiliar city. The following day, after reuniting with a few others, Gu Zhao led them on a tour of the factory, a place they would soon call home. They had already visited the dormitory and cafeteria. And next on the itinerary was the production workshop. The workshop was meticulously divided into sections: the casting workshop, forging workshop, machining workshop, heat treatment workshop, assembly workshop, among others. They then proceeded to the production department responsible for scheduling and on-site management. Following that was the process technology department, tasked with product design, blueprint drafting, and establishing production workflows. Next was the quality inspection department, overseeing the materials entry and the quality control of finished products. Lastly, they visited the equipment department, responsible for the procurement, maintenance, and repair of machinery throughout the factory. The equipment department's responsibilities closely overlapped with those of Gu Cheng and others. Thus Gu Zhao entrusted its management to Sun Yinqin. Known for her reserved demeanor, she exhibited a steadiness that contrasted with the more vibrant personalities of Niu Dashan and others, and her keen observational skills reassured Gu Zhao. After exploring the factory's essential areas, Gu Zhao guided the group to the administrative and logistics departments. The transportation department managed the movement of materials within and outside the factory, while the security department ensured fire safety, law enforcement, and the protection of national assets and personnel. These two departments were primarily staffed by veterans, with Wei Wu as the overall supervisor. There was also the General Affairs Department, which handled administrative logistics such as the cafeteria, landscaping, and sanitation. Gu Zhao briefly introduced them to the human resources, finance, publicity, and organization departments. Eventually, they arrived at the factory office. Upon seeing Gu Zhao enter with his companions, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao stood up. Gu Zhao began, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhao Xian, the director responsible for workshop production, and this is Yu Jiao, who oversees administrative logistics. These individuals are my assistants from the city." Before Gu Zhao could finish, Tong Lu eagerly extended his hand, introducing himself, Tong Lu. The others followed suit with their introductions: Lin Ju, Li Guangzong, and Li Kaimao. Zhao Xian shook their hands warmly, saying, "Welcome to our factory." Yu Jiao added, "Being specifically sought out by Zhao Ge indicates your exceptional capabilities. I believe that with your contributions, the factory will flourish." Their amiable demeanor put Tong Lu and his companions at ease, especially Yu Jiao's words, which made the university's students blush with modesty. Tong Lu scratched his head. "It's not that exaggerated." Witnessing this rare humility from him, Gu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. "How remarkable. You can be so modest." Lin Ju chimed in, "Indeed. It's a once-in-a-century occurrence." Li Guangzong and the others stifled their laughter. Tong Lu instinctively wanted to roll his eyes at Gu Zhao, but restrained himself upon noticing Zhao Xian's gaze, gritting his teeth. "Haven T, I always been this humble?" This remark elicited an even louder laugh from Gu Zhao, and the others joined in, no longer concealing their amusement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Zhao led them to their final destination, the research room. Upon entering, Tong Lu couldn't suppress his awe, exclaiming, "Wow." His eyes widened at the sight before him. The bright research room was impeccably organized, with various experimental apparatus arranged neatly, awaiting the arrival of its master. Tong Lu, akin to a curious child, gingerly touched this and prodded that, wishing he had extra hands. Lin Ju and Li Guangzong were equally impressed. "Zhao, this place is truly remarkable," Li Guangzong remarked. Having visited the capital, Li Kaimao maintained a calm demeanor, yet even he was taken aback by the completeness of the equipment, some of which were even absent from their local research institute. It was worth noting that this was merely a research room affiliated with a mechanical factory. Gu Zhao anticipated their reactions. While he had not closely managed the construction plans for other parts of the factory, he had invested considerable trust in the research room. Many items were acquired through connections with Zhou Yonglin. Otherwise, as an inconspicuous individual, he would have lacked the resources to procure such fine equipment. Once Tong Lu and the others had sufficiently marveled at the surroundings, Gu Zhao clapped his hands, announcing, "All right, time waits for no one. Let us get to work." He then picked up the documents he had previously shown to Li Kaimao and began explaining them to the group. Initially, the expressions of Tong Lu and the others were one of shock. This quickly transformed into bewilderment, followed by a collective exclamation of "what the heck?" Gu Zhao paid no mind to their astonishment and continued his exposition. Realizing they needed to compose themselves, Tong Lu and his companions quickly masked their surprise and listened intently, raising their hands to inquire whenever they encountered something unclear. After thoroughly discussing all the material, Tong Lu suddenly bowed, addressing Gu Zhao as father. Now, he comprehended that they had not come merely to assist. They had been collectively elevated by Gu Zhao. Lin Zhu and Li Guangzong also expressed their excitement. Their faces flushed as they fidgeted awkwardly. If the projects outlined in the documents were successfully researched, they would undoubtedly leave a mark in history. Zhao, you. Lin Zhu momentarily stumbled over his words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Li Guangzong gazed at Gu Zhao with the reverence one might reserve for a benefactor. All right. Gu Zhao understood their sentiments and waved his hand, jesting, "If you truly wish to thank me, how about you come to my little workshop after graduation? I'm willing. I would be delighted." Tong Lu exclaimed eagerly, with Li Guangzong and the others nodding in fervent agreement. The notion of a little workshop seemed trivial. If their research bore fruit, Gu Zhao's laboratory would likely be at full capacity, leaving them no space to join. They felt fortunate to have developed a close relationship with him, allowing them this opportunity. Reflecting on it, sharing a dormitory with Gu Zhao had become the most fortuitous event of their lives. Li Kaimao stood silently aside, already committed to Gu Zhao's path. As Tong Lu and the others calmed down, Gu Zhao turned serious, stating, "You must understand the significance of our upcoming research projects. Starting today, we need to dedicate ourselves wholly to this endeavor, aiming to produce results as promptly as possible. Do we have confidence?" "Yes." Tong Lu and the others exchanged glances and shouted in unison, their voices nearly shaking the ceiling of the research room. Observing their spirited enthusiasm, Gu Zhao smiled. "Then let us begin." Chapter 315, Request for Leave Denied. From this day forward, the group was determined to spend every waking moment in the research room, particularly Gu Zhao, who was the main force among them, participating in both intellectual and physical labor. Su Ran, aware of their pressing commitments, ensured that her little girl didn't disturb them. Wang Hohat, observing their relentless toil day and night, grew concerned for their well-being. In the interim, she exchanged several old hens in the village, preparing and delivering nourishing hen soup on multiple occasions. Aside from her, only Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao had visited the laboratory, with them overseeing the factory's operations. Gu Zhao felt at ease, only stepping in when they encountered insurmountable challenges. Occasionally, when he noticed they had some spare time, he would invite them to assist him further. Initially, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao were unaware of the nature of Gu Zhao's research. However, once they became involved and grasped the essence of the work, they volunteered to help without needing any prompting from Gu Zhao. This aligned perfectly with Gu Zhao's original intention to include them in the endeavor. Having accompanied him from the outset, they had borne much of the responsibility during their 2 years in the city. With such a promising opportunity at hand, Gu Zhao hoped to immortalize their names alongside his. Upon sensing Gu Zhao's aspirations, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao became even more diligent. Witnessing their fervor, Tong Lu and the others felt a surge of competitive spirit. This simply could not stand. They could not afford to lag behind. Thus, an inexplicable fervor enveloped the laboratory, with everyone unwittingly caught up in the excitement. This fervent pursuit of progress persisted until the new year. When Wang Hohat interrupted their work, the group remained momentarily dazed, exchanging glances and noticing the deep dark circles under each other's eyes. Wang Hohat announced, "Today is the new year. Let us head to Annie's home for a reunion dinner." Abruptly pulled from their work, the group turned their gaze towards Gu Zhao, setting aside his components. Gu Zhao stood up, "Let us go." Thus, they exited the machinery factory. Upon entering the county town, they were immediately enveloped by the vibrant festive atmosphere. The faces of passers-by were aglow with exuberant smiles. Having spent an entire month in the laboratory, the group felt as though they had stepped into another world. This sensation crystallized when they arrived home to the warm welcome from Gu Jianjun and the others. This year, due to Gu Zhao, Wang Hohat and her husband decided to celebrate the new year in the county town. At the dinner table, Wang Hohat eagerly served dishes to the group, treating them as if they were her own family, encouraging them to take whatever they desired. Tong Lu and the others hurriedly thanked her while filling their bowls. Noticing their unsteady gait upon entering, Gu Jianjun remarked that while research was important, health should not be neglected. Although directed at Gu Zhao, Tong Lu and the others instinctively straightened up in agreement. Wang Hohot quickly interjected, "All right, let us eat." Gu Zhao, however, was preoccupied with his daughter, who had become quite attached to him after their separation. Upon seeing Gu Zhao's gaunt visage, Su ran, reluctant to see her daughter overexerting herself, reached out to take the child into her arms. The little one, noticing, clung tightly to Gu Zhao's neck, burying her face into him. Gu Zhao shook his head at Su ran, gently extracting the child to begin feeding her. Once the reunion dinner concluded, the group hastily returned to the laboratory. Wang Hohot felt a twinge of reluctance, wishing they could rest at home for a couple of days. Watching her son lose significant weight in just a month pained her heart. Before Gu Zhao could offer comfort, Gu Jianjun spoke up, "This is work for the nation. We cannot afford to delay." He then gestured to Gu Zhao, "Let us go." Gu Zhao nodded and, after bidding farewell to his family, returned to the laboratory. As the school term approached, Tong Lu and the others grew increasingly anxious, eager to accelerate their research progress, yet lacking the capability to do so. Tong Lu lamented, "Oh no, in just a few days, school starts again, and we'll have to return." Lin Ju and the others frowned in silence, their actions subconsciously quickening. None of them wished to abandon their unfinished research to return to school, yet the impending start of classes loomed ominously. Observing the agitation in his companion's expressions, Li Guangzong pondered for a moment. What if we request a leave of absence from our advisor? His tentative suggestion caused Tong Lu's eyes to light up. "I think that could work." Lin Ju raised an eyebrow at Tong Lu's optimism. "Is that feasible? Our current research progress is still less than a third complete. If we request leave, it likely won't be granted for just a day or two. How could our advisor approve several months off?" The other two shared this concern. Ultimately, Tong Lu decided, "Let us just try. What is the worst that could happen?" However, when they contacted Dong Mingji, their request was met with an unequivocal refusal. Chapter 316, The Arrival of Dong Mingji. Tong Lu, anxious, attempted to explain, "Old Dong." Came the threatening tone from the other end of the line. Tong Lu continued, "Teacher Dong, we truly have legitimate matters for which we need leave." "Indeed, Teacher Dong. I assure you we will provide a full account once our tasks are completed," added Lin Ju in support. The three understood that their request for several months off, lacking a reasonable justification, would likely be denied by Dong Mingji. However, given that their research project was currently confidential, revealing it now might lead to complications. Dong Mingji was unaware of their circumstances. He simply knew that 3 students were asking for several months off before the semester had even begun, without offering any rationale. Despite their earnest pleas over the phone, he remained unconvinced. Tong Lu exchanged glances with his companions, their expressions reflecting their shared dilemmas. At that moment, a slender, bony hand snatched the receiver from Tong Lu. "Teacher Dong, it's me." Dong Mingji responded, "Gu Zhao?" Gu Zhao smiled, affirming, "Yes. Tong Lu and the others are assisting me in the county. Due to the sensitive nature of our work, I cannot disclose details over the phone, but I assure you it is a matter beneficial to the nation and its people. If you have concerns, you are welcome to visit and see for yourself." Dong Mingji hesitated on the other end. He knew Gu Zhao well and trusted him. Moreover, he seemed to detect an underlying implication in Gu Zhao's words. "Very well. I will make time to come by." After exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. As Gu Zhao set down the receiver, a smile lingered on his lips, only to be met by 3 pairs of eager eyes. Tong Lu pouted, "Old Dong is biased. What is the difference between what I said and what Gu Zhao said? Why did he agree to Gu Zhao without hesitation?" Gu Zhao chuckled at the remark, but before he could respond, Lin Ju playfully swatted Tong Lu's back. "Are you the provincial champion of the college entrance exam? Can you ace every test? Have you participated in the capital's top mechanical research project as a freshman? Can you be a factory director at such a young age? Can you graduate nearly 2 years early as an outstanding student? Are you as reliable as Gu Zhao?" They volleyed their critiques back and forth until Tong Lu fell silent, covering his ears. Okay, I admit defeat. Stop already." Seeing this, Gu Zhao and his companions exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their laughter. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Dong Mingji paced in his office, increasingly restless. Ultimately, unable to quell his concern, he hurried to the train station and purchased a ticket for the earliest train, departing the next morning to Qingtian County. With the school term yet to officially commence, he was confident he could make the round trip in time. The following day, he boarded the train early. The journey proved to be quite excruciating for Dong Mingji, as he remained seated without respite. "Hey, brother," a large, rough hand clapped down on Dong Mingji's shoulder. Meeting his bewildered gaze, the man chuckled, "If you can't sit still, feel free to swap with me." "What do you mean by swap?" Dong Mingji inquired. The man laughed heartily. "You stand while I sit, of course." Dong Mingji was perplexed. If the man preferred to stand, Why would he purchase a seat? What was he implying? The man, with a knowing look, seemed to suggest that they both understood each other. After all, they were both men. If you're uncomfortable, you can stand for a while. He glanced pointedly at Dong Mingji's posterior. Understanding the implication, Dong Mingji's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale as he gritted his teeth. No, you misunderstand. The man assumed he was merely shy, saying, "There's no need to be bashful, big guy." Dong Mingji's expression darkened further as he insisted, "Really, it's unnecessary." Noticing his discomfort, the man offered an awkward smile and fell silent, pondering that Dong Mingji lacked manliness. After all, it was just a minor issue. Why act coy and refuse to admit it? Unaware that he appeared to be putting on a brave front in the man's eyes, Dong Mingji hurriedly disembarked when the train reached its destination, joining the throng of passengers. After alighting, he inquired of several individuals until he reached a phone booth and made a call to Gu Zhao. It then struck him that in his haste, he had neglected to notify Gu Zhao in advance, rendering his arrival somewhat abrupt. Upon receiving the news of Dong Mingji's arrival in the county, Gu Zhao was taken aback and stood up to step outside. The earlier conversation had been overheard by Tong Lu and the others, who also rose to follow. Gu Zhao stopped them, saying, "You all stay here and continue. I will go to welcome the teacher." Without waiting for Tong Lu and the others to respond, he swiftly disappeared through the doorway. Chapter 317, Under the Gun. After picking up Dong Mingji, Gu Zhao exchanged a few pleasantries with him before proceeding directly to the machinery factory. Dong Mingji remained inside the research room for 3 hours, during which his face gradually reddened as he clenched his fists, suppressing his inner excitement. Without uttering a word, he exited the factory and returned to the school. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao and the others, who had seen him off, remained engrossed in their experiments. Time passed until June, gazing at the finished product after months of hard work. Tong Lu appeared dazed. "Have we truly succeeded?" he questioned uncertainly. Lin Zhu, feeling somewhat lost, echoed the sentiment. "Did we really manage to create this?" Gu Zhao remained silent, engrossed in his own inspection. The machine tool technology he presented was at least 60 years ahead of its time. Not only was it unparalleled domestically, but even internationally. It was far beyond reach. Although he had contemplated unveiling even more advanced technology, progress must be made step by step. While he possessed knowledge of related techniques, the current circumstances hindered them from fulfilling hardware requirements, such as specific materials or facilities. The high-end CNC machine tools, high-precision coordinate boring machines, and gear grinding machines they had successfully developed would play a significant role in various fields, including aerospace, semiconductors, heavy machinery, and medical devices. Previously, it had been foreign nations that imposed technological blockades against Huagua. However, once their research came to light, the tides would turn. While lost in thought, Gu Zhao's hands continued to move without pause. After confirming that everything was in order, he raised his gaze to meet 4 pairs of expectant eyes. "Let's give it a try." With a single command, the others quickly sprang into action. After conducting a series of operational tests and confirming that the machinery functioned flawlessly, jubilant cheers erupted from the research room. The first to hear the news, Zhao Xian and Yu Jiao hurried over. Although they had participated in the project, they could not neglect their duties at the factory. Upon arriving and seeing the machines standing proudly in the center of the research room, coupled with Tong Lu's explanation of the situation, another round of cheers resounded. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Zhao stepped out of the laboratory and called for Wang Yao, who had been lurking in the shadows. Given the significance of this research project, it was imperative that the information not be conveyed via letters or phone calls to the capital to avoid any risk of leaks. "Go to the capital and inform Director Zhou," Gu Zhao instructed meticulously, and Wang Yao listened attentively. Understanding the gravity of the news, he rushed to the train station and used his connections to secure a ticket for the same day's departure to the capital. "What did you say?" Zhou Yonglin exclaimed, standing abruptly and striding forward to firmly grip Wang Yao's shoulder. "Are you certain that Gu Zhao's message is accurate?" "I guarantee it with my military honor," Wang Yao replied. Zhou Yonglin released him and paced back and forth in the office several times before abruptly exiting without another word. He needed to make an urgent report. When the higher-ups received Zhou Yonglin's message, they confirmed it multiple times. After Zhou Yonglin's repeated assurances, they promptly dispatched personnel. That very night, a group boarded a train bound for Qingtian County. The journey was agonizing for Zhou Yonglin, who wished he could sprout wings and fly directly to Qingtian County. The same sentiment was shared by the 4 others dispatched from above. 2 of them, like Wang Yao, were military personnel tasked with ensuring the safety of Zhou Yonglin and his companions, while the other 2 were sent to verify the situation and ensure the facts aligned with Wang Yao's account. By the time the group disembarked, it was already the early hours of the next day. Blocking Wang Yao, who was about to call for Gu Zhao, Zhou Yonglin said, "Now that we've arrived, there's no rush. We should first tidy ourselves up." Sleep was out of the question, but after a day and night on the train, they were all somewhat disheveled and needed to freshen up. Thus, when Gu Zhao arrived at the machinery factory the following day, he was greeted by a group standing at the entrance. He stared in astonishment. "Director Zhao, when did you arrive?" "Not long ago," Zhou Yonglin replied. Observing Gu Zhao's dark circles, he said nothing about believing or disbelieving him. Subsequently, Zhou Yonglin introduced everyone to each other, eagerly requesting Gu Zhao to take them to the research room. When the actual physical products finally appeared before them, Zhou Yonglin and his two companions, responsible for verifying the situation, were too stunned to speak and hurriedly began their inspections. As Lin Zhu and the others stumbled into the research room, they caught sight of three elderly gentlemen bent over their precious creations. Tong Lu's eyes widened in alarm. Before fully assessing their surroundings, he rushed forward to intervene. However, as he took a step, he froze, confronted by two imposing men with guns pointed at him. He offered an awkward smile. "It's all a misunderstanding." He then cast a pleading glance at Gu Zhao for help. Gu Zhao stepped forward, addressing the two armed soldiers. "Comrades, Tong Lu is a researcher from our laboratory. There's no need for alarm." Only then did the soldiers lower their weapons. Tong Lu, seeing the situation de-escalate, quickly retreated several steps to seek refuge among Gu Zhao and the others. Lin Zhu patted his head, reminding him, "Next time, keep your eyes peeled. Didn't you see Gu Zhao standing right there? If he hadn't permitted it, how could these people be here?" Tong Lu was near tears, lamenting his momentary lapse in attention due to excitement. With final exams approaching in just 2 days, the three of them decided not to return home, but instead collapsed in their dormitory for a long, much-needed rest, as if trying to make up for months of lost sleep. Today, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Tong Lu eagerly dragged the others to the laboratory to see his prized creations, only to find themselves under the threat of firearms. Unlike the inexperienced Tong Lu and his companions, Li Kaimao had met Zhou Yonglin before during their trip to the capital. "Director Zhou?" Upon hearing his murmurs, Li Guangzong followed his gaze and asked, "Do you know him?" At this, Tong Lu and the others turned their attention as well. Li Kaimao nodded in affirmation. However, Gu Zhao should be more familiar with him. Confronted by 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes, Gu Zhao succinctly introduced the current situation. Upon learning that their research had attracted the attention of higher-ups, including the director of the capital's first mechanical research institute, Tong Lu immediately forgot his previous trepidation, his tail nearly wagging with excitement. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it's all thanks to us." Lin Zhu couldn't resist chiding him. "If it weren't for Gu Zhao, would we even be standing here?" Tong Lu, undeterred, acknowledged the truth of it, draping an arm over Gu Zhao's shoulder. "The moment I laid eyes on Gu Zhao in the dormitory, I knew he was extraordinary. And now, look at the results." He shook his head in self-satisfaction, marveling at his own discernment for having latched onto such a formidable ally early on. The others paid him no mind, their gaze collectively shifting to Zhou Yonglin and the others. Chapter 318, the grand finale. As the group exchanged banter, Zhou Yonglin and his companions completed their inspection of several machines. "Good, good, good," Zhou Yonglin exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. The 2 elderly gentlemen beside him were equally enthused. "We must urgently request personnel from above." "Request personnel for what?" Even without elaboration, Zhou Yonglin and his companion immediately understood. The 3 of them turned in unison towards Gu Zhao, who was chatting amiably with Tong Lu and the others. Sensing their gaze, Gu Zhao tilted his head, appearing blissfully unaware. Noticing the conspicuously unguarded entrance of the research facility, Zhou Yonglin, trembling with urgency, pointed towards the door. "Is this how you conduct your research? No security at the entrance, not even a guard?" Gu Zhao grasped his meaning, instinctively touching his nose as he explained. "We have Wei Wu and the others patrolling the factory. Besides, I'm relatively unknown, and this is merely a small mechanical factory in a county. No one is likely to take notice." "You," Zhou Yonglin stammered, faced with Gu Zhao's innocent demeanor and recalling the remarkable results of the past few months. He could not bring himself to voice further criticism. Instead, he turned to the 2 soldiers accompanying him. "Quickly, call back and request reinforcements. Not only does the laboratory require tighter security, but this reckless young man needs it even more." "Understood." One of them exited the laboratory. Their military department possessed an encrypted communication channel, ensuring that Gu Zhao's concerns regarding information leaks were unfounded. In the following days, the mechanical factory was swiftly enveloped in a protective cocoon. To the untrained eye, it appeared unchanged, but behind the scenes, it was fortified with meticulous care, including around Gu Zhao himself. Once the research concluded, Tong Lu and the others expressed their desire to leave. They had been away for over half a year, and their families were undoubtedly anxious. With summer vacation upon them, it was the perfect opportunity to return home and catch up on the semester's studies. At the entrance of the mechanical factory, Tong Lu expressed his reluctance. Zhao Gu, remember, the research room must reserve a spot for us brothers. Lin Zhu and Li Guangzong looked at Gu Zhao with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing news of their endeavors, a wave of researchers had arrived from the capital within mere days. Equipped with a plethora of devices and materials, all because Gu Zhao indicated that additional manpower was needed for forthcoming projects. With a grand gesture, Zhou Yonglin had commanded, "If we need personnel, we shall have them. If we require equipment, we shall receive it." The research lab itself was expanded several times over. Fearing that they might return to find no place for them, the trio felt compelled to ensure Gu Zhao was informed. Li Kaimao, observing the three in a state of uncertainty, silently thanked his fortune. He had already joined Gu Zhao's research team. Otherwise, he would have been without a position. Gu Zhao, bemused, replied, "You've already mentioned this at least 10 times. All right, I promise. You all should leave now. Otherwise, you might miss your train." Thus, Gu Zhao bid farewell to the three. Before they departed, he handed each of them an envelope, urging them to leave without opening it. During their journey home, surrounded by throngs of people, the trio had no time to open the envelopes. It wasn't until they returned home that they finally did so. Upon extracting a thick wad of cash from the envelopes, Li Guangzong was momentarily stunned. "Wow, so much money!" Li Tiniu exclaimed, immediately rushing out to find his father. "Dad, come look. So much money." Li father, who was repairing a hoe in the yard, was bewildered as his exuberant son dragged him into the house. Before he could steady himself, he caught sight of the money in Li Guangzong's hands. His eyes widened slightly. "Li Guangzong, where did you get this money?" Snapping back to reality, Li Guangzong tightened his grip on the money, assuring his father, "Don't worry, Dad, I earned this myself." While he spoke those words, he internally acknowledged Gu Zhao's generosity. The research project had been proposed by Gu Zhao, including the techniques involved. Throughout the research process, Gu Zhao had taken the lead. While they had primarily assisted, they had learned a great deal during this time, acquiring knowledge that was otherwise inaccessible in school. Thus, it was only fitting that Gu Zhao rewarded them. Even if he had demanded money from them, it would have been justified. Moreover, this research had brought their names to the attention of higher authorities. Reflecting on this, Li Guangzong felt a swell of gratitude towards Gu Zhao. Unsure of how to convey his appreciation, Lin Zhu shared similar sentiments. Coming from a humble background, the money from Gu Zhao alleviated their financial concerns until graduation. Tong Lu, however, felt less impacted by the windfall. His family was not affluent, but they were not burdened by financial woes either. Upon receiving the money, he leapt with joy, eager to showcase it to his parents as his first earnings. After receiving praise, he promptly called Gu Zhao to express his gratitude, insisting that Gu Zhao was too generous. Listening to the exuberant tone on the other end of the line, Gu Zhao could easily envision Tong Lu's tail wagging with delight. He offered a few nonchalant responses, and only then did Tong Lu seem satisfied enough to end the call. Just as Gu Zhao hung up, he heard Wu Youwei's voice echo from the research room. "Gu Zhao, come quickly. I'm having a bit of trouble understanding something here." "On my way," Gu Zhao replied, striding towards the research room. The golden sunlight bathed his silhouette, casting a long shadow that stretched into the unknown, as if heralding a future bright with boundless hope. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.